Our story begins with a story from a long time ago. Once upon a time, there was a famous blacksmith who had a shop where he sold his wares. He had a huge selection of equipment for which he received an incredible amount of money. He was once lucky enough to cooperate with the Cairo kingdom. At that time, there was a war going on, and it was an incredible chance for him to raise his status. After the end of the war, he was given the title of Baron, and this blacksmith is the owner of this land, the father of Mr. Roman. The young man sits opposite the old man who tells him a story with interest. The man with the mustache standing behind the youth wondered why he was even listening to a story that everyone knew so well. They're taking us back a few hours. Roman asks if someone wants to tell him that he is older than the son of the Dmitri family, and this is the kingdom of Cairo, located on the continent of Salamanders, and the world that is called Murim does not exist. The man with the mustache replied with surprise that it was true, and then wondered what had come over Roman. Even though he wasn't very smart, this was the first time he had ever seen him like this. Was he drugged? He'd heard it was popular with rich kids these days, and it probably was. The man with the mustache thought that this was more than possible, since Mr. Roman, unlike his brothers, had been sitting in his room for the last 25 years. That's why he was called the fool of the Dmitri family. The man turned to Roman and said that his fiancée, a lady from the Lawrence family, was coming to visit them today. The man turned to Roman, saying that Lady Lawrence appreciates elegance and manners, so he needed to. He didn't have time to finish. Roman interrupted him and said that there was something more important than that. Then he added that the man should take him to the elder of this land. For him, Lady Lawrence is less important than the ability to live in this world. The man looked at Roman in bewilderment and then wondered why a man who had lived here all his life would say that. Well, what can he do? Being a simple servant, he just needs to fulfill all his whims. Then the servant said that he understood his master. We are being moved to the present scene. The elder says that's all he knows. Roman thanked him for his help. He will reward him for this. The elder replies that it was an honor for him to even talk to Roman. Roman thought about his first and last name. His real name is Baek Jung-hyeok. Like a true follower of the Murim martial artist, he lived a turbulent life and, having achieved everything he aspired to, peacefully accepted his death. But for some reason, he woke up in the body of Roman Dimitri. Roman wondered if this was the will of heaven, or if it was God's punishment for not accepting Ascension. Suddenly, he heard a shout from behind him. Someone was shouting, "You geek!" People watched in horror as a young boy was kicked in the head and shouted to die. The guy was lying on the floor, and 3 men were standing over him. The guy was breathing heavily, bleeding profusely. The beefy man said the guy was a nasty brat. Then the 3 of them started kicking him. Roman's servant was trying to make his way through the fleeing crowd. He saw that the muscular man had a tattoo of red fangs on his shoulder. The servant was attracted to something. Before him stood his master Roman. The servant told him they looked like blood fangs, and Roman asked who they were. The servant replied that this was a loan shark group that operated not only on the land of the Dmitri clan, but also in the surrounding territory. It seemed that the boy owed the blood fangs a lot of money if they had gone this far. The servant suggested that they just pretend they couldn't see anything. But Roman seemed to have disappeared. Roman shouted at the 3 bandits to stop. They looked at him puzzled. The servant watched in dismay as Roman slowly approached the bandits. One of the bandits looked at him and asked, "Roman Dimitri?" Then he spat. The bandit shouted that Roman thought he could do anything just because he was a noble. What an idiot. The drugged bandit said that Roman better get out of there and not be a disgrace. Get away from them before he gets hurt. The servant ran up with a bow and told them to leave quickly. The blood fangs are dangerous people. So Roman interrupted the servant by calling him Hans. He still doesn't know much about the laws of this world, so he lets Hans explain it to him. Roman looked at Hans and then asked who broke the law and what punishment was appropriate for them. Hans stood there in shock, not knowing what to say. Then he said that since the boy couldn't pay back the debt in time, it was his fault. But the blood fangs didn't have the right to decide for themselves, and more importantly, they showed disrespect to Roman, the eldest son of the Dmitri clan. This is a crime that will cost them their lives according to the law of this land. It wouldn't be strange if they received the death penalty. The bandits looked in Roman's direction with an indifferent face. Then Roman said what they heard. They broke the laws of this land. He picked up a stick from the ground and said that's why he is the eldest son of Lord Romero Dimitri and will do justice. One of the bandits said that he understands that Roman is a nobleman who does not know how the world works, but he puts them in a very difficult position. For sure, Roman does not even know what situation he is in now. The bandits have started to draw their blades. Roman replied with a smile on his face. That confirms everything. The bandit asked him what he was talking about. Roman replied that they were a bunch of trash to talk to the lord of this land like that. He charged at them, yelling that he didn't care what they were doing. The bandits were taken aback by this impudence, and one of them shouted for them to attack Roman. The bulky bandit swung his blade, but Roman deftly evaded it. The bandit felt unimaginable pain. Blood was sent from it. He started to gasp for breath as the stick pierced through his neck. The other bandits watched in horror as their comrade helplessly held onto his throat. The bandits shouted and rushed at Roman with knives. Hans, worried about Roman, called out, "Master!" One of the bandits swung his blade, but Roman easily evaded it. Then he dodged and tripped the bandit, and with great force, he pierced his chest with a wooden stick. Hans watched in horror, not understanding what was happening. Could it be his master, Roman, dealing with a bunch of bandits? At this moment, when Baek opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a note written by Roman and some pills on the floor. The Kingdom of Cairo, often at war, chose a representative from each family and forced them to serve the kingdom. Roman, chosen to join the army and represent his family, committed suicide out of fear. It was a miserable life, but whatever life he lived, the current owner of this body is Sky Demon sect leader Baek Jung-hyeok. Since he has already taken over this body, then he will live as Baek Jung-hyeok. Roman dusted off his stick, which was covered in a huge amount of blood, as he stood over the defeated bandits. Suddenly, he felt something and wondered if it was a monster. The ordinary guy behind him was screaming as he tried to run away. Roman grabbed him by the hair. The guy shouted at Roman to let him go. The boy fell to his knees. Roman said that, for the group to act appropriately, it is necessary to ensure compliance with the law. He won't take the guy's life, but he still has to pay. The boy screamed in pain. He moaned as a small pool of blood fell to the ground. Roman said that his name was Roman Dimitri, and people who heard this were horrified. He went on to say that if any of them didn't like the punishment he gave the bandit, then they could tell him about it at any time. Baek Jung-hyeok, with the help of his overwhelming strength, climbed to the top of Murim. Hundreds and thousands of masters challenged him, only to be killed in the end. When their blood formed a river, the entire world recognized that the Sky Demon sect controlled all of Murim. Roman stared down at his bloody hand and wondered what was going on. It took him so long to deal with some gang of bandits. Then he shouted to Hans to call the guards and report what had happened and tell them to have someone look into it. Hans stared at Roman in a daze and then replied that it was fine. At the same time, he rushed after the guards. Roman thought that this body was useless. It had almost no vital energy, and the flow was simply terrible. He needs to gather information as soon as possible and strengthen his body. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. It was the young man who was beaten up by the bandits. He could barely stand on his feet, and then said to Roman, "Thank you for helping him." Roman thought that this was the boy who was beaten up by those bandits. Roman turned to the guy and said that he had misunderstood everything. He did not do it to help him. The Blood Fangs had broken the law, so he had to punish them, and he was no exception. So he would have to tell them everything even if he didn't try to lie. Otherwise, he would end up like those bandits. If he wants to keep his language, of course. The boy thought about it, and then he said that he understood Roman. He went on to say that his parents had borrowed money from Blood Fang to buy land for farming, which they could easily pay off if they sold the crops. Then the kid yelled that they destroyed all their crops, so they couldn't pay them back. Later, he found out that these freaks did it because they needed his little sister. The kid fell to his knees and then started shouting that it wasn't fair. They never hurt anyone. He asked Roman to at least save his little sister. Roman, looking at him, wondered what his eyes were like. It felt like he was looking at a mad demon that was one of the 4 heavenly kings. But come to think of it, he also met one mad demon in a similarly run-down place. Roman turned to the boy and asked him his name. The boy answered, "Kevin." Roman replied, "All right." He would check up on what he said a little later and take care of what happened today. Kevin called after Roman as he left. "Thank you so much." As he leaves, Roman wonders if it's just a feeling, but something tells him that this is their last meeting. We are taken to the carriage. Someone turns to Lady Flora and says that very soon they will arrive on the land of the Dmitri family. Flora replies, "Okay, she will soon meet him, Roman Dimitri." The scene moves us back a month, and someone in the palace shouts, "A marriage of convenience with the family Dmitri." Flora's father turns to her and tells her that she must understand that their land is in a precarious position and they have no other choice. Flora is startled to think that this simply cannot be. She will have to get married, yes, and for one of Dmitri. She will spend the rest of her life in the family of Dmitri, which is almost all minors. Flora turns to her father and says, "It's too much." The father, not wanting to listen to her, replies that he is very sorry that her pathetic father had to make such a decision. At present, someone says, "We have arrived." Getting out of the carriage, Flora thinks that she should have married their second son, who has a bright future ahead of him. But apparently, even this is not destined to happen. After all, the eldest son Roman Dimitri forced her to marry him, who lives for his pleasure. Why would he get so puffed up? Even though she knows how bad the earth is too, she just can't do it. So she should tell him about it. Flora turns to Roman. She asks him to forget about their marriage. Roman sighs heavily and says that this is fine. Flora, in shock, asks why. Roman replies that he's heard a lot about this marriage, and he doesn't understand how an idiot like him would even dare to marry someone like her, so he would also like to cancel this wedding. Flora thought that Roman was serious about this, but it was very strange. Roman, leaving, says that then he will tell his father about it. Flora is frightened and asks him to wait a second. Roman turns around and asks, "What is it?" Flora, running up to him, answers that she heard that Roman himself wanted her to marry him, and now Roman wants to cancel the marriage himself without a good reason. So she is a little taken aback. Roman asks whether Flora wants to marry him or not. Flora, after a little thought, replies that not really. And then Roman says that this is wonderful. They both agreed to cancel the marriage. So let this be the end of their conversation, and yes, he will take all the responsibility. She has nothing to worry about. He's already called the idiot of the Dmitri family, so it's not a big deal if a divorced person is added to it. Flora looked at Roman and wondered what was wrong with him. Did they call him an idiot? Roman went into his father's room. There was slurred speech, and then a shout that he was having an affair. Cancel the marriage? He wasn't in his right mind at all. Roman, standing in front of his father, says that yes, he has already arranged everything with Lady Flora. His father looks at him with a menacing look, and then he shouts that Roman is a jerk. Although people call him the idiot of the Dmitri family, he is like a father trying to prove the opposite. Marriage to the Lawrence family is the best way for them, the Dmitri family, to take a good position as a nobleman. All he needed to do was marry a noble girl, but he couldn't even do that. Roman bowed and asked for forgiveness. His father, grabbing a glass, shouts that if Roman thinks that an apology might fix something, and then forcefully throws the glass over Roman's head. His father says that if everything had gone smoothly, he would have been able to do something about Roman's disgrace. But now, in 6 months, he will have to go to the battlefield. There is something to say to Roman. Roman started to bleed, and he replied that there was nothing else. Then the father says that he heard that he had some problems with Bloodfang. The witnesses say that Roman punished them. But the father starts laughing and asks who will believe it. Surely someone helped him, but the problem is that the Bloodfangs are a group that even he can't do anything about. Now Roman is responsible for his problems as he failed to do his duty. From now on, he will sort out everything that falls on his head. The father thought that now his son would burst into tears and beg for mercy, but Roman answered that he'd handle it himself. His father was in shock and asked what had happened, to which Roman replied that it was all his fault, and he believed that he should be held responsible for it. He'll be back as soon as everything is sorted out. His father, looking at his son, I don't know what to say, asked him to wait, but Roman left his father's office and then took a napkin out of his pocket. He wiped the trail of blood from his head. Flora looked at him and asked him if he was crazy. Roman asked her what she was still doing here, and Flora didn't know what to say. Then she said, "It was the Bloodfangs, the Bloodfangs. They weren't afraid to terrorize even the nobles. And if Roman somehow annoys them, they will not leave it so that he can do it all without the help of his family. It would be fine if he just asked his father for forgiveness. Roman turned to Flora and asked why she was doing this. Flora started to say what she had said, but Roman interrupted her and said that Mrs. Flora didn't know her place. Flora looked up startled and then asked, "What?" "We are being transported to a rich estate." Roman indignantly says that this is a smell. Hans, spraying perfume on him, replies that there is nothing to be done. The smell of blood is so strong from him. Roman says, "And also this suit. Why is it so tight?" Hans says that since Roman is meeting Flora for the first time, he should show her some respect. Roman thought that he was having a wedding. He was just getting used to this world. Marriage now will only add to the hassle. Hans told Roman that Flora would be arriving soon, so let them wait downstairs together. And Roman wondered if Hans was right. There was no reason for him to disrespect a girl who didn't cause him any trouble. He needed to somehow abandon this engagement without hurting her feelings. That was exactly what he was going to do, but it looked like Flora wasn't going to show him any respect. This gives him even less reason to show her respect. Roman turns to Flora and says that she is quite an arrogant person, isn't she? He knows what she's getting at, and she probably didn't even consider his circumstances when it came to breaking off the engagement. But when he told her that he would take full responsibility, she was worried, and Flora tried to protest. But Roman interrupted her and went on to say that from the moment the topic of breaking off the engagement came up, she had no right to interfere in his decisions. Flora stood there in shock, not knowing what to say, and Roman said that he thought that would be the end of it. He started walking away from her in a different direction, saying that since their paths diverged, they should not interfere in each other's personal affairs. The only reason he said that he would take full responsibility was to prevent any talk of marriage that might arise as a consequence of the breakup of the engagement. But it was also because he didn't want to have any relationship with her. Roman wondered if this was the first and last time he'd met Flora. We are taken to a mansion where someone says he drinks too much, and maybe that's enough for today. Roman's father tells his wife that he has raised his hand against his son again. He looks into his glass and says that when they were commoners, he often chose Roman, but since they became nobles, he promised himself that this wouldn't happen again. Leona, embracing Roman's father, says that thanks to this promise, their other children have grown up and become decent people. The father replies that this is true, but Roman is the only child who went through that difficult time with him. He does not know how to treat Roman. Leona, kissing Roman's father, tells him not to blame himself. Even though he may not have been a good enough parent, they are the only ones who can influence the behavior of their children. And the Roman Dimitri she knows isn't someone who would let his son go astray. He still has a chance to make things right. Leona says that Roman is a proud child. He probably blurted it out in the heat of the moment. Romero replies that if they leave everything as it is, who knows what will happen to Roman. Leona asks why not just ask Captain Jonathan to help him. Romero replies that she is right. Romero suddenly shouts for someone to come in. A servant comes running into his room, asking if his master has called him. Romero orders him to call Captain Jonathan immediately. The scene changes, and we see Hans turn to Mr. Roman and say that it is too dangerous to walk around outside. They don't know when the blood fangs will attack, and it's so tiring. Maybe they'll come back. Roman turns around and says that Hans thinks that when the blood fang gained the power it has now. Hans replies that he doesn't know. Roman says that blood fang got their notoriety because they were left off. When he ran away to kill his enemy, he found it in the war of those who committed a misdemeanor. Notoriety breeds fear, and fear motivates you to do what you say. Hans, not understanding what Roman was talking about, asked if fang was still not dangerous. Roman, smiling, replied that so far, yes, they can make him afraid. We are taken to a restaurant. Stormy conversations are going on in it. Someone puts food on the table and says it's the food they ordered. Hans, looking at her, glows with happiness. Roman gets up from behind his chair and tells Hans that he can stay here and eat, but he will go. Hans screams in fright, which is exactly what Roman is talking about. Roman replies that from now on, he will continue the investigation on his own. Let Hans stay here, as it is too dangerous. He gets up from the table and shouts that he won't let Roman do this. Even if he might end up in danger, he would never be able to send Master out alone. Roman looked at Hans, and then he asked if he was one of his people. Hans was shocked by this question, and then he replied that, of course, he was one of his people. Roman said that then he should stay here. Let him not sacrifice himself unnecessarily. He had already done more than enough just by accompanying him on the street. He'll be back soon. Hans watched him go, thinking that he could say such a thing to him. He didn't expect it from him. No one could enter the tavern. The door felt like it was jammed, and Hans thought that if this wasn't the time, he would have to tell them everything. We are taken to Roman, who is walking down the street, and he thinks that if there's one thing he's learned about Fang in the last few days, it's that their powers are very strong. However, since they work in small groups, tracking them down is problematic. Perhaps they don't show themselves because they are afraid of the consequences if they fail to kill him, a leader sitting in the shadows. If he can't find them by himself, he just needs to make them come to him. He was walking the streets with Hans on purpose. They probably already knew where he was. On top of that, today is the day of regular night training, and because of that, the number of guards on the street has been greatly reduced. This means that if they plan to take revenge on him, then this is the perfect chance. 3 robed thugs stood behind Roman, immediately drawing their knives. One of them jumped, shouting that this was Blood Fang's revenge. Roman stood motionless. Hans ran to the captain and shouted at him. Captain Jonathan turned, and the captain quickly ran up to Hans and asked what was wrong. Hans began to breathe heavily. The captain told Hans to calm down and tell him what had happened. And Hans, catching his breath, said that the young master let the captain find him immediately. Roman is in danger. Roman calmly grabbed the hand with the knife and shoved his elbow into the attacker's stomach. The bandit told Roman that he was a bastard. Roman twisted his arm so that he couldn't hold his blade in his hand, and then he grabbed it himself and pierced the thug's chest. The bandit, leaving bloody footprints on the floor, slowly began to step back, and then he fell, and 2 of his comrades behind him shouted, "What the?" They looked at Roman in fright and shouted, "What's going on?" It's not what they heard at all. Roman smiled, then asked why they'd stopped dead in their tracks. Let them go to him. And then Roman made a gesture with his hand, teasing them. The captain asked Hans what he wanted to say. That young Master Roman had gone into the city without guards to fight Blood Fang. And Hans shouted, "Yes." The captain and his charge looked at each other in silence. And then the captain laughed and shouted that this couldn't be happening. Probably Hans joking, as he did. Hans nervously interrupted the captain and said that it was true. Why would he lie about such a thing? They don't have time. They need to hurry. The captain thought he remembered Romero's words about Roman and Blood Fang having a big fight and asking the captain to help him. But once the master also asked him to do so, the captain scratched the back of his head and then asked why did he go there in the first place if he couldn't even hold a gun properly. Well, he ordered his knights to prepare their weapons immediately, and then he told Hans to take them to a place where the young master might be. Hans replied, and the captain went on to say that as long as they were around, the Bloodfangs wouldn't dare touch him. The captain wondered if what Hans had said was true. Then Roman is an idiot. We are transported to the bandits who are looking at their dying comrade. Roman asks why the bandits stop dead in their tracks. The bandits look at him in fright. Roman, smiling, tells them to go to him. The bandits clenched their teeth and shouted that Roman was rushing into battle. They shouted for Roman to die as they raised their blades. One of them lunged, but Roman dodged, and then he plunged the blade into the thug's stomach. The bandit's comrade, seeing this, shouted that Roman was a scumbag. Then he leaped on top of him, swinging his blade, but Roman managed to jump back and kick the bandit in the stomach. The bandits flew a couple of meters away from him. Roman slowly approached the bandit lying on the floor and asked what it was all about. The bandit shouted that if Roman killed him, he would never be safe again, to which Roman said seriously, "But he had already killed 2, didn't he?" Bandits can only talk their tongues. Roman swung his blade and said that it would be better for the bandit to answer wisely what he asked him. He stabbed the knife into the man's leg, and the man screamed in agony. Then, Roman asked who their leader was. We are taken to a certain street where people are walking, and then we see a bar where fun conversations are actively conducted. One of the people was saying something while raising his mug. But suddenly, he noticed something. Roman was walking in front of them. His clothes were dirty, and his hand was covered in blood. The bartender turned around and wanted to say welcome. But when he noticed Roman, he stopped. Then, he said, "Hello, young master." And Roman returned the bartender's greeting. A whisper went around the bar that this was Roman Dimitri, and why he had come here was he looking for someone. The bartender asked what Roman would order. Roman said, "Tear of Dawn, please." The bartender apologized and said they didn't have one. Maybe they could recommend something else. Roman sighed and then said, "Okay, have them pour him something stronger. He has some work to do in the morning." The bartender and several people sitting in the hall looked at Roman in surprise. Roman continued, "So he wants some drinks, maybe the Dew of Dawn." The bandit went on to say that they give them a task if they call a special cat. Roman asked what the code was. The bandit replied, "Tear of Dawn, something stronger in the morning to work." In this order should be said. Everyone in the pub tensed, and then the bartender said, "People." Unbeknownst to Roman, he pulled out a knife from behind the counter. Then he swung it and shouted for everyone to attack. But a fist suddenly flew into his face. At the same time, the bartender collapsed. Everyone in the pub pulled out knives and swords and shouted, "Oh, he's a beast. He needs to be killed." Someone shouted for the guards, and the man flew out, knocking down the door. Roman used his bare hands to smash down one bandit after another. Two men were standing in front of him, and one of them asked what had happened. Roman instantly laid down three of them. This is Roman. They all heard something else about him. Roman thought that this was the greatest technique in mirror. It allowed him to increase his strength by constantly breathing in a tiny amount of time. The Heavenly Demon was able to strengthen Roman's body with martial arts. He doesn't look anything like his old self anymore. There is only one novel here. There are more of them. Roman smiled and thought that these people were nothing but trouble. And suddenly, he woke up and asked what happened. Roman, in the end, replied that the bartender was just in time. Roman slowly approached him and said that he was just about to finish up. The bartender asked what the young gentleman was doing there. He was the first one who decided to attack him, and it seemed that they were there alone. Roman said that he was interested in something, and the bartender looked at Roman with a frightened face and a huge bruise on his nose. Roman invited them to chat. The captain called out what it was, looking at the huge number of unconscious bandits. He asked if it was the young master who did this. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted to the captain that there was a survivor on the second floor, and he said that the young master was heading towards Lawrence. The captain, not understanding, asked why. The soldier replied that the survivor had told him that the Bloodfang's main base was at Lawrence. An hour ago, the sun is shining brightly on the houses. Someone calls the innkeeper. He says that he thinks what is in everyone's best interest so that he will speak up, and he's worried. There's a bruise on his nose, and he says that besides, he doesn't have 2 fingers and then shows how he cut them off. The innkeeper tells him to go to hell, and he won't tell him anything. Tied to the table while the man who cut off his finger, covered in blood and smiling, looks at him with scissors in his hands. He tells him to kill him because he is sure Bloodfang will take revenge, to which the man says that he should have done it right away, after which he smiles and says that if he knows that he even likes people like him. He smiles and looks at the one who says that those who are silent even after terrible tortures are not afraid of death, because such people usually have the most valuable information. To which the innkeeper tells him not to waste his time and just kill him. He says something serious, and he is surprised. He turns around and says that it's time for him to make sure, then looks at the photo of the innkeeper with the child and asks if it's true that he won't open his mouth until the last moment. He takes that photo and says that, for example, if he says what would happen if he found and killed his son, after which the latter became angry and shocked. He turns away and says they know what he's talking about because it's not his son, to which the man says that he is trying to deceive them because they are the same person as him. He grits his teeth and yells at him, cursing him. The fact that aristocrat is threatening him with violence against his family, to which the man approaches and says that recently he accidentally learned something interesting about Bloodfang. For the sake of revenge, people from this group are ready to sacrifice their lives, and from here he finds out one curious detail, after which the innkeeper begins to tremble. These guys aren't that bad. They just owe the blood ducks a lot. That's why they became scoundrels. He goes on to say that Bloodfang does not commit crimes to drive people into debt, but to turn the debtors into slaves for them. Once spit in here was the truth about Bloodfang. They put people on the edge of the abyss, threatening to kill their families, and don't you think that's a very reasonable assumption? The innkeeper says that even if he knows the truth, he won't change anything. Game Fong always gets his way. After which the man tells him to think better, and he wouldn't be so sure. After all, he wasn't joking when he said that he would kill his son, and then drops the photo right at his feet, and he says he swears by his name he lets the soldiers find him, and then he'll kill him by stepping on that picture very slowly and very painfully. But before doing so, he will give him another chance. The innkeeper begins to cry, and the man says that if he keeps silent for Bloodfang's sake and even has his son die a painful death, or if he shares the necessary information with him so that he can deal with Bloodfang. After that, events are moved to one of the buildings. Someone asks another person what happened, and he replies that a man stands next to other bandits and tells him that Roman Dimitri single-handedly defeated an entire squad. If a knight from Dimitri's family is in business, their business is bad. A bearded, gray-haired man says that damn them. He refuses to believe it. He sits on a broken stone throne and slams his fist on it. He says that Roman Dimitri is not capable of such a thing, and he thinks to himself that they are going to make themselves known by destroying Dmitri. Entire squads were dealt with by someone who evaded service at the Royal Swordsman Academy. He asks where he is now, and the guy says that he just left Earth from the Dmitri family. He thinks he knocked the information out of the morning's quote. The man asks if they did it alone, and the man replies that they did. He will be able to attack our bases alone and let them immediately gather forces, and the guy says yes, sir, and then bows out. He gets up and says they'll kill Roman before he gets to them and the knights of Dimitri's family, and we need to deal with this arrogance. He thinks to himself that Roman dares to challenge the Bloodfang, and today he would kill him mercilessly and hang his core over the town square. And Bloodfang will avenge the shame. Events are transferred to the mansion. The man says it's Barco's family. He reads a letter and says that they think they have made a decision. It was a feast for important people. Everyone had a pen and paper, and they were all sitting around discussing and writing something. A man with red hair says there is a rumor that the family has taken out a large loan from a gold bank. The only reason for this is to prepare for war. They all turn to look at the white-haired man who is angry in the center, and next to him sits a black-haired man saying that the beginning of this war is only a matter of time and that they should gather forces first. The white-haired man sits and thinks. He crosses his fingers and says that as it is, he believes that excitement is avoided. He closed his eyes and said that he didn't think this could happen when he received the documents from his family. The black-haired man says he never thought the central government would take their side, and at this rate, everything will end with the transfer of their lands to Scene. Another white-haired man says they must hold the land at all costs, and the fact that their family lives only at the expense of fertile land. After that, everyone starts shouting at each other and arguing, saying that according to the document, our ancestors were born in the family of this land. Another says that this can't be true, to which the other replies that even the central government is shouting that they did something in secret from them. Count Barco says that he asks everyone to leave everything as it is, and they look at him and are surprised. He says that no matter what happens, they should not give up their land. If this happens, other families will come running like hyenas to snatch a piece of land. And since the family is not going to compromise, they must fight back with all their might. He says it's true, which is why they got engaged to Dimitri's family. Everyone was inspired, saying that they have a family. Dmitri is one of the richest people in the Northeast region, and even though they were once a commoner, the man with the black hair says it doesn't matter how big the loan is to Barco. They are hardly richer than the Dmitri family, to which he nods and says he's hopeful. This is why he sent his only daughter to that idiot from the Dmitri family, and he says it was for the sake of their family. And when the head of the family said that they did the right thing, and he shouldn't reproach himself for it, then everyone agrees, and the doors open. A girl is standing there, thinking to herself what to say and very worried. She stands in front of the door and is very nervous, thinking to herself that no, she broke off her engagement, and now she doesn't know how to look her father in the eye. But why worry about what's already been done? And then she says no, this is her life, and now she can't sell it to an idiot like him. But after all, the father's plan and the family's future. Then she thinks to herself what she's going to say to him, that she can't marry someone she doesn't have feelings for. One of the soldiers runs towards the meeting room. She looks at him. He shouts, "Master," and greets Miss Flora. He bows down in front of her as a sign of honor, and she is surprised by this and says yes. He shouts, "Urgent message." The scene changes and someone shouts that they've already got the hell out of them. The man on the wall says that he's said to hand over the weapon and do everything as it should be. "What are you up to?" the man below says. That young Master Roman is in danger. If something happens to young Master Roman, they will not forgive him. And he is surprised by this, saying that it is so absurd. A soldier runs up to them and says that the captain is in big trouble. And he is surprised by this, saying that is it true, saying that yes, there are riots in the square right now. To which he thinks, don't tell him that they will break down the doors to hell. Then someone shouts, they were frightened townspeople who wonder what it is. They look at the blood trail with the corpse and are afraid of what is happening. They think about whether they should step in, and Roman goes and drags the Blood Fang leader behind him, who asks for mercy. He had been confident that defeating a single noble idiot would be simple. All they needed was anyone from the gang to handle it. But in reality, they had multiple armed men. He had been sure there was no way they could lose, or at least that's what he had believed. That is until he saw everyone dead in front of him. Then he knew he was going to die too. He began to stumble over his words, pleading not to be killed, terrified of losing his life. Stuttering, he begged for mercy, grabbing Roman's leg and asking not to be killed. But Roman simply threw him into the middle of the city in front of everyone. The man pleaded, saying that if they spared him, he would serve as a dog for the rest of his life. Roman coldly responded that if he offered to become a dog, he should have done so before showing his fangs. He then announced to the city that this man was the leader of the Blood Fangs, and everyone knew the kind of person he was. They had threatened the Dmitri family and used dirty tricks to deceive people. The crimes committed by this organization were clear, and Roman declared that he would destroy the entire organization along with the evil they had spread. As the crowd stood in shock, Jonathan approached the square, and the scene left him speechless. There was no need to describe what happened to the leader. The scene then shifted back to the earlier meeting, where someone asked if it was true. A soldier confirmed that he had allowed Roman Dimitri to enter because he was the future husband of Miss Flora. However, half an hour later, Roman appeared, dragging a man through the middle of the city, claiming he was the leader of the Blood Fangs, and executed him in front of everyone. The father was left speechless, and everyone else questioned whether this made any sense. The spectacled man pointed out that killing and punishing someone without the Lord's permission was something that could be ignored. However, the Lord was not overly concerned with the series of problems that were emerging. He was more curious about the fact that the man who was to become his son-in-law had single-handedly wiped out the Blood Fangs. He then ordered that Roman Dimitri be summoned, as he wanted to speak with the boy himself. Sometime later, Roman was escorted in, along with the man who had let him in. Jonathan, as a renowned knight, Flora's father immediately recognized Jonathan, which led him to believe that Roman had only managed to defeat the Blood Fangs with Jonathan's help. The eldest son of the Dmitri family then introduced himself. The father decided to ignore the explanations and directly asked why Roman had done something so violent. Roman explained that a few days ago, the Blood Fangs had committed a crime and beaten an innocent citizen. That's when he executed everyone in that very place. Outside, Flora was trying to eavesdrop on the meeting. She called a knight over and asked him to come closer. She questioned if he had taken Roman Dimitri inside, and he confirmed it. She then asked why Roman had gone to her father's room. The knight hinted that she might be one of the last to find out, which understandably left her alarmed. Back in the meeting, Roman continued explaining that was why he had to invade the Blood Fang's base and kill their leader. That was the summary of everything that had happened. However, the Lord pointed out that Roman didn't have the authority to execute someone on Lauren's land. Roman acknowledged this but doubted their ability to handle such men, given that the Blood Fangs were infamous in the region, abusing the local citizens while nothing was done about it. That's why he took matters into his own hands, because he couldn't trust Lauren's family to do it. The two servants on either side were shocked and drew their attention to Roman. But Roman expressed disappointment, saying he had expected to be called here for praise for doing the job they had ignored. He then asked the Viscount if what he had done was truly wrong. The Viscount asked the man beside him if he knew about Ben Miles. The man responded that they were aware he wasn't a good citizen, but they never imagined he was the leader of the Blood Fangs. At that moment, the Lord concluded that was enough, deciding there was no point in continuing the discussion since it wouldn't have been a problem if Lauren's family had taken care of the man. He then said he would reward the boy and allow him to leave. With that, Roman departed. The room fell silent, broken only by the Lord's laughter. The man beside him even wondered if the Lord had gone mad. The Lord seemed impressed, never having imagined that this was the true Roman Dimitri. The advisor attempted to argue that they couldn't leave such actions unpunished, but the father dismissed his concerns, saying that it was fine since Roman was going to be Flora's husband. He knew that only someone with such courage could achieve great things. The advisor tried to continue, but the father cut him off, saying he didn't want to hear any more and was pleased that the boy was perfect for his daughter. He then ordered Flora to be brought in so he could discuss everything with her. Meanwhile, on the way back to Dimitri's territory, Jonathan remarked that Roman shouldn't have told the whole truth because even though they had gotten rid of the Blood Fangs, the Lord seemed to have been left angered. But Roman simply replied that all he did was show that the situation had escalated due to their negligence. And since the Lord still didn't know about the canceled marriage, he wouldn't punish his daughter's husband. Jonathan quickly realized that Roman had planned everything, leaving him puzzled as to who this person before him was. It was clear he was no longer the Roman Dimitri they once knew. A voice echoed in Roman's mind, calling him by his true name, Baek Jung-hyeok, and reminding him that as the son of the celestial demon, he would have to prove he was qualified to succeed him. First, he would have to survive hunger, cold, and the hard ground. But his father had warned that if he died, it wouldn't matter since he could simply have another son. The only way to prove his worth was to rule over everyone. Of course, Baek had already been beaten down. A chubby kid laughed, saying he thought Baek would be stronger as the son of the celestial demon, but in the end, he was just an arrogant brat. Baek stood up, only to be struck in the face again. The poor boy couldn't do anything. The other children who stayed out of it just thought he was an idiot. While most children were protected by their families during childhood, Baek had been forced to live in a world where only the strong survived. Back in Dmitri territory, Roman was now relaxing in a bathtub, enjoying a peaceful bath. He couldn't believe how exhausted his body had become from such a simple task. However, it was undeniable that since waking up in this world, he had experienced many things. To defeat the Blood Fangs, he had to kill everyone who stood in his way. Yet he had no regrets, as it proved that he hadn't changed as a person. If necessary, he would torture those who crossed him and eliminate anyone who sought to end his life. This was the life he had always lived, and nothing would change just because he had become Roman. The only problem was that it was becoming increasingly dangerous to go out as he had, and he didn't fully understand how this world operated. Not to mention, his true strength had diminished significantly, and he would need to think carefully about how to act in the future. Suddenly, someone called for the young master from the door, informing him that the Lord wished to speak with him. In the room, Romero asked if the boy had done all that. Jonathan confirmed it, noting that Roman had changed. The father remained curious, but the knight insisted that this young master was not the same person they knew. Romero admitted that Roman had always been his greatest challenge, the only son with no notable characteristics, but the only one who had endured the hardships when they were poor. A long time ago, Roman had handed his father a candy. When asked what it was, the boy had simply replied, "It's sweet." Romero was working in the mine when he saw his son approaching and asked why he had come to such a dangerous place, reminding him that it wasn't safe. But the boy just smiled and said that his father worked too much. So, he brought him a sweet to give him the energy to work faster and come home sooner. All Romero ever wanted was for his son to be happy. That's why he always favored him and gave him money so he wouldn't be called poor. He never imagined that this would lead Roman down the wrong path. Part of him had already given up on the boy, but hearing that he had taken down the Blood Fangs filled him with a renewed sense of hope. At the door, Roman asked to enter. Romero thought to himself that regardless of how Roman had achieved it, he had managed to eliminate the blood fangs. If that was the case, he was ready to do anything for his son. This would be his excuse for having failed as a father before. When Roman entered, Romero remarked that he had heard that Roman had taken down the blood fangs by himself. Baek, now inhabiting Roman's body, observed the boy's father. He could see that the man was anxious and full of hope for what he was about to say, but knew that if he told the truth, he would be seen in a completely different light. The problem was that accomplishments beyond expectations always came with a price. If he got and played things now, he might buy himself more time to develop further. As his father continued calling out to him, Baek debated whether to tell the truth or lie. Hiding the truth seemed the more rational decision. Baek's thoughts flashed back to when he was being beaten as a child. The bully taunted him, asking if that was all he had. Then Baek grabbed a rock from the ground and smashed it into the bully's face without mercy. The boy was badly hurt, falling to the ground, and Baek stood up, picking up another rock to finish him off. From that day on, everyone was afraid of him. That was when he learned that in a lonely world, the most powerful always reigns. He declared to everyone that the boy he had killed was the former leader of their group, meaning that now he was in charge. Demonstrating superiority was the only way to ensure total victory. That's why Baek, now Roman, decided to say, yes, I was the one who took down the blood fangs. He and the celestial demon didn't know how to hide their superiority. Sometime later, in the city's training grounds, the young trainees were practicing their swordsmanship when someone ordered them to stop and show respect to the lord who had arrived. Everyone immediately bowed, and a blond boy in the group looked surprised, wondering why Roman Dimitri was there. The trainer announced that they would be testing their swordsmanship against Mr. Roman and invited anyone who wanted to participate to step forward. Strangely, everyone was sweating, and no one wanted to volunteer. The blond boy couldn't understand why everyone seemed so afraid of Roman, or more accurately, why anyone would want to fight the idiot. An hour earlier, when Roman had confessed to his father that he was indeed the one who had taken down the blood fangs, his father asked how he had managed to defeat them. Needing to avoid raising suspicion, Roman explained that he had been secretly practicing swordsmanship. His father asked why he had kept it hidden, assuring him that he would have given him all the support he needed. Roman replied he was tired of wasting his life and wanted to prove that even the idiot of the Dmitri family could accomplish something on his own. However, Romero found it hard to believe, saying someone couldn't learn swordsmanship on their own to the point of killing those men. Roman explained that the blood fangs maintained their operations through threats, which was why he set a trap to lure out their leader. His father asked how he did it, and Roman explained that the blood fangs always retaliated against weaker nobles, so he used himself as bait. Romero said it was very risky, because if they sought revenge, it would be easy for them, but Roman explained that most of the members were kept in line through threats, and he knew that if he could kill the leader, no one would want to save someone who had threatened them. Romero thought to himself that it was an extremely well-thought-out plan, and Roman had shown a lot of courage to follow through with it. To think that Roman was capable of such a thing. His father then asked if he could request a favor, and Roman agreed. Romero said he wanted to see the swordsmanship that Roman had been practicing with his own eyes to understand how much he had changed. Now, back at the training grounds, Romero was startled by the fact that no one was volunteering. The blond boy thought that whoever hit Roman would be expelled, and whoever lost would also be expelled for being so bad, making no one want to participate. Meanwhile, Jonathan thought that they needed someone who could defeat Roman easily to demonstrate the knight's skills. He announced that if no one volunteered, he would choose someone himself. As the master, Jonathan couldn't participate, so there was only one other option. He called out the name Chris, telling the boy to step forward, which shocked him. Chris was the vice-captain of the Dmitri Knights. The first time he had met Roman was the previous year, when they had gone to a bar where people were complaining about a drunk causing trouble. There, they found someone shouting and demanding to know if they were trying to make a fool of him. The boy had asked if they wanted to shut down the place. The attendants apologized and didn't quite know what to do. However, it was the drunken Roman who said that trash like them shouldn't even speak, and he ordered the guy to come over to him. Once again, they tried to say something, but he threw the bottle against the wall. That's when Chris told the boy that enough was enough, but he just asked who they were. Chris reached out to grab his wrist to get him out of there, telling him he was embarrassing himself. But he received a slap in the face, and Roman asked how a lonely knight like him dared to lay his hands on him. Well, with just that slap, Chris already knew that this boy had never trained a day in his life. His strength was at best below the average of a man. He felt sorry for the Lord for having a son like that guy, and he was certain that this was trash better off dead. So, why were they telling him to have a duel with this Roman? He tried to tell the captain that he didn't think it was a good idea and that there might be other more suitable people for it. However, Jonathan warned that the boy had taken down the blood Fang, so it had to be him. Chris was about to say something, but Jonathan just cut him off, so he said he understood. Everyone was eager to see the duel, and the two calmly observed each other. Jonathan told them to wait, but at that moment, Chris said he had a request. He warned that he had a vow to be merciless in a duel, regardless of who it was. If they accepted this request, he would then participate in it. He was certain that this idiot wasn't the person who had defeated the blood prisoners. Jonathan and Romero seemed to agree, and Roman, of course, smiled, which did not make Chris happy at all. Jonathan said that by the laugh, the boy had accepted, and then he told both sides to get ready. While Chris was consumed by anger, Roman was just smirking. The second Jonathan gave the signal, Chris immediately launched himself, while the boy stood still, waiting for him. He quickly observed one of the movements, and Chris delivered a full strike that the boy defended against. The people who trained with Chris immediately realized that he was giving it his all. However, Jonathan was already impressed. The boy had blocked it. Chris retreated immediately. He could tell the boy's strength just by the way he defended himself, not to mention that his stance still seemed completely stable. It wasn't exactly how he expected this duel to go, but he didn't care about that. He would only be satisfied when he crushed this guy. He tried another slash, but Roman simply sidestepped. However, Chris saw this movement. He spun his body to hit him from the side, but the boy defended again. Roman seemed calm, observing the attacks. When Chris found an opening at his back for him, the match was won. Now it was just a matter of landing this blow, and it would be over. But Roman simply crouched. He saw an opening, and at that moment, Chris knew he was going to get hit. The attack brushed past his face, and the guy even got a new haircut. Terrified, he retreated. He realized how dangerous that had been, and the Lord and the captain couldn't believe it. For the people who trained with Chris, it made no sense that he was losing, and he wondered if these were the skills of Roman Dimitri that he knew. From defense to evasion or attack, nothing was lacking. Could it be that he had defeated the blood prisoners? Because if so, at this pace. At that moment, he said he was overthinking and Roman was still the same idiot as before, but that's when Roman said that was enough warming up, and he said that this time he would go first. And the poor guy hadn't even reacted yet. Too late, when he realized it, he managed to defend himself at the last second by sheer luck, while he couldn't believe that the boy was that fast. He made a move backward, but Roman kept closing in. All Chris could do was defend bit by bit, and the people around were scared by the sequence of attacks. Chris had to give it his all just to manage to defend himself. He had to at least find an opportunity to end this, but then he took a hit to the arm that knocked him sideways. He realized he needed to step back, but that's when he noticed Roman was coming at him with an overhead attack. The movement seemed long and slow, and the middle of his chest seemed like the perfect opening. He didn't hesitate to strike with full force, but it was just a trap from Roman, who easily dodged. He gave a little smile, and at that moment, Chris realized he had fallen into a trap. He knew there was no way he could win at this rate, and the worst part was losing to Roman. That's when he gripped his sword, and an aura emerged from it. Jonathan shouted and told him to stop that, but Chris had already activated the one-star aura. Of course, even Baek was surprised by that, and the arena exploded. The people around couldn't see anything. Romero was worried about what might have happened to Roman. He let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Roman had narrowly avoided getting hit by that aura-infused sword. Chris, disoriented after accidentally using the aura, was promptly struck on the chin for his troubles. Naturally, neither Jonathan nor Romero expected Roman to win, but Chris was lying on the ground. Everyone always asked who this new young prodigy of the captain was. The others would respond that he was one of the best they had ever seen. Despite being so young, he was already a 2-star knight. Rumors circulated that he had started sensing mana after just 6 months of training and had reached 1 star in less than 3 years. Moreover, his swordsmanship was said to be incredible. The women were all curious, wanting to know the boy's name. After practice, Jonathan would often say that was enough for the day, but Chris would get up and ask to practice just one more time. That kind of determination excited Jonathan, because the boy not only had talent, but also worked hard. To him, Chris was a genius, but there was his genius now, being thoroughly beaten by Roman, who cruelly watched him lying on the ground. While Chris lay unconscious, Romero called out to Jonathan, asking what happened, as he had heard that Chris was a 2-star knight. The problem was that not even Jonathan could grasp how strong Roman had become. What Roman had displayed was the skill of someone who should have had years of training, considering that just a month ago he had been doing nothing but complaining. It seemed impossible that he had changed so much, but nothing made sense. So Jonathan simply told Romero that Roman was a genius in swordsmanship. Roman, meanwhile, was just laughing as he looked at Chris, who was still unconscious. He was impressed by how aggressive and focused Chris was. With the skill he had shown, Chris could easily have taken down the blood Fangs as well. It was easy to see why Jonathan was proud to have him as a disciple, but to the celestial demon, Chris was one of the weakest. Even the weakest warriors of the celestial demon sect were stronger than this. However, that strange power Chris had displayed at the end caught his attention. Romero began laughing like a madman once again. Everyone was confused, but of course Romero said it was great to see this. To him, it was incredible to have a son who was a genius in swordsmanship. He asked Jonathan if he was sure. Jonathan replied that someone couldn't have evolved so much without being a genius. Naturally, the father was all smiles. He called Roman over, telling him to come closer. Romero said it had been a long time since he had been this happy and that he wanted to applaud his son. To him, Roman deserved whatever he wanted, so he could ask for anything. Roman smiled and mentioned the war that was going to happen in 6 months. His father was already certain that Roman would ask not to go and asked what it was. However, Roman's request was the right to choose whoever he wanted to go with him. Romero was confused and even a bit stunned. He tried to suggest that Roman could return to Flora and back out of this. But Roman simply said that he wanted to go. This surprised his father, who then said he understood. Roman would have the right to take whoever he wanted to that war and anything related to it. Roman then said he had one more request, and his father told him that as long as he acted properly, he could ask for anything. Roman made his second request while looking at Chris, who was still unconscious. When Chris awoke, he asked why he had to teach Roman about the aura. Jonathan simply replied that it was the master's order. However, Chris protested, saying this was too much. He didn't even know Roman, and after having been in a coma for so long, it was embarrassing. Now, on top of everything, he had to teach aura to this guy. He said he would rather have his head cut off. Jonathan interrupted and proposed. If Chris could use the opportunity of teaching Roman to learn why Roman had changed so much, he would gain the right to learn any technique Jonathan had been hiding from him. Immediately, Chris got up excited, asking if it was true, and Jonathan confirmed it. Now Chris was eager because he was certain this would be easy, and he would receive the secret to becoming a 3-star knight. Of course, he didn't want to seem too enthusiastic, but he told Jonathan to keep his word. In the castle, someone called out to Roman, saying they had heard about the incredible duel he had today. It was Hans, who remarked how amazing it was that Roman had defeated a 2-star knight. Roman asked if he knew what this 2-star aura business was. Hans admitted he didn't know much, but said it was related to the ability to use mana. Our protagonist then mused that it seemed to be called mana in this place. He was sure the power Chris had used was a key explosion, but the way they utilized it was completely different from how it was used in the Murim world. Here it was called aura, and one detail he had noticed was that it was a total waste. Even though he didn't understand why they used the key in this way, he knew he needed to learn more about this power and how people utilized it. But during tomorrow's training, he was confident he would get the answers he needed. The next morning, Roman stood face to face with Chris, who was not happy. However, Roman wasn't much different until the boy let out a little chuckle, which immediately made Chris angry. He tried to calm himself down and said he would explain what aura was. He explained that aura was nothing more than the use of mana from a knight's perspective. Mages also use mana, but they create spells and circles to do so, while knights use it around their bodies. The first person to explore the use of mana was Emperor Alexander. He was the first to discover that it was possible to use mana to strengthen the body, and aura could release it instantly. This allowed someone to use much more strength than normal. However, Chris mentioned that the history wasn't very important since only a few people could use mana. 1 in 1,000 could become a knight, and 1 in 10,000 could become a mage. That's why discovering whether you have the affinity is the most important thing, as the minimum talent required to become a knight with aura is the ability to at least sense mana. He said that it took him half a year, but achieving it in a year was above average. Roman acknowledged this and asked Chris to explain how to sense this mana. Chris agreed while thinking that Roman was full of himself after winning that fight. However, it was a shame, as talent in swordsmanship and mana were two completely different things. Now, Roman would experience the harsh reality through this training, but the premise of this training was flawed from the start. Roman had already sensed the mana of this world, and, using the techniques he learned as the celestial demon, he was storing part of it in the center of his body. He was only here to understand why they did things this way. Even if it wasn't the right way, he wanted to comprehend why they did things this way. Chris started walking around and told Roman to feel everything that came into contact with his body. Once he got used to sensing the mana, he could start thinking about trying to manifest it. When he succeeded in manifesting it, he would become a 1-star knight. However, there were various ways to manifest. Aura could be applied to a sword, or, for example, to cover the body. He was about to continue his explanation when he noticed something. Roman was already standing beside him with his mana activated. Poor Chris didn't even know what to say. The boy was manifesting aura, but Roman could only think that he knew very well that the way people used chi in this world was garbage. In his world, you purify the energy and concentrate it within your body, whereas in this world, they simply expect mana to naturally accumulate in their bodies. In the Murim world, mana is scarce and dense, meaning it's difficult to accumulate, but also doesn't move much. Here, however, mana is abundant but extremely light, causing it to escape the body as easily as it enters. The two methods weren't even comparable since in Murim, you usually strengthen both the exterior and interior of your body. In this world, the exterior isn't strengthened and mana isn't accumulated, not to mention that spreading energy everywhere is completely inefficient. If Roman used such a method, he wouldn't have reached the top 10 even in 100 years. Shocked, Chris asked how Roman had done it. Roman replied that Chris probably already knew the answer. Chris insisted that this was exactly why he was asking since it took him at least half a year. He demanded Roman tell the truth, accusing him of pretending not to know how to use mana just to show off. It was starting to make sense why Chris had lost. Roman commented on Chris's assumption that he was hiding his powers, saying that Chris was just assuming what he wanted. But poor Chris was struggling to understand what was happening, knowing it took him 10 years to reach 2 stars. Suddenly, Roman started laughing, and Chris asked what was so funny. Roman just remarked that Chris was amusing. Chris, now more upset, asked if Roman was saying that his efforts were funny. Roman then asked if, in all those 10 years of climbing the ranks, Chris had ever once questioned the methods he was being taught. Chris was about to respond, but Roman cut him off, saying that ordinary people are like that. They assume that what has been passed down through countless generations is always correct. When he was learning aura, he wondered why people were so fixated on this method when it had flaws. Was it because they didn't know any better, or was their faith in Captain Jonathan too strong? But the truth is, people follow it because it's the easiest thing to do. Roman continued, saying he wouldn't deny that Chris had worked hard for 10 years, but he found it funny that Chris had never questioned the purpose of what he was doing. Roman then walked away, saying that nothing in this world reached a perfect state. Even things he held as certainties were different in the past and changed over time. Roman knew that questioning oneself like this leads to suffering, especially when after countless attempts you end up failing. That's where you have to go against everyone's criticism and your despair. However, even if that's the case, change is necessary. That's how Roman ignored his father's teachings and created his art. He then told Chris that they would end the training there. At that moment, Chris called out to Roman and asked him what he should do from now on. The scene shifted to a flashback. A man asked a boy if he was going to continue suffering or if he would admit defeat. From now on, the Blood Demon sect would follow Baek. The only thing the man wanted to know was how he could become as strong as Baek. He was determined to dedicate his body and soul to him as long as they both became stronger, but he needed to know what he should do from now on. Roman recognized this as someone who had let go of their pride and said that it was interesting. The Blood Demon was someone so powerful that he unified all the sections. As someone who dominated the Murim world, it was inevitable that he would eventually face Baek, and in the end, after a long battle, he was defeated. Roman remembered that in the past, he had swallowed his pride and asked for guidance. The desire to become stronger at the cost of one's pride reminded him of the Blood Demon. He told Chris that he was asking about ways to become stronger, but unfortunately, he didn't know what to say to that. Confused, Chris asked what he should do then. Roman replied that he had already answered. The only thing he couldn't do was blindly follow what he had been taught. If Roman taught him anything, Chris would be following another lesson blindly. So, what Chris needed to do was seek the answer on his own. The only hint Roman gave was to stay by his side from now on. In 6 months, Roman would go to the battlefield where Chris would see him defeating countless enemies and becoming stronger. And if, in 10 years, Chris was still by Roman's side, Roman was sure that by then Chris would have found the answer. That same night, Chris lay isolated in bed. He recalled everyone saying that the right thing to do was to train until he began to feel inhuman. He remembered the teachings passed down to him by Jonathan, even the time when he was told he had become a 2-star knight. But Roman's laughter and mocking him for never questioning filled him with anger. Someone asked what this was all about. Jonathan wanted to know if Chris was sure, as Chris had just said that he would go to the battlefield in 6 months with Roman. Jonathan asked if something had happened, and Chris confirmed that something had. They locked eyes for a moment, and the captain admitted that it seemed Chris had a reason for doing this. From now on, Chris would no longer be part of the Dmitri Knights. No matter what happened, Jonathan hoped that Chris could protect Roman on the battlefield. Chris simply thanked him. But at that moment, Jonathan realized that Chris was no longer the little boy he had found on the battlefield, desperately clinging to a dead woman. Jonathan said that if Chris wanted to follow Roman, then it seemed that Roman was no longer an idiot. He told Chris to follow him as from now on he would be prepared. If Chris wanted to survive on the battlefield, he would need a secret weapon that he could call his own. Now the knight was excited. The scene shifted to the city, where everyone was talking about a certain rumor that the idiot of the Dmitri family had wiped out all the blood fangs. Kevin, from the beginning of the story, was there listening to people saying that Roman had kept his word. He believed it might be true, as he had seen Roman take down 3 men with just a stick in his hand. But could it be that Roman did this because he had kept his word? Kevin concluded that no, Roman wouldn't go that far just for someone like him. At that moment, his boss asked why he was standing there thinking and told him to get back to work. Kevin thought about how all he wanted was to be strong enough to protect his family. He knew that there were still dozens of people like the Blood Fangs in the world, but as a peasant, how could he become stronger? Training wasn't an option. He wouldn't even get a chance. Just then, someone called out to him, causing the crate he was holding to fall to the ground. It was Roman, who said that it had been a while since they last saw each other. Kevin asked what Roman was doing there, but then quickly corrected himself and threw himself to the ground, thanking Roman for saving his family. Roman asked if things had improved, and Kevin confirmed that they had. The Blood Fangs were no longer pursuing them, and he even found a job. The only thing Kevin didn't know was how to express his gratitude. Roman told him not to worry, because there would be an opportunity. As soon as Kevin heard his proposal, his family would never have to worry about money again. Additionally, they would have a house and good food. They wouldn't need to work in exhausting places anymore. Kevin's entire family could be blessed with this new life, but the price was that Kevin would have to swear loyalty and live for Roman. Kevin was silent for a moment before he bowed his head to the ground, saying he would live for Roman. He would die if Roman asked and kill if Roman commanded. If Roman promised to take care of his family, that would be more than enough. Roman saw that Kevin was the kind of person who showed loyalty with his blood. In his past life, the Mad Demon was someone who could wipe out entire clans with just one word. Maybe that's why, as soon as he thought of summoning someone, Kevin's name came to mind. It was truly worth it to see the boy again, and Roman said that from this point forward, Kevin was his. Back at the Dmitri castle, Roman handed Kevin over to Hans and asked him to help the boy adjust. Roman mentioned that he would return later, and Kevin expressed his gratitude for everything. With that, they left, and Roman headed to the library. Roman began studying the path of the Aura Knights. The first stage was the manifestation, which qualified someone as a 1-star knight. To reach 2 stars, one would need to cut through steel with their aura. At 3 stars, one transcended logical comprehension and was treated as someone special in any kingdom. On the Salamander continent, there were a few 6-star knights, but no one had ever heard of someone reaching the 7th rank. Even among the 10 strongest in the world, not all were 6-star knights. Roman knew that, given Chris's strength, Jonathan must be a 3-star knight, and that 6 stars in this world were practically incomprehensible. The aura of someone like that could reach 12 meters in height and impact the entire world. Currently, there are only 12 6-star knights in the entire world. Roman realized that these individuals were indeed powerful, especially if they could inefficiently achieve such feats. On the other hand, there were the so-called archmages, a title given to a sorcerer who reached 7 circles. In this world, they were considered half-god, half-human, as they could bring destruction wherever they went. A single spell from someone like that could split the sky in 2. Unfortunately, magic was something that didn't exist in the Murim world, and now he at least had some idea about it. As unlikely as it was, he knew he couldn't afford to make an enemy of someone like that for the time being. The fact that he couldn't predict anything about them made everything more dangerous. But Roman wasn't someone who could live in a bubble. He enjoyed experiencing everything and learning overall. This would indeed be interesting. Now it was time to truly begin. The scene shifted to Hans opening a room. Roman asked what it was for. A servant explained that it was the old forge, and no one had access to that place anymore. Roman remarked that it was the perfect place to train. He told Hans that he would be staying there for the next week and that no one should enter or bring him food. Roman made Hans swear that unless his people were in grave danger, he wouldn't let anyone inside. Hans agreed with that. Roman was left alone. He noticed that the room was filled with straw because Hans had put it there to make things more comfortable. Roman appreciated the gesture, but preferred to do without it. All these days, he had been accumulating energy in the center of his body, but it was time to start developing the techniques he used in his past life. He activated the first stage of the Celestial Demon Arc. First, he would circulate all the energy to remove impurities from his body. The cultivation process was aggressive, with blood pouring out everywhere. Roman knew this would happen, which is why he had accumulated the right amount of energy. He didn't have time to waste and needed to regain his past strength as quickly as possible. The first stage of this technique was called the human stage, and it was the first step toward his goal. The scene then shifted to a week later. A bald man offered to bring tea and drinks for Count Lawrence and Miss Flora. Lawrence entered and asked where Roman was. The bald man explained that Roman was currently handling some business and then closed the door, leaving them inside. Lawrence remarked that it was clear they weren't welcome there. He told his daughter they would have to wait and instructed her to sit down. He then called her by name and explained that he had arranged this meeting to reverse the mistake she had made. Flora replied that she understood perfectly. Back in the moment when he had shouted upon discovering that she had broken off the engagement, Flora explained that she had already discussed her situation with Roman and even tried to follow her father's advice. But he interrupted her, calling her by name and reminding her that he had always believed she was an intelligent child, so he hadn't expected her to do something like this. She needed to understand that the Barco family had borrowed a large sum of money from the bank, which meant that a war would soon begin. The marriage with the Dmitri family wasn't just a decision. It was inevitable because they were the only family capable of standing against the Barcos in this region. Flora argued that the Lawrence family wasn't weak and questioned why they thought they couldn't win without the Dimitris. Her father explained that the government had approved all the documents without even checking anything. If the bank itself had lent so much money, It showed that this matter had already escalated beyond these families. This battle was designed for them to lose, and they would use that defeat to take everything they had. He would lose the land, the honor, and even her, who was known as the flower of the Lawrence family. In the present, Flora reflected that she knew all of this. She understood the decisions and why her father had made them, yet she had ignored them all for selfish reasons. She needed to wake up to reality since she couldn't live like a flower forever. Meanwhile, Hans was wandering around, wondering what he should do. As soon as Roman appeared, he would have to tell him that Flora had been waiting for him since the morning. The problem was that it was already late afternoon, but at the same time, Roman had also told him not to disturb him. Finally, the door opened. Hans, all radiant, called out for the young master, but he was in for a shock. However, the scene shifts back to Lawrence. He already expected this treatment because of Flora's mistake. He knows that the Lawrences need this political marriage, but even so, this doesn't sit right with him. Suddenly, he stands up, and Flora calls out to him. He announces that he's going to sort this out and find Baron Dimitri on his own. Someone calmly takes a few notes. Then suddenly, Lawrence opens the door and asks why he's making a visit and waiting so long. If he's dissatisfied, he could have just said so. He never expected the Dmitri to be so petty. He says he understands what he said but asks if today's meeting was scheduled in advance. The Baron mentions that he understands that he showed up unannounced, but it's been a week since he's been asking to speak with Roman. If at least they had refused from the start, they wouldn't have been offended. However, Romero asks why he would refuse a visit from the Lawrences, but now he wants to know if that's all he has to say and if he barged into this room to complain about being tired of waiting until noon. On the day Flora visited, Roman himself said he wanted to end that marriage even though they argued with the boy. He was sure Flora didn't want that marriage either, even if it was a disgrace to the Dmitri. He decided to say nothing and stay quiet like a fool. After all, it was she who came there just to say it wouldn't work out, even though at the beginning of it all, it was the Lawrences who were pushing for it to happen. And now he's there, barging into the room and complaining just because he had to wait for a while, even worse, for a meeting that wasn't even scheduled. And he has the nerve to complain as if it's his fault. He then reveals that not long ago, he received a message from the Barcos. It was an offer for a political marriage where they would gain connections with the central government and a piece of Lawrence's land. Even so, he decided to refuse that offer and ask him why he thinks he did that. Lawrence, who also questions this, wonders because, to him, it would be more advantageous to ally with the Barcos. Roman says the reason is simple. Dmitri has enough power for him to choose whatever path he wants, and since his eldest son liked the young lady from the Lawrence family, that was the reason he opposed the Barcos. At that moment, Lawrence realizes he messed up because of his foolish ego. The father says he understands his son's reputation for being an idiot, and that the fame of the two doesn't match, but even so, he needs to keep in mind what kind of family they are. Roman's name completely changes the moment the Dmitri family is associated with him, and that's why those who should be desperate for this marriage aren't them, but in fact, the Lawrence family. Or perhaps he misunderstood something. Suddenly, Flora remembered the days she used to go to the academy when she was younger. That was the place where many children from renowned families went to build their knowledge as nobles. However, there was one family from the north that had only one person there. The boy was so quiet that one could question if he existed. That was the son of the Joel family. In a place where the children believed they were treasures born into this world, he was distant. Until one day he made a small mistake. For the other children, that wouldn't mean anything, even if they made big mistakes. However, in his case, it resulted in a disciplinary committee, and on the day the teacher scolded him, a father approached and apologized. He begged for his son to be forgiven and said he would teach him better. At that moment, from a distance, she could only think of one thing. She felt sorry for him. However, right now, all of this seems funny to her. The Viscount apologizes and says he has nothing to say. Meanwhile, Flora realizes she had no right to feel sorry for that boy, and the Viscount says his daughter made a mistake out of immaturity. At that time, Joel was weak, and this is the same case for the Lawrences today. Once again, the father apologizes, saying that his entrance was disrespectful, and Flora understands that the weak had no choice but to bow to the strong. It was then that she began to lean forward to apologize to Romero. However, at that moment, someone entered from the door. They announced that Master Roman had arrived, and Flora realized she had learned this lesson too late. Roman had dyed his hair white, and he was all dark now. He entered the room and announced that Roman Dimitri greeted his father. Everyone was confused, and the father asked if he had finished his training. He said yes. He replied that they could discuss it later. He was called there to discuss the marriage with the Lawrences. All of this had started because of a decision he made, so he would respect any choice he made. Roman quickly understood what he was trying to say. He knew the significance of the alliance between those two families. At this moment, when the Lawrences are in danger, the wealth of the Dmitri would serve as protection. The father asks if he requested this marriage, even knowing that. Roman said that at the time he thought that was enough of a reason. However, everything changed when he met her for the first time, and she immediately talked about canceling the engagement. She had certainly heard the rumors and decided she wouldn't marry someone like him because of that. This means that all of her decisions were based on what others said. Regardless of how society judges them, he wants to be with someone who only believes in what they experience and see, and it is for this reason that he votes to end the engagement. At that moment, the room fell silent. Lawrence thought that now it was the end of everything, as this marriage was the last card. They had no other family that would accept a political marriage in this situation. This means they would have to solve their problems with their power. The problem is that if the Dmitri and the Barcos combined forces, it wouldn't stand a chance. He needed to do something to at least prevent that. He then bowed and said that the Lawrences took full responsibility for this. As an apology, they would no longer collect any taxes from a Dmitri merchant passing through their territory. He knew this wasn't much for someone as wealthy as they were, but it was a way to show they were sorry. Romero said he couldn't accept that, as the Dimitris couldn't profit from his son's future. All they would need to do is announce that it was Flora who canceled, and they wouldn't join forces with the Barcos. Lawrence simply thanked him. Of all his fears, this was the greatest, and with that, they left the room. Not before he looked back, just to see Dmitri standing there. If he had known the potential of this young man a little earlier, he would have been more assertive when he spoke with Flora. In the end, he too had made a big mistake. Romero then called Roman and asked what happened to him in the past week. In that training, all he did was remove impure energy to advance the human state. This is the basis of the techniques he created, and it's nothing impressive in the Murim world. The problem is that since this place has abundant mana, it accumulated in the body, and the purification of something like that created a miraculous effect. From his outward appearance, like the skeletal changes, it was evident that he had become a different person. He then simply tells his father that he achieved an awakening on his own, and that this change occurred because he started to feel mana flowing through his body. Romero was startled since this was supposed to take years. He had heard of a natural phenomenon where mana starts to circulate, but it happened to very few people. However, the boy was achieving one feat after another, since he managed to take down the blood fangs. All of this defied logic, but he couldn't forget that the boy was still his son. Romero then said that regardless of the challenges he faced, he would not leave him alone, and the boy should never forget that his name is Roman Dimitri because his father would always support him. At that moment, Baek recalled a flashback on one of the days when he was being trained. His father always thought he was a pathetic bastard. The man in front of him wasn't cold or cruel. He didn't even push him to the brink of death. He didn't thank Romero while thinking that it wasn't so bad after all. When he left the room, someone called out to him. It was Flora, all awkward, not knowing what to say. She apologized for judging him so harshly and causing trouble for both families. He simply walked away, saying she didn't need to apologize. After all, he hadn't planned on accepting it from the beginning. She continued saying that she understood he didn't like it, even though it was something meant for both of them. She was the one who decided to break that promise. However, there was something she wanted to say while she still had the chance. The reason she broke off the engagement, it was at a social gathering in the north where the nobles gathered. The moment they found out she had been promised to Dmitri, they started spreading all sorts of terrifying rumors, and the worst of all was discovering that he and Roman Dimitri used drugs. This one came from Dare. She knew that drugs eat away at reason and intelligence. She just wanted him to know this. She didn't know if they were true or false, it's just that she couldn't ignore it. Roman cut her off and said that whatever happened didn't matter since it didn't change the relationship they had. She didn't need to worry about him anymore. The poor thing was left there, abandoned. Later that night, he found it strange that she mentioned drugs since he didn't feel anything like that in his body, even though there were some impurities that metamorphosis had already removed. All of that, he thought. He called for Hans and asked if he had ever heard of him using drugs or doing anything like that. The guy was all confused, unsure if he should answer or not, but Roman said he wouldn't reprimand him. He was just trying to understand better the choices he had made in life. Hans, excited, said that not with his own eyes, however. There were moments when he thought the boy's behavior was a bit strange. Roman then asked when that was. Hans explained that the last time was 15 days ago when he saw him returning from a social gathering. Nothing major happened at that place, but the moment he returned, he seemed to be in a strange state. After that, he seemed to have lost the will to live and stayed in his room all day, not to mention that every night he asked for an excessive amount of alcohol. This was one of the reasons Hans suspected he was using drugs, but now that he thinks about it, it seems like a foolish idea. He remembers Flora mentioned those noble gatherings and asks who organized that party. Hans says it was the eldest son of the Barcos, named Anthony. Roman begins to realize that all of this is very suspicious. The moment others find out she's going to be her fiancé, he suddenly takes his own life. Now he has a rough idea of what happened. There were some things that bothered him about Roman's death. In the message, it only said that he was afraid to go to battle, and that's why he took his own life. However, at that time, the marriage to Flora had already been decided, but he didn't mention anything about it. Not to mention that it would have been extremely easy for him to avoid the war with this marriage. But even with all of this, he took his life out of fear. Something about it didn't make sense. Roman then asked if he and this Anthony had always been close. Hans said they had been friends for a long time, but recently things didn't seem to be going well. It started when that marriage proposal with the Lawrences came up, because that would create a huge obstacle for the Barcos, who wanted to conquer the Lawrence lands, and the quickest way was to prevent that marriage from happening. This confirmed to Roman that these guys were behind that letter. Hans then mentions that a few days ago another letter with an invitation to a Barcos party arrived. This makes him curious. Hans explains that he didn't deliver it because Roman was in isolated training and asks what he should do with it now. Roman laughs because it seems these guys are underestimating him, and that's one of the things the celestial demon hates the most. He asks when the party will be, and Hans says in 2 weeks. With that, Roman orders him to inform him that he will definitely attend. The scene shifts to the next day. Kevin was being guided to speak with Roman. However, Hans had already warned him not to be surprised by his change in appearance. He entered and asked if Roman had called for him. Roman turned and confirmed, but at that moment Kevin was startled and asked what had happened to the young master. Roman ignored this and asked if he was adjusting. Kevin said yes, that the place was very good and he had no problems. However, there was just one detail. He was still trying to understand what his role would be in this place. He offered to live for Roman's sake, but he didn't know what an ordinary and commoner like him could do. Roman simply said that he would be used as one of his swords. Kevin asked what that meant. Roman once again ignored him and said that it was impossible to choose someone's path for them, so he would give him 3 options. If he was afraid of killing, he wouldn't be a sword, but instead the hands and feet. He would learn everything from hands to become a loyal follower. The second option was to become the sword and protect him by his side. Kevin interrupted, saying he had never used a sword, so it was impossible. Roman said he had already figured the boy would say that. He explained that if he chose this option, he would have to go through skeletal contortion. The boy wanted to know what that was. Roman explained that was a process where the pain caused would make a person feel as if their bones and muscles were being broken. In this way, he would prove his determination and potential through pain, not words. He drew his sword and said that the last option was for him to take it and cut off his own hand. If he could endure causing pain to himself and withstanding it until the end, he would become stronger than anyone. He remembered that even the mad demon, who knew nothing of martial arts, became a king. All of this depended solely on his own willpower. Roman told him to choose because regardless of the option, he would make it worthwhile. The only thing he was choosing was how he would be used. In an abandoned cabin outside Dmitri Castle, that was where Kevin was born. He was young and had to work to survive since he always had to help with everything. There was nothing he didn't know how to do. However, his life changed. No matter how much effort he made, there was always someone to take what was his. That was the life of someone weak, and that's why he couldn't forget what he saw, the overwhelming strength of Roman that day. He couldn't understand what cutting off his hand would explain more about this business of destroying one's own body. However, if that meant becoming as strong as Roman, he said he would do it. Roman was just watching, and Kevin prepared to make the cut. He took a deep breath and raised the sword. At that moment, he shouted and went to make the cut. Meanwhile, outside, Chris was talking about how he decided to follow the young master, but right after that, he decided to enter isolated training. He found Hans and asked where Roman was. Hans said he was training with Kevin, but warned that no one was allowed to enter. Chris had never heard of this kid and asked who this Kevin was. The boy really did it, and Roman just stood there watching. But at night, Hans saw the sword and asked why it was covered in blood, but the boy only said there was nothing to worry about, that blood wasn't his. The truth is that Roman planned to put the boy in an illusion. That was the charm of the demon's illusion. The problem is that he made the cut before he could activate it. If he hadn't done something, the boy wouldn't have really cut off his entire arm. There were still 2 weeks until the party and 6 months until the war, but Roman was eager because he had a lot of people to teach. Soon, he would be very busy. He said that the mana cultivation technique he was going to teach was very dangerous. Kevin asked if he was really going to learn about mana. Roman simply said yes, but in reality, what he was going to teach was a technique from the mad demon himself. It was a spiritual art that consumed the user's mind in exchange for power. However, that could only be used by someone who could withstand extreme pain. It was by putting the mad demon through that process that he managed to make him useful. The boy didn't hesitate even to cut his arm. Roman believed he could learn it. He warned that it was a technique that would make him stronger. However, the pain would be much greater than yesterday. Even with all that, there was only one reason he was teaching it. Not only was it the fastest way for an untrained teenager to grow stronger, but it was also a technique that would allow him to protect whoever he wanted when he reached his peak. Kevin got excited and called for the young master. He said he couldn't express how grateful he felt, but he just didn't understand why Roman trusted him so much. He might have sworn loyalty, but nothing would stop him from running away after learning it. That's why he wanted to know why Roman trusted him so much. But the boy just said he trusted him because he did. That left the boy even more confused. But Roman ignored him and told him to rest because the training would start tomorrow. Still, he thought that the mad demon had asked the exact same question, but unconditional trust is only received when you believe in the person. However, he knew Kevin wouldn't betray him. As soon as he became stronger, he would realize how dangerous it is to betray the celestial demon. It makes sense, right? Who would dare betray that guy? The next day, they were already practicing. Roman was teaching him the step-by-step of swordsmanship and how to maintain focus on each movement. Meanwhile, Chris was watching everything from the side. He was dying of boredom and didn't understand any of it. Why was Roman teaching swordsmanship to a guy who seemed to have no talent at all? Or worse, why wasn't he learning anything? He thought he'd get stronger if he followed this guy, but he was being treated like he didn't even exist. Maybe it would be better to go back to his master and ask to be accepted again, but he decided that, for now, he'd wait a little longer. And so, a few days passed. He threw his gloves on the ground, walked up to Roman, and called out to him, saying it had been 2 weeks since he decided to follow him. In the first week, he did the isolated training, and now, in the second, he was there being ignored while he trained Kevin. He apologized for how he acted in the beginning, but he wanted to learn something. Roman looked at him and said that he had already told him to learn just by watching. Obviously, Chris had no idea what he was talking about, but Roman warned that everyone has their own way of learning. Kevin didn't know anything, so until he reached a certain level, he needed to train. However, on the other hand, Chris was different, and no matter what Roman taught him, because he had been defeated, he would accept any teaching without questioning it twice. Chris asked if he was really just going to keep observing. Roman said no and tossed a sword to him. He warned that he needed results to accept the truth. That's why there would be a duel against Kevin. The poor kid was malnourished, but he would have to take a beating to develop his technique. Roman explained that he would teach Kevin how to defeat Chris, and Chris had to defeat him. If Chris truly believed he was right after this duel, then Roman would teach him personally. Poor Kevin was in shock, realizing he would have to fight a real knight, and Chris, of course, didn't want to duel with a novice. But once again, he got angry and wondered what Roman thought of him. But he decided that fine, he would show that he wasn't that weak now. With that, the two faced each other. Kevin said that no matter the situation, it didn't make sense for him to fight a 2-star knight. Roman said it was obvious he was at a disadvantage, but he had nothing to lose by being defeated. Countless people in this world are stronger than him, just as his family was oppressed by the Blood Fangs, and Chris was trying to oppress him. Is he always going to back down when he encounters someone like that? Kevin determined and said that he would try once. That made Chris even angrier, seeing a novice thinking he had a chance to win. He couldn't understand what Roman thought he would gain from this fight. But whatever, a duel is a duel. A second Roman gave the signal. Chris was already in front of him. There was no way he could lose to this beginner who had only a week of training, and with that, he landed the first attack squarely. Kevin noticed something and thought about making a move with his sword. However, Chris immediately knocked his arm aside and landed a hit right on his stomach. The poor kid was thrown far away, and he landed all twisted on the ground. Chris even thought it was weird that the boy was so weak. He thought there was a reason behind this duel that Roman would help with, but he was just standing there doing nothing. He couldn't understand what that madman was thinking, but either way, he was going to end this. Time passed, and our boy was just smiling while poor Kevin was being beaten. Once again, he fell to the ground. Chris admitted that he was much better than he had thought, and for someone without mana, he really did much more than expected. But it was time to give up. After all, in the attacks he blocked, Chris hadn't even used all his strength. He could have split the boy's head in half, but in a duel, he avoided doing that. However, Kevin didn't seem very inclined to give up, and Chris said he would warn him one last time. If he planned to keep fighting, he wouldn't take responsibility for any broken limbs. But Kevin just laughed. Roman smiled, and Chris was confused, and the boy replied that he wanted to see how this would end. Roman once again told them both to prepare, when suddenly Kevin heard someone tell him to concentrate because he was about to take a surprise attack. Roman gave the signal for the fight to begin, and Chris lunged, but this time, Kevin blocked the first strike. The voice told him to step aside and aim at Chris's chest, but he got tangled up and stumbled. With that, Chris once again knocked his arm aside and landed a hit on his stomach. Kevin fell to the ground, and the voice told him to get up. That's when he noticed that, strangely, it seemed like he was hearing Roman's voice. Roman explained that this was a mana fluctuation technique that allowed sound to be transferred. He was using small particles near his ear so that only he could hear. Kevin had no idea something like that was possible, and at that moment, Roman told him to dive to the right. He did so, and Chris missed the attack. Roman then told him to turn and aim at the left side of Chris's chest. He went to make the strike, but Chris dodged and landed a hit squarely on his ribs. Kevin realized what he lacked was speed. The voice told him to block the overhead attack and wake up, and he barely avoided another hit to the stomach. The voice told him to escape to the right, but once again, he took a hit to the face. The boy was really getting beaten, even with instructions. Chris remained impressed that the kid wouldn't give up, and Roman realized that the boy didn't stand a chance since he couldn't respond quickly enough to the commands. However, for Roman, the situation was quite interesting. This was because Kevin was smiling, thinking that Roman was omnipotent. Even though Chris was a 2-star knight, Roman could give him the perfect commands to win. Kevin knew that the problem was his own body. If he had been following the tips correctly, he would have been winning. He realized that the true person being manipulated in that fight was Chris. He received a tip and once again dodged. At that moment, Roman told him to advance and try a counterattack, which Chris barely managed to dodge as well. But then Chris retaliated with a punch to his face. Chris began to realize that he was no longer able to knock the boy out and was only landing weak blows. Kevin realized that even the esteemed knight, whom everyone thought was a genius, was extremely weak compared to Roman. For Kevin, That was the type of person he wanted to serve forever as his lord. So, even if Roman said something that made no logical sense, he would just follow the orders blindly. For someone like him to become a true sword, there was only one answer. He would have to do it through sheer willpower. Some time passed. Kevin was still in the same situation, and Chris warned him for the 10th time, the last time, that if he continued like this, he would have to take responsibility if he got injured. But once again, Kevin smiled, and the scene repeated itself perfectly, with Kevin saying he wanted to see it through to the end. But then Chris lost his temper, calling him insignificant. If that's really what he wanted, he would give him what he was looking for. He would leave the boy with a crippled arm, and he would regret this moment. But Roman warned him to take a step forward and stop the attack halfway. The strike had to carry all the force he had, and Chris soon realized he had put himself in a bad position. However, he managed to move aside. Chris couldn't believe the kid had the courage to step forward in such a situation, and Roman told Chris to calm down because it wasn't over yet. He had to turn and go forward once more, and there he was, obeying blindly. But Chris got angry because the attack was slow and full of openings. But he was startled once again. Kevin had set a trap and dodged, and now it was Chris who had no way to dodge. And with that, the strike was made. Roman was just smirking, and Chris couldn't believe it. He had almost been defeated by a boy who had been training for a week. Angry, he got up and struck Kevin's hand, making him drop the sword. Exhausted, the boy fell to the ground. Roman was just standing on the side watching. He was impressed that Chris had really noticed that the second attack would be a feint. Chris only thought that the boy was a crazy fool, but Roman walked over and said that indeed Chris had won. So if he wanted, Roman would personally teach him from tomorrow onward, but the choice to learn would be up to him. Sometime later, Chris was worn out. He had no idea why he accepted that fight. He had nothing to gain from it and almost lost in the end. That last move was strangely similar to the one Roman used in their first duel. But what if he hadn't had that experience with Roman? Maybe he wouldn't have beaten Kevin without using mana. With that, yet another wild card in the story started laughing, saying that the day had matured with just that one experience. The next day, Roman asked what he would do. That's when Chris said he didn't want any more teachings because he would grow stronger just by being by Roman's side. That duel taught him a lot since Kevin's decisions were always the right ones for each situation. He thought the boy hadn't received any instructions, but in reality, he was wrong. Just by trying to understand Kevin's decisions, his mind was already filled with a wealth of teachings. He didn't know what had happened, but Roman was on a level that even Captain Jonathan couldn't reach. If that's the case, until the moment he becomes stronger than Roman, he will observe everything while our boy smiles. Chris was there looking at him with pure hatred, but Roman simply said that today they would continue with the training. A few days passed, and the date for the Barco's social gathering arrived. A week before that, observing a painting, someone asks if they heard about the fact that Roman Dimitri canceled the marriage with the girl from the Lawrence family. A man comments that it was Flora's mistake, but people seem to believe that her father just felt sorry for her when he saw the appearance of that Dmitri idiot. A woman says that's crazy, considering they're about to go to war with the Barcos. And the man next to her responds that it just proves the eldest son of the Dmitri is worse than they thought. A maid mentions the fact that he supposedly defeated the Blood Fangs, but another says that's probably a lie just to cover up the end of the marriage and avoid embarrassment. Meanwhile, someone is dying of laughter, saying he can't believe it's so easy to manipulate the boy. To break the marriage, he asks the butler if the boy will attend the party, and he confirms it. It's Anthony Barco who says everything is going exactly as he planned. He's very excited for the coming week. On the day of the social gathering, Roman is questioning whether he has to wear something like that. Hans says that since it's the first meeting after breaking the engagement, he must wear something amazing. He tells a long story about how incredible and expensive those clothes are, but he already knew the boy wouldn't wear them even if he had spent his whole life preparing that outfit. Roman smiles at this. He says that if Hans puts so much effort into it, then he will wear it. Meanwhile, in front of the carriage, Chris says the boy is taking too long. At that moment, he comes running, apologizing. It's Kevin, who now indeed looks like a child, saying he didn't know how to put on armor. Chris asks why he's like that, and Kevin explains that no armor fits him perfectly. Chris, however, couldn't forget that he almost lost to this kid just because he received help from Roman. The poor boy was all clumsy and didn't even know how to put on a helmet. But at that moment, Chris told him to pay attention. They were not only Roman's escort, but also the face of the Dmitri. This meant their reputation also depended on the actions they took. Kevin said, "I would keep that in mind, Sir Knight." Chris loved being called Knight and beamed, saying it was good to know Kevin had learned. The scene then shifts to a castle. Inside, many nobles were gathered, all from the most distinguished families in the region. One of them, holding a glass, asked if it was true that Roman would show up. It's really funny that he's showing up after breaking the engagement that he wanted, especially knowing that the Barcos are targeting the Lawrences. A girl says, "That's why everyone considers him an idiot now." Dimitri's position had become completely ambiguous, all because of Roman. Another commented that at least he was going to participate, apparently to try to clean up the mess. The blonde girl asked what this Roman Dimitri was like. The guy next to her just said that he left a terrible impression since he was not powerful, not handsome, short, and weak. Another comment is that any woman would try to break the marriage if forced into it. At that moment, the butler coughs in the middle of the room and announces that the eldest son of Dmitri is arriving. With that, our boy appears, obviously shining with his platinum hair. No one could recognize him. The girls were all flustered, wanting to know if that was the Roman Dimitri. It didn't make sense for him to look so different since he was shorter than everyone before, not to mention that even his hair was different. The blonde girl was now standing there, taken aback, and immediately headed toward him. She said it was an honor to meet him and introduced herself as Sophia from the Grizel family. She said that perhaps he hadn't heard of her family since they were small, but her father dedicated his entire life to the Kingdom of Cairo. Roman said he indeed knew them, and she was impressed. Roman mentioned that it was impossible not to know a family with a history of hundreds of generations. Sometime before, Hans had given him a book about all the families in the northern region, but he questioned Roman why he wanted that out of the blue. Roman responded that it was the least courtesy to know a little about the people he would meet. He would know the legacy of each person there and where they came from. That was an effort required for him to win the favor of others, especially for him who was considered the Dmitri idiot. The boy studied extensively because he even knew they were famous for the quality of the wood they produced, and that one of her brothers recently learned to sense mana. He said he truly congratulated them on these achievements. People were just observing the conversation, wondering what on earth was going on. At that moment, another man introduced himself as the Magner of the Volt family. Roman said it was a pleasure to meet the eldest son of that family. He knew that Viscount Volt had achieved various victories in recent battles. The young man replied that he was grateful that Roman thought that way. Another person with pink hair came to introduce herself, saying that he had changed a lot, but the young man said that Lady Eris was as beautiful as ever. With that, a lot of people continued talking to him, all with smiles. Another approached and said he had judged him wrongly until now because he always thought he was drunk. Roman said he had been thinking of drinking, but if that was the case, he would abstain for a bit. Suddenly, the butler called for Roman and informed him that the young master was calling him to the back room. Finally, Roman was about to discover who was causing trouble for him. Outside, the gathering was full of knights. Each of those families had brought their soldiers. Kevin asked what the deal was with this social party. Chris told him not to be interested as he would never attend one and ordered him to fix his helmet. A knight was watching what was going on, and one with green hair said that was the Dmitri escort. Kevin was innocently adjusting his helmet when someone burst out laughing and loudly said that it was a joke. He knew the eldest son was abandoned. He just didn't imagine he would bring a child who didn't even know how to hold a sword. Chris just told Kevin to ignore it. However, one of them asked what could be expected. Was that the level of the Dmitri? The scene shifts to Roman a long time ago at one of the social gatherings. He saw someone, Flora, for the first time. That's when Anthony approached and asked who he had his eye on. Roman asked if he knew the blonde-haired girl. His friend replied that she was Flora, known as the flower of the Lawrence family. The boy fell in love, and now here's our Roman entering the room, all excited. He asks how much he's changed since they last saw each other. Roman was just observing. Anthony said he knew he had changed, but not this much, and told him to sit down and tell him everything that happened. Roman immediately noticed traces that some other people had been there. The fact that he made everyone leave as soon as Roman arrived meant he had a secret to share. Since Roman decided to make the guy comfortable, Roman then said that he wasn't sure either. He spent a fortune to make some changes in himself, and now even he had lost track of how much he had changed. But in any case, it was good to see his old friend. Anthony was just observing and said that indeed it could be seen positively. He didn't know what the boy was thinking back then. Roman asked what time he was talking about. Anthony mentioned the time he was caught sleeping with his cousin when he was already promised to the Lawrence daughter. It was truly an incredible time. He found it crazy that he would go so far with this future marriage considering what happened. But if he was here today at this party, it meant he wanted to accept the proposal, and he assured Roman not to worry that he would keep it a secret. They should discuss his marriage to the Barco family. That was information Roman had no idea about when suddenly he felt something strange and seemed to recall a memory. He remembered betraying Anthony Barco and begging his father to create a political marriage with the Lawrence family. But even so, he didn't want to avoid his friends and would use this chance to rebuild the relationship he had with them. That day, Anthony introduced him to Emily Barco. He asked if it was okay for her to drink with them there that day. Anthony said Cindy here was part of the family. Anthony told her to serve Roman, but he said he knew how to serve himself. At that moment, the guy changed and asked if he was getting full of himself just because he was going to get married. Roman was confused, but Anthony said he was joking since they didn't even care about that family anymore. Roman was happy to know there wouldn't be a problem then, and of course, Anthony told him to drink as much as he wanted, and so the poor guy did. What happened next? You already know. The boy woke up the next day in bed. He had no idea where he was or what was going on when suddenly someone burst into the room and shouted his name. It was Anthony, furious, asking what he had done. Roman had no idea because he had just passed out. He didn't remember anything. Sometime later, Anthony said he didn't care who the boy slept with, but this time it had been with Miss Barco, and he couldn't let the matter slide easily. He gave the boy the chance to end that marriage unilaterally, or he would have to marry a direct descendant of the Barco family to improve relations between them. Even though he was furious, he would forgive him because they were friends. However, he would have to answer. Back in the present, Roman now knew exactly what happened. If what happened that day were discovered, the honor of the Dimitris would be ruined, and Roman didn't dare to face his father and confront his anger. On the other hand, he couldn't break the marriage because he truly loved Flora. Since it had been forced by him, it would defame the princess. That's why he decided to take his own life to resolve the situation. A weak man who never achieved anything with his own hands. That was Roman Dimitri, truly a miserable and pathetic life. Anthony asked why he was hesitating so much, and said that the union of their two families would create something extremely powerful in the region. No one could stand against them, and together they would have all the power in the north. But Roman simply asked if that was the only reason. Confused, Anthony stood still for a moment, and Roman asked if he had to accept this political relationship just because of that reason. Anthony tried to remind him that this wasn't a choice. If he refused, everything that happened that day would be exposed to the world. At that moment, Roman simply put his foot on the table and said that Anthony had forgotten, so he would say it again. Dmitri had no reason to accept Barco's proposal. Meanwhile, outside, the gathering was going on smoothly until something caught Sophia's attention. Of course, it was Roman again, and she asked where he had been. He replied that he had something to resolve, and unfortunately, because of that, he would have to leave. She looked sad, saying she wished he could stay a little longer. He said it was urgent, but everyone was asking him to stay, saying they wanted to talk about many things. But Roman just excused himself and left until he heard someone telling another to take back what they said. He recognized the voice and tried to get closer. That's when he saw something he didn't expect. A helmet hit the ground, and one of the night soldiers hit Kevin.
Earlier, Kevin heard about the Barco Knights and got angry, deciding to confront them. However, his calm friend Chris stepped in, telling Kevin to ignore the provocation. Tensions rose when two arrogant Barco Knights approached, mocking Kevin for his poorly fitted helmet. Chris, who never backs down from a verbal fight, shot back, asking if the Barco Knights practiced insults more than sword fighting. One of the knights boasted that his sword skills were better than Kevin's and insulted their leader, calling him a fool. Kevin, fiercely loyal to his leader, Master Roman, demanded the knight take back the insult. Instead, the Barco knight punched Kevin in the face. Shocked but not scared, Chris moved to draw his sword but stopped, realizing the fight could have serious consequences for both Roman and the Dmitri family, who were already in conflict with the Barcos. As Kevin stood up from the punch, he called himself a knight of his lord, saying he had no time for Barco thugs pretending to be knights. The Barco knight prepared to punch him again, but before he could, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Master Roman appeared and, in a surprising move, slapped the Barco knight multiple times, leaving him stunned. The Barco knight was humiliated, and Roman's slaps made a strong statement. Roman glared at him, ordering him to lift his head. Meanwhile, Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Barco family, was also shocked. Earlier, Anthony had accused Roman of mistreating a woman from his family and suggested that Roman should marry into the Barco family. Roman refused with a smirk, saying he wasn't bothered by being insulted, as it was nothing new. He hinted that Anthony's wish for a closer relationship with the Dmitri family had already been fulfilled. Roman then challenged Anthony, asking if he would manipulate the Lawrence family just to get back at him. Roman revealed that he had researched the Barco family and found that their power depended mainly on their connections with the central government. He pointed out that, in terms of wealth and influence, the Dmitri family was much stronger in the northeast. Anthony was left to think about Roman's words. Just as Anthony tried to process everything, a servant interrupted, reporting that Roman and a Barco knight were in a fight. Outside, onlookers gathered as Roman continued to slap the Barco knight. The knight begged for forgiveness, but Roman refused to stop until he felt the knight had been punished enough. Anthony intervened, saying Roman, despite being the Dmitri family's eldest son, couldn't behave this way. He demanded an apology from Roman, but Roman challenged him, reminding Anthony that his knight had insulted him and attacked Kevin. Roman asked if Anthony still believed he was at fault. Anthony, remembering Roman's earlier warning about personal grudges, reluctantly agreed that Roman had acted fairly, even admitting he would have done the same. Roman, satisfied, gave the Barco knight a final lesson and stepped aside to clean his hands. He then told Kevin and Chris to return to the carriage. Everyone present realized that the Roman they once saw as foolish no longer existed. In the carriage, Kevin and Chris sat quietly, feeling the weight of what had happened. Kevin, regretfully, apologized to Roman for causing the insult. Chris also apologized for not stepping in when Kevin was attacked and Dimitri's name was insulted. Roman listened calmly, understanding their position, and thanked them for handling the situation until he arrived. However, Roman also warned them about acting too quickly, reminding them that impulsive actions could lead to chaos. He acknowledged that their restraint had prevented things from getting worse. He made it clear that this wasn't the result he wanted. Roman gave some important advice. He said that in the northeast of Cairo, no one should dare to touch the Dmitri family. Even if they are humiliated, Roman tells Kevin and Chris to remember the faces of those responsible and to let their anger burn inside, never to fade. Roman's words showed how much he hated being controlled by anyone. With determination, he urged Kevin and Chris to follow his ways and aim for a life where they would rise above everyone. The scene then shifted to the Grand Dmitri Palace. Hans, with great respect, gave Roman information about the Barco family. This information came from the well-known Black Moon Information Guild. The recent activities of the Barco family had caught attention, and Roman was eager to learn more. The document showed that the Barco family had settled in the northeast over a century ago, and their rise to power started then. During this time, one of their family members joined the central government, a key moment in their history. Roman studied the details closely, noticing that the Barco family's military strength didn't match their perceived power. Hans was surprised by this mismatch between their status and their military capabilities. Roman, thinking deeply, believed this was because of the strong control held by the central government. On the large Salamander continent, two powerful empires were in charge, and within this, the kingdom of Cairo seemed small and weak. Cairo's weakness was due to its location, surrounded by other kingdoms without any natural defenses like mountains. Over time, this made it easy for other forces to invade, leaving the kingdom vulnerable. To survive, Cairo chose to align with the central government. This alliance helped Cairo but also strengthened the central government. The central government had complete control over conscription, forcing people to join the military. If noble families in Cairo refused conscription, they were labeled as rebels, and soldiers would be sent to stop them. Once defeated, the kingdom would take their lands, and these lands would be given to other lords who helped in the fight. The remaining land was given to new aristocrats loyal to the central government. This complex system was where the Barcos got their unseen strength. Their close relationship with the central government secured their place in this complicated political system. This alliance gave the Barcos influence and allowed them to maneuver through the ever-changing power struggles on the Salamander continent. Hans was surprised by how intricate this political system was. It went beyond his expectations, and he struggled to understand its full meaning. Roman explained that this system wasn't just about military power, it also involved economic strategies. The Barcos showed their financial skills by securing a large loan from the gold bank. Roman suspected that they didn't offer specific collateral for this loan but used a credit guarantee, showing their clever financial planning. The money was used to create the Barge Mercenary Company, which was led by A-rank mercenary Berga and had 100 skilled fighters. Their main income came from fighting in battles between territories. Roman pointed out that the Barcos' financial moves, combined with their military power, were part of a bigger plan to make them strong players in the ongoing power struggles. As the conversation continued, Hans told Roman about the recent conscription efforts by the Barcos. There were also signs of an attack on Lawrence within half a month. Roman, an experienced strategist, processed this information and realized that the Barcos were ready for war. He thought about the upcoming battle and estimated that Lawrence could only withstand a siege for about a month. In the back of Roman's mind, he remembered his promise to Anthony Barco to stay out of Lawrence's affairs. But now, the situation has changed. Roman Dimitri couldn't ignore the threat the Barcos posed. They had not only targeted Roman, but by doing so, they had started a conflict that required his attention. Roman knew that the Barcos' forces were no match for the power of the Dmitri family. While it seemed easy to defeat them with Dimitri's strength, Roman felt that doing so would be pointless, except for the shared history between the Dimitris and the Barcos. The nobility in the northeast saw Roman Dimitri as insignificant. For Roman, the important thing now was to find a way to rise to a higher level, just like he had done in the past. He turned to Hans and said he wanted to meet his father. It was time to collect on the promises made to him in the past. The complex interaction of politics and power in the Salamander continent required careful planning, and Roman aimed to navigate these challenges skillfully. The scene shifted to a busy marketplace, which was very different from the serious talks in political offices. Among the crowd, a figure stood out. Lucas, a B-rank mercenary, walked through the market wearing battle-stained armor. This ordinary-looking soldier had his own stories from the battlefield, and people watched him with a mix of respect and curiosity. Lucas entered an armor shop, where his armor showed signs of his recent dangerous encounter. The shop owner, sharp and observant, started a conversation with Lucas, asking him about the intensity of the battle. Lucas honestly shared a near-death experience caused by his reckless companions. The shop owner, noticing the poor condition of Lucas's armor, commented on it. Curious, the shop owner asked where Lucas got his gear. Lucas admitted he had made a mistake before by buying from another store, which had nearly cost him his life. The shop owner took the chance to share his knowledge, praising the quality of Dimitri's ironwork and equipment. He advised Lucas not to buy armor and weapons from other places. Lucas appreciated this advice, saying it was exactly why he had come to this shop. The shop owner recognized Lucas needed repairs and promised to make a full set for him, although it would take some time. Lucas didn't mind the wait. He mentioned he planned to rest in Dmitri for a while because he was tired of the constant demands of fighting. As Lucas left the armor shop, he noticed a crowd gathered around a notice board, curiosity filling the air, and he decided to check it out. A recruitment notice was pinned to the board, looking for private soldiers, a common sight in a world of shifting loyalties. The requirements were straightforward: be in good health, want personal growth, and a total of 30 recruits would be chosen. The monthly pay was 8 silver coins, which seemed reasonable given the risks involved. Lucas considered the offer, taking into account the average living cost for a family of 4, about 5 silver coins. Despite the risks, the pay looked appealing. However, one important detail caught Lucas's eye. The recruits would belong only to Roman Dimitri, meaning they would have to be loyal to Roman, not the Dmitri family. An elderly man nearby warned Lucas against applying, mentioning that many others had likely done so already. Lucas replied that, despite how he looked, he was a B-rank mercenary and expected at least 50 silver coins a month for loyalty. To his surprise, Lucas realized that many people had already submitted applications. Confused, he asked the old man about the true value of the opportunity. The old man wanted Lucas to clarify. Lucas expressed his doubts, acknowledging the good conditions but questioning whether serving under Roman Dimitri, whom he saw as foolish, was worthwhile. This honest remark drew disbelieving looks from those nearby. To Lucas's surprise, the old man disagreed with his opinion of Roman. The old man explained that Lord Roman had changed, no longer the fool people once thought he was. Roman had accomplished great things, including defeating the infamous Blood Fang. More importantly, Roman had shown he genuinely cared for his people, changing how the public viewed him. Lucas, taken aback by this unexpected information, asked for proof. The old man referenced someone named Clark, who seemed influential in shaping public opinion about Lord Roman. Interested, Lucas asked the old man for more details about Clark. The old man explained that Clark's son, Kevin, had become a subordinate to Lord Roman. This loyalty changed the Clark family's life for the better, lifting them out of poverty. It was a clear example of how Roman positively affected the lives of those who followed him. As the old man shared this story, Kevin appeared from a nearby bakery. At the Dmitri Palace, Roman surprised Kevin with an unusual instruction, breaking the usual routine. Roman told Kevin to take a break, which confused him at first. However, Roman elaborated, suggesting a 3-day leave starting the next day. Roman considered this break important for Kevin, as it was an extension of the training he had been doing. Recognizing Kevin's hard work, Roman stressed the need for him to spend quality time with his family. Grateful, Kevin went to his room, reflecting on the odd feeling of stepping away from his daily duties. He hadn't seen his family in a long time, as the castle felt like a second home, but he still felt connected to them. During this moment, Hans, a trusted aide, approached Kevin. Practical and thoughtful, Hans asked Kevin about his plans to see his family. Realizing Kevin needed to look presentable, Hans told him that Lord Roman had arranged clean clothes for him. To make the reunion special, Hans gave Kevin some money and suggested he buy gifts for his family. Additionally, he shared that Kevin would now receive a monthly allowance of 30 silver coins, giving him new financial freedom. In the busy marketplace, Kevin wisely spent this money on thoughtful gifts for his family. The clothes given by Lord Roman surprised him with their softness, a big change from the armored life he was used to. While buying fresh bread, Kevin thought about his sister Mary's unusual cravings. Mary had always wanted to enjoy whipped cream on freshly baked bread, which made her a source of amusement for her family. Kevin remembered how she often complained about eating bread every day. These memories stood in stark contrast to the darker times when the dangerous Blood Fang members would come to their house, demanding money. Now, with the guidance of young Master Roman, Kevin was determined to become stronger and protect his family from such threats. When he arrived home with gifts, he was amazed by what he saw. His family, who had faced many hardships, was now happy, which surprised Kevin. His sister and parents welcomed him joyfully, and his mother hugged him warmly. The reunion showed how time had changed things for the better. Feeling the warmth of his family, Kevin asked about their home. His world changed unexpectedly when his parents revealed the incredible kindness shown to them by Sir Hans, following the wishes of Lord Roman. Their family, which had struggled before, now had a house and land, a gift from a noble lord that left them stunned. The neighbors, noticing Kevin's family moving in, offered help to make their transition easier. Overwhelmed by this unexpected support, Kevin couldn't hold back his tears, thinking about how much Lord Roman had changed their lives. The tender moment shifted when Kevin's father noticed a bruise on his son's cheek, raising concerns and questions. There was a suspicion that Lord Roman might have been involved in the injury. Quickly defending his lord, Kevin explained that there had been no mistreatment. However, Kevin's mother was still worried and urged him to tell the truth, saying she would move the family if it meant avoiding any mistreatment. Yet, Kevin stood firm in his belief in Lord Roman's character and reassured them that their fears were unfounded. As Kevin began to share what had happened, the scene changed to a local restaurant where his father, filled with pride and excitement, shared the incredible news with friends. Lord Roman, surprisingly, had given them a house and land after Kevin became a knight. The story took another unexpected turn when Kevin's father revealed that Lord Roman had even slapped a Barco knight to protect his subordinate, shocking his father's friends. The news spread quickly through town, changing how people viewed Lord Roman. They found it hard to believe that a noble would go to such lengths for a subordinate. The change in perspective was significant. Once seen as foolish, Lord Roman was now viewed as a caring and protective leader. Some suggested that earning Roman's trust could lead to a better life, which began to shift the town's opinion. The transformation continued on the notice board, where an old man explained to Lucas, the surgeon, about applicants for private soldier recruitment. Lucas struggled to reconcile this new image of Roman with what he knew, having a hard time believing that Roman had defeated the Blood Fang and managed the social party incident. This was hard to believe for Lucas, who recalled how Roman had caused a commotion in a casino just 2 years ago. His curiosity grew as he thought about the mysteries surrounding Roman. At the Dmitri palace, Baron Dmitri, Roman's father, received an update from Jonathan about the preparations for an upcoming trial. Everything was going smoothly, and Lord Roman would oversee the proceedings. However, Baron Dmitri was curious about the timing and asked Jonathan how much time had passed. Jonathan warned the Baron that this was his last chance to rethink their approach, expressing concerns about the risks of developing private soldiers just for one person. Baron Dmitri then recalled a crucial moment when he learned that Roman would attend the Barco social party. He initially feared that Roman might side with the Barcos to remove Dimitri's second son from the line of succession. To his surprise, Roman slapped a Barco knight in front of many nobles, showing his independence even when Anthony, a potential ally, could have joined forces with Baron Dimitri's son against Roman. Roman's actions marked a change from the perception that had haunted him for years. Once seen as foolish, Roman had taken control of his life after the Blood Fang incident. Baron Dmitri wanted to support his son's new path. Understanding the complexity of the situation, Jonathan listened to the Baron's concerns. Then, Baron Dmitri asked Jonathan about the number of applicants for the upcoming trial. Given Roman's unconventional reputation, the Baron hoped for a modest response. Anything above 50 would be acceptable. To his surprise, Jonathan revealed that over 500 individuals had applied. The overwhelming response shocked Baron Dmitri, suggesting a significant shift in Roman's standing in the community. The large number of eager applicants highlighted the growing respect for Roman and the anticipations surrounding the trial. The story shifted to the next day, when all the applicants gathered at the palace, marking the start of the trial. Chris approached Roman, delivering news that everything was ready for the trial. The scene unfolded on the eve of the trial in a cozy inn, where Lucas found comfort in his drink, surrounded by the buzz of excitement for the trial. The gathering of applicants was bigger than he expected, and the noise showed the hopes of those looking for a chance in the upcoming trial. In one corner, 3 loud people caught Lucas's attention. Their copper IDs hung from their belts, marking them as C-rank mercenaries. At the bar, another trio looked tough from their experience, but they didn't have any visible mercenary badges. Lucas wondered about these people and the untold stories on their faces. Dmitri had many endings, and Lucas thought about why he chose to stay in this small town, which had only a few decent folks. He was surprised by how many skilled applicants were there. The inn's customers seemed very different from each other, each with their own story and reason for being there. Lucas felt frustrated trying to understand why experienced fighters were with someone like him, who was just curious and not in need. He slammed his mug on the table, showing his confusion and the weight of the unknown in the air. Just as he considered leaving early, he overheard a conversation nearby. A man asked his friend, Henderson, why he was there. Henderson shared that he initially wanted to join the soldiers of the Lawrence family, a noble family in his hometown. However, everything changed when he saw Roman Dimitri defeat the Blood Fang gang in Lawrence. Mentioning Roman's name changed the mood. Henderson's story painted a vivid picture. In the plaza, Roman was covered in blood, dragging the Blood Fang leader by his hair. This scene showed how far Roman would go for justice. While the people of Lawrence were doubtful and in disbelief, Henderson had no doubt. He had been there, felt the strength of Roman Dimitri, and remembered the shivers down his spine. It was a moment he would never forget, a truth that contradicted the rumors of Roman being weak. In the busy inn, Henderson's passionate words filled the room. With alcohol fueling him, he claimed that Roman Dimitri was more than just a leader, he was a true hero fighting for his people's welfare. Henderson saw the recruitment of private soldiers as a great chance to serve Roman. As the patrons of the inn turned to him, Henderson boldly stated his intent to pass the trial, find a permanent home in Dmitri, and pledge loyalty to Roman, even willing to die for him. This shocked Lucas and made him rethink the gathering of applicants. The day of the trial arrived, bringing excitement among the crowd. Lucas, thinking about Henderson's words from the night before, faced a crucial choice. If Roman Dimitri was truly the leader Henderson described, Lucas considered his options. He noticed a feeling of unease among the applicants, each wrestling with their thoughts after hearing the rumors. Lucas expected the truth to unfold when they saw Roman in action during the trial. As the tension grew, Roman Dimitri entered with authority, grabbing everyone's attention. Lucas was in awe as the crowd instinctively lowered their heads to make way for Roman. It was clear to Lucas that the rumors about Roman were true. He had a powerful presence. Roman stepped onto the stage, and a hush fell over the crowd. Breaking the silence, he told the applicants to raise their heads. Everyone was on edge, waiting to hear what he had to say. With the crowd's full attention, Roman shared his plans. Contrary to what people expected, he said he didn't want to live a quiet life in a distant place. This surprised everyone, who thought he would choose a different path. Roman went on to explain his goal for greater power and the certainty of battles where lives were at stake. The seriousness of his words made those who wanted to follow him reconsider their commitment. Roman warned those who weren't sure of themselves, giving them a chance to back out before the trial started. He stressed that following him meant facing constant challenges and required real dedication, not just curiosity. Roman's statement highlighted the dangers and difficulties that awaited those who chose to stand by him. He made it clear that if there were casualties, no one should blame him. He suggested that the only regret anyone might feel would be missing the chance to see him become the most powerful person on the continent by their side, which shocked the crowd. Roman's ambition unsettled everyone, and Lucas felt disbelief. How could Roman, who had doubts about his position in his own family, aim so high? To Lucas, it seemed arrogant, but there was a strange feeling that Roman might be capable of making this bold dream come true. Amid the confusion, Chris stepped up to take control. He explained the first trial, making it sound urgent. The trial seemed simple. An archer nearby would shoot 3 arrows at an applicant standing in a specific spot. The arrows might just touch the person or, at worst, hit them directly and cause serious injury. The catch was that only those who stayed completely still would pass the trial. This announcement shocked everyone in the room. Many were skeptical about such a daring trial. Chris ignored their doubts and moved on, calling applicants forward by name. When the first brave person stepped into position, uncertainty filled the room. One skeptic questioned the idea of aiming deadly arrows at applicants. It seemed unreasonable to put people through life-threatening tests. After all, the archer needed to be very skilled, and the idea of missing was ridiculous. The archer's first shot was precise, barely missing the man's neck and hitting the wooden wall behind him. The audience thought this was just a psychological test. They believed that staying calm would be the key to success. However, when the archer shot the second arrow, everything changed. This arrow struck the applicant in the right leg. The sudden injury shocked everyone. The participant fell to the ground in pain, showing the harsh reality of the trials. Chris remained calm and ordered a soldier to take the injured person to the medic, highlighting the tough challenges ahead. The room grew somber, reflecting the seriousness of Roman's goals through the severity of the first trial. Tension filled the air as applicants realized not just the physical trials they faced but also the weight of the leader they chose to follow. As the injured participant was taken away, shock spread through the room. Chris called for the next participant, but the recent event deeply affected them. The second applicant stood still, shocked by the sight of the arrow that had hit the previous participant. Recognizing their hesitance, Chris addressed the second applicant, acknowledging how daunting the trial was. He offered anyone afraid of being hit by arrows a chance to leave right away. He made it clear that if they chose to stay, even if they got hit, they would still be seen as having passed the first trial. The decision was clear: face the trials or back away. Chris expressed frustration and challenged anyone who thought of leaving, creating an atmosphere thick with the weight of their choices. He then set the stage for the next trial, announcing that arrows would strike them. A few days ago, before the selection day, Roman introduced an expert archer, assuring the men that the arrows would aim for non-fatal areas. The confident archer calmed their fears about stray shots. Roman, showing authority and purpose, rewarded the men with a box of gold. The sight of the gold excited them, but Roman reminded them that, while medics would be on standby, every man would still be hit by an arrow. Unfazed, Roman asked if they would continue. They all agreed, showing their willingness to face the ordeal. Chris sought to understand Roman's harsh methods. Roman explained that threats wouldn't lead him to the people he needed. To find the right individuals, he felt he needed to show them they were risking their lives. This trial was a way to test their commitment. Roman's reasoning went beyond just the physical challenges. He believed that even if getting hit by an arrow was unlikely, most would face it, revealing their true strength. His goal was to find people with a strong mindset, whom he called having the heart of a beast. This trial was more than just a test, it was a way to reveal character. As the scene shifted back to the present trial, many applicants had left, unable to handle the reality of the challenges. Chris noticed about 100 people remained. The trial highlighted the importance of Roman's search for the heart of a beast. It wasn't just about surviving physical hardships, it was about having a unique strength that set some individuals apart. Roman thought of the heart of a beast as a natural talent. It wasn't only about facing challenges but also a special quality that made certain individuals stand out. He compared them to those who had already shown this strength, like Kevin, who followed orders without hesitation, or Chris, who sought strength despite a recent defeat. Roman felt it was vital to identify and choose those with this exceptional trait, which became the main focus of the upcoming trial. As he called for the trial to continue, Lucas recalled a crucial moment. He thought of Henderson, now facing the trial, and saw the fear on Henderson's face as the archer prepared to shoot. The first arrow barely missed Henderson's head, raising the tension. The second arrow flew dangerously close to Henderson's right arm, making him consider giving up. Henderson thinks about giving up because he fears the impact of the third arrow coming his way. However, the archer shoots the third arrow just in time, hitting the target between Henderson's legs. Henderson is lucky and manages to get through the trial successfully. Lucas, who sees how close it was, reflects on how thin the line is between success and giving up in tough situations. As the other participants deal with their challenges, the scene shifts to the end of the first trial. Around 400 applicants remain, not counting those who gave up, and 120 of them succeeded. Roman reviews the results and notices the different reactions among the participants. Some are scared, while others seem indifferent. To Roman, both groups share a common trait. They dare to face their fears, which he believes is important. Looking at the bigger picture, Roman realizes he needs to sort through the crowd to find those with real potential, distinguishing them from those who are only there for other reasons. He wants to find people who will look up to him instead of fearing him. This becomes a key part of Roman's plan to gather truly exceptional individuals. He addresses the 120 successful applicants, praising them for passing the first trial as proof of their worth as warriors. However, he firmly states that only 30 will be chosen as his subordinates. This announcement brings a sense of reality and urgency, highlighting the high stakes of Roman's selection process. The story intensifies as Roman reveals plans for a second trial, another tough challenge that will separate the chosen few from the others. Success in this trial will elevate them to the coveted role of Roman's subordinate, a position that promises a life similar to that of a predator. The seriousness of this announcement makes it clear that those who wish to stand by Roman will face intense scrutiny and expectations. Lucas is shocked by what is happening as Roman prepares for the second trial. The atmosphere becomes tense as Roman explains the simple rules to the participants. Various wooden swords are laid out, and Roman tells them they can choose any sword they like. The main goal of the trial is clear. Each participant must prove their worth by having a one-on-one duel with Roman himself. Lucas notices the boldness of Roman's decision to face all 120 applicants individually in battle. Roman, looking serious, reassures the participants that winning isn't necessary. Anyone who can last even a minute against him will pass the trial and be rewarded with better conditions than those stated in the notice. A bald man named Vulcan steps forward, eager to be the first to duel Roman. Roman asks for his name, and Vulcan introduces himself. Roman checks if Vulcan is okay with the wooden sword, and Vulcan confidently replies that it's fine. However, beneath Vulcan's confidence is an underestimation of Roman's abilities. Despite hearing rumors about Roman's powerful blood Fang, Vulcan thinks Roman can't defeat him in under a minute. When the duel starts, Chris signals the beginning, and Vulcan charges at Roman, determined to impress. But to his surprise, Roman shows agility and skill that catch Vulcan off guard. In a quick move, Roman dodges Vulcan's attack, leaving him on the ground with Roman's sword at his neck. This unexpected turn shows the significant skill difference between Roman and the participants. With a serious look, Roman calls for the next applicant, setting the stage for more individual duels. Lucas is impressed by Roman's display of skill. Roman's movements are not just fast. They seem almost impossible, defying the laws of physics. Lucas realizes that this second trial will be much harder than the first. The tension in the room rises as Roman stands tall, surrounded by a purple aura. The crowd gasps as Roman effortlessly defeats Velen. The initial shock fades, replaced by disbelief and admiration. As the duels continue and time passes, the participants hope that facing Roman will get easier. Many believe that his stamina will eventually decrease, giving them a chance to strike. But Roman proves them wrong. An hour into the second round, he has fought an impressive 60 duels, winning each one without showing any signs of tiredness. What amazes everyone even more is that Roman doesn't seem to get tired at all. Henderson, who was initially doubtful of Roman's skills, begins to change his mind. Roman's earlier confident words now hold new meaning for him. Henderson realizes that Roman Dimitri is not just another participant. He is a predator in this harsh world. This realization hits him hard. As Henderson watches Roman, he feels an undeniable power around him. Roman's ability to handle the duels so easily shows a level of dominance that goes beyond just physical strength. Roman, often referred to as the Fool of Dmitri, now appears as a formidable force, a potential leader in this chaotic environment. Thinking about the situation, Henderson understands how important this moment is. Although many still underestimate Roman, this could be a rare chance to ally with such a powerful figure. Becoming Roman's subordinate in this harsh world could mean not just survival, but a position of power and influence. However, the daunting question remains, how can they confront this apparent monster? The applicants were hesitant, all agreeing without saying a word that challenging Roman would be dangerous. In response, Roman gave a firm warning. If no one volunteered, everyone would fail. Just when the group was about to give in to fear, a single person stepped forward. Lucas, the 61st applicant, approached with a determined look on his face. He confidently introduced himself to Roman, breaking the tense silence in the arena. As Lucas faced Roman, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Lucas felt that he was up against a strong opponent, a real monster. It wasn't just Roman's fighting skills that made Lucas nervous. There was also a sense of pressure that went beyond physical strength. As Lucas thought about this, he realized how different this Roman Dimitri was from what he remembered. Despite Roman's impressive fighting abilities, he had shown disdain for their current remote location, expressing his desire to conquer the entire continent. Lucas found himself believing Roman's words. The chance to earn 8 silvers didn't seem important compared to his doubt about Roman's true ambitions. To find out, Lucas felt he needed to face a challenge. As the 1-minute timer started, Lucas threw away all his hesitation and charged at Roman. Chris watched with great interest. Besides the first applicant, Lucas was the only one to take the initiative against Roman. Lucas used a mix of attacks, swinging a sword at Roman's head while also thrusting a dagger toward his heart. This was a smart move to find any weakness in Roman's defense. But Roman, a master at fighting, easily blocked every attempt. Lucas didn't let this stop him. He kept attacking, trying to find a way through Roman's defense. Yet Roman seemed like an unbreakable wall, deflecting every blow effortlessly. Even as frustration built up inside Lucas, he couldn't help but respect Roman's skill. Lucas believed that if he kept trying, an opening would eventually appear. But Roman, aware of Lucas's plans, stepped back to avoid the dagger and parried the sword, maintaining his defensive stance. Determined, Lucas pressed on, understanding that time was crucial. He knew that if he hesitated, he could lose. He had to survive for 1 minute, and he felt the weight of this challenge. Lucas realized that keeping the initiative was key, so he intensified his attacks, each strike a desperate attempt to take control from Roman. Roman began to smirk, recognizing Lucas's determination and instincts. In Roman's eyes, Lucas wasn't a bad opponent. The smirk showed some respect, but Roman warned against making poor choices in battle. He wasn't going to let Lucas back down for just 1 minute. To him, this brief test was a way to show the applicants the strength of their future leader. Thinking the duel had reached its purpose, Roman decided to end it decisively and sent Lucas crashing to the floor. In that moment, Lucas reflected on the limits of being a B-rank mercenary. While anyone could achieve this rank through hard work and risk, reaching an A rank required the ability to use mana, a skill Lucas didn't have. This realization hit him hard, and Lucas accepted that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape being a B-rank mercenary. Despite this, Lucas found strength in his experiences, having survived on battlefields where many others had failed. He understood a crucial truth: to survive and win, he had to use every means available. This thought brought him back to the duel, where facing Roman, Lucas decided to throw a bag of sand into Roman's eyes. Chris thought this move made sense. After all, Roman had only told the applicants to last 1 minute with no other rules stated. When the sand temporarily blinded Roman, Lucas quickly got up and charged at him, hoping to take advantage of Roman's momentary distraction. However, as Lucas got closer, he was shocked to see Roman's red eyes staring right at him through the sand, showing Roman's resilience. Acknowledging this unexpected twist, Lucas smiled and decided to drop his weapons, conceding and declaring his surrender. In the Heavenly Demon God cult, the initiation into martial arts for the children takes an unexpected turn. Before starting serious training, they learn the important lesson of keeping their eyes wide open. During fights, a single blink can mean life or death. Just as breathing is crucial for energy flow, blinking becomes a serious matter. Therefore, members of the Heavenly Demon cult practice keeping their eyes open at all times, no matter the situation. Returning to the duel, where Lucas has surrendered, Chris hands Roman a container of water. This simple act marks the beginning of Roman's attempt to wash away the sand that Lucas had thrown in his eyes during their fight. As Roman pours water on his face, Lucas stands behind him, feeling embarrassed and deep in thought. Lucas reflects on how the duel ended. If he had known it would end like this, he might not have used the sand. His goal was to do whatever it took to last 1 minute and pass the trials before him. Yet he felt the outcome was nothing short of pathetic. Doubts began to creep in as Lucas wondered if Roman felt disappointed in him. Perhaps Lucas thinks Roman had no expectations from the beginning. Lucas is worried about possible punishment. But Roman surprises him. Instead of getting angry about Lucas's cheating, Roman casually calls for the next applicant. This shocks Lucas and the other applicants, who expect Roman to be upset. Roman's calm reaction leaves everyone confused. From Roman's point of view, Lucas's trick wasn't unexpected. He had seen Lucas reach for the pouch while avoiding Roman's attack. Instead of punishing Lucas, Roman let the unusual tactic happen. He wanted to see Lucas perform at his best and handle the challenge with cleverness and determination. Roman understands the difficulties Lucas has faced. While he can't know how much bloodshed Lucas has seen, he believes it has been significant. In Roman's mind, the blood he has witnessed could fill an ocean. This realization highlights the emergence of the Heavenly Demon, a character shaped by trials and hardships. With the duel momentarily paused, Roman tells the other applicants to step forward, signaling the continuation of the trial. The arena becomes a stage for various tactics as each participant tries to last 1 minute against Roman. Chris watches the events unfold and notices that Lucas has set a precedent, encouraging every following applicant to use any means necessary to survive the challenging 1-minute duels. Roman engages in successive duels with different applicants, and Lucas realizes that while cheating isn't a clear reason for disqualification, Roman doesn't hesitate to show no mercy if someone crosses the line. Lucas thinks about how, if he hadn't given up earlier, he might have had to resort to unconventional tactics like those now being used. The whole situation confuses Lucas. It's the 100th duel, and 2 full hours have passed since the trial started. Despite the physical toll, Roman seems unaffected. Lucas is especially struck by Roman's steady breathing. In combat, opponents rarely show mercy due to tiredness. Instead, unstable breathing leads to mistakes and defeat. Lucas understands the importance of mastering the details of combat and coordinating breath with action to control the mana of nature. Roman's body, strengthened by changes in his skeleton, remains in top condition, drawing from past experiences where he endured battles for 3 days and nights during the Murim conquest. Even with the lighter sparring in the current duel, Roman's stamina holds strong. Lucas admires this display of endurance, especially when considering the harsh realities of battles where many lives are lost. Later, Chris gathers all the applicants and informs them that none have passed the second trial. However, he softens the disappointment by explaining that this doesn't mean there are no successful applicants. Out of the 120 present, 30 will be chosen and notified later. Chris praises the applicants for their efforts, and with that, everyone is dismissed for the day. The atmosphere is heavy with anticipation and uncertainty as the hopeful members of the Heavenly Demon God cult leave, each reflecting on their performance in the trials. In the next scene, in Roman's office, a new phase begins. Roman hands Chris the list of successful applicants and trusts him with their training. Chris, showing a strong sense of responsibility, promises Roman he will do his best in this new role. As Chris reviews the list of successful applicants, he notices a familiar name, Vulcan, the person who had boldly challenged young Master Roman earlier in the trials. Chris wonders what qualities Vulcan has that impressed Roman. He feels Vulcan must possess considerable courage to receive this recognition. Another name on the list, Henderson, confuses Chris. He doesn't see anything particularly special about Henderson and wonders if Roman sees something in him that he doesn't. However, Chris is most surprised to see that Roman has also chosen Lucas, leading him to seek clarification on this unexpected decision. Curiosity drives Chris to ask Roman about Lucas's inclusion. Roman, looking unfazed, asks if there is a problem. Chris acknowledges Lucas's undeniable talent as a B-rank mercenary but raises concerns about Lucas's behavior during the dueling trial and his early surrender. In Chris's eyes, Lucas's choice to quit at the first sign of defeat, along with his use of dishonest tactics, makes him a potential risk on the battlefield. Putting honor aside, Chris views Lucas as a typical mercenary who prioritizes personal survival over teamwork. However, Roman's response surprises Chris. He states that this very reason is why he chose to keep Lucas. Roman explains that despite Lucas's lack of traditional honor in a situation where cheating was not expected, he showed a realistic approach to facing Roman. Roman believes that people like Lucas shine in battle, managing chaos by always looking for ways to survive and solve problems, even if it means bending the rules. Roman challenges Chris's belief that Lucas would betray his teammates simply because he used dishonest methods. This revelation surprises Chris and leads him to reflect on his training with Jonathan. Memories come back to Jonathan, reminding him that surviving on the battlefield isn't just for knights like Chris and himself, who have special powers. It's for those who can stay calm, assess situations, and adapt. These are the people who can last until the end. Jonathan advised Chris to remember this, stressing that being flexible and resourceful is more important than sticking strictly to traditional ideas of honor. Even though Chris is a skilled knight, there's always the risk of being ambushed by hidden enemies. Thinking about Lucas's recent choice, Chris now understands the logic behind it and realizes he was being short-sighted. He asks Roman about something he doesn't quite get. With 5 months left until Roman goes to the battlefield and knowing that nobles usually don't fight on the front lines, Chris wonders why Roman is gathering soldiers early. Roman responds mysteriously, hinting that the reason will be revealed soon. The story shifts to the next day when Barco makes an official announcement. Barco, having waited patiently for the Lawrences to keep their promises, feels betrayed because they didn't pay back their debts and refused to give up the land that was meant as collateral. As a result, Barco declares they will take up arms against the Lawrences. In a statement to the Kingdom of Cairo, Barco warns that if the Lawrences don't settle their debts or give up the collateral land within a week, Barco will, with the central government's approval, start a territorial war against them. This surprises Chris, who now has to deal with the sudden rise in tension. Roman then tells Chris that he plans to actively involve his army in the fight between Barco and the Lawrences. The focus shifts to the Lawrence Palace and Flora. She struggles with the weight of feeling responsible for her family's potential downfall in the upcoming war with the Barcos. Flora can't sleep at night because she thinks her broken engagement with Roman Dimitri is causing their problems. In the quiet of the night, guilt keeps her awake as she considers the consequences of her choices. When morning comes, her maids become increasingly worried. Since returning from Dmitri, Flora has locked herself in her room, and the maids believe this is because of the rumored broken engagement. Rumors suggest that Lady Flora's supposed mistake led to the end of the engagement, which confuses and disturbs the maids. Their dislike for Dmitri grows as they try to understand why Lady Flora would do something that led to being rejected by someone they call a fool. Their worries deepen with the news of Barco declaring war on the Lawrences, leaving uncertainty about the family's future. In her room, Flora faces a disconnect between how she sees herself and the harsh reality. She used to think of herself as clever for excelling in an advanced academy course, and she believed she was a good daughter because of her father's approving smiles. However, her current situation makes her realize how fragile her position is. Without her family's protection, Flora feels like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, exposed to the harshness of reality. Ironically, she realizes that in others' eyes, she might be the fool, just like the moronic Dmitri. This realization shatters her confidence, making it hard for her to face her father with the same assurance she once had. Flora struggles with the gap between her identity and the reality that her actions could have severe consequences for her family. She wonders how Roman Dimitri would handle a tough situation. She notices a clear difference between them. Roman is independent and doesn't need or want anything from others. His strength and decisive actions, like defeating Blood Fang for his family, make Flora question when he became so powerful. She wonders how he can do such big things on his own and reflects on her own perceived weaknesses. Putting thoughts of Roman aside, Flora thinks about his determination and how different it is from her own perceived failures. Compared to Roman's strong will, Flora feels small and insignificant. Outside her room, her servants bring a meal, and as they knock on the door, Flora surprises them by opening it suddenly. In a spontaneous move, she says she wants to visit the library. This unexpected decision catches the servants off guard, leaving them curious about her behavior change. Inside the library, Flora thinks about her father's sincere efforts to gain support from other families amid the upcoming conflict with the Barcos. However, she feels skeptical and doubts that any nearby families will help the Lawrences in their difficult situation. She believes that, like Roman Dimitri's independence in defeating Blood Fang, the Lawrences must face their problems using their strength and resourcefulness. The story then shifts to the Lord's room at Lawrence Palace, revealing a troubling situation. Their attempts to secure support from other families have faced strong opposition. The Martale family was the first to say no to Lawrence's proposal, followed by the Vastra family, who, despite previous agreements, refused to help. The Viscount of Lawrence, watching the chaos, receives worrying news. Nearby regions are hesitant to get involved because of the fear caused by the Barcos. There are rumors that Barcos might retaliate against anyone in the northeast who dares to support Lawrence. The Lord faces a big challenge, with alliances falling apart and potential allies turning away. Meanwhile, Flora, deep in the library, feels a growing urgency. With only 1 week left until the war, She thinks about what she believes is Lawrence's best option at this critical moment. In the Viscount's office, disbelief fills the air. The Viscount cannot believe that neighboring families once thought to be allies are now unwilling to help in the upcoming conflict. He asks for any news from the Gold Bank, hoping for information and possible alternatives. The response reveals a disappointing reality. The Gold Bank is looking into the land collateral issue, but it will take too long to resolve before the conflict starts. The man also speculates that the Gold Bank, due to its large investments in Barcos, might have chosen to side with Barcos for strategic reasons. This news deepens the Viscount's worries as the Lawrences find themselves without a clear solution to their looming crisis. Within the Lawrence family, a discouraging suggestion arises when a noble recommends surrendering to the Viscount. The blockade of help from neighboring regions by Barcos, along with a clear difference in troop strength, leads this noble to push for surrender. The reason for this proposal is to protect the innocent Lawrence soldiers and save as much land as possible, even if it means giving everything to Barcos. The Viscount considers this grim suggestion, weighing the possible cost of resisting against the perceived benefits of giving in. Just then, Flora enters the conference room, interrupting the serious discussions. She wants to share something important with her father. Her unexpected entrance brings an air of urgency and personal involvement into the room, making both the noble and the Viscount curious about what Flora has to say. The story then shifts to the Dmitri Palace, where Roman confronts his father with a decision that could change the course of events in the brewing conflict between Barco and Lawrence. Roman reveals his plan to actively participate in the war under the banner of Roman Dimitri. His father, Baron Dmitri, responds with concern, questioning whether Roman understands the consequences of such a decision. Baron Dmitri sternly reminds Roman that the war between Barco and Lawrence is officially approved by the central government. He stresses the potential dangers of interfering in a legitimate battle, especially since Roman recently broke off the marriage arrangement with Lawrence's daughter. Such involvement, the Baron warns, could sever ties with northeast nobles and possibly lead the central government to send soldiers to suppress any rebellion. In response, Roman shares a more complex view of his decision. He reveals a recent threat from Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Barco family. Anthony saw Roman's marriage to Lawrence as a hurdle and used intimidation to deter him. Although there is no solid evidence of the threat, Roman feels he must act. He openly shares this with his father, highlighting the external pressures that influence his actions. Roman also hints at a deeper thought: the Dmitri family's image as a strong force in the northeast. The idea that the Dmitri family is a true powerhouse in the region emphasizes the impact of Roman's involvement in the conflict. The Barcos already viewed the Dmitri family as inferior, and Roman decided it was time to confront his father about the family's passive stance. Despite having significant power and wealth, Roman believes his father is satisfied with the status quo. In contrast, Roman Dimitri seeks power and refuses to remain inactive while the Dmitri name is tarnished, whether by Barco or any other foe. Roman points out that Barco declared war based on a false cause, a mere trick by those in power. He now sees his life as navigating an endless ocean of uncertainty. Amid this confusion, Roman is determined to lead a life of dominance. He tells his father that he isn't asking for the family's strength. Instead, he plans to involve himself in the war solely under the name of Roman Dimitri. He asks his father to observe, stressing that the path he is about to take reflects the life he intends to live from now on. The storyline then shifts back to a key memory involving Roman's father. In this reflective moment, Roman's father firmly believes that one's birthplace is an unchangeable aspect, no matter how high one may rise in life. This belief is fundamental to his worldview, shaping the dynamics of aspirations and societal expectations within the family. While reflecting on this, Roman's mother introduces a new angle, suggesting that something might have happened among the nobles during Romero's journey to the capital, where Romero shared with his wife the feeling of being watched by the nobility. These were not the familiar looks exchanged between equals, but rather eyes that were judging. Romero, however, was not bothered by the social dynamics. He felt satisfied with his current situation. A conversation unfolds between Romero and his wife, showing that he accepts where he is in life. He admits he doesn't want to go through the hard work needed to gain more wealth or power. Despite being content, Romero still hopes his sons will choose different paths than he did, rising above the limitations of their humble beginnings. This adds depth to his character, revealing a mix of satisfaction and unfulfilled dreams. The story then shifts back to the present, where Roman's father is surprised by the determined look in his son's eyes. These eyes do not belong to someone easily influenced. At this moment, Roman's father realizes that his long-held vision has come true. The once shy child has grown into a confident person capable of making his own decisions. Roman's father offers encouragement, telling him to follow his dreams with his full support. The message is clear: Roman doesn't have to face life's challenges alone, he has family support. As the scene changes to the outside world, we see the bustling shops of the Dmitri blacksmiths. Roman notices that Dmitri's smithies are famous for being the largest in the Kingdom of Cairo. The story describes the impressive workshops, with 30 of them lining the blacksmith street. The scene captures a sense of hard work and skill, showing Dmitri's importance in the kingdom. In these carefully described workshops, many blacksmiths work together, creating a lively picture of the industry. Roman, watching this scene, considers the truth of the claims. The blacksmiths of Dmitri are indeed the biggest and most productive in the kingdom. While walking down the busy street of blacksmith shops, Roman realizes the wealth of the Dmitri family is evident in the very stones of the road. This insight comes not just from the luxury of the shops but from their main source, the iron mine behind the Dmitri estate. This mine has the largest deposits in the Kingdom of Cairo. The Dmitri blacksmiths, with their exceptional skills, turn the raw ore from their rich mine into beautiful iron products. These goods are sold at high prices, making sure that the nobles of northeastern Cairo do not wish to provoke Dmitri. Beyond their impressive wealth, they understand the practical truth. The kingdom relies heavily on Dmitri's iron weapons, so any disruption in supply would be a serious problem. In Roman's mind, the figure representing this industrial success is the master blacksmith, who through skill and leadership symbolizes the Dmitri family's legacy. The scene shifts to Roman's father's office, a place filled with history and important decisions. Roman, with determination in his eyes, tells his father he wants to take control of his future. Recognizing the big task ahead, he humbly asks for help in acquiring weapons for the soldiers under his command. In response, Roman's father, who used to lead the family's blacksmith operations, advises him to consult Master Hendrik. Master Hendrik, who had worked with Roman's father, now manages the family's blacksmithing efforts. After Roman's father was elevated to a noble position, Hendrik smoothly took over his role. He is responsible for overseeing all iron production. Roman expresses gratitude to his father but remains aware of the challenges ahead. Roman's father gives him an important piece of advice, reminding him of the complexities involved in the Dmitri legacy. The blacksmiths of Dmitri are not easily swayed by the family name. They are proud and careful, looking for true skill and understanding. With this advice in mind, the story moves outside to the lively street where the iron creations of Dmitri's craftsmen are displayed. The workers' eyes, focused on Roman, reveal their skepticism. As Roman walks through the scene, he understands that earning the trust of these proud artisans will not be easy, especially because of his past actions. Amidst their lingering glances, he approaches Hendrik, who is busy with his work, and asks Roman why he has come. When Roman enters Hendrik's workshop, he has a feeling his father may have informed Hendrik about his visit. Hendrik, the master blacksmith responsible for the Dmitri family's ironwork, looks serious as he meets Roman's gaze. Roman gets straight to the point, telling Hendrik he needs equipment to arm 30 soldiers. Hendrik acknowledges the request but injects a surprising note of skepticism, suggesting he thought Roman might be there to steal something because he ran out of money for entertainment. This catches Roman off guard, but Hendrik quickly points him to a corner of the workshop where a pile of equipment is stacked. In a surprising move, Hendrik tells Roman to take whatever he needs, saying that the items in that corner will be more than enough to equip 30 soldiers. This generosity leaves Roman stunned, and he seeks confirmation, asking Hendrik if he means he can take the supplies. Hendrik's yes didn't lessen Roman's surprise. But when Roman asked about the quality of the equipment, the mood became tense. He picked up a sword from the corner and showed disappointment, saying that if this was what was suitable for soldiers, then Dimitri's ironwork reputation might be exaggerated. He continued to ask Hendrik if this was truly the best he could offer. Hendrik, now clearly annoyed, told Roman that if he wasn't happy, he could leave. Roman didn't back down and kept questioning the quality of Dimitri's ironwork. Hendrik, responding sternly, reminded Roman that judging the quality of their ironwork required more than just someone who had never faced the intense heat of a blacksmith's furnace. As the tension grew, Hendrik revealed that if it weren't for Baron Romero's request, Roman wouldn't have received anything at all. He contrasted Roman with his younger brother, Rodwell, who was learning under Hendrik to take over the family business, while Roman, the eldest son, wasted his time on trivial pleasures in the streets. Hendrik harshly pointed out Roman's failures, saying even the tools scattered on the workshop floor were better than him. As Roman faced Hendrik again, he felt a sense of déjà vu. He acknowledged the anger in the air and assured Hendrik that he understood why he was frustrated. However, Roman couldn't ignore the clear issue, the sword in question. He noted that this weapon had been poorly made, with uneven force during crafting, causing it to change color when exposed to sunlight. Roman insisted that this couldn't be from Dimitri's well-known ironwork. Despite this obvious flaw, Hendrik avoided addressing it and resorted to personal attacks instead. Surprised by Roman's honesty, Hendrik listened as Roman described a recent tragedy where one of his soldiers had died because of a faulty sword. Roman explained how the blade failed to cut cleanly, leading to the soldier's confusing death on the battlefield. He highlighted the unfairness of the situation, as the soldier had tried to survive with poor-quality weapons from his lord, Roman Dimitri. As Roman passionately shared this serious story, Hendrik struggled to process the information. Roman then pointed out a piece of armor, questioning its weakness as protection for soldiers. He argued that heavy armor should be effective in shielding the body, but the chain mail provided by Roman had failed, resulting in a soldier's death. Roman described how the soldier's faith in the iron pieces shattered when an experimental piece from an unknown blacksmith couldn't withstand an attack, leaving the soldier severely injured. Hendrik, still thinking about what Roman said, asked for clarification. Roman explained that the problem went beyond the poor quality of the equipment. He believed Hendrik was frustrated because Roman only stepped up when there was an immediate need instead of regularly addressing the family's blacksmithing issues. As Roman looked at the scattered ironwork, it was clear that Hendrik wasn't interested in the smithy. While Roman understood Hendrik's lack of interest, he felt he had crossed a line. With a serious look, Roman told Hendrik that if he didn't see the pieces on the floor as trash, the soldiers following him might unknowingly risk their lives with bad equipment. Roman stressed that this was more than just personal feelings. It directly affected the lives of 30 men. Even if Hendrik ignored the truth, Roman asked if he could truly consider himself an artisan representing Dmitri when he offered what Roman called bad equipment. The equipment, affected by Hendrik's personal feelings towards Roman, put innocent lives in danger. Hendrik tried to defend himself, saying he never intended to jeopardize lives. However, Roman argued that intentions didn't matter here. The clear purpose of weapons and armor was to provide reliable protection, and Roman had requested with the authority of Baron Romero, his father. Instead of providing suitable equipment, Hendrik had given what Roman viewed as trash. Roman saw this as a form of disrespect towards his father. During their heated argument, the workshop was filled with other workers who came out to watch the confrontation between Roman and Master Hendrik. Some workers, noting the sword in Roman's hand, were ready to intervene physically. But before things escalated, Hendrik stepped in with a strong command to stop, temporarily preventing any physical conflict. Hendrik unexpectedly apologized to Roman for the chaotic situation that had occurred. The story shifted to a memory from Hendrik's past. When he was a young blacksmith, his elder craftsmen often scolded him for making poor-quality equipment. As a result, Hendrik was assigned simple chores. During this time, something important happened that changed how he viewed his work. While doing his chores, he overheard an adventurer asking the shop owner to sell him a sword for just 1 gold piece, promising to pay later. The owner refused, even though the adventurer was sincere. Seeing this, young Hendrik felt compassion and wanted to make things right. He decided to make a sword and give it to the adventurer for free. The adventurer was thankful and took the sword on a mission. Sadly, during the mission, the sword broke, leading to the adventurer's death. This tragic event deeply affected Hendrik, making him vow never to make the same mistake again. Back in the present, Hendrik realized he had repeated that tragedy because of his anger towards Roman. He saw himself as a failure. In a moment of honesty, Hendrik told Roman that he would accept the consequences of his wrong actions. Roman, understanding Hendrik's regret, offered him forgiveness. He said if Hendrik truly felt sorry, he wouldn't take the issue further. This showed Roman's ability to forgive and understand complex feelings. Moving on to practical matters, Roman acknowledged Hendrik's skills as a blacksmith. Despite their recent conflict, Roman decided to trust Hendrik with making equipment for his 30 soldiers. He suggested they put their past mistakes behind them. Roman presented Hendrik with a chance to redeem himself by crafting swords and armor to protect his soldiers. This surprised Hendrik, making him realize that Roman had changed. Although he had heard rumors about this change, seeing it in person made him reflect. He recognized that the Roman in front of him was different from the one he knew before. Roman reaffirmed his commitment to keeping his soldiers safe. Understanding the seriousness of his earlier actions, Hendrik apologized again, promising not to make the same mistake. Hendrik committed to making high-quality weapons and armor that would make Dmitri proud. This promise impressed Roman, ensuring not only the needed equipment but also a new understanding between them. Roman smiled as Hendrik instructed his workers to get back to work and started the detailed process of crafting the high-quality gear. The workshop, once filled with tension, now buzzed with activity as the workers began forging the tools that would protect lives. However, a worker shared an important detail about Hendrik's lingering anger towards Roman. This anger dates back 3 years when Roman, needing money after losing his allowance, secretly entered the smithy and stole Hendrik's prized sword, selling it for a small amount. This sword was Hendrik's masterpiece, taking him 6 months to design and 3 months to craft. The revelation hit Roman hard, making him realize how wrong he had been. As he reflected on his past mistakes, he understood that his old self had crossed a serious line. Just as Roman was about to leave, Hendrik stepped out of the shadows. He recognized Roman's recent request as an attempt at reconciliation and a chance for redemption but made it clear that he had not forgiven him for stealing the sword. Hendrik accepted his faults but couldn't overlook the mistakes of the eldest son of the Dmitri family regarding the smithy. He reminded Roman of the importance of the smithy to Dmitri, urging him to remember this in the future. If Roman ever crafted a poor sword himself, Hendrik might rethink his opinion of him. Roman confidently smirked and assured Hendrik that it wouldn't be long before he created a flawed piece. With a casual goodbye, he said he would return once the weapons were ready. Later, Roman headed to the workshop where he had trained alone. The inside looked exactly as Roman had instructed, in perfect order. Every tool was ready. With a determined look, Roman began to make his sword, thinking about a time in his past. He remembered when he was 18 and part of the Murim. This time was full of uncertainty about who would lead the demon cult, and there were many fights among the brothers. Always on guard against assassination attempts, Roman faced a critical moment when his 11th brother, Baek Jung-hyeok, attacked him, wanting to kill him. During the fight, Roman's beloved sword broke. After narrowly escaping death, Roman decided to create a sword that could survive any battle and make the most of his current skills. Driven by this decision, he learned sword making from various blacksmiths outside the Murim. Before each important battle, he carefully made a sword that matched his growing abilities. After many battles, the sword improved continuously, leading to the creation of the 39th sword, called the Heavenly Demon Sword, which was a priceless treasure. Now, as war approached, Roman felt the need to make a sword that matched who he was now. In the quiet solitude of his workshop, Roman meticulously forges his sword, repeating each precise action with rhythmic precision and controlled strength. With each movement, he becomes entirely engrossed in his craft, entering a trance-like state where his focus is solely on creating this weapon. As the hammer strikes the blade, Roman's mind begins to wander, contemplating the purpose and meaning of his existence. Amid his work, Roman reflects on his past life as Baek Jung-hyeok, a life filled with the relentless pursuit of survival in a world that adhered to the principle of the fittest. The Heavenly Demon, his father, cast a formidable shadow over his upbringing. Despite the adversities that befell him, Roman emerged victorious, earning the reputation as the strongest. This arduous journey, Roman muses, was never perceived as a burden. Instead, it shaped him into the resilient individual he is now. In the present moment, as the rhythmic clang of metal against metal persists, Roman grapples with a profound question. What is he living for? The echoes of his past resonate with the challenges he faced, and he contemplates the significance of his current endeavors. Remaining true to his reality, Roman recognizes that his current state is not formidable enough to withstand the unpredictable variables that may come his way. It is in this realization that he resolves to intensify his training, seeking to fortify himself against the uncertainties of his world. Within Roman's universe, potent forces exert their influence, yet he remains unaware of their full extent. As he continues to hammer away at the sword's blade, his thoughts intertwine with the need to comprehend and confront these powerful entities. The unyielding resolve that marked his past triumphs fuels his determination to elevate himself to new heights, transcending the limitations that currently bind him. In a pivotal moment, Roman decides to draw upon a formidable skill from his past life in Murim, the godly inferno arts. This martial technique, once wielded by the renowned flame demon, harnesses the scorching power of intense heat to rapidly accumulate mana. Roman acknowledges the risks. Frequent use could inflict damage upon his lungs and internal organs. Yet driven by an insatiable desire for a power that can confront any adversity, he embraces this perilous art. The scene transitions to the grandeur of Lawrence Palace, where Flora addresses the Lawrence nobles and her father. In this opulent setting, Flora delivers a stark reality. Lawrence is backed into a corner. The support from neighboring regions is restricted, and the military disparity with Barcos is unmistakable. Faced with the harsh truth, discussions ensue about surrendering. A desperate attempt to salvage even a fragment of Lawrence family's land. Flora, however, vehemently opposes this notion. Her unwavering belief is that surrender, regardless of the perceived cost, is an avenue Lawrence must not tread. In her eyes, conceding defeat is a betrayal of the very essence that defines their heritage. In the hushed atmosphere of the meeting room, Flora's father, the head of the Lawrence family, expressed a surprising sentiment. By forcefully slamming his hand on the table, he suggested to Flora that perhaps surrendering would be the most prudent choice, a way to prevent the unnecessary loss of innocent lives in a war that seemed destined for defeat. His rationale was rooted in the revelation that Barco, their adversary, had leveraged their connections within the central government to secure a loan from the prestigious Gold Bank. In response to this unexpected proposal, Flora calmly countered her father's suggestion. She speculated that if Barco indeed secured the loan, it was likely processed as an unsecured one, an arrangement without collateral. Such loans, Flora pointed out, typically carried exorbitant interest rates. Moreover, she astutely observed that the war's consequences were not exclusive to Barco's benefit. The Gold Bank, as the lender, would reap rewards as well. Flora foresaw a grim future where, once Barco occupied Lawrence, the land itself would bear the brunt of their occupation. The revelation sent ripples of surprise across the faces of those gathered at the table. Flora's father, now turning to her for guidance, sought to understand the path forward in this complex and dire situation. However, his expectations were met with a response that left him flustered. Flora's proposed solution, framed as desperate resistance, seemed disappointingly mundane to Viscount Lawrence. He had anticipated a more extraordinary countermeasure from Flora, known for her discernment and ability to see through intricate situations. Viscount Lawrence, seeking clarification, inquired about the specific actions constituting Flora's proposed best way for Lawrence to survive. Closing the castle gates? Flora's response, however, transcended the mere act of defensive fortification. She expounded on a strategy that involved not only holding out but also making sacrifices. Flora advocated for giving up the entire year's produce by setting fire to the fields, a drastic measure to ensure the survival of Lawrence. Her proposal extended beyond mere military strategy, delving into the realm of resource management and resilience. The shock on Viscount Lawrence's face was palpable as he grappled with the implications of Flora's plan. Holding out until winter, as suggested by his daughter, seemed a daunting and unprecedented challenge. Flora, undeterred, continued to lay out the rationale behind her strategy. She emphasized that Barco's advantage, derived from their connection to the central government, was not an infinite resource. The interest rates on their loan would inevitably rise over time, potentially becoming a significant burden. Additionally, Flora underscored the involvement of the Gold Bank, a colossal entity with expansive influence throughout the entire continent. In Flora's perspective, the prolonged continuation of the war would only amplify the consequences for Barco, especially in terms of the interest accrued on their loan. The Gold Bank's pervasive influence, she argued, could tip the scales in favor of Lawrence if they adopted a strategy of resilient endurance. The complexities of power dynamics, financial intricacies, and strategic foresight converged in Flora's proposed plan, forming a nuanced approach to a seemingly insurmountable challenge. The Gold Bank begins to exert pressure on the Barco family through mounting interest. Despite Barco's influential connections in the central government, the Gold Bank proves to be an entity resistant to such influence. The money that funds mercenaries, a key component of Barco's strength, originates from the Gold Bank. With winter approaching and siege warfare becoming less favorable, the Barcos find themselves facing inevitable desiccation. Flora's father and the others at the table are visibly surprised by this revelation. Flora's unexpected insight unveils a potential strategy that could alter the course of the battle. Viscount Lawrence, who had previously questioned Flora's maturity due to an incident involving Dmitri, now recognizes the depth of her strategic thinking. He marvels at the considerable growth he sees in his daughter. Responding to Flora's proposal, Viscount Lawrence affirms her correctness. From this moment onward, Lawrence will prepare for a desperate resistance. He expresses their determination to endure and safeguard the lineage of the Lawrence family, even in the face of potential collapse and seemingly insurmountable odds. Lawrence commits to persisting in the fight until the bitter end. The scene shifts to Roman, who completes the preparation of his sword, contemplating the significance of a person's first creation. Roman believes that this sword, his inaugural masterpiece, aligns perfectly with his current self. Choosing a name borrowed from the world around him, Roman christens the sword Salamander, signifying both its fiery essence and his newfound strength. The scene unfolds in the Lawrence Palace on the following day. A Barco knight steps confidently forward, positioned in front of the imposing gate of Lawrence Castle. This knight, a representative of Viscount Barco, is about to deliver a message that will determine the course of events to come. Barco, through his proxy, presents three choices to the rulers of Lawrence. The first, a seemingly practical one, involves Lawrence capitulating by emerging through the castle gate to surrender. This, according to Barco, is the only path to mercy for the lives of Lawrence's soldiers. The second option is the stark alternative of an all-out war. Barco proposes a fair and square battle on an open field, with a judge from the central government overseeing the confrontation. Lawrence is also given the option to choose a battle between two individual warriors, utilizing any method of combat that suits their preference. Barco pledges to abide by Lawrence's decision. In response, Viscount Lawrence rebuffs Barco's cause, alleging that the document claiming Lawrence's ancestors' death is a fabrication. He vehemently declares that the proclamation of war against Lawrence is unjustified. Viscount Lawrence raises his voice, making it clear that Lawrence has no intention of sacrificing his people. In a bold move, Lawrence counters with a third choice, a determined resistance within the protective walls of their castle. The Barco knight, now amid this diplomatic exchange, assures Viscount Lawrence that the Barco family will respect Lawrence's decision and acknowledge the inevitable bloodshed in the upcoming siege warfare. What unfolds next takes both Lawrence's soldiers and Viscount Lawrence by surprise. Barco's soldiers are already assembled, geared up, and prepared for the impending conflict. The atmosphere is charged with tension as the war drums of anticipation beat louder. As the battle kicks off, Lawrence's archers, positioned strategically above the castle walls, rain down a barrage of arrows on the advancing Barco soldiers. The air is filled with the whistle of arrows in flight and the thud as they find their targets in the Barco camp. Viscount Barco is visibly taken aback by Lawrence's unexpected choice of desperate resistance. Despite having a numerical advantage with 3 times as many soldiers, the dynamics of the battle unfold in a manner contrary to Barco's expectations. The Barco forces, prepared for a swift and decisive victory, now face a resilient Lawrence who appears to have completed thorough preparations for this conflict. For Viscount Barco, the realization dawns that Lawrence is not to be underestimated. The battle, expected to be decided within an hour, becomes a protracted struggle. Lawrence's strategic depth and resilience challenge the preconceived notions of both Barco and his forces. In Lawrence's territory, a strategic move was made as Lawrence meticulously dug a deep moat encircling their fortress, an obstacle designed to impede any enemy soldiers approaching the walls. The air crackled with tension as Lawrence's archers unleashed a relentless storm of arrows right from the outset. This ceaseless barrage hinted to the keen-eyed commander that Lawrence had amassed a considerable stockpile of war supplies. News of Lawrence's defensive measures reached Viscount Barco, the opposition's leader, and frustration etched itself across his face. A week had passed since the last encounter, and Viscount Barco found himself grappling with the question of what had unfolded in that time. He couldn't fathom the unexpected turn of events. Lawrence, in Viscount Barco's calculations, should have chosen to surrender, clinging to whatever sliver of land they could salvage. Instead, Lawrence opted for desperate resistance, risking potential annihilation by sealing the castle gate. Viscount Barco, surrounded by the remnants of his assumptions, pondered where his calculations had gone astray. Amid the uncertainty, the commander's soldiers sought guidance from Viscount Barco. The response was unexpected. Viscount Barco, wearing a serious expression, instructed them to prepare for what lay ahead. The shock among the commander's soldiers was palpable, but he exuded an air of confidence. In his eyes, Viscount Lawrence was not a figure of unwavering resolve. Viscount Barco recalled a moment of weakness when Viscount Lawrence almost succumbed to external pressure, nearly marrying his daughter into the Dmitri family, a move influenced by Barco's machinations. Viscount Barco viewed Viscount Lawrence as a leader who shrank like a coward when confronted with a crisis. The narrative shifted to the Lawrence Palace, where urgency permeated the air. Viscount Lawrence, recognizing the imminent threat, swiftly ordered his soldiers to prepare for the forthcoming attack. The unpredictability of Barco's next move hung over them like a looming storm. He turned to his daughter, Flora, acknowledging her earlier insights. Barco, it seemed, had been flustered and had pulled back their forces. Intrigued, Viscount Lawrence queried Flora on her thought process. In a poignant moment, Flora stepped forward, revealing a newfound strength and resilience. She expressed a realization that waiting for problems to resolve themselves was futile. Instead, she needed to actively become stronger. It was a declaration of autonomy and a commitment to forging her path in life. Viscount Lawrence, moved by his daughter's determination, found himself on the verge of emotion. In a sincere apology, he expressed remorse for forcing Flora into a marriage with the Dmitri family. He admitted that at the time, he believed it was the sole means for Lawrence to endure the mounting pressures. The weight of past decisions and the acknowledgement of Flora's burgeoning independence created a poignant interlude amid the impending conflict. From this moment onward, Viscount Lawrence entrusted his daughter, Flora, with crucial decisions. As they shared an emotional moment, an unexpected explosion rocked the castle walls, prompting Flora to quickly assess the situation. To her surprise, the Barcos had employed a formidable weapon known as a flare, a catapult launching explosive magic at the castle walls. Flora, realizing the strategic and financial implications, felt a wave of frustration. The cost of each shot was exorbitant, and more significantly, the use of such a weapon required approval from the central government, irrespective of one's wealth. Baffled by how Barco managed to acquire both the financial means and the political connections for this magical assault, Flora contemplated Lawrence's limited options. To counter the flare, they needed an equivalent magic weapon or the risky strategy of confronting the magical assault outside the castle walls. Both options seemed impractical, leaving Lawrence in a precarious situation. Determined not to succumb to despair, Flora grappled with the urgency of the situation. The looming threat demanded a swift response, and as she pondered the dire possibilities, a surprising development unfolded. Flora's maid delivered unexpected news, an incoming magical call from Roman Dimitri. Flora, astonished, listened as the maid conveyed Roman's message. He had a solution to aid Lawrence. The revelation struck Flora with disbelief. Roman Dimitri, whom she had seen as an adversary, now offered an unexpected lifeline in Lawrence's time of need. As Flora went to receive the magical call, her curiosity propelled her to question Roman about the specifics of his plan to rescue Lawrence from the impending danger. In response, Roman adopted a candid approach, admitting that he intended to exact revenge against the Barco family due to a personal grievance. He emphasized that this decision was irreversible, and the only remaining variable was the timing for him to unleash his vengeance. Roman proposed a collaboration with the Lawrence family, assuring them that if they adhered to his plan, he would expedite his vendetta against the Barcos, effectively neutralizing the imminent threat. Flora, grappling with the revelation, sought clarification on Lawrence's role in Roman's revenge scheme. Roman elucidated that Lawrence needed to initiate the process by making a sacrifice. The gravity of the term sacrifice hung in the air, and Flora, recognizing the dire circumstances Lawrence faced, reluctantly considered the proposal. It became apparent that Roman, fully aware of Lawrence's predicament and limited alternatives, unapologetically suggested this drastic measure as a means to an end. In response to Roman's proposition, Flora, torn between loyalty to her family and the ethical implications of the sacrifice, made a solemn promise. She vowed to Roman that she would do anything within her power to protect her family. However, Roman introduced an additional condition to their arrangement. In a bid to legitimize his intervention in the ongoing conflict, Flora found herself tasked with a peculiar mission. She was instructed to assert that Anthony Barco, a member of the opposing family, had coerced her into terminating her marriage with Roman Dimitri. Flora, taken aback by this unexpected directive, attentively listened as Roman stated that her only obligation was to affirm, despite the absence of any real involvement with Anthony, that his threats had compelled her to call off the impending union with the Dimitris. By vocalizing this narrative, she aimed to fabricate a compelling cause that would not only serve as a catalyst but also mitigate the imminent peril in Lawrence. Flora stood in stunned silence as Roman revealed his unyielding intention to seek revenge against the Barco family. The shock of his proclamation hung in the air, and Flora, grappling with the weight of the revelation, sought clarification on the intricate details of his plan to rescue Lawrence from the looming danger. In response to her inquiry, Roman introduced a chilling condition to their collaboration. If Flora claimed that Anthony Barco had threatened her, asserting that the alleged incident occurred before their disengagement, she would be considered one of Roman's people. As Flora contemplated the gravity of Roman's proposal, the distant echoes of the ongoing war served as a stark reminder of Lawrence's precarious situation. The urgency of the moment pressed upon her, and a surge of frustration and determination welled up within Flora. She shouted at Roman, pleading with him to obliterate every single one of the Barco family, her words infused with a desperate desire to protect Lawrence at any cost. Returning to the tumultuous battlefield, where Barco soldiers attempted to breach the castle walls, Viscount Lawrence was engrossed in guiding his defenders. Amid this distraction, a Barco soldier managed to scale the wall and struck at Viscount Lawrence. However, in a moment of providence, Flora, positioned strategically behind her father, shot an arrow that intercepted the attacker, saving Viscount Lawrence from harm. With her father momentarily safe, Flora implored Viscount Lawrence to open the castle gate and confront the Barco forces directly. The proposal, however, left Viscount Lawrence perplexed. Sensing his hesitation, Flora disclosed Roman Dimitri's promise to aid Lawrence. Roman, she explained, would lead his forces to destroy Flare, the magical weapon the Barcos wielded, if Lawrence faced Barco head-on. Viscount Lawrence, still puzzled, questioned the motive behind Roman Dimitri's sudden assistance. Flora, constrained by time, assured her father that Roman was a man of his word. The specifics remained unexplained, but Flora's conviction and Roman's commitment spurred her to push forward with this unorthodox strategy. The scene transitioned to Roman in a forest. The magical call with Flora concluded, and Chris, Roman's companion, approached him, questioning the delay in attacking the Barco forces. Chris, concerned about the imminent fall of Lawrence, emphasized the destructive potential of Flare, a magical weapon capable of breaching castle walls. To counter Barco's plan and support Lawrence, Chris advised Roman to attack their rear promptly. Roman, however, was not convinced and sought clarification from Chris. The unexpected inquiry caught Chris off guard, prompting him to explain the urgency of the situation. He underscored the critical need for Roman to act swiftly and decisively to protect Lawrence from the imminent peril posed by Flare. Roman remained steadfast in his indifference to the fate of Lawrence, expressing to Chris that preserving the lives of his people held greater importance to him than the survival of Lawrence itself. He clarified that he refused to compel those who had sworn allegiance to him to become mere sacrifices, even if Lawrence suffered losses due to following an incapable leader. Chris, though surprised, acknowledged and understood Roman's position. The focus then shifted back to Lawrence Palace, where Viscount Lawrence, fueled by righteous anger, commanded his soldiers to open the gate and confront the Barco adversaries in a fervent charge. The Lawrence soldiers faced the formidable Barco forces. However, the momentum took an abrupt turn as a Barco soldier from the Berga mercenary company effortlessly dispatched several Lawrence soldiers in a single strike. Shocked by this display of strength, the Lawrence soldiers retreated into the safety of the castle walls. Witnessing this, Flora, determined not to yield, ordered her soldiers to hold their position and resist the impulse to retreat. As anxiety mounted, Flora pondered whether Lawrence's inability to serve as effective bait would result in Roman's non-intervention. To her surprise, Roman emerged from the shadows and strategically struck at the heart of the Barco forces. Amid the unpredictable throes of war, Roman found himself grappling with the abrupt arrival of conflict, a war that had descended upon his soldiers sooner than the carefully laid plans had foreseen. The air was thick with uncertainty and anxiety as Roman pondered the harsh reality that his soldiers now faced, a reality entwined with the imminent risk of their own lives. In an attempt to bolster the spirits of his troops, Roman made them a promise. He assured them a life akin to that of a predator, a life where survival would be the ultimate testament to their mettle. A few hours before the present moment of impending conflict, Roman gathered his soldiers for a briefing. He outlined the primary objective of their mission, to assail Barco's rear and obliterate the enemy siege weapon. Lawrence, Roman's strategic pawn, was deemed an unlikely bait, and Roman harbored modest expectations for the success of this operation. With a demeanor that bore the weight of impending battle, Roman announced his intent to take the vanguard personally, a decision not born out of misplaced confidence in his soldiers but rather a stark acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. Roman's forces loomed on the outskirts of Barco. The sight of approaching soldiers caught the attention of Viscount Barco, who, assessing the seemingly scant numbers, dismissed the possibility of Roman's forces posing a credible threat. Dismissing himself with an air of arrogance, Viscount Barco delegated the task of handling these perceived nuisances to his soldiers. Unfazed by the underestimation, Roman charged headlong into the awaiting adversary. His horse, a majestic symbol of war, vaulted over the shields of Barco's soldiers, and in a single fluid motion, Roman dispatched them with lethal efficiency. At that moment, as the dust settled, Roman contemplated the significance of his actions. Recalling an ancient saying from the Murim's Orthodox sect, Roman ruminated on the concept of the heavenly demon leading the vanguard of the demon cult. The saying posited the heavenly demon as an invincible force, a harbinger of chaos that rendered a confrontation futile. It begged the question, why would the heavenly demon, now akin to Roman himself, willingly assume the most perilous role on the battlefield? In the crucible of conflict, a singular motive echoed through the chaos: the necessity for the strongest individual to shatter the enemy's morale from the vanguard. Such was the conviction that propelled Roman forward into the heart of battle, where the Barco soldiers, their confidence rattled, stood paralyzed by the sight of Roman dispatching one of their own with unsettling ease. Fear held them captive, impeding any advance they might have contemplated. Roman, his countenance twisted into a sinister grin, reveled in the power he held over his adversaries. With a malevolent gleam in his eyes, he issued a chilling ultimatum to the Barco soldiers: come to him or face the dire consequences. It was a moment that crystallized the psychological warfare Roman waged, a display intended to weaken the resolve of those who dared oppose him. In response to Roman's menacing call, Kevin, a stalwart ally and leader among Roman soldiers, rallied his comrades with a fervent shout. The directive was clear: follow their liege and vanquish any obstacle in their path. A surge of determination coursed through Romans' forces as they charged forward, a formidable wave of resolve set in motion by their indomitable leader. Amidst the tumult, a Barco soldier targeted Kevin's steed, seeking to destabilize the advancing force. Yet Kevin, undeterred and resolute, met the challenge head-on. With a defiant shout, he swiftly incapacitated the assailant, ensuring that no disruption hindered the momentum of Roman's assault. Simultaneously, Chris unleashed the power of his aura technique, striking down multiple adversaries in a single sweeping motion. As the dust settled and the Barco soldiers regrouped to form a defensive line against Roman's advance, they found themselves ill-prepared for the sheer force Roman could muster. Effortlessly, Roman dismantled their defenses, revealing the weapon flare he sought to destroy, looming ominously in the distance. The tide of battle was turning, and the Barco soldiers struggled to comprehend the relentless onslaught they faced. Amid this unfolding drama, Berga, the mercenary captain with a reputation acknowledged even by the kingdom as an A-rank mercenary and a 2-star aura knight, found himself confronting an unexpected adversary. Roman's presence on the battlefield surprised Berga, who weighed the potential rewards of aiding Barco in the war against the fate of the Berga mercenary group. Ready to take matters into his own hands, Berga faced Roman in a clash of titans. His A-rank status, achieved through mastery of aura manipulation, marked him as a formidable opponent. Yet, as Berga swung his sword with unbridled force, Roman, with an unwavering smirk, defied expectations by standing firm. Roman's swift and calculated counters left Berga dumbfounded, a testament to Roman's unparalleled strength. In a matter of seconds, Roman overpowered the A-rank mercenary, leaving him defeated and the surrounding witnesses in a state of stunned disbelief. The jubilation among Roman soldiers, Chris and Kevin, was palpable, for Roman's triumph against an A-rank mercenary spoke volumes about his prowess on the battlefield. Having witnessed Roman's swift takedown of Berga, Viscount Barco, frustrated by the turn of events, urged his soldiers to attack Roman. The Barco soldiers, however, intervened, calming the Baron and advising a strategic retreat. Sensing the wisdom in regrouping, they defused the immediate threat. Undeterred, Roman pressed forward toward the magical flare weapon, an arcane creation foreign to the Murim. Dark aura enveloped him as he unleashed his heavenly demon god art, employing the first form of the heavenly demon sword technique. In a single decisive strike, Roman dismantled the flare weapon, leaving the Barco forces in stunned disbelief. Standing amidst the wreckage, Roman triumphantly declared the destruction of Barco's siege weapon. He raised his sword high, a symbolic gesture of victory. The announcement echoed through the battlefield, sparking a jubilant celebration among Lawrence's soldiers in the castle and Roman's forces stationed at the Barco camp. Flora, emotionally moved by Roman's accomplishment, observed as the destruction of the weapon marked a pivotal moment. With the flare reduced to ruins, Barco found itself bereft of its key weapon, a pivotal blow that left the military force with little recourse but to retreat. The battlefield, once a chaotic canvas of clashing forces, now echoed with the resonating aftermath of Roman's strategic triumph. In the throes of this intense battle, Chris, a stalwart companion in Roman's ranks, demonstrated a significant evolution in his combat approach. Following Roman's lead, Chris harnessed his aura in a manner distinct from his previous engagements. Mimicking Roman's technique of condensing his aura, Chris managed to maintain a remarkably low mana consumption even in the heat of the fierce conflict. Despite facing ridicule from those around him for emulating Roman, Chris wore a subtle smirk on his face, a silent acknowledgement that his liege's approach was proving effective and perhaps the correct path to follow. Chris observed his fellow soldiers in Roman's company, noting their unwavering commitment to their liege's directives. They diligently followed Roman, teeth gritted in determination to avoid isolation on the battlefield. Despite their obvious exhaustion, not a single one of the 30 soldiers fell behind, and remarkably, none suffered serious injuries. Chris marveled at this testament to Roman's leadership, realizing that their safety amidst the chaos was not just luck but a calculated outcome of following a leader who defied logic, a monstrous force on the battlefield. At that moment, Chris couldn't help but recognize the real reason Roman had chosen them. As Roman returned to his soldiers, a sense of pride and gratitude infused his words. He commended them for their survival, declaring their role in the battle over. The Lawrence forces, recognizing the pivotal moment, lowered their castle bridge, allowing Roman and his soldiers to enter Lawrence's castle. Inside the walls of Lawrence's stronghold, a heartfelt expression of gratitude unfolded. The Lawrence people, free from the impending doom that the flare weapon represented, showered Roman with thanks. The air resonated with sincere appreciation as they voiced their gratitude, assuring Roman that they would never forget the heroism displayed on this day. Viscount Lawrence, observing the scene, experienced a complex mix of emotions. While appreciative of Roman's valor in saving his people, he couldn't shake a tinge of regret. From the moment he met Roman, the Baron sensed an extraordinary individual. Witnessing Roman single-handedly obliterate the flare weapon only reinforced the realization that Roman possessed overwhelming talent. The Baron marveled that the tiger Roman had given birth to, a metaphor for the formidable individual Roman, had become under the tutelage of Dmitri. Contemplating the missed opportunity, Viscount Lawrence reflected on the fact that Roman, in a different turn of events, could have been his son-in-law. He acknowledged the unfortunate twists of fate that led them down divergent paths. Although the potential union between Roman and his family had slipped away, Viscount Lawrence accepted it as a part of the unchangeable past. In a moment of diplomatic camaraderie, Viscount Lawrence approached Roman, expressing genuine delight at the sight of the hero from the Dmitri family. The traditional gesture of goodwill took the form of a handshake, a bridge symbolizing the connection between two formidable figures. Roman, ever enigmatic, responded with a subtle smirk, accepting the hand extended in friendship. The unspoken tension that often characterized their interaction seemed momentarily quelled. The scene seamlessly shifted from the courtyard to the stately halls inside the Lawrence Palace, where Roman, his countenance betraying no emotion, prepared to step into the arena of negotiations. As he moved toward the meeting room, Flora approached him. Her earnest expression conveyed the depth of her appreciation for Roman's pivotal role in saving Lawrence from imminent peril. Flora acknowledged Lawrence's shortcomings in their designated role as bait, an admission tainted with a sense of regret. Yet she marveled at Roman's unwavering support, a steadfast commitment that guided them through the crisis. Her words were laden with sincerity as she thanked Roman from the core of her being, expressing a gratitude that transcended the immediate predicament. Roman, ever the pragmatist, responded with humility, asserting that he had merely fulfilled the role he promised. In his eyes, Lawrence had met the expectations set for them. Flora, undeterred in her desire to reciprocate the favor, pledged unwavering support during the impending conference. She assured Roman that as a representative of Lawrence, she would stand by his side to ensure his desires were heard and acknowledged. A smug grin played on Roman's lips as he acknowledged Flora's unwavering determination. He agreed that, should her desire to return the favor persist, he wouldn't actively resist it. Together, they entered the conference room, where the dynamics of political negotiation and strategic maneuvering unfolded. Around the table, voices emerged suggesting that Lawrence proposed an end to the conflict with Barco. The rationale presented was pragmatic. Barco, boasting a larger army, should be more inclined to accept Lawrence's proposal to avert further trouble and danger. The sentiments expressed revolved around the pursuit of peace and reconciliation, urging Lawrence to release the grip of the past and embrace a future defined by harmony. Roman, seated among the decision-makers, absorbed the diverse perspectives presented. He remained the silent observer, his gaze discerning as each argument was put forth. Viscount Lawrence aligned himself with the prevailing sentiment, acknowledging the limitations of Lawrence's power and fending off Barco's relentless assaults. Amidst the weighty discussions at the table, Roman, seizing a moment of opportunity, asserted himself. Breaking the silence that had settled over the assembly, he requested to interject. The eyes of all present turned toward him, and an air of anticipation enveloped the room as Roman rose to his feet. In a commanding tone, Roman unraveled a critical piece of information. Barco, it seemed, was ensnared in a web of financial troubles, obligated to repay an exorbitant loan. This revelation sheds light on the driving force behind Barco's aggressive pursuit of Lawrence. Roman contended that even with the destruction of the flare, Barco's desperate circumstances remained unaltered. With a prophetic tone, Roman ventured to predict the likely outcome of any peace overture from Lawrence. He asserted that the response would be nothing short of the messenger's remains, a stark reminder of the harsh reality they faced. The weight of Roman's words settled upon those seated at the table, rendering them momentarily speechless. Shifting his gaze to Viscount Lawrence, Roman posed a direct question, probing the depths of Lawrence's intentions. Did Lawrence, Roman inquired, still harbor a desire for peace with Barco, despite the heinous acts committed against them? In Roman's eyes, forgiveness was not an option. He believed that Lawrence, together with him, must stand as a symbol to the world, showcasing their resolve to exact revenge upon those who dared to harm them. Viscount Lawrence, acknowledging the gravity of their situation, conceded a sense of helplessness in the face of Lawrence's inherent weaknesses. Roman, maintaining a sinister glint in his eyes, offered a stark solution, a departure from the meekness of herbivores to the predatory nature of savage beasts. It was a transformation, he implied, that Lawrence had no choice but to undergo if they were to survive and thrive in the ruthless world they found themselves in. The narrative then shifted to Barco's side, where Viscount Barco, seething with frustration, struggled to comprehend Roman Dimitri's interference in their affairs. Recognizing their disadvantageous situation, Viscount Barco saw only one path to remedy it: a warrior battle. Astonishingly, this was the same solution Roman had proposed to Lawrence, illustrating a symmetry in his approach to conflict resolution. The terms of the warrior battle were unveiled, a duel between representatives of the two families, with a provision allowing up to 3 swordsmen to participate. This custom, deemed blessed by Valhalla, bound both families to accept the outcome. Crucially, the central government would dispatch a judge once an agreement was reached, solidifying the combat's legitimacy. The judge would command the proceedings, ensuring a fair resolution to the long-standing conflict. In the dimly lit chamber, the once noble tradition of warrior battles had descended into a murky arena of political connections and amassed wealth. The looming adversary on the horizon was none other than Barco, a figure whose influence extended deep into the central echelons of the government. With a colossal sum borrowed from the prestigious Golden Bank, speculation ran rife in Viscount Lawrence's mind about the enigmatic choices Barco would make in selecting his champions for the impending battle. As the tension in the room thickened, Roman, a seasoned strategist and confidant of Viscount Lawrence, stepped forward. With a calm demeanor, he acknowledged the concerns etched on Lawrence's face. Roman reassured Baron Lawrence that he understood his concerns and that his eyes reflected an unwavering resolve. He promised to provide him with a sense of certainty starting at that moment. Intrigued, Viscount Lawrence probed Roman for clarification, asking what certainty he could offer. He searched for a glimmer of hope amid the uncertainties that surrounded them. Roman's response was succinct yet filled with conviction as he declared that he could provide certainty of victory, his words echoing through the chamber. Addressing the members of Lawrence gathered around the table, Roman revealed crucial intelligence about Barco's arsenal, a formidable 3-star knight, likely to be the first challenger. Without hesitation, Roman volunteered to be Lawrence's inaugural warrior, promising to face this formidable opponent head-on. His eyes locked onto Viscount Lawrence. Roman assured him that regardless of whether the adversary hailed from Barco's knightly ranks or was an eternal master, victory was assured. Yet Roman reminded Viscount Lawrence of a critical truth. No matter how skilled our warriors may be, a single victory does not secure our standing. We must win consistently, he cautioned, underlining the importance of a strategic approach. To address this concern, Roman unfolded his plan, unveiling his subordinate, Chris, as the secret weapon. Although a 2-star warrior, Chris exhibited signs of genius that set him apart. Roman envisioned Chris triumphing even against a 3-star opponent, securing Lawrence's victory in the crucial third battle. Roman's calculated strategy seemed to paint a path toward success for Lawrence. He urged those seated at the table to consider the advantageous position they found themselves in. "This is in Lawrence's favor," Roman emphasized, his words resonating with the potential for redemption and the restoration of the once-fallen reputation of Lawrence. As the room hung in contemplative silence, Roman's gaze shifted towards Flora. Flora sensed a silent plea in Roman's eyes, a plea for her to honor a promise made in the shadows of uncertainty. Roman's unspoken message was clear: he would step into the fray as a warrior, but Lawrence must navigate unforeseen variables independently. Flora, recognizing the intricate web of intrigue that surrounded Roman, acknowledged the danger he embodied. Yet, in a display of unwavering support, she voiced her favor for the warrior battle. The decision to resolve the conflict through a warrior battle marked the beginning of a pivotal event. After the message was transmitted, a mere week passed before the arena was prepared and a diverse crowd assembled, eager to witness the impending clash. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as Count Erdes, the appointed judge, stepped forward to address the gathering. Count Erdes, a figure of authority, emphasized the sacred nature of the impending warrior battle. With gravity in his voice, he declared that the event was blessed by Valhalla itself. Regardless of the outcome, both parties were bound to comply with the decision. Erdes warned that any transgressions would not be taken lightly, invoking the honor of the Kingdom of Cairo as the ultimate arbiter of justice. In an echo of the profound importance of the event, Count Erdes instructed each faction to designate 3 warriors to represent them. Additionally, they were required to submit an order list outlining the sequence in which their chosen champions would enter the battle. As the directives were given, the tension in the arena heightened, and the gravity of the situation was palpable. Amidst this charged atmosphere, Roman, a keen observer, noticed a disturbingly carefree demeanor among the members of Barco's contingent. Something was amiss, and Roman felt compelled to address the situation. He approached Viscount Lawrence, with a suggestion to alter the predetermined order. Viscount Lawrence, taken aback by this proposal, reminded Roman that the order had been decided a week ago. Roman, however, was quick to point out the temporal significance of the delay. In his view, the extra week had provided Barco's faction with an opportunity to strategize, creating an advantage that needed to be nullified. Roman suspected that Barco deliberately prolonged the decision-making process, and the lack of anxiety among Barco's associates hinted at a hidden agenda. Viscount Lawrence, inquisitive and concerned, questioned Roman about the proposed changes to the order. Roman felt the presence of a stronger individual than the other soldiers in the vicinity, observing as this formidable figure lounged in a chair near Barco. Roman, displaying a strategic mindset, suggested a radical shift. Initially planning for himself to go first, followed by a knight of Lawrence and Chris to conclude, Roman now advocated for a change. Chris would take the lead, facing the challenge head-on, followed by Roman, who would adapt the strategy to overpower the opponent Barco had prepared. The revelation of this revised plan left Viscount Lawrence and Flora visibly shocked. Roman, undeterred, explained his rationale, emphasizing the need to keep Barco off balance and maintain the initiative in the face of uncertainty. Roman's confidence and adaptability shone through as the discussion unfolded. The first match loomed on the horizon. Chris stepped into the arena to face his opponent, Yen Sun, a formidable 3-star aura knight. Chris, with a self-assured demeanor, introduced himself as a 2-star aura knight, setting the stage for an intriguing clash. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the audience as they recognized Chris as the pupil of Jonathan and a reputed genius from the northern region. The anticipation in the crowd was palpable as the warriors, Chris and Yen Sun, stepped into the arena. The odds seemed stacked against Chris, a mere 2-star aura knight, facing off against the formidable 3-star aura knight, Yen Sun. Many in the audience believed Chris stood little chance against his higher-ranked opponent. However, Chris held a different philosophy. To him, taking risks was not a sign of weakness, but a crucial pathway to becoming stronger. This belief led Chris to make a significant choice: to leave Jonathan, his previous mentor, and follow a new leader. As the battle commenced, Yen Sun wasted no time and charged at Chris with the full force of his aura. Drawing from his past sparring sessions, particularly one with Roman, Chris quickly realized that Jansen's potent aura would only be effective if it could successfully land on its target. It was a moment of clarity that shaped Chris's strategy for the unfolding duel. Chris opted for a tactical approach, focused on dodging Jansen's attacks and patiently waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Jansen, growing increasingly frustrated with Chris's elusive maneuvers, couldn't contain his impatience. He shouted at Chris, questioning how long he intended to keep evading. In a surprising twist, Jansen unleashed a wide red aura attack that caught Chris off guard. Faced with this unexpected assault, Chris found himself pondering his next move. It was in this critical moment that he recalled the advice given to him by Roman, the need to distance oneself from conventional logic. In response, Chris decided to emit his aura, understanding that a thoughtless outburst of mana wouldn't showcase the full force of his abilities. He focused on Roman's counsel, which emphasized the importance of transforming the directional plane into a line and then refining it further into a single point. The goal was to concentrate the aura into that singular point of focus. As both warriors prepared to strike, the arena was filled with electric energy. In a climactic exchange, Chris and Jansen unleashed their attacks simultaneously. To the astonishment of everyone present, Chris emerged victorious. The 2-star knight had defeated the formidable 3-star opponent, defying the expectations of the audience. The reaction was immediate and enthusiastic. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, acknowledging Chris's strategic brilliance and the success of his unconventional tactics. Viscount Barco stood at the edge of the arena, his eyes wide with disbelief. Jansen, his chosen warrior, had been defeated. The plan was to conclude the warrior battle in the second match, wrapping it up neatly and securing a victory. However, fate had other ideas, and now the final match had become the linchpin of Viscount Barco's hopes. Amid this unexpected turn of events, Viscount Barco found solace in a secret weapon he had meticulously prepared, a trump card that had cost him a small fortune. The details of this hidden gem were known only to him, a source of reassurance amid the chaos. As he pondered the situation, a soldier approached a figure slumbering on a chair. It was time for his match. Homeros of Barco, a 4-star aura knight, rose from his makeshift bed and made his way to the arena. The anticipation in the air was palpable as the spectators wondered about this mysterious warrior chosen by Viscount Barco. Chris, Viscount Lawrence, and Flora, equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events, exchanged shocked glances. Homeros, with an air of confidence, introduced himself in the arena, a 4-star aura knight, ranked 49 in a system originating from the Valhalla Empire. The Valhalla Empire, a sanctuary where those who died honorably were believed to find eternal rest, had a unique way of acknowledging strength the ranks. Those who risked their lives to reach Valhalla had their battles recorded, and the names of the strong were immortalized through the ranking system. Viscount Lawrence, although initially stunned, began to grasp the significance of Homeros's presence. Sending out a warrior of such caliber in the final match spoke volumes about Viscount Barco's strategic prowess. Homeros, known as the Wandering Swordsman, had gained widespread fame for roaming across the kingdom, engaging in battles against formidable opponents. The audience buzzed with excitement as they discussed Homeros's reputation. Whispers of his past victories and tales of defeating 4-star knights circulated among the spectators. The murmurs painted a vivid picture of a skilled and elusive warrior, and the anticipation for the upcoming battle reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, Roman, a keen observer in the crowd, wore a confident smirk. Having delved into information guilds, he had attempted to unravel Barco's moves, but his efforts had only scratched the surface. Roman sources hinted at superficial information, leaving him eager to uncover the true depth of Viscount Barco's strategy. Roman recognized that Homeros was the hidden card in Barco's hand. The Wandering Swordsman, a figure of mythic proportions, had remained veiled in secrecy until this crucial moment. The revelation added a layer of excitement to the impending match, and Roman, with an eager gleam in his eyes, leaned forward in anticipation. As the crowd discussed and speculated, Roman couldn't contain his excitement. The 4-star aura knight, a trump card carefully concealed by Barco, promised an exhilarating showdown. Roman, aware that his opponent had hidden his strength, was now surprised that Barco had strategically concealed the true prowess of Homeros, making the final match an unpredictable and thrilling spectacle in the arena. Roman stood poised for a confrontation with his opponent, Homeros, unaware of the brewing storm within the ranks of Lawrence's camp. Flora, genuinely concerned for Roman's safety, attempted to persuade him to surrender. Homeros, holding the impressive rank of 49, was considered powerful enough to ascend even higher, possibly reaching rank 30 or beyond. Flora, acting as the voice of reason, implored Roman to weigh the risks carefully. She urged him to consider the importance of preserving his life and suggested that victory in the next match was a more achievable goal. Homeros, on the other hand, regarded Roman with a piercing gaze that exuded absolute confidence in his abilities. This unyielding demeanor grated on Roman's nerves, and a sense of dislike began to fester. Flora advised Roman that it was the right moment for him to let Lawrence take care of the unexpected situation. She assured Roman that Lawrence would send out their skilled knight to handle it. Flora firmly told Roman that there was no need for him to put his life at risk in a battle that seemed impossible to win. Brushing off Flora's concern and ignoring her outstretched hand, Roman asserted his independence, expressing a lack of desire to explain his decisions. With unwavering determination, Flora insisted that Lawrence was their ally. Despite Flora's plea, Roman moved forward, determined to face the challenge head-on. He entered the arena, introducing himself as Roman Dimitri from Lawrence's camp. The air crackled with anticipation as both Roman and Homeros prepared for the impending clash. Homeros sized up Roman, thinking that if Roman possessed enough skill to defeat Flair, then he must be a formidable warrior or a knight. Homeros couldn't fathom having to deal with a seemingly minor opponent like Roman when he was gearing up to face the formidable rank 30, Fernando. As the match commenced, Homeros, determined to swiftly conclude this encounter, charged forward with full force. As the initial moves unfolded, Homeros, the seasoned warrior with a formidable reputation, couldn't help but harbor surprise, and perhaps a hint of frustration. Roman's agility and skill, evident in effortlessly dodging Homeros's initial attack, suggested a level of prowess that Homeros hadn't anticipated. The spectators, including onlookers Chris and Kevin, were taken aback by Homeros's impressive speed and Roman's adept evasion. Homeros, recognizing Roman's abilities, began to reassess the situation. As the match progressed, Homeros, with a blend of curiosity and a hint of respect, inquired about the method Roman employed to manifest his aura. It was a moment of acknowledgement, where the seasoned warrior found himself genuinely intrigued by the newcomer's skills. Roman, who had hoped for a meaningful battle after a prolonged period without one, observed Homeros's cautious approach. Roman couldn't shake the feeling that his opponent was holding back, underestimating him in the process. Rather than going all out, Homeros seemed to be restrained. Responding to this perceived underestimation, Homeros decided to intensify his aura, creating an immense pressure that sent shockwaves through the audience. Despite the impressive display of power, Roman found it hard to reconcile the overwhelming aura with Homeros's rank of 49. He regarded Homeros as a killjoy, a warrior who dampened the excitement of the battle by not fully unleashing his capabilities. Sensing that prolonging the confrontation was pointless, Roman, with determined and deadly intent, surged forward, directly challenging Homeros. Roman invited him to block the impending attack if he could. Roman's sword emitted a dark purple aura as he prepared to unleash his Heavenly Demon sword technique, known as the Black Wave. As Roman initiated this formless technique, named for its swiftness and precision, it felt as if time itself had frozen for Homeros. Homeros, taken aback, couldn't believe the level of mastery Roman displayed in manipulating mana. The swift execution of the Black Wave technique left him stunned. In a single fluid motion, Roman brought down Homeros, concluding the battle with a strike that echoed with finality. The narrative takes a brief detour, shifting to a memory that unfolds in the recesses of his mind. In this recollection, the guild master is portrayed as astutely aware of Homeros's anticipation of the impending match against Fernando, a pivotal contest that could elevate him to rank 30. However, the guild master diverts Homeros's attention, requesting him to partake in a seemingly inconsequential warrior battle between two remote families. The guild master views it as a light warm-up, a means to keep Homeros engaged. He acknowledges the logic behind the guild master's decision. Despite having garnered an A-rank mercenary plaque, Homeros had been consistently declining missions, choosing instead to roam the kingdom and engage in battles against formidable opponents. Faced with the guild master's request, Homeros recognizes the inevitability of this warrior battle and reluctantly participates. The scene then shifts back to the arena, where the aftermath of the duel between Homeros and Roman unfolds. Flora and the audience are collectively taken aback, witnessing the downfall of a superstar who had not only risen in the rankings but was also ambitiously aiming to break into the esteemed rank of 30. The shockwave intensifies as Roman Dimitri, with a single swift slash, defeats Homeros, leaving a sense of disbelief in his wake. Roman, wearing a sinister expression, contemplates the audacity of a man who, despite not having reached the peaks, dared to exude such arrogance. Roman standards, we learn, are not tethered to the norms of this world, but rather to his experiences in a past life. He recalls the Murim, a realm reminiscent of a vast galaxy with endless stairs of martial masters. In that world, the pace was unrelenting, and only death awaited those who were careless. Roman finds the mindset of the people in this world inefficient and dismisses it as garbage. With an air of authority, Roman directs the judge to announce the result. The judge, visibly shocked by the unexpected turn of events, declares Roman Dimitri of Lawrence as the winner. The Barco Knights, along with the rest of the onlookers, struggle to come to terms with Homeros's swift defeat. The arena, once filled with anticipation, now holds an eerie silence. Chris, who has been a keen observer throughout, is not immune to the shockwave that reverberates through the arena. Thoughts swirl in Chris's mind as they grapple with the sudden transformation of events. The question arises, did Roman possess this staggering level of strength even before their initial duel, or was there a remarkable surge in his abilities afterward? Chris is confident that during their first encounter, Roman lacked the strength to overpower someone of Homeros's caliber. Moreover, there simply hasn't been enough time for Roman to undergo such substantial growth. The situation, in Chris's analytical perspective, appears logically impossible, prompting a cascade of wonder about the unfathomable depths of Roman's abilities. The unexpected outcome leaves doubt lingering in Chris's mind. After defeating Yinon in the first match, the notion of surpassing Roman had seemed within reach. But now, as the dust settled from Roman's match, Chris found himself grappling with the stark reality that surpassing Roman had been a naive notion. Lawrence's triumph in the warrior battle sent shockwaves through the arena. Count Erdes stepped forward, announcing that the winner had been decided and there was no need to squander additional resources. The families were granted the right to rearrange the order list, allowing for the selection of new warriors after thorough discussions. On the other side of the arena, Viscount Barco stood in disbelief at the outcome. The defeat of Homeros, a 4-star knight and one of the kingdom's true warriors, left Viscount Barco questioning the authenticity of the guild's selection. The possibility of a fake Homeros sent a shiver down Viscount Barco's spine. Amidst this confusion, a soldier approached, informing Viscount Barco that they needed to send out a warrior. The urgency of the situation dawned on Viscount Barco, recognizing the imperative to avoid further losses. In a surprising move, Viscount Barco decided to send out Benson, a null-star knight. This decision startled the soldier, who grasped the implied risk of deploying a seemingly low-ranking warrior. However, Viscount Barco saw this as an opportunity for Benson to redeem himself, especially after an incident during a social event that had tarnished the Barco family's reputation. It was a chance for Benson to prove his mettle in the arena. As Benson found himself standing in the arena, the audience struggled to identify the unfamiliar knight. The Lawrence camp, meanwhile, began to strategize for the unexpected opponent. Kevin noticed Benson and approached Roman with an intensity in his eyes that conveyed a killer intent. Roman, perceptive to the harsh dynamics of their world, understood the unspoken challenge that Kevin sought to embrace. In a world where survival of the fittest reigns supreme, Roman contemplated the stark reality that losers were often met with death. Even though Benson held a null-star rank status, Roman acknowledged the potential threat he posed, recognizing that every opponent brought its challenges. Despite the smile he wore, Roman understood the gravity of the situation and the stakes at play. With a nod of permission, Roman allowed Kevin to take on the challenge posed by Benson. As Kevin stepped into the arena, the atmosphere became charged with anticipation. Within the confines of the arena, Benson grappled with fear, questioning the series of events that led him to this daunting moment. Once strolling down a promising path with the security of his father's knighthood, Benson had ascended to become a knight of the influential Barco family in the Northeast. The road had seemed secure until the heavy cost of loyalty revealed itself, an obligation to face potential death in a warrior battle. As Benson sized up his opponent, Kevin, a surprising sense of familiarity eased his apprehension despite the grim circumstances. A smirk adorned Benson's face, signaling a misplaced confidence that victory was well within his grasp. The two warriors, Kevin and Benson, stood poised for the impending clash. In the tense atmosphere, Benson couldn't help but smirk, questioning Kevin's motives, whether seeking revenge or volunteering for the battle. Regardless, Benson pointed out the shared experience of abandonment by their respective lieges. For Benson, this encounter felt like an unexpected stroke of good fortune, a chance to turn the situation to his advantage. In response, Kevin, with a steely glare in his eyes, declared himself nothing more than a sword protecting his liege. This revelation only fueled Benson's determination. Charging at Kevin with full force, Kevin skillfully avoided Benson's attack and poised himself to strike. Benson caught Kevin off guard, evading his attack and countering with a swift kick to Kevin's stomach. The impact sent Kevin sprawling to the ground, a surprising turn of events that played to Benson's advantage. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Chris couldn't ignore the substantial difference in their physical builds. The question of Roman's strategic reasoning loomed large in Chris's mind. What had prompted the decision to send Kevin into the fray? Benson, seizing the momentum, unleashed a barrage of slashes upon Kevin's body. Despite the onslaught, Kevin displayed resilience, standing firm against each strike. A glare in Kevin's eyes hinted at an internal struggle, a darker force within him coming to the forefront. As Benson continued his assault, Kevin's internal conflict intensified. The devil within Kevin whispered the desire for revenge against Benson, urging him to take control of the situation. With a menacing determination, Kevin readied himself to strike back. In the realm of swords and spirits, Roman harbored a belief that Kevin's self-amputation marked the arrival of a demonic entity into his consciousness. This conviction fueled Roman's determination to unearth and tame the sinister force dwelling within Kevin. The unfolding drama transpired during a gripping duel, a battleground where Kevin found himself entirely in the clutches of the demonic spirit. Kevin, his eyes ablaze with a menacing red glow, moved with uncanny grace as Benson's strikes rained down upon him. The demonic spirit, a clandestine puppeteer, guided Kevin's every move, transforming him into a formidable force on the battlefield. Amid the chaos, Benson's attacks met with air as Kevin, under the otherworldly influence, skillfully dodged and countered with lethal precision. The demonic spirit whispered directives into Kevin's mind, urging him to annihilate his opponent. Kevin, fueled by a desire to be a more indispensable weapon for his leader than his counterpart Chris, grappled with conflicting emotions. In the crucible of battle, a vortex of thoughts churned within Kevin, feelings of inadequacy, unyielding loyalty to his liege, and a relentless drive to prove his worth. These tumultuous emotions became the catalyst for the emergence of the demonic spirit. Kevin's eyes, once vivid, transformed into an ominous shade of red, and an ethereal aura enveloped him, signaling the fusion of mortal and malevolent forces. With an unsettling calm, Kevin charged at Benson with unbridled determination, catching the seasoned warrior off guard. Benson, a veteran of many battles, was shocked by the manifestation of a crimson aura surrounding Kevin. It was a sight foreign to him, a testament to the unpredictable nature of the demonic spirit's influence. Before Benson could muster a response, Kevin's blade, infused with demonic power, threatened to pierce through his armor. Despite Benson's attempt to evade the impending strike, Kevin pressed on with unwavering resolve. The demonic spirit's power coursed through him, and with a single decisive blow, Kevin brought down his opponent. The crowd, including Chris, Flora, and Viscount Lawrence, stood in collective disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. Kevin's transformation from a seemingly ordinary warrior to a vessel of demonic might was nothing short of astonishing. Having vanquished Benson, Kevin strode purposefully toward Roman, the orchestrator of this otherworldly journey. Kneeling before his leader, Kevin declared his return. Roman, recognizing the success of his unconventional approach, commended Kevin for a job well done. In that moment of acknowledgement, a triumphant smile adorned his face. Kevin's sense of purpose and belonging found validation. As the dust settled on Kevin's conquest, the arena witnessed the conclusion of another battle between Lawrence and Barco. With a resounding victory in all 3 matches, Lawrence emerged as an indisputable victor. Roman Dimitri, a pivotal figure in the unfolding saga, stood at the center of it all. His strategic maneuverings and unorthodox methods became the stuff of legend. Word of Roman's accomplishments echoed beyond the arena, spreading like wildfire across the continent. Tales of his exploits, though embellished with a blend of truths and lies, captivated the imaginations of people from distant lands. In the aftermath of Lawrence's triumph over Barco, a wave of speculation and opinions flooded the streets. Some onlookers whispered that Barco must be grappling with frustration, given the grand spectacle they had made before ultimately facing defeat. Others, however, asserted that Lawrence had been justified in their stance from the very beginning. Amidst the gossip and hearsay, a narrative emerged casting Roman Dimitri as the unexpected hero in this unfolding drama. Rumors spread like wildfire, recounting how Roman Dimitri, seemingly on a whim, decimated hundreds of Barco soldiers from the rear. The tale continued with a vivid description of Roman's prowess, narrating how he effortlessly erased Flair with a single devastating strike. The prevailing sentiment now suggested that without Roman's intervention, Barco might have successfully planted their flag in Lawrence's territory. Roman Dimitri, once the dormant dragon of the Dmitri family, was now soaring into the skies, amassing heroic tales that captivated the collective imagination. As the scene shifted to the heart of Barco Castle, a contrasting narrative unfolded within the chamber. The weight of impending doom pressed upon him as reminders from the Golden Bank arrived, principal and interest demands that seemed insurmountable. Additionally, compensating for the loss of manpower in Homeros and deflecting responsibility from the mercenary guild added to the mounting pressure. Frustration etched itself on Viscount Barco's face as he lamented the swift decline of his once untouchable status. Viscount Barco attributed this sudden downturn to Roman Dimitri. The nobles who had once vied for Barco's favor, when it held the title of the Northeast powerhouse, now acted as if Barco was invisible. Viscount believed that Roman's interference was the catalyst for this dramatic shift. As he reflected on the situation, Viscount Barco realized that Roman Dimitri had committed a grave transgression in the eyes of the aristocracy, an act that went against the unspoken rules of their privileged society. In the throes of this realization, Viscount Barco saw this as the last chance to salvage what remained of the Barco family's standing and influence. A few days later, Viscount Barco summoned a gathering of other nobles for a crucial discussion. Gratitude laced his words as he acknowledged their presence, though the air in the room was thick with tension. Cutting to the chase, the other nobles, uninterested in pleasantries, pressed Viscount Barco to get to the heart of the matter. Viscount Barco laid out his case. He began by reminding everyone that Barco's attack on Lawrence was rooted in a valid cause, emphasizing the crucial role that justification played in aristocratic circles. Painting Barco as the aggrieved party with a legitimate cause for their actions against Lawrence, he appealed to the aristocratic principles that governed their society. Viscount Barco sought to elucidate the underlying purpose of the war against Lawrence. He contended that the conflict aimed to extract retribution from Lawrence for the decisions made by their ancestors. Viscount Barco asserted that the central government had validated this cause, substantiated by the dispatch of a judge to oversee the proceedings. However, frustration crept into his voice as he detailed how Roman Dimitri had interjected into the conflict without any discernible justification, resulting in the loss of Flair due to a calculated ambush. Expressing his incredulity, Viscount Barco highlighted a perplexing aspect of the warrior battle. Not a single warrior from Lawrence had participated. He questioned the rationale behind such a scenario, underscoring the lack of connection between the declared cause and the absence of Lawrence's direct involvement. In Viscount Barco's view, Roman Dimitri's motives remained elusive, with no apparent cause for him to aid Lawrence. He underscored that the dissolution of the engagement between the Dmitri and Lawrence families left Roman as a stranger to Lawrence, devoid of any valid reason for his unwarranted interference. Viscount Barco insisted that Roman Dimitri's actions had overstepped acceptable boundaries, a sentiment that resonated with others at the table who began to align with his perspective. Their collective agreement bolstered his position as he contemplated the next steps to rectify the situation. He saw a potential resolution by demanding the Dmitri family take responsibility and provide compensation, thereby addressing the financial repercussions with the Golden Bank. As Viscount Barco pondered this course of action, the deliberations were abruptly interrupted by the creaking sound of the chamber door swinging open. To everyone's surprise, Roman Dimitri strode in, injecting an air of tension into the already charged atmosphere. Viscount Barco, momentarily shocked by Roman's unexpected presence at the table, now faced a direct challenge from the enigmatic figure. With a sinister look, Roman Dimitri invited Viscount Barco to voice any complaints directly to his face. The narrative then takes us to Lawrence's territory, where Chris is taken aback upon learning of Roman's intent to visit Barco. Concerned for Roman's well-being, Chris strongly advises against it, emphasizing that Viscount Barco is unlikely to let Roman off the hook easily. Roman, however, counters Chris's apprehensions, challenging him to consider the inevitable trajectory of their relationship with Barco. Chris, perceiving Roman as Barco's mortal enemy, suggests that avoiding a meeting with Barco would be the most prudent course of action. Undeterred by Chris's cautionary words, Roman asserts that the situation might have been different if he hadn't initiated the conflict. However, now that the conflict has begun, Roman believes he must see it through to its conclusion. He is convinced that Barco harbors a deep-seated grudge against him. With determination, Roman mounts his horse and informs Chris that, at this critical juncture for Barco, it's the opportune time to address the root of revenge. Despite Chris's shock, Roman resolves to face the impending confrontation alone. Returning to the present, Roman shares with everyone his curiosity about the cause Barco presented at the meeting. Viscount Barco, visibly angered by Roman's presence, perceives Roman's apparent disregard for the difference in their social statuses. Addressing Roman as a commoner who hasn't inherited a title, Viscount Barco scolds him for daring to ignore the nuances of aristocratic law. He proceeds to educate Roman about the intricacies of the Cairo kingdom's rules, emphasizing the prohibition against interfering in a war without a justifiable cause according to aristocratic law. Viscount Barco explains that he presented a valid cause, obtained approval from the central government, and subsequently declared a territorial war against Lawrence. In response to Roman's seemingly dismissive attitude towards the established procedures, Viscount Barco rebukes him, asserting that these regulations exist to safeguard the honor of each noble. Ignorance of aristocratic law, Viscount Barco argues, is no excuse. In a stern tone, he accuses Roman of bringing disgrace to the Dmitri family through his impulsive actions. He foresees severe consequences for the Dmitri family, consequences that arise directly from Roman's perceived transgressions. In the aftermath of Viscount Barco's scathing remarks about the Dmitris, the northeastern nobles were quick to criticize them, laying the blame squarely on the shoulders of their perceived clumsy son, Roman Dimitri. Seemingly unfazed, Roman calmly addressed Viscount Barco, asking if he had said his piece. Feeling it was time to present his cause, Roman adopted a sinister expression that caught Viscount Barco off guard. Roman's tone took a dark turn as he revealed a shocking truth to everyone present. He explained that, initially, the Lawrence and Dmitri families had planned to be connected through matrimony. However, Roman was now considered nothing more than a disengaged fool in the eyes of those around the table. He challenged their assumptions, questioning why they thought the marriage was called off. Was it due to his reputation or his experience with women? Roman dismissed these rumors as false, choosing this moment to reveal a hidden and disturbing reality. The engagement was broken off because Roman had been threatened by Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Barco family. The revelation sent shock waves through the room, leaving everyone, including Viscount Barco, stunned. Roman continued recounting a meticulously orchestrated trap during a social gathering at the Barco estate. Roman, once close to Anthony Barco, attended the party at Anthony's invitation. However, Roman fell into a trap, finding himself in the same room as Emily Barco. Anthony exploited this situation to coerce Roman into canceling the marriage with Lawrence, revealing a premeditated scheme aimed at separating Lawrence and Dmitri. The truth unfolded before them, and the dynamics of the room shifted as some present began to reconsider their judgment, wondering if Barco might be in the wrong. Roman, with confidence in his voice, asserted that once a weakness is exposed, it ceases to be a vulnerability. Viscount Barco, flustered and disbelieving, dismissed Roman's account as nonsense, expressing disgust at what he perceived as Roman's attempt to cover up the truth. However, Roman anticipated Viscount Barco's reaction and proceeded to disclose another reason for his interference in the war between Barco and Lawrence. Barco, caught off guard once again, could only express surprise. Roman boldly asserted that Anthony had crossed a line by threatening one of Roman's close associates, Flora Lawrence. The shocking turn of events had led Flora to ultimately break off her engagement with Roman. As Roman fixed Viscount Barco with a penetrating gaze, he challenged to deny this unsettling truth and urged him to seek confirmation from Flora Lawrence herself. Seizing the opportunity to turn the tables, Roman acknowledged Anthony Barco's deceitful actions and revealed his tactical response. With a calm yet determined demeanor, Roman disclosed to everyone present that his interference in the war was driven solely by strength and was not intended to bring harm to the Dmitri family. Instead, it served as the only form of revenge he could exact for the mistreatment of Flora. Addressing the assembly, Roman questioned their belief in whether he had sufficient cause to involve himself in the war. With this revelation, Roman effectively dismantled Barco's disputes and established a cause rooted in personal vendetta and retribution. Barco, visibly stunned by the turn of events, grappled with the realization that exposing Roman's supposed lack of cause was now a futile endeavor. Viscount Barco, feeling the pressure of the situation, contemplated his next move, recognizing that time was of the essence. He pondered the idea of stalling for time and exploring alternative solutions to salvage what remained of his family's standing. Despite his skepticism, Viscount Barco conveyed his intent to confirm the truth at a later time, attempting to buy himself a reprieve. However, Roman wasn't content with leaving the matter unresolved. He presented Viscount Barco with two distinct options, each carrying profound implications for both families involved. The first option was a more straightforward approach to conclude the matter by having Anthony Barco punished for his transgressions, treating it as a personal issue between Roman and the Barco family. The second option, more ominous, involved allowing the issue to escalate into a full-fledged dispute between the two noble houses, Barco and Dmitri. Roman made it clear that a decision had to be made on the spot. Sensing the urgency of the situation, he issued a stark ultimatum to Viscount Barco. If a choice wasn't made immediately, Roman declared his intention to return to his family and divulge the entirety of the situation to his father. Viscount Barco, taken aback by this revelation, grappled with the gravity of the situation. He believed that it was crucial for the Barco family to steer clear of a war with the Dmitri family. If Barco were to engage in a conflict with Dmitri, especially when Barco was already teetering on the brink of collapse, the outcome could be the total annihilation of the Barco family. He initially proposed that Anthony apologize on his knees, but was met with a resolute rejection from Roman. Roman asserted that the one who committed the offense shouldn't dictate the punishment. He declared that he alone would determine how Anthony would be held accountable for his actions. The scene shifted to the dimly lit office, where Anthony knelt, his posture reflecting the weight of impending judgment. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Anthony pleaded with his father to reject Roman's terms, fearful of Roman's prowess and certain of his demise in a judgment duel. Anthony implored his father to spare him from this fate. Viscount Barco, attempting to console his distressed son, reminded Anthony of the inextricable link between his life and the fate of the Barco family. Expressing his frustration, Viscount Barco urged Anthony to face the harsh reality that awaited him. He warned his son to brace himself for the potential loss of at least an arm, an ominous foreshadowing of the harsh consequences that might unfold. As Viscount Barco left the room, Anthony remained on his knees, a poignant image of vulnerability and despair. The scene shifted to the arena, where a crowd of nobles gathered, excited to watch Roman and Anthony's showdown. The air was tense as the two opponents faced each other. Anthony, visibly scared, trembled and apologized for the wrongs he had done to Roman. But Roman stayed calm and showed no reaction to Anthony's plea. Then, Roman drew his sword, signaling that the fight was about to begin. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Anthony changed his tone, going from apologizing to desperately begging. He pleaded for his life, promising to repay this favor forever if Roman spared him. This sudden change surprised everyone, especially Viscount Barco, who saw his son in a state of vulnerability in the face of danger. As Roman held his sword, the arena became a place for a deep moral question. Roman challenged Anthony, asking him if Barco had any real way to repay the large debt they owed the Golden Bank. He dismissed the idea that Barco's powerful connections, even within the government, could protect them from the consequences of their actions. Roman stepped forward, declaring that the Barco family's downfall was near. Moving closer to Anthony, the one who had caused him so much pain, Roman reminded him of the betrayal and disrespect he had suffered. Roman demanded to know why he should spare Anthony's life. In front of the onlookers, Roman made up his mind. He took control of the situation and, without hesitation, ended Anthony Barco's life. This unexpected turn left Viscount Barco shocked. Then we saw a flashback to Roman's past. His life with his brothers was filled with constant survival battles. Night after night, Roman faced assassination attempts, overcoming them by fighting back and, at times, taking the lives of his own brothers. This was a life without compromise, a trait that his older brother, Baek Jung-hyeok, often criticized. Baek Jung-hyeok, the eldest sibling, confronted Roman about this flaw, saying that Roman's refusal to compromise or show mercy to his enemies would become a major problem. Unlike Roman, Baek Jung-hyeok was strong and wise, able to welcome defeated opponents into his group once they had been subdued. Roman understood his brother's point but stayed firm in his belief that destroying threats was the only way to live his life. In a world where weakness meant death, Roman had learned to survive by being strong and ruthless, skills he'd perfected in the brutal environment of the demon cult. With a fierce look, he made it clear he would continue to live by these tough rules. Back in the present, the weight of Anthony's death still filled the air. As Viscount Barco ran toward his fallen son, he realized things had taken an unexpected turn. Roman, steady and unbending, asked the Viscount what the problem was, stating that in their harsh world, a criminal dying in a duel was common. Viscount Barco, now overwhelmed with grief and anger at the loss of his family member, shouted to his soldiers to attack Roman. But despite their orders, the soldiers hesitated. They were intimidated by Roman's fierce reputation and doubted they could win against such a strong opponent. Viscount Barco then accused Roman of planning this from the start, pointing to Roman's lack of guards when he arrived. He argued that Roman's talk of peace was just a cover. Roman responded with a determined gaze, revealing that his decision to cut ties with the Barco family was made the moment Anthony threatened him. Tensions rose as Roman announced that he couldn't share the same world as the Barco family. He turned to the other nobles, making it clear that everything happening was the result of their actions. His aura glowed purple as he warned anyone still siding with the Barco family that they would face his wrath. In a final attempt to regain control, Viscount Barco asked if Roman thought he could just walk away from this unscathed. Roman dismissed the question, promising he'd watch the Barco family's every move and continue his attacks until they were fully defeated. With his message delivered, Roman walked out, leaving Viscount Barco to confront the consequences of his family's choices. A few days later, it was revealed that Viscount Barco, desperate to escape his debts to the Golden Bank, had tried to flee but was eventually found dead on a deserted hill. The once powerful Barco family, which had been highly influential in the northeast, had crumbled in disgrace. The scene shifts to Dmitri's palace, where Hans sees young Master Roman. Curious, Hans asks Roman why he's out late at night, noticing that Roman's clothes are covered in blood. Roman, smiling, says that the moonlight inspired him to take a walk since it had been a long time. As Roman changes, Hans shares his concern, saying that everyone worries about him. Hans is glad that people care about Roman but is nervous about Roman's habit of risking himself, especially with dangerous things like war. He advises Roman to be more careful, and Roman replies that he's heard this from Hans before. Roman reminds Hans that he is one of Roman's people, and Hans agrees, remembering a past life when Roman, then known as Baek Jung-hyeok, had killed many enemies. In that life, Roman had a rule that helped him become a heavenly demon. Protecting those who served him was most important. Roman explains that one person he cares about is worth more to him than countless enemies. He ends by promising to do his best to protect those under his care. During the uproar around the Barco family, the Malok family arranged a social gathering to adapt to the shifting power alliances. Leading the Malok family was Helena Malok, a poised and influential woman who believed Dmitri would become the main figure in the Northeast. As the night progressed, Helena, as the head of the Malok family, directed the event carefully, seeing this as the right moment to reinforce their support for Dmitri. The gathering was a subtle but clear show of loyalty that had always been there. Guests arrived with a sense of anticipation. Helena, dressed in elegant attire, welcomed Dmitri, the strong lady of the Dmitri family. As Baron Dimitri's wife, Rihanna had played a key role in handling the complex politics of the aristocracy. Her connections with noble ladies weren't just social, they were carefully planned steps to build power. Baron Romero, her husband, didn't have her skill for politics. The interference from the Barco family threatened Dimitri's rise among the aristocrats. However, Rihanna, with her sharp political sense, had prepared in advance, stopping the Dmitri family from falling apart due to Barco's interference. She thanked the noble ladies present, recognizing their importance in what was unfolding. She stressed that this gathering was more than just a social event, it was a platform for unity and understanding in the region. Her words were powerful, highlighting the need for people in the same area to come together during changing times. As the ladies gathered around the table, a sense of purpose filled the room. Helena Malok seized the moment and focused on Dmitri. With a thoughtful look, she asked Rihanna what she thought about her daughter Veronica. Helena believed Veronica would be a good match for Roman, which surprised the group. Roman, at 25, Helena said, was ready to take on responsibility. It was time for him to find a wife and start a family, a strategic move that would secure the future of the Malok family in the aristocratic society. This was a delicate matter, and Helena wanted to make it clear that her suggestion wasn't just because of her own preferences as a mother. With sincerity, she assured Rihanna that she didn't support Veronica as a match for Roman only because they were family. She truly thought Veronica had the qualities that would make her a good partner for Roman. Before Helena could explain further, other noble ladies at the table interrupted, casting doubts on her proposal. They pointed out that Veronica was already in talks for a marriage with another family, effectively shutting down Helena's suggestion. The atmosphere shifted, now filled with disappointment and curiosity as the attention turned from Helena's family to potential suitors for Roman. Sensing an opportunity, other noble ladies eagerly pulled Rihanna into the conversation, expressing their interest in their daughters becoming potential matches for Roman. Each lady hoped to secure Roman's hand in marriage for her daughter. Rihanna, who understood the complex world of aristocracy well, paused to reflect on the past 6 years. Roman, the oldest son of the Dmitri family, had often been sidelined and seen as a burden in aristocratic circles. His position was further complicated by the fact that he wouldn't inherit the family's wealth. However, his recent rise to the rank of a 4-star knight had changed everything, giving him a promising future he had long been denied. As Rihanna considered how Roman had transformed from an outcast to someone of interest, she shared her thoughts with the ladies around her. She appreciated their respect for her son, but she explained that Roman had already been through many challenges. Instead of marriages based purely on family arrangements, Rihanna said she wanted Roman to find someone he genuinely loved. Rihanna boldly announced that she was ending all talks about arranging a marriage for Roman. Instead, she declared that whoever won Roman's heart first would be the one to marry him. The noblewomen welcomed this new plan, as it freed them from complicated family negotiations, and they were excited about it. The scene then shifted to Lawrence Palace, where Flora sat in the library, thinking deeply about the harsh realities of power and control. Lawrence had lost to Barco, and Flora had hoped they could hold on until winter to find a chance for redemption. But unexpected events crushed those hopes. In contrast, Flora realized Roman had been clever and strategic, seeing through the complex situation. As she thought about him, she felt herself blush. Although she initially disliked him, she found herself admiring Roman's strength and his ability to face challenges directly. This admiration changed her view of him. In the social world full of rumors, Roman was known as a proud and arrogant man, one who seemed only focused on his own goals. But as Flora thought more about him, she wondered where his strength came from and who he really was behind that reputation. She closed her book and went outside to clear her mind, realizing that she was curious about Roman. Though he remained somewhat mysterious to her, Flora accepted that their lives had moved in different directions after their engagement was called off. She believed she would have no reason to meet Roman Dimitri again. However, this thought was interrupted when someone suddenly called out, "Sis?" Surprised, Flora turned to see her cousin, Sylvia Lawrence, who had shown up unexpectedly. The unexpected visit made Flora wonder why Sylvia was there. Deciding to get answers, Flora went straight to her father, the Baron, and asked him about a party in Dmitri that Sylvia had mentioned. She was surprised that she hadn't known about it. In response, Viscount Lawrence openly explained that recent events had led him to reconsider some family matters. He praised Flora for her sharp thinking and wise judgments, especially since she had brought Roman Dimitri in during a crucial battle, helping them secure a victory in the war. Viscount Lawrence was grateful for Flora's hard work and admitted that he had underestimated her before. He regretted not recognizing her value sooner and promised Flora that he would never make that mistake again. He vowed to fully support her dreams and goals, freeing her from the family expectations that might have held her back. Flora was touched by her father's words, but as she prepared to attend a party, she couldn't shake off a hint of doubt. Even though her father seemed sincere, Flora remained careful, knowing family relationships could be complicated. Curious by nature, Flora questioned her father about why he invited Sylvia. She grew suspicious, wondering if there were hidden reasons behind Sylvia's trip from the capital. To her surprise, Viscount Lawrence openly admitted that his motives were somewhat selfish. Flora realized he was trying to rebuild a bond between the Lawrence and Dmitri families through Sylvia. Acknowledging this, she gladly agreed to go with Sylvia to the event, seeing it as a way for Lawrence to return a favor to Roman Dimitri. Viscount Lawrence then assured Flora that she didn't need to worry, he would make sure she stayed uninvolved with Roman. However, Flora, with determination, insisted on being cautious herself. The story then moved to the Valhalla Temple in the Cairo Kingdom, where Willis, the temple head and Valhalla ranking evaluator, received surprising news. He learned about a 25-year-old nobleman from a remote area who had defeated a 4-star Aura Knight in a single move. Intrigued, Willis thought this might be a new prodigy and decided he should personally verify the story. As the party neared, the noble ladies decided to visit the Dmitri family ahead of time. They were excited, especially about possibly meeting the mysterious Roman. However, Sylvia couldn't ignore the dark rumors about him. As they traveled deeper into the Dmitri region, they saw a landscape filled with the hard work of mining, fitting the area's reputation as a mining center. The scene was quite different from the elegance they were used to seeing in the capital. They began to question the quality of life in a neighborhood like this and doubted if Dmitri really held any broad appeal. Even the ordinary people in the capital, they thought, cared about keeping things presentable. Sylvia, openly displeased, covered her face with a handkerchief, finding Dmitri completely lacking in beauty. Flora, noticing Sylvia's reaction, began to understand more about her background. Sylvia's father was a merchant who had settled in the capital, and he was the younger brother of Viscount Lawrence. To Flora, the busy capital was entirely different from both Lawrence and Dmitri, which now seemed more like the countryside compared to the city she knew. As they continued walking, they saw miners coming back from their work, covered in a thin layer of dust. The sight made the noble ladies uneasy, especially because they worried the dust might dirty their fancy clothes. A miner walked confidently down the street, and to the noble ladies he represented the core of Dmitri, a place focused on industrial work. Then, Flora saw someone passing by who looked like Roman, tricking her into thinking it was him. When she looked closer, she realized it wasn't Roman but only her imagination. However, soon after, the real Roman Dimitri appeared. His loyal butler, Hans, hurried to meet him with a look of concern. Hans was worried about Roman going to the mines, and when he saw Roman was covered in dust, he tried to help clean him up. Roman, however, stopped him, refusing the help. The activity around Roman caught the attention of the noble ladies, who became excited at seeing the mysterious Roman Dimitri in person. Sylvia, in particular, found Roman even more charming than the rumors suggested. Thinking about the gossip that Roman, the second son of Dmitri, might lose his place as an heir, Sylvia wondered if those rumors could be true. In her opinion, no family would make their heir work in the mines if he was destined to lead. Sylvia suggested to the other noble ladies that they visit Roman before the evening party. With a growing sense of excitement, the group approached Roman. Sylvia introduced herself first, saying she was Sylvia from the Lawrence family. Sylvia thanked Roman warmly for helping her family when they needed it most. She was genuinely grateful and said he was just as amazing as people said he was. Roman, in response, humbly acknowledged her praise and then excused himself, leaving with his loyal butler, Hans. Sylvia was surprised by how quickly he left, and Flora, who was watching, couldn't help but laugh at the unexpected scene. On their way, Hans asked Roman if he still planned to attend the upcoming party. He suggested Roman rest a little before joining. Roman hesitated, explaining that he preferred being around people who genuinely appreciated him. Seeing the noble ladies mock Dimitri's mining industry had made him rethink going to the party. Hans, still concerned, asked how long Roman had worked in the mines and wondered if the Lord had ever directly told him to. Roman then explained what Dmitri was truly about, a land known for blacksmithing and iron mining. He described how miners work hard to dig out iron ore, saying this was the essence of Dmitri. Roman wanted to share in the people's experience, knowing that just talking about it wasn't enough to understand their reality. This sincerity impressed Hans, who felt touched and reflected on how much Roman had grown over time. The scene shifted to Dimitri's training grounds, where soldiers were practicing under the guidance of Chris. Roman valued Chris's experience from the war against Barco, knowing it had earned him the soldiers' respect and loyalty. Along with the magical training Roman had given them, Chris also incorporated Asura cultivation techniques and Asura sword skills. This approach helped Roman reach his potential as an aura user, proving to him that knowledge and training were vital to mastering power. Yet Roman realized he needed more than just these basics for the path ahead. Recognizing his strong analytical skills, he knew he needed his own intelligence force, though he currently lacked the money and people for it. To address this, he called Chris over for a talk. When Chris arrived, Roman asked him how the training was progressing. Chris excitedly shared that the soldiers were eager to learn and quick to pick up new skills, suggesting they would soon show great progress. At that moment, Roman mentioned his plan to teach Chris a new sword technique. Chris was surprised by the offer and listened closely as Roman explained. Roman noted that Chris had a unique way of doing things that set him apart from the others. He acknowledged that Chris had already created his own style, which made it harder for him to learn new methods. However, Roman believed Chris was now ready for a fresh challenge. With anticipation, Roman announced the name of the sword technique he wanted to teach Chris: Lightning Flash. This technique was once highly respected in the Murim and was tied to a famous event called the Great Master of the World. For Chris, learning Lightning Flash was the next step in his martial arts journey, promising new growth and skill. Meanwhile, the Dmitri palace was lively with a party in full swing. The butler announced Roman's entrance, sparking excitement among the noble ladies. When Roman walked in, his charm immediately drew everyone's attention. The noble girls blushed, captivated by his presence, and quickly gathered around him to find out why he had left earlier in the day. With a warm smile, Roman explained that he had finished his work and wanted to be more presentable for the event. His simple answer and easygoing nature won over the curious ladies. Sylvia, one of the nobles, couldn't hide her admiration, saying that Roman matched the impressive rumors about him. Jokingly, she commented on how unusual it was for a noble heir to mix with minors and wondered if her own life might change with someone like Roman as her husband. Roman, humble as ever, brushed off the compliment, saying Sylvia was being too kind. The party continued with Roman engaging effortlessly with the noble ladies, his friendly manner making him the center of attention. Later, Roman stepped out to the balcony for a quiet moment alone. Without him noticing, Flora came up behind him. She praised Roman's social skills, surprising him, as she had always seen him as someone uninterested in relationships. For her, it was unexpected to see him take on such a social role. Roman explained why he acted the way he did at the party, highlighting that it was different because his parents and their guests were there. As they talked, Roman remembered the first time he met Flora, comparing it to their current situation. Flora recognized his point, tossed her hair back, and showed that she understood better now. She realized that her earlier disrespect didn't change how Roman treated her. Curious about his steady behavior, Flora wondered about the life experiences that shaped his strong beliefs. She was also puzzled by Roman's sudden interest in mining that day. To her, it seemed strange for a future leader to work in the mines, as it didn't seem to match the usual duties of someone in his position. Interested, she asked Roman why he chose this unusual path. Instead of answering directly, Roman turned the question back to her, making her think about how the Lawrence family had become successful. Surprised by the question, Flora mentioned that people believed the family thrived because of their fertile land and good crops. However, Roman revealed a different story. The Lawrence family got rich through business. They sold or traded their own produce, which helped them rise in status. This new information gave Flora a fresh perspective, especially when Roman pointed out that Viscount Lawrence's brother had become a merchant in the capital. Flora was shocked by this revelation and Roman's knowledge of Dimitri's background. She wanted to know how this related to Roman's time in the mines. Roman explained that Dimitri's roots were in the iron mines. The hardworking miners, who got dirty every day extracting iron ore, were crucial to Dimitri's success. Roman felt that spending time in the iron mines helped him understand and empathize with the miners. He believed it was important for someone with the Dimitrian name to recognize their struggles. Flora was taken aback by the depth of what Roman said and thought carefully about his words. Sensing he had overstayed his welcome, Roman decided it was time to leave. As he walked away, Flora was left alone, gazing at the sky with a smile and a new sense of clarity. Meeting Roman had helped her think more clearly and made her feel ready to make a decision. The story moved to a few days later when Flora was leaving Lawrence for the capital. This was an important moment, showing Flora leaving the safe greenhouse of Lawrence and stepping into the bigger world outside. Her choice to explore beyond what she knew suggested that she was about to go through a big change. Next, the scene shifted to the iron mines, where Jacob, the master of the mines, was talking with Hendrik, the master blacksmith, about the recent work. Jacob spoke confidently, telling Hendrik that the Lawrence mountain had only been partly explored. He assured Hendrik that even if the Dmitri family kept mining it for many years, the iron would not run out. With his many years of experience, Jacob promised that the mine would remain rich for a long time. Hendrik, curious about recent rumors, asked Jacob why Roman Dimitri had been acting differently and spending time in the mines over the past 2 weeks. Hendrik felt there was a strange quietness lately that he couldn't explain. The story then flashed back 2 weeks ago, when the miners heard that Lord Roman Dimitri would be joining them in the mine. Some miners thought he would just come to check things out and leave quickly. Morkan, a seasoned miner, was doubtful and said that Lord Dimitri had lost his touch. He believed that if Baron Dimitri wanted to teach his successor, he should have started much earlier. Morkan argued that Baron Dimitri had always supported blacksmiths and had ignored the miners, who were crucial to the Dimitri family's success. He pointed out that the 3 Dimitri heirs had learned about iron forging from a young age but had never bothered to learn about mining. To him, this showed that miners were treated unfairly. While some of the other workers thought Morkan's view was a bit extreme, he firmly believed in it. He insisted that the Dmitri family's success came from the iron mine, even though the blacksmiths got all the recognition. Morkan was sure that Roman had been forced to do mining work against his will, but he still didn't plan to show any respect to Roman. He gathered his fellow workers and declared that they would show Roman how tough mining really was. When Roman finally arrived at the mines, Morkan took the lead in introducing everyone and announced that Roman would be working with the miners starting that day. Morkan stressed that safety was the most important thing and told his workers to keep it in mind. As everyone went back to work, Roman noticed that the miners were ignoring him. He was not bothered by their lack of interest and chose not to let it get to him. In the background, the city of mining Dmitri stood tall, making Roman think about the complex lives of the people, the power struggles happening, and how he could help this land. Roman imagined understanding everything about Dmitri, thinking about how he could use this knowledge in his future plans. As the workers began their daily tasks, Roman watched them work together in a steady rhythm. The workers moved with a smoothness that showed they were well organized. Every job, from digging the earth to moving materials, was done carefully, showing they were used to this routine. Roman found himself thinking about the details of their work. He noticed how the workers shared their tasks evenly. As Roman observed this busy scene, his thoughts turned to the famous Dmitri ironwork. He wondered if its fame was just because of the skilled blacksmiths. The real secret, he thought, was the high-quality iron ores they had. Dmitri's success was partly built on having the best ores. Unlike other places struggling with losses from selling iron, Dmitri seemed to avoid those problems. Roman figured out that Dmitri thrived because it handled all the processes itself. The estate kept a big share of the money that other places lost during complicated trades. The smooth cycle of getting or processing it in the forge and then selling it was a self-sufficient system that helped make Dmitri wealthy. This way of working had supported the estate for many years. A key part of Dmitri's economic strength was its ability to supply and sell materials within its own borders. Its location in a city full of blacksmiths made the estate even richer. The focus on having resources flow easily inside Dmitri was crucial to its success. Roman was amazed at how carefully the business worked, with every step planned out to keep Dmitri as the leading name in ironwork. As he thought about all this, he realized how much wealth Dmitri had built up over the years, which was more than he had expected. This was a sign of the lasting success of Dmitri ironwork. His peaceful thoughts were interrupted by Morkan, an experienced manager of the mining operations. Morkan's rough personality showed he was in charge as he scolded Roman. This was not a place for casual talking, it was a place for hard work. Morkan made it clear, focus on your tasks or leave. Roman realized he had been distracted, so he apologized to Morkan and promised to focus on his work. Days turned into a week, and the hard work continued. Roman found himself working alone, even though he was busy. During lunch breaks, he noticed that the workers rarely talked to each other, and when he tried to join in, they were not very open. There was an unspoken sense of territory among the workers. Amid this quiet situation, Morkan approached Roman with curiosity in his eyes. He had a question that had been on his mind all week. Why was Roman, a newcomer, working in the mines when even Rodwell, the strong second-born son of Dmitri, had never been seen in the iron mines? Roman, who was the eldest son of the Dmitri family, was pretending to be a successor in training. To Morkan, who was an experienced overseer of the mining operations, it seemed like Roman was not taking the hard work of mining seriously. This made Morkan pay close attention to everything Roman did. However, Morkan was surprised to see that Roman was not lazy at all. In fact, Roman worked with such enthusiasm that he impressed even the tough overseer. He consistently met and often exceeded his work goals, becoming a valuable member of the mining team. The mystery of why Roman was in the mines deepened when a servant from the castle mentioned that Lord Dmitri had not told young Master Roman to work in the iron mines. This hinted that Roman had chosen to take on this tough job on his own. Morkan, still unsure of Roman's motives, decided to ask him directly. In their conversation, Roman asked Morkan if he wanted to hear an idealistic or a realistic answer. Morkan suggested that Roman should give both. So, Roman started with his idealistic view. He talked about wanting to truly understand the lives of the people in Dmitri. He saw the city as a mining center and felt a genuine curiosity about the daily struggles of the workers in the iron mines. He wanted to experience firsthand what it was like to be part of the labor force that was essential to Dmitri's success. In response, Morkan questioned why Roman felt this personal journey was necessary. Roman firmly believed that as long as he had the Dmitri name, he had to learn about the lives of the people who helped make the city rich. He felt it was his duty because of a sense of connection and responsibility. Carmen, who was watching their conversation, thought Roman's idealistic answer showed the noble qualities that people wanted to see in their leaders. His response connected with how the public viewed nobility and its responsibility to the people. However, Roman's story took an unexpected turn when he shared a more realistic answer. Even though the Dmitri name was linked to great wealth, Roman admitted that most of that wealth actually belonged to his father. He wasn't just in the iron mine to learn, he was also trying to contribute to the family's success and to claim what he felt was rightfully his. Morkan, who had been skeptical at first, started to laugh at this revelation. The idea that Roman was trying to stake his claim to his father's riches through hard work in the mines was something Morkan had not expected. It became clear that Roman understood the important dynamics at play within Dmitri. As they stood in the mining area, Morkan invited Roman to ask any questions he had. Roman had many questions, and Morkan was a patient and helpful guide. Through their conversation, Roman learned that Dmitri's iron mine was huge, the largest in the kingdom and among the biggest on the continent. This included areas known as the edge of the continent, which lay outside of Dmitri's borders. However, Morkan brought a dose of reality to their discussion. Despite all the grand claims, the mine's actual production didn't live up to its potential. The dangerous working conditions slowed down the mining process and affected productivity. Even though Lord Dmitri had put safety measures in place, real dangers still existed. The northeastern mountains, which often experienced earthquakes, served as an unpredictable reminder of how fragile human efforts can be against nature's power. Suddenly, the situation became very real when an earthquake struck the mining site. Morkan quickly rushed to see what was happening. He soon received grim news. The 8th shaft had collapsed, trapping a worker under the debris. Panic and uncertainty spread among the workers as they reacted to the disaster. The fear of more collapses stopped anyone from rushing in to help. In the middle of the chaos, Roman, filled with strong determination, made a brave suggestion. He announced that he would go down into the collapsed shaft to rescue the trapped worker. Morkan, surprised and worried, expressed real concern for Roman's safety. He warned that even an aura knight like Roman might not be safe if the shaft collapsed again. But Roman was firm and determined. He looked Morkan in the eye and reminded him of the responsibility that came with the Dmitri name. The seriousness of this responsibility showed in Roman's eyes, clearly showing his strong commitment to the Dmitri legacy. Morkan, shocked by Roman's unexpected determination, could only watch as Roman sprang into action. With surprising grace, he moved carefully from one unstable rock to another. For those waiting above, the moments felt like an eternity as they held their breaths in fear and hope. Then, against all odds, Roman came back up, carrying the injured worker on his back. The crowd erupted in cheers, their joy ringing through the mine, a mix of relief and gratitude. Once out of the shaft, Roman quickly focused on the injured worker, skillfully wrapping their wounds. Morkan, watching this, was impressed by Roman's unexpected skill in treating injuries. After finishing the first aid, Roman calmly told the workers to take the injured person to a doctor. He promised he would pay for any potions needed for their treatment. The workers quickly sprang into action, carrying their hurt friend on a stretcher to get medical help. After the immediate danger was over, Roman gathered the workers to discuss the bigger issues from the accident. He recognized that many people saw such accidents as a normal part of mining, feeling helpless when disasters struck suddenly. But he also offered a little hope. As a member of the Dmitri family, Roman promised to face the challenges the miners faced in any way he could. What surprised Morkan even more was Roman's confidence that this effort wouldn't take long. The scene then shifts to Baron Dimitri's office, a place where family worries and important decisions come together. Baron Dmitri, a father anxious about his son's safety, asks Roman directly about the dangerous incident. In response, Roman assures him that he came out of the situation unharmed. But Baron Dmitri, showing a father's concern, presses for more details about why Roman took such a risk. He points out the real dangers and the hard truth that, even though Roman is a skilled aura swordsman, taking on certain challenges by himself is very risky. There's a recognition that even someone as talented as Roman has weaknesses that he can't completely ignore. As they talk, Baron Dmitri openly shares how serious the situation is. He stresses that Roman was lucky this time, but his reckless behavior could have cost him his son. This is a serious warning, and it doesn't come with any sense of family favoritism. Baron Dmitri wants Roman to see how serious this is and what could happen if he keeps acting so boldly. The tone of the conversation shows that the situation is serious, regardless of their family ties. In reply, Roman stands his ground and says he did what he felt he had to do. He insists that even if he could go back in time, he would make the same choice again. He firmly believes in the rightness of his actions and follows a personal code that goes beyond just family matters. This response frustrates Baron Dmitri, who raises his voice in anger. He can't understand why Roman, as the oldest son in the Dmitri family, would choose such a dangerous path. But Roman remains firm, stating that his decision was based not just on family expectations but on a larger sense of duty connected to the Dmitri name. Baron Dmitri, feeling confused and annoyed, tells Roman to stop working in the iron mines. He doesn't understand this decision at all. He reminds Roman that he never asked him to do this and questions why he would choose such an unusual path. Roman, however, explains that to truly understand the Dmitri family, one must go beyond the blacksmith's workshop. While he acknowledges that the family is well known for their blacksmithing, he points out that most people in the area make their living in the iron mines. Therefore, his choice to work in the mines was a thoughtful way to connect their family's reputation with the real lives of the local people. Baron Dmitri, intrigued by this idea, asks Roman to share what he learned from working in the iron mines. Roman responds by describing the tough conditions that the workers face. He emphasizes his father's genuine concern for the workers' treatment and safety in the iron mines. Baron Dmitri is respected by everyone, even the workers who toil hard. But no matter how much they try to keep things safe, the risk of danger is always there. The workers live with the worry that the ground might shake and cause the mine to collapse. After such incidents, Baron Dmitri admits that there are real dangers, and he understands that being prepared can't completely stop bad things from happening. Roman, who is clever and resourceful, suggests a way to reduce the risks, using magical artifacts. He believes these enchanted items can make the mine safer. Baron Dmitri agrees that the artifacts might help but questions whether it is practical because they would be very expensive. Roman, however, is not discouraged by the costs. He talks about how the benefits could be much greater than just safety. Roman introduces the idea of opportunity cost, explaining that while buying the magical artifacts would cost a lot upfront, the increase in iron or production could make up for it. He imagines a situation where safety improves and new mines can be developed without problems. This is a smart plan that aims to turn a cost into a long-term investment. Additionally, Roman suggests creating a special team dedicated to safety. This team could work hard to lower risks and improve safety overall. He also proposes using some of the extra profits to help the workers, creating a plan that not only protects lives but also improves the well-being of those who contribute to Dmitri's success. At first, Baron Dmitri is unsure, but he becomes interested in Roman's detailed approach. He sees that Roman has thought things through and recognizes the chance for a big change in how the mines are run. Curious about the next steps, Baron Dmitri asks Roman for specific details, such as how much money would be needed and what proof there is for this idea. This moment is important, showing how family issues mix with money and social concerns, highlighting the delicate balance needed to manage Dmitri's lands. Meanwhile, the story expands to the wider Murim world, where there is a clear divide between the strong and the weak. In this complex system of power, two groups are known for their skill in gathering information: the Beggars sect and the Ignoble clan. The Beggars sect listens to people's stories through beggars spread all over the world to collect information. The Ignoble clan works with groups that are socially vulnerable, using their connections to gather important information. Roman decided to go into the iron mines instead of becoming a blacksmith. He wanted to learn more about the northeast region. With his father's money and a strong team, Roman planned to make Ignoble Clan the top source of information in their world. However, he knew he needed to grow this effort. While Ignoble Clan would be powerful in the northeast, Roman understood that they had to reach out to other areas as well. To collect information effectively, he realized his current team was not enough. He needed someone skilled at gathering and organizing data. He also wanted to build better relationships with the higher-ups in Dmitri to support this goal. The story then shifted to Dmitri's training ground, where Chris called the soldiers together for an important announcement. He shared Roman's gift, training in how to use mana and swordsmanship. The soldiers were surprised by this news but soon recognized its importance. Chris addressed any doubts about the mana training, stressing its true value beyond what people might think. Lucas, one of the soldiers who initially questioned this training, thought Roman might just tell them to do silly things to find treasure. But then Chris revealed the name of the mana method, Asura, which means the ghost of the battlefield in a faraway language. This made the soldiers see the training as something powerful and meaningful, not just a trick. As the soldiers started practicing the Asura method, Lucas, who had been doubtful, went through a surprising change. In just a few days, he felt more aware, noticing the wind against his skin like never before. The Asura sword method had 108 ways to fight an enemy, making it a complete and powerful technique. Lucas was shocked and couldn't believe the mystery behind Roman Dimitri. He kept asking himself, who is Roman Dimitri? While thinking this over, Lucas considered the unique skills that Roman had, the Asura and the Asura sword. If Lucas found himself with such special abilities, he decided he would keep that knowledge a secret, not just from his fellow soldiers but even from his family. Having lost all his wealth, Lucas understood how hard life could be. Despite the troubles and challenges in his life, training with the Asura method became a source of joy and strength for Lucas. It was during this time of reflection and personal growth that he discovered himself. The story then moved to Roman's office, where Lucas found the courage to share an important decision. Instead of joining the Information Guild, Lucas said he wanted to work with Master Roman. Roman thought that turning him down was not an option. Given Lucas's extensive experience with skilled mercenaries and his ability to build strong connections after facing many trials and life-changing experiences, Roman believed Lucas was the right person for the job. Lucas then told Roman that if he took charge of the Information Guild, he would have to leave Roman behind. During the war with Barco, Lucas had promised to dedicate his life to protecting Roman. He urged Roman not to send him away. Even though Roman recognized Lucas's talent, he couldn't help but ask him where he learned the aura skill and the Asura sword techniques. In response, Lucas admitted he didn't know, leading Roman to remind him of the gifts he had received as signs of loyalty. Intrigued, Roman asked Lucas how he saw him. Roman made it clear that he did not want blind loyalty. He wanted Lucas to understand the true cost of following him into battle and risking one's life. Wanting to dig deeper into loyalty, Roman asked what Lucas thought he could provide to someone who deserved more than Roman's soldiers. Surprised, Lucas wondered if there was anything more valuable than the aura method. Determined, he promised to obey Roman's orders and vowed to create the best information guild on the continent. Recognizing Lucas's sharp and logical thinking, Roman appointed him as the head of the Ignoble Information Guild. The scene then shifted to the iron mines, where miners joyfully welcomed Roman during his visit. Grateful for saving a miner's son, the workers showed deep appreciation, and one even pledged his life to serve Roman if needed in the future. Roman expressed his gratitude and looked forward to working together in the future. From that day on, public opinion about Dmitri shifted in favor of Roman, creating a situation that annoyed Baron Romero. A month had quickly passed since the battle with Barco, and now, members were gathered in the halls of Dmitri's house for an important meeting. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of recent victories as an elderly man, likely a respected member of the council, spoke to the group. House Barco, once a powerful enemy, was now destroyed. An old man, whose voice showed his wisdom, said that no one in the northeast could match Dmitri's strength. Even those who used to support Barco were now wanting to join Dmitri, who had become the strongest. The situation had changed, and the old man shared these updates with everyone around him. However, the news turned serious when he talked about a sensitive issue. Dmitri had previously decided not to negotiate with Barco's forces because they had been openly hostile. The old man asked Baron Dmitri how to deal with these former enemies. Dmitri replied that being generous in this situation was not an option. Teaming up with those who had hurt him before would not be a kind act but an arrogant one. He firmly told the old man never to negotiate with them and promised to show them the consequences of opposing him. Once that was clear, Baron Dmitri shifted the conversation to Jonathan, who shared a strategic view on the recent conflict. Jonathan pointed out that Barco had brought in outside forces, which complicated things. He stressed that if Dmitri and Barco had fought directly, it could have been a huge threat to Dmitri. Jonathan mentioned variables like Flair and Homeros and suggested that Dmitri should expand its military to deal with these unexpected dangers. He also recommended acquiring magical weapons to strengthen Dmitri's defenses. Baron Dmitri agreed with Jonathan's ideas, understanding that military strength and security were crucial. The safety of Dmitri depended on its ability to adapt to new challenges. The talk then moved to the financial side of strengthening Dmitri's military. Even with the large expenses of installing artifacts in the mining shafts, Baron Dmitri assured everyone that Dmitri was financially secure thanks to the efforts of young Master Roman. The young master had played a key role in keeping Dmitri's economy strong. The artifacts not only protected the mining operations but also increased iron ore production by 30% in a short time. The old man, using his experience, predicted a bright future for Dmitri. He claimed that if the growth continued at this rate, they could expect a 100% increase in output soon. Baron Dmitri, always careful about finances, asked for specific information about the losses from installing the artifacts. A person spoke to Baron Dmitri, saying that the money situation was good because earnings had gone up. Baron Dmitri silently agreed with Roman's assessment. Roman worked in the iron mine himself, which helped him understand the problems there and come up with clever solutions. This hands-on experience changed how people saw him, marking a shift in their opinions. Jonathan, who was always sharp, brought up the sensitive issue of succession with Baron Dmitri. The Baron acknowledged that plans for succession had already started. Jonathan reminded him of the decision made 3 years earlier when Baron Dmitri chose young Master Rodwell as the heir. At that time, Roman didn't seem fit for such an important role because of his behavior. But things had changed a lot since then. The war against Barco, worries about the safety of the iron mine, and Roman's skills as a swordsman changed the situation. Jonathan argued that Roman's recent actions showed he could be a good leader. The others at the table agreed with Jonathan, recognizing that Roman's reputation was growing. Then, the old man suggested having a fair competition between Roman and Rodwell for the heir position. Even though this wasn't an official announcement, it created some tension in the usually calm discussions of Baron Dmitri. The Baron thought about the idea of a competition, considering Roman's quick rise compared to Rodwell's long-standing role as the expected successor. Aware of the importance of this choice, Baron Dmitri decided to wait and see how things unfolded. After the meeting, Baron Dmitri went to his office to think more deeply. He realized that deciding on a successor wasn't just up to him. He needed the agreement of important people who held a lot of influence in his power structure. The vassals who provided loyalty and support were key to this decision-making process. Their support could greatly affect the outcome of the succession battle. Another important figure was the Iron Mine Master, who managed a vital part of Dmitri's economy. Baron Dmitri needed to ensure that the economic strength of his house was secure. Lastly, there was Hendrik, the Master Blacksmith, whose skills and influence in weaponry and strategy were essential. Baron Dmitri understood that any choice about succession would not be complete without Hendrik's backing and approval. Baron Dmitri called Hans to ask if young Master Roman was a good choice to be the next leader of House Dmitri. When Hans entered the room, the Baron got right to the point and asked for his thoughts. Hans explained that if he had been asked this question 3 months ago, he would have said no without hesitation. But recently, he noticed a significant change in Master Roman's behavior. Hans had been watching Roman closely and believed he had grown into a man who could take on the responsibilities of the successor. Curious, Baron Dmitri wanted to know more about this change. Hans described how dedicated Roman had become in learning about the people of Dmitri. Instead of leading from afar, Roman had shown humility by working in the iron mine. He wanted to understand the lives of the miners and faced the tough realities of Dmitri directly. Hans pointed out that Roman now truly cared about what it meant to carry the Dmitri name. Satisfied with Hans's observations, Baron Dmitri let him go to think about what he had learned. Next, Baron Dmitri called in Jacob, the Iron Master, to discuss an urgent issue. They needed to talk about a recent incident in the iron mine. Jacob came in with Morkan, a man who had been at the site of the incident. As Morkan nervously introduced himself, Baron Dmitri recognized his name from past dealings. Without wasting time, the Baron asked Morkan to explain what happened the day the mine shaft collapsed. Morkan, feeling nervous, began to recount the events that took place just a week after Master Roman started working in the mine. The collapse trapped a worker underground, leading to a heated discussion among the miners about what to do next. Some were scared of another collapse and were hesitant to act, wanting to stick to the safety rules in the manual. In the midst of this confusion, young Master Roman stepped up decisively. Not afraid of the risks, he said he could save the trapped worker. Despite the disagreement around him, Roman went straight to the site of the collapse. In a brave and skilled move, he successfully rescued the trapped worker from danger. Morkan admitted that at first, he didn't think highly of young Master Roman. However, after seeing Roman's bravery and leadership during the crisis, his opinion changed completely. In the quiet moments that followed, Morkan began to think about how silly his earlier doubts seemed. He couldn't forget the time when young Master Roman stepped up and said he would take care of the people's problems as the eldest son of House Dmitri. This moment made a strong impression on Morkan. It wasn't just about Roman wanting to help, it showed his commitment to something bigger than himself. If Baron Dmitri asked Morkan what he thought about young Master Roman, Morkan would confidently say that Roman is a trustworthy successor who deserves loyalty. Baron Dmitri listened to Morkan and found that his opinion matched what everyone else thought about Roman. Still, the important decision of choosing a successor was a difficult one for Baron Dmitri to make. The heavy responsibility of this decision weighed on him like an unfinished task. The scene shifted to the busy smithy, where a worker was asking Hendrik for advice. Many items were brought in for repair under young Master Roman's name, and the worker wasn't sure what to do. He turned to Hendrik for help. After thinking it over, Hendrik, feeling a bit hesitant, suggested that the worker should accept the items for repair. This decision came with a touch of regret, influenced by Jacob's stories about the iron mine incident and a new respect for young Master Roman. When the equipment arrived, the workers were shocked by how worn out the items were. One worker couldn't believe how dedicated the soldiers were, as their training had clearly taken a toll on their gear. Among all the damaged equipment, Hendrik noticed a particular sword that left him speechless. This sword had an incredibly smooth blade edge, showing excellent precision and balance. The grip was beautifully wrapped, demonstrating craftsmanship that was above the usual quality. Hendrik recognized that this sword was truly special, a masterpiece even in a land known for its talented blacksmiths. His interest grew as he wondered where this amazing sword had come from. He was surprised to find that it had mana sensitivity, which suggested it could have a significant impact, especially for aura swordsmen. Hendrik thought about what it meant to have a sword with such remarkable qualities without needing mana to enhance it. Even though he was proud of being known as the best blacksmith on the continent for making ironworks, Hendrik felt humbled and amazed by the skill shown in young Master Roman's sword. He realized that improving mana sensitivity was a completely different challenge altogether. He decided he needed to talk to Roman about the sword. The scene changed to when all the repaired equipment was given to Chris. Chris was surprised that the repairs were finished much faster than he thought, something that usually took 2 weeks. A worker explained that Master Hendrik was very motivated this time, getting all the blacksmiths to focus on the job. With a serious look, Hendrik approached Chris, eager to ask about Roman. Next, Hendrik questioned Roman about the sword. With a stern expression, he pressed Roman to tell him everything about it. Roman felt everything was going as planned. He told Hendrik that he had not gotten the sword from anywhere else. Surprised, Hendrik asked where the sword came from, and Roman confidently said that he made it himself. Hendrik's frustration grew as he heard this bold claim, and he couldn't hide his disbelief. He confronted Roman, asking if he really expected him to believe that Roman had crafted the intricate sword, the Salamander, all on his own. In response, Roman stood firm, insisting he was telling the truth. He declared that the Salamander was a unique creation, unlike anything else on the continent. Determined to prove himself, Roman confidently told Hendrik that he would show him the reality of his craftsmanship. He believed that only by using his unusual methods could Hendrik truly understand and accept the truth of his work. The scene shifted as both of them entered the busy blacksmith shop. In a straightforward way, Roman shared the story behind the Salamander and his forging experiences. He explained how, while preparing for the upcoming war against Barco, he realized he needed a sword he could trust with his life. Driven by this need, Roman faced the intense heat of the furnace, hammering the steel tirelessly until it became almost meditative for him. Surprisingly, the blacksmith shop became a safe space for Roman during those intense moments. Looking at Hendrik, Roman believed that the experienced blacksmith could feel the deep emotions connected to forging. Roman knew he would soon have to take on the responsibility of defending others, and that thought motivated him to create a new sword, one to replace the old Salamander. With determination in his eyes, Roman began to prepare for the forging process, taking off his shirt as he got ready to craft the new blade. Hendrik, seeing this, thought Roman was ignoring safety rules and trying to forge without the right protective gear. He realized that Roman didn't know the basics of blacksmithing, which affected how he thought about him. But to Hendrik's surprise, when Roman started hammering the blade, he saw something incredible happen. The way iron was handled was different in this world compared to Murim. In this world, people struggled with controlling mana and spent a lot of time and effort perfecting their swords. In contrast, people from Murim focused on the smooth flow of ki, which helped them make swords that increased chi intensity. Roman, who had experienced both worlds and their different methods, showed a skill that went beyond normal blacksmithing standards. As Hendrik watched Roman craft the blade with amazing skill, he realized that Roman's techniques were unusual but very effective. Hendrik was amazed and found it hard to believe what he was seeing. Roman, who had once been doubted, now showed incredible talent in blacksmithing. The way Roman worked with the steel, the speed of his strikes, and the perfect rhythm of hammer hitting steel all came together beautifully. This reminded Hendrik of the great days of Baron Romero Dmitri, when his family was known for their strong legacy. In the quiet moments after this realization, Hendrik couldn't deny that Roman's work was genuine. Blood, he thought, cannot be tricked. The sound of the hammer echoed in Hendrik's ears, bringing back memories of Baron Romero's best times. It was a moment that changed his doubts into respect. After a moment, Hendrik humbly admitted to Roman that he was indeed the skilled craftsman behind the impressive sword, the Salamander. Sincere in his new understanding, Hendrik apologized for ever questioning Roman's abilities. Roman smiled and graciously accepted Hendrik's apology. To show his sincerity, Roman made an unexpected offer. He would give Hendrik the Salamander as a gift. Hendrik was surprised by this generous act. Roman explained that he was working on a new sword, and remembering the swords Hendrik had made for him before, he wanted Hendrik to have the Salamander as a sign of thanks. This moment marked a significant change in their relationship, from doubt to respect, and from skepticism to acknowledgement. The story then recalled a memory from 3 years ago when Hendrik strongly opposed the idea of Roman succeeding Baron Romero. In a heated conversation, Hendrik shared his worries with the Baron, saying that the people did not think well of Roman. He called Roman a fool and suggested that Rodwell, Baron Dimitri's second son, would be a better choice for the next leader. Rodwell had worked hard on becoming a skilled blacksmith and had shown his talent in the capital. Fast forward 3 years, and Roman had changed a lot. It was clear not just in his blacksmithing skills, but also in how those who once doubted him now viewed him. Baron Dmitri recognized Roman's growth, but he still worried that Hendrik might not fully support Roman as the rightful successor, even though Roman had clearly improved and had the skills needed. To the Baron's surprise and relief, Hendrik acknowledged Roman's abilities and claimed that Roman was better than any other candidate for the heir to House Dmitri. This news shocked the Baron, and he wanted to confirm it with Hendrik. The experienced blacksmith assured Baron Dmitri that he would never lie about such important matters. Hendrik believed that Roman had been working hard behind the scenes, pouring his effort and emotions into his craft when no one was watching. At first, Hendrik thought he might have given Roman poor-quality weapons on purpose because he had doubts about him. But after Roman pointed out that those weapons were like murder, Hendrik reconsidered his choices. As he thought more about it, Hendrik began to see the real value in Roman's work. He realized that Roman's ideas and efforts were truly helping House Dmitri. Hendrik had not just heard about Roman's dedication, he had seen it for himself in the blacksmith shop. He watched as Roman worked hard, enduring the intense heat of the forge with determination. This experience created a bond between Hendrik and Roman as fellow blacksmiths. To prove Roman's real skills, Hendrik brought a sword made entirely by Roman to Baron Dmitri. Hendrik was confident in the sword's quality, believing that just one look would show the Baron how exceptional it was. Baron Dmitri was genuinely surprised by the skill he saw. He wondered how Roman had made such an amazing weapon. Hendrik, the head blacksmith, saw this as a chance to suggest that they might need to rethink the decision made 3 years ago. Roman's impressive skills and the proof of his craftsmanship could change how House Dmitri viewed him and his role. As Hendrik left, Baron Dmitri focused on a letter he had taken from his drawer. This letter was from his second son, Rodwell. In it, Rodwell shared that he had recently earned an S rank at the Royal Academy in the capital city of Cairo. He said he wanted to skip the theory classes and instead get hands-on experience as a commanding officer in the field. Rodwell promised he would graduate with the highest honors, which would make House Dmitri very proud. Thinking about Rodwell's letter, Baron Dmitri looked up at the sky, perhaps hoping for some answers. He admired the talents of both Rodwell and Roman. Even though Rodwell was known for his great abilities, Baron Dmitri realized that Roman's skills were even greater than those of his accomplished son. It dawned on him that Roman's exceptional talent could shine not just in Cairo, but across the entire continent. Baron Dmitri had a clear plan for the future. He believed that once Rodwell graduated, Roman would take on his role in military defense. After this change, Baron Dmitri planned to announce the Battle of Succession, an important event that would decide the future of House Dmitri. The air was filled with excitement about these upcoming moments. A few days later, Willis, a priest from Valhalla, arrived in Dmitri. When he entered the noble house, Baron Dmitri welcomed him warmly and introduced himself. Willis had heard rumors about Roman's incredible achievement of defeating Homer and wanted to confirm it by meeting Roman himself. The unusual nature of this victory raised questions about whether Roman's accomplishments should change his rank. Baron Dmitri sadly told Willis that Roman had been busy working at the blacksmith's forge for several days. Understanding how important Willis's question was, Baron Dmitri suggested that Willis take the day to relax and set up a meeting with Roman for the next day. He also invited Willis to explore Dmitri while he was there, encouraging him to see the unique features of their estate. Willis accepted the Baron's suggestion and followed Hans, a guide chosen for this task. Hans was proud to talk about the Dmitri family, bragging about how they owned the largest iron mine in the Kingdom of Cairo and produced the best kinds of iron. He pointed out how important iron was for building the castle's insides, showing how it helped both the strength and the beauty of the structure. As they walked around the estate, they could hear the sounds of soldiers training. Curious, Willis asked if he could watch the training for a little while. Hans, happy to show off the military skills of House Dmitri, agreed. They went to the training area, where 2 soldiers, Kevin and Pucky, were having a practice match. Willis was amazed by what he saw. Both soldiers had a special ability called aura, a type of energy that made their fighting skills unique. This surprise left Willis stunned. The use of aura made these soldiers stand out and took their training and fighting skills to a whole new level. As Willis took in the scene, he began to understand how special House Dmitri was, especially since none of the 30 men Roman had chosen as soldiers had the sought-after skills of an aura swordsman. Things changed when Roman casually mentioned that Pucky seemed to have a natural talent for martial arts. Willis was confused by this mysterious comment. However, within just a month, Pucky unexpectedly showed he could use aura, surprising everyone. This important moment changed how the soldiers approached their training. Faced with the new challenge of aura, they all felt a strong determination to overcome it. The soldiers, now motivated, began working hard not just to improve their fighting skills but also to test their own limits, even if it meant putting their lives at risk. This change was clear in a practice match between Pucky and Kevin. Both fighters showed skills that made them look like experienced aura swordsmen. This surprising performance caught the eye of Willis, a priest from Valhalla, who was completely shocked by the talent on display in the training area. Willis couldn't understand the depth of this sudden change and wondered if all the soldiers had a similar style of sword fighting, amazed by how good they had become. To Willis, watching these soldiers from the faraway region of Dmitri felt like seeing a smaller version of the strong Valhalla Empire. He was confused by the difference between the soldiers' skills and how people viewed Dmitri as just a rural area. This made him wonder when and how Dmitri became so powerful. He was with another judge who was also surprised and thought these soldiers might be part of the famous Dmitri Knights, a group linked to Baron Romero. However, Hans surprised them both by explaining that these soldiers were not from the Dmitri Knights. Instead, they were personal soldiers of young Master Roman, which shocked Willis even more. Willis found it hard to believe that these aura swordsmen were just ordinary soldiers. He asked if they had joined because of big money offers or if they were training to become knights. Hans, surprised by Willis's questions, shared the interesting backgrounds of Kevin and Pucky. Kevin used to be a commoner, and Pucky was a C-rank mercenary who had only recently become aura swordsman under young Master Roman's training. This showed how talented Roman was at spotting potential and helping others grow strong. Hans stressed how important Roman was as the heir of the Dmitri family. He described Roman not just as a fighter, but as an inspiring leader who could find and develop talent very well. To Hans, Roman was more than just an heir, he was a great asset to the Dmitri legacy. Willis was still trying to understand the surprising information he had learned and questioned who Roman Dimitri really was and what he could do. Excitement filled the air as Willis looked forward to finally meeting Roman. The next day arrived, and Willis sat at a table deep in thought about Roman, whom he saw as a mysterious figure, like a hidden dragon yet to show his true power. Willis wondered if Roman had earned his position through real talent or if he was just a hero because of past victories. When the door opened and Roman walked in, Willis was filled with curiosity. The mood in the room changed as Roman entered confidently. Willis noticed Roman's eyes, which had a naturally downward shape that showed quiet self-assurance. To Willis's surprise, Roman had a relaxed expression, seeming completely comfortable in the moment. Willis realized that Roman was a man used to being strong. As Roman came closer, introduced himself, and sat down, Willis took the chance to ask about the rumors about Roman's fighting skills. The big question was whether Roman had really beaten Homeros in a battle. Roman simply said yes. Willis wanted to make sure Roman understood how important this achievement was. He told Roman that Homeros wasn't just any fighter, he was ranked 49th and was expected to rise even higher, being a 4-star fighter. Yet, at just 25 years old, Roman had defeated him. To Willis, this victory was more than just winning. It made Roman seem like a genius, possibly the greatest fighter in Cairo's history. However, it seemed that Roman didn't fully realize how significant his accomplishment was. Willis thought it was amazing for someone so young to beat a fighter like Homeros. Roman, on the other hand, brushed off Willis's praise. He said that Willis was overthinking things and credited his victory to logical impossibilities. With confidence, Roman suggested they get straight to the point. Willis, surprised by Roman's straightforwardness, decided to explain how the ranking system worked before confirming what happened. In the complicated world of battle rankings, Willis explained, there are official and unofficial battles. Official battles require defeating an opponent while a Valhalla Temple observer is watching. Once permission is granted, the results are immediately updated in the rankings, and in these cases, Roman would receive an ID to confirm his new rank. But in unofficial battles, if a ranked fighter is suddenly defeated, the rankings are reshuffled after a year. Roman wouldn't get to claim the rank of the fighter he beat in an unofficial battle. The thought of Roman possibly earning the lowest rank by proving himself in an unofficial battle made the atmosphere feel tense. A smile of victory appeared on Roman's face as he considered the chance of reaching rank 100 by showing his strength in such a fight. Willis, who was guiding him through this process, reminded Roman that the Valhalla Temple needed first-hand proof, emphasizing that they trust what they can see to confirm a winner's qualification in unofficial battles. Willis then brought out an aura gauge, a tool that would help determine if Roman was eligible. He explained how simple the verification process was, stressing that if Roman met the standards set by Willis using the aura gauge, he would be considered qualified and would receive the lowest rank. In official matches, players quickly prove their rank with an ID check, but in unofficial battles, the confirmation takes longer. Valhalla was careful about this because rank 100 players attract many challengers looking to make a name for themselves. Curious about why people want to rank up, Roman asked Willis for his thoughts. Willis, eager to help Roman improve his reputation as a swordsman, expressed a wish for Roman's name to be known worldwide. He asked Roman if it was worth risking everything for fame, even without clear rewards. Roman, still smiling, suggested a different plan. He could defeat a higher-ranked opponent in an official match. Willis, surprised by this idea, agreed that official matches are the best way to prove oneself but explained that starting one is complicated. The northeastern area of Cairo had no rankers, making it impossible to set up an official ranking battle. Roman realized that finding suitable opponents nearby would be tough, so he got ready for the upcoming test. Willis explained how the test would work. The aura gauge looked simple, but it was crucial for figuring out Roman's rank. By pouring mana into it, the gauge would change color, showing Roman's strength visually. Willis clarified the color meanings: red for 1 star, orange for 2 stars, yellow for 3 stars, and green for 4 stars and higher. Because Roman had previously defeated a strong 4-star swordsman, the expectations were high. To pass, he needed at least a 3-star, yellow, on the aura gauge. Knowing what he needed to do, Roman confidently approached the device, eager to show his skills. As he thought about the differences between this world and the Murim, Roman noted how important mana was here and how tools like the aura gauge assessed a martial artist's abilities. He wondered about the mages in this advanced world. Were they similar to the sorcerers in Murim, or had they become superhumans, almost like gods? The power of magic in this world was something Roman knew he couldn't ignore. When Willis gave the signal to start, Roman recognized the differences in logic between the two worlds and wondered what would happen if he used his mana in the way this world required. He couldn't help but smile. It felt like a chance to test his limits and see how powerful this world's magic truly was. With determination, Roman began the test by pouring mana into the aura gauge. A powerful energy surrounded him, creating a bright purple aura that spread into the space around him. Willis, who was watching, was visibly shocked by this unexpected display of energy. As Roman continued to add his mana to the aura gauge, the room was filled with a surprising sight. Willis, who was in charge of this unusual test, could hardly believe what he saw as the gauge quickly changed from orange to yellow. This rapid change was unusual, especially since the normal measurement process took about 5 minutes. Even for a skilled 4-star swordsman like Roman, this unexpected result left Willis in disbelief. Roman, aware of the limitations of the testing methods in this world, decided to explore the techniques from the Murim, a place that had helped him develop his impressive skills. He started to pour mana into the gauge again, and this time he was able to change the gauge to green. However, his moment of victory was short-lived when the aura gauge, a highly respected item created by the continent's greatest minds, suddenly broke. This unexpected event left Willis confused as he tried to understand what the broken gauge meant. Willis explained how important the aura gauge was. It was carefully designed for accurate assessments and was made by channeling the mana of a 6th-star swordsman into it. The gauge was incredibly strong, and its colors went up to green, representing the highest level of achievement. Even if the mana exceeded its limits, the aura gauge was supposed to work without any issues. The fact that it broke was completely unexpected. When Roman asked if the gauge was defective, Willis, taken aback, struggled to answer. He remembered that just before the gauge broke, it had shown a bright green light. This realization made Willis rethink Roman's abilities. No longer just a hidden talent, Roman now appeared to be a fully developed monster, something Willis found hard to accept. This revelation had serious implications. Roman, as a swordsman capable of reaching 6-star rank, could be a major threat to the established order. Willis imagined the consequences not only for the Kingdom of Cairo but for the entire Salamander continent. Just having a warrior like Roman could change the current rankings and shake up the existing power structure. As Willis processed this new information, he realized how unusual the situation was. The broken aura gauge was something he had never seen before, which made him careful not to jump to conclusions. Feeling a sense of duty, he promised Roman that he would share the results soon. When he left the room, he felt a strong sense of urgency. Meeting Roman Dimitri had opened his eyes to the fact that there was a lot more to learn about this mysterious person. In Willis's office, a look of confusion crossed his face as he struggled to understand who Roman really was. Focused on his work, he started looking into Roman Dimitri's history. The records told a detailed story of Roman's life before he turned 25, showing a major change in him. The defeat of the Blood Fang and the fight against Barco were important parts of his story that highlighted his incredible growth. What struck Willis most was how dramatic this change was, a transformation that seemed almost unbelievable. Roman's skillful approach to challenges revealed a lot about his character. Willis found himself questioning how someone could change so much. Roman's ability to manage tough situations with skill and determination proved that he had strong resolve, even when facing danger. He showed incredible bravery, putting his life on the line to reach his goals. Willis was impressed not just by Roman's immense power, but also by his intelligence. The aura gauge, which was supposed to measure Roman's strength, was now a useless piece of equipment in Willis's hands. It confirmed that there were no abnormalities. The only reason for the gauge's unexpected break was the incredible power it had encountered. Thinking about this, Willis stood up quickly. He needed to report this strange situation right away. But just as he was about to act, he received a magical call that interrupted his thoughts. The voice on the other end was from the higher-ups at the Valhalla main branch. In a conversation that would change everything, Willis shared the new information about Roman Dimitri. They decided that Roman should be considered a target for recruitment. Willis discovered that the Valhalla Empire was not just a group of mindless fighters, they were clever strategists who understood the importance of being cunning. As their empire grew, they showed a deep understanding of how to use traditions like the ranking system to gain an advantage over others, proving they were more sophisticated than just brute force. Even with their small numbers, Valhalla could recognize those with talent who wanted to become rankers. Willis's boss recognized that it was important to recruit Roman Dimitri. The order was clear: raise Roman's evaluation to an A rank and find a way to bring him into the team. However, the boss emphasized the need for complete confidentiality. Bringing in people from other countries needed a careful approach so they could be integrated into Valhalla without anyone suspecting anything. As Willis listened to these instructions after learning about Roman Dimitri's ranking, he took his superior's directive seriously. He promised to tell Dmitri about the issue with the aura gauge. Because of this, Roman Dimitri would be moved from a 4-star swordsman to a 3-star, and he would be unofficially ranked as number 100. Willis thought about the possible consequences of this change, especially how it might shake up the complicated social scene in Cairo. The next day, as the sun rose, Willis's announcement spread through the city, creating a stir among the established norms. The youngest ranker had appeared, surprising everyone and challenging the usual way things were done. In Cairo, the news reached Marquis Benedict, a powerful figure in the central government. Sitting in his office, the Marquis read the report from his subordinate about Willis's visit to Dmitri, confirming that Roman was indeed a 3-star swordsman, and discussing the rumors about his victory at Homeros's peak. However, the Marquis felt some doubts as he heard about how Homeros had lost. There were rumors that he had been caught off guard and couldn't show his full 4-star aura. The Marquis was curious and asked about Roman's age, learning that he was only 25 years old. The fact that someone so young could have such impressive swordsmanship made Roman an exciting prospect, not just for his skills but also for the influence he could have in the outer regions. These events made Marquis Benedict think about the wider political situation. He wanted to know what other powers, especially the empires of Kronos and Valhalla, were doing. Learning that these two strong empires were quickly making strategic moves angered the Marquis. He wondered how they could approach Roman before the central government had established its position. At that time, Cairo was divided into 4 groups. The royal faction firmly supported the king and held strong power. The aristocratic faction, led by Marquis Benedict himself, had a lot of influence over the city's political matters. There were 2 main groups in Cairo, the pro-Kronos faction and the pro-Valhalla faction. Each group was influenced by foreign powers and their own interests. Marquis Benedict saw how urgent the situation was and quickly ordered someone to be sent to talk to Dmitri. The central government couldn't let Roman fall under the influence of the rival factions. Marquis Benedict's serious command was clear: the central government had to do everything possible to stop the royal faction from getting Roman Dimitri. This order began a series of strategic actions that would change the political situation in Cairo. The story then shifted to the western border of Cairo, which faced the powerful Kronos Empire and the Kingdom of Hector. Here, the reality of outside pressures was harsh. Kronos, a huge empire and the home of Emperor Alexandro, continually demanded that Cairo submit to its authority. After years of constant attacks, Cairo's soldiers were worn down, facing aggression every day. At the same time, some citizens in Cairo, influenced by Kronos, pushed for surrender. On this dangerous battlefield, Roman's brother Rodwell faced the tough truth about being part of a small, weak nation. The ongoing attacks on the Western Front meant that Cairo's soldiers had no break from fighting. In the middle of this chaos, a fellow soldier brought news to Rodwell. His brother Roman had become a ranker. Rodwell felt frustrated, thinking that Roman, in his view, couldn't have earned a 3-star ranking. He dismissed it as just a rumor, insisting that Roman, the brother he knew, couldn't even defend himself. He believed that the truth would eventually come out. Next, the scene changed to Dmitri Palace, where Roman had an unexpected visitor. As they sat together, the visitor pledged loyalty to the king of Cairo and explained why they were there: to make Roman a royal knight of the royal family. The goal was clear: to secure Roman Dimitri, known as the Hidden Dragon of the Frontier. With this new role, the 4 factions in Cairo started to make their strategic moves, setting the stage for complicated power struggles and political actions. As the factions moved, Roman Dimitri, the Hidden Dragon, stood at the center of the unfolding drama. In a quiet moment between Roman and the older man, the weight of the offer was clear. The elder explained how important it was to become a royal knight, the highest honor for a knight, and that this was a rare chance for Roman to avoid the usual tough trials by directly pledging loyalty to the majesty. Roman was curious but asked the old man why the proposal was so unusual. The man explained that since Roman was the oldest son of the Dmitri family, he was seen as special. He offered Roman a chance to go to the capital and swear loyalty, which would allow Roman to quickly become one of the respected royal knights. Roman, however, didn't seem impressed and wanted to know if this was all the royal family had to offer. He asked if having his own mansion and raising his family's title were the best rewards available. The old man looked surprised by Roman's lack of excitement. Noticing Roman's hesitation, he asked if Roman was really turning down such a great opportunity. Roman took on a serious expression and said this was a normal reaction for him. As the eldest son of the Dmitri family, he felt he had everything he needed and questioned why he should travel to the capital to become a royal knight. The old man, unfazed, explained again the rewards that awaited Roman: his own mansion and a higher title for his family. Still unimpressed, Roman pressed on, asking if those were truly the best rewards the royal family could offer. This led Roman to share that just 5 days ago, someone from the famous Gregory family had come to him with a tempting offer. In return for Roman's loyalty, the Gregory family promised him a mansion in the capital, lots of land, a large sum of gold and silver, and even suggested a marriage that would make Roman part of their family. The old man looked shocked and upset by this news. He warned Roman that he was making a huge mistake. The old man explained that the emperor was interested in Roman not just for what he was now, but for what he could become in the future. He argued that being a royal knight came with rewards far greater than what someone like Roman could imagine and felt that the powerful Kronos Empire was already plotting something complicated. Roman then continued to recount what had happened in the last few days. 3 sunsets ago, a representative from the Denver family had come to him with an unexpected offer. The envoy talked about providing support, giving Roman hope in the uncertain path ahead of him. Last night, Roman met with someone from the Benedict family, and their offer was unusual and different from others. The conditions were better than those from other families, and there were 3 main points to it. However, Roman surprised the old man by saying that next month, he intended to make Dmitri, who is likely an important ally, independent. The old man thought this was a bad idea and urged Roman to join the royal faction instead, saying that the others were traitors who wanted to ruin the whole kingdom. Cairo's top swordsman and the knight commander of the Royal Knights was known for stopping the rebellion and keeping things under control. Still, the royal family was struggling with running the kingdom because they couldn't get important information. The old man realized it would be hard to convince the nobles in the small country of Cairo. He could only promise Roman a position as a royal knight and respectfully asked him to support the royal family. Roman, seeing a similarity to his own situation as the 12th son of the Heavenly Demon, didn't find the earlier offers appealing. He wouldn't say no to them, but he wouldn't say yes either. The old man felt hopeful because Roman didn't completely reject the offers. Roman then asked the old man to leave for the day and mentioned that he would wait until he was ready to pledge his loyalty to the royal family. With 4 offers and 4 refusals, Roman had no plans to side with any group. Expecting some conflict, he decided to take his time and keep his options open with all 4 factions. Outside, Roman is deeply focused on his training when a stranger comes up to him, greeting him. Roman turns to find a man named McKean, who, to his surprise, works for Valhalla's intelligence department. However, McKean is wearing a uniform with Dimitri's staff insignia, which confuses Roman. Anger flares in Roman as he questions McKean's sudden visit, since Roman had already communicated with the Denvar family days ago. Picking up on Roman's frustration, McKean quickly apologizes for the surprise, explaining that urgent circumstances have forced him to reach out personally. He assures Roman that this visit reflects Valhalla's true feelings, recognizing Roman's complicated situation, his nationality, and his difficulty in leaving Dmitri. McKean then makes a surprising offer. He proposes to give Roman a title, an iron mine, and a piece of fertile land. This, he explains, would allow Roman to continue his work as a blacksmith while also addressing his family's needs. Roman thinks over the unusual offer, weighing the benefits against his responsibility toward his family. The weight of this decision makes him feel the pressure as he considers what it might mean to align himself with Valhalla. Sensing Roman's hesitation, McKean stresses the importance of power for a swordsman. To make the offer more tempting, he tells Roman that Valhalla would grant him access to their top-tier treasury, a collection of valuable records that include rare methods for strengthening the mind and ancient sword techniques. These records, carefully organized by topic, contain secrets passed down through generations. Roman is stunned by the offer, intrigued by the mention of the treasury and its high-level records. Valhalla, it seems, guards rare knowledge about mind techniques and swordsmanship, preserving their ancestors' wisdom. This revelation adds a new level to the offer, making Roman even more interested in the idea of joining Valhalla. McKean then talks about Valhalla's big ambition, to conquer the whole continent and establish themselves as the only empire. Staying in the kingdom of Cairo, he argues, would help speed up this goal. The idea of Roman playing a role in Valhalla's rise stirs the atmosphere with a sense of destiny, one that seems linked to the birth of an empire. As McKean describes this grand vision, he appeals to Roman's purpose, encouraging him to join Valhalla's cause. Roman's path to a promising future seems to lie in aligning himself with a powerful ally. McKean believes that with fair pay and a bit of pressure, Roman could follow this path with benefits and safety. Most people would find it hard to refuse such an offer from McKean, but Roman stands firm in his rejection. The atmosphere grows tense as McKean shows surprise at this unexpected response. As anticipation fills the air, Roman feels he must explain his choice, which may seem unusual. It's not because Valhalla's offer lacks compensation, nor is it due to weak loyalty to his homeland. Instead, Roman shares the complex thoughts running through his mind. Recently, he has received many offers that promise him status without binding him to any specific commitment. This attention mirrors the complicated political scene in the Kingdom of Cairo. Key figures, including the royal knights, Marquis Benedict, Count Gregory, and Count Denver, are all eager to win Roman's loyalty. What looks like an easy choice is actually a complicated process. Roman explains the delicate balance he must maintain amid these power struggles. Swearing loyalty isn't just a formality, it's a strategic decision with significant consequences. The kingdom's politics are like a chess game, and Roman, an unwilling player, must tread carefully. Roman admits to McKean that he feels torn, not only by the many offers but also by his need to understand what is truly worth risking his life for. The kingdom's complex politics require a thoughtful response. Roman's hesitance to pledge loyalty is more than hesitation. It's part of a carefully planned approach to show his dedication to McKean and others. McKean, moved by Roman's openness, begins to grasp the depth of Roman's inner struggle. Realizing the urgency, McKean warns Roman about the pressure of time. With the political situation in Valhalla shifting quickly, decisions must be made soon, or Roman may miss his chance. With a gentle but firm tone, McKean urges him to act before it's too late. Roman knows how serious things are and promises McKean he'll give an answer within the deadline. As McKean is about to leave, he turns back with an intrigued look, promising a parting gift as a symbol of the growing bond between Roman and Valhalla. He also gives a cryptic warning about the southern front, which feels like a ticking bomb, making Roman stay on high alert. Moving to the Grand Dmitri Palace, Roman says goodbye to his father, carrying the responsibility of defending his nation and promising to return safely. As Roman is about to leave, his mother, calm and confident, reassures his father, Romero Dmitri, not to worry too much. She explains that Roman isn't going to the dangerous Western Front, where the border with the Kronos Empire lies. Instead, he's assigned to the safer Southern Front. With strong belief in her son's safety, she assures Dmitri that Roman will come back unharmed, reflecting a mother's unwavering faith in her child's well-being. Outside, Roman steps into his role as a leader, addressing his soldiers with confidence. He urges them forward, marking the beginning of their journey, a path filled with both duty and destiny. Soon, they reach a final stop before the Southern Front, a temporary resting spot where they'll stay until dawn before continuing toward the front line. As the soldiers settle in, a disturbance catches Roman's eye. He finds Kevin and Chris locked in a heated argument with Henry Albert, the eldest son of the noble Albert family. A few hours earlier, Roman had read a letter from the central government. Benedict, concerned for Roman's safety and impressed by his loyalty to the kingdom, arranged for him to be stationed at the relatively safe southern front, sparing him from the harsher western environment. Reflecting on Benedict's actions, Roman realizes that over the last few months, the Marquis leading the aristocratic faction has shown consistent support for him. It's clear that the Marquis values Roman's unique skills, especially his ability to face off against the royal knights, and doesn't want to lose him. Despite these efforts, Roman still had doubts about how safe the southern front really was. Intelligence from Valhalla painted a very different picture, describing it as a ticking time bomb ready to go off. Back in the story with Henry Albert, we see a clash of social statuses unfold. Henry, proud of his heritage as part of one of Cairo's top families, demanded to use the inn. He looked down on people like Chris, calling them lowlives and wondering how they dared to speak against someone of his high status. In the middle of the argument between Chris and Henry Albert, Roman showed up and asked what was going on. Chris explained that Henry wanted him and the others to leave the inn because Henry wanted to use it. However, Chris firmly refused, saying he had already booked the whole place. Henry didn't seem to care about Chris's protest. Watching all this, Roman recognized that the Albert family was still acting with an old sense of power, maybe unaware of how much their status had slipped. Seeing a chance to step in, Roman asked Henry why he thought they should leave, challenging the sense of entitlement the Albert family displayed. Unbothered, Henry then asked if Roman was in charge of the soldiers. When Roman confirmed, Henry warned him about the trouble he'd caused by not listening. He reminded Roman that they were both headed to the southern training camp and gave him only 5 minutes to disappear from his sight. Thinking about how House Dmitri, a small and less important family, was treated, Roman decided not to give in to Henry's demand. Instead, he chose to face the situation head-on. Roman drew his sword, making it clear he was challenging Henry to a duel. He suggested that if Henry could defeat him, he'd leave the inn without argument. Henry, surprised by this sudden turn, prepared to attack Roman. But before their swords could meet, Henry's own soldiers stepped in, holding him back. In a surprising turn, they started explaining who Roman was, showing Henry just how serious this situation was. The soldiers described Roman's impressive skill and told stories of how he'd risen to become the youngest-ranked fighter in history. They talked about his achievements in the war against Barco, mentioning how he had killed Baron Barco's eldest son in a direct fight. They portrayed Roman as a fierce, unstoppable force on the battlefield, a warrior with no mercy. Now, with this new understanding of Roman's strength, Henry stood frozen in his place, realizing he was facing a very dangerous opponent. The soldiers warned him about the serious consequences of dueling with Roman. They described Roman as a powerful fighter, someone not to be underestimated. Henry realized the risk he was facing, but quickly made an excuse, saying he'd forgotten a prior commitment. Trying to save face, he suggested they drop the issue. However, Henry still wanted to find a way to punish Roman, feeling that Roman had shown disrespect to House Albert. As Roman stepped right in front of Henry, Henry felt a chill and quickly moved to the other side of the room in fear. Watching him, Roman thought this kind of reaction might be typical on the Southern Front. That day, 3 people backed down just upon hearing Roman's name, showing the strong reputation he had built. Later, Roman spoke to the Innkeeper, trying to understand the Southern Front's strange dynamics. The Innkeeper, who had seen such reactions before, explained that the Southern Front was unlike the dangerous Western Front. Here, they had a friendly relationship with Hector, so noble sons, who couldn't avoid conscription, chose the Southern Front, nicknamed the Resort. Here, training was easy, without life-threatening risks, making it a comfortable place for nobles to complete their national duty without much danger. As Roman looked over a map, he remembered events from 48 days ago when scouts from the kingdom of Hector crossed the border. The scouts pulled back after confirming activity on the Southern Front but continued to watch from afar. Roman understood that Hector's intentions were uncertain. It wasn't clear if they were preparing for war. But based on what he knew, he believed the Southern Front wasn't as safe as people thought. A slight smile formed on Roman's lips as he sensed the inevitability of conflict, catching the familiar scent of blood in the air. The story then moved to the next day, where Viscount Bael Frank, commander of the Southern Training Camp, introduced himself. He explained that the camp was a basic training ground for soldiers assigned to the Southern Front. After 3 weeks of intense training, all noble recruits would join a reserve corps and finish their service on the Southern Front. This moment was an important step in their military journey. Speaking to the gathered noble recruits, Bael gave them a serious message, telling them to leave their titles behind when entering the camp. Here, everyone was simply a soldier with a duty to serve. Bael stressed discipline, warning them against breaking any rules. The punishment for disobedience would be deployment to the Western Front, which Roman thought was a fairly mild consequence. After this, Viscount Bael Frank, the commander in charge of training the noble recruits at the Southern camp, spoke again. He told the soldiers they would receive detailed information about the training schedule that evening. For now, he encouraged them to get settled into their quarters. A little later, one of the soldiers came up to Roman with a message that the commander wanted a private talk with him. Roman agreed and went to Bael's office. When he entered, Bael greeted him warmly and asked if his trip south had been comfortable. Roman replied that the journey had been smooth. As they talked, Bael shared how pleased he was to hear that Roman would be joining the Southern Front. To Bael, having Cairo's youngest ranker, there was a sign of the hidden strength within the Dmitri family. Keen to get to the point, Bael asked Roman directly if it was true that Marquis Benedict had helped arrange Roman's assignment to the Southern Front. Roman confirmed it, explaining that although he hadn't asked for Benedict's help, he had heard about it afterward. Hearing this, Bael thought about how much Benedict seemed to be investing in Roman's future. Seeing an opportunity, Bael openly shared his intentions. He wanted to make a good impression on Marquis Benedict. Knowing the difference between life at the southern training camp and the comfort of the central government, Bael promised to do everything he could to make Roman's stay at the camp pleasant. In return, Bael had a simple request. When Roman eventually met with Marquis Benedict, he hoped Roman would mention that Viscount Bael had made his stay at the camp more enjoyable. It was a straightforward exchange that could benefit them both. Roman, understanding Bael's practical approach, saw no reason to refuse what Bael was willing to offer him. After Roman left Bael's office, he ran into Henry, who immediately accused him of messing with the wrong person. Henry revealed that Viscount Bael, the commander of the southern training camp, was his uncle. With a smirk, Henry hinted that Roman would regret crossing him, suggesting serious consequences were on the way. But Roman, unfazed, simply asked what he was supposed to do with this information. This calm response only made Henry angrier. Furious, Henry stormed off, heading straight to his uncle's office. In Viscount Bael's office, Henry told his uncle that he felt threatened by someone in the camp. Hearing that someone is threatening Henry triggered Bael's protective instincts for his nephew. Concerned and angry, Bael immediately set out to confront the supposed threat. When he arrived, expecting a dangerous rival, he was shocked to see that the threat was actually Roman Dimitri. Without warning, Bael slapped Henry right in front of Roman. The slap left Henry stunned, with tears welling up in his eyes. Since childhood, he had seen his uncle Bael as a trusted figure, even more than his own parents. The sudden, harsh reprimand from someone he admired deeply left Henry confused and hurt. Afterwards, Viscount Bael, realizing Roman's value and the favor he had received from Maris Benedict, apologized to Roman. Bael admitted that Henry's actions needed better guidance. Roman, showing unexpected kindness, told Bael he would let it go, recognizing Bael's effort to resolve the situation. As Bael and the still upset Henry walked away, Bael's frustration turned toward his nephew. Outside, he warned Henry against making an enemy of someone like Roman, who had caught Maris Benedict's attention. Henry, still shocked from the slap, asked his uncle why he had reacted so strongly. Bael sternly told Henry to grow up and take responsibility, warning that if he kept acting recklessly in the camp, as he did back at the Albert estate, he wouldn't be able to protect him from the consequences. To prevent further conflict, Bael made a strategic decision. He announced that Henry would now be paired with Roman in all activities, from training to the formation of the Reserve Corps. With urgency, Bael instructed Henry to build a good relationship with Roman, no matter what. For Henry, this new dynamic left him in a tricky spot. Viscount Bael, his uncle and camp commander, made it clear that if he resisted, he would be quickly sent to the feared Western Front. Roman retreated to his room, a private space provided by Viscount Bael. As he looked around, he noticed the effort the Viscount had put into making him comfortable. Roman thought about how people who openly show their ambitions are often easier to control. Even though he knew life in the southern training camp could be tough, he stayed hopeful about what was ahead. Meanwhile, at the heart of the training camp, an instructor named McBurney held an important role as the lead trainer. McBurney's journey to this position was filled with sacrifice and resilience. Just 3 years ago, he was a seasoned warrior fighting on the Western Front. Driven by deep loyalty to the kingdom, McBurney had volunteered for the Western Front and had defended Cairo in countless battles over 10 years. Starting from humble beginnings, he rose to become a commander, leading a group of 100 men. But during a fierce battle on the Western Front, he tragically lost his right arm, which had once skillfully wielded a sword. The pain he felt wasn't just physical, it came from having to let go of his life as a warrior. In honor of McBurney's past service, the Empire decided to offer him a position as a trainer at the southern camp. Though it was hard to leave the battlefield, McBurney accepted the role, hoping he could still protect Cairo by training new soldiers. However, the transition was challenging. In his eyes, the southern training camp was a complete mess. Unlike the Western training camp, where everyone received the same training, the nobles at the southern camp were excused from strict discipline. McBurney had carefully created a basic 3-week training program, but it didn't work as planned since the nobles, who held command over the soldiers, refused to join in. This gap frustrated him as he noticed the difference in dedication between the two groups. The nobles, spared from the hard training, didn't seem to realize how this might affect their leadership in the future. McBurney saw a serious problem in a system that let the nobles skip training, which he believed could harm the unity and readiness of the whole camp. Walking by them, he grew more frustrated, thinking about their lack of commitment and the consequences of their indifference on the front lines. At the southern training camp, McBurney, an experienced leader, was surprised by an unexpected sight: Roman, a nobleman, standing side by side with the other soldiers in perfect formation. Roman Dimitri's presence showed a level of unity in the ranks that McBurney hadn't seen before. As McBurney watched, he noticed Roman leading the troops, making him wonder if the soldiers knew about the different customs at the southern camp. Curious, McBurney approached Roman to offer some advice about the camp's culture. He explained that nobles didn't have to participate in the training and suggested that if Roman wanted, he could rest in the shade and watch from a distance, like other nobles chose to do. Roman, intrigued by McBurney's advice, asked if he was suggesting this because of pressure from other nobles. McBurney admitted that he was right. Other nobles, not used to the tough southern camp, often skipped the physical training. This led Roman to share a broader viewpoint. He said that on the battlefield, enemies don't care about rank. He stressed that commanders need the stamina to lead across all kinds of terrain, mountains, rivers, and swamps. For a leader to be truly effective, they must undergo the same training as their troops. Roman's words made sense to McBurney, who was impressed by the noble's grasp of why training was important. Roman continued, explaining that the southern camp's training isn't just about testing strength but also about passing down valuable experience. He saw it as a complete process meant to prepare soldiers for any kind of combat situation. McBurney realized that Roman truly wanted to understand and face the same challenges as his soldiers. Roman then urged McBurney to be honest with him, saying he was ready for any type of training, regardless of his noble status. This attitude surprised McBurney. He had never met a noble so dedicated to the rigorous training. Previously, McBurney had thought about adjusting the training for nobles, but Roman's commitment made him reconsider. He decided to keep the camp's standards high and unchanged. With new resolve, McBurney returned to his duties, ready to give his best over the next 3 weeks, inspired by Roman's rare dedication and the unique connection between the noble and the common soldiers. McBurney stood before the gathered soldiers, ready to begin their first week of physical training. He announced his decision to start an intense and grueling program often called Training Hell. The main goal of this tough training was clear: to prepare soldiers for the unpredictable and harsh realities of war, especially the need to move quickly under any conditions. McBurney told the soldiers that every day, no matter the weather, they would climb a mountain as part of their routine. This news shocked the soldiers, who were surprised by the strength and skill shown by Roman and his team. During these intense training sessions, McBurney stressed that war is not only physical, it's a mental battle, too, with no set end date. The soldiers faced endless swinging exercises without a limit, pushing them beyond what they thought possible. McBurney warned that anyone who quit halfway would have to keep training longer, even if it meant losing valuable sleep. As the demanding training continued, the soldiers grew visibly exhausted, and some tried to cool off in a nearby river. One soldier commented that he could have handled the day's training better if he had the same level of preparation as Roman and his troops. Hearing this, Henderson joined the conversation and asked about the soldier's training background. The soldier admitted he had only trained for about a year, recognizing that Roman's team had been training for years. However, Henderson corrected him, explaining that Roman soldiers had only been training for 3 months. Henderson looked at the soldier seriously and explained that Roman's team had made impressive progress in a short time. He pointed out that the soldier's struggle wasn't due to lack of preparation, but simply because he wasn't giving his best. In Henderson's quiet hometown, his life changed one ordinary day when he noticed a recruitment poster. Curious about a new path, he considered the opportunity, not realizing this decision would lead him to a world that would challenge everything he believed about skill and readiness. When Henderson joined Roman Dimitri's army as a private soldier, he thought the job didn't require any special skills. To him, Becoming a soldier from a farmer seemed like an easy switch, a simple change in work. But reality hit hard when he saw experienced mercenaries like Lucas and Pucky coming together to review the conditions Roman offered. Henderson realized he was surrounded by tough, seasoned fighters, and his confidence quickly turned into doubt. As the days went on, he felt like a weak herbivore surrounded by powerful beasts. He began to wonder if he could meet the expectations of serving under Roman. The qualities he thought weren't important for a private soldier now seemed to be missing in him, leaving him feeling unprepared and exposed. In a moment of weakness, Henderson turned to Chris for advice. He admitted he felt unworthy of serving under Lord Roman because he wasn't good with a sword and came from a farming background. He thought his decision to become a warrior was arrogant and questioned whether he even belonged with these skilled soldiers. Chris, however, shared a story that helped Henderson see things differently. He told him about Kevin, a boy who had once been full of hatred, but whom Roman had taken in. At first, Chris was skeptical about Roman's choice, thinking Kevin was just a regular boy full of anger. But over time, Kevin transformed into a strong warrior. Chris told Henderson that he, too, had potential, even though he was struggling now. He reminded him that growth was possible and inevitable with Roman's guidance, just like it had been for Kevin. Despite his self-doubt, Henderson began to see a chance for change as he joined Roman's service. Though he wasn't sure about his abilities, he realized that Roman must have seen something in him, something that made him worthy of being chosen over many others. Henderson, a simple farmer, slowly started to trust Roman's judgment, encouraged by Chris's words. From that moment on, he decided to put his faith in Roman Dimitri, believing the Lord had the ability to turn his doubts into achievements. Over the next few months, Henderson dedicated himself to intense training, determined to prove his worth. The physical strain was unrelenting, pushing him to the edge, where throwing up or passing out became a regular part of the experience. Still, Henderson didn't give up. He found the strength to keep going, and through this determination, he built the path that led him to who he was now, showing the power of hard work and the support of a mentor. Now, Henderson questioned the very meaning of war. He asked his fellow soldiers to think about the reality of battle, where survival often meant killing others. In this dangerous line between life and death, Henderson refused to let soldiers use poor preparation as an excuse. He dismissed complaints that would drag others down, stressing the need to recognize weaknesses and work on getting better. As Henderson left, his words stayed with his fellow soldiers, leaving them silent for a moment. Looking at Roman soldiers, it was clear they were already deeply focused on the mindset of war. Their dedication went beyond physical training. These soldiers, united by a shared purpose, were preparing for a war that hadn't even arrived yet. Meanwhile, other nobles watched from a distance, confused. They couldn't understand why Roman and his soldiers, who came from humble backgrounds, were putting in so much effort. From the shade, away from the heat of the training ground, these onlookers questioned the reason for such extreme preparation. The Southern Front, far from the real battlefields, didn't seem like the place for such tough training. Among these watchers was Henry, who couldn't understand why someone like Roman didn't try to make connections with other nobles. The nobles doubted the usefulness of Roman soldiers' hard work, seeing it as unnecessary. But in this effort, there was a deeper truth. The soldiers born under the banner of Dmitri were trying to prove their worth and earn respect, even when they weren't near the front lines. Henry found himself puzzled by Roman's seeming disregard for the importance of alliances and talking to other nobles. He wondered if this was a common issue for those born to common families, not realizing how important relationships were in the world of politics. This thought stayed with him as he considered what might happen if such a mindset continued. The story then moved to the grand halls of Hector Palace, where important decisions were made that shaped the future of the kingdom. Jackson, a strong soldier and captain of the Ranger Corps, stood in front of the King of Hector. In his detailed report, Jackson revealed the hard work of the Ranger Corps, which had successfully infiltrated and investigated Cairo's southern front defense line 48 times over the past year. Jackson's findings showed that the defensive strength of the southern front was focused on the western side because of the ongoing battle with the Kronos Empire. This made the southern front weak and open to attack. Based on this, Jackson concluded that taking control of the southern front would be an easy task. This information was very important for the kingdom of Hector in the larger political situation of the continent. The story then shifted to the history of Hector. Once a powerful nation, like the Kronos Empire, Hector suffered a crushing defeat in a war with Valhalla. After this loss, Hector's strength was greatly weakened and became equal to that of Cairo. The kingdom, once a mighty force, now struggled to keep up with the more powerful empires and had become just one of the 6 smaller kingdoms. In this time of decline, Prince Edwin Hector came to his father, the king, with bad news. Edwin explained the difficult situation Hector was facing: 5 years of poor harvests and the heavy burden of paying back loans from the Golden Bank with high interest. The kingdom was close to financial collapse, and Edwin was worried that if things didn't change, Hector might lose its identity as a kingdom. In an honest moment, Edwin explained that Hector's problems started when the kingdom had intentionally avoided war after its defeat. However, Edwin believed that this period of avoiding conflict must end. He revealed that Hector had been preparing for war over the past year, knowing that it was inevitable. With urgency, Edwin told his father that the time had come to make a choice: war. He understood the serious situation of the people and the kingdom, and he argued that war might be the only way to save Hector. In the royal palace of Hector, the king sat with the heavy thought of war. For him, the word war was not something to be taken lightly, especially when spoken by his own son, Edwin, who was determined and firm in his belief. Seeking reassurance, the king asked Edwin if he was truly confident in choosing war. Edwin, firmly believing in his decision, reassured his father that he wouldn't have suggested it if he wasn't confident. With an important decision to make, the king gave up all power related to the upcoming war to his only son, Edwin Hector. Taking on this responsibility, Edwin showed he was ready to follow the king's orders. This change of leadership marked a big moment, preparing Edwin to lead Hector into uncharted territory. The story then shifted smoothly to the southern camp, where 3 weeks of training had finally come to an end, and the soldiers felt proud of what they had achieved. Bael, delivering good news, happily told Roman and the other soldiers who had completed the training that they were now part of the respected 5th Defense Line's Reserve Corps. He explained that this position was highly desirable and that he had used his connections to get Roman assigned to it. Grateful for the opportunity, Roman thanked Bael, but Bael, showing a friendly gesture, waved away any thanks and assured Roman that he could always rely on him if anything came up beyond the training camp. A moment of thanks followed as McBurney expressed his gratitude to Roman. The past 3 weeks had given McBurney a renewed sense of purpose, and he appreciated Roman's guidance. He handed Roman a piece of paper with information and details about the Southern Front, hoping it would help him if war broke out. He also wished Roman safety. Roman, touched by the gesture, thanked McBurney for the thoughtful preparation. As McBurney reflected on the time he spent training, he realized something deep inside. He had developed a strong respect for Roman and felt he wanted to follow him. However, this new admiration came with a sense of uncertainty. McBurney, a one-armed man who wasn't skilled with a sword, felt that he might not fit in with the elite warriors under Roman's command. As McBurney said goodbye, a feeling of doubt filled him. He worried that his presence might hold Roman back. But as they parted, a simple act carried a lot of meaning. Roman, looking at the map McBurney had carefully prepared, realized how difficult it was even for experienced people like Lucas to gather such detailed information. In McBurney's unselfish gesture, Roman found a deep respect, recognizing the kindness behind it. The story then moved to the center of the conflict, the first defense line on the southern front. A soldier's loud shout filled the air as the enemy's attack began. The chaos and confusion of battle spread quickly, setting the stage for what was to come. At the same time, the scene changed to the Reserve Corps base camp at the 5th Defense Line. Here, Henry struggled with the meaning of his Uncle Bael's words. Bael had purposely placed Henry in the same Reserve Corps as Roman, and had told him how important it was to form a good relationship with Roman over the next 2 years. Henry, unsure how to connect with someone like Roman, found himself in a situation that required both strategic thinking and personal effort. Suddenly, the camp's quiet was broken by the loud sound of an emergency siren, signaling Hector's declaration of war. Soldiers quickly got ready for the upcoming battle, with tension in the air. But amidst the rush, Henry realized that Roman Dimitri, the person he was meant to work with through this journey, had disappeared from sight. As the war began, the first defense line became the main target of Hector's attack. Hector's soldiers broke through the gate, threatening the security of the once strong fort. Baron Bruce, the commander of the 5th defense line, was deeply concerned about the situation. He thought back to how the 5th defense line had changed, sadly noting that it had lost its true purpose as a battlefield. What was once considered a paradise for the southern front had become a place where nobles lived in luxury, caring more about personal interests than their duties as soldiers. The corruption and neglect, which Baron Bruce himself had allowed, had weakened the line's ability to defend against a real threat. Realizing that staying and fighting to the end would mean certain death, Baron Bruce ordered his soldiers to hold their ground. He reminded them that if Hector's soldiers broke through, innocent civilians would be at risk, stressing the heavy responsibility they carried. Despite his strong words, Bruce's calls for his soldiers to stay firm were in vain. The battle raged on, and Bruce himself began to lose his confidence. He told his soldiers to buy him some time and revealed that he planned to contact the royal family to ask for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Roman, recognizing the urgency, quickly took control and ordered all soldiers to head immediately to the struggling 5th defense line. As the group moved forward, Roman thought about the poor condition of the southern front's defenses. There were many problems: broken equipment, low morale, and a commander who wasn't effective. These issues made the military forces very weak. The Reserve Corps, which was meant to be called in for emergencies, was placed 2 hours away from the front line, making Roman's task even more urgent. The goal was simple: get to the 5th defense line within an hour. While moving quickly, Roman noticed Baron Bruce, the commander of the 5th defense line. Bruce seemed disconnected from his soldiers and gave an order that went against Roman's mission. Bruce told Roman to take him to the rear, prioritizing his own safety over the need to reinforce the defense line. Roman didn't just follow orders without thinking. He asked Bruce why the commander was alone, away from his soldiers, in the middle of a dangerous battle. Bruce, speaking authoritatively, scolded Roman for questioning him. Feeling frustrated, Roman made it clear that he had heard enough. He grabbed Bruce by the neck and accused him of abandoning his soldiers. Roman reminded Bruce that desertion was punishable by execution, regardless of rank. In a hard decision, Roman, feeling betrayed by Bruce's actions, ended the commander's life on the spot. It was a harsh reminder of the tough choices soldiers sometimes have to make during war, where honor can clash with the need to survive. After this, Roman continued with his mission to reinforce the 5th defense line. The story shifted to the soldiers defending the line, where one soldier was holding off Hector's forces alone. This soldier, realizing that their situation was getting worse, was shocked by the sight of a commander abandoning them during the battle. At a critical moment when the 5th defense line was about to be overrun, Roman arrived just in time to stop Hector's soldiers. After the fighting paused, Roman spoke with a soldier named Stephen, confirming his identity. Stephen was told the bad news that Baron Bruce was dead. Now that Bruce was gone, the responsibility for the defense line was on Stephen. Roman remembered what Lucas had said about Stephen. Lucas had trusted Stephen to be the key person to defend the line. Roman asked Stephen what he thought was the best way to protect the area. He also told Stephen that if things looked hopeless, he, as the commander of the Reserve Corps, would not hesitate to order a retreat. This moment made Stephen sure he was with Roman Dimitri. Roman told Stephen that he needed his understanding of the battlefield. As Stephen looked at the battle's progress, he saw that retreating seemed safe for now, but he also realized it could lead to a major disadvantage. If they gave up their defense line to Hector, it would let him control important supply routes, which could drag the war on longer. Roman, facing this tough situation, suggested a daring plan. They would use railings to block the enemy's access through the gate. Roman promised to hold off the enemy long enough for the railings to be set up. Meanwhile, Stephen would get his forces ready for this risky move. Stephen, surprised by the boldness of Roman's plan, worried about the danger, especially with the enemy charging in. Roman reassured him that he wasn't going to take a foolish risk. With quick movements, Roman easily dodged an enemy attack, showing he wouldn't take on a mission that was impossible. As he took down an approaching enemy with a well-placed move, Stephen was both amazed and speechless. Amid the chaos of battle, Chris asked Roman what to do next. Roman confidently told Chris the plan, which was to clear a path to the gate. With a strong order, he commanded all his forces to follow him. The soldiers under Roman's leadership showed complete readiness, which left Stephen in awe. The loyalty and dedication of Roman soldiers surprised him, making him rethink his ideas about leadership. Seeing this, Stephen couldn't understand how the bond between Roman and his soldiers went beyond just duty. Roman turned to Stephen and told him to get ready, pointing out that the war had just begun. As Roman soldiers smoothly took their positions, Stephen realized something important. Their loyalty wasn't just out of duty, but out of deep respect for Roman. On the battlefield, it was clear that Roman's authority wasn't forced. It was earned through mutual understanding and admiration. As Roman charged toward Hector's soldiers, his mind was troubled by a deep question. Did someone like him, who didn't have a strong love for his country, really belong in this dangerous fight? War, at its core, seemed like a place where the weak were sacrificed. Even though he was now a respected figure in the Cairo kingdom, Roman couldn't ignore the privileges he had gained as one of the powerful. It was an inner struggle made harder by the harsh realities faced by smaller nations with little power or wealth. In the middle of the battle, with swords clashing and chaos all around, Roman found himself longing for the life he used to have. On the battlefield, he felt a sense of purpose because of the bonds he shared with his fellow soldiers, like Chris, Kevin, and the others. Together, they fought skillfully, taking down their enemies, and Roman's mere presence became a symbol of death. His number of kills kept rising, first 10, then 20, and with every enemy he defeated, the soldiers of Hector started to change. After the 10th kill, Hector's soldiers were still confident, but by the time Roman reached 20 kills, they realized their enemy wasn't just strong, he was unstoppable, someone they hadn't expected. Fear began to show on their faces, and rumors spread that Roman was a monster on the battlefield as the soldiers retreated. Meanwhile, Baron McCleary, the leader of Hector's forces, was confused by his soldiers' sudden retreat. They had seemed so close to victory when they broke through the castle gate, but now they were pulling back. McCleary didn't understand why. When he saw Roman, everything became even more puzzling. Their eyes met from across the field, and the shock on McCleary's face matched the strange turn of events. Watching Roman charge forward alone, McCleary assumed that Roman was arrogant and was coming for his head. Thinking Roman was foolishly acting alone, McCleary quickly ordered his soldiers to surround and defeat him. Believing Roman was isolated, the soldiers rushed at him with a sense of urgency. But Roman, always alert in the chaos of battle, saw the perfect moment to strike. He had learned from many past fights that the quickest way to end a war was to take out the enemy's leader. As the Hector soldiers were on the edge of collapsing, Roman saw his chance and decided to act. He rushed forward, quickly using the second move of his Heavenly Demon sword technique. The strike was so powerful that it took down a large portion of Hector's soldiers, leaving the remaining enemies shocked and in disbelief. Watching this swift and skillful display of power, the Hector soldiers hesitated. Baron McCleary stepped forward, trying to show his authority by identifying himself to Roman. But before he could say anything, Roman, determined and focused, wasted no time. In one smooth motion, he struck again, cutting McCleary down before he could speak another word. The battlefield was loud with the sound of fighting and the cries of the fallen as Roman stood victorious. In the middle of the chaos, Roman shouted to get the attention of the Cairo soldiers. He spoke with authority, saying that he had successfully defeated the enemy commander. However, his tone changed as he warned about the remaining Hector soldiers, stressing that letting them live would only create more enemies for Cairo in the future. Even though the enemy had already lost many soldiers, Roman encouraged his own troops to keep fighting hard and finish off the rest of the enemy. On the other side, Henry, who had been watching Roman's actions, was left confused. He wondered how he could approach Roman after seeing such a change in him. The shift in Roman's behavior made Henry think about the complicated relationship between them in the heat of battle. Without their commander, the enemy soldiers were demoralized and scattered, trying to escape from Roman and his forces. Roman soldiers held strong at the 5th defense line and managed to push back the enemy attack. Chris, one of Roman's trusted soldiers, reported that none of the 30 soldiers, including himself, had been hurt. Roman praised his soldiers, recognizing their bravery and good work in the battle. Roman's leadership was not just about fighting and strategy. To everyone's surprise, he gave out potions to all of his soldiers. These healing potions, made in the magic tower, were highly valuable, yet Roman handed them out without hesitation. McBurney, who noticed Roman's strength, decisiveness, and generosity, was impressed by how Roman, Dmitri, and the soldiers had built trust through their actions. As the battle calmed down, Roman told Stephen to take charge of the aftermath and prepare for another attack. Roman knew the war wasn't over yet and felt that quick action was needed. He asked Stephen to find someone who knew the southern front's land well to guide them. Stephen, surprised, asked if Roman wanted to go there immediately. Roman confirmed, saying the war was still ongoing and they had to move fast. Stephen introduced Roman to Kobe, a local who knew the southern front's geography. With a map of the land, Roman asked Stephen about the quickest route to the rear camp. Kobe, who was familiar with the area, suggested a route through the mountainside. Roman, trusting his own judgment, estimated that the route would take about 2.5 hours to travel. Roman, always thinking ahead, suggested they take a shortcut to cut down the travel time to just 2 hours. Kobe was surprised by Roman's accurate estimate of how long it would take to get through the mountain route. He started to wonder how Roman knew such specific details. It occurred to Kobe that Roman wasn't just guessing, he seemed to know a lot about the southern front's terrain. This raised questions about how much experience or study Roman had done. Roman noticed Kobe's surprise and explained himself. While he had gathered some basic information, he admitted that he didn't know everything. That's why he asked for Kobe's help, someone who knew the area well to fill in the gaps. It became clear that Roman's plans were more thoughtful than just trying to find an easy military life like other nobles. His careful, well-informed approach made a strong impression on Kobe. Kobe, realizing that Roman's goals were more about helping and strategizing than seeking comfort, started to feel hopeful about the future of the southern front. He believed that with Roman's help, even the troubled region could improve. As Roman left the room, the atmosphere changed. Chris told him that a group of 30 soldiers, including himself, was ready to leave. The efficiency and readiness of Roman's forces showed the strong teamwork and discipline Roman had instilled in them. Just then, another unexpected person appeared, Henry Albert. Roman, curious about why Henry was there, asked him to explain. Roman's expression was serious, and he stared at Henry, clearly not expecting any tricks. Henry realized that if he admitted his true reason for being there, to get close to Roman, he would likely be dismissed. So, he took a deep breath and admitted his previous mistake, apologizing sincerely. He then quickly pledged his loyalty to Roman, stating that, like Roman, he couldn't stay out of the important events unfolding. Roman listened, his face still serious. He allowed Henry to follow but warned him firmly that if he got in the way of Roman's plans, there would be consequences. As the uneasy pair, with Kobe leading the way, traveled towards the southern front through the mountain path, they came across an injured soldier from the southern training camp. Roman's face showed concern as he asked the soldier what had happened. The soldier, clearly shaken, explained that the training camp had been attacked. Roman quickly figured out that the attack had come from the rear, not the front. Soldiers fleeing from the camp to their location said the attack had happened about 30 minutes earlier. It seemed that Hector's kingdom was launching a strategic assault on Cairo's 5 lines of defense, using a fast-moving unit to strike in coordination. Roman realized what this meant and immediately ordered his soldiers to change course and head straight to the southern training camp. The urgency in his voice made it clear how serious the situation was. The scene shifted to the troubled southern training camp, where 2 Hector soldiers were enjoying tormenting McBurney. Anger burned in McBurney's eyes as he demanded they stop mocking him. Unbothered, he boldly declared he would face any challenge and was willing to risk his life to take down even one of the Hector soldiers. Despite the odds, McBurney challenged the Hector soldiers to fight him. But as the chaos swirled around him, McBurney's thoughts wandered to his missing right arm. A deep sense of longing for the strength he once had overwhelmed him, and he also began wondering where Roman was. Amid the tension on the southern front, everyone seemed on edge, but Roman stood out as the only one who hadn't lost his calm. Although Roman was assigned to the 5th line of defense, he was nowhere to be seen. McBurney, struggling with the ongoing crisis, couldn't shake the feeling that Roman's presence was crucial, especially in keeping everyone composed. As he faced the looming threat of death on the battlefield, McBurney's thoughts raced, and one name kept echoing in his mind: Sir Roman. Just as the tension reached its peak, the sound of a wall behind the Hector soldiers crashing down changed the course of the fight. To their surprise, Roman Dimitri stood there, a powerful figure with an air of authority. Roman's arrival gave everyone a spark of hope in the desperate situation. Roman turned to glance at McBurney, who, despite everything, was still standing. Quickly assessing the situation, Chris gave a clear order to the soldiers. They were to defeat the enemy soldiers and rescue any survivors. The mood on the battlefield changed as Roman and his troops launched a full attack in response to Chris's orders. In the midst of the chaos, a few Hector soldiers, unfazed by the powerful opposition, tried to attack Roman. Roman then used a special technique surrounded by a mysterious purple glow. This technique froze the Hector soldiers in place, leaving them unable to move. Roman's goal was clear: he wanted to capture the soldiers alive, showing his careful planning on the battlefield. As the soldiers lay paralyzed, Roman knew their inability to move would give him valuable time. However, one determined Hector soldier tried to escape. McBurney, despite his earlier close calls with death, quickly stopped the fleeing soldier. In a skilled move, McBurney caught the soldier, put him in a headlock, and took him down. Roman, appreciating McBurney's help, approached him, thanking him for his work. He suggested that McBurney take a rest, understanding how tired he must be after the intense fight. As McBurney passed out from exhaustion, Roman took over the remaining tasks, ensuring the survivors were safe and the Hector soldiers were contained. Once the immediate threats were handled, Chris updated Roman on the results. 12 Hector soldiers were killed, and 5 survivors were saved. The survivors said Viscount Bale had escaped into the mountains. After the battle, Roman thought about Hector's strategy. He suspected that the attack on the southern training camp might have been a distraction for something bigger. The Hector soldiers they fought were only a small part of a larger group, which numbered in the hundreds. Roman asked Chris about the captured soldiers and ordered that only Chris should enter the building where they were being held. Roman, now focused on understanding Hector's actions, entered the building with determination. He believed there must be a deeper reason behind Hector's tactics, which seemed to follow what was written in the sacred book. Facing the captured soldiers, Roman set the tone by offering them a slim chance to end things quickly. They had 3 minutes to give him the answers he needed. If not, they would suffer unimaginable pain before they died. A rebellious soldier challenged Roman, daring him to end their lives right then and there. Roman remained calm and started the questioning with a simple but important question: what was the goal of the kingdom of Hector? The soldier didn't answer and instead gave Roman a defiant smile. Roman wasn't bothered and asked another question: why did Hector's soldiers attack the southern training camp? The soldier stayed silent. Roman then declared that their 3 minutes were up. Using a mysterious technique that gave off a purple glow, Roman touched the soldier's shoulder, causing the soldier to scream in pain. Roman explained that the pain would feel like muscles tearing and bones breaking, and that death would come soon after the torture. Roman acknowledged that the soldiers were probably trained to endure pain, but he insisted that giving up the information wouldn't change Hector's plans. One soldier, accepting their fate, said it was too late to stop Hector's plan even if they cooperated. Roman, smiling darkly, revealed the truth: he wasn't really looking for answers from them. Instead, he had staged the entire situation to see how they would react. With a victorious grin, Roman revealed that the whole meeting had been a trick. This shocked the captive soldier. Taking advantage of the moment, Roman quickly overpowered the soldier. Roman then thought about Hector's clever tactics. He realized that the attack on the southern front was a diversion. He understood the serious consequences. If Hector's plan succeeded, the southern front, a key position, would be destroyed. The The scene shifts to a room where Roman asks McBurney to give a full report on what happened at the southern training camp. McBurney begins by explaining that Hector's kingdom launched an attack just 2 hours ago. While preparing for the upcoming training session for riders, McBurney was caught off guard when Hector's soldiers suddenly attacked the southern training camp. In response, McBurney and his team quickly organized their forces to fight back. But the enemy's strength was overwhelming, leading to the brutal massacre of the camp soldiers. In the chaos, there was uncertainty about what had happened to Bael, the commander of the training camp, adding to the worries. Roman, wanting to understand more about the enemy, asked McBurney if he noticed anything unique about their armor. McBurney explained that Hector's soldiers wore light armor, and the enemy commander had a face full of scars. Roman, using his knowledge, suggests that the soldiers might be the famous rangers from Hector's kingdom. McBurney, surprised by this, recognizes the leader of the rangers as a decorated war veteran with many scars from past battles, showing his skill and experience. However, McBurney is still confused about why Hector would attack the southern training camp. He wonders why Hector, with the advantage, wouldn't send his forces to attack the front line instead of focusing on the training camp. Additionally, McBurney is puzzled by the fact that Hector's soldiers retreated after the attack instead of moving forward. Roman explains that the camp, which is on the way to the rear position, was something Hector had to attack. This new piece of information helps McBurney start to understand the situation better. But it also raises more questions, and McBurney is still unsure about Hector's true goals, so he asks for more clarity. Roman then reveals that Hector's attack on the front line was just a distraction. The real goal was to secure the rear position, which, to McBurney's surprise, has a warp gate. McBurney finally realizes the importance of the warp gate. Roman explains that a warp gate is a magical crystal that allows instant travel. It can stop enemy reinforcements and gives a huge advantage in battle. Hector now has control over the warp gate, meaning he can change its coordinates and launch a counterattack. However, the warp gate is protected with a self-destruct device to prevent enemies from using it. Roman then tells McBurney about Hector's strategy. Hector's kingdom has put all their efforts into securing the warp gate in the rear. If they succeed in taking control of it, victory will be within their reach. After hearing this, McBurney suggests they should rush to help the troops in the rear. But Roman asks if McBurney has heard any requests for help from the rear. He then reveals that Hector's rangers left the southern training camp over an hour ago, making any hope of a quick response seem unlikely. Roman believes that by now, the enemy may have already taken control of the warp gate, which would cut off all support for the southern front. This discovery highlights the dangerous situation Roman and his companion are in. Realizing they can no longer count on help from the kingdom, Roman stresses that survival is now the top priority. The situation has become more critical than ever for them. The story then shifts to the Hector border, where Edwin stands before the warp gate, watching Hector's forces make their next move. A soldier reports to Edwin, explaining that Hector's army is getting closer to Cairo, moving through the southern training camp. The kingdom of Cairo remains unaware of Hector's plan, focusing on defending their own position. Edwin, understanding the psychological side of war, warns his troops not to relax. He orders them to keep attacking Cairo's defenses to weaken their resolve. Edwin then explains that the success of the mission depends on keeping the wall in front of Hector intact. He also reflects on how Jackson's Ranger unit has infiltrated the southern front in the past. While he thinks a full attack on the southern front might have led to a quicker victory, what really matters to Hector now is the warp gate. Edwin gives a serious command to his soldiers. If things go wrong, they must be ready to destroy the warp gate, which could change the outcome of the battle. Edwin's sharp mind begins to think about what might happen if the mission fails and Hector has to destroy the warp gate, starting the second phase of their plan. This is not a decision he makes lightly, and one soldier, watching Edwin's cold and logical approach, thinks about the power of the man known as the Cold of Hector. Edwin's presence is a symbol of Hector's strength and hope as the kingdom faces tough challenges. Meanwhile, at the back of Cairo, where Hector's soldiers are attacking, the commander of the Hector Rangers sees the situation growing urgent. He declares that the time for war has come. Their main goal is clear: They must make a connection without letting the enemy know about the warp gate. The success of this mission is crucial for Hector's chances of winning. The story jumps back to a year ago, showing an important conversation between Edwin and Jackson, the leader of the Rangers. Edwin, aware of the weakness of Hector's kingdom, talks about the growing pressure from the Golden Bank and the threat of running out of money because of poor harvests. In a move that shows how desperate things are, Edwin suggests a partnership to Jackson. He proposes that Jackson lead the defense on the southern front of the Kingdom of Cairo with him. This offer becomes even more urgent because rumors say that the gods are angry with Hector due to the bad harvests, which could spell disaster for the kingdom. Edwin, known for being very clever in Hector's history, understands that the current time is chaotic and believes that a hero is needed to deal with the problems of the era. In a short time, Hector's forces take action. They scout the southern front 48 times and use spies to dig tunnels in the rear. The Ranger unit carefully infiltrates the tunnels, gaining access to the important warp gate. Fast forward to the present, and Jackson and his soldiers have successfully connected with the warp gate. Through the swirling portal, Prince Edwin steps through, ready to take charge. Edwin, thinking ahead, assigns tasks. He leaves the 1st Battalion under Kellyan's control, telling him to manage the rear and fortified defenses in case Cairo's kingdom sends help. But even in this clear moment of planning, Edwin feels uneasy. He talks to Jackson about a problem. They've lost contact with Baron MacLeary, who is in charge of the 5th defense line. Edwin asks Jackson if he knows what's happening. Jackson, who is in Edwin's army, tells him that his soldiers are checking the situation. To ease Edwin's worries, Jackson says that it's just the 5th defense line, not any crucial areas. Jackson guesses that the 5th line, which has always had problems, could fall with just a few soldiers attacking. Edwin agrees, noting that he would have told Jackson to continue the attack no matter what. Jackson agrees, knowing the importance of the order. But then Edwin reveals something serious. He says that after the operation, no matter what happens with Baron MacLeary, there will be consequences. Despite Edwin's careful planning, he overlooked 2 unexpected factors. The situation becomes more complicated as they deal with the challenges of the changing battlefield. The story then shifts to the 1st line of defense in Cairo, where soldiers deliver a message to Count Donald, the commander. They've received a call from the southern training camp. Count Donald quickly answers the call and hears from Roman, who is stationed at the 5th line of defense. Roman gets straight to the point, providing crucial information. It looks like the Kingdom of Hector is using a smokescreen to try to take control of the warp gate at the rear position. Fearing they might be surrounded by enemy forces from both the front and the back, they decide to abandon the castle and retreat into the mountains. Roman stresses the need to gather all the remaining forces on the mountains. Count Donald, concerned about the difficult terrain of the southern mountains, worries about how hard the retreat will be. However, he assures Roman that he will personally check the situation and ends the call. Roman thinks about what this decision means, realizing that all the defense lines except for the 5th will be abandoned. He quickly tells the soldiers to pack their things as they prepare to head to the mountains. The story shifts back to the 1st defense line in Cairo, where Count Donald struggles to connect with the rear camp. Despite his efforts, he can't get through. Remembering Roman's earlier warning, Donald understands that it will take about a month for troops sent from the southern front and nearby areas to arrive. Feeling frustrated, he wonders if there is another way out of their situation. He thinks that if they can hold the fortress until reinforcements come, they might still have a chance. 4 hours later, Donald is shocked to find that they are completely surrounded. Hector's forces have taken control of Cairo's warp gate and sent in more troops, cutting off their defense lines from both the front and the back. Despite this, Donald stays calm and notices that his soldiers have done a great job fixing the fortress walls. The weapons are ready, and they've learned from the mistakes of their first battle. With these preparations, Donald believes they can survive a siege and orders his soldiers to get ready for the upcoming attack. He then informs the 1st Defense troops that Hector has taken control of the warp gate, leaving them completely cut off, with no hope of reinforcement from the kingdom. Drawing from their experience in the first battle, Donald encourages his troops, reminding them to hold on until reinforcements arrive. To their surprise, as they begin their counterattack, they discover that Hector has a weapon flare. Hector uses the flare, quickly breaking through the fortress walls. Amid the confusion, Donald and his soldiers are quickly overwhelmed. In that critical moment, Donald remembers Roman's warning and realizes that Roman's prediction was right. Shortly after, Edwin delivers a powerful strike, defeating Count Donald and taking control of the southern front. Edwin reflects on how using the flare at the start gave them a major advantage, allowing them to capture the fortress with little loss. From Edwin's viewpoint, Hector is now in a great position to conquer the entire southern front, and time is on Hector's side. Edwin orders his soldiers to gather all captured enemies in one area, preventing any surprise attacks on Hector. They aim to collect as much ammunition as possible to use in future talks with Cairo. Jackson agrees with the plan, and Edwin initially thinks it is perfect. However, a growing feeling of unease makes him wonder if he missed something. His concerns are confirmed when a soldier brings troubling news. Baron MacLeary has fallen in battle, disrupting communications. Edwin, looking serious, asks the soldier for more details and demands to speak with the person who gave him this information. He approaches the tired soldier to learn more about what happened at the 5th defense line. The soldier explains that at first, the defense line seemed ready for an attack. But when Hector launched his assault, it became clear they were unprepared. Hector broke through the fortress, and Baron MacLeary quickly ordered it to be destroyed. The soldier then, with a fearful look, tells Edwin that a terrifying monster appeared. Edwin is shocked by this news and listens as the soldier describes how powerful the monster was. It killed many soldiers in an instant, and even Hector's elite Aura Knights were defeated with a single strike. Edwin is left stunned by the strength of this creature. As the soldier continues, it becomes clear that the monster's appearance turned the battle in favor of the enemy. Despite Hector's success in breaking through the fortress, he ultimately lost the fight. Edwin, shocked by this new information, realized that even though he had spent a year carefully preparing, something unexpected had disrupted his plans. Roman Dimitri, Cairo's youngest ranker, had played a part in this. Leaving the soldier behind, Edwin moved through the aftermath of the battlefield. His mind was racing as he thought about the consequences of the monster's interference. He understood that negotiations and smart decisions were now crucial to handle this new challenge. Back at the command center, Edwin called Jackson to give an update on the situation. Jackson reported that they had checked the 5th defense line, but it had been abandoned by the Cairo soldiers. Jackson guessed that the soldiers had retreated into the mountains and suggested forming a pursuit team. However, Edwin, knowing that Hector now had the upper hand, refused the idea. He realized that talks with the Cairo kingdom were now the most important next step. Edwin decided to focus on diplomacy, knowing that the time had come to find a peaceful solution. With Hector controlling the southern front, they needed to explore possibilities for reconciliation. Meanwhile, in the Cairo royal palace, King Daniel was frustrated, just like the soldiers on the battlefield. He couldn't make decisions on his own and needed the approval of powerful aristocrats to move troops. Tension filled the palace as everyone waited for key figures to arrive. Marquis Benedict showed up late, still smiling despite the tense situation. He explained that his carriage had encountered problems on the way. Behind him came representatives from rival factions. Count Denver from the Valhalla faction and Count Gregory from the Kronos faction. Both factions had significant political power, making decisions even harder. In a tense meeting, Daniel shared troubling news. Hector Kingdom had crossed Cairo's borders and ambushed their camps. The southern front was in serious danger. The Marquis quickly suggested sending reinforcements to deal with the surprise attack. However, Daniel, looking serious, responded that he would assume there were already plans in place to send help. The situation became even more urgent when a soldier entered with alarming news. Hector had taken control of Cairo's warp gate. Benedict was stunned by this. The kingdom's command system, which had been split into 4 parts, was now a bigger problem, raising fears about the kingdom's overall safety. Daniel was frustrated as he asked the group how they planned to take responsibility for the growing crisis. He said that if he had been given the power to make decisions from the beginning, the southern front wouldn't be in such danger. He blamed everyone at the table, pointing out that their actions had led to the current situation. As the discussion heated up, A soldier rushed in to announce a magical communication from Hector. The group quickly gathered for the call, where Edwin shared Hector's demands. Hector wanted compensation for the war, and Edwin insisted it should be paid in gold, equal to what they thought Cairo's southern front was worth. Benedict and Denver, representing different factions, were angry and questioned if Edwin's demand was fair. They argued that the war was unjust and accused Edwin of starting the conflict in the first place. The tension in the virtual meeting room was thick as the leaders struggled with the ultimatum. Edwin stood firm and gave them a strict 3-day deadline. If they didn't meet the demands within that time, Cairo's southern front would be taken over by Hector. He warned that any delay tactics from Cairo would result in the deaths of hostages from the southern front. After the call ended, the group learned more about Hector's situation. Hector was facing economic troubles, including bad harvests and overdue payments to the Golden Bank, which were draining their resources. Even though Edwin no longer had a major role in Hector, he thought about the struggles of the common people. Determined to protect them, he made up his mind to do whatever it took, even if it meant becoming ruthless, to ensure the safety of those under his care. In the war room, Daniel faced the harsh reality that the enemy now controlled the warp gate. He reluctantly said that their only option was to agree to Hector's demands. It seemed like the best way to reduce their losses. Benedict, however, was worried that Hector's demands would be too high. He asked if there were any other options. Frustrated, Daniel shouted for anyone to suggest a plan. But the room fell silent, and Daniel realized the sad truth. Even though Cairo had its internal conflicts, when faced with a real crisis, they were completely powerless. He understood how serious the situation was as he reluctantly suggested they accept the terms offered by the Hector kingdom. Count Denver, however, disagreed. He pointed out Roman Dimitri, a key soldier stationed at the southern front. A recent report showed that Roman had successfully defended Cairo's fifth line of defense. Denver believed that if Roman could make a difference, Cairo still had a chance to win. Though Daniel recognized Roman's talent, he remained doubtful. He argued that while Roman, a skilled 3-star swordsman in his 20s, was important, he alone couldn't change the outcome of the war. Marquis Benedict agreed with Daniel. He saw Roman as the future of Cairo Kingdom and believed the kingdom should focus on saving lives rather than risking its best fighters in unnecessary battles. But Denver hinted that not everyone understood how strong Roman really was. Information from the pro-Valhalla faction suggested Roman might be even more powerful than a typical 4-star swordsman. Denver believed that Roman could be the key to turning the war in Cairo's favor. However, he decided not to share this information with the group. Instead, Denver asked for just 3 days to show what Roman could do. Feeling the pressure of the decision, Daniel suggested a practical solution. If there's no significant threat from the southern front within 3 days, they should consider accepting Hector's terms. Daniel knew this was a critical moment and wanted to be ready for whatever might happen. Cairo Kingdom now had to balance the war and negotiations carefully. The scene then shifted to Cairo's first line of defense, where Henry faced an unexpected defeat. Hector's forces had broken through the line. Shocked by the news, Henry quickly ordered his soldiers to retreat to the mountains. In that moment, Henry thought about how quickly fame could disappear and realized that survival was more important than glory. Henry and his soldiers rushed toward the mountains for safety. As they moved, Chris appeared. He told Henry and his men to stay quiet and led them through the mountains in secret. Confused by Chris's sudden appearance, Henry asked where Roman was, since he had been assigned to the rear. To Henry's surprise, they soon discovered a hidden camp built by Roman deep in the mountains. Chris explained that Roman, realizing the rear position was about to fall, had secretly set up this hideout as a backup. This showed Roman's careful planning and strategy. Henry, worried about the collapse of the rear position, suggested they retreat immediately and questioned why the hideout was built in this specific location. Chris, with a serious look, explained that the war was far from over. The hideout was meant to protect against possible enemy advances up the mountains. But then, Chris gave Henry a frightening warning. If Henry chose to side with Hector, Chris would not hesitate to kill him. This left Henry confused and scared, thinking about the secrets of the Dmitri family. Henry asked Chris where Roman was, as it had been a long time since he last saw him. Chris told him Roman was fighting the enemy on the front lines. The scene then shifted to the front line, where Cairo's remaining soldiers were fighting fiercely against Hector's forces. Brant, the officer in charge of the front line, knew how serious the situation was. The most important thing now was survival, not just for himself, but for the men he commanded. In the middle of the battle, Brant, a soldier on the front line, realized the brutal truth. Their troops were dying because of their commander Donald's unearned confidence. This made Brant think that the end was near. But then, to everyone's surprise, Roman suddenly appeared and helped save the Bagwet Knights. In a desperate moment, Roman found himself surrounded by Hector's soldiers, but he quickly defeated them all. Brant, watching in shock, wondered who this mysterious person was, able to fight so easily against impossible odds. Roman walked up to Brant and introduced himself as a reserve from the 5th line of defense, Roman Dimitri. This made Brant think that Roman had been the one who suggested to Donald that they retreat. However, Roman had not come to abandon their position. He had come to help them against Hector's forces. Despite being injured, Brant stood up and thanked Roman for saving them in such a critical moment. As Brant explained the situation, he told Roman that the first line of defense had already fallen, and Hector's army had pushed through to the second line. Brant, worried, predicted that the second line wouldn't hold for much longer against Hector's strong attack. After hearing Brant's grim assessment, Roman asked if Brant was suggesting they should surrender. Brant admitted that Roman was an excellent fighter, but he believed that in a war between kingdoms, a single warrior like Roman wouldn't be able to defeat the power of Hector Kingdom. Roman, however, didn't give up. He thought carefully about the situation and noticed something strange. The actions of the Hector Kingdom, setting traps and fighting, didn't seem to match their current situation. Roman then figured out that Hector's real goal was to quickly take control of the southern front. He realized that Hector couldn't keep up a long war, so they planned to create a crisis in the country and then end it by force. This made Roman understand Hector's plan better. They wanted to fully capture the southern front, so they could have stronger negotiations with Cairo's royal family. Roman saw Hector's actions as a risky strategy, where the future of the whole country was at stake. As the story shifts to the second defense line on the southern front, Hector's soldiers launch a relentless attack. Bright flares light up the dark sky, showing their tactics to break through the fortress walls. In the chaos, soldiers ambush their enemies with precision. Meanwhile, Edwin is deep in thought, focused on his strategy. He sees Baron MacLeary's survival as key to exposing the 5th defense line's weakness. However, doubts creep in as he considers Roman Dimitri's power. Edwin wonders if Roman alone could stop Hector's forces. He acknowledges Roman might cause problems for Hector, but knows Hector is not someone easily defeated, even by a strong individual. Suddenly, Edwin's thoughts are interrupted by a messenger with urgent news. The soldier reports that Hector has lost contact with the 1st Squadron, which was assigned to deal with remaining enemy forces. The situation worsens as Edwin learns the 2nd and 3rd Squadrons are also unresponsive. Shocked, Edwin connects his earlier unease to Roman Dimitri's actions. Jackson, reporting to Edwin, explains the events. After Hector broke through the 1st defense line, Jackson sent the 3rd Squadron to handle enemy remnants. But an hour ago, communication with them stopped, hinting at a grim possibility: the enemy might have wiped them out. The loss is heavy, around 300 men. Edwin's suspicions grow stronger, and he becomes certain Roman Dimitri is behind the attacks. This realization hits Edwin hard. Roman, instead of escaping through the mountains, has chosen to stay and fight on the southern front, directly challenging Edwin. Recognizing the threat Roman poses, Edwin urgently tells Jackson they must deal with this unexpected problem. Leaving Roman unchecked, Edwin warns, will only cause more trouble. Jackson, however, dismisses Roman as a minor issue. He believes Hector's main goal, the success of the siege, won't be significantly affected by the attention Roman demands. In the chaos of war, Edwin's priorities began to clash with Hector's grand plan. Hector's strategy relied on destroying the remaining defense camps, but Edwin had a different focus. His attention was fixed on Roman Dimitri, an unpredictable figure who was ruining his carefully made plans. With a cold look, Edwin told Jackson about his changed priorities and ordered the soldiers on the second defense line to retreat immediately. Jackson was confused by Edwin's obsession with Roman Dimitri. Why focus on one man instead of taking out the defense camps? It went against normal strategy. As darkness fell, Hector's soldiers gathered near the mountains. Edwin believed Roman Dimitri was hiding in the rugged terrain. His certainty wasn't just based on evidence but also a gut feeling built from a year of planning. Speaking to the soldiers, Edwin addressed their unspoken concerns. While the defense lines were important, he warned them that the real danger was Roman Dimitri. Roman's ability to disrupt Hector's carefully planned strategies made him the top priority. Jackson, who knew Edwin's methods well, trusted that Edwin always had a reason behind his decisions. The soldiers, loyal to Edwin, showed their support with loud cheers. Seizing the moment, Edwin announced it was time to hunt down the Cairo soldiers. But the southern mountain range was vast, making the mission tricky. Edwin feared that if the soldiers searched everywhere at once, the enemy could escape. So, he devised a careful plan. Patrol forces would start at the base of the mountain and slowly move upward, closing in on the enemy. This systematic approach would ensure no one slipped through unnoticed. As the soldiers climbed the mountains, their commanders gave clear instructions. If they spotted the enemy, they had to blow a whistle immediately. The goal was to trap the enemy while keeping losses low. With determination, the soldiers scanned their surroundings, fully aware of how important their mission was. Then, suddenly, one Hector soldier vanished, as if swept away by the wind. His comrades didn't notice anything wrong at first. But soon, panic set in when they realized all the other soldiers had disappeared too, leaving just one man behind. Confused and scared, the lone soldier tried to blow his whistle. Before he could, an unseen force struck from behind. Roman appeared out of nowhere, taking the soldier down silently before the whistle could sound. Roman paused for a moment, thinking about how things had taken an unexpected turn. He had expected to gain an upper hand during Hector's attack on the defense camp. But Hector's choice to abandon the second defense line just to stop Roman's advance showed a boldness that surprised him. Roman couldn't help but admire the strategic genius of Hector's commander, realizing there was a brilliant mind behind these actions. As the Hector soldiers noticed their missing comrades, they began to search for them. Their goal was simple: block any escape routes and trap the enemy soldiers. But Roman, with a piercing glare and incredible speed, ruined their plans by taking out the commander leading the troops. After his ambush, his face revealed a mix of calm and chaos, a reflection of his past life as Baek Jung-hyeok. In that past life, Baek Jung-hyeok was one of the 12 sons of the Heavenly Demons. These sons endured extreme hardships and constant trials because of their lineage. During one mission, Baek Jung-hyeok was tasked with hunting down a low-ranking demonic cult follower who was causing trouble. He completed the mission in just 3 days. However, tougher challenges awaited him. When he faced an opponent who seemed unbeatable, Baek Jung-hyeok sought another way. He turned to the cult's records and discovered the martial arts of the Night King. The Night King, once a petty thief, had mastered the use of darkness and become a legendary figure. Though he met a gruesome end due to his greed, the Night King's techniques left a lasting mark in Murim's history. Fascinated, Baek Jung-hyeok studied the Night King's methods, using them to accomplish missions with unmatched precision. Within a year, he eliminated 38 martial masters, earning the fearsome title of the Shadow Phantom. He became a figure who embodied darkness itself within the demonic cult. Now, in the present, soldiers were surrounded by darkness, unable to see their enemies. Realizing the danger, the Aura Knights decided to retreat. But Roman, with a cold and deadly focus, was determined to make Hector regret entering these mountains. Using the techniques of the Night King, he moved swiftly and eliminated the leader of the first squadron, throwing the Hector soldiers into confusion. Amid the chaos, the soldiers struggled to understand what was happening. One soldier, realizing how dire the situation was, felt he had to report the presence of this mysterious attacker. He used a magical communication device to send a message to his commander. But before he could react, Roman, a master of stealth, was already perched behind him on a tree, ready to strike. Edwin's world fell apart as the shocking truth hit him. He turned to Soldier Thompson and urgently begged him to stay calm, explaining that their enemies were using the cover of darkness to their advantage. The seriousness of the situation was clear, and Thompson shared the grim news. Their soldiers were being picked off by an invisible threat. One by one, they were falling, unable to figure out where the attacks were coming from or how they were being carried out. Edwin was stunned. He couldn't understand how even someone with Thompson's sharp senses was unable to detect the hidden enemy. The idea of an aura knight crossed his mind, but it seemed impossible that someone with Thompson's advanced perception could be so completely blind to the threat. Thompson described the dire situation, soldiers fighting an enemy they couldn't see. It was a relentless battle, and Thompson, despite his extraordinary abilities, was just as powerless as the rest. Edwin tried to make sense of it all. The thought of magic came to him. Perhaps the enemy was using sorcery to turn themselves invisible. But he dismissed the idea, knowing that magic had limits and required time to recover after being used. This enemy defied all logic, leaving Edwin struggling to find an explanation. Even so, Edwin pushed through the confusion to offer direction. He told Thompson not to give in to the darkness and assured him that reinforcements were on their way. This promise of help gave Thompson a small measure of comfort. Thompson then revealed that allies of Hector had surrounded the camp, setting up a defensive line. This news gave them a faint glimmer of hope and a clear goal: survive until the prince arrived with backup. Thompson rallied the first squadron, ordering them to take defensive positions and hold off the enemy's attacks. Drawing on his aura, Thompson tried to break through the darkness and locate the hidden foe. Suddenly, he sensed movement on the right and quickly launched an attack. At first, there was relief. They had finally struck back. But that relief turned to horror as Thompson realized the truth. The enemy had used Hector's soldiers as bait, tricking them yet again. Roman emerged from the shadows like a silent hunter, hidden in the darkness, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike. Thompson, growing frustrated, called out to Roman, accusing him of being a coward and demanding he step forward. Suddenly, Roman appeared, calmly pointing out Hector's mistakes. He explained that Hector often underestimated opponents he couldn't see beforehand, which made him overconfident about winning. Roman then turned the focus on Thompson, asking if Hector really believed that finding Roman would make defeating him easy. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Thompson prepared himself for a fight. The air grew heavy with tension as Thompson decided he had to end the fight with Roman immediately. But Roman moved faster. With one quick and precise strike, he brought Thompson down, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Thompson cried out in pain, but his call for help was useless. Roman had cleverly used mana to block all nearby sounds, ensuring that no one else would hear Thompson's distress. Taking advantage of the moment, Roman pinned Thompson down and took a magical communication device from him. Using it, Roman contacted Edwin, confident that Edwin was listening. Roman then shared his understanding of Hector's dire situation. He revealed that the Hector kingdom was suffering from a massive famine, leaving its people starving. Roman explained that Hector's military aggression was actually a desperate move to force Cairo into providing resources. He outlined Hector's plan, exposing the kingdom's lack of food supplies for its army. Roman vowed to disrupt Hector's strategy at every turn, saying the kingdom wouldn't survive more than 3 months due to the shortage of resources. As he detailed Hector's critical situation, Roman made it clear that his interference would only worsen the kingdom's struggle, putting them in an even more vulnerable position. Edwin, listening to Roman's revelations, didn't argue. He couldn't deny the truth. Hector's famine was severe, and the kingdom had no more options to borrow resources. With debts piling up and no way out, Hector was on the brink of collapse. Roman then challenged Edwin, asking if he expected pity. Edwin clarified that he wasn't asking for sympathy. He just wanted Roman to understand the desperate situation Hector was in. The Hector kingdom stood on the brink of collapse, struggling with the devastating effects of war. Remembering Roman's earlier warning, Edwin realized they couldn't afford to back down now. The lives of their fallen comrades couldn't go to waste, pushing Hector to keep fighting despite the looming crisis. Edwin pleaded with Roman to send an urgent message to the Cairo royal family, warning them of Hector's desperation. If Hector couldn't get the resources they needed, they would unleash the necromancer's deadly creations, turning the southern front into a wasteland of death. As the prince, Edwin vowed to do whatever was necessary to protect his people. He then turned to Roman, asking where he stood. Would Roman stand by Hector in their darkest hour, or would he push for negotiation? The fragile alliance between Hector and Cairo now hung in the balance, shrouded in uncertainty. Roman, contemplating his decision, recognized Edwin's proposal as a familiar thread in his investigations into the southern front. Unlike his father, Edwin proved to be a capable leader, respected within and beyond Hector's borders. However, Roman detected a hidden threat in Edwin's words and responded with ruthless decisiveness. He kicked Thompson, one of Hector's soldiers, who cried out in pain. Alarmed by Roman's sudden violence, Edwin demanded an explanation. Roman, calm yet cold, said he had dealt with Thompson. When Edwin pressed for a reason, Roman made his position clear. He didn't care about Hector's internal struggles or the kingdom's desperation. To him, the war had already begun, and Hector's actions had forfeited any expectation of mercy. Roman declared he would act as he saw fit, warning Edwin not to try to control him. He made it clear that no soldier of Hector would be spared, even if they surrendered. Roman vowed to chase them down relentlessly, ensuring they faced the full consequences of their choices. Declaring himself as Roman Dimitri, he left no doubt about his unwavering resolve. He told Edwin that if Hector chose death and resisted until the end, their paths would cross again. Edwin, shaken by Roman's words, began to understand just how dangerous Roman Dimitri truly was, far more than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Jackson urged Edwin to decide on their next move. Edwin responded firmly, ordering Jackson to gather Hector's forces quickly and surround the location of the communication device with a strategic formation. This urgent command carried a deep sense of duty toward Thompson, who had suffered a tragic death. Edwin, driven by personal revenge, announced that he would confront Roman Dimitri himself. Following Edwin's orders, Jackson understood the seriousness of the situation and called on the soldiers to push forward. He encouraged them to keep climbing the mountain despite the loss of their comrades. Their main goal was to block the enemy's escape and trap Roman and his forces. The atmosphere was tense as Hector's soldiers prepared to follow Edwin's plans, each step showing their resolve to avenge Thompson and protect their kingdom. Meanwhile, Roman explained the surroundings to his soldiers. He pointed out that even small rocks and branches held hidden mana that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. He introduced the idea of using this mana to control space, calling it trap formation. As Roman explained, Chris was amazed. When the trap formation was activated, it felt like his senses had been suddenly blocked. Roman's control of space worked like an invisible chessboard, hiding him from view. Chris struggled to grasp Roman's extraordinary techniques, which seemed to create an alternate reality. Back with the Hector soldiers, their fierce advance was met with a calculated response. Chris, now stronger from training under Roman, delivered a single, powerful strike that showed the effectiveness of the trap formation. It became clear that the Hector army, unaware of Chris because of the spatial manipulation, had walked right into a trap. Taking advantage of this, Chris shouted for Roman soldiers to launch an attack, using the trap formation to hide their movements and confuse the enemy. Chris was no ordinary fighter. After training with Roman in one-on-one combat, he had reached a level of skill that once seemed impossible. His intense dedication and Roman's elite guidance turned Chris into one of the most powerful warriors. A glowing blue aura surrounded him as he easily defeated multiple opponents with a lightning-fast move called the Lightning Flash. Confident they had carried out Roman's orders, Chris quickly assessed the situation. Knowing more Hector soldiers could arrive, he decided to act cautiously. He ordered his comrades to retreat and regroup at the next planned location, avoiding unnecessary battles and keeping the advantage of surprise. In different places, battles were happening at the same time. Kevin, surrounded by a menacing red glow, systematically defeated several Hector soldiers. He stood confidently before the remaining soldiers, thinking about how unstoppable his leader's plan seemed. Meanwhile, Pucky and a group of Roman soldiers carried out their mission perfectly, wiping out Hector soldiers in different areas. The coordinated surprise attacks, carried out by 4 separate groups at once, worked exactly as planned. As the battles went on, the scene shifted to the mountain. Here, an injured Hector soldier approached Edwin with troubling news. The soldier firmly believed there was a mage hiding in Cairo's camp on the mountain. He explained that Cairo's forces had been showing up out of nowhere, launching surprise attacks on Hector soldiers, even in places that were well lit. When Edwin shared this news with Jackson, Jackson suggested that the Hector soldiers had fallen into a clever trap. Edwin thought about the soldier's story and considered the possibility of magic being used to transport troops. However, he dismissed the idea of using high-circle magic scrolls for such a feat. These scrolls were tightly controlled by the Magic Tower, a neutral organization that regulated magical resources. Edwin knew it was unlikely that such rare and powerful items would be available on the southern front, given their limited resources. This led Edwin to a shocking thought. There might be a mage in the south working independently of the Magic Tower. This was hard to believe because mages were incredibly rare, rarer even than aura swordsmen. Most mages, gifted with the ability to control mana, joined the Magic Tower. The Tower, a neutral organization, actively searched for talented people across the continent and offered them access to vast magical knowledge. Its influence made it nearly impossible for mages to work on their own. The idea of a high-circle mage operating outside the Magic Tower in the south challenged everything Edwin knew. Mages almost always aligned with the Tower, so it seemed unlikely for one to act independently. Edwin also couldn't ignore the recent rise in the number of magic users, which was unusual since mages had always been scarce. He doubted the authenticity of this sudden increase, suspecting something wasn't right. Despite being curious and tempted to investigate, Edwin decided against it. The soldiers were already locked in a dangerous battle against Cairo's forces, and Edwin knew it wasn't the right time to risk his life. Instead, he chose to wait patiently for the perfect moment when Roman Dimitri would unknowingly fall into his carefully planned trap. Back in the mountains, Roman's fight against the Hector soldiers took an unexpected turn. After defeating another soldier, he encountered something unusual. His opponent used a strange artifact. Every time Roman moved, the artifact he was carrying released bright flashes of light, making him easy to spot. This unexpected change revealed Roman's location, much like a firefly glowing in the dark. The Hector soldiers quickly passed on this information, leading their comrades straight to Roman's position. The second and third squadrons rushed in, fueled by a strong desire to avenge their fallen teammates and prepare for a combined attack on Roman. The Hector soldiers had high hopes, thinking they were about to defeat him. But Roman had a plan. Using his second move from the Heavenly Demon arts, he easily took down all the approaching Hector soldiers. The speed and effectiveness of Roman's counterattack shocked the Hector soldiers, who were caught completely off guard. Even though Roman had succeeded, it was clear that the fight had drained his energy. He took a moment to rest when an injured Hector soldier approached and asked how Roman planned to escape. The soldier pointed out that thousands of Hector soldiers surrounded the mountain, making it seem like Roman's end was near, no matter how strong he was. Roman responded calmly, revealing that Hector's soldiers had unknowingly walked into his trap. Reinforcements were rushing to the mountain, charging recklessly, hoping to stop Roman for just a few minutes. Roman found it ironic that Hector's soldiers, in their eagerness, had become more careless. A small smile appeared on Roman's face as he laughed to himself, saying he would take his time and toy with Hector's soldiers for as long as he wanted. He mentioned there was plenty of time before the sun would rise, signaling a new day. But just then, Roman's moment of relaxation was interrupted when a man appeared from behind and declared that Roman's end had come. Roman turned to see his challenger and recognized him as a soldier with light armor and a scarred face. It hit Roman that this must be Jackson, the captain of the Ranger unit. Roman quickly assessed Jackson's strength, rating it a solid 4 stars. He wondered if Hector had purposely kept Jackson's strength hidden from him. The air grew tense as both Jackson and Roman showed off their power. Their swords clashed with a loud sound that echoed through the mountains. The intensity of their stare and the force of their battle made it clear that both were determined to win. In the heat of the moment, Jackson shouted, saying he had finally trapped Roman in the dense forest. Jackson was a skilled swordsman with a 4-star rating, though he held no official rank in the Hector Kingdom. Still, he was seen as the leader of the Ranger Corps by outsiders. Jackson's abilities were well known, but his official rank didn't seem to match up, which made people wonder about his true strength. The battle between Roman and Jackson took place in the middle of a glowing forest, with blue light filling the air. During the fight, Jackson was surprised by Roman's strength and resilience. Jackson's attacks didn't push Roman back like he expected, and he began to realize he had underestimated him. Jackson recalled reports that labeled Roman as a 3-star swordsman, and he began to question whether those reports had been lies. In Jackson's opinion, anyone ranked 4 stars or higher was a disaster on the battlefield, so Roman's true power explained why Hector's soldiers had trouble with him. Roman, seemingly unaffected by Jackson's strikes, fought back with smart, calculated moves. Jackson couldn't help but recognize the strength Roman was showing. Using his aura to strike, Roman pushed Jackson back, and in that moment, Jackson grudgingly admitted that Roman was a serious threat. However, Jackson still believed he would win the battle. He decided to retreat and blew a whistle, signaling Hector's soldiers to surround Roman. Confident of his victory, Jackson told Roman to surrender. To everyone's surprise, Roman just smiled and said that the soldiers surrounding him had been misled. He then began to show the false assumptions they had made about him. First, he explained that magical artifacts, like the one Jackson used, could never control him. In a bold move, Roman destroyed the artifact right in front of Jackson. This shocked Jackson, making him realize that Roman had a unique resistance to magic. Then, Roman confidently said that no matter how many soldiers surrounded him, he could escape any time he wanted. This claim was so unexpected that it left Jackson and the soldiers stunned, questioning the truth of Roman's words. As the fight continued, Roman's cleverness kept surprising his enemies. In a sudden move, he appeared behind Jackson, catching him completely off guard. Roman taunted Jackson, pointing out that Prince Edwin's support was nowhere to be seen at that critical moment. Jackson realized that Roman had outsmarted him with his tactics. As Roman disappeared and left the soldiers confused, Jackson urgently called out for them to chase him, stressing the danger Prince Edwin was now in. As Roman rushed toward the spot where Edwin Hector was stationed, his mind was weighed down with strategy. Facing a smaller enemy force, he believed the best way to end the war was to take out the enemy's commander. This plan kept running through his mind as he followed the mana energy coming from Edwin's communication device, which guided him closer to Hector's camp. The journey led him to the base of a mountain, with the camp stretching below. Roman moved quickly and accurately, taking down enemies with surprising speed and leaving no chance for retaliation. As he closed in on Edwin, the seriousness of the situation hit him. His whole plan depended on the idea that killing the enemy commander would break their forces. But Edwin had more tricks than Roman expected. Just as Roman was about to strike, Edwin surprised him by using fire magic. The flames moved in a strange, graceful way, catching Roman off guard. This made Roman realize that Edwin's magic was more powerful than he had thought. The mana flowing through Edwin seemed to follow its own rhythm. In the heat of battle, Edwin cast a spell called Inferno, sending a blast of fire toward Roman. Reacting quickly, Roman raised his defenses to block the flames. But Edwin wasn't done. He quickly cast another spell, Entangle, and tree roots shot up from the ground, trapping Roman. However, Roman managed to break free by slicing through the roots with his sword. But just when he thought he had control, a swordsman appeared. The swordsman was surrounded by a glowing yellow aura and attacked with powerful strikes. Roman barely managed to block the blows, using his sword as a shield. The swordsman was revealed to be Butler, the captain of the second-highest Royal Knight Order in Hector's kingdom, a 5-star swordsman. Roman realized that Edwin had planned this carefully to overwhelm him. Butler's aura was strong and powerful, and he seemed unstoppable. From the sidelines, Edwin watched as Butler joined the fight, feeling confident that their combined strength would defeat Roman. With this in mind, Edwin cast wind blade magic, sending sharp blades of wind at Roman. At the same time, Butler charged, his sword glowing with energy. Roman found himself trapped between the powerful wind blades and Butler's dangerous sword strikes. In a last-ditch effort to block both attacks, Roman failed to defend against Butler's strike. The blow sent a shockwave through the air, causing a huge explosion that left Roman injured and kneeling. In the middle of the chaos, Roman's mind raced as he thought about the surprising turn of events. He had known there would be challenges, but he hadn't expected to face Edwin Hector's magical abilities or Butler, a 5-star swordsman pretending to be a regular soldier. Instead of feeling hopeless, Roman felt a strange excitement in facing enemies he hadn't planned for. The unexpected nature of the situation seemed to give him energy. Despite his injuries, Roman smiled in triumph. The closeness to death made him feel more alive and made him appreciate life even more. On the other side of the battlefield, Butler was shocked by Roman Dimitri's surprising strength. He couldn't understand how someone so young in his mid-20s could survive the combined power of both Butler and Prince Edwin. The situation made Butler question where Roman had come from and what kind of power he had. Seeing Roman's tiredness, Edwin saw an opening and urged Butler to finish him off. But Roman refused to give up. He used the Heavenly Demon technique, casting Break Hold twice, and moved quickly toward Edwin to deliver a powerful blow. Butler reacted fast, stepping in front of Edwin to protect him from the strike. When Roman's attack came down, Butler used all his skill to barely block it, saving Edwin from the full force of the blow. Roman was surprised by Butler's ability, realizing just how strong a 5-star swordsman was. But after using the Heavenly Demon technique twice, Roman had pushed his body to its limits. Knowing he needed to escape, he decided to retreat. Before leaving, he warned Edwin that if they met again, Edwin wouldn't survive like he had this time. Edwin was stunned by the warning and began to understand the seriousness of the situation. As Roman disappeared in front of Butler, the Hector army felt a deep sense of humiliation. One person had almost defeated their leader, something Hector found hard to accept. It challenged everything he believed about his own leadership. Meanwhile, Edwin blamed himself for the failure. He had misjudged the situation and overestimated his own decisions. What he thought would be the lesser of two evils had turned out to be the worst decision. Edwin couldn't shake the feeling of regret, knowing that his mistakes had led to this point. The next day, soldiers came down from the mountain, feeling heavy-hearted. Edwin apologized to them for the consequences of his wrong choices. Despite the seriousness of the situation, the soldiers were understanding and reassured Edwin that he wasn't alone in taking the blame. They reminded him that their enemy had been much stronger than they had anticipated. Jackson, known for his calm and wise nature, repeated the words of encouragement, telling Edwin to keep his head up. He reminded him that the soldiers trusted their commander completely. Edwin, feeling reassured by Jackson's words, smiled. He recognized the strength of his soldiers and spoke to them openly, aware that his decisions could have serious consequences. He told anyone who thought his choices might lead to defeat to speak up without worrying about rank. The soldiers understood how important the situation was and nodded in agreement, showing their loyalty. With uncertainty hanging over them, Edwin made an important decision. He chose Hector to oversee the defense camp at the front lines for the next 10 days, the critical period before Cairo's main army arrived. After that, the rear camp would become their final stronghold against the coming threat. This plan showed Edwin's commitment to adjusting to the ever-changing battlefield. Butler, curious about the looming challenge of Roman Dimitri, asked Edwin for more details. Edwin, cautious but confident, admitted that Roman was a dangerous opponent. However, he pointed out that fighting in the mountains would be much different from the open plains. Edwin believed that while he personally might face defeat, Hector's army had not been beaten yet. Jackson then asked Edwin if Hector could still get the compensation he wanted from Cairo by continuing to resist. Edwin, thinking about the bigger picture, shared that he was planning to negotiate with the Kronos Empire. Meanwhile, at the Cairo royal palace, Count Ajur brought troubling news to King Daniel. He explained that the Cairo royal family had invested heavily in the Eastern Front due to constant threats from Kronos over the past year. However, Ajur warned that meeting all of Hector's demands would drain Cairo's finances. When King Daniel suggested raising taxes, Ajur advised against it, fearing that the people would rebel since taxes had only been increased 6 months earlier. This led Daniel to think about seeking help from Cairo's nobles, even though it might weaken the royal family's power. In his growing desperation, Daniel instructed a juror to urgently call a meeting with the central government nobles to figure out a solution. But before that could happen, a soldier arrived with surprising news from the southern front. The enemy had been driven back. Daniel, shocked by this unexpected news, quickly gathered the nobles to discuss the situation and decide on their next move. The nobles were puzzled, wondering how the southern front, with fewer soldiers, had managed to defeat Hector's large army of 10,000. The unexpected victory left them confused and questioning the odds. In this moment of uncertainty, Daniel saw a small spark of hope and the chance for a breakthrough in their situation. Count Denver suggested that Roman Dimitri, a well-known figure, might be the key to this unexpected success. The room was filled with disbelief about Roman's ability to succeed even against impossible odds. To find out if this was true, the soldiers were told to quickly make contact with the southern front. As the tension grew, Henry appeared on the call, possibly holding important information about the recent events. When the king asked who Henry was and what his background was, Henry formally introduced himself as the second son of the respected House of Albert. The mention of House Albert caught Marquis Benedict's attention, as it had a strong reputation for producing outstanding individuals and was influential in the central government. However, Marquis Benedict quickly moved past this and asked Henry where Roman was and why Henry was answering the call instead of Roman. Henry calmly explained that he was part of the core group led by Sir Roman. Roman had asked for some time alone, so as the only noble present, Henry was the one to respond to the call. Marquis Benedict, though clearly frustrated with this unexpected answer, allowed Henry to continue. The Marquis urged him to get to the point. Henry, unfazed, began to explain why it was so important to reach Roman before his name became well known across the continent. He then revealed Roman's key role in the success of a recent mission. Henry described how Roman, with sharp insight, quickly recognized that Hector Kingdom was planning to attack the southern training camp and target the Warp Gate. Roman, showing great strategic skill, wasted no time setting up a secret camp in the mountains. This suggested that Roman's quick thinking and actions could have changed the outcome of the situation if the Southern Front Command had listened to him. The king and the nobles were clearly surprised by this revelation. Henry continued, expressing his frustration with those who had ignored Roman's advice. He made sure to speak loudly and confidently so that Roman subordinates in the area could hear his praise. It seemed that Henry was not just giving a report, but telling a story to emphasize Roman's abilities and the importance of his actions. Henry went on to explain that he had fought alongside Sir Roman until dawn. Despite being outnumbered with only 200 soldiers against an enemy force more than 10 times their size, they had won. Henry spoke with excitement, confidently saying that he and his soldiers were ready to go to war against the Hector Kingdom. The announcement was filled with determination, which grabbed the attention of King Daniel. The king was pleased and praised Roman Dimitri for his strong resistance, even though he was at a major disadvantage. In contrast, he pointed out that the Cairo executives were ready to give up too soon. Marquis Benedict agreed with the king, recognizing that the executives had already given up mentally when Hector took control of the Warp Gate. However, the Marquis also acknowledged the strength of the Cairo Kingdom's forces, especially highlighting Roman Dimitri's heroic actions on the southern front. This recognition helped shift the view from defeat to one of strength and resilience. Count Gregory, taking a proactive approach, urged King Daniel to quickly send more soldiers to the southern front, criticizing Hector Kingdom for daring to invade Cairo's land. The king, now determined, declared that negotiations with Hector were over and that Cairo would fight to regain its honor. He gave Count Gregory, Count Denver, and Marquis Benedict the task of gathering their family soldiers and providing them with important information about the situation on the southern front. At a meeting of the central government nobles, there was an outward concern for the safety of the southern front, but the real goal became clear. They all wanted to secure Roman Dimitri's loyalty. The families knew how important Roman was and recognized his remarkable abilities. They had all agreed on the key decision to recruit him to their side. After the meeting, Henry thought about the future. He imagined that, after the war, Roman would be highly sought after by the central government because of his proven skills. Henry saw this as a rare opportunity and thought that by aligning himself with Roman, he could advance personally and succeed. After the call, Henry went to Chris and offered him some high-quality food as a friendly gesture. But Chris, sharp and insightful, saw through Henry's intentions. He told Henry that he needed to stop seeking approval and prove his reliability in battle. The idea of trust stuck with Henry, making him think about how important it was in building alliances and friendships. Later, Henry casually offered some of the food to Kevin. The royal family's order reached the southern defense line, instructing them to support Roman and buy time until the main Cairo forces could arrive and reinforce the south. The story now moved to the third defense line of Cairo, where Commander Baron Vasily was thinking about the recent outcome of a battle. There were rumors that Hector's army, which had reportedly been beaten by fewer than 200 men, might not be as strong as everyone had believed. While talking to another soldier, Vasily wondered if Hector's forces were weaker because of a recent famine. The soldier agreed, and Vasily saw a chance to take advantage of this weakness. After spending 3 years in this far-off post, Vasily was eager to make a big impact, seeing it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He wanted to help the Roman cause and believed that if a young man like Roman could do something, he could do it too. Vasily decided to use guerrilla tactics and told the soldier to quickly gather troops. His plan was to show the strength of the third defense line and surprise Hector's army, which had split up to attack the defense lines one by one. The unit assigned to attack the third defense line had 3,000 soldiers. Driven by his ambition, Vasily's forces set up an ambush, ready to strike. But things didn't go as planned. Hector's army, instead of being weak, showed strength and good strategy. The soldiers weren't the starving, weakened force Vasily had expected. The chaos Vasily had hoped to take advantage of had calmed down. His troops, who had become comfortable at the southern defense line, weren't ready for Hector's stronger forces. In that moment, Vasily realized that the victories on the mountains had a lot to do with Roman Dimitri's clever tactics. Roman, young and resourceful, had played a key role in the success of the southern defense line, something Vasily had ignored. Unfortunately, Vasily's ambitions led to his downfall. His forces were overwhelmed, and Hector's soldiers killed him. News of his death quickly reached the royal palace of Cairo. A soldier with a sad face told the king that Baron Vasily, the brave commander of the third defense line, had been killed in battle. As the situation grew worse, it was reported that both the third and fourth defense lines were under attack at the same time, making the situation even more urgent. A call from the second defense line brought even worse news. It was impossible to hold their position for another 10 days, and they urgently needed reinforcements. King Daniel, realizing that the defense lines were collapsing quickly, understood the seriousness of the situation. He realized that the strength of Cairo alone wasn't enough. The key to their victories had been the leadership of Roman Dimitri. This realization left the king feeling vulnerable, and he immediately asked where Roman was. The scene shifted to a quiet cave where Roman was training hard. While pushing himself physically, Roman's mind wandered to the mysteries of the world, especially the puzzle of magic. He thought about Murim and compared magic to a combination of drawing in natural energy, like the roots of a tree, and advancing martial arts. He realized that if Edwin Hector had stronger magical abilities, Roman might not have been able to escape. Roman also thought about his skills as a heavenly demon, but he knew he lacked the ability to recover quickly. He felt the weight of his past hasty decisions, especially when thinking about Edwin's clever traps. He remembered the recent fight with Edwin and Butler and understood the need to come up with a better plan. Edwin's magic and Butler's skill as a 5-star swordsman made them a tough challenge. Even so, Roman felt excited by the idea of facing such strong opponents. He imagined a situation where he would need to risk everything, enjoying the thought of fighting enemies who pushed him to his limits. He didn't want an easy life, he wanted to fight. Roman mentally ran through different plans, figuring out how to defeat both Edwin and Butler at the same time. After thinking it over, Roman proudly declared that he was ready for war. Outside the cave, Henry and Chris were waiting for Roman. Henry didn't know where Roman was, but he told Chris that the royal family was urgently searching for him. Chris, however, refused to let anyone in until Roman decided to show himself. This made Henry wonder what Roman was doing in the cave. When Roman finally came out, Henry asked about his rough appearance. Roman explained that he had spent the time preparing for the war ahead. Chris then passed on the troubling news from the front lines. The 3rd and 4th defense lines had fallen in one day, and the enemies had taken the 2nd line. Hector, having taken all the war supplies, had retreated to the rear camp to get ready for a big battle. Henry, worried about the royal family situation, suggested letting the main army deal with things from here on out. But Roman had other plans. He told Chris to contact the royal family. Soon, Roman was speaking with King Daniel, who knew about the fallen defense lines, and asked Roman what he had been doing during this crucial time. Roman was honest, explaining that he had spent the whole week preparing his strategy. King Daniel praised Roman for his efforts in the war, but he was still concerned about the southern defense lines falling into enemy hands. The king, wanting to understand the situation better, asked why Roman hadn't acted sooner. Roman replied honestly that he had left the outcome of the battle with Hector up to chance. He explained that if they had faced the enemy on an open field, his involvement might not have made much of a difference. Hector had risked everything in this war, and Roman confirmed that Hector's strongest warrior, Butler, had joined the fight, making the situation even more serious. To King Daniel's surprise, it was revealed that Hector's commander, Edwin Hector, was actually a mage. Roman told the king that mages were very powerful, especially on open fields, which is why he had decided to wait for Cairo's main army before taking action against Hector. Marquis Benedict agreed with Roman, recognizing that the southern front was in a tough spot with their current troops. Denver was shocked to hear that Butler was involved, signaling that Hector was fully committed to the war. The Marquis told King Daniel that there was no need to question Roman further, and other nobles agreed. King Daniel, respecting their opinion, promised not to question Roman again. He then told Roman that Cairo's main army was almost at the southern front and that Hector had completed the defense preparations at the rear camp. The king urged Roman to join them after their own preparations were done and they were ready to attack. Roman reflected on Hector's determination, even after negotiations with Cairo had failed. He apologized to King Daniel, explaining that time was not on Cairo's side. When the king pressed him for more details, Roman revealed that they had no more than 3 days once Cairo's main army arrived. If they couldn't destroy the rear camp within that time, Hector would probably seek help from outside, possibly the Kronos Empire. King Daniel, surprised by this, asked Roman what Cairo should do next. Roman, smiling, suggested that the only option left was a full frontal attack. He firmly stated that defeating Hector within the next 3 days was their only chance. Meanwhile, in Hector's stronghold, Edwin was having a magical conversation with Count Hadid, an important figure from the powerful Kronos Empire. Edwin proposed that they team up with Hector to break through Cairo's southern gate. Although the idea seemed appealing, Count Hadid hesitated. He saw the value of taking control of the southern front but was worried about making Cairo angry. Count Hadid agreed to the deal, but only if they could hold the rear positions for the next month. This condition frustrated Edwin, who couldn't understand why Count Hadid wanted to profit from the situation. But with no other options, Hector agreed to Hadid's terms. The seriousness of the situation pushed Edwin to act quickly. He told Jackson, an important member of their team, to contact the royal family immediately through the warp gate. Jackson's job was to arrange for the manpower and supplies needed to support Hector during the tough month ahead. Jackson understood the urgency and agreed to take on the task. Edwin, deep in thought, imagined Hector's warp gate and figured it would take at least 3 days to make the connection. He was confident that Hector would survive until then, and he believed that by the time he returned, he would bring new hope for Hector. The scene shifted to the world outside. In a tent, Count Phadius, the main commander of the forces, was having a meeting with Baron Tals, an executive from the pro-Kronos faction, and Baron Brahim, an executive from the pro-Valhalla faction. They were waiting for Roman Dimitri to arrive. Count Phadius, thinking about the war which seemed to have no real benefits, questioned why high-ranking people from the central government were involved. He wondered if gaining Roman Dimitri's support was key to their success. Their uncertainty grew as they waited for Roman's arrival. When Roman finally entered, Count Phadius greeted him warmly, calling him a hero of Cairo. Phadius remembered when Marquis Benedict openly said he didn't care about the events on the southern front. Benedict had clearly told Phaedius what he needed to do. The most important task was to win Roman Dimitri's favor. Benedict had also warned that if they lost to Hector in Cairo's war, the royal family would be blamed. He further warned that if Roman was convinced to join the rival aristocrats, the balance of power might fall apart. Count Phaedius struggled with Roman's unusual background. Despite coming from a commoner family, Roman was strong and influential, especially considering he was still in his mid-20s. Phaedius saw the potential in getting someone so talented to join his cause and imagined that if he succeeded, Marquis Benedict, who he served, would reward him with a higher position. As the scene continued, Count Phaedius led Roman to a seat, introduced himself, and explained that he was loyal to Marquis Benedict. He mentioned that the Marquis had a personal connection to Roman through the southern training camp, showing that Benedict cared about Roman's well-being. Phaedius also relayed that the Marquis had asked him to apologize for the unexpected situation. Roman, remaining calm, reassured Count Phaedius that everything was fine. Phaedius, understanding the situation, asked Roman for some time to offer him a special gift, hinting at possible rewards for supporting his cause. But before the conversation could continue, Baron Tals interrupted, telling Roman that Count Gregory was expecting a call with important information. Baron Brahim then mentioned that Count Denver had sent men from his family to help Roman on the battlefield. Roman, curious, asked about the intentions of the commanders. Baron Tals, surprised by Roman's sharp thinking, realized that Roman had a good understanding of the situation. Roman acknowledged that they were all interested in his skills, but he quickly redirected the conversation to the more urgent issue at hand. At that moment, the enemy had planted a flag on Cairo territory, an act that couldn't be ignored. Roman felt it was not the right time to discuss future plans while this threat loomed. He shared his dreams for after the battle, imagining himself as the greatest swordsman in Cairo and challenging the existing rankings. But until that victory came, Roman urged the commanders to focus on the immediate danger. He promised to prove himself and said he would offer his sword to only one leader who deserved it. This suggestion helped ease the tension and allowed them to move forward with a more formal meeting. The upcoming battle between Hector and Cairo was expected to be a fierce one, with the castle itself at risk. The commanders struggled to find a solution, and no clear decision was made. Using the warp gates, Hector gave Cairo 3 days to prepare before the attack would begin. Phaedius then suggested to Roman that Cairo should directly confront Hector's forces, which were estimated at about 10,000 soldiers. The idea was that Cairo, with its own large army, could overpower Hector's troops in a direct battle. Roman, however, brought a dose of realism into the conversation. While Cairo might have more soldiers, Hector's mages were a powerful force that would balance the scales. Roman explained that despite the numerical advantage, Cairo couldn't easily defeat Hector because of his magical forces. He hinted that there might be another way out of the situation. Meanwhile, Hector's soldiers raised the alarm as Cairo's army approached. Led by Roman and other viscounts, Cairo's army marched forward toward Hector's forces for a dramatic showdown. Roman, raising his sword high, called out to Hector, challenging him to a direct battle between their two kingdoms. The sudden proposal left Edwin, who was watching everything unfold, confused about Roman's intentions. Roman asked for a ceasefire because he wanted to stop any more pointless deaths on both sides. He believed Edwin also wanted to save lives. Roman suggested a simple solution. If Hector won, Cairo would accept his terms, but if Roman won, Hector would have to leave Cairo. Edwin, still shocked and unsure, wondered what Roman was really planning. Since Roman seemed weaker than Butler, Edwin questioned whether this bold move was a trap. Roman explained that if Hector rejected the proposal, he would take extreme action by destroying the rear camp to force a quick decision. Roman gave Hector just 10 minutes to decide. Edwin understood the seriousness of the situation and saw that there were no easy answers. As the tension grew, something unexpected happened. Butler, Hector's powerful warrior, agreed to fight Roman in a duel. Edwin, uncomfortable with this decision, felt he had to speak up, fearing the possible dangers. Butler reassured Edwin, telling him to trust that he would defeat Roman and return with a way for Hector's kingdom to survive. Edwin trusted Butler, but he was worried about Hector losing 7,100 soldiers under Roman's influence during the night. Although he trusted Butler, Edwin suspected that Roman might have some hidden plan. In reply, Butler was confident and promised Edwin that he would deal with any traps Roman set up. Having been with Hector's king for so long, Butler was not afraid of facing possible traps. Edwin, still worried, asked Butler to promise one thing. If anything seemed strange, he should escape. Butler agreed, promising to return victorious and thinking about how strange Roman was. Butler had met many odd people in his life, but Roman was different. Unsure of any traps Roman might have set, Butler decided to do his best when they faced each other. Roman then revealed that since he had struck Butler with a sword on the mountain, he had wanted a real fight with him to the end. Roman promised there were no traps and invited Butler to show his full skill. Roman encouraged Butler to fight his hardest, explaining that if Butler killed him, he would achieve his goals. Butler, angry at Roman's almost crazy attitude, got ready for the battle. The two opponents rushed toward each other with full force, beginning a fierce fight. As the fight between Butler and Roman continued, reaching the 5-star level became very important. Achieving this rank made someone a powerful force in the continent, with the ability to change the outcome of a battle. Butler knew that the kingdom of Hector was at stake, so he unleashed his powerful aura, showing just how serious the situation was. From the start, Butler didn't want to drag out the fight. His goal was simple: to finish the battle quickly and decisively. With determination, Butler charged at Roman, aware of the kingdom's future hanging on the outcome. To everyone's surprise, Roman, with impressive skill and agility, managed to block Butler's powerful attack. But the force of their clash caused the ground beneath Roman to crack, creating shockwaves that surprised the watching crowd, including Edwin, Hector's soldiers, and the Cairo commanders. Butler didn't let this unexpected development slow him down and continued his aggressive attack. Roman, showing great defensive skills, dodged Butler's next strike and fought back. However, Butler's skill became clear as he moved behind Roman and swung his sword, infused with his aura. Roman, using his own skill, blocked the blow. But the force of the strike left a deep mark in the ground behind him, which caused even more concern and awe among the onlookers. As the battle unfolded, Count Fadius grew worried. He had agreed to this fight because he wanted to support Roman, but now he feared that if Roman lost, it would hurt his efforts to recruit him. This realization weighed heavily on him. Baron Tals shared Fadius's worry, also wondering if Roman might be defeated. Watching Butler's power, Hector's soldiers cheered for him. It seemed like the battle was turning in Butler's favor as Roman struggled to defend against Butler's unrelenting attacks. However, Roman, not one to give up easily, began to fight back, launching his own counterattack. The sound of their blades clashing filled the air as Hector's soldiers cheered even louder, encouraging Butler. In the midst of the battle, Butler noticed a change in Roman's approach. Roman's blocks became faster, showing he was anticipating Butler's strikes more accurately. It seemed like Roman was no longer just defending, he was now reading Butler's attacks. This frustrated Butler, who wondered if Roman was purposely testing his abilities. Meanwhile, Roman had a realization of his own. Despite his past victory over a 4-star swordsman like Homores, he had never faced a 5-star opponent before. The ongoing battle with Butler was Roman's way of testing his place in this new world. As the fight between Roman and Butler grew more intense, power and strategy became the main focus. Roman, determined to move up to the next level, decided to break through the barrier in front of him. He charged at Butler with firm determination, aiming to show his strength in a battle that could change the fate of the kingdom. Butler, however, became more and more frustrated as he faced Roman's relentless attacks. Using his aura-infused sword, Butler fought back. Roman, with his sharp mind, carefully watched the effects of their clash. He realized that the energy from the aura was unpredictable, because swordsmen with auras didn't have perfect control over their mana. Their auras would explode like blasts, causing the strength along the blade to be uneven. Roman saw this weakness and understood that not all parts of the sword were equally powerful. For example, if one part of the blade had 120% of the aura, the rest of the sword could only handle 80% of its power. With this understanding, Roman made his plan. He decided to read Butler's mana flow and strike at the weakest part of his aura structure, attacking twice in quick succession. Butler defended himself expertly, but in the midst of the fight, Roman found a gap in his defense. The next move was key, and Roman used the Heavenly Demon Sword skill, his third attack. The surprise strike caught Butler off guard, breaking through his defense. The hit was strong enough that Butler, a skilled 5-star swordsman, was pushed back. The battlefield was in shock at this turn of events. Both allies and enemies were stunned. Roman, a 3-star swordsman, was not only holding his own against Butler, but he was also gaining the upper hand in the fight. Edwin, watching from a distance, was both shocked and uncertain. He understood the consequences if Roman won. Hector would lose their strongest fighter and be forced to pull back from their position. The aftermath for Hector could be huge, and Edwin hoped Butler had something more up his sleeve to turn the tide. Back in the fight, Butler was struggling with the reality of Roman's strength. At first, Butler thought Roman was just trying to set traps in the fight. But now, he realized Roman truly intended to defeat him. This new understanding shook Butler, as Hector's perfect plan seemed to be falling apart due to Roman's unexpected power and unconventional tactics. Butler knew that if Roman wasn't stopped, Hector's kingdom could face a strong enemy they couldn't handle. With this in mind, Butler decided that Roman had to be eliminated immediately. Ready for an intense battle, Butler prepared himself to face Roman with all his strength. His energy, glowing with a bright yellow color, showed he was ready to charge. Above his head, a glowing yellow ball formed, symbolizing the upcoming clash. Only 2 people had ever managed to block his attacks: the kingdom of Hector's strongest duelist and a top fighter on the continent's list of powerful warriors. With a deadly look in his eyes, Butler used his sunstroke technique, sending a powerful attack toward Roman. Surprised by the brightness and strength of the attack, Roman quickly focused on defending, expecting this to be Butler's strongest move. He called upon his strongest shield, the iron shield of the heavenly demon Baek Jung-hyeok. A dark energy surrounded Roman as Butler's sunstroke hit the shield. The clash between Butler's power and Roman's shield became the deciding factor, showing which of them was stronger. The collision caused a huge explosion, filling the air with dust and confusion. Edwin watched, stunned, as Roman successfully blocked Butler's powerful strike. Butler, a highly skilled 5-star swordsman, hadn't expected anyone, especially a swordsman of lower rank, to survive his attack. Exhausted from using all his mana in the previous attack, Butler saw an opening for Roman to strike. Despite his fatigue, Butler managed to block Roman's next move. But to everyone's surprise, Butler's defense wasn't enough, and he was pushed back by Roman's constant attacks. Even Butler, used to tough battles, was shocked. The idea that a younger fighter could overpower him was unbelievable. Still, Butler refused to give up. With great determination, he fought back even though it could cost him his life. But to Butler's shock, Roman placed his hand on his head and slammed him into the ground, causing him great pain. In his last effort, Butler used his remaining mana to create a burst of energy, hoping to take Roman down with him. However, Roman withstood the explosion, showing his strength and resolve. Roman told Butler he would remember his determination. Just when it seemed like the battle was over, Edwin stepped in. Using his rune flare magic, Edwin launched a powerful attack at Roman. Roman quickly dodged the attack, demonstrating both his combat skills and his ability to think strategically. As the situation grew more intense, Edwin gave an order to his soldiers. The soldiers quickly rushed to help their fallen captain, choosing to prioritize Butler's safety over the rules of the duel. Meanwhile, Hector left the fortress gate open, which was a huge decision. This choice had serious consequences that could change how the world viewed Hector and affect the direction of the ongoing conflict. Earlier, at the Cairo camp, Count Fadius had asked Roman what Cairo would do if they somehow managed to defeat Butler. Roman, based on his experience after the mountain duel with Hector, gave a sharp response. He explained that Edwin Hector had a soft heart, pointing out how Hector's soldiers took time to gather and honor their fallen comrades after a brutal night of fighting. Roman, who was insightful and clever, saw an opportunity in Hector's compassion. He believed Butler would be the key to Hector's eventual downfall. Roman's plan had two parts. First, he wanted to bring down Butler without killing him, which would fulfill the first part of the plan. Second, Roman aimed to weaken Butler, taking away a major strength from the opposing side. Back on the battlefield, Roman carried out his plan. He focused on stopping the soldiers who were trying to help Butler. Amid the chaos, Roman shared his honest opinion about Edwin Hector. While he acknowledged Edwin's skills as a leader, Roman believed the battlefield was not a place for someone like him. This comment highlighted the tough realities of war and the tough demands placed on those leading it. A few soldiers managed to break through Roman's defenses and reach Butler. Count Fadius, watching all of this, was amazed because everything was happening just as Roman had predicted. The accuracy of Roman's plan made Fadius realize that Roman was Cairo's greatest military mind. Fadius understood the value of having Roman on their side, not just on the battlefield but also in the larger political game. He now saw why Marquis Benedict had recommended recruiting Roman. Impressed by how everything was going, Fadius ordered his soldiers to move forward with the ambush, fully trusting Roman's strategy. As the ambush unfolded, Edwin Hector began to deal with the consequences of his earlier decisions. He felt frustrated and harshly judged himself, acknowledging that the moment Butler fell was when he lost his ability to make good choices. The weight of leadership, rational thought, and the brutal truth of war all clashed within him as he struggled with the consequences of his actions. Despite the chaos inside, Edwin stayed determined. He knew the situation wasn't beyond repair and believed there was still a chance for victory. As he thought about it, he realized the key to success was Hector's ability to save Butler and close the fortress gates. It was a risky hope, but Edwin held on to the belief that this move could turn things in their favor. To take control of the battlefield again, Edwin used his rune flare magic to attack the Cairo forces. At the same time, Hector's mages joined the attack with their own magic. This unexpected teamwork caught Fadius off guard, and he quickly gave orders to his soldiers to react. They needed to take advantage of the open gates before they could be closed. If the gates shut, many more Cairo soldiers would die. Seeing the need to act fast, Callan, a frustrated knight under Hector, realized the gates had to be closed immediately. A soldier told him that Captain Butler was coming, so Callan stressed the importance of closing the gates quickly. He ordered the soldier to make sure that, once the gate was closed, Hector's mages would activate the defense spell without delay. At this moment, Roman saw an opportunity. He charged towards the gate, hoping to get through before it closed. Hector's soldiers were shocked and tried to stop him, but Roman didn't hesitate. Using the second form of his Heavenly Demon technique, he completely broke the gate. After this powerful move, Roman shouted with confidence that the gate was now wide open. Taking advantage of the situation, he ordered the Cairo army to charge forward without delay. Count Fadius quickly gave an order for the Cairo army to wipe out the remaining Hector forces. The battle became intense as soldiers from both sides clashed, many falling in the fight. Meanwhile, Roman felt a sense of satisfaction, believing the operation to open the castle gate had succeeded. Now, the Cairo army's mission was clear: defeat Hector's commander. Roman and Edwin faced each other on the battlefield. Edwin, the only survivor of his forces, struggled with the weight of his failures. His original plan, which focused on attacking and taking over the enemy's rear bases, had seemed perfect until Roman arrived. Edwin was frustrated, blaming Roman for the loss of the fifth line of defense and the mountain guerrilla attacks, which resulted in the deaths of 1,000 Hector soldiers. Burdened by the situation, Edwin questioned why God had made him the leader of Hector's forces and sent Roman into the heart of the Cairo kingdom. Roman, standing firm in front of Edwin, acknowledged their reunion. Edwin responded with a grim look and warned Roman that if he died on that battlefield, Roman would follow him into the afterlife. Edwin tried to defeat Roman by combining fire and wind spells, launching a powerful attack. However, Roman skillfully blocked Edwin's strikes. Seeing this, Hector's aura soldiers rushed to help Edwin, attacking Roman together. Despite their teamwork, Roman used his Heavenly Demon technique to take down all 3 soldiers with a single, powerful move. Unfazed by their defeat, Edwin launched another attack with both an entangle spell and a fire inferno, hoping to overpower Roman. but Roman easily cut through both of Edwin's attacks. As Roman approached, Edwin fired a series of lightning spells, hitting Roman directly. For a moment, Edwin thought he had won, but to his surprise, Roman appeared behind him in an instant. Roman then declared the end of their battle, ready to strike the final blow. In the chaos, Kellen, a soldier who had bravely closed the gate, stepped in between Edwin and Roman. Without hesitation, Kellen sacrificed his life to protect Edwin. Edwin was stunned as he watched his loyal comrade fall. Roman, filled with malice, was about to strike Edwin when, suddenly, Jackson and a group of soldiers arrived to help. Their timely intervention distracted Roman, allowing Jackson to grab Edwin and pull him away from danger. Jackson urged Edwin to stay calm in the chaos. He asked if Edwin really wanted to die on the battlefield, labeled as a coward and a failure. Jackson's voice was urgent, stressing how important it was for Edwin to stay alive. Edwin, still in shock over Kellen's death, began to understand the harsh reality of the war. Jackson continued to guide him, reminding Edwin that the sacrifices of those who had fought for him couldn't be wasted. As they moved away from the battlefield, Jackson's tone became more fatherly, telling Edwin that he had to survive, not just for himself, but for those who had died protecting him. As they retreated, Jackson ordered the soldiers to abandon the castle, a strategic decision to keep Edwin safe. The soldiers formed a protective barrier around him, buying time for Edwin to escape the deadly threat. But Roman, with incredible strength, broke through the soldiers, overwhelming them with ease. Edwin, wounded and witnessing the slaughter, could only see Roman as a terrifying force, a symbol of the ruthless violence of war. In the middle of the chaos, an injured soldier faced Roman one last time. The soldier said that Cairo had already won and begged Roman to stop his attack. Roman, determined and firm, ignored the soldier's plea. He reminded him that he had warned Hector about the consequences of the war and promised to destroy all of Hector's forces. Roman coldly told the soldier not to act like a victim before he finished him off. As the dust cleared, the Cairo army commander declared victory. But Roman's arrival had not gone unnoticed. The main Cairo army, with their commanders, entered the scene and were shocked to see Roman. His sudden appearance had completely changed the outcome of the war, an act of boldness like no other. The value of Roman Dimitri, a figure surrounded by mystery, shot up, leaving a lasting impression on the war's aftermath. Roman, wearing a dark yet victorious smile, watched the army enter through the gate.
The victory was not just a win for Cairo, but also proof of Roman Dimitri's mysterious and powerful presence. Cairo celebrated the grand triumph, and the joyful news spread through the city's streets. However, before the celebrations could reach the capital, troubling news began to circulate. Rumors spoke of the Hector kingdom crossing Cairo's borders and launching an attack on the southern front. Merchants from the south brought back grim accounts of the situation there. Worry filled the air as people feared Cairo might hesitate to raise taxes, even with the threat of war looming over them. Amid this unease, the focus shifted to the Cairo Royal Academy, where a heated match was taking place in the D class. The fight was between William Castro and Loren Dmitri, Roman's younger brother. The match began with William charging at Loren with fierce determination. Loren struggled to keep up and found himself overwhelmed by William's relentless attacks. Cornered and afraid, Loren struck back blindly in desperation. But William, quick and skillful, easily dodged Loren's move and delivered the final blow, leaving Loren defeated on the ground. After the duel, Loren had a tense conversation with a strict instructor. Loren had joined the academy to learn swordsmanship, but his fear of facing an opponent's blade and his habit of closing his eyes during combat revealed a major weakness. The instructor bluntly told Loren he lacked talent. He warned Loren that if he didn't improve in the next exams, he would be demoted to the E class. This warning shocked Loren. At 18 years old, being placed among 15-year-olds would be a humiliating setback. Sitting alone on a bench, lost in thought about his uncertain future, Loren was surprised when William approached him. William, confident and relaxed, began to speak. He told Loren that as a child, he believed everyone in the Dmitri family was extraordinary. But as he grew older, he realized that some people are simply born with limits. William explained plainly that miracles, like someone as remarkable as Sir Rodwell being born into a normal family, don't often happen twice in the same lineage. As Loren listened to William's words, a deep sadness settled over him. He realized that Rodwell's greatness would always cast a long shadow over his own dreams. William's friends, noticing the situation, commented on how dull it was. They started questioning whether the rumor about Roman Dimitri defeating Homeros could really be true. William quickly dismissed the idea, saying the rumors about the Dmitri family were nothing but lies. He believed these stories were created by the family to distract people from their eldest son's reputation for being foolish. Speaking bluntly, William shared his opinion that Loren, the third son of the Dmitri family, didn't seem very capable to him. As Loren pondered, he thought about the rumors surrounding his older brother, Roman. He didn't recall Roman being a bad person, but William's claim that Roman wasn't strong enough to defeat Homeros made him doubtful. Loren found William's words hard to believe, but still felt uncertain. The story takes a turn when Loren hears a commotion near the entrance of the Cairo Royal Academy. Curious, he goes to see what's happening and listens to the conversations around him. The crowd is buzzing with talk about how the southern front of Cairo was on the verge of falling to Hector's forces before a sudden and miraculous victory turned the tide. At the center of this reversal is Roman Dimitri, who had gained a reputation as a rising hero. Rumors about Roman's incredible achievements spread quickly. People were saying he defeated Hector with only 200 soldiers and even won a one-on-one duel against Butler, a famous 5-star swordsman. Loren, struggling to believe these stories, starts wondering if this Roman Dimitri is really the same person he knows as his older brother. The tales about Roman single-handedly defeating Hector and a skilled swordsman seem far too exaggerated to be true. Just then, a soldier interrupts the crowd, asking everyone to make way for Roman Dimitri, the hero of the South. As Roman rides in on his horse, the scene feels grand and dramatic. Loren is completely caught off guard by his brother's unexpected arrival and can't hide his shock at what he's seeing. The story then shifts to the royal palace, where King Daniel warmly welcomes Roman. The king expresses his happiness at finally meeting him and sincerely thanks Roman for saving the southern front. He praises Roman's actions, saying they not only protected the southern lands, but also proved the strong will of Cairo. Deeply impressed by Roman's deeds, the king offers to grant him any wish as a reward for his heroism. King Daniel offers Roman a surprising opportunity and promises to grant his request as long as it's something the king can do. He reveals that Count Nicholas, the captain of the Royal Knights and the strongest swordsman in Cairo, is looking for someone to take his place. To Roman's surprise, the king offers him the position of vice-captain of the Royal Knights, along with full access to the royal family's library. Additionally, the king relieves Roman of his duties at the border. Roman quickly realizes that this offer is more than a simple reward. It's a strategic move by the king. Reflecting on how King Daniel became ruler at a young age after the previous king's sudden death, Roman understands the king's intentions. Daniel wants to strengthen his position against potential threats, especially from the powerful aristocrats. Though many see him as a weak ruler, the king is determined to secure his reign by aligning Roman with the royal faction. Marquis Benedict objects, arguing that the king's offer is unfair to Roman. He says it's not right to burden a talented young man with so many responsibilities when he has such a bright future ahead. Other nobles agree with Benedict, saying the offer is more of a weight than a reward. But King Daniel doesn't back down, insisting that this is the reward he wants to give Roman. In a surprising move, the king leaves the decision entirely up to Roman, shocking the nobles in the room. Roman sees this as a glimpse of the king's true leadership. Though he's grateful for the honor of being offered such a high position, Roman makes it clear that he doesn't feel obligated to help the royal family. He asks for time to think about his future and admits that he wants to explore the world beyond his country first. Roman reveals a personal plan. He intends to join the open ranking competition of the Cairo Kingdom. He plans to start at rank 99 and work his way up to rank 1, pushing himself to the limit after completing his preparations. This unexpected announcement leaves even King Daniel surprised. These battles are full of tough challenges, where fighters continue until they're defeated or their opponent gives up. If a challenger wins, they take the place of the loser. King Daniel, worried about Roman's safety, warns that these battles could even cost someone their life. Knowing how serious this is, Roman reassures the king that he understands the risks. Roman explains that instead of chasing wealth or fame, he has chosen to face a new and tough challenge. The king respects Roman's choice, seeing it as proof of his confidence. The nobles in the room also praise Roman, calling him the hero of Cairo and eagerly looking forward to the ranking battles. Roman is already well known, especially for defeating Hector's skilled swordsman, Butler. Marquis Benedict recalls how Roman turned down the king's offer to become a royal knight. He suspects Roman has a bigger reason. He wants to prove his worth through the ranking battles. Benedict decides not to interfere, believing Roman's journey will show his true potential naturally. Since Roman is still in his mid-20s, these battles give the nobles a chance to see what he's truly capable of. Roman confidently tells the king that he will prove himself soon. He believes that after the ranking battles, he will no longer be just a follower, but will become an important figure in his own right. Roman's words reveal his desire to grow and find his place beyond serving any single group or role. Later, the story shifts to Marquis Benedict in his room, having a private talk with Roman. Benedict reflects on life's unpredictability and admits he sent Roman to the southern front line thinking it was for his good. But Hector's unexpected declaration of war changed everything, and Roman ended up being the one to stop Hector's plans. Roman, showing gratitude, acknowledges that the experience was valuable and helped him grow stronger. Benedict is surprised as Roman shares his future plans. Roman explains that the war with Hector made him realize how big the world is beyond Cairo. To test his strength, Roman plans to compete in the ranking battles. His ultimate goal is clear. Once he proves he's the strongest in Cairo, he wants to explore the wider world and achieve greatness. In response to Roman's statement, Benedict opens up about his past dreams of exploring the wide world. However, after realizing how vast and overwhelming the world is, he decided to find peace and happiness in his current life. Benedict then reveals something personal. He has a daughter. Since her mother passed away early, he has worked hard to raise her with care and dedication. Benedict surprises Roman with an unexpected proposal. He compares Roman to the powerful and extraordinary individuals he met in his youth, seeing great potential in Roman. Even though Roman lacks natural talents, Benedict admires his ability to keep up with those born with exceptional skills. Aware that Roman has recently ended his engagement, Benedict offers his daughter to Roman as a potential partner. However, he makes it clear that he won't force his daughter into marriage. He promises that her happiness and choice will always come first. Benedict suggests arranging a meeting between Roman and his daughter, but emphasizes that the decision will depend on mutual feelings. He reassures Roman that there's no rush and that any connection between them should develop naturally. Benedict's sincerity shines through as he shares that he has been observing Roman, both in the past and now. This care and concern strengthen their bond, and Benedict invites Roman to consider joining him on a journey in the future. He promises to help Roman achieve anything he desires within the Cairo kingdom. Benedict reflects on Roman's unique presence, realizing that it could shake the balance of power in the kingdom. The four major factions that control Cairo harbor are desperate to secure Roman's loyalty. Count Gregory and Count Denver, key figures in these factions, have even made bold offers to Roman. However, Roman, known as the Heavenly Demon, Baek Jung-hyeok, refuses to serve any of them, standing firm in his independence. The story shifts to Roman's room, where Hans appears unexpectedly. Overwhelmed with relief, Hans checks to see if Roman is injured. Tears flow as he realizes that Roman has returned safely. This heartfelt reunion highlights the deep bond between them and shows how much Roman's well-being matters to those who care about him. A few days later, Roman is shown enjoying a moment of calm, quietly sipping tea. Hans then suggests that Roman meet with young Master Loren. Hans had recently met Loren after Roman moved to the capital. Having cared for both young masters since they were children, Hans could tell Loren was struggling with something he wasn't ready to talk about. Rather than pressing him, Hans decided to wait for Loren to open up when he felt ready. During their conversation, Loren asked Hans about Roman and his recent activities. He mentioned hearing rumors in the capital about Roman returning with a group of guards and defeating a Hector ranker. Hans confirmed the rumors and explained the dramatic events within the Dmitri family. He spoke about Roman's broken engagement with Loren, his fight with the Barco family, his victory over Homeros, and his crucial role in the Southern Frontline battle. Shocked to learn that all the rumors were true, Loren listened silently. Hans also shared that Roman's recent behavior had improved so much that the Baron was finally at ease. He encouraged Loren to meet Roman in person, adding that Roman would be arriving at the accommodations later that night. Loren assured Hans he was fine and left quietly. As Hans reflected on the Dmitri brothers, he thought about their unique personalities. Loren, the youngest, stood out for being sensitive and delicate. Back in the room, Hans shared his concerns with Roman, suspecting that Loren might be facing bullying at the academy. Hans felt that Loren wanted help but didn't know how to ask. Roman listened thoughtfully. While he felt that Loren didn't need protection just because they were family, he still told Hans he would meet with Loren personally. Hans was visibly relieved, though Roman wondered if he agreed to meet Loren just because Hans had asked. The story then shifts to Viscount Fadius, who was pondering the delay in recruiting Roman Dimitri. Despite the setback, Fadius believed he could still win favor with the Baron through other means. Fadius, a shrewd noble, had noticed something others missed. While Roman was the center of attention, his loyal subordinates also possessed remarkable skills. Fadius thought these individuals, especially a man named Chris, had great potential and could impress Maris Benedict. Confident in this alternative plan, Fadius remained determined to achieve his goal. Chris, one of Roman's subordinates, had incredible talent, so much that any noble in the capital would gladly welcome him. Fadius didn't learn this through rumors, but from his own experience on the southern front. What he saw there made him certain that Roman subordinates were worth recruiting. He began to consider the idea of bringing Chris and the others into the central government. If he succeeded, it could strengthen his relationship with Marquis Benedict and improve his political position. Meanwhile, Chris was deep in his training, reflecting on how far he had come. He remembered the first time he met Roman, back when Roman seemed like someone he could surpass. At that time, Chris genuinely believed he could outdo Roman. But as time went on, Roman's skills and power reached a level Chris couldn't even imagine. A turning point came during Roman's fight with Butler. Chris had witnessed feats that seemed impossible, and the battle left a lasting impression on him. It became clear that Roman had stepped into a completely different league, far beyond what Chris had envisioned. Despite the shock, Chris found new determination. He stayed close to Roman, studying him and pushing himself harder. Over the last 6 months, Chris's growth had been extraordinary, even surprising to himself. Following Roman had become a journey of self-improvement, and Chris resolved to one day surpass him. It was no longer just a fleeting ambition. It became a serious and unshakable goal as he continued to sharpen his abilities. Viscount Fadius approached Chris during his training. Wasting no time on pleasantries, Fadius expressed his strong desire to recruit him. He praised Chris's talent and offered him a chance to join the central government. But Chris, loyal to Roman and firm in his resolve, immediately turned him down. Fadius, caught off guard by the quick rejection, asked why Chris refused such a golden opportunity. Fadius explained that this offer could completely change Chris's life. He promised wealth and financial security, ensuring Chris would never have to worry about money again. He spoke of fame and prestige, serving Marquis Benedict, the real power behind the central government. The central government could grant Chris anything he wanted within the Cairo kingdom. Still, none of this tempted Chris. His mind was made up, and his loyalty to Roman was unwavering. Viscount Fadius, the person delivering this proposal, noticed that Chris hesitated and tried to ease any concerns about possibly betraying Sir Roman. Fadius told Chris that Roman would eventually join forces with Marquis Benedict, so Chris moving to the central government now would be a smart decision. However, Chris wasn't sure if Roman would willingly serve Benedict, given what he knew about Roman's personality. Fadius, confident that Roman would eventually align with Benedict because of Benedict's power, saw it as a natural outcome. But from Chris's point of view, Fadius didn't fully understand Roman. Chris had seen Roman as someone who would never submit to anyone. He was a leader known for his independence and strong will. Chris made it clear to Fadius that, no matter the offers, he would not leave Roman's side. To Chris, Roman Dimitri was irreplaceable, and no amount of fame or power could break their bond. Fadius understood Chris's decision, but found it amusing, thinking Chris was missing out on a rare opportunity. Undeterred, Fadius offered the same deal to other important members of Roman's group. Kevin, a loyal follower of Roman, refused the offer, stating that his entire life was devoted to serving Roman. Fadius, shocked by the strength of Kevin's loyalty, started to realize how deeply connected Roman's followers were to him. He then turned to Pucky, another loyal ally of Roman, who also rejected the offer, echoing Kevin's feelings. Pucky couldn't imagine betraying Roman and stood firm in his loyalty. This pattern continued as Fadius approached more of Roman's followers, discovering that they were all united in their loyalty. Their commitment to Roman wasn't about political power or personal gain. When Fadius met Henderson, another trusted member of Roman's team, something unexpected happened. Henderson covered his ears and quickly walked away, a surprising reaction that left Thaddeus stunned. This strong display of loyalty made Thaddeus question just how deep the bond between Roman and his followers really was. Curious, Thaddeus wondered what made Roman such a respected and admired leader. The scene then shifted to Loren, who was practicing swordsmanship alone. Loren, feeling frustrated, thought back to a recent conversation with Hans. Loren was confused by the difference between the Roman he remembered, once seen as the fool of Dmitri, and the current hero of Cairo who had defeated Butler. As Loren swung his sword in frustration, he couldn't shake the question of why Roman had grown so much while he himself felt stuck. With a burst of determination, Loren put all his energy into attacking a training target, leaving him lying on the ground, out of breath. It was then that Roman unexpectedly appeared from behind. He asked Loren what he was doing and mentioned that he had heard from Hans about Loren searching for him. Roman, with a serious look, told Loren to speak up if something was bothering him. At first, Loren hesitated and tried to downplay it. But Roman, in his usual blunt way, called Loren pathetic and started to walk away. Still, Loren found the courage to shout after Roman, saying he wanted to speak up and tell him everything. Roman stopped abruptly, giving Loren the chance to share what was on his mind. Sitting on a nearby bench, Loren told Roman how shocked he had been when he heard about Roman's change. The Roman Loren remembered had no interest in swords and had even left border duties to others. But now, Roman was the hero of Cairo. Loren wanted to understand what had caused such a big change in him and what had happened to make him so different. Loren asked Roman about the experiences that led to this transformation, pointing out how they had both struggled in the past. Loren admitted that he wanted to be like Roman, to be someone his father could be proud of. He wanted to have a real relationship with his father, not one based on pretending to be happy. Loren wanted to show his father real achievements, not fake ones. Feeling overwhelmed by his emotions, Loren began to cry. Roman, seeing how vulnerable Loren was, understood that at only 18, Loren might not be ready to face tough truths just yet. Roman thought about how the people in Dmitri had accepted his new self, letting go of their old image of him and giving him a second chance. Realizing how important that acceptance had been, Roman decided he wanted to do the same for his family, including Loren and Rodwell. He made up his mind to judge them based on who they were now, not who they had been in the past. Roman speaks to Loren, telling him he doesn't like seeing anyone with the Dmitri name being looked down on. He points out that if Loren faces such disrespect, it could hurt both the Dmitri family's reputation and his own. Roman believes in Loren's abilities and encourages him to prove himself in the upcoming swordsmanship exam at the academy. This is a change from Roman's past life, where survival often meant facing dangerous situations with his brothers. Now, in this new life, Roman offers Loren a chance and his support. The next day, the swordsmanship exam arrives. The teacher starts the evaluations, and the students begin competing in lively matches. Among all the activity, Loren thinks about Roman's challenge to him, a call to show his worth. Loren knows that if he wants to find answers to the questions in his mind, he must now focus on the exam. His opponent is William, who stands confidently, ready to finish their past fight once and for all. The teacher sets the rules for the match, explaining that the results won't be based just on winning or losing, but on the student's skill. The use of fatal moves is strictly forbidden, and the focus should be on technique and understanding. When the match begins, William charges at Loren with full force. Loren, however, manages to block William's first attack, showing solid defense. But William, quick on his feet, tries to find a weakness and strike Loren down. In the heat of the moment, Loren remembers Roman's words. The exam is his chance to prove himself and silence his doubters. Loren takes advantage of the situation and unexpectedly strikes William in the face. The surprise attack catches William off guard, causing the match to pause for a brief moment. Motivated by the desire to follow in Roman's footsteps and show his own strength, Loren quickly counters, and the battle picks up pace. As the fight continues, Loren and William exchange a series of attacks and defenses, both trying to get the upper hand. William, frustrated by Loren's resilience, goes for a powerful strike, but Loren, fueled by determination, responds with a strong blow of his own. The fight reaches its peak as both opponents land hits in a synchronized flurry of attacks. The story then shifts to Loren waking up, coming back to the present moment. The teacher, impressed by the close and intense match, acknowledges Loren's strength and quick reactions. Even though William had been aggressively attacking, Lauren's ability to dodge with such speed became the highlight. The teacher's praise goes beyond just the exam, recognizing Lauren's hidden talent that had been covered by fear up until now. The teacher recalls Lauren's past matches and notes how fear had held him back, stopping him from showing what he could really do. But today's performance, along with the one before, shows Lauren as not only skilled, but also someone who can overcome his fears. The teacher explains that the reason for putting Lauren up against William was to challenge him with a tough opponent, believing William was a real test for Lauren to face. Lauren, surprised by this choice, asks the teacher if they really meant it. The teacher assures Lauren, saying they always speak honestly to their students and encourages Lauren to trust in himself more. The teacher also points out how Lauren and William are similar and tells Lauren not to let fear hold him back. Lauren, feeling grateful for the advice, takes it in as the scene shifts. On the other side of the match, William is furious about how close the fight with Lauren was. He refuses to listen to his friends who try to calm him down. William is determined to express his anger, claiming that Lauren had the nerve to challenge him with his eyes. Driven by this anger, William decides to take action, gathering his friends to help him hurt Lauren. His friends warn him about the consequences, including damaging their family's relationships and involving Roman Dimitri, but William ignores them. He talks about being the eldest son of the Castro family, with his father having a close relationship with Marquis Benedict. He brags about his powerful position in Cairo and dismisses Lauren's family background. William believes real power is what matters and plans to use it to dominate Lauren. Confident, he orders his friends to bring Lauren to him. Just then, Roman steps out from the shadows, challenging William to repeat what he just said. Roman, the hero of Cairo, demands that William explain why he is threatening his brother. William, once confident, now faces an unexpected challenge. Roman insists that William clarify his intentions toward Lauren. William's friends, shocked by Roman's sudden appearance, watched as the two powerful men faced each other. With confidence, William boldly told Roman he would repeat himself if he wanted to hear it again. But before William could say anything more, Roman quickly moved toward him and grabbed him by the neck. Roman, with a strong presence, made it clear that the power of William's family meant nothing when facing true authority. He lifted William off the ground and scolded him, not only for bullying Lauren, but also for insulting the Dmitri name. Roman ordered William to take him to the Castro family estate. This surprised William, who struggled to understand the sudden turn of events caused by Roman. Once Roman let go of William, he stressed the importance of responsibility, saying that parents should be held accountable for their children's actions. The scene then shifted to the impressive Castro family palace. Viscount Fadius told Count Castro that every attempt to recruit Roman's followers had been rejected. He explained that those who rejected Roman didn't see the opportunity in front of them, likely because of their limited background. Count Castro, amused, laughed and asked Fadius about Roman's supposed greatness. Fadius tried to prove Roman's worth, mentioning that Marquis Benedict had been working hard to gain Roman's loyalty. Fadius also hinted that the Marquis was even considering Roman as a possible son-in-law. Count Castro, curious, expressed interest in meeting Roman and asked Fadius to set up a meeting when the right time came. The scene shifted back to William and Roman, now in Count Castro's office. William told his father about the threats Roman had allegedly made, shocked that a commoner would dare challenge the eldest son of the Castro family. Annoyed by his son's disrespect, Count Castro stood up and told William to stop talking. He reminded William that he had insulted Sir Roman, a hero who had saved Cairo. Displeased, Count Castro slapped William and scolded him for his disrespect. He then turned to Roman, offering a genuine apology for William's actions and assuring him he would discipline his son. Recognizing the seriousness of William's mistake, Count Castro promised Roman that he would punish William harshly to make sure such disrespect didn't happen again. He asked Roman to accept his apology and hoped to calm any remaining anger. Count Castro invited Roman to share a cup of tea, hoping to build a good relationship with him. In Count Castro's mind, this situation was a lucky chance to connect with Roman, and he felt optimistic about the potential benefits. However, Roman, still serious, questioned Count Castro's actions. He made it clear that only he, Roman, could decide whether to accept or reject the apology, and that it wasn't up to Count Castro. As tensions rose, Roman blamed Count Castro, saying the real cause of the problem was the mysterious nobleman. Roman pointed out that the trouble started with William. Things got worse when William boldly told Roman about his plan to break Lauren's arm. To Roman, Those words were not just a threat, but a clear sign that violence was about to happen. In the middle of this growing conflict, Count Castro approached Roman to ask what he planned to do. He wondered if Roman was thinking of getting revenge on William. Trying to calm things down, Count Castro suggested they have a reasonable discussion to fix things and possibly save their future relationship. He asked Roman what he wanted to happen next. Roman responded with a strict set of conditions for peace. He demanded that William kneel and apologize to Lin in front of a crowd. He also insisted that William leave the academy, wanting to protect his brother from someone like William. Roman made it clear that this was the only option. Either William complied, or they would be at war with the powerful Dmitri family. Roman said the decision was now up to Count Castro. Count Castro, however, dismissed people of low status as a constant annoyance. He sarcastically questioned whether Roman's sense of importance came only from the attention of Marquis Benedict. Count Castro argued that Roman wasn't even worthy of being in the same room as the respected Marquis. Count Castro was determined to show the strength and power of the central government nobility. Seeing a chance to put Roman in his place, the tension between the two noblemen grew as Count Castro turned to Viscount Fadius, who had witnessed everything that happened. Count Castro asked Fadius to testify before the Marquis, hoping to use Fadius's account to support his side of the story. Feeling that Roman needed to be punished for going too far, Count Castro declared he would make sure the right consequences were given. However, Viscount Fadius, known as the Raccoon of Cairo among the nobles, was famous for his sharp skills and survival instincts. Many people have talents, but only those like Fadius, who are able to survive and thrive, make it to the top. Fadius, who understood the situation well, knew how to make useful connections and strike deals with people who shared his interests. This made him a strong player even though his family didn't have much power in the larger noble system. On the other hand, Count Castro came from a prestigious family and had been close friends with Marquis Benedict since they were young. But now, Count Castro found himself at odds with Roman Dimitri. Normally, Fadius might have sided with Count Castro, but things were complicated by Marquis Benedict's character. Benedict was a practical man who cared more about winning than personal friendships, and he had his eye on Roman as a possible son-in-law. This new development forced Fadius to rethink where his loyalties lay. In a surprising move, Fadius told Count Castro to deal with his son William's mistakes instead of trying to hide them. This advice surprised Count Castro, especially since Fadius was known as Cairo's raccoon for his careful, strategic thinking. Fadius had realized that supporting Roman would be more profitable, so he made an unexpected recommendation. Count Castro, realizing that going against Roman without support from the central government could have serious consequences, decided to put practicality over pride. He then apologized to Roman, putting aside his personal feelings for the sake of his family. This apology shocked his son William, who couldn't believe his father was humbling himself before someone he saw as a rival. From Roman's point of view, the incident reveals the flaws in the nobility, who often think they are better than others. As Roman's power in the kingdom grows, so does the danger from jealous and arrogant people. Seeing the risks, Roman decides he must show his authority and make an example of someone. While it might not be a bad idea for that person to be Count Castro, he agrees to Sir Roman's suggestion. Count Castro promises that William will apologize to Loren, Roman's brother, and leave the academy on his own. William is surprised by this unexpected turn of events and is left in shock. In response, Roman gives a small smile and leaves, signaling the end of the matter. Count Castro thanks Roman for his generosity and accepts the solution. Meanwhile, William, thinking about what he has done, wonders just how serious the person he has upset really is. In Lauren's dorm room, the atmosphere suddenly changed when William's friend stormed in with a serious look. He told Loren the bad news. His brother, Roman, had gotten into a fight with William. The cause? William was angry about being hit by Loren during their fight. Loren was shocked as he understood how serious the situation was. William's friend said things got worse when William threatened to break Loren's arm, a threat that Roman had overheard. This news sent a chill through Loren. To make things worse, William had taken Roman to meet Count Castro after the fight. Just hearing Count Castro's name made Loren nervous, realizing how dangerous the situation was for his brother. Loren's thoughts raced with worry. He felt guilty. If anything happened to Roman because of him, Loren knew he would never forgive himself. The guilt weighed on him, almost too heavy to bear. In a panic, Loren rushed out of his room, his footsteps echoing as he ran down the hallway to find help. The situation was urgent, and Loren feared the consequences of Roman meeting with the powerful Count Castro. Desperate to protect his brother, Loren reached out to the one person he hoped could help, his father. With shaky hands, he used the magic to contact him, his voice full of emotion as he explained the danger. Roman was in trouble and might be caught in the schemes of the powerful Castro family. On the other end, Lauren's father, Romero, heard the distress in his son's voice. Shock and anger filled him as he listened to Lauren's trembling words. This wasn't just a small problem. It was a desperate cry for help, filled with real fear and distress. Romero's hand slammed against the table, showing how deeply he cared. It was a sign of his strong instinct to protect his family at all costs. Dmitri had overheard Lauren's unexpected phone call. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Loren, usually quiet, wouldn't have reacted that way unless something serious had happened. He turned to his wife, sharing his concerns and looking for her advice in this uncertain time. She understood the deep connection their family had with the powerful Castros, who were closely tied to the central government and the influential Marquis Benedict. "Should we get involved?" Romero asked, his voice heavy with worry, knowing that their actions could have serious consequences. His wife quickly responded, urgency in her tone. "Do you really doubt how serious this is? Our oldest son's safety is at risk. Our loyalty to the government can wait. The Dimitris are strong enough not to be afraid." Romero felt grateful for her wisdom and, with renewed determination, gave orders to his trusted vassals to meet him at Dmitri Palace as soon as possible. There was no time to lose. Roman's life was in danger. When the vassals gathered, Romero spoke to them urgently. He told them about Roman's dangerous situation and stressed the seriousness of the matter. The conflict with the Castro family had put their family in a dangerous position, and they needed to act fast to protect Roman. In the growing crisis, things had gotten worse. Roman had been taken by the powerful Castro family, but the Castros weren't just any enemy. They were closely connected to the central government. Dmitri, Roman's father, wasn't going to just stand by. Knowing how risky it was to oppose the government, he still sought support from those around him, understanding that his plan could face rejection. Despite the dangers, Romero was ready for the challenge. To his surprise, Jonathan, the captain of the Dmitri Knight Order, became a strong ally. Jonathan understood the risks of fighting against the government, but emphasized how urgent it was to protect Roman, the oldest son of the Dmitri family. He bravely promised to risk his own life and the lives of his knights to ensure Roman's safety. The call to action went beyond just the knights and reached Hendrik, the master blacksmith. Hendrik asked Dmitri to find out how many supplies the soldiers would need for the war. He emphasized that young Master Roman was vital for the future of the Dmitri family and dismissed any concerns about the Castro family. Hendrik insisted that Dmitri must protect Roman at all costs. He believed that everyone, including miners, iron mine workers, and the people of Dimitri's land, would support the decision to protect Roman. Romero was surprised by the overwhelming support, especially since the Dmitri family usually preferred peace. However, he realized that now Dmitri had to take on a leadership role in the Northeast region. The whole Dmitri community, even the iron miners, agreed on the importance of protecting Roman. The news quickly spread through the dark tunnels to Jacob, who, upon hearing the urgency in the call, ordered the miners to gather immediately. Even though they couldn't fight directly, Jacob encouraged his fellow miners to play an important role in preparing for the war. They understood the importance of gathering supplies and supporting the soldiers on the front lines. In an unexpected move, Morkan, who was responsible for the safety of the miners, joined Jacob's determination. The nobles in the capital had threatened Roman's safety, and Morkan saw the need to act strongly. He not only agreed with Jacob's plan, but suggested increasing production, pushing the miners to work even harder, even at night. As the miners worked tirelessly, their determination was clear. Every hammer strike and drop of sweat showed their shared will to protect Roman. In the face of adversity, the Dmitri family, once known for seeking peace, became a united force, ready to make its mark as a regional power. As the urgency to protect Roman grew, the entire Dmitri family sprang into action, focused solely on ensuring Roman's safe return. Meanwhile, in the capital, no one knew about the major shift happening in the Dmitri family. They continued with their own concerns, unaware of the growing tension. After contacting his father for help, Loren stepped out of his room, feeling a mix of worry and hope. He trusted his father would intervene, but until then, he faced the uncertainty of the situation. Loren was determined to find Roman, so he stepped outside and saw a strange scene. A group of students gathered together, talking quietly. He was confused, wondering why they were all there. His confusion grew when he saw Roman standing among them. Roman motioned for him to come closer, his face serious. In a surprising move, Roman told William to publicly apologize to Loren for how he had treated him. Roman's words had a threatening tone, warning William of consequences if he refused. Loren watched, wide-eyed, as the situation unfolded. Count Castro stepped forward and added more pressure, telling William to apologize quickly. William then apologized sincerely, admitting that he had bullied Loren and that it was wrong. He kneeled before Loren, asking him to forgive him. William also said he was leaving the academy and promised he would never trouble Loren again. Loren was shocked by how quickly things changed. He was torn between disbelief and relief, trying to understand what had just happened. Count Castro, sensing Loren's uncertainty, encouraged him to accept William's apology and reassured him that such behavior wouldn't happen again. Count Castro even bowed to Loren, apologizing himself. Once things calmed down, Loren went to Roman for an explanation. Roman told him that the confrontation was about more than just Loren. It was also a stand against the Castro's unfair treatment of the Dmitri family. Roman's actions were about defending their family's honor and dignity. His words moved Loren, making him feel a mixture of emotions. He admired Roman's determination and the courage it took to confront someone as powerful as Count Castro. As Loren thought about everything that had happened, he felt proud of his family's strength. Roman reminded him that they were Dmitri, and he should hold his head high, just like their family had always done. It was a touching reminder of their bond and the responsibility they had to each other and their name. After the confrontation, the relationship between the Dmitri and Castro families shifted. Count Castro, now aware of the Dmitri family's strength, became more cautious and less likely to act against Loren. Loren, inspired by Roman's advice, promised to stand up for himself and never let anyone mistreat him again. A sense of resolution filled the air, and Roman smiled, relieved that the situation wouldn't lead to more family conflicts. Loren's thoughts were suddenly interrupted as he remembered his earlier call with his father. Realizing the possible consequences of what had happened, he urgently asked Roman to contact their father. Loren's voice showed how worried he was about what their father might do when he found out about the fight. At the Castro Palace, the effects of William's actions were becoming clear. Count Castro, the head of the Castro family, reacted harshly. A loud slap rang out as he scolded William for his serious mistake. Count Castro reminded William about the importance of Roman Dimitri and Cairo, and how highly Roman was respected by the powerful people in the city. Even though William was the eldest son of the Castro family, he had hurt Roman's younger brother. Because of this, William was forced to kneel in front of everyone and apologize sincerely. This incident badly damaged the Castro family's reputation, as people started talking about it. The public began to think that the Castro family didn't understand the situation in their own kingdom, calling them a foolish count. Count Castro was frustrated by how things had turned out and the upcoming challenge of dealing with Maris Benedict, a very influential figure in the region. He was deeply worried about how the family was now viewed. In the middle of all this, a worker came in with surprising news, a magic call from the Dmitri family. Count Castro was shocked and confused when he learned that Romero Dmitri was calling. Romero told him that, while Count Castro might see the Dmitri family as weak because they were nobles of the central government, it was a huge mistake to mess with one of the Dmitri family's bloodlines. Romero made it clear that he wouldn't ignore such actions and that the matter was serious. Count Castro was puzzled and wondered why Roman would escalate things over an incident that seemed to be over. But Romero firmly told him that at dawn, the Dmitri family would formally request a territory ward from the central government. This bold move would challenge the Castro family's power and control over the area. Romero also said that the Dmitri merchants would stop all business with the Castro family, cutting off an important source of supplies and money. This move would not only weaken the Castro family financially, but also send a strong message of defiance, further destabilizing them. Finally, Romero said he would collect all the debts the Castro family owed to the Golden Bank. The financial pressure makes the conflict even harder, adding more stress to the Castro family's resources. However, Romero's plans are not just about attacking them financially. He reveals that the Dmitri family has reached out to groups who are enemies of the Castros and given them money and support. This alliance with outside enemies makes the threat to the Castro family even bigger, as they now have enemies both inside and outside their circle. Romero is determined to bring down the Castro family's power, and he's ready to do anything to make it happen. He understands the risks and sacrifices involved, and is willing to face any difficulty to achieve his goal of destroying the Castros. Count Castro is shocked by the seriousness of Romero's demand and has trouble understanding how bad the situation is. Roman Dimitri gives Count Castro a final warning, demanding that he release Roman immediately. Count Castro is surprised by this request and tries to explain that there must be a mistake, as he isn't holding any members of the Dmitri family right now. Trying to calm the situation, Count Castro tells Romero that the issue with Loren, which started the conflict, has already been sorted out. He points to William's apology to Loren as proof that they want to make peace. Hearing this, Roman Dimitri feels a little embarrassed. Count Castro reassures him that the problem with Roman is also solved and promises to do everything possible to prevent future issues. Romero, feeling awkward, ends the call. Back in the Dmitri territory, Romero thinks about what makes a true leader. He understands that real leaders have a natural ability to inspire and lead, even when times are tough. Throughout the Dmitri territory, from the top executives to the lowest workers, Roman is loved and respected by everyone. Over time, Romero finds himself amazed by his son's growth. In a meeting with the Dmitri community, Romero surprises everyone by announcing that there will be no war. Instead, he declares an unexpected celebration and encourages everyone to enjoy themselves like there's no tomorrow. The news of a party excites the crowd, creating an atmosphere full of anticipation and excitement. The next day, the market is full of talk about what happened the day before. People are talking about the apology made by the eldest son of the Castro family to Loren, the youngest son of the Dmitri family. This unexpected act of humility from someone in the powerful Castro family shocks the entire capital and gets everyone wondering if there will be a change in the balance of power in Cairo. Merchants who used to do business with the Dmitri family quickly stopped working with the Castros because of what happened. Among them is Lucas, who tries to explain to the public what this all means. He says that the Dmitri family is now in favor with the elites, which has changed the power dynamics in the region. At first, people didn't think a border family could challenge the power of the Castros. But what's even more surprising is that after the incident, all the major financial leaders in Cairo began to support the Dmitri family. Lucas explains that despite the conflict between the central power and the border family, everyone is now supporting the Dmitris. This major change has raised the Dmitri family's standing and shows their growing influence. Meanwhile, Roman sits quietly, enjoying a cup of tea. He thinks about how his family has always avoided conflict and tries to understand how this recent situation fits with that. Roman has trouble believing that his father, Baron Romero, would suddenly change their position on war just because of him. He realizes, though, that the decision to pursue peace wasn't just his father's. It was a decision made by the main members of the Dmitri family. This makes Roman appreciate the strong bonds within his family even more and reminds him of the responsibility they all share. In the tight-knit society of Dmitri, a small community in the borderlands, the family decided together to go to war to save Roman. Looking back at his past life as a celestial being, where power meant everything and cruelty was normal, Roman understands how much he's changed. That life made him more extreme than he ever thought he could be. But as he reflects, Roman finds comfort in knowing that this life is different from his old one. At the same time, in the Hector Kingdom, Jackson and Butler are thrilled to see Edwin wake up. When Edwin suddenly opens his eyes, he's confused and asks where he is. Edwin couldn't stop thinking about Roman Dimitri, a person who seemed almost unreal. He imagined a different reality. If he could go back in time, could he have stopped Roman from moving forward? But Edwin quickly dismissed this thought, realizing it was just wishful thinking. His own choices had led to the fall of the Hector Kingdom, a kingdom now in a deep, hopeless state. The weight of his decisions was heavy on Edwin's mind, especially when he thought about the death of Callian. Callian had died in Edwin's place, and it served as a painful reminder of how his actions had hurt those he cared about. It hit Edwin hard that the kingdom was now facing its worst time, and he felt responsible for it. Still, despite the hopelessness, Edwin found a spark of determination. He couldn't just leave his people to suffer. As Edwin wrestled with his guilt, he became aware that everyone around him was looking to him for leadership. The people of Hector Kingdom needed hope, and they were relying on him to guide them through this dark time. He couldn't let them down, and he couldn't give in to despair. Suddenly, he was pulled from his thoughts by the sound of voices nearby. Jackson and Butler were standing in front of him, both looking serious. They brought news about the passing days. A week had gone by without any word about the war, and the silence only made the kingdom feel more anxious. Worse news followed from Cairo. The demon of Cairo was causing destruction, killing Hector's soldiers, and had even taken the life of Night Order Captain Butler. This was a crushing blow, reminding them all of the dangers of their world. The people of Hector, shaken by the news, began to wonder about their place in a world full of threats they couldn't even see. They felt small and helpless, like frogs in a well, unaware of the monsters outside their tiny world. This realization made them all feel uneasy and afraid. In the midst of this chaos, Edwin found himself standing before his father, the king of Hector, in the palace. The king expressed concern for Edwin, acknowledging the heavy responsibility on his son's shoulders. But he reassured Edwin that he wouldn't risk his son's life to solve the kingdom's problems. Edwin apologized for any trouble he had caused and told his father about the troubling omen he had seen in one of the villages. As Edwin looked at the once hopeful land, now covered in a strange black hue, and saw life slowly fading away, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was the work of an evil force, perhaps a curse cast by a necromancer. The king was shocked by Edwin's words, and Edwin went on to explain further. Edwin believed that the repeated famines in the Hector kingdom were not just natural disasters, but were being caused on purpose by a mysterious person. This dark force, according to Edwin, used powerful magic to harm the whole kingdom. For years, the king had wondered if this force had been behind Hector's attack on Cairo. Edwin confirmed the king's suspicion, explaining that the hidden enemy had intentionally sparked the war between Hector and Cairo for their own benefit. This revelation showed just how serious the situation was, and both Edwin and the king realized that their kingdom had become a pawn in someone else's plan. The king understood that breaking a curse that had affected the entire kingdom would be difficult. He noted that Hector would need the help of an archpriest, but they no longer had the resources for that. Edwin, however, remembered an important moment from his past. He recalled how, when he was younger, the tower master of the Heavenly Palace had made him an offer: give up his title as prince and join the magic tower in exchange for anything he wanted. In that moment, Edwin decided to offer his time to serve the mysterious magic tower. The king was surprised by this, his concern showing on his face. Edwin looked at his father seriously and explained that dedicating a year to this path was the only way to solve Hector's problems. Edwin's decision showed his strong commitment to helping his people, even if it meant sacrificing his own time. Meanwhile, at the southern training camp, Mac Burney was struggling with his own fate. Although he wanted to die fighting on the battlefield, the loss of his arm made him doubt his chances. It was at this moment that Roman, an unexpected person, approached Mac Burney. Roman quickly got to the point, offering him a chance to join Dmitri. Mac Burney, grateful but realistic, thanked Roman for the offer, but pointed out that his missing arm was a serious problem. He stood in front of Roman, his doubts weighing on him. As a man without an arm, Mac Burney wondered how he could be useful to someone like Roman. He feared that he would only slow Roman down and become a burden. To Mac Burney's surprise, Roman didn't dismiss his words, but instead gave a knowing smile. He said that Mac Burney's words didn't sound like a rejection to him. Instead, they seemed to hint at a hidden willingness, a spark of potential that Roman quickly noticed. Roman then told a story from history, the tale of a famous left-handed swordsman named Song Baek. Song Baek had once been a royal bodyguard, but his life changed drastically when he lost his right arm while serving his country in a war. Even though the royal family gave him wealth and honor, Song Baek couldn't adjust to a peaceful life. He longed to die as a true martial artist on the battlefield, rather than in the comfort of civilian life. Determined to honor his warrior spirit, Song Baek spent years training with his left hand, mastering left-handed swordsmanship through hard work and practice. Over time, he developed a unique fighting style that involved a slanted body position and unpredictable attacks. What others saw as weaknesses, Song Baek turned into strengths, using his unusual techniques to defeat many strong opponents in duels. Despite his skill, Song Baek's journey ended in a final battle with another great swordsman, Baek Jung-hyeok. In a dramatic fight, Song Baek was defeated by Baek Jung-hyeok, fulfilling his dream of dying as a warrior in battle. Roman's story of Song Baek had a deep meaning for Mac Burney. It gave him hope, showing him the strength of warriors who refuse to give up, no matter their circumstances. Inspired by the story, Roman made Mac Burney an offer that would change his life. Roman promised to teach him the art of left-handed swordsmanship and to help him reach his full potential, surpassing any expectations Mac Burney had for himself. This offer was a sign of trust and friendship, making Mac Burney feel a sense of purpose and belonging. In that moment, Mac Burney felt a wave of hope. He realized that Roman might be the key to his redemption as a warrior. Determined to prove himself, Mac Burney bowed to Roman and pledged his loyalty to him. In the midst of all these changes, people like Edwin Hector, Mac Burney, and the underestimated Henry Albert found themselves swept along by the events. Henry couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the powerful presence of Sir Roman, someone he had gone through many struggles with. He wondered why Roman hadn't chosen him to join the journey. When Henry returned to the Albert territory, he expected to be welcomed as a hero by the locals. However, his hopes were quickly dashed when he realized they were celebrating him as a hero of Cairo, even though he had played a small role in the war against Hector. Simply being around Roman during the conflict had made Henry seem much more important. To Henry's surprise, he received an invitation from the Cairo Royal Academy to give a lecture about his experiences on the southern front line. Seeing this as an opportunity to build his reputation, Henry gladly accepted. He knew that by praising Roman's qualities, he could improve his own standing with the nobility. As Henry set out to spread praise for Roman, he found himself at a turning point in his seemingly unimportant noble life. Meanwhile, in Cairo's capital, Roman was preparing to leave for Dmitri. A crowd gathered to say goodbye, showing how much his influence was growing. Roman thought about what he would do next, knowing that when he returned to the capital, important decisions awaited him. Until then, he planned to strengthen his position by gaining control over the northeastern region, setting the stage for a future confrontation with the central government. As Roman made his way through a forest on the way to Dmitri, he came across a group of upset farmers, their faces covered in tears as they described their ruined fields. Curious, Roman asked Chris why the farmers were upset. Chris guessed that these farmers were from Dmitri. Roman then asked why they were in Conrad territory, and Chris explained that Dmitri didn't have enough land for farming, so some farmers had to lease land in Conrad territory. When Roman learned this, he decided he wanted to speak with the farmers directly to understand their situation better. As they approached, the farmers told Roman about their troubles. They had a 10-year lease with the Conrad family for the land, but just a week before the harvest, they were told to leave. When they refused, agents of the Conrad family destroyed their crops. The farmers pleaded with Roman, asking for help because they hadn't been allowed to harvest the crops they had worked so hard to grow. Chris explained to Roman that he understood the seriousness of the situation, but he also gently reminded him that he couldn't directly help the farmers. Chris then explained the complex situation, pointing out that the land was owned by the Conrad family. He warned that intervening could make things worse, as it could create tension between Roman and the Conrad family. Chris went on to explain that the Conrad family had an important alliance with the nobles in the northeastern region. This alliance was made up of several smaller groups, working together to protect each other from outside threats. While these groups weren't individually very powerful, by joining forces, they were able to defend themselves as a unified front. Chris compared their teamwork to that of a bat, saying they both depended on each other to survive. When Roman heard this, he became worried and told Chris that not taking action would only make things worse. Roman knew that they needed to act quickly and make sure the problem was solved before the Conrad family's power grew even stronger, even though it would be risky. He was determined to fight the injustice and restore fairness to the farmers. According to the system, it was the duty of the subordinate to follow their superior's orders. So, Chris agreed with Roman. When they arrived, the people of Dmitri greeted Roman warmly, calling him the hero of Cairo and the pride of their land. Roman's father, Roman Dimitri, was happy to see him and gave him a warm welcome. Roman asked about his father's health, and Romero reassured him that everything was fine in Dmitri, even mentioning that he had prepared a big celebration for Roman's return. But before they could begin the celebration, Roman asked to speak with his father privately about an important matter. They went to Romero's office, where Roman brought up the situation with the farmers in Conrad territory. Romero said he was aware of the issue, but explained that the Conrad family would eventually take back their land. He warned Roman not to get involved, as it could harm the farmers' future in Conrad territory. Roman, looking serious, asked if the situation would be different if Dmitri was allied with the powerful Benedict family. He suggested that Maris Benedict's strong influence would prevent anyone from taking their land. Roman believed that, with the Barco family weakening, Dmitri was now one of the strongest forces in the northeastern region. Romero agreed with Roman's point, but urged caution. He stressed the importance of keeping good relationships with other factions and warned against provoking conflict with their allies. Roman, however, was firm in his belief that action was necessary. He argued that Dmitri had real power in the region, but the Conrad family and other nobles were too proud and lazy to see it. They saw Dmitri as just another family without the protection of the central government, like the Barco family once had. Because of this, the Conrad family treated Dmitri's farmers poorly. Roman frowned and asked his father what he thought about the problem at hand. The Conrad family had claimed that their power was unmatched in the region, but their actions didn't seem to support that. Roman believed it was time for Dmitri to show its strength and prove to the Conrad family who really controlled the northeastern territories. He told his father that Dmitri had both the power and the moral right to protect its people. Roman wondered why Dmitri was standing by while the Conrad family ignored the rights of their citizens. He asked his father for permission to act, promising he was ready to take on the responsibility. He assured his father that he would handle things himself, even if it meant using violence if necessary. Later, Romero sat in his chair, thinking about Roman's words. He realized how much his son had changed. He remembered the days when Roman worked beside him. There was a part of Romero that felt a special connection to Roman because of those memories. He wondered if Roman's behavior now was because of how others saw him as a lesser noble. Romero thought deeply and came to the conclusion that what Dmitri needed wasn't just strength but wise leadership. Roman's passion showed that a new era was beginning for Dmitri, one where smart decisions and strong character would lead the way. A few days later, the Dmitri palace was busy with preparations for a grand party to welcome Roman back. Nobles from all over the northeastern region, including the powerful Volt and Grizel families, came to show their respect and congratulate him. In the world of nobility, power was often more important than good leadership. And in the northeastern region, many noble families still ignored Dmitri's influence despite its clear power. During the event, Roman had a chance meeting with Lady Sophia of the Grizel family. He remembered her from their last meeting, but now she seemed to view him differently. She was considering the idea of marrying someone of his rank. The atmosphere shifted again when Viscount Conrad entered the room and greeted Roman, calling him the hero of Cairo. Roman, however, responded in a serious manner. He didn't just introduce himself as Roman. He proudly said, "I am Roman Dimitri," emphasizing his family name and the authority it carried. Conrad, in turn, recognized Roman's impressive victory over Butler, a famous swordsman, and was amazed by how young Roman was compared to his remarkable accomplishments. He saw great potential in Roman, imagining that he could rise even higher among the warriors, a view shared by many others present. However, Roman's attitude changed slightly as he took control of the conversation. This surprised Conrad, who hadn't expected such sharpness from someone who came from such humble beginnings. Conrad couldn't help but notice how smart Roman was, despite his simple background. He kindly invited Roman to ask any question he wanted, not realizing how much impact his offer would have on everyone there. With clear determination, Roman used the chance to ask Conrad about his actions against the farmers of Dmitri. He questioned why Conrad had taken their land, a question that shocked everyone in the room with its boldness. Conrad, caught off guard, tried to defend himself by explaining that a merchant had made a tempting offer for the land. However, Roman showed his disappointment and criticized Conrad for not considering the farmers' well-being. He made it clear how serious the situation was. As the atmosphere turned tense, Conrad tried to shift the topic back to the reason for the gathering, celebrating Roman's return. He reminded Roman that the event was meant to honor him, not to damage Conrad's reputation in front of everyone. Conrad's friendly expression began to fade as he became irritated by Roman's challenge, and his smile turned into a look of discomfort. Wanting to end the conversation, Conrad prepared to leave, but Roman stopped him with a firm command. Roman's tone was serious, warning Conrad that if he left too suddenly, it could have consequences for Dmitri. Roman made it clear that he would not let the matter go until he was satisfied with the outcome. As the tension continued, Viscount Conrad spoke out, his words filling the room with frustration. Annoyed by the exchange, he quickly turned to Roman and responded passionately. He admitted that he had driven the farmers out of Dmitri, but insisted that the land was rightfully part of the Conrad family's domain. He claimed that he was simply taking back what belonged to his family. Viscount Conrad made it clear that the Conrad family, not being under the Dmitri family's control, did not need to ask Roman for permission or report their actions. His statement, full of pride and a sense of ownership over his land, made the room feel tense. The other nobles agreed with him, expressing their support through murmurs of approval. As the tension grew, someone suggested that Baron Romero Dimitri should take charge and organize a meeting to settle the growing conflict between the two families. The nobles questioned whether it was appropriate for Roman to get involved and reminded him that the gathering was supposed to celebrate his return, not become a place for territorial disputes. They seemed to wonder, what right did Roman have to decide on this issue? Some nobles went even further, pointing out that Viscount Conrad was the head of his family and deserved respect. They criticized Roman for speaking to Viscount Conrad in what they considered a rude way, given the Viscount's status. Roman thought about how the nobles would react if the roles were reversed, imagining the Barco family instead of the Dmitri family in the situation. He believed that the nobles would never act the same way in that case. He thought this was because many country nobles, especially in the northeastern region, saw the Dmitri family as easy to manipulate and control. Roman now faced a choice. Should he use his authority to make these nobles obey, or should he use force to turn them into loyal servants of the Dmitri family? After considering his options, he decided to make his intentions clear. He stepped forward and stood directly in front of Viscount Conrad, staring at him. In a calm voice, Roman got to the point. He questioned the fairness of one territory trying to control the citizens of another, highlighting the rules that should guide the relationships between territories in the Cairo kingdom. He declared that the farmers affected by Conrad's actions were his people, living in the Dmitri territory, paying taxes to them, and loyal to Dmitri. The room was filled with tension as Roman continued, questioning whether formalities were even necessary when speaking to Viscount Conrad. The Viscount looked shocked by Roman's direct approach. Roman went on, explaining that the issue had already been discussed within the Dmitri family and that Baron Romero had given Roman permission to handle the matter. He made it clear that he had no intention of ignoring the situation. Viscount Conrad was clearly shocked by the situation. Roman, undeterred by the Viscount's reaction, continued speaking, pointing out how reluctant the Viscount was to offer any apology. His words filled the room, capturing everyone's attention. Roman warned that any wrongdoings by people from other regions within Dimitri's domain would be met with immediate and harsh consequences. With a sly smile, Roman challenged those who had criticized him earlier, daring them to now downplay the seriousness of the issue. The other nobles were surprised by Roman's firm stance, realizing the serious consequences if he carried out his threats. Viscount Conrad thought about Roman Dimitri's skills, not just as a fighter, but also as someone clever, like a fox. He admired Roman's ability to set traps that left his enemies with no way out, using force to defeat them. Despite this, Viscount Conrad felt he needed to stand his ground. He saw this situation as a chance to gain support from the Alliance Association. However, his hopes were quickly dashed when Viscount Lawrence, a member of the Northeastern Alliance Association, unexpectedly spoke up. Viscount Lawrence clearly sided with Roman, blaming Viscount Conrad for the situation. He emphasized the importance of following proper procedures, especially for the well-being of the people in Dimitri's territory. He pointed out that Viscount Conrad had not informed Dmitri of his plans beforehand, criticizing his lack of morality. Viscount Lawrence's strong words made it clear that Viscount Conrad needed to admit his mistake and apologize to Roman. He also reminded Viscount Conrad that, during his own struggles with the Barco family, he hadn't received support from the Conrad family. In the aftermath of Viscount Lawrence's surprising shift in allegiance to Dmitri, the Northeastern Alliance Association was thrown into chaos. Lawrence's decision to side with Dmitri weakened their influence and caused disarray among the members. As Lawrence urged the other nobles to support Dmitri, an uncomfortable silence filled the room. Slowly, one by one, the nobles began to change their minds, no longer resisting. They began to agree with Roman and demanded that Viscount Conrad apologize, which Viscount Conrad saw as a strategic move to weaken his authority. Viscount Conrad found himself in a difficult position after his sudden change of loyalty and the growing pressure from his peers. He realized that continuing to resist would only make him more isolated among the nobles. Swallowing his pride, he bowed to Roman, offering an unwilling apology and promising to be more careful in the future. Though the apology was hard for him to say, Viscount Conrad understood that compromise was necessary to keep his position in the aristocracy. At the same time, in Romero Dimitri's office, Roman's father expressed worry about the consequences of his son's bold actions. He questioned whether it was wise to challenge the Northeastern Alliance, fearing the possible backlash. Roman, speaking to his father, explained that he needed to create a clear hierarchy. He believed that for this to happen, he needed his enemies to give their best effort. Roman planned to bring all his opponents together to challenge the Dmitri name fully. Through this, the Northeastern Alliance would see that they were powerless compared to the strength of the Dmitri family. Only then, Roman thought, would his larger plan succeed. The scene then shifted to the meeting room of the Northeastern Alliance, where tensions were high. The alliance members were frustrated and angry with Roman for defying their authority. They called him arrogant, worried that giving in to his demands would damage their reputation and make them look weak to the rest of the Northeastern region. Viscount Conrad, struggling with the loss of his influence, sought advice from the other members. However, they were unable to find a clear solution to the problem. Viscount Conrad openly questioned the value of the Northeastern Alliance, doubting its importance in light of Dimitri's strong military power. He recognized Roman's skill, especially after his victory over the powerful butler of Hector, and realized that traditional methods wouldn't be enough to challenge Dmitri. With this in mind, another member suggested asking the central government for help. Viscount Conrad agreed, seeing an opportunity to use the central government's power to pressure Dmitri. He pointed out that since the fall of the Barco family, the Northeastern Alliance had been building ties with the central government. He believed it was the right time to use these connections to their advantage. Viscount Conrad wanted to involve the central government in his conflict with Dmitri. He quickly reached out to Viscount Fadius, a powerful figure in the central government. After explaining his situation, Viscount Conrad received a positive response from Viscount Fadius, who was willing to listen further. However, as Conrad began discussing the problems with the Dmitri family and his hope to gain support from the central government, the call was suddenly cut off. This left Viscount Conrad both frustrated and confused. Worried about the potential consequences, he immediately asked his assistant to reconnect the call. After a short delay, the call resumed. Viscount Conrad quickly apologized for the interruption, blaming it on unstable communication. However, Viscount Fadius was not pleased. He criticized Viscount Conrad, questioning whether life in the borderlands had made him less aware of important matters. Fadius expressed disbelief that Conrad was asking for help against Roman Dimitri, dismissing it as a misguided request. Viscount Conrad tried to explain his position, but Fadius was firm in his refusal to help. He made it clear that challenging Dmitri was a difficult task, as Dmitri held a strong political position. Viscount Fadius explained that Roman Dimitri was highly favored by Marquis Benedict, who saw him as a potential son-in-law. This news shocked Viscount Conrad, as it made his request to pressure Dmitri seem pointless. Fadius ended the call, advising Conrad to focus on making peace with Dmitri instead of antagonizing him. Stunned by this new information, Viscount Conrad realized the situation was more complicated than he had thought. A nobleman who had suggested reaching out to the central government now recommended that Conrad apologize to Dmitri as a sign of goodwill. Following this advice, Viscount Conrad apologized to the farmers who had been involved in the conflict and promised not to interfere with their contracts. The farmers, happy with the resolution, expressed their gratitude to Roman for helping them. One farmer even pledged to support Roman in any task he needed, no matter what it was. With a gentle smile, Roman kindly told the farmers that he was only doing his job as a member of the Dmitri family. Inside, he thought about the situation, knowing that the Northeastern Alliance Association would eventually give in. He believed that although they might have considered asking the central government for help, the current situation forced them to accept his authority. However, Roman saw the association as a group of bats, sensing they might betray him later, even though they seemed to be following him now. He knew he had to be careful with noble politics, always ready for conflicts with both friends and enemies. As Roman left the farmers, he began thinking strategically. He realized that the first step had been to provoke them, but now he had to face the harsh reality of the situation. Later, at the palace, Roman made an announcement about a sword fighting competition that Dmitri would host. The prize for the winner would be 100 gold. To make sure the competition was fair, Roman explained that neither he nor Captain Jonathan or Chris would compete. The crowd became excited as they heard about the event. Roman then shared more details, saying the participants would be divided into 6 groups, with one winner chosen from each group. He mentioned that the experiences from fighting in the Southern War against Hector Kingdom had given them a better understanding of the world and made them stronger, and he wanted to show this strength in the competition. To keep the competition fair, Roman would assign one of his trusted subordinates to each group. He also said that anyone who could defeat his subordinate and win would not only get the prize, but would also have one wish granted by Roman himself. Someone in the crowd asked if people from other families could join, and Roman said yes, as long as they could prove they were skilled swordsmen from the northeastern region. With the competition set for 1 month from then, Roman encouraged everyone to prepare well. He hoped that many different challengers would come to test their abilities, creating a friendly atmosphere of competition. The scene then shifts to the conference room of the Northeastern Alliance Association, where the members were discussing an upcoming sword fighting competition organized by the well-known Dmitri family. Viscount Conrad saw an opportunity and pointed out that if a swordsman from their association won, the Northeastern Alliance Association would receive a wish as a prize. Instead of just asking for an apology, Viscount Conrad suggested a more positive approach, encouraging the association to mend ties and work together with the Dmitri family. He believed that this move would not only repair their strained relationship, but also improve the association's damaged reputation. However, the key issue was whether the association could win the competition. The members voiced their concerns, noting that many strong opponents outside their group were also interested in participating. The presence of powerful fighters like Chris and Kevin, known for their duels with the Barco family, made winning even harder. Viscount Conrad countered by suggesting a tactical plan. He proposed dividing the competition into 6 groups. Although Chris and Kevin would be in separate groups, Viscount Conrad believed that if the association carefully placed its best fighters in the remaining groups, they would have a chance to win at least one group. The members agreed with his plan, seeing it as a reasonable strategy for success. Viscount Conrad then spoke with urgency, reminding the members that the competition was only a month away. He stressed the importance of taking advantage of this opportunity, which he believed was a gift from fate. He warned that failing to act could doom the association, leaving it forgotten and overshadowed by the powerful Dmitri family. To increase their chances, Viscount Conrad suggested a bold solution. They should secretly hire an outside combat expert to pretend to be one of their members. His goal was clear. They needed at least one winner, even if it meant using unconventional methods. Meanwhile, at the Dmitri training grounds, Roman, their commander, gathered his soldiers, and the tension in the air was palpable. The focus shifted to an upcoming sword competition, which surprised the soldiers. Roman, with his strong presence, addressed his troops, making sure they knew about the challenge ahead. He spoke confidently, announcing that every soldier would take part in a tough competition next month. The goal was high, as only 6 soldiers would be chosen to represent the respected Dmitri army. Roman made it clear that past performances didn't matter. What mattered was how well the soldiers did in the competition. At first, the soldiers were surprised by this new development, but they listened closely to Roman's words. The announcement was important, especially for those who had returned from battle but were now facing a new kind of challenge. Roman saw his soldiers as sharp swords, ready to fight at any moment. He stressed how important it was for them to always work on becoming stronger. He explained that his goal was to encourage them to keep improving. Roman promised that those who brought honor to the Dmitri name by doing well would be rewarded. He also said that if any of the 6 chosen soldiers won the competition, they would have the chance to learn advanced techniques. Roman assured them that he would help them grow, whether in their skills or in swordsmanship, and would support them in reaching their full potential. Pucky, one of the thoughtful soldiers, saw this as a great chance for personal growth. The idea of learning directly from Roman inspired him. He imagined getting stronger and mastering techniques that could help him stand out on the battlefield. This feeling was shared by many soldiers. They recognized Roman's skill and saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While the soldiers thought about the rewards, Roman explained his deeper goals for the competition. First, he wanted to show the northeastern nobles the harsh reality of their situation. The competition would be a way to reveal the truth of their ongoing struggles. Second, and more importantly, Roman saw it as a valuable training opportunity for his soldiers. As they understood Roman's vision, the training ground became a place of ambition and hope. Roman expected that after this tough period, his soldiers would not only improve their skills, but also better understand the challenges they were up against. With a sly smile, Roman looked forward to the events that would unfold in the northeastern region, expecting them to be quite a show. As the soldiers started their many competitions, Roman thought about what the coming month would bring. Thinking back to his past life as the Heavenly Demon, Baek Jung-hyeok, he realized that he had always been shaped by dangerous, life-or-death situations. Although he was used to dealing with crises, Roman knew it was foolish to put himself in danger without reason. At this moment, Lucas, now the leader of the Hao clan, approached Roman. Roman explained that he planned to retreat into seclusion for training during the month, leaving Lucas with an important task. He gave Lucas his sword and told him to sell it, but he wanted the sword to be renamed Blaze. Roman also stressed the need for secrecy, instructing Lucas not to reveal the sword's true owner to any potential buyers. Lucas examined the sword with admiration, impressed by its quality and design. He wondered why Roman was letting go of such an amazing weapon, but respected his wishes. Lucas set off to find the right buyer. Given Roman's permission to sell the sword as he saw fit, Lucas considered various options and thought about auctioning it anonymously. He was confident that those who recognized the sword's true value would pay a high price for it. The scene then shifted to Adelion, a lively city known for its successful businesses. Its wealth was partly due to the Warp Gate in the northeastern region. At the busy auction house, Lucas, wearing a cloak to hide his identity, handed the sword to an attentive worker. The worker closely examined the blade and was immediately struck by its fine quality. A soft blue glow shone from the sword, hinting at its extraordinary nature. Curious, the worker asked Lucas how he wanted the auction to proceed. Keeping the seller's identity secret, Lucas asked for a free bidding process, wanting to remain anonymous. The worker, who was experienced in auction processes, explained that there was a 10% processing fee, but assured Lucas that it was normal. Lucas agreed to the terms and followed the worker into the auction house for the item's evaluation. In the appraisal room, Lucas met Morris, the respected manager of the Adelion auction house. The worker examining the sword praised its craftsmanship, noting its great strength and sharpness. He mentioned that a sword like this, made so well, was rare in the market, and he estimated its value to be at least 30 gold coins. Next, the worker focused on the sword's ability to absorb mana, which was a key part of its value. Mana receptivity is rated on a scale of 1 to 10, with 3 or higher indicating high quality for artisan swords. But as the worker tested the sword, his surprise grew. To his shock, the sword scored a perfect grade 10 for mana receptivity, something never seen before. He explained to Morris that this wasn't just a sword that could absorb mana. It could also increase its power, a rare feature even among the best-made weapons. Morris was stunned by the sword's unusual properties and understood the importance of what they were about to auction. The scene shifted to the grand halls of the Adelion auction house, where excitement was building among the eager guests. The host, standing tall and confident, called the crowd to attention, urging them to make the most of the rare opportunity before them. This was no ordinary auction. An item of such extraordinary quality had never been up for bid before, making it a historical event for the auction house. The crowd, which included rich guests from the countryside and high-class people from the capital, showed just how much interest there was because of the rumors surrounding this auction. The excitement grew louder as the host revealed the main item of the day, the artisan's sword called Blaze. The audience gasped in awe as they saw the stunning weapon on display. The host explained that Blaze was not just any sword. Its true value came from its amazing mana receptivity. To emphasize its significance, the host reminded the crowd of a previous auction where a rapier with a grade 7 mana receptivity had sold for an unbelievable 300 gold coins. However, Blaze surpassed all expectations with its grade 10 mana receptivity and its rare ability to boost the power of absorbed aura. This revelation stirred the crowd into a frenzy, sparking an intense bidding war. The host announced that, while he had sold many fine swords in the past, none were as unique as Blaze. With excitement, he started the bidding at a low 10 gold coins. The room was filled with energy as the bids quickly rose, each one bringing Blaze closer to its new owner. The price shot up from 10 to 50 gold coins in just a few moments, and the competition grew fierce as everyone wanted to own the rare item. The excitement grew as the bids kept climbing, eventually reaching an incredible 600 gold coins. Just when it looked like Blaze was about to be sold, a sudden silence filled the room as number 53 boldly raised the bid to 1,200 gold coins. The host, surprised by such a bold move, struggled to hide his shock. Number 53 turned out to be Marquis Valentino, a well-known figure who ran a huge merchant empire across the continent and had built up a fortune over the years. Though Valentino stayed out of political matters, he was famous for his relentless pursuit of rare and valuable items. As his bid echoed through the hall, the true power and reach of Valentino's influence remained a mystery to the people of Cairo Kingdom. The auction host could hardly hide his excitement about having such a powerful bidder. The room buzzed with anticipation as the host announced Marquis Valentino's bid, calling it the highest in the history of the Adelion auction house. The crowd was shocked, amazed at the size of the bid. Marquis Valentino carefully considered the true value of the rare sword Blaze. To him, It wasn't just about its ability to absorb mana. Blaze represented a groundbreaking achievement, something that could help swordsmen reach the 10th stage, a level no one had ever reached. In swordsmanship, there was often a divide between magical swords and famous swords. Beginners preferred magical swords because they were easier to use, but experienced swordsmen knew that only a pure sword could fully amplify their aura. For those who had mastered their skills, owning a sword that could perfectly channel their aura was priceless. Such a weapon was worth any sacrifice, even giving up everything they owned. Valentino also thought about what would happen if the blacksmith made more swords like Blaze. He believed that if a second or third sword were made, Blaze would become even more valuable as the original. In the world of craftsmanship, owning the first creation carried great prestige and raised the value of the entire collection. Meanwhile, the others in the room, tempted by the rarity and prestige of Blaze, didn't dare challenge Valentino's bid. The desire to own such a rare item outweighed any concerns, so the auction host declared Valentino the winner with his bid of 1,200 gold coins. Later, in a private room, Valentino quickly finalized the deal. He handed over 1,300 gold coins to Morris, the auction attendant, insisting that the extra 100 coins were a thank you for Morris's service. Morris, surprised and grateful, accepted the unexpected gift. In exchange for his generosity, Valentino made a simple request. He wanted information about the blacksmith who had crafted Blaze. Valentino expressed his wish to meet the blacksmith in person. However, Morris couldn't hide his nervousness at this request. Morris stammered nervously as he explained to Valentino that arranging such a meeting would be difficult. He apologized over and over for the inconvenience, his anxiety clear. Valentino, visibly disappointed, replied, "That's unfortunate." He went on to say that it seemed logical for the auction house to make such a decision. He instructed Morris to inform him immediately if the blacksmith submitted another item for auction, stressing the need to stay informed and maintain an edge in future dealings. Later, as Valentino climbed into his carriage, holding the remarkable sword tightly, he couldn't stop admiring its quality. The blade was perfect, and its ability to respond to mana was extraordinary. Even with his collection of famous swords, he had never seen anything like Blaze. Determined to find out who had crafted such a masterpiece, Valentino decided to do whatever it took to uncover the creator's identity. He turned to his subordinate and ordered him to start the search by looking into Dmitri's master blacksmith. Since Blaze had first appeared at the Adelian auction house, Valentino reasoned it was likely connected to Dmitri. Confident his subordinate would follow through, Valentino prepared for his journey, eager to solve the mystery. Meanwhile, back at Dmitri's training grounds, Chris was sparring with Henderson. After winning the match, Chris started thinking about which soldiers to pick for the upcoming competition. He considered himself, Kevin, Vulcan, and Pucky as good candidates, but wasn't sure about the last two spots. Just then, Chris felt something strange, a disturbance in the sky that seemed to shake the air around him. Surprised, he looked up, sensing a strange turbulence that he couldn't explain. Elsewhere, Roman was deep into his sword training, reflecting on a recent encounter with Butler. He thought about what might have happened if he had fought Butler right away and realized how important preparation was for victory. This lesson stayed with him as he continued to sharpen his skills, getting ready for any challenges ahead. Roman admitted to himself that without enough preparation, he wouldn't have been able to face the power of a Stage 5 aura. His thoughts, still influenced by memories of his past life as Baek Jung-hyeok, revealed lingering arrogance and a struggle to fully embrace his current identity as Roman Dimitri. In his past life, Baek Jung-hyeok was a powerful warrior who could defeat any enemy. But Roman knew that the same approach wouldn't work in his new life. Facing tough opponents like Butler, he realized survival required unbreakable determination, as steady and relentless as day following night. Roman spent hours by the furnace, hammering steel over and over. The intense heat burned his skin, causing it to redden and blister, but he didn't let the pain stop him. He understood he needed to change, not just himself but also the blade he was forging. Both had to be remade, stronger than before. Using a technique called flame recreation, Roman absorbed the fire and merged it with his mana. This allowed him to shape his body and spirit into something closer to perfection. After this intense training, Roman completed his second transformation. He stepped out of the training chamber, feeling a new sense of confidence and strength, ready to climb even higher. He closed his eyes and imagined fighting two versions of Butler at once. This mental exercise sharpened his skills and prepared him for the challenges ahead. Roman reflected on the Heavenly Demon Sword technique, which had 3 levels: early stage, middle stage, and final stage. So far, he had only mastered the early stage, but he felt he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Completing his second transformation made him believe he could soon unlock the middle stage and eventually the final stage. He promised himself that once he achieved the third transformation and mastered the final stage, no enemy would be able to defeat him. With his newfound strength, Roman could now fight 2 opponents like Butler at the same time. But a question kept bothering him. Was it right to copy the way he had lived in his past life? When he used his sword, the energy he unleashed felt explosive, even surpassing the refined techniques of Murim for a moment. Roman started to question whether blindly following the path of his former self was the right choice. He began to realize he didn't have to fully accept the methods of his current world either. Instead, he decided to create his own way, a unique path that combined the wisdom of his past life with the possibilities of his present one. Calling upon the techniques of the Heavenly Demon Sword style, middle stage, Roman unleashed a massive burst of purple energy. With one powerful strike, he defeated the imaginary butlers standing before him. At that moment, Roman realized the potential inside him, a combination of his past and present selves, paving the way for a new future. His sword shimmered with an unearthly purple light, drawing his full attention. As the glowing aura surrounded the blade, Roman reflected on how strange his current life had become. When he was reborn, he had thought this new life would be ordinary, nothing like the extraordinary one he had before. But fate had other ideas. Standing alone in the quiet training grounds, Roman couldn't help but smile at the irony. Here he was, reliving parts of his old life, while still discovering new joys and challenges. Memories of his past surfaced, and with them came a sense of purpose. Roman began to see the beauty in his new existence. The Heavenly Demon Sword style, the foundation of his combat skill, had changed in a way he couldn't explain. Its familiar techniques now led in a completely different direction, filling Roman with both curiosity and excitement. Roman thought about the untapped potential of the Heavenly Demon Sword style. He realized the road ahead was filled with opportunities to grow and master this power. He longed for challenges and unexpected events that would push him to his limits, testing the very core of his strength and willpower. Looking at the altered landscape before him, Roman understood that the obstacles in this world were not barriers, but stepping stones. Each trial would drive him further, helping him reach the peak of his abilities once more. Even in this second life, Roman was determined to rise to the top again. Hearing the echoes of Roman's steps, his companions, Chris, Kevin, and Pucky, rushed to the training grounds, worried their lord might be under attack. When they arrived, the sight shocked them. Roman stood calmly amidst the aftermath, his expression unbothered, as if creating a giant crater without magic was something he did every day. Chris, Kevin, and Pucky were shocked and confused by what they had just seen. They asked Roman about it, but Roman brushed off their questions, saying he was fine and telling them to leave. Though still puzzled by the strange event, the 3 left Roman to continue his training. Chris couldn't stop feeling amazed. Roman's achievement was proof of his unbreakable spirit and tireless hard work. Once seen as weak and unsure, Roman had surpassed yet another barrier that Chris and the others couldn't fully understand. As Chris walked away, he felt frustrated, thinking about the difference between his efforts and Roman's constant drive to improve. With the upcoming fighting competition on his mind, Chris decided he didn't just want to win. He wanted to dominate and leave no doubt about his strength. The 3 left the training grounds determined to grow stronger. A month passed, and Roman's hard work paid off as he proudly revealed a sword he had forged himself. He thought about giving it a name that matched who he was now. His earlier swords, Salamander and Blaze, had represented new beginnings, but this one needed to reflect his current self, a weapon that could inspire fear. After some thought, he decided to call it Darkness. Chris arrived with a report summarizing what had happened over the past month. He explained how the soldiers had been training through regular battles and kept track of every fight. From this intense training, Chris had identified the top performers. Handing Roman the list, he pointed out the strongest swordsmen: himself, Kevin, Vulcan, Pucky, and, surprisingly, McBurney and Henderson. Though Roman hadn't expected the last 2 names, he trusted Chris's judgment and approved the choices. Later, Roman and Chris had a quiet conversation. Roman shared his view on losing, saying that the idea of a meaningful loss didn't matter much in the big picture. With determination in his eyes, Roman explained that the competition, named after him, was meant to showcase the strength of his soldiers. Chris nodded in agreement, fully committed to the mission. Roman smiled faintly, excited for the challenges ahead. He knew they would prove just how powerful and skilled his warriors truly were. As the competition day approaches, all the swordsmen gather to prepare. Among them is a soldier with striking purple hair who radiates confidence, promising to showcase the skills learned in battle. Their companion, whose identity remains hidden, expresses hope that the soldier will join Kevin's group, recognizing Kevin's impressive reputation. They discuss the strengths and weaknesses of the other competitors, with Pucky and Vulcan standing out as strong opponents. For some, the idea of facing these powerful rivals brings a mix of fear and determination. When the competition groups are announced, the participants react with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Each person studies their group, trying to gauge their chances against their rivals. Baron Liam, a nobleman from the Northeastern Federation, feels nervous about facing Chris, a particularly tough challenger. As the competition draws closer, Liam wrestles with his fears. However, his allies in the Northeastern Alliance support him, reminding him of his family's long history of skilled swordsmen and urging him not to lose hope. Conrad, one of Liam's allies, gives an inspiring speech, encouraging Liam to stay motivated and not give up. Conrad confidently declares that victory will come to the Conrad bloodline, especially since one of their members is set to face Mac Burney, which boosts their confidence. He emphasizes how crucial this competition is for their alliance's survival and vows to lead them to success. His words fire up the group, who respond with cheers and applause. On the day of the competition, the arena buzzes with excitement as spectators gather to watch the event. Baron Liam feels the weight of expectations, knowing the Federation is watching him closely. Turning to his loyal soldier, Max, he advises caution and warns him not to take unnecessary risks. Max reassures Liam with his determination and commitment to victory. Although Max acknowledges their opponent Chris's strength, he confidently highlights his own abilities as a two-star swordsman, giving Baron Liam hope in their chances to succeed. Motivated by Max's strong determination, Liam passionately urges him to face Chris in battle without any hesitation. He promises to fully support Max and to step in if Max's safety is ever at risk. Max, inspired by Liam's trust, sees this as a chance to prove himself and make a lasting impression. As he enters the arena, he is filled with a strong desire to show his worth, not only to his lord but also to the crowd watching. However, when Max locks eyes with Chris, he is momentarily frozen by the intense and intimidating presence his opponent gives off. Gathering all his courage, Max focuses and prepares to fight. When the match begins, Max charges forward with determination, putting all his energy into his moves. But Chris, calm and composed, skillfully moves his sword, causing Max to lose his grip on his weapon. With a quick and precise strike, Chris defeats Max almost instantly. The match ends in just 3 seconds, with Chris, from the Dmitri bloodline, winning and advancing to the next round. Baron Liam, shocked by the huge difference in skill between Chris and Max, can only stand and watch in disbelief. Meanwhile, Kevin, another fighter from the Dmitri family, also wins his match easily and moves on to the second round. Following them, Vulcan and Pucky achieve quick victories as well, securing their spots in the next round. Their dominant performances leave the other participants stunned. Whispers spread among the spectators, confirming the rumors about the unbeatable strength of Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, and Pucky. With these four looking unstoppable, the remaining fighters shift their focus to Henderson and Mac Burney, hoping these two might challenge the balance of power. After the group announcements, a group of soldiers is surprised to learn that Henderson is representing the Dmitri family in the competition. They remember him as a member of the Lawrence family and a simple farmer who couldn't even hold a sword properly. They wonder how someone like Henderson managed to enter such a high-level swordsman competition. Among the 6 fighters representing Roman, opinions vary, especially about Chris and Kevin, who are famously known as the Flash and the Devil of Cairo for their remarkable skills. The participants are determined to avoid a fight with these powerful opponents. Similarly, Vulcan and Pucky, with their intimidating looks and backgrounds as mercenaries, are seen as tough rivals. In comparison, Mac Burney and Henderson, known as a one-armed swordsman and a former farmer, don't seem as impressive. Among them, Henderson is considered the weakest link. The crowd whispers and laughs about Henderson's past failures, adding to his humiliation. Being paired with Henderson is seen as a stroke of luck, making other participants jealous. The focus then shifts to Baron Romero Dmitri, who questions Roman about the need for a competition just to assert the Dmitri family's power in the northeastern region. Baron Romero suggests that hosting this event might make the Dmitri family seem friendly, but he doubts the nobles of the Northeastern Alliance truly plan to submit to Dmitri's authority. Roman explains the importance of the competition to his father. He argues that the Northeastern Alliance might think they can challenge Dmitri on their own. However, if they realize they can't break through Dmitri's defenses, they might be more willing to surrender peacefully. As the first round for Group 5 begins, everyone watches the match between Henderson and Taylor. Taylor, Henderson's opponent, is known as a skilled aura swordsman, and the crowd doubts Henderson has any chance of winning. Despite the skepticism, Henderson politely greets Taylor, who responds with friendly conversation. Memories of their past interactions come to Taylor's mind. He recalls a day when he helped Henderson on the farm, never imagining how much things would change. Taylor is surprised to see Henderson transform from a simple farmer into a capable swordsman, holding his sword with confidence. Taylor recognizes Henderson and mentions their past. Recently, Taylor had achieved a significant milestone by reaching 2-star status after a deep realization. He shares some advice with Henderson, speaking sincerely. Taylor tells Henderson that this will likely be their last meeting as friends. He warns Henderson about the pointless bloodshed of a one-sided battle and urges him to reconsider before it's too late. Taylor asks him to stop the fight and find a peaceful solution without unnecessary violence. After hearing Taylor's request, Henderson responds firmly, urging Taylor to forget the person he used to know as Henderson. With a determined look, Henderson warns Taylor that showing any mercy will be quickly taken advantage of to secure victory. Despite this, Taylor acknowledges Henderson's stance, expressing a sincere hope that Henderson won't regret his chosen path. As the match began, Henderson charged at Taylor with relentless force, his determination evident in every move. Taken by surprise at the intensity of Henderson's attack, Taylor recognized that his opponent was using aura in his movements. Although shocked at first, Taylor stayed calm, understanding the seriousness of the situation. With a swift, precise motion, Henderson unleashed the Asura sword technique, infusing his blade with aura as he attacked Taylor. In that moment, Henderson's resolve was clear, as he vowed to do whatever it takes to fulfill his commitment to Lord Roman and surpass his previous self in mastering aura. Henderson found himself lagging behind his peers, who quickly summoned aura and materialized it with ease, requiring less effort and time compared to him. It felt like being the slowest in a group of fast runners, always at the back. Yet, Henderson kept moving forward with unwavering determination. In the first round of Group 5, Henderson faced Taylor, a skilled aura swordsman. Many doubted his chances against such a strong opponent. However, Henderson's hard work and persistence were about to change that. During the match, Henderson's relentless efforts nearly defeated Taylor, surprising everyone, especially Taylor himself. Despite his slow progress, Henderson's resilience and dedication were evident. Taylor, amazed by Henderson's tenacity, couldn't believe he was almost losing to him. Determined to end the fight decisively, Taylor used his own aura to block Henderson's charge. Though he didn't want to use aura against Henderson, Taylor knew the match had to be finished. With a yellow aura surrounding him, Taylor charged at Henderson with full force, ready for a final, intense clash. In the midst of a fierce battle between auras, Henderson's mind wandered back to a conversation he had with Chris a month ago. Chris had seen Henderson's initial struggles, but also witnessed his transformation. Henderson's newfound determination to fight for victory and challenge himself, instead of giving in to defeat, had changed his path. Chris reassured Henderson of his strength and his worthiness to stand by Lord Roman, a promise that deeply resonated with him. Back in the present match, both Henderson and Taylor unleashed their auras, clashing in a battle to determine the winner. In a surprising twist, Taylor fell to the ground, unable to predict Henderson's unexpected strength. Taking the chance, Henderson stood tall with his sword pointed at Taylor's head, securing his first victory in the competition. The crowd erupted in cheers as Henderson's triumph played out before them. Excitement filled the arena, with shouts of Henderson's name echoing through the air. The crowd was amazed by Henderson's win over an aura swordsman, especially since he had once worked as a farmer. Disbelief and shock spread as everyone saw Henderson's unexpected victory. Questions arose about Conrad's earlier assessment of Henderson as the weakest link among the six. Conrad urged his allies to stay calm, confidently asserting that the ultimate victor would come from the Northeastern Alliance. Next, it was Group 2's turn. Kevin stepped into the arena, thoughtful and focused. He He couldn't shake the feeling of being 5 seconds slower than Chris. Whenever someone asked who was the sword of Lord Roman, the unanimous answer was always Chris. However, Kevin was determined to prove his worth to Lord Roman in his own unique way. His opponent, Miles, came from the Northeastern Alliance and saw Kevin as Dimitri's devil, anticipating a fierce battle. Without hesitation, Miles launched a full-force attack, charging at Kevin. Yet Kevin stayed calm, dodging Miles' strikes and landing a precise punch to his stomach. Undeterred, Miles kept attacking, believing that persistence would eventually get him a hit. However, Kevin smoothly avoided every attack, countering with a series of quick strikes using his knife. Miles struggled to keep up, his resolve weakening until he finally surrendered. The Northeastern Alliance watched in shock as one of their own fell in battle. For Kevin, winning the battle proves his strength by breaking his opponent's spirit. In that moment, Kevin shows that true power isn't just about speed or aggression, but also determination and strategy. The scene takes place before the highly anticipated tournament starts. Jonathan, the captain of the famous Dmitri Knights, gathers his soldiers. They stand in disciplined formation. Jonathan speaks to them with a serious tone. He begins, "As you all know, this competition is hosted by the esteemed young Master Roman." Jonathan continues, "And among the competitors is Chris, the former vice captain of the Knight Order, an opponent to watch closely." He tells his soldiers to study Chris's techniques and strategies, seeing this as an opportunity for them to grow as knights of the Dmitri Order. The soldiers respond in unison, "Yes, sir." In the arena, Chris, having won his first round, prepares for his next challenge. Jonathan watches from the sidelines, his face showing a mix of surprise and admiration as he observes Chris's skill. He is amazed at how much stronger Chris has become since his time in the Knight Order. Meanwhile, Chris stands calm and focused, seeing himself not just as a competitor, but as a representative of Lord Roman's authority. He is determined to defeat anyone who dares to challenge his lord's supremacy. As the rounds continue, Chris's dominance becomes clear. With every victory, he pushes himself harder, driven to excel. Despite his impressive performance, he remains unsatisfied, eager for more challenges to overcome. Jonathan watches in astonishment as Chris defeats his opponents with incredible speed and precision. He wonders silently how Chris became so powerful, thinking about the influence of young Master Roman on his student. Among the other participants, a sense of resignation starts to spread. Some soldiers, faced with the challenge of defeating Chris, choose to withdraw rather than risk humiliation. They believe it's better to step back gracefully than face a humiliating defeat. However, one soldier, Farrell, refuses to give in to despair. Although he doubts his ability to defeat Chris, he decides to face him head-on, even if it's just to prove his worth. Farrell sets a modest goal, to last just 1 minute against a formidable opponent. As the match begins, Farrell braces himself for the expected challenge. Before he even has a chance to defend, Chris bursts forward with incredible speed, delivering a powerful blow that ends the match in just seconds. The arena falls silent as Jonathan and the other spectators watch in awe at Chris's unmatched skill. Chris's performance in the tournament was nothing short of extraordinary. After winning the first round, he swiftly moved through the following rounds with astonishing speed. In just 27 seconds, he had won 5 rounds, leaving the audience amazed and opponents in disbelief. The Northeastern Alliance Association could only watch in horror as Chris's unstoppable momentum seemed to defy all expectations. While Chris advanced, other competitors also showed their impressive abilities. Kevin's fierce determination earned him victory in Group 2, while Vulcan and Puki used their immense physical strength to overpower their opponents in Groups 3 and 4. Henderson, against all odds, stunned everyone with a surprising victory in Group 5, adding more excitement to the tournament. Yet, despite these victories, there was still one last hope for the Northeastern Alliance Association, a match against Mac Burney in Group 6. The focus then shifted to Conrad, who carefully assessed his knight Gabriel's readiness. Gabriel, with unwavering confidence, assured Conrad of his peak condition, proof of the intense training he had undergone since childhood under the Conrad family's guidance. Conrad remembered Gabriel's journey, viewing him as the family's secret weapon. As a 3-star swordsman, Gabriel displayed unparalleled skill and expertise. Although Aura was banned from the competition, Gabriel's talent was undeniable, setting him apart from the rest. As Conrad watched Mac Burney advance to round 3, he linked it to Mlok's influence. However, he was certain that Mac Burney, or rather, Roman Dimitri, was nearing his end. Speaking to Gabriel, Conrad reminded him of the fate that had befallen all other swordsmen from the Northeastern Alliance Association, leaving Gabriel as the last contender. He urged Gabriel to avoid pity, emphasizing the need to mercilessly defeat Mac Burney. Despite losing an arm, Gabriel, hearing Conrad's words, was determined there was no way he could lose to an opponent with just one arm. As Gabriel stepped into the arena, his eyes landed on Mac Burney. Burney's shaky balance revealed the loss of his limb, making it clear how much he had been affected. Gabriel wondered how a common knight like Burney, who once seemed unable to achieve knighthood even with two arms, could now compete for victory in a tournament that symbolized a knight's honor and pride, despite his disability. The match began, and Gabriel charged forward, confident in his abilities. He chose not to use his aura, wanting to prove his superiority with sheer skill. He launched a series of powerful attacks, aiming to overwhelm Mac Burney. However, to Gabriel's surprise, Burney skillfully blocked every strike aimed at him. Gabriel quickly anticipated Burney's next move, a necessary dodge to the right to avoid his attack. Just as Gabriel had predicted, Burney swiftly moved in the expected direction, leaving one side open. Seeing the opening, Gabriel swiftly attacked Burney's exposed flank. Yet Burney, to everyone's astonishment, easily blocked Gabriel's strike. Gabriel was taken aback, unable to understand Burney's unorthodox movements. Burney continued to counterattack, relentlessly striking at Gabriel, who parried each blow expertly. Frustration began to take hold of Gabriel as he struggled to match Burney's skill. In a moment of impatience, Gabriel tapped into his inner strength and used his aura to push Burney back forcefully during one of his charges. As he did so, a realization dawned on Gabriel. Burney's journey to the third round wasn't merely a matter of luck. It was a testament to his cleverness. Despite the disadvantage of having only one arm, Burney used it as a tool, not as a hindrance. The scene shifted to a memory of Roman teaching Burney. Roman stressed the importance of balance in swordsmanship and introduced the left-arm sword art, a technique passed down from a one-armed swordsman. Roman admired the resilience and determination of the creator, contrasting it with Burney's initial feelings of hopelessness. Through flashbacks, Burney's journey unfolded, a path filled with struggles of inadequacy and despair. At first, Burney wrestled with his disability, unable to find a purpose. However, as time went on, he refused to let despair take over. Instead, a glimmer of hope emerged, a hope that fueled his determination to master the left-arm sword art, a solemn commitment he made to his lord, Roman. Mac Burney made a promise to win the competition, stating that his life as a swordsman wasn't over yet. Returning to the present, he skillfully blocked Gabriel's attack and quickly jumped into the air. With precision, he delivered a powerful strike to Gabriel's chest, bringing him down with a triumphant smile. At that moment, Mac Burney credited Roman for giving him a renewed sense of purpose and energy, rejuvenating his journey as a swordsman. The arena echoed with the victories of the Dmitri swordsmen, each one strengthening their control over the Northeastern region. Their success left the Northeastern Alliance Association speechless, their defeat obvious. Conrad, a key figure in the association, was stunned by the outcome. The once strong reputation of the alliance had been shattered by the overwhelming strength of Dmitri. As Conrad processed the defeat, he wondered how Dmitri had become so powerful. Shocked and unsettled, he questioned how his challenge to Dmitri had been so misguided, realizing that even with support from the central government, defeating Dmitri was not guaranteed. The other alliance members looked to Conrad for guidance, searching for answers after their crushing loss. Acknowledging the defeat of all their swordsmen, Conrad accepted the harsh truth that the alliance would now become followers in the region. With a heavy heart, they decided to withdraw from the arena, their hopes of regaining their former glory shattered by Dimitri's overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, in the crowd, whispers of amazement and speculation spread. Many admired the sudden rise in strength of Chris and his comrades, wondering about Roman Dimitri's role in their transformation. Among them, a brown-haired soldier shared his thoughts on leadership within a prestigious swordsman family. He explained that every such family had a standout leader whose skill and leadership pushed them to greatness. For Dmitri, that leader was Roman Dimitri, who had become the most prominent swordsman, elevating the family's status through his strength and leadership. This revelation highlighted the clear path the swordsmen of the northeastern region were now following. To succeed in the competitive world of swordsmanship, the soldier emphasized, one had to pledge loyalty to Dmitri. It was clear that the once powerful Northeastern Alliance Association had lost its dominance to the rising strength of Dmitri. Swordsmen who aspired to greatness would now need to align themselves with Dmitri's powerful family. The focus shifted to Roman, who stood proudly among the happy participants from Dmitri. He congratulated each of them for their impressive performance in the tournament. Roman recognized that among those loyal to him, some followed him out of necessity, driven by a desire for strength, while others did so out of genuine respect for his leadership and skill. Roman, however, prefers to keep things simple. He dislikes being tangled in complicated relationships. Although he understands that some may have little choice but to follow him, he values simplicity. Roman believes that emotions can create deep bonds, but his ideal vision of a relationship goes beyond mere feelings. For him, the best companionship comes from a mutual exchange where both parties contribute equally. In his world, this mutual exchange ensures a lasting connection that withstands the test of time. The soldiers under Roman's command strive for something more, and in return, Roman seeks something from them. This mutual effort strengthens their bond, making it capable of enduring through even the longest periods. Roman highly values his soldiers' ambitions to grow stronger, seeing it as proof of their dedication. He constantly urges them never to lose sight of their pursuit of improvement. After all, each soldier is chosen by Roman himself, a reflection of his unwavering trust in their abilities. Just as Roman has never doubted their potential for victory, he expects them to hold the same belief in themselves. In recognition of their achievements, Roman rewarded the winners of the competition with 10 gold coins and 3 days of well-earned rest. He hoped they would enjoy their rewards, expressing heartfelt appreciation for their loyalty and hard work. The scene shifts to Roman's office, where Lucas reports his findings on the Alliance Association's movements. He informs Roman that, as expected, the association has given up any plans to confront Dmitri. Lucas states that they are unlikely to challenge Dmitri again unless a perfect opportunity arises. Roman acknowledges that complete control in the world is impossible. He reflects on the inevitability of dissent, even under a wise leader, with uncertainty surrounding Dmitri's potential conflicts with the central government. Roman believes it is important to minimize losses in the northeastern region, so he considers the Northeastern Association alliance a necessary challenge in his strategy. Roman believes he has successfully provoked the alliance, forcing them to face the reality of the situation. He decides the next step is to use strength to overcome strength with determination. Roman tells Lucas to move forward with the plan. Meanwhile, the story shifts to the northern outskirts of Cairo, where Count Douglas, a well-known figure with a reputation to uphold, is extremely angry. His frustration is directed at his workers, who, despite their best efforts, couldn't capture a group of bandits or recover a crucial stash of money. The workers explain to Douglas that while they managed to defeat the nearby bandits, finding the hidden stash has been impossible. This fund originated from Count Barco, who, anticipating conflicts like the one with the Lawrence family, gathered money from sources beyond the Golden Bank. Supported financially by Count Douglas and other allies, Barco brought a powerful ally named Homero as his secret weapon. However, Barco was defeated by Roman during their conflict, and in his desperate escape attempt, Barco was killed, leaving Douglas with the harsh truth that the only person who knew where the borrowed money was hidden is now gone. In his frustration, Douglas remembers private conversations with Barco over meals. From these talks, he learns about the hidden slush fund. Desperate to recover the stolen money, Douglas hires the Black Moon, a secretive group, to locate the funds. However, their efforts are interrupted when a group of bold bandits ambushes the transport, stealing the valuable gold bars. The audacity of mere bandits stealing such an important treasure leaves Douglas infuriated. Despite the setback, Douglas remains determined to get the stolen funds back. He gives a firm order to his men to search the entire northeastern region until the gold bars are recovered. After much searching, a breakthrough finally occurs. A worker rushes in, reporting that the Black Moon has found the gold bars. Eager to speed up the recovery, Douglas orders his men to bring the Black Moon members to him immediately. Among them is Donovan, the leader of the Black Moon, cloaked and mysterious. Donovan shared some big news. After carefully watching the black market, he discovered who had stolen the gold bars. Douglas, angry and eager for revenge, insisted that Donovan reveal the thieves' identities immediately. Donovan's revelation shocked Count Douglas. The thieves weren't simple bandits. They were members of the Northeastern Association. At first, it seemed like a typical encounter with bandits. However, things changed when soldiers from the Alliance Association got involved. The situation quickly turned chaotic, and the soldiers overpowered the bandits, capturing the horse carriage with the stolen gold bars. Donovan confidently claimed that the soldiers knew who owned the carriage, suggesting that the association was behind the theft. To support his claim, Donovan showed a piece of evidence, a gold bar found in the black market. Its unique markings matched those of Barco's secret fund, proving the association's involvement. Further investigation revealed the damning link. The servant who sold the gold was connected to the Alliance. Donovan thought back to the moment he shared this crucial information with Count Douglas. He realized he played a key role in preventing what could have been the Alliance Association's perfect crime. However, he also knew their downfall was largely their own fault, due to their poor decision to make him their enemy. Looking at the shifting power within the Northeastern Association, Donovan reflected on how Count Douglas and his allies couldn't have anticipated the change within the Black Moon. Once a well-known intelligence guild, the Black Moon has now merged into the House sect under the leadership of Halkus. Now, as a strong organization, the Black Moon carries out the orders of Roman Dimitri. Furious, Count Douglas quickly mobilized his forces. He gave urgent orders for his men to contact the Alliance Association immediately, promising swift and harsh punishment for the culprits. Douglas's determination burned with the intensity of a blazing fire. In the Alliance Association's meeting room, a tense atmosphere filled the air. Members, well aware of Count Douglas's fearsome reputation as the Beast of the North, were uneasy about facing his wrath. Doubt and worry weighed on their minds as they struggled with the seriousness of their involvement in the theft. To ease the growing anxiety, Conrad, a calm and rational voice, stepped forward. He urged the group to consider the bigger picture, explaining that Barco's slush fund didn't solely belong to Count Douglas. Conrad reminded them that the association had a rightful claim to the funds lent to the Barco family. He emphasized that they were creditors with a stake in the issue and shouldn't simply comply with Count Douglas's demands. Some members hesitated to challenge Count Douglas, fearing the consequences of defying the formidable beast of the North. However, Conrad reassured them, stressing the importance of unity and standing up to Douglas's unjust claims. Despite their concerns, the members reluctantly agreed to support Conrad's stance. They realized that presenting a united front was crucial in resisting Count Douglas's overreach, even if it meant facing a powerful adversary. Their discussion was interrupted when a worker entered to deliver news of a communication request from the Douglas family. Conrad, ready for a possible confrontation, accepted the call. On the other end, Count Douglas's anger was clear as he demanded an explanation for what he saw as theft. Conrad, staying calm, acknowledged Count Douglas's frustration, but reminded him that the slush funds were shared among all creditors, not just his family. He pointed out that Count Douglas had tried to claim the funds for himself at the start. Despite Conrad's efforts to reason, Count Douglas's rage only grew stronger. He firmly declared that the funds belonged solely to his family and rejected Conrad's arguments outright. Despite Conrad's attempts to calm him, his words fell on deaf ears. Count Douglas firmly announced his decision to reach out to the central government and start a territorial war against the entire Northeastern Alliance Association. He vowed to expose what he saw as the Alliance's weakness after Barco's death, portraying their vulnerability without Barco's protection. Concerned by Count Douglas's words, Conrad quickly informed the other members that the Alliance Association was facing a serious crisis. The scene shifts to Roman's office, where Lucas delivers the news to Roman. As Roman had expected, Douglas has declared war on the Alliance Association. Roman, keeping his calm demeanor, tells Lucas that once Count Douglas has made a decision, he stands by it. He reassures Lucas that everything is going according to Roman's carefully planned strategy. Acknowledging Conrad's cautious nature, Roman explains that if Douglas takes more extreme actions, Conrad will likely surrender, even at the cost of his pride. Roman instructs Lucas to spread rumors immediately, stressing the importance of cornering Conrad, so he has no escape route or option to avoid the conflict. Roman believes that when Conrad feels cornered, he will likely give up his pride in favor of survival. The scene shifts to northern Cairo, a bustling marketplace, where an elderly food vendor speaks to a customer about the rising tension in the territory. The Northeastern Alliance Association's plans to attack Count Douglas's country surprise the marketgoers. Soon after, a beggar, wearing a tattered cap, spreads rumors directly from a Conrad family servant. The beggar recounts Conrad's furious reaction to his call with Douglas, describing how Conrad destroyed furniture in his rage. According to the beggar, Conrad is determined to defeat Douglas at any cost. The rumors about the Northeastern Alliance Association's alleged hostile intentions toward Count Douglas spread quickly. These rumors originate from merchants and servants at the lowest levels of society, all connected to the sect of House Sect. The scene returns to Count Douglas, visibly enraged by the spreading rumors, setting the stage for the unfolding political drama. Count Douglas, his voice firm and commanding, gathers his family officials. With a heavy sense of determination, he swears on his family name that he will never forgive the Alliance Association for what they have done. During a tense magical call with Conrad and Count Douglas, the atmosphere buzzed with tension as Conrad tried to calm his friend's anger. He reminded Count Douglas to stay calm, reassuring him that the Alliance Association hadn't taken any aggressive actions. In fact, they were considering offering monetary compensation as a sign of goodwill and to seek forgiveness for the unfortunate event. Conrad spoke gently but firmly, urging Count Douglas to control his rising frustration, assuring him that the rumors didn't reflect the true intentions of the Alliance Association. In response, Count Douglas's voice was sharp and defiant. He dismissed Conrad's words with a rhetorical question, making it clear that his purpose wasn't to negotiate, but to declare war on the Alliance Association. He scornfully labeled them as selfish and weak, determined to completely destroy the association. His words left no room for compromise or discussion. Ending the call with a sense of finality, Conrad disconnects, leaving a heavy silence among the other members. They express their concerns to Conrad, understanding the seriousness of the situation. They worry that innocent civilians might suffer if the conflict escalates. Faced with the challenge of dealing with Count Douglas alone, they consider seeking help from the central government. Conrad, desperate to avoid disaster, reaches out to Count Paru's central government for support. However, his request is met with hesitation. Count Paru acknowledges the gravity of the situation, but explains that the central government cannot intervene. He advises Conrad to handle the issue internally, leaving the Alliance Association to fend for themselves. Burdened by the weight of their predicament, the members of the Alliance Association face the harsh reality of their circumstances. With no external help in sight, they accept that war seems inevitable. The looming shadow of conflict casts uncertainty over their future. Just when all seems lost, a surprising communication arrives from Roman Dimitri. Upon receiving the call, Roman speaks to Conrad, aware of the Alliance Association's struggle. Upon receiving an unexpected call from Roman, Conrad is initially cautious, thinking it might be an opportunity for Roman to mock the Alliance Association's troubles. However, as Roman's tone feels genuine and his intention to uncover the truth becomes clear, Conrad's skepticism begins to waver, replaced by curiosity and cautious hope. Roman's surprising sincerity leads Conrad to share the rising tensions with Count Douglas. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Roman expresses concern about the upcoming conflict in the northeastern region. He asks Conrad about his plans during this critical moment, as a northeastern force is about to cross their borders. Feeling a moral duty to intervene, Roman seeks to prevent further escalation and bloodshed. Conrad, taken aback by Roman's offer to help, questions why Roman is suddenly so willing to assist the Alliance Association. He wonders if Roman's actions are purely selfless or if there are hidden motives. However, Conrad remains open to the idea of cooperation, understanding that joining forces could bring mutual benefits. Roman, in response to Conrad's doubts, clarifies his stance. He explains that despite past issues between Dmitri and the Alliance Association, he cannot stand by and allow the Northeast to spiral into chaos. Roman's concern goes beyond personal disputes. His focus is on maintaining peace and stability in the region. As Conrad realizes the sincerity behind Roman's words, he starts to see the potential for collaboration. He acknowledges that Roman's desire for regional stability matches his own goals. With the Northeastern force advancing, Conrad understands the urgency of the situation and the need for immediate action. Setting aside pride and past conflicts, Conrad offers the Alliance Association's cooperation in exchange for Roman's support. He assures Roman that the association is willing to meet any of his requests. Both sides recognize that their shared goal is to minimize losses and avoid further conflict. Roman carefully considers the risks and rewards of offering his support to the Alliance Association. While short-term benefits may come from avoiding involvement, Roman ultimately places a higher priority on the long-term stability and unity of Cairo's political landscape. In the northeastern region, the need for cooperation between Dmitri and the Alliance Association grows more evident. Conrad was initially surprised by Roman's genuine offer to help the Alliance Association. Roman simply asked Dmitri and the Alliance Association to resolve their differences and show a willingness to work together in the future. He promised to support the Alliance Association if Conrad agreed to his proposal. However, Conrad found Roman's request somewhat ridiculous. After all, Dmitri had once been looked down upon because of his commoner background. Despite this, Conrad understood the importance of thinking carefully before responding. A few days later, all the Douglas soldiers gathered, showing how serious the situation had become. An official reminded Count Douglas of the need to set clear terms for what would happen after the war. Count Douglas, realizing the importance of the moment, agreed willingly, showing his commitment to dealing with the post-war challenges. He reflected on the fall of the Barco family, which had left the northeastern region fractured and vulnerable. Count Douglas saw the power vacuum as an opportunity and knew it was crucial to take control of such a valuable area. During the discussions, Count Douglas's officials were excited about the chance to gain power in the northeastern region. Despite the belief that Douglas was just a brute without strategic thinking, he proved otherwise by avoiding reckless attacks. Douglas carefully calculated each move to maximize his chances of success. His strategic approach has kept him alive so far. He knew attacking Barco was pointless while they had the support of the central government. Now, however, Douglas felt confident in his ability to unite the territorial lords of the North to his cause, showing his growing influence. Recognizing the weakened state of the Northeastern Alliance Association without Barco's support, their territory appeared ripe for the taking. When Count Douglas approached the Alliance Association forces, he demanded to speak with their commanding officer, eager to show his dominance. However, the Alliance Association refused, saying it wasn't the right time for negotiations and asked Count Douglas to wait. Growing impatient, Count Douglas questioned why they delayed, especially since their forces were already assembled, implying they were wasting time on an outdated system. Suddenly, a soldier alerted Count Douglas to an approaching figure. Expecting reinforcements for the Alliance Association, Count Douglas was shocked to see the flag of Dmitri and Roman, with Dmitri himself leading a troop. He struggled to understand Roman's unexpected presence on the battlefield. As Roman stepped forward, he gave Count Douglas a compelling explanation about Dmitri's sudden appearance. Just as Count Douglas had gathered the northern lords to support his cause, Roman revealed that he, too, was gathering his forces for the Alliance Association. This revelation not only stunned Count Douglas, but also the northern lords who had gathered with him. Count Douglas realized that Roman had cleverly used his call for assistance from other lords to justify his involvement in the war. Feeling caught off guard, Count Douglas reflected on the implications of Roman's strategy, realizing his plan had backfired spectacularly. Meanwhile, the northern lords expressed their frustration, wishing they had been informed about Roman's participation earlier. They lamented that they might have reconsidered joining the battle had they known. As tensions rose, Conrad, always the voice of reason, urged Count Douglas to prepare for battle carefully, emphasizing the need for caution. Count Douglas, overwhelmed with frustration and uncertainty, struggled to process the sudden change in events. Just as the situation teetered on the edge of conflict, Roman stepped in and offered the Northerners a choice: engage in close combat or face a full-scale battle. Count Douglas was stunned by the unexpected turn. Roman, a figure of great reputation, was joining the fight. Although Count Douglas felt compelled to stand his ground, the idea of clashing directly with Roman's forces seemed to guarantee defeat. Even the thought of close combat filled him with dread. While Count Douglas had more troops than the Northeastern Alliance Association, Roman's skill as a warrior cast doubt on their chances of victory. Count Douglas was at a loss, struggling to devise a strategy for the looming conflict. With confidence, Roman offered Count Douglas a bold proposal. He challenged him to fight 3 swordsmen at once. If Count Douglas remained concerned, Roman was willing to increase the number to 5 soldiers. Count Douglas is surprised by the boldness of the suggestion. While he respects Dmitri's strength, the idea that Roman would propose something so outrageous leaves him in disbelief. Roman expresses his sincere hope for a peaceful resolution, wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict. He looks to Count Douglas for a response. Needing time to think, Count Douglas asks for a moment to consider the matter. The scene shifts to a peaceful forest clearing, where Count Douglas stands alongside 5 northern lords. After careful thought, he announces his decision to support Roman's proposal. He believes that with 5 soldiers on their side, they have a chance to face Roman, despite his fearsome reputation. Count Douglas argues that their combined strength could potentially overpower Roman's impressive combat skills. However, 2 of the northern lords express concerns, warning against underestimating Roman. They bring up his previous victory over Butler, showcasing his skill as a swordsman and the danger they face. Despite their concerns, Count Douglas remains determined to confront Roman head-on. He explains that no matter their choice, they will end up in battle with Roman, referencing the past successes of his twin swordsmen against a powerful 4-star opponent. Count Douglas remains confident in their ability to hold their ground against Roman, acknowledging the rumors surrounding Roman's strength. He stays firm in his belief that they can face the challenge ahead. Count Douglas and the Northern Lords see this as a strategic opportunity. They view Roman's impulsive decision to engage in battle as a chance to exploit his overconfidence. Count Douglas sees a path to victory. If they can defeat Roman during his show of strength, they can take control of the entire northeastern region. With unanimous agreement from the Northern Lords, they decide to follow Count Douglas's strategy, determined to make Roman regret his arrogance. As the battle begins, a representative from the central government arrives to oversee the event, raising the stakes even higher. Now, the odds are heavily against Roman, with 5 opponents ready to face him. As the scene prepares for the upcoming battle, 2 twin soldiers, Vinton, the elder brother, and Ventel, the younger, plan with the other 3 soldiers. They came up with a plan. Ventel and Vinton would move toward Roman from opposite sides, targeting his weak spot where he couldn't see. While the twins distracted Roman, they told the other soldiers to attack him. Confident in their teamwork, the twins assured everyone that, despite Roman's skill, their strategy would create openings for a final blow. Offering shared glory and wealth, they encouraged the supporting soldiers to help secure victory. With everyone ready in their positions, the duel began. The twins focused their energy and charged at Roman together, their determination clear. However, despite their synchronized attack, Roman quickly defeated them with a single powerful strike. Count Douglas and the Northern Lords watched in stunned silence as their allies fell before Roman's overwhelming strength. After defeating the twins, Roman turned to Count Douglas and the Northern Lords. With a calm expression, he revealed his inner thoughts. Since hearing Count Douglas's declaration of war, Roman recalled the times when negotiation was preferred during the Barco family's rule. He wondered why they never tried talking with Dmitri in the Alliance Association. Realizing their mistake, Roman understood that the Northern Lords, including Count Douglas, had underestimated the importance of Roman Dimitri's family legacy. This revelation unsettled him deeply. In a serious tone, Roman gave Count Douglas and the Northern Lords one last chance to reconsider their stance on the upcoming conflict. He offered an alternative. Either they withdraw from the battle completely or choose a traditional fight. Count Douglas was surprised by this unexpected suggestion. Thinking it over, he saw that in a regular war, many of his soldiers would likely die. Facing this grim reality, Count Douglas decided it was better to minimize casualties by sacrificing only the 5 soldiers involved in the current strategy. Committed to their agreed rules, Count Douglas chose to see their decision through to the end. Accepting Count Douglas's resolve, Roman agreed to go ahead with his plan. However, the remaining 3 soldiers from Count Douglas's group saw that the battle was effectively over. They hesitated, wondering if they should end the fight right there. Watching their reluctance, Roman expected them to surrender, seeing it as an act of cowardice. To level the playing field, Roman decided to drop his sword and fight unarmed. With complete confidence, he challenged the soldiers to continue their attack. The soldiers, mindful of the dishonor of retreating, chose to push forward, believing they could defeat Roman now that he was unarmed. They charged at him with determination. In a swift and decisive move, Roman smashed a soldier's sword with a powerful punch, hitting the soldier squarely in the face. With smooth precision, he took down the other 2 soldiers as they tried to surrender. Ignoring their pleas, Roman relentlessly subdued them, showing no mercy. After overpowering the soldiers, Roman turned his stern gaze towards Count Douglas and the Northern Lords. His expression was firm and serious. With a commanding tone, he asked if there were any objections. Count Douglas and the other lords, lowering their heads in acknowledgement, quietly agreed that there were no objections. Returning to Conrad, Roman was met with a gesture of gratitude. Conrad bowed and thanked Roman for his help in the war. Roman assured Conrad of his commitment to their partnership going forward. Conrad reflected that had the alliance chosen to go to full-scale war against Dmitri, they would have faced defeat. Instead, with Roman strategy, the northeastern region had been firmly established. A few days later, the scene shifted to the conference room of the Northeastern Alliance Association. Conrad and other members sat around the table, with Roman Dimitri at the center seat. Roman announced that his father had given him full authority in the matter. He asked if anyone had objections, but the room fell into silence. With a smile, Roman revealed that he had important news to share with everyone. As Roman looked around the table, his question hung in the air. "Do you believe that the Cairo kingdom is on the right path?" he asked, his voice reflecting deep thought. It wasn't just Hector's invasion that troubled Roman, though that was a concern. What weighed on him more were the divisions within Cairo itself. The lack of trust from the Southern Front commanders troubled him more than the distant sounds of battle. Meanwhile, in the central government, unnecessary power struggles raged like storms at sea. Without Roman and his brave soldiers, the Southern Front would have collapsed like sand against a rising tide, leaving Cairo vulnerable to Hector's forces. Roman's gaze grew firm as he spoke, each word reflecting his determination born from hardship. If another conflict arises, the central government will not hesitate to draft soldiers from every corner of our land, sending them into battle like pawns on a chessboard. While the nobles grieve for their fallen warriors, the central government will only tighten its grip on power, their influence expanding like a tide of self-interest within the kingdom. As the tension around the table increased, it became clear that facing the harsh truth was necessary. Everyone listened closely to Roman, their expressions showing concern and surprise. Speaking with calm authority, Roman stressed the need for change. "We must understand the root of this conflict." He pointed out the unfair treatment they faced. Ed's proposal hung in the air, offering a glimmer of hope in the midst of chaos. Just as the nobles in the capital used the central government for their own gain, why can't we, in the northeastern region, come together to support each other? Roman thought deeply about the unfolding situation, realizing the central government would act swiftly once Dmitri took action. It was crucial for Roman to unite the northeastern region, strengthening its factions to not only solidify his position, but also serve as a defense against the central government's influence. Jonathan's voice broke the silence, questioning the strength of Roman's plan. "But will our unity truly stand against the central government's power?" he asked, voicing the doubts lingering around the table. If Jonathan left out regions like Lawrence's, the northeastern region would face a grim reality, an area on the brink of collapse. "Most families here rely heavily on imports from neighboring regions to survive," Jonathan explained, highlighting the risk if the northeastern region defied the central government. Severing these ties would mean cutting off access to essential supplies. The region's businesses are deeply connected to the central authority, making independence seem nearly impossible. Breaking free from this dependency was essential. Otherwise, the nobles outside the capital would find themselves bound to the central government's will, with little chance for self-determination. Roman spoke to the gathered counts at the table, suggesting that with everyone working together, they could find a solution to the urgent problem of food supplies. He showed them a piece of paper and said, "This is the plan for developing the northeastern region. Our land is rough, but it has untapped potential," he said, pointing to the vast mountains that dominated Dimitri's territory. Dimitri's land was filled with endless mountain ranges, a natural fortress perfect for defending against enemies. Roman envisioned building a strong fortress in these rugged peaks, a safe haven where people could find refuge during tough times. Once reclaimed, these mountains would serve as a defense against threats and provide fertile land for farming, helping the region become self-sufficient. Conrad expressed doubt, questioning whether such ambitious plans could really be achieved. Roman reassured him, saying, "It is possible." Roman remembered his past experiences, particularly with the Heavenly Demon Divine cult, a strong fortress that had withstood relentless attacks from the Orthodox MIM for years. Located in the 10,000 Mountains region, its defenses were reinforced by vast mountain ranges stretching hundreds of kilometers. Roman drew a comparison between this legendary stronghold and Dimitri's territory, highlighting the presence of skilled blacksmiths within the region. Was this a mere coincidence, or was fate guiding their path? Roman laid out the plans for the nobles, each sheet of paper showing his vision. Areas marked on the maps indicated where reclamation efforts were taking place, signaling progress even in uncertain times. With a calm voice, Roman emphasized that it would take time and effort, but assured them that their work would build the strength needed to stand firm against the central government's pressures. As the counts studied the documents, they marveled at the thoroughness of Roman's strategy. Jonathan's amazement was evident as he noticed the detailed planning in both the reclamation efforts and fortress designs. It was clear that Roman's ideas were more than just thoughts. They were a concrete plan for action. Viscount Lawrence pledged his family's support for Dmitri's cause, a sentiment echoed by the Conrad family. With unanimous agreement, the nobles united under Roman's vision. With a sense of purpose, Roman named their alliance the Dmitri Alliance, symbolizing the region's newfound unity under Dmitri's leadership. The scene shifts to Romero Dimitri's office, where he ponders Roman's plan, delivered to him by Jonathan. Although he feels a hint of sadness for Rodwell, who worked tirelessly, Romero recognizes that Roman has become an essential part of the Dmitri family. Standing by the window, he comments on the beauty of the moon, silently watching the events unfold below. Meanwhile, Maris Valentino is deeply frustrated in his own space. For weeks, he has been troubled by unanswered questions sparked by a letter from Dmitri's master blacksmith, Hendrik. In the letter, Hendrik explains that none of the swords he has crafted have ever been sold at the auction house. Baffled, Maris Valentino embarks on a futile quest to find the elusive artisan behind the legendary blade. He reaches out to many blacksmiths, but none can provide the answers he seeks. As Maris Valentino continues his search, a worker enters his room with surprising news. Someone has reportedly seen a sword similar to Blaze in the possession of a master blacksmith from the Dmitri estate. Astonished by this discovery, Maris Valentino immediately gives orders to expedite his journey to the Dmitri estate. Upon arrival, he is greeted by Hendrik, Dmitri's master blacksmith, who inquires about the reason for Valentino's visit. Valentino wastes no time and dives straight into the topic, sharing that he acquired Blaze at the Adelian auction house a month ago. Hendrik confirms that he read Valentino's letter about the sword. Valentino then presents Blaze to Hendrik, highlighting its exceptional craftsmanship and unique ability to channel mana perfectly. Believing that the creator of Blaze must be among the best blacksmiths in Cairo, Valentino eagerly waits for Hendrik's reaction. As Hendrik examines the remarkable blade, observing his expression, Maris Valentino's confidence and suspicions deepen. He tells Hendrik that it seems he indeed has a sword similar to Blaze, based on a recent report. Hendrik pauses for a moment, reflecting on Valentino's words, before agreeing to retrieve the sword. Valentino's anticipation builds as he waits, his excitement growing visibly. Meanwhile, Hendrik considers the significance of Valentino's interest. Surely, a collector of Valentino's reputation would understand the value of the sword he is about to present. With a sense of ceremony, Hendrik finally presents the blade to Valentino, revealing its name, Salamander. As Valentino sees the sword, a chill runs down his spine. His intuition tells him that Salamander is the magnum opus of the same artisan who crafted Blaze. Hendrik confirms what Valentino suspected. Both Blaze and Salamander were crafted by the same talented person. However, he explains that Salamander was the first creation made before Blaze. Valentino's mind races with the implications of this discovery. He wants to own the Salamander sword and carefully brings up the idea of buying it from Hendrik. But Hendrik quickly dashes his hopes. The sword is not for sale. It was a gift, and it holds deep sentimental value. Valentino is surprised by this, realizing that Hendrik not only knows the sword's maker, but also has a personal connection to them. His thoughts rush to consider, could the retired Baron Romero be the mysterious artisan behind these exceptional swords? The pieces start to come together, driving Valentino's determination to solve the mystery of Blaze and Salamander. Hendrik's revelation shocks Maris Valentino. Salamander wasn't made by Baron Romero, but by Roman Dimitri, the eldest son of Dmitri. Valentino's mind races as he processes this. Roman Dimitri, the youngest ranker in Cairo, and the creator of the kingdom's finest sword. This changes everything. Valentino understands that the story behind each masterpiece matters. If a sword is simply crafted by an artisan, its worth depends on its quality. But a sword created by the youngest genius swordsman in the kingdom carries far more significance. Its rarity alone could make it incredibly valuable. Realizing the potential, Valentino knows he must meet Roman Dimitri immediately. The scene shifts to the training grounds of Dmitri. Chris and Roman engage in a practice match, their blades moving through the air with controlled precision. Driven by determination, Chris launches a relentless assault on Roman. Yet, with years of experience, Roman easily dodges each of Chris's strikes, his movements smooth and calculated. In the midst of their spar, Roman's sharp eyes catch sight of someone standing beside him, a fleeting opportunity amidst the chaos. Seizing this moment, Chris channels his aura into a powerful strike, releasing a surge of energy that bursts into a fierce explosion. As the dust settles and the echoes fade, the soldiers watching are amazed by the scene. Roman, standing tall and victorious over his opponent, praises Chris's impressive move. However, he offers advice tempered with wisdom, reminding Chris that while sudden bursts of power can be effective, they leave openings for counterattacks. He suggests that Chris consider strategies that disrupt their opponent's balance more subtly. Roman's deep understanding of combat is evident in his guidance. Watching from the sidelines, Maris Valentino is amazed by Roman Dimitri's strength and skill. Roman's name has become a hot topic across the kingdom, especially after his recent victory over Hector's second-ranked fighter. Lost in thought, Maris reflects on the possible honors that await Roman as he climbs the ranks in Cairo. Having seen Roman's abilities firsthand, he considers the shift in power and influence within the kingdom. Marquis Valentino, impressed by what he sees, feels a newfound respect for Roman. It becomes clear that Roman is more than just the rumors and stories circulating about him. The idea of someone like Roman, a humble blacksmith from Cairo Kingdom, potentially being the most talented individual on the continent surprises Marquis Valentino. His thoughts are interrupted when H announces a guest. Roman turns to see Maris Valentino, who immediately reaches out for a handshake. Maris can't help but admire that this is the same hand that crafted the legendary sword Blaze. They exchange introductions, and then move to a more private setting. Marquis Valentino explains why he came Blaze. Roman recognizes the sword as the one he had entrusted to Lucas. Maris Valentino shares that he used his family's vast resources to uncover the truth behind Blaze's creation. With his reputation as the richest man in Cairo Kingdom, Maris asks Roman directly if he really crafted Blaze. Meanwhile, Roman reflects on the irony of the situation. Standing before him is Maris Valentino, known far and wide for his greedy collection of rare artifacts. Valentino holds significant influence among the neutral factions, commanding the powerful troops named Mong and controlling Cairo's thriving commerce. His wealth could easily shift the balance of power, yet Valentino has shown a remarkable ability to maintain equilibrium among the four factions. To Roman, Valentino is a fascinating figure, a man whose actions reveal his shrewdness and foresight. As their conversation continued, Roman told Valentino that he was indeed the master craftsman behind Blaze. Valentino's eyes lit up, and he became a devoted admirer as he expressed his deep gratitude for the chance to meet such a renowned blacksmith. Valentino shared his story of tirelessly searching for Roman, recalling the electrifying moment he first saw Blaze at an auction, a moment that felt as if lightning had struck him. He praised Dmitri as the ultimate blacksmith, then asked about Roman's heritage and the source of his exceptional skill. With a sense of reverence, Valentino requested to see the sword that had captivated him moments earlier. Nodding, Roman handed him the blade. Valentino's eyes widened in amazement as he held it. With curiosity and admiration, he asked for the name of the sword. With a proud smile, Roman revealed it was named Darkness. Valentino's mind raced as he considered this new revelation. He thought about the legendary swords like Salamander and Blaze, recognizing their unmatched craftsmanship and power. Yet in the presence of darkness, a blade infused with deep darkness, he saw a level of artistry and mastery unlike anything before. The idea of Roman's continuous growth as a blacksmith intrigued Valentino. He wondered how much more powerful Roman's future creations could become. With a spark of excitement in his eyes, Valentino offered Roman a special proposition. His terms were simple. First, if Roman ever decided to sell his swords, Valentino wanted the first chance to buy them. Second, Valentino insisted on being the first to see each new creation forged by Roman, no matter where or when. Marquis Valentino's determination to connect with Roman was clear, his expression filled with eagerness as he addressed him with urgency. He told Roman that if he could agree to these two conditions, the entire Valentino family would support Dmitri moving forward. Roman looked surprised, processing the weight of Valentino's words. Was Valentino, known for his neutrality, truly considering breaking that stance? Sensing Roman's astonishment, Valentino emphasized the importance of his proposal. By aligning with Dmitri, the Valentino family would be setting aside the neutrality they had held for so long, a decision not to be taken lightly. Curious about Valentino's motives, Roman asked for an explanation. Valentino admitted that he had been feeling increasing pressure from the four factions recently. Knowing that he couldn't remain neutral forever, he began thinking about which faction to support when the time came. Learning about Roman's role in founding the Dmitri alliance and his reputation as the artisan behind Blaze only made Valentino more inclined to side with him. To Valentino, it was clear, with Roman's leadership and expertise, joining Dmitri seemed not only logical but also beneficial. While Valentino couldn't ignore the financial strength of the Dmitri family, the promise of even greater wealth was too tempting to resist. With a wry smile, he confessed that he was genuinely captivated by Roman Dimitri's offer and recognized the potential advantages of aligning with such a powerful force. Roman responded quickly and decisively. Rising from his seat, he reaffirmed the loyalty of the nobles in the Dmitri alliance to their family. With a serious expression, he asked Valentino if the Valentino family was ready to stand by Dmitri. Valentino smiled warmly, bowing respectfully to Roman and assuring him of the Valentino family's unwavering support. He promised to follow Roman's lead without hesitation, even if it meant facing difficult challenges. Roman was slightly surprised by Valentino's loyalty and the unexpected ally in their midst. With a warm smile, Roman thanked Valentino for his support, acknowledging the importance of their new partnership. From that moment, Roman made it clear that he would rely on Marquis Valentino's steadfastness. In a moment of honesty, Valentino asked Roman's permission to reveal his role in creating Blaze. With a grin, Valentino expressed his excitement about owning such a remarkable sword. He joked that he would be frustrated if he couldn't share the news with everyone he met. Roman admired Valentino's unique charm and granted him the permission to share the information. The scene shifted to the grand halls of the Valentino family palace, where Marquis Valentino proudly showed off the legendary artisan sword to a gathering of nobles. He told them stories of its incredible abilities, asserting that even a novice swordsman could fend off a seasoned opponent. Curious, Valentino's friends asked him to confirm the sword's true power. With a twinkle in his eye, Valentino reassured them that he had never misled them about his collections before. He emphasized the impressive background of the sword's maker, the same artisan who famously defeated Hector, earning the title of Cairo's hero. Valentino's friends quickly connected the dots. This was the very sword Roman had used to defeat Butler, adding to its legendary status. Valentino continued, sharing that Blaze was just one of 3 incredible swords Roman had made so far. Following this revelation, the group began to affectionately refer to them as the Roman Dimitri collection. As Roman's fame grew, the Dmitri blacksmiths experienced a surge in business, struggling to meet the sudden demand. One night, in the grand halls of the Dmitri palace, Roman walked through the corridors deep in thought. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows. Makin, an agent of Valhalla, approached Roman with a serious message. Roman's victories over Hector and Butler had not gone unnoticed by Valhalla. Makin confessed that Valhalla had underestimated Roman's influence and strength, especially with the recent formation of the independent Dmitri alliance in the northeastern region. In Makin's eyes, Roman had become a significant threat to Valhalla's future plans. Makin asked Roman to decide whether he would follow Valhalla or oppose it. With a confident smirk, Roman questioned, "Why should I follow Valhalla's orders?" In the dimly lit room, Makin's words hung heavily as he confronted Roman. Makin, with a serious expression, warned Roman about his growing hostility toward Valhalla, but Roman stood firm. "Let's be clear," Roman said with determination. He reminded Makin that it was Makin who had made the first move against him. Roman made it clear that he had no intention of forcing anyone to pledge allegiance. His beliefs remained strong even in the face of possible conflict. As Makin's words settled, Roman's thoughts raced. He couldn't ignore the fact that the Cairo kingdom had been a target of the Kronos Empire for years. The idea of Valhalla attacking Cairo sparked concern within Roman. He knew that such actions would not go unanswered by the powerful Kronos Empire. With a serious look, Roman locked eyes with Makin. He issued a warning, urging Makin to reconsider his position. If Makin didn't want to become Roman's enemy, he knew he had to be patient. Roman told Makin that the group he had brought together would rise to the top of Cairo's power, with Dmitri playing a key role in bringing about change. Surprised by Roman's determination, Makin admired his boldness. Makin's voice filled the air as he warned Roman not to be too proud. He cautioned that such arrogance would only attract challenges and rivals. Even someone like Butler, whom Roman had struggled to defeat, was insignificant compared to the broader landscape of Valhalla. Mackin reminded Roman of the vastness of the continent, hinting at the many dangers that could emerge from it before disappearing into the shadows. Mackin gave Roman a break, offering him more time to think about his next steps. He sincerely hoped Roman would make wise choices in forming the Dmitri alliance. The political scene in Cairo shifted. Different factions reached out to Roman, urging him to make a decisive decision. The weight of their expectations pressed heavily on Roman as he pondered his future. Meanwhile, in the luxurious office of Maris Benedict, tensions simmered below the surface. A concerned worker questioned Marquis Benedict's intentions regarding Roman. Marquis Benedict's response was deliberately vague. If Roman were to join Marquis Benedict, all past wrongs would be forgiven. However, if Roman sides with any faction other than the one I represent, I vow to ensure he faces the consequences of his actions. Back in Roman's quarters, he stood by the window, lost in thought. The Dmitri alliance had effectively balanced power, but Roman knew their time was limited. The upcoming year was critical, an opportunity that had to be seized carefully. The looming threat of war hung over the Dmitri alliance, signaling inevitable losses and sacrifices. Roman understood the urgency to strengthen his skills, especially in mastering magic, an essential tool for the coming conflict. Across the vast continent, 13 powerful magic towers stood as centers of arcane strength. Among them, the magic tower of the Heavenly Palace was the most prestigious. Here, a grand gathering took place, where representatives from each tower showcased their achievements and advancements. The Phoenix Tower, despite its display of impressive fifth circle magic, received little attention from the attending mages. The root of this indifference was a deeper issue: the tower's crisis of identity. This problem was unique to the Phoenix Tower, arising from the loss of their ancient grimoire, a treasured artifact passed down through generations. Inside the tower, Felix, who had taken on the role of the tower's proxy, struggled with the weight of responsibility. 3 years ago, Felix unexpectedly became the leader, stepping into a role for which he felt unprepared. The disappearance of his mentor left a void, making his challenges even greater. The inability to inherit the burning grimoire, a revered artifact of the Phoenix Tower, further highlighted Felix's perceived inadequacy. As a result, the disillusionment among the tower members grew, worsened by the loss of funding from the Frank Empire. Amid the growing despair, a faint hope emerged in the form of a letter sealed with Roman Dimitri's mark. The letter contained an intriguing proposal that stirred feelings within Felix. In exchange for the Dmitri alliance's help, Felix was offered a position as Roman's sparring partner for 6 months, along with a monthly stipend of 1,000 gold coins. Though distant, the offer provided a glimmer of hope in the face of looming darkness. With survival as the only option, Felix had little choice but to accept the journey ahead. As he traveled in a carriage toward Dimitri's gates, Felix reflected on the Dmitri family's reputation as a land of blacksmiths. Unlike magic towers scattered across the continent, Dmitri was rarely associated with arcane arts. Among the renowned magical towers, the Heavenly Palace Tower stood as a symbol of magical power, while 7 others were sacred sites within the Kronos Empire. In contrast, Cairo and Dmitri were often seen as barren lands for mages. Despite this perception, Dmitri maintained its reputation as a formidable force in the remote northeastern region of Cairo. Roman's invitation was the sole reason Felix was heading toward Dimitri's gates. With the Phoenix Tower's very survival at stake, Felix's journey culminated at the entrance of Dmitri, a place known for its meticulous order and efficiency. As Felix approached the entry point, he met a guard whose serious expression didn't match the precision with which he carried out his duties. The guard stopped Felix and asked about his reason for being there. Felix, calm yet eager, introduced himself and explained that he had an invitation from Sir Roman Dimitri. Observing the scene, Felix couldn't help but admire the structured and organized atmosphere of Dimitri's estate. The guards moved with exact precision, magical devices were strategically placed, and the strong fortress walls hinted at the possibility of defense during wartime. Felix realized that Dimitri's security was flawless. Even though it was a remote territory, Dmitri had earned a reputation as a powerful force that deserved respect. Inside Dimitri's domain, Felix finally came face to face with Roman. Roman's commanding presence and aura of authority were unmistakable. With a firm handshake and a steady gaze, Roman welcomed Felix into his domain. In Roman's presence, Felix felt a deep sense of respect. There was something extraordinary about him, a quality that demanded both admiration and trust. Gathering his thoughts, Felix didn't delay in getting to the point. He asked Roman for clarification regarding the terms in the letter Roman had sent him. Roman reassured Felix, confirming that he would receive 1,000 gold per month for 6 months as compensation for serving as his sparring partner. This added up to a total of 6,000 gold, a significant amount. However, Felix felt confused. He wondered why Roman had chosen him for this role, when there were likely many other eager candidates willing to spar with someone of Roman's reputation. Roman explained his reasoning. He recognized the Phoenix Tower's reputation for flame magic and saw Felix's exceptional skills in that area. Additionally, Roman acknowledged the current difficulties faced by the Phoenix Tower, which made Felix's help particularly valuable at this time. In Roman's eyes, compensating Felix generously was a way to secure the expertise of a mage like him. Furthermore, Roman made it clear that he would take full responsibility for any harm that might occur during their training sessions, as long as Felix gave his best effort in every fight. He wouldn't be held accountable for any negative outcomes. With a serious expression, Felix wondered if Roman truly grasped the full meaning of their agreement, or if he was underestimating the power of mages. The scene then shifted to Dmitri's training grounds, where Roman and Felix faced off. Roman kindly offered Felix the first move, which Felix eagerly accepted. With determination, Felix used his powerful fire lance magic, causing a strong explosion as Roman skillfully dodged the attack. Felix found himself behind Roman, who quickly avoided the blast. Undeterred, Felix cast his Inferno spell, sending a fiery blaze toward Roman. However, Roman found himself surrounded by walls of fire created by Felix's spell on both sides. Still determined, Felix unleashed his final spell, Rune Flare, with all his strength. As the spell sped toward Roman, Felix believed he had successfully defeated his opponent. Yet, to his surprise, Roman stood unharmed behind him, a faint smile in his eyes. Roman's casual comment about Felix's reluctance to use fifth circle magic left Felix momentarily speechless. Felix stared in shock as Roman walked out of the flames without a scratch. Roman's calmness in the middle of the blazing fire made Felix uneasy, and he quickly moved to act. When Roman reached out, Felix instinctively used his blink magic to teleport away, dodging Roman's grasp and gaining a brief moment to breathe. But Roman was fast. Before Felix could react, Roman closed the gap between them in an instant. Determined not to lose, Felix cast his hold spell, trying to pin Roman down. Roman struggled to break free, but Felix held on, gaining a few precious seconds to think. This was his chance to prove himself. With all his might, Felix unleashed his Inferno burning spell, sending waves of fire surging toward Roman. To Felix's amazement, Roman dodged every flame with ease and appeared in front of him, wearing a confident smirk. Their sparring match ended with Roman announcing their next meeting the following day. Felix, lying defeated on the ground, couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. It felt like Roman had known exactly what magic he would use. Felix knew there was no magic that could predict another's moves. Yet Roman had seemed to anticipate his every spell. Frustration bubbled up inside him as he thought about facing Roman again. Doubts filled his mind. Under the current circumstances, he couldn't see a way to defeat Roman. He knew he needed a new plan, a fresh perspective. Since the disappearance of the Phoenix Tower Master, Felix had dedicated himself to mastering fire magic. Despite the tower's decline, Felix's determination to preserve its legacy remained unshaken. His hard work and commitment had earned him the respect of his peers, who admired his strength and resilience even in tough times. The next morning, Felix faced Roman again, more focused than before. He cast another spell while his mind raced with thoughts of Roman's uncanny ability to predict his magic. Felix decided to change his approach. He needed to surprise Roman and disrupt his rhythm. Summoning his Stone Age spell, Felix created a massive cliff to block Roman's path. Roman's calm smile in response made Felix realize something important. Magic wasn't bound by the rigid precision of physical combat. It was flexible and unpredictable, and Felix could use that to his advantage. Feeling reinvigorated, Felix cast a fire wave spell, aiming to catch Roman off guard. But Roman dodged effortlessly, leaping gracefully into the air. Not discouraged, Felix followed up with a barrage of fire cannons, determined to find a way to break through Roman's defenses. Roman blocked the attack again, creating a barrier with his sword in a display of incredible skill and accuracy. Felix's mind raced, wondering if Roman's defense was powered by a magical item. But after thinking it over, he realized Roman had likely made the barrier himself, showing just how strong and talented he really was. Roman quickly countered, closing the gap between them and landing a powerful hit on Felix's stomach, knocking him to the ground. As Felix lay there in pain and frustration, he realized his current tactics weren't enough to beat Roman. Roman, noticing Felix's struggle, surprised him with an offer. Roman told Felix he could use any method he wanted in their future fights, including getting help from other mages. He even raised the stakes, promising Felix 10,000 gold for every victory he managed to achieve. Felix was shocked. That much gold could support many people for an entire year. It became clear to Felix that Roman had never seen him as an equal. Roman then asked Felix if he would accept the offer without hesitation. Felix agreed, his pride and determination pushing him forward. He swore he would make Roman Dimitri submit and drain his gold reserves. It wasn't just about the money anymore, it was personal for Felix. From that point on, Felix put everything he had into each fight, learning from his defeats and coming back stronger. By their 8th battle, Felix began using spells like slow mist and magic traps to limit Roman's movements. But to Felix's frustration, none of his strategies worked. Roman remained unaffected. After losing 30 fights in a row, Felix had to face the truth. His pride, once unshakable, now felt meaningless against Roman's overwhelming strength. Felix realized he couldn't beat Roman on his own. Desperate, Felix sought help from Nox, a powerful 5th Circle mage. He begged Nox to join him in fighting Roman Dimitri. But Nox hesitated, worried about how dangerous their combined magic might be in a duel against Roman. Nox also questioned why Felix, as a representative of the Magic Tower, was getting involved in a matter that didn't concern him. He feared what might happen if they harmed the eldest son of the Dmitri family. Despite Nox's concerns, Felix reminded him of the huge reward they'd earn if they won. Felix promised to split the 10,000 gold equally with Nox. He hoped the offer would convince Nox to take the risk and fight alongside him. When Nox heard this, he told Felix they only needed to beat Roman once, right? Felix agreed, but warned Nox that it wouldn't be as simple as he thought. Felix explained that Roman was naturally skilled at countering mages and suggested they carefully plan their approach. But Nox reassured him, saying not to worry because he and his team would take care of it. A few days later, Nox and his team faced Roman, ready to fight. Roman, always confident, let them make the first move. Nox and his group launched a storm of spells, trying to overpower him with pure force. Watching from the side, Felix realized they were repeating the same mistakes he had made when he fought Roman before. Despite their combined efforts, Roman easily defeated all 4 of them, standing strong against their attack. After his victory, Roman reflected on how his second body transformation had changed him. It had made him immune to both heat and cold, rendering many heat-based attacks useless. Nox and his team lay on the ground, hurt and confused, wondering how Roman Dimitri could be so powerful. Felix stepped in, telling them to wait while he spoke to Roman. Inside the palace, Roman stood with a commanding presence as Felix approached. Felix admitted honestly that he wasn't sure he could ever defeat Roman. But he had one burning question. How did Roman always predict and counter magic so perfectly? Roman smiled confidently and told Felix he would explain how he prepared for battles. Surprised by Roman's openness, Felix followed him into a room. What Felix saw stunned him. A collection of grimoires lined the shelves, each one read and studied by Roman. As Roman noticed Felix's amazement, he began to explain the workings of magic. He talked about mana and how it resonated with natural elements, fire, water, wind, all connected to nature itself. What impressed Felix most was when Roman revealed that the mana's resonance within a magic circle could be read like a language. These signals and patterns showed what type of magic was being cast, giving Roman the edge in every fight. Roman explained further, highlighting the importance of 3 key skills when dealing with magic. First, the ability to sense and understand magical resonance. Second, the knowledge to identify the type of magic by interpreting the resonance's form. And third, the ability to quickly act on this understanding. As Roman spoke, Felix was amazed by how deeply Roman understood magic and how effortlessly he used this knowledge. Felix realized that Roman had an extraordinary mastery of the mystical arts. As Felix left the room, he couldn't stop thinking about Roman Dimitri. Calling him a genius felt like an understatement. Felix was in awe of Roman's relentless pursuit of strength, which made him question his own dedication and achievements. Reflecting on his role as the Tower Master stand-in, Felix admitted he had been avoiding reality. His master's disappearance had become an excuse that held back his own growth. Determined to change, Felix decided to train hard for his upcoming duels with Roman. 2 months later, Felix noticed a clear improvement in his abilities. Despite the Dmitri family being a baronial household on the border, Felix was struck by the strength and loyalty of their soldiers. This made him curious about Roman. Unlike the typical noble families, the Dmitri soldiers stood out, prompting Felix to understand the source of Roman's strength. Seeking answers, Felix visited the blacksmith's workshop. He asked a worker if Roman often spent time at the forge. The worker confirmed Roman did, but explained that Roman preferred using his private forge to craft swords. The worker then shared stories from the master blacksmith, describing how, during Roman's forging sessions, flames would completely engulf his body. The vivid description left Felix awestruck, as he imagined Roman surrounded by roaring flames. According to the worker, the flames were so intense it seemed as if the god of fire himself stood there. Felix, captivated by the tale, recalled something his master had once told him. His master had emphasized the importance of forming a connection with fire every day, encouraging Felix to find his own way to embrace it. Mastering the burning magic required an extraordinary bond with fire, a skill that couldn't simply be learned. His master had even said that if Felix could endure flames without feeling pain, he could be reborn as an incarnation of fire. Now, thinking about Roman Dimitri, Felix couldn't help but wonder about his apparent comfort with fire and heat. It seemed that Roman's family, who had worked with flames for generations, might have a secret method for coexisting with fire. Determined to uncover this mystery, Felix approached Roman at the training ground. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Felix decided to ask Roman about a rumor he had heard. Felix looked at Sir Roman with curiosity and asked if the stories about him handling the flames of the brayer with ease were true. Felix, eager to learn during their forging sessions, wanted to know if Roman had a special technique behind his incredible skill. Roman confirmed he did have a unique method, leaving Felix shocked. It was the missing piece Felix had been searching for. Determined, Felix clenched his fists and bowed respectfully, begging Roman to share his technique. He explained how vital it was for the Phoenix Magic Tower, and how 3 years of hardship had brought him to this desperate moment. But Roman's response caught Felix off guard. Roman asked why he should do Felix such a favor, making it clear he expected something in return. Roman reminded Felix that he had already been compensated for his work. This left Felix struggling to think of what he could offer in exchange for Roman's invaluable knowledge. This question weighed heavily on Felix as he called a meeting in the Phoenix Magic Tower's conference room. He wanted to hear what the other members thought. Among them, Nox spoke up boldly. He described Roman Dimitri as a powerful rival to mages. Nox then made a surprising suggestion. If the Phoenix Tower couldn't defeat Roman, perhaps they should align with him instead. The idea was shocking but practical, especially since the tower's position in the Frank Empire's hierarchy was already weak. Felix was stunned by the proposal, but Nox and the others assured him they understood the situation. They suggested that breaking away from the traditional model and affiliating with a family instead of a nation might be the key to the tower's survival. Though it was a radical idea, it gave Felix something to think about. After listening to the discussion, Felix made a bold decision. He declared that the future of the Phoenix Magic Tower would be entrusted to the Dmitri family. With this announcement, the tower began its journey toward a new path, marking a major turning point. Later, as Felix sat in his office reflecting on this decision, his thoughts were interrupted. A worker rushed in, out of breath, to deliver urgent news about the budget Dmitri had allocated to the Phoenix Magic Tower. Felix had expected the funds to be reduced, given the upcoming transition to the Dmitri family. Felix was shocked to learn that the tower had been given an impressive yearly budget of 24,000 gold. He couldn't understand why, as most people believed mages were money-hungry, needing expensive items like grimoires and mana crystals to improve their magic. A worker shared Felix's surprise, agreeing it was hard to believe. Not only had Dmitri provided plenty of funds, but they had also invited the tower to ask for more if needed. This unexpected support left Felix confused, trying to grasp the meaning behind it. The worker urged Felix to step outside to see what was happening. When he did, he was awestruck by the massive palace built for the Phoenix Magic Tower members. Chris, noticing Felix's amazement, explained that the palace was designed to support up to 1,000 members, anticipating the tower's growth. Curious, Chris asked Felix what he thought. Felix admitted he was baffled by the luxurious accommodations, as the Phoenix Magic Tower hadn't expected such generosity from Sir Roman. Chris explained that Lord Roman Dimitri cared deeply about the well-being of his people. Felix would have to get used to this thoughtful nature. Surprised by this side of Roman, Felix began to reflect on what it all meant. Meanwhile, at the Dmitri Palace, Hans was training his replacement Murphy. Hans reminded Murphy to keep young Master Roman's routine intact, making sure towels were ready for him to wipe off sweat and warm water was always available. Though Hans worried a bit about Murphy's readiness, he felt reassured knowing Murphy had graduated from the prestigious Adelian Academy. Hans planned to take a day off to attend his granddaughter's birthday party. Holding a doll he had chosen as a gift, he wondered nervously if she would like it. Just as Hans was leaving the palace, a worker greeted him, waiting patiently for his arrival. Startled, Hans asked why the worker was there. To his surprise, the worker politely invited Hans to get into a waiting carriage, explaining that young Lord Roman had instructed them to help him. The scene then shifted to Harrison, Hans's only son. Harrison was stunned to find his home full of workers busily preparing for his daughter's birthday party. Confused by all the sudden activity, Harrison looked to his wife for answers, but she was just as clueless as he was. The workers busily preparing their home claimed they were sent by young Master Roman. Puzzled, Harrison wondered why Roman would send people to his modest house. One of the workers, Lucas, stepped forward and introduced himself to Harrison. He explained that young Master Roman had sent them to thank Harrison's father, Hans, for his loyal service. Harrison, still confused and flustered, asked why all this was happening. He pointed out that his father was just a servant in the Dmitri family. Lucas clarified that young Master Roman deeply respected Sir Hans and considered him very important. He then asked Harrison if his father had ever mentioned Roman. Harrison was stunned as he thought about Roman Dimitri. He remembered how Roman used to be looked down on and called useless, seemingly unaware of Hans's sacrifices and loyalty. Harrison, on the other hand, had doubted Roman and didn't share his father's faith in him. But Hans had always told his son that Roman was just going through a tough time. As these memories surfaced, Harrison felt tears well up in his eyes. He realized how much it meant that Roman had noticed and appreciated Hans's dedication. As guests arrived at Harrison's house for his daughter's birthday, they were amazed by what they saw. The house looked completely transformed, and the food spread was lavish. Some guests even wondered if they had come to the wrong place. Their questions were interrupted when soldiers suddenly appeared, lining up to announce the arrival of someone important. The guests watched curiously as the soldiers formed a path. Soon, Hans, Harrison's father, walked in. Harrison was overwhelmed with emotion and rushed to embrace his father. The reunion was filled with warmth and love, moving everyone who witnessed it. After the heartfelt moment, the focus turned to the birthday celebration. Harrison began opening gifts, starting with one from his father. It was a beautiful doll that brought a big smile to his granddaughter's face. Then came a gift from Count Conrad, a stunning ruby ring. The guests were surprised, as nobles usually reserved such extravagant gifts for their own families. More gifts followed. Viscount Lawrence gave a necklace, and Count Adelian presented a brooch. The guests couldn't help but wonder why these powerful nobles were giving such expensive presents to Hans's family. It became clear that the nobles wanted to earn Hans's favor. Hans had been a loyal supporter of Roman, even when others mocked him. He had played a key role in Roman's growth and success, making him someone worth honoring. Hans had become a trusted ally to Roman, which gave him an influential position that many nobles envied. They sought ways to connect with Roman, the mysterious young master. As gifts kept arriving, Harrison felt overwhelmed. He was thankful for the kindness, but didn't know how to handle so much. When he opened the final gift, marked with Roman's name, his curiosity was piqued. He wondered what Roman had chosen to give his granddaughter. Harrison was shocked to find a recommendation letter for Glory Academy inside. He instantly understood how important this was. Glory Academy was the most prestigious school, a dream for commoners. Getting accepted was incredibly hard, even for those with money. Roman's gift of securing a spot for Harrison's daughter was a life-changing opportunity. Overcome with emotion, Harrison couldn't hold back his tears of gratitude. It was a gift beyond anything he could have imagined. The scene then shifted to Dmitri Palace, where Hans humbly approached Roman. Hans expressed his feelings of being unworthy of the expensive gifts Roman had given his family. He told Roman that the satisfaction of his work and Roman's appreciation were already more than enough. As Roman listened, he thought back to his past life as a heavenly demon. Memories flooded his mind, and he turned to his loyal follower, Mad Demon, to ask a question that had been troubling him. With a steady gaze, Roman asked if Mad Demon ever regretted his decision to follow him. Without hesitation, Mad Demon assured Roman that he had no regrets. To him, Roman's trust was enough to cement his loyalty for life. Meanwhile, Hans stood as another loyal servant of Roman Dimitri. Roman looked at Hans thoughtfully, remembering all the years they had spent together. He mentioned that Hans had been by his side longer than even his own father. Despite their different social statuses, Roman emphasized how much Hans meant to him. He wasn't just a servant. He was someone Roman cherished deeply for his loyalty and sincerity. In a heartfelt moment, Roman told Hans that he considered him one of his people, like family. He assured Hans that he deserved to accept the gifts given to him. Touched by Roman's words, Hans was overwhelmed with emotion. He felt deeply honored by Roman's recognition of his dedication and the special bond they shared. Roman warmly congratulated Hans on his granddaughter's birthday, showing how close their bond had become. A year later, at the Cairo branch of the Valhalla Temple, Willis was tending to flowers, feeling bored. He thought about everything that had happened since Roman Dimitri returned from the southern front line. The announcement of the ranking battles had shaken the entire Cairo kingdom. Rankers, who usually spent their time fighting among themselves, shifted their focus. For a whole year, they prepared for a showdown with Roman Dimitri. Although Roman had officially been ranked 100 after defeating Homos, his victory over Butler, the second strongest swordsman in the After Kingdom, proved his incredible strength. Roman's growing power made him a serious threat. He could challenge anyone ranked between 1 and 99, and his actions had the potential to drastically change the kingdom's ranking system, causing ripples across the region. One day, a member of the Valhalla Temple informed Willis that Roman had contacted the temple. Willis couldn't hide his excitement. To him, this news meant that the much-anticipated public ranking battles were about to begin. At the same time, in the central government palace, Maris Benedict was studying a document hinting at Roman's plans. Cairo's political situation was becoming more dangerous. Tower masters, including the Phoenix Tower Master of the Frank Kingdom, had mysteriously disappeared. Rumors spread that the Kronos Empire was accusing other nations of wrongdoing, stirring fears of a conquest across the continent. Smaller countries near Kronos grew anxious, knowing they might soon face war with the powerful empire. Benedict understood that Cairo needed strong leadership to withstand this looming threat. A weak ruler would leave the kingdom defenseless. Roman's rise added another layer of complexity. If he sided with the aristocrats, it could upset the current balance of power and provoke a strong response from the ruling authorities. Frustrated by the uncertainty, Benedict wondered if Roman had intentionally started his journey from the bottom ranks. Meanwhile, the arena for the public ranking battles buzzed with excitement. Willis stood ready to announce the start of the battle between Roman Dimitri, ranked 100, and Jaden, ranked 99. The crowd watched eagerly as the tense confrontation began to unfold. Jaden couldn't believe Roman, someone aiming to reach the top rank, would bother challenging a lower-ranked opponent like him. It didn't make sense to Jaden. If Roman was as skilled as everyone said, why waste time on weaker fighters? Standing face-to-face, Jaden studied Roman carefully. He had expected a battle-hardened warrior, but was surprised by Roman's youthful appearance. Rumors had claimed Roman was already planning for his next ranking battle, which made Jaden think of him as arrogant. As their match began, Jaden gave it his all. He focused his energy and launched a powerful attack straight at Roman. But to Jaden's shock, Roman easily dodged the strike and countered with a light touch that completely incapacitated him. The fight was over before Jaden could process what had happened. After the match, Willis confronted Roman. "Did you really need to fight someone like Jaden?" he asked, suggesting Roman should have started climbing the rankings by taking on stronger opponents in the top 30. Roman, however, was firm in his answer. While some called him a hero, others doubted his abilities. Roman wanted to prove himself by defeating every ranker, using only his skill, starting from the bottom. Willis couldn't help but smile. This was the Roman he wanted to see, the one who would surpass all expectations. The media had doubted Roman's ability to rise from rank 99 to the top, but his quick victory over the 98th ranker, Delhi, within just one day silenced those doubts. Willis officially declared Roman the new 98th ranker, and Roman immediately sought his next opponent. He defeated the 97th ranker with a single strike, leaving everyone amazed by his incredible skill. Despite starting at the bottom, Roman's opponents were no ordinary fighters. Each one was a strong 3-star ranker. Still, Roman defeated them with ease, taking less than 10 seconds for each match. News of his rapid ascent spread quickly, drawing attention from everyone who followed the rankings. In just 2 days, Roman had climbed to rank 91, shocking everyone with his speed and precision. Even the harshest critics were left speechless by his performance. Meanwhile, Jaden, the 99th ranker, woke up in confusion. His mind was foggy, and he struggled to make sense of his surroundings. A worker nearby approached and explained why Jaden felt so disoriented. They had underestimated Roman Dimitri and were defeated by him with just one devastating strike. It had been a full day since Jaden lost consciousness, and he was the only one who had woken up after facing Roman. As the reality of their defeat sank in, Jaden's mind raced with questions. How many opponents had Roman fought? How many had he beaten? The worker's response only increased Jaden's astonishment. Roman had defeated 5 rankers in just 1 day, including Jaden himself. The scale of Roman's achievement was staggering, leaving Jaden to consider the implications of such a feat. The worker's words broke through Jaden's bewilderment, forcing him to confront the weight of his recent defeat. When the worker explained that the other rankers had never been Roman's true opponents from the start, Jaden's mind spun as he tried to grasp the severity of the situation. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his body, leaving him feeling shattered. The worker delivered a harsh prognosis. Jaden would be incapacitated for at least a month due to the severe damage inflicted on his muscles by Roman's mysterious spell. Stunned and frustrated, Jaden struggled to process the aftermath of his encounter with Roman. He understood the urgency of stopping Roman's relentless march and issued a grave warning to his fellow rankers. Drawing from his own harrowing experience, Jaden described Roman's immense strength, which had left him defenseless with a single crushing blow. Facing Roman wasn't just about losing a fight. It meant risking life-altering injury. Meanwhile, Roman continued his rampage through the ranks. In just 1 week, he systematically defeated all opposition, eliminating opponents from rank 91 to 40 with frightening efficiency. With each victory, doubts and rumors about Roman's rise faded, as if they were being swept away by morning fog. Those ranked from 39th to 31st accepted their fate, recognizing the hopelessness of resisting Roman's unstoppable advance. When Fernando, the 30th ranker, accepted Roman's challenge, skepticism spread through the ranks. Ranker 32 warned Fernando to reconsider, cautioning him about the formidable opponent he was about to face. Many regarded Roman as a 5-star threat, far beyond the reach of all but the most elite rankers. However, Fernando remained resolute, unshaken by the warnings of his peers. Despite criticism for his decision, he stood firm, believing that facing Roman was a challenge worth taking. To Fernando, this wasn't a reckless act, but rather a test of his courage and determination. He refused to yield in the face of fear, convinced that surrendering to Roman's power would damage their collective image more than any defeat on the battlefield. Despite the doubts and warnings from his fellow rankers, Fernando stood strong, a symbol of unwavering determination in the face of uncertainty. As a ranker, he knew the risks of challenging someone as powerful as Roman Dimitri. However, he refused to back down, choosing instead to face the challenge head-on. For Fernando, the duel with Roman wasn't just about skill. It was a reflection of his unyielding spirit as a ranker. Fernando didn't care much for appearances. What mattered to him was the opportunity to test his abilities against a stronger opponent, a chance to improve where his natural talent fell short. As he stepped into the arena to face Roman, whispers spread through the crowd, speculating how long the match might last. Though Fernando excelled in basic combat, he often struggled against opponents rated 4-star or higher. With sheer determination, he had reached rank 30, but that was where his limits lay. In the heat of battle, Fernando feared that Roman might see him as nothing more than a pawn to be sacrificed. Yet, he hoped that Roman would offer him insights into combat, helping him grow further. When the duel began, Fernando charged at Roman with all his might, his aura shining brightly around him. But Roman easily dodged each of Fernando's attacks, moving gracefully with every strike. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Fernando tried a different tactic, gracefully swinging his sword sideways. Roman leaned back effortlessly, avoiding the blow. Undeterred, Fernando continued to push forward, aiming a decisive strike toward Roman's head. Again, Roman dodged, swiftly regaining his stance. Fernando's frustration grew. Was Roman mocking him? Did he consider Fernando unworthy of a real challenge? Fernando's pride stung, but he had long left behind his ego for the sake of improvement. Just when he thought he might give up, Roman began communicating with him telepathically, guiding him through the complexities of combat. Roman explained that, although regarded as a formidable 4-star warrior, his weakness lay in an unstable aura output. He warned Fernando that if he kept fighting in the same way, he would never advance. Roman revealed that traditional methods of stabilizing aura involved absorbing mana and channeling it along a specific pathway. This approach was common throughout the Cairo Kingdom and the Salamander continent, following a standard mana path system. However, Roman's insights left Fernando astonished. He had always believed there was only one mana path and was confused by Roman's revelations. Roman took a moment to explain the nuances of aura manipulation. He clarified that an aura surge happens when mana flows through its designated pathway, a principle all practitioners share. While everyone has different ways of developing their abilities, the process of building these paths stays the same, a universally recognized method. Fernando struggled with the idea of creating something new while staying true to an existing path. Roman asked him a thought-provoking question. Was it worth trying to forge a new path? Although Fernando didn't fully understand Roman's suggestion, he decided to take the journey with him. Unlike his peers, who were focused on reputation and honor, Fernando trusted Roman, even if doubts about Roman's intentions lingered. Encouraged by Roman's reassurance, Fernando began to focus on controlling his mana energy, which required concentration and precision. Roman assured him that with effort, a new path would emerge, a promising opportunity for his growth. As Fernando delved deeper into his mana, clarity started to take shape. Following Roman's guidance, he navigated through the complex currents of his aura, searching for the hidden pathway. With each moment, Fernando's connection to his mana grew stronger, setting the stage for a breakthrough that would change his journey. In a moment of realization, Fernando felt a subtle shift in his energy, a clear sign that he had successfully carved out a new path for his aura. The sense of accomplishment washed over him, filling him with newfound purpose. In that brief moment, Fernando fully understood Roman's wisdom and the power of his guidance. With a knowing smile, Roman ended their session. In one impressive strike, he brought Fernando to his knees, highlighting the vast difference in their abilities. The audience watched in awe, recognizing Fernando's role in showcasing Roman's incredible strength. Despite the defeat, Fernando remained undeterred, rising with determination as he called out to Roman, eager for more discussion. A sense of anticipation filled the air. Inside the waiting room, Fernando sought answers from Roman, eager to understand the source of his newfound insight. With patience and clarity, Roman explained the complexity of Fernando's aura, shedding light on the root of his struggle. He revealed that while Fernando had great potential, the instability of his aura's path had been holding him back. Fernando stood before Roman, overwhelmed with emotions. Roman's words had sparked a glimmer of hope within him, a small light in the uncertainty he felt. With honesty, Fernando confessed to Roman the conflicting feelings swirling inside him. Although Roman's words gave him some encouragement, Fernando couldn't shake off the lingering doubt, an unsettling fear that his own strength might not be enough to move forward. It was with this uncertainty that Fernando gathered his courage to ask Roman for help, seeking to learn the mysterious art of opening his aura pathway. Roman's response was calm yet firm. He acknowledged Fernando's request and assured him that teaching the technique wouldn't be a problem. However, Roman made it clear that he preferred deals that benefited both sides, hinting at a deeper understanding between them. Undeterred by Roman's condition, Fernando insisted on knowing the terms, driven by his unwavering determination to learn from the enigmatic swordsman. His plea wasn't born out of desperation, but from a sincere desire for growth and improvement. In that moment, Roman made a request that surprised Fernando. He asked Fernando to follow him and live for Roman's sake, a proposition that deeply resonated with Fernando's sense of purpose. To Fernando, Roman wasn't just a mentor, but a guiding light, showing him the way forward. Without hesitation, Fernando knelt before Roman, swearing his loyalty with a solemn vow that echoed in the chambers of their shared destiny. The scene shifts to a gathering of the aristocratic faction, where representatives from all four factions have come together. They discuss their concerns about Roman Dimitri's recent actions, recognizing the potential danger his actions could bring. Speculation begins about whether Roman might pose a serious threat to Count Nicholas. Benedict speaks up, advising caution and pointing out Roman's past victory over Butler. He highlights the vast difference in power, noting that Count Nicholas holds the powerful rank of 80 within the continent. Count Nicholas, a royal knight considered the strongest swordsman in Cairo, commanded both respect and fear. Yet, Roman's recent achievements had begun to shake the established hierarchy, suggesting a shift that threatened to disrupt the current balance of power. As the discussion continued, a nobleman dared to voice the unspoken question hanging in the air. What if Roman were to defeat Count Nicholas? Benedict responded quickly and decisively. He warned of the consequences such an outcome would bring, stressing Count Nicholas's crucial role in maintaining the power of the royal faction. To Benedict, Roman's victory would not only challenge the existing order, but also signal the rise of a new force that must be stopped at all costs. Faced with this uncertainty, Benedict laid out the clear choice they had to make. If Roman refused their offer, the aristocratic faction had already decided. Unanimously and resolutely, Roman's presence had become a threat that could no longer be ignored. Benedict's commanding voice cut through the tense atmosphere as he declared that Roman must be eliminated, regardless of the consequences. With urgency in his voice, he ordered all members of the aristocratic faction to secretly gather their family's troops within the capital. His plan was a deliberate move to trap Roman, no matter what actions he took next. Meanwhile, in the bustling arena, Roman had just won a fierce battle against Heron, the 10th-ranked fighter from the Kronos faction. The crowd roared with excitement. Roman's eyes scanned the audience, his voice sharp with a mix of frustration and determination. His sudden outburst caught everyone off guard. Roman expressed his disappointment, recounting how he had launched a public ranking battle a year ago, hoping the top-ranked warriors of Cairo would rise to the challenge. After defeating the powerful rank 10, Heron, Roman realized something shocking. He announced that Count Nicholas was the only opponent worthy of his skills. Determined, Roman declared that he would no longer participate in meaningless formalities. Instead, he vowed to face ranks N9 through 2 in the arena in just 3 days. With unwavering resolve, he promised to defeat every opponent, ultimately challenging Cairo's strongest swordsman. His words shook the city, sparking a frenzy of excitement and speculation. Among the gathered rankers, Bruno, ranked 9 from the Valhalla faction, decided to withdraw. He believed his skills were too similar to Heron's, and Roman would easily defeat him. However, Oscar, the second-ranked member of the aristocratic faction, strongly opposed this idea. He reminded Bruno of Roman's public criticism of Sir Geron's abilities and his bold statement to defeat all rankers from 9th to 1st on the same day. Oscar insisted that surrender was not an option. Giving up now would only invite ridicule from the public. That's why he had gathered all the rankers of Cairo to stand together against Roman's ambitious challenge. Urging unity, Oscar called for them to push Roman to his limits, determined to stop his plans at any cost. Loyal to Benedict, Oscar rallied the rankers, promising rewards for their support and vowing to confront Roman with everything they had to defend their honor. Inspired, the rankers united as one, ready to face Roman's challenge together. Oscar's confident smirk showed his readiness as he prepared to lead them into battle. In the arena, the united front of rankers from 9 to 2 energized the crowd, who cheered at their defiance of Roman's challenge. This display of unity left Roman momentarily sober, realizing that nobles stood strong together during crises. With time running out, Roman prepared for the upcoming clash, understanding that in Cairo, it was a matter of dominance. Either he dominated, or he would be dominated. When the battle began, Bruno, ranked 9th, stepped forward, expecting a long and difficult fight. However, Roman swiftly defeated him with a single strike, leaving Bruno and the crowd in shock. This pattern continued as each higher-ranked fighter fell one after another. With every victory, Roman's determination grew stronger. Oscar and his friends watched in disbelief as Roman's seemingly unstoppable skill crushed their hopes. With a stern expression, Roman singled out Oscar and ominously said, "Only one left." The scene shifts to the royal palace, where a soldier rushes in, looking urgent as he delivers a message to the king. With a mix of awe and worry, he announces Roman's incredible victory, detailing how Roman defeated rankers 9 through 2 in a single day. The soldier adds that this leaves the royal faction with no reason to stop Roman from challenging the #1 rank. Daniel looks troubled by this news. He thinks deeply about the implications of Roman's unstoppable rise and turns to Count Nicholas, the renowned swordsman of Cairo, for guidance in this uncertain time. Daniel worries that if Cairo's strongest swordsman falters now, he himself could become vulnerable to the schemes of the aristocracy. Nicholas, calm and confident, reassures Daniel and urges him to trust him once again. With a determined nod, Nicholas promises to show why he is known as Cairo's strongest swordsman. As Nicholas leaves the king's chamber, he is met by Bindner, a loyal companion, who appears concerned. Bindner asks how Nicholas is doing. In response, Nicholas seeks Bindner's opinion about Roman. Bindner describes Roman as a natural predator with an innate sense of purpose. Even before the world recognized his strength, Bindner warns Nicholas to be cautious, stressing the serious consequences if Nicholas fails to stop Roman's ambitions. With a firm resolve, Nicholas vows to protect the royal family from any threats, assuring Bindner that he will not fail in his duty. The next day arrives, and the arena is alive with excitement as Roman makes his way to the battleground, exuding determination. Across from him stands Nicholas, his stoic expression reflecting his unwavering resolve. His sword glistens in the sunlight as he prepares to face Roman and defend the honor of Cairo. In a strong voice, Nicholas declares himself as the strongest swordsman in Cairo, ready to show Roman the harsh realities of their world. Roman, unfazed, accepts the challenge, his gaze steady and fierce. As the fight begins, both warriors rush toward each other, their swords clashing with a powerful sound. Every strike is filled with force, captivating the audience with the intensity. Willis, watching from the sidelines, holds his breath, mesmerized by Roman and Nicholas' amazing display of skill. Excitement fills Willis as he watches two of the strongest swordsmen battle it out. Nicholas, known as the strongest swordsman in Cairo, respects Roman's unique fighting style. Roman, in turn, acknowledges Nicholas's impressive reputation. The crowd watches in awe as the two warriors move swiftly and precisely, their blades dancing in a blur. Nicholas makes a strong attack, his aura enhancing his sword, testing Roman's defenses. To everyone's surprise, Roman blocks the attack effortlessly. The sight of Cairo's top swordsman locked in battle keeps the audience spellbound, their eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Seeing an opening, Roman pushes forward with his aura-infused sword, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Nicholas. Though Nicholas deflects the blow, Roman's strength forces him back. Doubts begin to creep into Nicholas's mind as he struggles to match Roman's power. Meanwhile, Roman thrives on the intensity of the fight, his adrenaline fueling him to go beyond his limits. Each clash fuels his determination to push himself further. Nicholas understands the risk. If he fails, it could be disastrous for the royal family. In a critical moment, Nicholas charges forward with a slashing strike using his aura-enhanced sword. Roman, with lightning-fast reflexes, swiftly dodges the attack, leaping gracefully back to the arena floor. With his focus restored, Roman prepares to unleash his ultimate technique, demolition, surrounded by a radiant aura. Nicholas counters with a precise, devastating strike. Caught off guard, Roman reacts quickly, calling upon his mastery of swordsmanship. He uses the Heavenly Demon sword technique, honed through years of training. The clash of their energies causes a dazzling explosion, shaking the arena with chaos. When the dust clears, it's clear that Nicholas, once celebrated as Cairo's strongest swordsman, is now defeated and on his knees. Despite his shock, Nicholas refuses to give up, his determination unwavering. Rising to his feet, he urges Roman to continue the fight, his resolve unbroken. Roman, surprised by Nicholas's resilience, wonders why his opponent is pushing himself so hard. With a confident smile, Nicholas tells Roman that even if he were to fall, he is still the strongest swordsman in Cairo. His spirit cannot be broken. Roman watches Nicholas's unwavering determination and is deeply impressed by his character. Despite his admiration, Roman swiftly moves to defeat Nicholas with a decisive blow. He defeats the powerful swordsman who had long ruled over Cairo. The audience falls silent, stunned by the sudden end of Nicholas's reign. Willis, recognizing the significance of the moment, names Roman Dimitri as the new #1 swordsman in the Cairo kingdom. As Roman leaves the arena, Willis reflects on whether people had underestimated Roman Dimitri or if he had simply exceeded expectations. Willis acknowledges Roman as a formidable force that cannot be ignored. In the bustling streets of Cairo, Roman Dimitri walks alongside his soldiers, with the city's residents watching him with a mix of awe and respect. His presence is commanding, his figure unmistakably the strongest swordsman Cairo has ever known. Just as Roman is making his way through the crowd, Benedict, a notable figure himself, steps forward to confront him. Benedict's admiration for Roman's extraordinary skills is clear, especially after his recent victory over Count Nicholas, an event that sent shockwaves through Cairo's noble circles. Beneath his praise lies a subtle challenge, as Benedict's soldiers block Roman's path, signaling a serious conversation ahead. In a calm tone, Benedict begins to delve into Roman's past efforts. His words carry a hint of curiosity and scrutiny, reflecting on the year-long preparation Roman underwent, intense training and strategic planning that had puzzled many. Benedict suddenly realizes the reason. It was for the Dmitri family. His voice grows firm as he states that Roman's goal is to strengthen the Dmitri forces and secure their position in the shifting power dynamics of Cairo. With this revelation, Benedict asks Roman whether he will align with the aristocratic faction or choose a different path. Offering approval if Roman chooses the former, Benedict warns of potential costs if he diverges from the expected course. Benedict leaves the decision to Roman, urging him to reveal his choice. As Roman reflects on Benedict's words, a thoughtful silence fills the scene, leading to memories of his past life resurfacing. In a tense moment, Baek Jung-hyeok, Roman's older brother from his previous life and leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult, steps forward to confront Jung-hyeok, Roman's name in his former life. Their exchange holds great importance because Jung-hyeok's decision now will shape the future of their relationship. The choice is simple. Will Jung-hyeok pursue the lure of fame and wealth, joining his siblings alongside Jung-hyeok, or will he step forward as the rightful heir to lead the Heavenly Demon Divine cult, confronting Jung-hyeok directly? For Roman, the decision has always been difficult, choosing between duty and desire, between submission and defiance. Yet, as he stands at another crossroads, Roman finds clarity deep within himself, seeking what truly benefits his well-being. Roman ascends the staircase, wrestling with his inner conflict. As he reaches his brother, he speaks a heartfelt apology before raising his sword, a symbol of his resolve. With a heavy heart, he tells his older sibling that he cannot lead a life dictated by others' desires. Back in the present, Roman repeats those same words to Benedict, who looks at him with a mix of disbelief and disdain. To Benedict, Roman's decision might seem foolish. On the tense streets of Cairo, Benedict radiates confidence, believing he holds both power and justification in this unfolding drama. He dismisses Roman's strength, claiming it means nothing in their current situation. Benedict, backed by the central government's authority, accuses the Dmitri family, infamous for their relentless attacks, of causing internal conflict. With a commanding voice, Benedict orders his soldiers to arrest Roman Dimitri for a thorough investigation. The soldiers, following orders, move toward Roman. However, the situation takes an unexpected turn when Roman swiftly takes down one of the soldiers. Benedict watches in stunned silence as Roman's defiance plays out before him. Benedict questions if Roman is disobeying government orders and starting a rebellion. Roman, unwavering, clarifies that his opposition is directed solely at Benedict, not the king's overall authority. He asserts that it is Benedict who is truly rebelling against established order. Frustrated, Benedict declares that such arrogance will lead to the downfall of the Dmitri family. He argues that the central government, representing the king's will, holds the moral high ground. However, Roman is steadfast in his belief that the king will be the ultimate judge of their actions. The situation intensifies as Roman, sensing the need for decisive action, commands his allies Chris and Kevin to clear a path. The duo, loyal to Roman's cause, charge forward, taking down several soldiers in their way. Benedict watches, astonished, as this unexpected turn unfolds. Never in his wildest imagination did he expect Roman to openly confront the central government's troops in the crowded streets of Cairo. In a surprising turn of events, Benedict, along with his officials, decided to flee the scene, fearing the consequences. He ordered his remaining soldiers to attack Roman and promised generous rewards for anyone who could capture the defiant swordsman. As the central government soldiers closed in on Roman, he skillfully fought back, taking down their commander without hesitation. For Roman, this was the beginning of a necessary purge, an important moment where he would stand up against the perceived tyranny of Benedict and the central government. In the grand chambers of the Cairo Kingdom's imperial castle, urgency filled the air as a messenger burst in, breathless and wide-eyed, to deliver news to King Daniel. The bustling capital had become a battlefield, with Roman Dimitri at its center, delivering a one-sided massacre against the aristocratic faction. King Daniel was stunned by the news, his mind racing with the unsettling possibility of rebellion within his own kingdom. Reacting quickly to the growing threat, the Royal Knight Vice-Captain's voice rang out, commanding soldiers to mobilize all Royal Knights and Imperial security troops. Their main task, to strengthen the castle defenses and ensure the safety of their king. As the orders echoed through the grand halls, King Daniel couldn't help but reflect on the bitter reality of such chaos, wondering if it was inevitable for Cairo to be torn apart by internal conflict. Suddenly, a soldier approached King Daniel with surprising news. Roman Dimitri had requested an audience with the monarch. Taken aback by this unexpected development, King Daniel watched as Roman stepped forward. Roman offered a respectful greeting, but King Daniel quickly dismissed the formality, urging Roman to get straight to the point, eager to understand the situation. Roman painted a vivid picture of the confrontation. He explained how Benedict, with a powerful retinue, had tried to force him into aligning with the aristocratic faction after a public ranking battle. However, Roman, fiercely loyal only to the king of Cairo, firmly rejected Benedict's attempts. In a bold move, Roman proposed a deal to King Daniel. If the king gave his full support, naming Dmitri as Cairo's sword, Roman promised to eliminate the aristocratic faction and restore balance to the kingdom's divided power structure. As King Daniel listened in surprise, a hopeful thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Roman plans to remove the aristocratic faction in the king's best interest. Curious, King Daniel directly asked Roman about his true motives, wondering if Roman was seeking a deal with the monarch. In response, Roman shared his first-hand experience at the southern front line when the Hector kingdom invaded Cairo's borders. Despite having time to prepare, Cairo's defenses collapsed in a sudden attack. Roman attributed this failure to the kingdom's internal divisions, worsened by the existence of 4 conflicting factions fighting for control. If the power structure had been different, the occupation of the southern front might have been avoided entirely. Roman asked King Daniel if Cairo had experienced any changes over the past year, pointing out the chaotic political situation on the Salamander continent. He pushed further, questioning how long the king would continue to stand by passively. Roman believed that the key figure to unite Cairo was not Benedict, but the one who controlled the central government and effectively acted as the ruler. In Roman's view, that person should be King Daniel himself. Hearing this, thoughts raced. Could it be that Roman truly wanted to pledge loyalty to the king? The idea took root in Benedict's mind. Perhaps Roman's actions weren't driven by rebellion, but a genuine desire to serve the monarch. Roman reassured the king, acknowledging that King Daniel might see their actions as suspicious. However, Roman stressed that Dmitri had dedicated their lives to this cause with urgency. Roman urged the king to act on the opportunity that Dmitri had prepared before responding. King Daniel asked Roman what Dmitri sought in return for organizing this plan. Roman's answer shocked the king. He revealed his vision for the eastern region to become an independent territory, established as a duchy. Roman argued that Dmitri would remain loyal to Cairo, always remembering their origins. King Daniel wrestled with this bold request for Dmitri's independence, visibly surprised. However, Roman remained firm, urging the king to consider the greater good of Cairo. In difficult times, Roman believed sacrifices might be necessary to ensure the kingdom's prosperity and stability. As Roman spoke, King Daniel stood at a crossroads, reflecting on the best path forward for Cairo. The weight of responsibility bore heavily on his shoulders as he considered the impact of Roman's insights. Turning to Roman, King Daniel posed a hypothetical situation, asking about the possible outcomes if Denver and Gregory joined forces. Roman responded calmly and thoughtfully, showcasing his deep understanding of the geopolitical situation. He explained that Valhalla, the empire, was unlikely to mobilize quickly due to logistical challenges. Additionally, Kronos, currently engaged in conflicts to the south, had more urgent matters than Cairo. Roman's analysis struck a chord with King Daniel, who saw the complexity of the situation. Addressing Roman directly, the king commented on Roman's ambitious plans to face multiple enemies within a short time frame. He voiced concerns about the unintended consequences of eliminating several adversaries at once, worried that such actions could create new challenges for Cairo. It was a serious reminder of how fragile the balance of power was in the kingdom. However, Roman stayed firm in his belief that bold action was needed to ensure Cairo's future. With a serious look on his face, he told the king that while risks were unavoidable, they must be tackled head-on to achieve stability and prosperity. King Daniel was impressed by Roman's sharp thinking and couldn't help but smile, acknowledging the young warrior's wisdom. Yet his moment of admiration didn't last long, as Royal Knight Vice Captain Simon spoke up, opposing Roman's plan. Simon raised doubts, accusing the Dmitri, including Roman, of trying to take advantage of the situation for personal gain under the guise of doing what was right. Roman responded to Simon's concerns with determination, challenging him to consider other options. He highlighted the wrongdoings of the aristocratic faction and stressed that the Dmitri were willing to face these issues, seeking only fair recognition for their sacrifices. Roman argued that even if they were given ducal status, the Dmitri's fate would always be connected to Cairo's, as they had deep roots in the kingdom. Simon's frustration was clear, but Roman remained steadfast in his pursuit of justice and stability. He dismissed any idea of rebellion, standing firm in the complex web of power. Roman and the Dmitri were drawing clear lines, pushing King Daniel to confront the turbulent reality within his realm. As Royal Knight Vice Captain Simon continued to voice concerns about the Dmitri's motives, King Daniel felt torn between recognizing Simon's valid points and the growing awareness that his own inability to control the fate of his kingdom was leaving him powerless. King Daniel began to see that the Dmitri, especially Roman, had become an unstoppable force outside the influence of the Cairo imperial family. This realization forced the king to make a crucial decision: accept the current state of affairs or take bold steps to redefine Cairo's future. In a moment of clarity, King Daniel considered the different factions vying for power. He compared the honest intentions of the Dmitri with the manipulative schemes of other groups. The transparency of Roman and the Dmitri's goals resonated with the king, and in a solemn decision, King Daniel declared his support. He vowed to honor the legacy of the Cairo imperial family by granting the eastern region, including the Dmitri territory, the status of a dukedom. Baron Dmitri would be elevated to the rank of duke, marking a significant shift in the kingdom's dynamics. With a serious expression, King Daniel ordered Roman to ensure justice by punishing Benedict, the man responsible for chaos within Cairo. This decision highlighted the seriousness of the situation and the king's desire to restore order. As the scene shifts to the pro-Valhalla faction, Denver reflects on the fierce actions of Roman and the Dmitri. With Roman's bold attack on Benedict in the heart of Cairo, Denver sees a relentless battle looming between the Dmitri family and the aristocratic faction, each determined to win at any cost. Denver guesses that Roman's next stop is the Imperial Palace, where he likely seeks the king's support for his fight against the aristocratic faction. Denver envisions a massive clash between the royal faction and a united force of Dmitri and the aristocrats. Seeing an opportunity, Valhalla plans to use the chaos to its advantage, hoping to shift the power balance in their favor. Suddenly, a soldier bursts into Denver's presence, signaling trouble. Denver quickly asks what the issue is. The soldier grimly reports that Roman Dimitri has led a forceful attack on the Valhalla mansion. Just then, Roman steps into the room, slamming the soldier onto the floor as he enters. With a commanding tone, Roman orders Denver to accept the imperial directives. Denver is surprised by Roman's sudden appearance at the Valhalla headquarters, especially considering the conflict happening at the aristocratic faction's location. He struggles to compose himself in the face of this unexpected event. Denver questions the validity of Roman's mention of imperial orders. Roman, unfazed, accuses Denver of collaborating with Valhalla, claiming Denver stole important Cairo secrets. According to Roman, the king of Cairo has commanded him to capture Denver for these alleged crimes. With a piercing gaze, Roman delivers a stern warning. He says that any attempt by Denver to deceive or manipulate the situation will lead to Denver being labeled an accomplice to the rebellion. In that case, Roman declares his duty to carry out Denver's immediate execution. Frustration and disbelief flood Denver as he fiercely denies the charges of rebellion. He warns Roman, asking if he truly understands the consequences of his actions, knowing that Valhalla will undoubtedly retaliate. Roman coldly warns Denver to choose his words carefully. Drawing his sword, Roman commands Denver to lower his voice, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Roman insists that Denver doesn't realize the full extent of his predicament. He asserts that this conflict goes beyond just suppressing the aristocratic faction. Roman vows to eliminate all traitors aligned with Valhalla and Kronos. Stunned by Roman's resolve, Denver is left speechless. Meanwhile, in the Kronos faction, Gregory is having a heated conversation with Simon, a key figure in the royal faction. Gregory warns Simon of the consequences the royal faction could face, hinting at potential retaliation from the powerful Kronos Empire. He emphasizes the danger of provoking the Empire, whose expansionist goals threaten Cairo's stability. Simon understood Gregory's concerns and approached him carefully, recognizing the strong influence of Kronos, solidified by the king's decree shaping Cairo's future. There was no way back now. As their eyes met, Gregory began to grasp the weight of the moment. Before he could fully absorb it, Simon pushed him forcefully to the ground. Showing his authority, Simon vowed to confront any threat from Kronos that crossed Cairo's borders. His words echoed Roman Dimitri's earlier thoughts, highlighting the royal faction's determination to eliminate any opposition. The scene shifted to the Benedict territory, where Mark Benedict was frustrated to learn of Dimitri's loyalty to the king. Although he had expected the central government to attempt a power grab, the sudden turn caught him off guard. Benedict believed that by uniting most of the aristocratic faction's forces, he could easily take control of Cairo. He acknowledged Roman's strength, recognizing him as the most powerful swordsman after defeating Count Nicholas. However, Benedict knew that luck did not always favor him. Determined, Benedict ordered his subordinate to gather all members of the aristocratic faction and mobilize their forces toward the capital. Yet his plans faced a setback when a soldier reported that Fabius had rejected his call to arms. Furious, Benedict used magic to communicate with Count Fabius, questioning his sanity for disobeying orders and avoiding the scheduled meeting. However, Fabius stood firm, refusing to blindly follow Benedict. He expressed confidence in Roman Dimitri's ability to triumph in the upcoming conflict, signaling a shift in his allegiance. Despite Benedict's warnings of regret, Fabius remained resolute, convinced he had made the right choice. Fabius' confession marked a turning point, as he admitted his past betrayal. Though his days with Benedict were numbered, he chose to stand by Roman's side, ready to support him in any way possible. With urgency, Fabius reminded Benedict of the rumors about Roman's kindness to the people. He stressed that Benedict, as the leader of the aristocratic faction, seemed blind to the reality, their imminent downfall. Benedict grew increasingly frustrated by this harsh truth. Meanwhile, Marquis Valentino's support for Roman Dimitri indicated a shift in the political landscape, with neutral forces beginning to align with Roman. The balance of power in Cairo was shifting dramatically. Dmitri, an ally of the Valentino family, had bribed all the mercenaries in Cairo in response to the actions of the neutral forces led by Marquis Valentino. Because of this, dealing with the aristocratic faction has become much more difficult for soldiers. The scene moves to a meeting hall where King Daniel, Roman, and other leaders gather to plan their next steps. Roman tells the group that Count Fabius from the aristocratic faction, along with other families under his command, has chosen to support Roman's side. King Daniel reflects that if he hadn't accepted Dimitri's offer, the aristocrats would have likely succeeded in their coup attempt. He acknowledges that Roman and Dmitri are the key figures driving this war. Roman points to a map, explaining that if the aristocrats had safely gathered their forces, they would have advanced toward the capital. However, due to the current situation, they will be forced to defend. With all factions mobilized, Roman sees a chance for the royal faction to defeat the rebels decisively. King Daniel promises full support for Roman, stating that Roman's orders will be treated as the king's. Roman humbly accepts his role as commander-in-chief for this war. The scene shifts to Benedict's castle, where the remaining members of the aristocratic faction have gathered. Benedict informs them that the royal troops are likely to invade their lands within a week. They must secure the gates, prepare for defense, and wait for the chance to strike back. One member notes the surprising shift of Marquis Valentino from a strict neutral stance to supporting Roman Dimitri. The group discusses their chances of winning the war, with some expressing doubt, while others argue they must seize the opportunity. The faction finds itself in a precarious position, unable to fully use half of its combat power. Concerned members suggest reaching out to potential allies from the supporters of Kronos and Valhalla. One member, with yellow hair, points out that leaders from both factions have been captured, hinting that offering favorable terms could sway them to Benedict's side. Benedict, the faction's leader, approves the plan, showing his steely resolve. However, before proceeding, Benedict asks for more details about the timeline for securing this crucial support. Turning to the red-haired member, known for his careful planning, Benedict inquires about the feasibility of the plan. The red-haired member estimates it will take at least 2 weeks to gather and convince the necessary allies. Benedict nods thoughtfully, acknowledging the difficulty ahead. With confidence in the red-haired member's ability, he assigns the task to him, ready for execution. As the discussion continues, Benedict reminds everyone of the faction's long-standing preparations for conflict with the royal faction. Despite the sudden war, Benedict radiates determination, asserting their rightful claim to seize control of Cairo's power. His words inspire renewed confidence among the members. With Benedict's leadership, they stand prepared to face any challenge that comes their way. In a hidden chamber within the royal territory, Count Nicholas woke up from unconsciousness. As he regained his senses, he checked his injuries and was relieved to find they were mostly external and not life-threatening. Memories of his recent encounter with Roman Dimitri, the mysterious figure at the center of the conflict, filled his mind. He recalled Roman's surprising restraint and his promise of loyalty to Cairo. Nicholas wondered about Roman's true motives. Before he could think more, Simon, a loyal ally, rushed into the room with a mix of relief and concern on his face. After the situation settled, Count Nicholas asked Simon to share what happened while he was unconscious. Simon explained that the royal faction was preparing to send troops to the front lines, with Roman Dimitri appointed as their commander. Additionally, there were plans within the royal faction to launch an attack on Benedict's faction. Hearing this, Count Nicholas quickly told Simon to take him to where the troops were gathering, knowing he needed to be there. The scene shifted from the grand halls of the royal palace to the busy area outside, where soldiers had gathered. At the center was Roman, confidently walking toward a stage as the tension in the air grew. Nicholas, a figure of authority, handed Roman a sword. This gesture symbolized Roman's new role as the commander of the royal faction's forces. In that moment, a bond was formed as if the military leader personally entrusted Roman with the power to lead. Roman, during this symbolic act, felt a deep sense of trust in Nicholas and the king. Despite the chaos in Cairo's government, Roman saw their sincerity as unwavering. The sword became more than a weapon. It symbolized loyalty and resilience, a reminder that some values endure even in times of turmoil. Holding the sword, Roman turned toward the gathered soldiers. With determination, he spoke of the hardships Cairo had faced. His voice, steady and firm, declared it was time to make things right, to punish those who had disrupted the peace. The sword became a symbol of both authority and justice, a tool to restore balance in a city filled with unrest. Roman acknowledged the pain suffered by the people and the irreparable loss of loved ones. Though the pain could not be erased, he promised that through their collective efforts, they could work toward a future free from such suffering. The promise of retribution brought a glimmer of hope to the troubled city. Despite the chaos, Roman saw a sincere determination in Nicholas and the king. As he raised the sword and addressed the soldiers with authority, he declared his place would be at the forefront of the battlefield. With a heartfelt plea, he urged the soldiers to trust him as their leader and to fight together for a better future. Roman says that by working together with a shared goal, they will taste victory in the near future. A visual signal marks the start of a new chapter. The soldiers respond passionately, chanting Roman's name in unison, expressing their loyalty and readiness. In this moment, Roman shifts from being an individual to a symbol, an inspiring figure for those fighting for justice and order. The story then moves forward as Roman, now in command, leads the forces toward the palace of the aristocratic faction. His positioning, with flare weapons on both sides, demonstrates his strategic planning. The soldiers, under his leadership, are given a critical mission. Roman stresses the need for speed in this war, advising against building defenses and opting for a swift, decisive attack. He warns that the more time they give the aristocratic faction, the more options they will have. Here, strategy takes priority over brute force, positioning Roman as a leader with a clear vision. On the opposing side, Cameron, commander of the aristocratic forces, anticipates the royal force's use of flare weapons. He spots a possible threat, a magic shield surrounding Maris Benedict's castle. This shield is powerful, capable of withstanding flare bombs and regenerating strength with mana stones, posing a significant obstacle to the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Cameron notices a group of people in red cloaks near the flare weapons. Their presence adds to his confusion and concern, leaving him unsure of their intentions and role in the conflict. On Roman's side, these mysterious figures are revealed to be mages from the Phoenix Magic Tower, preparing for their part in the siege. Roman acknowledges the advantage of having such powerful allies as they anticipate the clash with the aristocratic faction. Roman secured the Phoenix Tower's help, recognizing their importance in the battle. Felix, the leader of the Phoenix Magic Tower, gathers his disciples and reminds them of the chance to repay Roman for his past kindness. With determination, Felix vows to show the strength of the Phoenix Tower, which is ranked 13th among all magic towers on the continent. The mages from the Phoenix Tower, working together, channel their magical energy into the flare weapons, boosting their power beyond normal limits. The royal forces fire the enhanced flare weapon at Benedict's castle, causing a deafening explosion as it strikes the shield. Cameron watches in astonishment as the protective barrier begins to crack under the relentless assault. His forces are filled with urgency, realizing the unexpected outcome of the battle. A soldier rushes in with urgent news. The strength of the protective circle is quickly weakening. It becomes clear that without immediate help, the aristocratic forces will soon fall to the enemy's relentless attacks. Cameron feels frustrated, trying to understand why the usually neutral mages from the Phoenix Tower have chosen to side with Roman. Desperate to strengthen their defenses, Cameron orders the activation of emergency measures. Mana stones are thrown into the magic circle, reinforcing it to withstand the constant assault. Every effort is made to protect their position and maintain their fading defense. The unexpected alliance between the Phoenix Tower and Roman's forces creates a serious challenge, one that Cameron is determined to overcome no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Simon, a bystander caught in the chaos, is shocked by the sudden appearance of an army of magicians. Chris, another observer, explains to Simon that the Phoenix Magic Tower has recently been established on Dimitri's lands. Simon is surprised by this, wondering how a magic tower known for its neutrality could get involved in the conflict. The presence of the Phoenix Tower deep within Dimitri's territory raises troubling questions about their allegiance. Simon struggles to grasp the implications of this new development, thinking about the motives behind the Phoenix Tower's involvement. Chris explains how the mages of the Phoenix Magic Tower pledge their loyalty to the Dmitri family. This loyalty, Chris says, stems from Dimitri's decision to act as Cairo's sword, prompting the Phoenix Tower to align themselves. As Simon watches the mages carefully preparing the flare weapon for a second strike with their amplification spells, he reflects on the deeper meaning of this revelation. The Phoenix Tower, an organization widely respected across the continent, aligning itself with a noble family signals a significant shift in the political landscape. Simon is overwhelmed by questions about Roman, Dmitri, and the mysterious figure at the center of these alliances, wondering just how far his influence reaches. Meanwhile, the story shifts to Roman's perspective, where he considers the growing strength of the Dmitri family. Roman believes King Daniel's decision to ally with Dmitri is a brilliant move, ensuring victory in the current battle. With a determined look, Roman gives orders to his soldiers, urging them to push forward and overcome any obstacle as the flare weapon is prepared for another strike. Roman's confident gaze shows his unwavering belief in the righteousness of their cause. As the sun sets over the battlefield, soldiers from both sides seek a moment of rest. Their tired bodies long for peace after the chaos of war. Meanwhile, deep within Benedict Castle, Benedict, the leader of the aristocratic faction, gathers with his allies to discuss their situation. In the dimly lit chambers, Benedict's worried expression shows his concern as he asks his fellow aristocrats if they can endure the continuous attacks from the royal faction. A heavy silence falls as one member grimly informs Benedict that if the attacks keep up, their faction could fall in just 10 days. Benedict's face darkens as he faces the harsh reality of their situation. Is this all they have? Is this all they can do? He asks, turning to Viscount Owen, a yellow-haired member of their group. Benedict seeks information on the whereabouts and state of Baron Winston, a key leader in their resistance. The yellow-haired member solemnly reports that their forces have reached the entrance of the northeastern region. Benedict asks for more details, his gaze intense as he inquires about the chance of success against Dimitri's strategy. The yellow-haired member confidently says that Baron Winston, a skilled commander, will lead them to victory. He predicts a swift win within 3 days once Winston assesses Dimitri's forces. Benedict announces his plans to hand over all his authority and power to Baron Winston. He believes their victory depends on Winston's command and is determined to make it happen. The scene shifts to Baron Winston's camp, where tension and anticipation fill the air. A soldier approaches Winston with information from a map. Looking closely, Winston discovers that Count Adelian's estate, a critical strategic location, is nearby. The soldier also shares that the estate is about 10 days' march away, based on intelligence from their main forces. If they directly aim for Dimitri's stronghold, time will be very tight. Winston thinks deeply about the situation, realizing that starting a feudal conflict would worsen their already fragile position. Instead, he decides on a careful strategy, aiming to avoid unnecessary battles to save resources and increase their chances of success. As night falls, Winston plans a route through 3 key territories: Adelian, Rala, and Conrad. These areas are different from the northeastern regions, where Dimitri's influence is strong. Unlike those loyal to Dmitri, these territories became part of the aristocratic faction during the Northern Battle, but their loyalty is still uncertain. Adelian, a lively trade hub, usually avoids political conflicts and stays neutral. However, Baron Rala and Viscount Conrad hold grudges against Dimitri's family, making the situation even more complicated. To handle this delicate matter, Winston orders his soldiers to contact the lords of these regions. Their mission is clear: offer the aristocratic faction support in exchange for the lords' cooperation, promising fair rewards for their loyalty. Winston hopes to win their support quickly. Soon, good news arrives. All 3 territories agree to the proposal, marking a big diplomatic win for Winston and his faction. Under the cover of darkness, Winston and his forces move through the dense forests in these territories. Among the soldiers, a red-haired man voices his doubts, questioning if the lords might be tricking them and setting up a trap for Dimitri's forces. But Winston remains calm and confident. Even if it is a trap, he explains, Dimitri's best troops are busy dealing with Marquis Benedict's siege. Only a few border outlaws are left to oppose them, and they are no match for Winston's elite soldiers. Winston's strategic thinking becomes clear as he explains their advantage. Surrounded by open land, they can quickly stop any rebellion in the northeast if it happens. The soldiers begin to trust Winston more, impressed by his calm confidence and sharp plans. However, their peaceful march is interrupted when Dimitri's forces suddenly appear, as if out of nowhere, demanding their surrender. Jonathan, one of Dimitri's men, accuses Marquis Benedict and Winston of treason, warning them of severe consequences if they refuse to give up. But Winston quickly denies the accusation, firmly stating that Marquis Benedict is no traitor. In the tense moment before a fight breaks out, Winston offers Jonathan a deal. He says that if Dimitri's forces let them pass safely, Marquis Benedict will show kindness and welcome them. But Winston warns that any attack will be met with immediate and decisive retaliation. As he prepares his aura sword for battle, Jonathan turns to Mr. Knox, a fifth circle magician known for his incredible skills from the Phoenix Magic Tower. Knox unleashes a powerful fire cannon blast that wipes out a dozen soldiers in one shot. Energized by their initial success, Jonathan commands Dimitri's soldiers to attack, and they quickly overpower Winston's forces. Baron Winston, stunned, realizes he has never faced such a strong enemy on the Western Front. Jonathan, using his deadly Asura sword technique, strikes with precision. With one powerful blow, Baron Winston falls, defeated by the overwhelming force of his opponent. A few days later, Marquis Benedict's castle is in ruins due to relentless attacks from flare weapons. The castle's protective shield is destroyed, and its walls are close to collapsing, causing fear among the defenders. Desperate for updates, Benedict asks a soldier about their situation. The soldier delivers grim news. Their defenses are nearly gone, and the aristocratic faction is on the edge of defeat. Benedict also asks about Baron Winston and his forces, only to learn the devastating truth. Winston's army was destroyed during their attack on Dmitri, and Winston himself died in battle. This news shocks Benedict's faction, filling them with despair. Without Winston's support, they start to believe their cause is lost. The thought of the castle falling to the enemy weighs heavily on them, leaving their future uncertain. Amid the chaos, a green-haired member of the faction hesitantly suggests surrender. They argue that with no communication from allies, their crumbling defenses, and the Imperial faction's strength, surrender might be their only hope. But a brown-haired member strongly opposes giving up without a fight. After Roman Dimitri's decisive victory and the aristocratic faction's defeat, the brown-haired member makes a bold suggestion to Marquis Benedict. He advises that it's time to shift their allegiance, not just to another faction, but to the Empire itself. Confused, Benedict asks for an explanation. The brown-haired member points out the harsh truth. The battle is lost, and their best chance of survival is to join the Empire, even if it means becoming a colony under their rule. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Benedict immediately orders contact with Kronos and prepares to handle the negotiations himself. Shortly after, Baron Charlton from the powerful Kronos Empire joins a magic call to discuss Benedict's proposal. However, he reveals that Kronos now works with Gregory, not Benedict, and questions Benedict's motives for seeking Kronos' support. Unmoved, Benedict explains the dire situation in Cairo. He describes the chaos caused by the royal family, the imprisonment of Gregory and his supporters. Benedict argues that joining forces with Kronos will stabilize the empire and serve both their interests. Impressed by this, Charlton agrees to support the central government. In a quick turn of events, Benedict urges Kronos to attack Cairo's vulnerable western front. Charlton agrees readily. Within just 12 hours, 3 front lines in the western front of Cairo were breached, with 2 falling to the enemy. Meanwhile, Benedict communicates with King Daniel through a magical call. With curiosity, Benedict asks if the king is pleased with the gift they offered. However, his hopes are dashed when King Daniel responds with frustration and confusion. The king demands to know why Benedict has involved the empire in the kingdom's affairs, expressing concerns over the potential consequences. Undeterred, Benedict calmly explains that he had no choice but to act decisively to protect his faction during this turmoil. He challenges King Daniel to think about their situation and make a firm decision about their future. Faced with a crucial decision that could change Cairo's fate, Benedict presents King Daniel with 2 choices: abandon Cairo and remove Benedict himself, or defend the kingdom by sending forces to support the Western Front. As the decision weighs heavily on the king, Benedict urges him to choose wisely. Confident that King Daniel, as a wise ruler, will make the right choice for the kingdom, he leaves the king to reflect on the matter. King Daniel is left stunned, grappling with the seriousness of the situation and the great responsibility resting on him. In the quiet halls of the royal palace, King Daniel confronts a truth sharper than any sword.
Marquis Benedict, once a man Daniel fondly called uncle, was now the driving force behind Cairo's downfall. The once peaceful kingdom was on the brink of collapse, and Daniel knew drastic actions were needed to save what was left. After much thought, he decided to shift his strategy. Instead of focusing on attacking Benedict's castle and the aristocratic faction, Daniel chose to prioritize defending the Western Front. It was a risky move, but one he believed could secure the kingdom's future. Still, he couldn't ignore his fear that this decision might strengthen the aristocrats, giving them more opportunities to work with Kronos, the powerful and threatening empire lurking in the background. In a heartfelt conversation, King Daniel confided in Simon. He explained his plan to appear weak and incapable as a ruler, hoping to deceive his enemies, yet he was firm in his determination not to go down in history as a traitor to his kingdom. Daniel urged Simon to act quickly and contact Roman Dimitri without delay, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. When Daniel spoke with Roman Dimitri through a magical communication spell, he revealed alarming news. Marquis Benedict had formed an alliance with the mighty Kronos Empire. The Western Front was in critical condition. The second line of defense had fallen, and the third was on the verge of collapse. Even though dismantling the aristocratic faction was crucial, Daniel hesitated to give too much power to Kronos' army, fearing it would come at a great cost to his kingdom. Seeking advice, Daniel shared his concerns with Roman, caught between conflicting priorities. Roman, experienced and practical, warned Daniel about the dangers of hesitation. He told him that failing to act decisively would lead to regret, as the rebellion needed to be crushed swiftly. But Daniel's mind remained focused on the growing threat in the West, a force that could destroy the entire kingdom. The burden of leadership weighed heavily on him, as he wrestled with the difficult choices he had to make. Roman, always sharp and understanding, reminded Daniel of their shared mission to purify the kingdom, no matter who stood in their way. He made it clear that allowing their enemies to go unpunished would only result in greater sacrifices in the future. Roman challenged Daniel to face the truth. Leadership during dark times required hard decisions and painful sacrifices. In a quiet moment, Roman reflected on whether Daniel, born during a time of peace, could truly become the king Cairo needed in this era of turmoil. He saw Daniel struggling to accept the harsh realities of ruling in such dangerous times. Standing in the dimly lit palace chambers, Roman shared the dire state of the Western Front with Daniel, urging him to act before it was too late. Unlike the earlier defensive lines, the Third Company was strong and well prepared. However, Kronos, rushing to get ready for the battle, couldn't gather all their forces in time. Roman reassured King Daniel, showing confidence in their commander's skills. Roman also proposed a plan. If the Western soldiers could hold the line for a short while, he promised to take down Marquis Benedict's faction within 3 days. Determined, Roman vowed to head to the Western Front and stop the Kronos Empire's advances. Daniel, feeling the weight of his choices, agreed to Roman's plan. He promised to defend their position for 3 hard days, no matter the cost. He urged Roman to act quickly and end any rebellion, showing his firm resolve to maintain order even in chaos. With a heavy heart, Daniel prepared himself for the sacrifices ahead, knowing the fate of Cairo depended on their success. As night fell, Roman acted swiftly. He moved his troops under the cover of darkness, using the element of surprise to their advantage. They carefully took positions and caught Marquis Benedict's forces off guard. Roman's men cut off the escape routes from Benedict's castle, trapping the enemy inside while they slept. Unaware of the danger closing in, Roman's forces waited patiently for the magical shield protecting Benedict's fortress to weaken. Each passing moment was tense as they prepared for the decisive strike when the enemy's defenses would fail. At sunrise, Roman addressed his soldiers with a calm, firm voice. He told them the shield around Benedict's castle would soon collapse, and the time for their final attack was near. But just as they prepared for battle, something unexpected happened. Count Fabius, once part of the aristocratic faction, stepped forward. His presence was a reminder of how war could change loyalties. In a moment of redemption, Fabius admitted he had once disobeyed Benedict's orders and chosen to support Roman instead. Now he asked for the chance to lead the charge, not for fame, but to prove his loyalty. Roman was surprised by Fabius's change of heart. Seeing Fabius, he was reminded of someone from his distant past, a blood demon whose devotion never wavered even as time wore them down. These memories stirred something in Roman as he prepared for the battle ahead. The mysterious man, driven by an endless hunger for power, had gone through many changes before rising to a position of authority. Yet beneath his strong exterior was the heart of an odd old soul, untouched by time. In the heat of battle, the blood demon fought fiercely until the very end. Standing side by side with the ultimate victor, Jung-hyeok, his story was one of resilience and bravery, carved into the history of war. Meanwhile, Roman focused on Fabius, urging him to be genuine. He told Fabius there was no need to pretend and promised to forgive his past wrongs if he could prove himself in the upcoming war. In the midst of the chaos, Roman made a powerful gesture by pointing out Fabius among the warriors on the front lines. He declared Fabius as the traitor of the aristocratic faction. But Fabius, undeterred, showed a fiery determination in his eyes and swore to give his life for Roman Dimitri. This moment was a powerful declaration of loyalty and dedication in the face of a coming storm. As a new day began, word spread that the mighty Kronos Empire had pledged their support to the soldiers and the aristocratic faction. The news lifted their spirits like a strong wind under their wings, filling them with pride and hope. During this time, Felix stood alone in front of Benedict's massive castle, reflecting on the trust and faith Lord Roman had placed in him. Determined to repay this debt, Felix decided to use the secret weapon of the Phoenix magical tower. Calling on a spell called Combustion, he summoned a majestic dragon that appeared above him. The soldiers of the aristocratic faction were left stunned and confused as they watched Felix's mysterious actions. Unleashing the full power of the spell, Felix rained fire down on Benedict's castle. The once impenetrable magical shield shattered under the relentless attack, spreading shock and fear among the enemy. Chaos broke out as soldiers desperately tried to escape the blazing destruction. The castle walls, which had stood strong and proud, crumbled under the fiery assault. Amid this pandemonium, Count Fabius led his troops through the breached walls of the fortress. He leapt into the battle, showing incredible skill and agility as he defeated countless enemies. Using an acceleration spell, Fabius moved with unmatched speed, taking down foes faster than anyone could react. While others sought safety, he embraced the most dangerous tasks, proving his courage and strength in a way few others could. The gamble paid off. Fabius, risking his life and enduring great danger, proved his loyalty and value to Roman on the battlefield. After fulfilling his key role, Count Fabius took a moment to reflect on his actions. He realized it was now Roman Dimitri's turn to take charge and make his decisive move. Roman boldly entered Benedict's castle where the aristocratic soldiers sounded the alarm. They called him the feared Demon of Cairo and prepared to stop him at any cost. But Roman simply smirked, oddly proud of the nickname. With swift and precise moves he easily defeated his enemies, leaving a trail of fallen soldiers behind him. Elsewhere, a soldier used a secret magical communication device to report grim news to the faction leaders. The castle walls had been breached, the defensive shield was gone, and Roman's forces had crushed the soldiers sent by each noble family. Before the soldier could finish, Roman took control of the communication device. Speaking with cold determination, Roman addressed the gathered traitors. His voice was filled with contempt as he promised them certain death. He made it clear there would be no mercy. Roman vowed that their betrayal would be punished. Not just for them, but for their descendants as well. Even if they begged for forgiveness, they would face his full wrath. Marquis Benedict, shocked and speechless, listened to Roman's chilling warning. Roman promised they would meet soon, and left Benedict to dwell on the looming confrontation. 10 years earlier, a crucial conversation had taken place in Cairo between King Daniel's father and Marquis Benedict. The king, aware of the growing threat from the empire, begged Benedict to consider the sacrifices of those fighting against imperial forces. However, Benedict, frustrated by what he saw as the king's ineptitude, believed Cairo's failure to act decisively had allowed pro-imperial factions aligned with Valhalla and Kronos to grow stronger and take control of the city bit by bit. At the funeral of the queen, Benedict's sister, Benedict reflected deeply. He wondered if Cairo could survive under the leadership of such an ineffective king. This doubt planted a seed of dissatisfaction in Benedict's mind. He began sharing his distrust of the royal family with other nobles. Many of them felt the same way, and together they formed an alliance, giving birth to the aristocratic faction. The faction started as a group dissatisfied with the monarchy, but over time their goals changed. Marquis Benedict, one of the leaders, began dreaming of taking the throne for himself. He secretly worked on plans to seize power, but everything fell apart when Roman Dimitri spoke ominous words to him through magical communication. Those words left Benedict in a panic, as he realized Roman had completely ruined his carefully crafted plans to take over Cairo. Benedict felt the weight of impending doom, knowing his life was at risk if he didn't act quickly. Driven by fear, Benedict gathered the remaining members of the aristocratic faction and told them to scatter and hide. He also begged the Kronos Empire for help. The faction, once united, now broke apart in chaos, with everyone fleeing for safety. But as they ran, Kevin, one of Roman's skilled soldiers, appeared like a shadow of doom. He blocked their escape at the gates, defeating the guards who were supposed to protect the faction's retreat. Benedict, desperate to turn things around, ordered his soldiers to attack Kevin. But Kevin was too strong, defeating them all with one powerful move. The sight left Benedict and his ally, Mark, stunned. Realizing resistance was pointless, Benedict abandoned the fight and ran, sprinting down a corridor in a desperate attempt to save himself. As the chase continued, Chris, another of Roman's soldiers, suddenly stepped out of the shadows and confronted Benedict head-on. Chris quickly defeated the soldiers trying to protect Benedict, leaving him defenseless. Terrified, Benedict turned and ran faster, his only thought now being survival. Vengeance flickered in the back of his mind, but it was a thought for later. Right now he had to escape. While running, Benedict spotted the entrance to a hidden cave. Without hesitation he dashed inside, hoping to find safety in its shadows. Meanwhile, royal soldiers spilled out of the castle, determined to track him down. For now, Benedict had found temporary refuge. But the hunt for him wasn't over. In the hidden sanctuary, Benedict sat deep in thought, unable to shake the bitter truth that everything had fallen apart because of Roman Dimitri. The throne of Cairo, once within reach, now felt like a distant dream overshadowed by the chaos Roman had caused. Benedict's ambition shifted from claiming power to a burning desire for revenge, determined to settle the score for the humiliation he had endured. As Benedict mulled over his next move, a member of the aristocratic faction appeared with grim news. Their escape routes were blocked, and any chance of fleeing was gone. Viscount Owen approached Benedict cautiously, fearing the worst. The air was heavy with tension, and the situation felt like it could spiral out of control at any moment. But before Owen could act, Roman suddenly arrived. With precise movements, Roman took down Owen, leaving no chance for resistance. Roman then stepped into the cave and commanded Benedict to show himself. Hidden in the shadows, Benedict felt the weight of the choice before him. Obey Roman or resist and risk an even worse outcome. With no other option, Benedict stepped forward, knowing his fate now rested in Roman's hands. The scene shifted to the streets of Cairo, where Benedict, now in handcuffs, was paraded in front of the public under Roman's watchful eye. Anger and humiliation boiled inside him. Facing Roman, Benedict shouted in protest, arguing that he had sacrificed so much to protect Cairo during the reign of its inept king. He questioned how someone who had served the kingdom could be treated this way, feeling betrayed and wronged. Benedict went on to challenge Roman, asking if he could truly remain loyal to a king like Daniel. His frustration grew as he blamed Cairo's troubles, especially the Kronos Empire's border attacks, on traitors within the kingdom. Desperate for validation, Benedict sought Roman's acknowledgement of his efforts. Roman listened calmly but pointed out the hard truth. Despite all of Benedict's actions, there were no real results. The aristocratic faction he had formed hadn't changed Cairo's power dynamics or improved its security. Roman urged Benedict to think beyond personal ambition and focus on serving a greater cause. Benedict, stunned by Roman's words, began to reflect on his choices. Roman reassured him that protecting the weak was noble, but warned him not to ignore the consequences of his actions. Realizing his mistakes, Benedict offered to pledge allegiance to the royal family, hoping for redemption. But Roman declared it was too late. With one decisive strike, Roman ended Benedict's reign, bringing down the once powerful figure who had dominated Cairo. The scene shifted to the royal palace, where a soldier informed King Daniel about Roman's victory over Benedict and the aristocratic faction. Daniel acknowledged Roman's achievement and planned a celebration, but his thoughts remained focused on a bigger threat, the Kronos Empire, which was advancing toward the Western Front. Recognizing the urgency, Daniel ordered Roman to head out immediately to stop the danger. He promised Roman the highest reward later, stressing how critical it was to protect the kingdom's borders from outside enemies. Meanwhile, at the western third defense line, a commander's voice echoed through a magical communication device, delivering an important message. By the king's order, the defense line had to hold the rebellion at bay. If they could last for just 3 days, the rebellion would be defeated, and Roman Dimitri would arrive to strengthen the Western Front. The message carried a sense of urgency, highlighting the defense line's critical role in the unfolding events. Attention then turned to Flora, a key figure on the Western Front. The commander's words hinted at a prediction she had made earlier, showing her importance in this situation. Flora's story had begun when she met Roman Dimitri and then left Lawrence to study at the Royal Academy. Her journey didn't stop there. She threw herself into learning military tactics and grew into a powerful strategist. She made history by becoming the first female staff officer in Cairo. Flora's appointment wasn't immediately accepted, and her selection sparked debates. Many questioned the decision, seeing it as unusual, but Flora proved her worth with her sharp strategies and strong leadership. Over time, she silenced the critics and earned respect, not as a female officer but as a capable and skilled leader. The story then moved to a meeting at the Western Third Defense Line, where Baron Noel, the head of staff, spoke to the officers. An experienced strategist, Baron Noel gave a realistic view of the situation. He said it would be nearly impossible to crush the rebellion within the 3-day deadline, and told the officers to prepare for a longer fight. Baron Noel explained the challenges they faced. Even if they managed to defeat the rebellion, using the warp gates to bring reinforcements would take at least a day or two, making the deadline seem impossible. The room filled with doubt as officers considered the grim odds, but then Flora spoke up. With calm confidence, she offered a different perspective, challenging the pessimistic outlook. Her voice stood out as a beacon of hope amidst the uncertainty, hinting at a strategy that could change their fate. Flora guessed that Roman Dimitri set the 3-day deadline but was confident the task wouldn't take more than 5 days. Count Vandenberg, the commander of the Western Front, asked her to explain, so she shared her direct knowledge of Roman. She described Roman Dimitri as someone unpredictable, who couldn't be judged by normal standards. Flora's strong belief in her assessment gave the group a sense of cautious hope. However, Count Vandenberg doubted her reasoning. Flora remained firm, pointing out the pressures Roman faced and the approaching downfall of Duke Benedict, which created an urgent situation beyond usual expectations. Meanwhile, Kronos, a powerful enemy, had crossed Cairo's western borders, leaving chaos and fear behind. As the people of Cairo struggled with the threat, Flora, an experienced strategist, stepped up. She displayed a detailed map showing Kronos' attack patterns, which demonstrated the enemy's ruthless precision. Looking around at the group, Flora spoke steadily, explaining Kronos' strategy. She described how they favored close combat during invasions and used war mages in key battles. This pattern had brought Cairo to their current desperate position. Count Vandenberg listened closely as Flora continued. Aware of the enemy's strengths, he expressed concern about Kronos' mage towers, which could greatly enhance the mage's power. Flora acknowledged the danger, pointing out that mages were most vulnerable while casting spells. "We need to eliminate the mages," she said firmly. Her plan was for Cairo's forces to predict the mages' movements and set traps to stop them. It was a bold idea, but Count Vandenberg questioned if it was realistic. "How can we pinpoint the mages' exact locations, especially since they can sense mana?" he asked. Flora answered with confidence. "We make them reveal themselves," she said. She suggested starting a large-scale warrior battle to force Kronos to move their troops, which would expose the mages' positions. It was a risky plan, but it offered a chance to shift the battle in their favor. Count Vandenberg considered the idea, weighing its potential. Still, one key problem remained. How could they keep the traps hidden from the mages? Flora proposed a clever solution. She explained that warriors could manipulate the mana around them to hide the traps, making them invisible even to the mages' sharp senses. Count Vandenberg had an important realization, a spark of hope in the growing darkness. Flora's idea was clever, offering a clear way to win despite the overwhelming challenges. But there was one last problem. They needed to find a brave warrior to take on the role of the Grand Warrior, a symbol of hope in their hardest moment. As the tension filled the room, someone spoke up. Rodwell Dmitri, a man who had been mostly overlooked, stepped forward with strong determination. "I will do it," he said confidently. With the battle ahead, Rodwell felt he had to be part of the Grand Warrior fight. He turned to his commander and clearly asked to be included, his resolve showing in his eyes. Count Vandenberg saw that Rodwell was ready and agreed that he would play a key part in the upcoming battle. Later, outside the command center, Flora went to find Rodwell, curious about why he was so eager to take on such dangerous tasks. She couldn't understand why Rodwell, whose service had already ended, stayed involved in the chaos of battle. To Flora, Rodwell seemed less like a patriot and more like someone desperate to stay alive, not willing to accept his own fate. Still, Flora realized that Rodwell was needed, especially because he could become a future leader. Rodwell, however, revealed to Flora that he had a deeper goal. He wanted to surpass the legacy of the Romans. Flora was surprised. Rodwell, who had once resisted change, now wanted not just to follow the Romans but to outdo them. A goal that kept him serving Cairo. Flora then shared her own reason for staying in the fight. She wanted to learn from past mistakes and avoid making them again. Their conversation became more serious as Flora asked Rodwell to win at all costs, hoping for his survival. With their talk finished, they both mentally prepared for the battle ahead. The next day, the air was thick with tension as Rodwell stepped up, his gaze firm, and challenged the Kronos Empire. Across the battlefield, his opponent, Oxford, a strong 3-star aura swordsman, was ready to fight. In that moment, Rodwell faced the harsh truth of his situation. In Cairo, being a 3-star was considered very high rank, but in the Kronos Empire, even their lowest soldiers had the strength of 4 stars. It showed just how powerful the enemy was and how tough the battle would be. When the fight began, Oxford charged with fierce energy, his aura glowing strongly. During the intense battle, Rodwell struggled to defend himself against Oxford's constant attacks. As the Kronos soldiers gathered behind Oxford, their cheers echoing across the battlefield, Rodwell couldn't ignore the huge difference between their lives and his own. In Cairo, despite his best efforts, he couldn't bridge the gap between him and his brother. But Rodwell didn't let this stop him. He was determined to fight on, no matter how hard things got. When Oxford attacked fiercely, his aura blade aimed at Rodwell's face, a feeling of urgency surged through Rodwell's body. If he dodged, it would mean he gave up, but if he didn't move, he could lose his sight. In a split second, Rodwell made a bold choice to charge straight at Oxford, sword raised. With a quick and powerful move, Rodwell defeated Oxford, sending him crashing to the ground. As victory was announced, Rodwell smiled triumphantly, despite the injuries he had taken from Oxford's last attack. When Rodwell returned to camp, his heart raced as he sought confirmation from Flora about their plan's success. Flora's reassuring words calmed him, easing the tension that had built up in him since the beginning of their risky strategy. The uncertainty that had weighed on him lifted, replaced by a glimmer of hope for their city under siege. Meanwhile, among the Kronos forces, Count Van, a strong and authoritative figure, gave quick orders to his soldiers. Their weapons, including the dangerous flare weapon and powerful war mages, were ready for action. The sight of these formidable tools made the Cairo defenders nervous, reminding them of the tough battle ahead. Sensing the coming fight, Count Vandenberg, a trusted leader of the Cairo forces, turned to Flora for advice. He asked when the magic traps should be set off, showing his trust in her strategic skill. Flora responded calmly, stressing the importance of timing. She explained that the Kronos mages were most vulnerable when casting their spells. so it was crucial to trigger the traps at the right moment to have the greatest effect. With Flora's expert guidance, Count Vandenberg nodded, confident in her ability to lead the detonation. As the Kronos mages started their chants, a tense silence fell over the battlefield, broken only by the crackling energy in the air. Flora's signal moved through the Cairo ranks like a ripple in water, prompting Count Vandenberg to order the magic traps to be set off. In an instant, a deafening explosion tore through the air, sending a powerful wave of magic crashing into the Kronos mages. As the respected leader of Kronos, Count Fabio looked over the battlefield, his face showing surprise. He gave a firm order to his soldiers, telling them to focus their efforts on the forces of Cairo. Cairo had the nerve to oppose the Empire, he said, and vowed that Kronos would show them just how powerful they were with a strong attack. The Kronos soldiers pushed forward, their determination clear as they charged at the Cairo forces. But the Cairo soldiers stood their ground, holding off the attack and pushing the Kronos soldiers back without hesitation. In the middle of the fighting, Flora suddenly stepped in. She fired an arrow, striking down one of the Kronos soldiers. Her voice rang out, encouraging the Cairo soldiers to stay focused. She reminded them that now that the Kronos forces had lost their magician, they had an advantage. Amid the noise of battle, Flora's voice rose above the chaos, urging the Cairo soldiers to stay strong. Families in Cairo huddled together in fear as the advancing Kronos forces threatened their safety. The battle continued without mercy, bringing the city closer to collapse with every passing moment. The Kronos army, close to breaking through the city's walls, started to slow down from the long battle. On the third day, a ray of hope appeared when Lord Roman Dimitri's army arrived at Cairo's western front. Seeing Roman's forces made the Kronos soldiers panic and retreat. Inside the war room, the leaders of the Cairo forces gathered to discuss what to do next. Count Vandenberg was amazed at how quickly the rebellion had been stopped and thanked Roman for his timely help. But Roman warned that the war wasn't over, and urged the Cairo forces to stay alert. Count Vandenberg, confused about why more forces were needed, asked Roman for an explanation. Roman pointed to the map and explained how Kronos had boldly invaded Cairo's territory. He stressed that Cairo could no longer just wait for Kronos to attack and must take action. With the king's approval, Roman announced that he would lead the charge against the retreating Kronos forces. He ordered the commanders to prepare the troops to go after and push the invaders back, marking a major change in strategy that surprised many. One of those surprised was Rodwell, who couldn't believe the change in Roman. He remembered a different Roman, one who was lost in bad habits, careless about honor, and often in fights at taverns. In shock, Rodwell marveled at the incredible transformation his older brother had gone through in such a short time. Roman's voice and attitude were very different from the person Rodwell had known. However, there was no mistaking his identity. Rodwell, who had spent his life working to uphold the family name on the Western Front, found himself overshadowed by Roman's sudden appearance. This made him question the importance of his own past achievements. Once seen as the future hope of the Dmitri family, Rodwell now struggled with feelings of disappointment. His past dreams felt like heavy chains, leaving him to question whether his efforts had been worth it. As he thought about his journey, doubt began to grow, and he couldn't help but wonder if it had all been pointless. Baron Noel's voice broke the silence, asking if there was any real benefit in continuing to fight the Kronos Empire. His question struck a chord with Rodwell, echoing the doubts that had been building inside him. Flora, always practical, joined the conversation, worried about the soldiers who had been pushed hard over the past few days. Her words painted a clear picture of the exhaustion and damage the soldiers had endured, warning against rushing into decisions that could cause even more harm. Count Vandenberg, known for his strategic thinking, provided a balanced view. He emphasized the importance of the Western Front, pointing out that their mission was not just to defeat the Kronos forces, but to protect the safety and security of Cairo. His words spoke to a more practical approach, focusing on the long-term well-being of their city. Roman, however, added a serious tone to the discussion. With a focused expression, he urged the group to think about the larger picture. He reminded them of the ongoing war between Kronos and the Southern Kingdom's alliance, suggesting that their enemies were not yet able to fully engage in the conflict. Roman spoke with strong conviction, encouraging his comrades to rise up and take action against the atrocities committed by the Kronos Empire. His firm resolve left the commanders stunned, and Count Vandenberg sought advice on what their next move should be. A few moments later, Flora found herself reflecting on Roman's strong commitment to the cause. Despite his past recklessness, she couldn't help but admire his unshakable determination. Her thoughts were interrupted when she saw Roman and Rodwell standing together. Roman, always observant, acknowledged Rodwell's recent injury from the warrior battle with sincere gratitude. He thanked Rodwell for his key role in dealing with the Kronos mages and defending the Western Front until Roman arrived. His words were heartfelt, and they deeply affected Rodwell, who was caught off guard by the change in their relationship. Roman thought about his relationship with Rodwell, Dmitri, his brother. Even though Roman had made new connections in his current life, he still felt the need to be careful when approaching Rodwell. He understood that Rodwell might not be ready to let him back into his life just yet. However, Roman reminded Rodwell of one important thing. If Rodwell chose to stand by him the next day, they would use the full power of the Dmitri name to strike back at anyone who tried to harm them. With a determined look, Roman made it clear how serious their situation was. To avenge the loss of Rodwell's eye, Roman promised that the Kronos Empire would pay a heavy price in lives. He reminded Rodwell of their bond, urging him to remember their brotherhood despite the tough times ahead. The scene then shifts to the Kronos camp, where Baron Charlton gives bad news to Count Fabio. The rebellion led by Benedict has completely failed, and with the royal army now arriving at the Western Front, Baron Charlton suggests that Count Fabio think about retreating. Count Fabio is shocked, struggling to believe how quickly Benedict's rebellion fell apart. Though surprised, Count Fabio stands firm. He refuses to run, saying that his honor and duty to his soldiers stop him from abandoning his position even after suffering heavy losses. Baron Charlton, however, points out that their actions have bigger consequences, especially with the Empire focused on fighting the Kingdom alliance. He warns that losing even a small part of their army could have serious effects on the southern territories. Although frustrated, Count Fabio eventually agrees to Charlton's advice and decides to retreat at dawn. The next day, Kronos' army begins to pull back. A soldier suggests leaving scouts behind to watch for any threats, but Count Fabio dismisses the idea, confident they can handle any pursuing Cairo forces directly. As they continue their retreat, something unexpected happens. A sharp-eyed soldier notices an enemy army approaching from behind. Count Fabio, with a small smirk, isn't surprised. Instead, he sees this as an opportunity to set a trap. He quickly orders his soldiers to turn around and face the enemy, eager to take advantage of the situation and crush the Cairo forces, possibly causing the collapse of the Western Front. Meanwhile, at the Cairo strategy camp the night before, leaders meet to discuss their plans for when the Kronos army retreats. Their strategy is simple, yet daring. Split the enemy into two parts, and attack both the center and the rear of the Kronos forces at the same time. Roman, along with Rodwell and Chris, would lead the attack on the center, while Count Vanderberg, Baron Noel and Flora would focus on the rear. Even though splitting their forces seemed risky, especially with the danger at the rear, the commanders in Cairo stayed confident. Roman reassured Baron Noel, telling him that once the attack on the center started to succeed, reinforcements would be sent to support the rear. Their goal was clear: to create confusion in the Kronos ranks and win the battle for Cairo. Roman's strong belief in their victory gave confidence to his comrades as they prepared to carry out their plan. Back on the battlefield, the Kronos vice commander rallied his soldiers, reminding them of their loyalty to the Empire, and urging them not to give up against the Cairo attack. Inspired by his words, the Kronos soldiers regained their strength and began pushing back against the Cairo forces. Count Vanderberg, noticing the determination of the Kronos troops, realized how tough the Empire was, as it was used to dealing with invasions. Worried about the shift in the battle, Vanderberg encouraged his own troops to stand strong and keep attacking the Imperial soldiers. In the middle of the fight, there was a sharp contrast. While Vanderberg's forces struggled to hold their ground, a brutal slaughter was happening in the center. Chris and the other soldiers, led by Roman, carried out their attack with deadly efficiency, quickly overpowering the Kronos soldiers. Watching the intensity of their attack, Rodwell couldn't believe what he was seeing. The soldiers from the Dmitri family, once thought to be strong but now seemingly unstoppable, left Rodwell stunned. As the battle continued, Rodwell's thoughts wandered back to an important moment he had shared with his brother, Roman. He remembered the night when Roman had asked him to join their cause, promising to show him the true power of the Dmitri legacy. At the time, Rodwell hadn't fully understood what Roman meant, but now he was starting to grasp it. Rodwell's mind raced as Roman explained their next move. Roman ordered Chris to split their forces, with Chris leading a group to attack the rear, while Roman would handle the incoming Kronos Empire soldiers from the side. Rodwell was surprised by this sudden decision, and began to worry that Roman might be leaving him behind. As Chris led the second group away, Rodwell couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in his heart. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, the Cairo forces were slowly being pushed back by the constant advance of the Kronos soldiers. Flora, realizing how serious the situation had become, signaled to Count Vanderberg. This led the Cairo soldiers to form a shield wall. The Kronos soldiers, surprised by this unexpected defense, tried to break through the line, but the Cairo soldiers stood strong, blocking every attempt. As the Kronos forces pushed harder to break through the shield wall, Chris arrived at the rear with the second unit, giving the soldiers in Cairo a new sense of hope. Count Vanderberg quickly ordered his troops to break their formation and launch a counterattack. Chris gathered his unit and encouraged them to show the strength of the Dmitri legacy. With excellent teamwork and skill, Chris and his soldiers quickly took down many Kronos troops. Flora, watching Roman's knights in action, was impressed by how effectively they turned the battle in their favor. Among the Kronos soldiers, a tough opponent emerged, a 3-star knight who was ready to face Chris. But before the knight could even lift his sword, Chris used his flash technique, taking down the opponent with one fast, powerful strike. The scene shifts to the center of the Kronos Empire, where Roman stands alone, facing the approaching Kronos soldiers with unwavering determination. Count Fabio watches in shock as Roman takes on the soldiers with unmatched strength. In the middle of the chaos, a messenger rushes to Fabio with urgent news about a dangerous situation at the rear. Fabio, frustrated, tells the soldier to focus on dealing with Roman first, believing that once Roman is defeated, the Kronos forces can handle the rear threat. However, what Fabio doesn't know is that Roman, sensing the opportunity, is already heading toward him. As Roman moves forward, a new twist in the story appears. Gustavo, a seasoned commander and leader of Kronos' 10th Night Squad, steps in to stop Roman. Gustavo, ranked 78th on the continent and 35th within Kronos, is a well-known and dangerous figure. The battle begins as Gustavo uses his aura to create an unbreakable barrier, trying to stop Roman from advancing. But Roman is unfazed. For a moment, both warriors pause to assess each other. Roman, recognizing Gustavo's strength, prepares for an intense fight. Gustavo, like a skilled knight, leaps into the air, swinging his aura-infused sword. The battle rages with incredible speed as Gustavo lands blow after blow, each one powered by his aura. Roman defends with impressive skill, dodging and blocking the attacks. In a surprising twist, 2 Kronos soldiers attempt a sneak attack from behind, hoping to catch Roman off guard. But Roman, with lightning-fast reflexes, spins around and takes them out with one clean, sweeping motion of his sword. The 2 soldiers fall, defeated, at Roman's feet. Gustavo, watching Roman's quick and precise moves, is stunned by his opponent's skill and resilience. Even though Gustavo, a skilled knight, led the Kronos soldiers, they couldn't defeat Roman. At that moment, Gustavo realized just how dangerous Roman Dimitri was, more powerful than he had first thought. As the battle became more intense, Gustavo considered taking extreme actions. Feeling the pressure, he thought about using forbidden magic. The situation was serious, and Gustavo placed his hand on his stomach, preparing to tap into a power beyond normal fighting techniques. Roman noticed Gustavo's strange actions and sensed something unusual was happening. The air around Gustavo glowed with a yellow aura, showing that he was using his natural energy. This energy, which is a person's life force, cannot be gained artificially. Roman had studied across the continent and knew no way to control this energy. If this battle had happened a year ago, Gustavo's power would have been a serious threat. Gustavo struck Roman with all his might, but Roman easily blocked every attack, impressing Gustavo with his skill. Using a powerful technique, Roman moved quickly and hit Gustavo with one precise strike, knocking him out. A thick cloud of smoke filled the air, showing Roman's strength, and the Kronos soldiers were stunned by their leader's defeat. Roman moved forward, kicking Fabio off his horse. Fabio fell to the ground, shocked by Roman's boldness. He reminded Roman of his high status in the empire, and warned that hurting an empire noble would bring serious consequences, as Roman would be hunted by the empire's assassins. Roman wasn't scared of the danger. He understood the risks and silenced Fabio with his actions, defeating him quickly. As Roman continued to dominate the battlefield, soldiers at the back watched in amazement as smoke rose from the heart of the Kronos army. Chris, full of confidence, reassured Count Vanderberg, calming his worries about the battle's outcome. Count Vanderberg, who had been unsure, then saw a green signal in the sky, marking Roman's victory. The scene shifted to the Cairo royal palace, where a soldier brought news to King Daniel. Roman Dimitri had won a major victory over Kronos in the west. King Daniel smiled with pride and relief upon hearing the news. Without wasting time, He contacted Count Vanderburg through magical communication to get more details. With a serious tone, Count Vanderburg shared the latest news from the Western Front. He explained how he and Roman had successfully taken down Count Fabius, a key commander from Kronos, and captured the remaining Kronos soldiers. King Daniel, curious, asked about the situation in Cairo. Count Vanderburg replied that there had been few losses, thanks to Roman's smart strategies and tactical skills. The king was impressed by Roman's dedication and effectiveness in battle. He realized that Roman had far exceeded expectations and played a key role in keeping Cairo safe. Feeling more confident, King Daniel decided to handle negotiations with the Kronos Empire carefully. He knew that power had to be balanced carefully, and diplomacy was crucial in these difficult times. Worried about the safety of Kronos prisoners, King Daniel told his staff to make sure they were well cared for. Determined to end the conflict without more bloodshed, his team quickly got to work following the king's orders with great care. Meanwhile, on the Western Plains, Baron Noel approached Roman humbly and with regret. He bowed to Roman and apologized for opposing his plans before. Baron Noel was grateful for Roman's leadership and bravery, and wanted to express his thanks. Roman, seeing that the Baron was being sincere, recognized him as an honorable man. Even though he accepted the Baron's apology, Roman took the chance to teach him an important lesson about the dangers of trusting only one side in the chaos of battle. He explained that having different opinions and viewpoints is crucial for making better decisions. Roman assured Baron Noel that his earlier disagreement had been useful, and helped them understand each other better. Moved by Roman's wisdom, Baron Noel shared news of Cairo's success in capturing Kronos prisoners. He believed this victory would help Cairo in upcoming talks with the Empire. However, Roman stayed cautious, predicting that negotiations would not be easy. Based on his experiences and understanding of the Empire's goals, Roman doubted that talks would go smoothly. He pointed out that the Empire's past behavior of aggression and expansion made it likely they would make unreasonable demands, especially in revenge for the recent attack. In international conflicts, the reasons for war may start the battle, but it's the power struggle that decides the result. Roman's words made it clear that the Empire now faces a harsh reality. The fact that a smaller nation like Cairo had defeated Kronos would send shockwaves through the Empire. Baron Noel, visibly disturbed, looks to Roman for guidance on what to do next for Cairo. Roman, with calm determination, explains that Cairo must face the consequences of what has happened. If they retreat now, the situation will only get worse. Cairo has no choice but to prepare for the next challenge, negotiations. At the same time, in the Cairo Kingdom's chambers, Baron Charlton from the Kronos Foreign Ministry has a magical conversation with King Daniel. Charlton, speaking on behalf of the powerful empire, explains Kronos' position. He says that Kronos invaded Cairo because Duke Benedict ordered it. But after Benedict's fall, Kronos withdrew its forces. However, Cairo's response went too far. It wasn't just self-defense. The brutal killings of Count Fabio and Captain Gustavo, both respected members of Kronos, were seen as excessive. King Daniel, while recognizing Cairo was at war, questions the morality of such violent actions. Charlton admits that Cairo's actions were wrong but demands compensation from Cairo on behalf of the Empire. Daniel, however, counters by reminding Charlton that Kronos was the first to act aggressively. He insists that any talk of fairness must include Kronos' initial wrongdoing. He warns Charlton that Cairo won't hesitate to bring the matter to international attention if Kronos refuses to have a fair conversation. Baron Charlton, speaking in a serious tone, tells King Daniel that he can do whatever he thinks is best for Cairo. While acknowledging that Cairo might be holding some of Kronos' prisoners, he makes it clear that Kronos won't negotiate. Instead, he presents King Daniel with a difficult choice. Roman Dimitri must give up one of his arms. Charlton suggests that if Roman goes to the Empire, offers his arm, and apologizes by kneeling, Kronos will stop pursuing the matter. This proposal leaves King Daniel in shock, struggling to understand the gravity of the situation. Charlton, without hesitation, warns that if Cairo refuses, it will lead to a full-scale war. He sets a 10-day deadline for King Daniel to make a decision. King Daniel, frustrated and feeling humiliated by Cairo's weakness in this situation, is torn. The future of his kingdom is now at risk. After the magical conversation ends, Prime Benner brings more troubling news. The Kronos Empire now sees Roman Dimitri as a potential threat in the future. However, King Daniel strongly defends Roman, describing him as a hero and someone who commands deep loyalty from Cairo's people. The threat against Roman pushes King Daniel to make a strong decision in response to the growing crisis. King Daniel acted quickly. He ordered Roman to be brought to him immediately, knowing it was important to talk directly with the brave warrior. The future of Cairo was uncertain, and King Daniel needed Roman's advice on how to handle Kronos' demands. 2 days later, Roman stood in front of King Daniel, and the seriousness of the situation was clear. The king explained what had happened during the negotiations with Kronos, revealing the tough ultimatum given by Baron Charlton. With a shared sense of worry, King Daniel looked to Roman for help on what to do next. Roman, his eyes steady, advised against accepting Kronos' offer, warning that it would lead to Cairo becoming a subject state. Instead, he suggested a daring plan. He would go to the empire himself to confront the situation. This offer to represent Cairo showed both determination and a willingness to sacrifice. However, King Daniel hesitated, knowing the dangers Roman would face in the heart of the empire. Kronos wanted revenge on Roman, and in the worst case, Roman could lose his life. The tension in the room was thick as Cairo's future hung in the balance. Count Fabius, seeing his chance, spoke up with a thoughtful suggestion. Recognizing the danger of sending Roman directly into the heart of the empire, he proposed an alternative. Someone else could be sent to negotiate with Kronos and represent Cairo's position, keeping Roman safe from immediate danger. As preparations began for the mission to the empire, King Daniel faced an important decision. He asked Count Fabius if he was suggesting that he go as the envoy. Fabius confirmed this, expressing his readiness to represent Cairo and speak to the powerful Kronos Empire. King Daniel thought about it, and wondered if Fabius might be the right person for the job. Maybe, he thought, Count Fabius is the one to handle this. Count Fabius was a well-known political figure in Cairo and had the ability to understand complex situations and make important decisions, as he had shown even during Benedict's time. The fact that Fabius had supported Roman only strengthened his trust in Fabius's abilities. Still, King Daniel, always concerned about his people's safety, had doubts. Entering the Kronos Empire was dangerous, and he asked if Fabius was truly ready for such risks. Fabius, with determination, promised the king that he would do everything he could to complete the mission successfully. King Daniel then turned to Roman to ask for his thoughts on the matter. The scene changed to a hallway where Roman and Fabius walked together. Roman, curious about Fabius's reasons for volunteering as an envoy, asked him why he decided to take on such an important task. Roman wanted to understand Fabius's goals and motivations for accepting such a responsibility. Fabius answered honestly, knowing that Roman might be skeptical of someone like him, a former defector, but Fabius swore his loyalty to Roman, promising that he would serve him for the rest of his life. Fabius saw this diplomatic mission as a chance to prove his loyalty and asked Roman to see his decision as a way to strengthen their bond. Fabius was clear that he didn't expect to be treated as one of Roman's trusted advisors. Instead, he wanted to be used in a way that would benefit Roman's goals. He expressed a strong desire to live a life of power, wealth, and honor by Roman's side. His offer was incredibly direct, showing his ambition and desires without holding back. Roman, surprised by Fabius's honesty, found himself admiring the man's boldness. Fabius's request to be accepted into Roman's inner circle showed that he understood their relationship as lord and servant. Roman's smirk revealed that he respected Fabius's clear thinking and purpose. Without hesitation, Roman accepted Fabius into his group, assuring him that he would enjoy all the rewards and benefits of being one of Roman's trusted followers. A few days later, as Count Fabius headed to Cairo for his diplomatic mission, he encountered a family member who doubted his decision. In a forest, the family member questioned how Fabius could betray those he once served and still survive. Fabius responded by sharing his thoughts on betrayal. He explained that betrayal could be appealing, especially when it meant aligning with those in power. Fabius believed in serving those who made bold decisions, even if it meant going against loyal followers. To him, loyalty wasn't about blindly following, but about choosing to align with those who could shape the future. The conversation turned to a more thoughtful direction. The family member suggested that keeping defectors close and using them might be a smart move. Fabius agreed, seeing the potential in using such an opportunity to gain an advantage. However, he dismissed the topic with a wave, signaling that the conversation was over. Count Fabius quietly thought about his life as a defector. He admitted that betraying others wasn't something he enjoyed, but he had chosen this path because he believed no one deserved his full loyalty. However, he couldn't help but feel a little amused, wondering if Roman Dimitri might be the one exception to this rule. The scene shifted to the grand imperial capital, Alexander, where Fabius was amazed by the size and beauty of the empire's castle. He was guided by a soldier and noticed the emblem on the soldier's armor. Despite being part of the 7th Knight Order, the soldier radiated strength, even more than Count Nicholas. When they reached the emperor's chamber, Fabius felt a wave of fear. As the door opened, he felt like he was entering a place far beyond his reach. Standing in front of the emperor, Fabius understood how serious the situation was. He knew one wrong move could have terrible consequences. As Fabius looked at the powerful emperor of the Kronos Empire, silence filled the room. The emperor, with his commanding presence, asked if Fabius was truly Roman Dimitri. Fabius, taken by surprise and overwhelmed, found it hard to breathe or speak clearly. Before Fabius could respond, the soldier forcefully pushed his face to the ground. The emperor then confirmed that Roman was expected to present himself and offer his arm personally. Understanding Cairo's position, the emperor wasted no time and ordered Fabius to be taken down. He then declared war on Cairo. The emperor's words felt heavy, creating a tense atmosphere in the room. In a last-ditch effort to avoid disaster, Fabius loudly protested, claiming that Cairo did not want an all-out war. Boldly, he requested permission to speak to the emperor of Kronos. He promised to speak first and then accept any consequences the emperor chose to impose. The emperor, intrigued, warned Fabius to choose his words carefully, as failing to convince him could lead to serious consequences. With this heavy warning, Fabius began his delicate speech. He carefully chose his words to explain that Cairo's position was just and to maintain respect for both sides. He argued that the Kronos Empire had no strong reason to intervene in the civil war and pointed out that 5 kingdoms, not including Valhalla, supported Cairo's stance. This was a powerful statement backed by the support of many nations. The scene then shifted to a night where Roman shared strategic advice with Fabius. Roman knew that while forming an alliance with 6 kingdoms could help win a war in the open, the real difficulty would come afterward, especially when dealing with possible hostility from Valhalla. Roman told Fabius to focus on this issue, as it was the wisest approach for Cairo. Back in the present, Fabius repeated that Cairo was still working for peace. He told the emperor that if Kronos still wanted war under these conditions, the emperor could take action against him. To Fabius' surprise, the emperor agreed with the reasoning Fabius presented. In return for the release of Kronos prisoners, the emperor decided to overlook the issue for now. However, Roman Dimitri's situation was different. The emperor declared that an assassin would be sent after Roman every night to avenge the deaths of Kronos soldiers. This shocking revelation left Fabius in disbelief and filled his mind with questions. Did the emperor of Kronos want a full-blown war with Cairo all along? The emperor of Kronos clearly had a plan to pressure Cairo by using Roman Dimitri as leverage to get Kronos prisoners freed and restore the empire's reputation. This move was meant to show Kronos' power and regain influence in the political world. The emperor told Fabius that such tactics would not work anymore, hinting at a shift towards stronger, more direct actions. Fabius felt disappointed after hearing this. He had hoped to prove his abilities, but he realized he had not succeeded. He now understood that the emperor's plans were more complicated than he first thought. The scene then moved to Roman's office, where Fabius apologized for his failure. To his surprise, Roman praised him, saying he had done well despite the difficult situation. Fabius, surprised by Roman's response, asked if Roman had expected this outcome. Roman replied that Kronos had always been focused on him, so the threats against him were not unexpected. Concerned for Roman's safety, Fabius asked if he would be okay. Roman assured him that he would handle it and told Fabius not to worry. As Roman looked out the window, he thought about the constant threat of assassination that had become a part of his life. In his mind, he wondered which agents of the Kronos Empire the emperor would send this time to carry out his plans. Meanwhile, in the grand halls of the royal palace, a key moment unfolded as King Daniel confronted Count Gregory. The king accused him of putting the security of the Cairo kingdom at risk by working with the Kronos Empire. King Daniel, standing tall and unwavering, demanded an explanation from Count Gregory. Count Gregory, recognizing his actions, wondered aloud if his loyalty to the Kronos Empire had been a mistake. He continued, asking if anyone in the kingdom was unaware of his connection to the enemy. King Daniel, with a serious look, said that simply admitting this made Count Gregory a traitor to the Cairo kingdom. Undeterred, Count Gregory replied, suggesting that perhaps it was the king who was wrong. He warned King Daniel that killing him on the spot would not go unnoticed by the powerful Kronos Empire, whose emperor had already sworn revenge. With confidence, Count Gregory urged King Daniel to reconsider, offering a solution. Instead of facing the consequences in Cairo, he suggested that the king send him straight to the Kronos Empire, arguing it would be safer for the kingdom. As the conversation continued, King Daniel began to think about Count Gregory's words. He realized there was some truth to what the count said. King Daniel had thought about executing everyone with ties to the Kronos Empire. However, he now understood the potential risks. If Count Gregory were killed, the Kronos Empire might turn its anger towards Roman Dimitri. At that moment, Roman spoke up, eager to share his thoughts. He addressed King Daniel directly, and revealed a disturbing truth. The Emperor of Kronos had declared that Roman himself would pay with his blood, but Roman quickly shifted the conversation, making it clear that this was different from Count Gregory's situation. He explained that Count Gregory was less important than others. Like Count Fabio or Knight Captain Gustavo, who had more influence, Roman pointed out that the Kronos Empire was already focused on him. He reminded King Daniel that even if Count Gregory was killed, it wouldn't change the course of events set off by Benedict's execution. The downfall of Cairo had already begun. Roman urged King Daniel to carefully consider the decision before him, as Cairo's future was at stake. As King Daniel absorbed Roman's words, he felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Roman Dimitri for his unwavering loyalty. However, the seriousness of the situation called for firm action. King Daniel made it clear that Count Gregory's crimes were not just about working with the Kronos Empire, but that his actions had dishonored Cairo itself. Even though Count Gregory tried to speak up, King Daniel silenced him and declared that as a traitor who had put the kingdom in danger, death was the only appropriate punishment. The scene shifted to Cairo Plaza, where Count Gregory, reflecting on his mistakes, considered a different approach. Instead of trying to win Roman over, he realized he should have seen Roman Dimitri as a threat to the empire. Still, Count Gregory suggested to Roman that he could still pledge loyalty to the empire, pointing out how small and weak Roman was compared to the vast power of Kronos. He reminded Roman that Gustavo, the man Roman had fought, was only ranked 78th in the continent. This was meant to highlight how powerful the empire was. Count Gregory spoke urgently, telling Roman about Valhalla, a place where many people were much stronger than Roman. He questioned whether Roman could face these powerful enemies on his own, and urged him to think carefully about what could happen. Even if Roman ended his dealings with the Kronos Empire, Count Gregory warned Valhalla would still be a huge threat. He said if he were executed, Roman's connection with Valhalla would be completely broken. Roman's answer was calm. He said he was looking forward to the fight. Count Gregory, surprised, called Roman foolish for intentionally angering the two most powerful groups on the continent. This marked the beginning of the fall of Cairo's three factions. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, King Daniel turned to Count Vanderburg and praised him for his leadership on the western front line, where he had successfully pushed back the Kronos Empire forces. During the Kronos invasion, Count Vanderburg stood out as a hero, earning honor for Cairo with his brave actions. As a reward, King Daniel gave him the noble title of Marquis and more land to govern. The king didn't stop there, though. He also recognized the bravery of others who fought hard on the western front against Kronos, including Baron Noel, Flora Lawrence, and Roman Dimitri. Each of them was rewarded with gold for their efforts. However, it was Roman Dimitri's important role that received the most attention. King Daniel openly thanked Roman and his family for their crucial support, which had helped the royal faction win the war. The nobles all agreed, saying that Roman deserved even more of a reward for his service. However, a few nobles hesitated. Even though Roman was clearly important, they worried about giving him more power because of the strength his forces already had. The nobles feared that this could upset the balance of power between the factions. Count Benner, noticing the tension in the room, spoke up in a strong voice. He urged the nobles to stop fighting and think about what was best for the kingdom. His voice cut through the chatter of the nobles, reminding them of Cairo Kingdom's painful past filled with betrayals. He warned them not to repeat past mistakes by focusing on personal gains and ignoring the need for unity. King Daniel agreed, nodding in support of Benner's words. With a serious tone, King Daniel admitted that Roman Dimitri and his family were more powerful than Cairo had expected. The war had shown just how strong the Dmitri family was, even stronger than Cairo itself. Understanding this, King Daniel suggested a change in how they viewed the Dimitris. Instead of seeing them as simple subjects, they should be treated as allies, a separate nation. King Daniel saw this as an opportunity to reshape Cairo's image in the world, aiming for a new time of cooperation and strength. To mark this important moment, he announced that when the Dmitri family officially claimed their title as dukes, he would personally congratulate them. So as the ruler of Cairo, King Daniel gave the Dmitri family the title of duke. Securing their role as important partners in the future of the kingdom, he declared the eastern region, where the Dimitri's land was, as a dukedom. This was a historic day, as the once quiet countryside was now officially part of the Dmitri family's new dukedom. News of this spread throughout Cairo, sparking discussions about Roman Dimitri's incredible achievements. Not only had he stopped the fighting between factions in Cairo, but he had also challenged the powerful Kronos Empire. People on the streets whispered about how anyone could stand up to the mighty Roman Dimitri. Even the king himself had seen Roman's power, making people wonder just how strong he truly was. At an age when most people were still unknown, Roman Dimitri was on the edge of achieving greatness. Rumors began to spread that as a swordsman of Cairo, Roman might even rank among the top 50 in the world. For the first time ever, Roman's achievements were being talked about across the entire continent, inspiring people from all nations to admire him. Everyone's attention was on Roman Dimitri, whose actions were changing history. Stories of his feats reached far and wide, with wandering bards singing about his successes. With each tale, the Dmitri family's reputation grew, reaching ever higher. But these rumors didn't just appear on their own. They all started in a certain mansion in Cairo. Inside the mansion, a butler was talking to his master. He told the master that more and more people across the continent were becoming interested in Sir Roman. He said that Roman's fame was growing so much that it would soon spread beyond Cairo. The master, whose name was Henry, was happy with what was happening and thought their plan was working. But his happiness didn't last long. In his mind, their current success was just a small step compared to what was still to come. It had taken him 2 years to raise a small baronial family to the level of the Dmitri dukedom. But Henry wanted even more. He dreamed of a time when Roman Dimitri would be seen as the hero of the entire continent. To make this happen, Henry knew he needed to make Roman's achievements known everywhere, across the land. Henry Albert thought about how much his life had changed. He had started by gathering people who were interested in Roman's work, and now his influence was growing. He was now giving lectures at the Cairo Royal Academy, something he never thought would happen. He was teaching the children of wealthy families and getting great responses to his lectures. His household had gone from worrying about money to feeling proud of Henry's success at the academy. A turning point came when one of the professors in the academy, deeply moved by Henry's lecture, said that he now understood something important. The professor realized that it was the dedication of Cairo's heroes on the southern front line that kept the city safe. Thanks to Henry's lecture, the professor now truly appreciated the sacrifices of those brave defenders. In a moment of sudden insight, Henry had a deep realization about his life. He understood why people were so fascinated by him. It was simple. People wanted to see Roman Dimitri through Henry's eyes. Even though Henry wasn't famous himself, his connection to Roman and his communication with the royal family on Roman's behalf had made him important in the eyes of many. Henry realized that this admiration wasn't foolish. Even respected people like the professor from the Royal Academy thought highly of him. He understood that it was human nature for people to look up to those who supported heroes. Looking back at history, Henry saw that famous names were known around the world because of people like him, those who shared the stories of heroes with the world. From that moment on, Henry knew what his life's purpose was: to spread Roman's achievements everywhere, making sure that his greatness would be remembered throughout history. Later in his mansion, Henry thought about how he and Roman weren't very close. However, for his own peace of mind and satisfaction, Henry felt the need to highlight Roman Dimitri's impressive qualities. This was how things worked in life, where fate and choices shaped people's futures. The scene changes to Dmitri territory, where Rodwell has returned home after being away for an unknown amount of time. As he walks through the familiar streets, he reflects on the changes that have happened while he was gone. When Rodwell enters Dmitri territory, he finds a quiet spot in a restaurant, listening to people talk respectfully about Roman's name. In this moment, Rodwell feels out of place, realizing that he no longer fits into the Dmitri family. He starts to realize that he has lost his way and begins thinking about his future. Rodwell knows he has to make a decision: either accept his place in the Dmitri family or leave and head west again. Suddenly, the scene switches to Baron Romero's office, where both Roman and Rodwell have gathered to meet their father. Baron Romero explains why he called them together. To discuss the upcoming succession of the Dmitri family. With the Dimitris soon becoming a dukedom, a new chapter in their history is about to begin. Knowing the heavy responsibilities ahead, both Rodwell and Roman understand that their duties are about to become much greater. Baron Romero is unsure who should take over the Dmitri family. Then, Rodwell surprises him by asking to give up his right to become the heir. He believes Roman is better suited for the role. Rodwell made this decision with the family's future in mind, asking his father to let him go. Baron Dmitri is shocked by this. Rodwell asks for some time to himself and leaves the room. Later, Baron Romero talks to Roman about how Baron Dmitri had once worried about putting too much pressure on Rodwell. Coming from humble beginnings, the Dmitri family had been doubted by other nobles. Baron Romero had noticed Rodwell's dedication to training with his sword, seeing it as a sign of his desire to prove the skeptics wrong. In Baron Romero's eyes, Rodwell stood out, showing qualities that made him capable of carrying the Dmitri family's legacy. Even though Rodwell was young and could have enjoyed his youth, he felt the weight of his father's expectations. For Rodwell, who had devoted his life to the Dmitri family, this responsibility was both an honor and a heavy burden. However, today was a turning point. Baron Romero was struggling with the difficult decision of telling Rodwell that he could not take the role of successor. Baron Romero felt regret, but he believed that his decision was important for the future of the Dmitri family. He spoke to Roman, telling him that he thought Roman should be the one to take over as the family leader. But before Roman could become the leader, Baron Romero asked him for a favor. Roman, feeling serious, told his father to share his request. Baron Romero asked Roman to take care of his brother Rodwell, who had suffered many losses in his life. This was Baron Romero's last request to Roman, who was soon going to become the leader of the Dimitris. Roman promised to do everything he could to take on this responsibility. The scene then shifted to the Dmitri family's training grounds, where Rodwell was practicing his sword skills. He was upset because he kept missing his target. No matter how hard he tried, his swings kept falling short. Roman appeared and watched his brother struggle. He walked up to Rodwell calmly and told him that simply aiming at the target wouldn't be enough to win against their enemies. Roman explained that Rodwell's body movements were now a habit from years of training, and losing one eye affected more than just his sight. He explained that Rodwell was now having trouble judging distances, which made things harder. Roman spoke kindly, saying that Rodwell shouldn't focus only on what he had lost. Instead, he should use his remaining strengths and learn to adapt to his new situation. Roman promised that with the right guidance, Rodwell could see beyond what his eyes could show him. This made Rodwell pause and wonder why Roman was saying this. With a bit of resistance, he asked, "Why should I listen to you?" Rodwell spoke with doubt in his voice, questioning Roman. He wanted to know why Roman cared so much about him, especially now that he had become the successor. Roman answered seriously, explaining that the Dmitri family was in a dangerous situation. Both Kronos and Valhalla were against them, and their unpredictable actions made things uncertain. Roman warned Rodwell that the Kingdom Alliance might not remain loyal until the end, so Dmitri needed to grow stronger to protect itself. Roman had handled challenges on his own so far, but he admitted that he wouldn't be able to do so forever. He thought about the possibility of war. If the Empire sent its army to attack, he would have to go to battle. Because of this, Roman told Rodwell honestly that if something happened to him, he wanted his brother to take charge of Dmitri. Rodwell was shocked by this request. In the southwestern part of the Salamander continent, 4 kingdoms, Umberto, Redford, Odelia, and Frank, were close to large empires. To protect themselves, they formed the Kingdom Alliance, agreeing to support each other against possible threats. They knew how important Roman Dimitri was. A few days before Dmitri was officially declared a duchy, a meeting took place in a conference room. Nobles from all 4 kingdoms gathered there. Count Verdi, representing Umberto, spoke to the others. He talked about the recent rebellion in Cairo, which was the largest in history. Roman Dimitri had handled it skillfully, and Rodwell had helped by uniting the Southern Kingdom Alliance to prepare for a possible counterattack from the Empire. Count Verdi praised Roman, not just for his military strength, but also for his smart decisions. However, he warned that the Southern Kingdom Alliance was not stable. Speaking with confidence, he suggested a way to strengthen their independence. He pointed out that Roman was not married and proposed that he should wed the princess of Umberto. The king of Umberto thought about it but worried about the princess's feelings. Count Verdi, however, stressed that personal emotions should not get in the way of this important opportunity. In response, the king gave Count Verdi full authority over the matter, trusting him to make the marriage happen and secure their alliance with Roman Dimitri. As time went on, the announcement of the Duchy of Dmitri spread joy throughout the land. The whole region was filled with celebrations, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. Inside the grand halls of Dmitri Palace, Duke Romero and his wife welcomed Count Verdi, who spoke with both politeness and confidence. Count Verdi brought up the topic of Roman's future, suggesting that it might be the right time for him to think about marriage. With a hopeful look in his eyes, Count Verdi proposed an idea. Roman could marry the princess of Umberto, known as the Treasure of Umberto. She was not only beautiful but also intelligent, having graduated with top honors from a prestigious academy. Count Verdi believed that a marriage between her and Roman, the best son of the Dmitri family, would be a perfect match. Speaking of Roman's possible wife, where was Benedict's daughter? What had happened to her? No one seemed to know. Suddenly Count Ringo from the Redford Kingdom stepped forward, questioning the princess's true feelings. He hinted at rumors that she might actually like a man from a lower-ranking baron family. Count Verdi was visibly surprised, and asked whether these rumors were true. Count Ringo then formally introduced himself to Duke Romero and his wife. He suggested that instead of the princess of Umberto, Roman should consider noblewomen from Redford's families. Soon, Marquis Martin from the Odelia Kingdom joined in, and many other nobles started proposing their own candidates for Roman's marriage. As the nobles' voices grew louder, Duke Romero stepped in, his strong voice commanding everyone's attention. He firmly stated that he and his wife were not interested in political marriages. Instead, they valued true love over strategic alliances. Duke Romero proposed that Roman should be allowed to choose his own wife. If he fell in love with someone, he and his wife would welcome her into the family, no matter her background. The nobles exchanged glances and knowing smiles as Duke Romero's words echoed through the room. Meanwhile, out on the terrace, Felix was approached by Baron Larson, who represented the Kingdom of Frank. Baron Larson expressed his king's deep concern over the disappearance of the Phoenix Tower. He then made a proposal: Felix should return to Frank, where he would receive full support moving forward. Baron Larson assured him that this time things would be different. However, Felix firmly refused. He reminded Baron Larson of how Frank had once betrayed the Phoenix Tower's trust. Even so, Baron Larson insisted that the kingdom would not repeat its mistakes. But Felix remained steadfast in his decision. He explained that the Phoenix Tower had already found someone who recognized their true value, and they had now pledged their loyalty to the Dmitri family. With a final and unshakable tone, Felix told Baron Larson to inform King Frank that the bond between their kingdom and the Phoenix Tower was completely broken. Inside the grand halls of Dmitri Palace, Roman stood among the many guests. Scanning the room filled with nobles, he noticed that representatives from the two powerful empires were missing. He wasn't surprised about Kronos; they had threatened his life before. As for the Valhalla Empire, Roman guessed they were still upset about Count Denver's death, especially since they aimed to dominate the entire continent. With tensions rising between the empires and the Kingdom Alliance, Roman thought about the fragile alliances with neighboring nations. He knew these partnerships were helpful for now, but in the end, Cairo had to grow stronger on its own to survive against the imperial forces. As he was lost in thought, Hans walked in and announced an unexpected visitor waiting for him in the reception chamber. Roman, surprised, asked if he had any scheduled meetings. Hans then revealed that the guest was none other than the prince from the kingdom of Hector. In the reception room, Edwin greeted Roman warmly and sincerely admired him. He congratulated Roman on establishing the Duchy of Dmitri, and praised his swift handling of Cairo's rebellion and his impressive victory against the Kronos Empire. But Roman, always direct, skipped the small talk and asked Edwin to get straight to the point. Edwin, acknowledging Roman's no-nonsense attitude, admitted he never expected to meet him again outside of battle. Without hesitation, he revealed a shocking truth. There was a hidden force behind the war between Hector and Cairo. He explained that Hector had gone to war due to years of poor harvests, which seemed like a reasonable cause. However, after the war ended, evidence showed that the bad harvests weren't natural. They had been intentionally caused. Edwin described how the land had become dark, and reports surfaced of dead animals everywhere. He then revealed something even more troubling. These were signs of a necromancer's curse. He warned Roman that black magic was incredibly dangerous, and that humanity should never meddle with such forbidden forces. Going deeper, Edwin shared something even more disturbing. Hector's investigation found a pattern. 10 years ago, the Kronos Empire had suffered the same agricultural crisis. However, Kronos had hidden this information. Later, it was confirmed that the strange events were caused by dark magic experiments. On top of that, Kronos had bigger plans. The Empire wanted to take full control of the northern regions and had already begun a formal campaign to conquer them. Edwin made it clear to Roman this wasn't just Hector's problem. The threat could soon reach the Duchy of Dmitri as well. To stop Kronos from expanding further, Edwin proposed an alliance between Hector and Dmitri, suggesting they work together against the growing danger. Edwin approached Roman with news that the Hector kingdom wanted to form an alliance with Dmitri. Roman wasn't surprised and said he had expected this. Edwin was amazed at Roman's ability to predict events, especially since Hector had only just learned the news. Roman casually explained that his own sources had already given him hints about this, as it was easy to see the advantage Hector would gain in a war against Cairo. However, Roman questioned why he should even consider Hector's proposal. Edwin, shocked, asked if Roman was completely rejecting the offer. Roman clarified that his concern was whether Hector was in any position to propose an alliance at all. Right now, Hector was struggling, trapped in a difficult situation, and trying to revive its dry and barren lands. The little help they were receiving from the Heavenly Palace wasn't enough for Edwin to solve their problems. Getting straight to the point, Roman told Edwin to skip unnecessary details and explain why he should accept the alliance. Staring at Edwin intently, Roman pushed him to give a convincing reason. Edwin's face showed surprise. Then he admitted that Hector was indeed in a weak position, but didn't understand why Roman would join a war where Hector would only be a minor player in Roman's bigger plans. Edwin guessed that Hector's struggles fit too perfectly with Dimitri's goal of forming alliances between different kingdoms. Roman agreed with Edwin's point and said that unity was essential against a common enemy, the Empire. However, he continued pressing Edwin, asking if he truly believed in the Kingdom Alliance and if he was willing to stay committed until the very end. Roman hinted that he could easily break these alliances, comparing them to fragile sandcastles. In a thoughtful tone, Roman spoke about how human relationships are complicated. He explained that people naturally distrust outsiders but are more likely to trust those close to them. He then turned the conversation to the Umberto Kingdom, which was on the front lines facing constant attacks from Kronos. The repeated losses were weakening Umberto, shaking its internal stability. Seeing this weakness, Roman planned to take advantage of the situation and pull Umberto out of the Kingdom Alliance. Next, Roman talked about Redford. The king of Redford was addicted to gambling, which had drained the kingdom's finances. Even though his advisors had tried to fix the problem, they had been forced to seek loans from the Golden Bank. Roman suggested that betrayal might be the only way for Redford to escape its crisis. Then, Roman asked Edwin if he truly believed that Frank and Odelia, the other members of the alliance, were any different. Both had long-standing issues with Cairo, but unlike Cairo, which had managed to stabilize itself by getting rid of its internal conflicts, Roman doubted that Frank and Odelia could do the same. He pointed out that all 4 kingdoms in the alliance were weak and easy targets for Kronos to attack. Edwin was still surprised as Roman started talking about Hector. But he had to admit that Roman was right. The Kingdom Alliance was weak, ready to collapse, like a sandcastle washed away by waves. Roman explained that unlike other kingdoms, Hector seemed honest in its goal, revenge against Kronos. However, he doubted whether Hector was still useful in its current weakened state. Roman then challenged Edwin again, asking him to give a good reason why Dmitri should join forces with Hector. Edwin answered with a mix of acceptance and sadness. He admitted that the situation was cruel and that Hector was falling apart from the inside, but he insisted that Hector's desire for revenge was real. Even if they weren't strong enough to lead the fight, Edwin reminded Roman that war always required sacrifices, even for Dmitri. In war, some had to be sacrificed so others could move forward. He promised that Hector would always be at the front lines of the coming battle. Edwin compared Hector's firm determination to the false unity of the Kingdom Alliance. He suggested that an alliance with Hector, which had a clear goal, would be more beneficial. Roman smirked and acknowledged Edwin's words, then cryptically reminded him to remember the promise he had just made. As Edwin left, he thought back to his first time meeting Roman on the battlefield. He realized that Roman was different, an unpredictable force unlike anyone he had faced before. Even with all his experience in the Heavenly Palace, Edwin wanted to become that kind of unpredictable force himself. He believed that Hector would grow stronger than it was now. Meanwhile, Roman could sense the rising power within Edwin. He saw that Edwin had changed. Even if Hector had nothing else, just having Edwin made it valuable enough to be part of Roman's plans. A week later, the scene shifted to Lawrence Palace. Flora was speaking with an old mage. She told him about what happened after the recent battle in Cairo. She explained that Roman Dimitri had destroyed Benedict's castle to quickly crush the rebel army. Flora pointed out that Roman took a big risk by doing this. If the battle had lasted longer, the Empire faction might have stepped in to support the rebels. The old mage nodded, saying that Roman's bold decision was likely influenced by the Phoenix magic tower. He agreed that ending the rebellion quickly was the smartest move because letting it continue would only help their enemies. Then he turned to Flora and asked for her opinion about Roman's decision to open the castle gates. Flora questioned whether it was really necessary to take such a big risk, which put the Western front line in danger. The old man agreed with Flora's opinion and admitted that Roman's decision was risky. However, he explained that Roman was confident in his ability to defeat Knight Captain Gustavo, which was the key to his bold plan. The old man then shared an important truth with Flora. War teaches lessons that books never can. He explained that even dangerous choices could sometimes change the course of battle. He pointed out the fine line between being reckless and being brave, emphasizing that Roman Dimitri's skill was crucial in shaping the war's outcome. Flora was surprised by his words. As the scene shifted to the castle's exterior, Count Lawrence approached Flora. He understood her desire to learn about war strategies and sincerely encouraged her. However, despite his support, he couldn't hide his worry about her decision to go to the Western front line. With deep concern, he admitted that not a day passed without him fearing for her safety. He begged her to reconsider and return home. Flora reassured her father, explaining that her time at the Western front line had given her valuable experiences. Every time the Kronos Empire invaded Cairo, destruction followed. Fires consumed the land and many lives were lost. In those moments, Flora felt helpless, forced to watch the horrors of war unfold before her. She realized that war was no longer just a distant idea. It was a reality she had to face. Determined to confront it head-on, Flora decided to fully immerse herself in the conflict. Learning and growing from every experience, she knew she had to prepare for the challenges ahead. Looking at her father, Flora firmly declared that she planned to join Dimitri's army. The scene then moved to Roman's office, where Chris asked about Roman's plans for Flora. Roman saw her as a valuable fighter but wasn't ready to accept her into his army right away. He told Chris to inform Flora that she had to go through a week of intense training to prove herself before he would officially accept her. Chris acknowledged the order, but deep down he saw it as a rejection. At dawn, the training grounds were full of activity as Dimitri's soldiers ran their morning drills. Among them, Flora pushed herself to keep up. She was shocked by how long the run lasted and found the intensity exhausting, but she kept going, hoping it would end soon. However, to her surprise, the soldiers didn't stop. Chris announced that their ranks would be based on the order they finished, urging everyone to give their best effort. Flora's determination grew as she prepared for the difficult challenge ahead. As the soldiers and Chris increased their speed, she struggled to keep up and started falling behind. Panting and pausing to catch her breath, she realized that the soldiers had no choice but to push forward. After finishing the run, Chris spoke to the soldiers. He told them to stop thinking they would always go into battle fully prepared. He stressed that they needed to push themselves to their limits every day. Stamina training was important for everyone, no matter their rank. He explained that building endurance was necessary to move through different terrains and last until the end of a fight. Flora had just finished her running practice, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Chris's words were aimed at her. Still, she found comfort in knowing that she had already trained her stamina before joining Dmitri. Her basic training routine included a 1-hour warm-up run and another hour of running through the mountains. Chris then announced the next phase of training, sword sparring. Flora prepared herself for the challenge ahead. As the soldiers sparred, Chris gave them advice. He said that in battle, efficiency was key. The moment exhaustion set in, it became as dangerous as being chained down. That, he explained, was when true skill was tested. Meanwhile, Flora took a break under the cool shade of a tree, watching the training with surprise. She had always believed that overly harsh training led to complaints and frustration, but the Dmitri soldiers seemed full of energy and enthusiasm instead of resentment. Though she was amazed at their intense routine, Flora didn't let it shake her resolve. She knew it would take time to get used to the demanding stamina training, but she refused to give up. A few days later, training continued under Roman's command. Chris reported to him, praising Flora's determination. Even though she struggled with stamina, she never quit. Her archery skills were above average, but she had trouble in close combat, and needed to improve in that area. Chris also mentioned her outstanding performance in combat strategy training on the third day. She had won 9 out of 10 matches, often using unpredictable tactics to outsmart her opponents. Curious, Roman asked Chris for his thoughts on Flora's value to the Dmitri faction. Without hesitation, Chris said he believed Flora was a valuable asset that Dmitri needed. Hearing Chris's confidence, Roman smirked, realizing that Flora's presence could be more important than he first thought. The rebellion had ended, and Dmitri was now officially recognized as its own dukedom. 2 weeks had passed since those events. Meanwhile, in an alleyway in Dmitri, Thomas, a restaurant owner, accidentally bumped into a cloaked figure. The figure was Sierra, the Kronos commander and vice master of Acor. She gave him a brief warning before stepping into the shadows. There, she instructed her subordinates to carry out their plan that very night. She ordered them to stay hidden and gather information on Dimitri's security measures. Sierra's subordinates gave her a silent nod from the shadows, acknowledging her orders. The scene then shifted to Dmitri Plaza, where Sierra sat on a bench, carefully studying the heavy security. She hadn't expected the ordinary soldiers of Dmitri to be so energetic. Almost like knights, Sierra thought about the risks of their mission, knowing how dangerous it was. Surviving in Dimitri's territory wouldn't be easy. One of her subordinates approached and reported their findings about the iron mine. They warned her that if anything went wrong, Dimitri's security could respond in just 5 minutes. They also mentioned that there were many skilled fighters in the area, advising Sierra and her team to be extremely careful. Hearing this, Sierra wondered how much Dmitri had prepared for the Kronos Empire's assassination plan. She found the situation exciting, eager for the challenge of breaking through their defenses to reach Roman Dimitri. The thought of pulling it off thrilled her. With a determined expression, Sierra ordered her subordinates to inform the rest of the guild that the plan would continue as scheduled, without any changes. As night fell, all the guild members gathered, ready to carry out their mission. Addressing her team, Sierra set a strict time limit of 15 minutes to infiltrate the castle. She took command confidently, believing in their abilities. Although Roman Dimitri was known for his strength in battle, Sierra was certain that her guild members were the real predators of the night. Wearing magical cloaks that made them invisible, Sierra and her team moved silently toward the entrance of Dmitri Castle. As she spotted 2 soldiers patrolling nearby, she saw an opportunity. Moving quickly, she launched a surprise attack from behind. However, to her shock, one of the soldiers blocked her strike with ease. In an instant, the soldier activated a magical signal, alerting others that intruders were near the castle walls. Realizing they had been discovered, both soldiers prepared to fight. Sierra stood frozen for a moment, stunned that their plan had already failed. Understanding the danger, she quickly ordered her subordinates to eliminate the guards and escape. But just as the tension reached its peak, a figure stepped forward. It was Lucas, the master of the Hao sect. Sierra's mind raced as she recognized the name. The Hao sect was a famous intelligence guild in Cairo. A mix of fear and curiosity filled Sierra as she confronted Lucas, asking why he was there. Lucas, completely calm, revealed that he had known about Sierra and her team sneaking into Dmitri territory weeks ago. He explained that his network of spies had been watching them the whole time. The fruit vendor, the blacksmith, the iron miner, even the beggars, every one of them had been reporting back to Dmitri. Sierra finally understood how serious the situation was. Staying in Dimitri's territory any longer was too dangerous. She quickly ordered her team to create an escape route, but before they could react, their enemies struck with deadly accuracy. In just moments, Sierra's forces were taken down. Sierra stood frozen, shock clear on her face, as Lucas spoke calmly, his tone not matching the danger of the moment. He gave her only 10 seconds to explain herself. Lucas asks if she has any news or information which he could hear. When she told that they had arranged the best assassin to kill Roman and she had already made her way to him, she threatened Lucas to spear her. But Lucas paid no attention and said they already know that, and asked again if she had anything more. But before she could say a word, Lucas moved. His attack was smooth and precise, ending Sierra's life with a single, decisive strike. The soldier beside Lucas asks if it is all right to leave Lord Roman. Lucas just said him not worry. After all, Lord Roman will be enjoying playing with her. The scene then shifted to a secret chamber in Dimitri's castle. A deadly assassin named Ilya, known as the Sword of the Assassination Guild, approached with a mission to kill. Ilya had never failed an assignment, always eliminating powerful targets with skill. She cast a path-finding magic on Mouse and leave it to detect the correct path. After finding the correct room, she approaches to enter. Then she felt a chilling sensation. She silently entered Roman Dimitri's room, her focus completely on her mission. Roman, a man surrounded by rumors, was deep in sleep. Listening to his steady breathing, Ilya estimated he had been asleep for about an hour. She scoffed, thinking he was foolish, completely unaware of the danger right beside him. With expert precision, she cast a spell to freeze Roman in place, ensuring his doom. But just as she prepared to strike, something unexpected happened. Roman woke up and calmly asked why she was there. Ilya ignored his question and lunged at him, but to her shock he blocked her attack effortlessly, with just a single finger. Ilya's eyes widened as she realized the terrifying power Roman possessed. A powerful aura surrounded him, momentarily stunning her. Then she felt a chilling sensation of splitting her body in multiple pieces. She quickly took a few steps backward. Before she could react, Roman moved in and threw a punch. However, before the hit could land, Ilya activated an escape spell, creating a blinding flash of light that let her slip from his grasp. Outside, Ilya ran as fast as she could, her mind racing. The mission had clearly failed. Even with the full strength of the Écorché Guild, survival was now her only priority. As she sprinted, she spotted someone at the end of the street, Chris. Chris was slicing through Écorché Guild members with ease, taking them down in a single strike. Ilya's heart sank. He was the last person they wanted to face, the infamous Kairos Flash, a warrior no one could afford to underestimate. Doubt filled Ilya's mind. Had Dmitri predicted their attack? Was this all a trap? Desperate, she sprinted toward a different escape route, knowing she had to reach the exit that her fellow guild members had secured. But on the other side, Kevin was waiting. He was fighting the remaining Écorché Guild members with ease, defeating them one by one. Soon, only Ilya was left. In a last-ditch effort, she charged at him, but Kevin was too fast. With a single precise strike, he took her down, leaving her regretting the guild's disastrous decision to take on this mission. A week later, the scene shifted to Lucas's interrogation room. Ilya sat there under his watchful gaze, revealing everything he wanted to know. Lucas knew how serious the situation was, so he decided to let Ilya go as a warning to the Écorché Guild. He wanted them to understand what happens when they go against Dmitri. Lucas also revealed that Lord Roman had traveled to the Kronos Empire a week ago after Dmitri found out about the Écorché Guild's base. Realizing the danger her guild was in, Ilya shifted her focus to their survival. The scene then moved to the Écorché Guild's base, where Braha, the guild's leader, was speaking through a magical communication link with Baron Charlton from the Kronos Empire. The Baron sounded doubtful as he mentioned that a whole week had passed, hinting that the mission might have failed. But Braha remained confident, and asked the Baron to be patient, assuring him that the Écorché Guild would not fail. Though still skeptical, the Baron agreed to wait a little longer but warned that failure would come with serious consequences. Once the call ended, Braha became lost in thought. There had been no contact from the guild members who had been sent to deal with Dmitri, making him fear the worst. If the mission had truly failed, the Kronos Empire might withdraw their support, which would be disastrous. Left with no choice, Braha made a bold decision. He halted all other missions and ordered his guild to focus entirely on Roman Dimitri. It was a risky move, but he knew they had no other option. Just as he was deep in thought, Braha suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. He turned, only to find Roman standing ominously close, sending a shiver down his spine. Shocked, Braha reacted immediately, throwing daggers at Roman. But to his surprise, Roman blocked them with a powerful aura barrier. Stunned by this display of strength, Braha hesitated, his hand hovering over the emergency alarm. Before he could press it, Roman lunged forward and grabbed him in an iron grip. With an unshakable determination, Roman declared that he had found the Écorché Guild's leader. Braha was in disbelief. Roman had infiltrated deep into the Empire's territory just to capture him. However, before Braha could call for help, Roman did the unexpected. He pressed the emergency alarm himself, filling the air with a loud, piercing sound. Braha smirked and warned Roman that this would bring an army of assassins to attack him. Did Roman really think he could take on such overwhelming numbers alone? But Roman remained calm. He revealed the truth. There were only 30 soldiers left at the Écorché base. not counting those away on missions. Their defenses were weak. Braha's face paled as he realized the extent of Roman's knowledge. Then, Roman delivered a final blow. He had already taken out the soldiers stationed at the base. The sheer efficiency of Roman's attack sent fear through Braha. Before he could react, Roman grabbed him and hurled him against the wall, leaving him dazed and helpless. As Braha tried to recover, Roman grabbed the papers that listed the missions of the Écorché Guild. Using his sharp mind, Roman figured out the guild's complex network of targets, and learned that they were working for the Kronos Empire. Beyond just trying to kill him, Roman realized that the Empire had bigger plans based on the guild's target list. This included the eldest son of Umberto's military leader, and a billionaire from Redford. Seeing the Empire's true intentions, Roman's expression grew serious and determined. Meanwhile, at the Cairo branch of the Assassin Guild Dante, Ilya came back to find her team. She urgently ordered them to try reaching the Écorché Guild using magic, but they got no response. Ilya grew more worried as she felt something was wrong. If the guild didn't answer, her next step was to contact their client. She quickly instructed a subordinate to reach out to Kronos. When she spoke with Baron Charlton, his tone was serious and disappointed. He mentioned that it seemed the plan had failed. Ilya then explained that Roman Dimitri had predicted the guild's plan and set a trap. On top of that, he had crossed borders to attack the Acor headquarters. Baron Charlton asked bluntly if there was more to the story, which caught Ilya off guard. She then asked if he had used her as bait, and Charlton responded, saying it was disappointing to hear her think that way. He explained that if Ilya and her team had completed the mission perfectly, he would have paid them as agreed. He then reminded her that the order to kill Roman Dimitri came directly from the king, and everyone knew Kronos was targeting him. He asked, if word got out that the assassination failed, what would happen to their reputation? Ilya was shocked by this, and realized that Charlton was making a practical decision. He even thanked her guild for luring Roman out of Dimitri's territory. Frustrated, Ilya tried to argue, but she suddenly started feeling sick. She realized that Lucas must have poisoned her drink with a slow-acting poison to force her to contact Kronos. Ilya thought to herself that Roman Dimitri was far more dangerous than Kronos had thought. However, as she looked at the smug expression on Baron Charlton's face, she decided not to mention anything about Roman. In that moment, Ilya collapsed. The scene shifted back to Roman, who had defeated Ilya's guild members, and left the area. As he entered the forest, he called out for someone to show themselves. 3 figures stepped out from the trees, their bodies wrapped in bandages like mummies. They stood in front of Roman, and he asked if they were the shadows who had grown by feeding off the darkness of Kronos. In his mind, Roman thought it was just as he expected. The Kronos Emperor had sent their most dangerous operatives to try and take him down. The 3 figures rushed at Roman, demanding to know when he first noticed them. With a smug smile, Roman answered that he had known from the beginning. He drew his sword and struck one of them, but to his surprise the attack had no effect. Roman wondered why it didn't work and realized he needed to move faster than his enemies. He used his lightning flash technique to strike one of them directly. But again his attack had no impact. Roman thought to himself that these enemies weren't using regular magic. The strange power they used was something he had felt before in his past life in Murim, where a group of people used a forbidden power, dark magic, which he now believed was called black magic in this world. Back in the present, Roman easily blocked their attacks and realized that the Kronos Empire had allied itself with evil. Determined, he made up his mind to become the Heavenly Demon, who would crush evil as he rose to the top. With a smirk, Roman quickly closed the gap with one of his enemies. Using his Heavenly Demon technique, he punched the figure multiple times, knocking him down easily. The remaining enemies were shocked to see how Roman stopped their regeneration. Knowing that the only thing that could hurt black magic, which was powered by black aura, was an attack with divine power, Roman began to release his own aura. He thought to himself that these enemies must have weaknesses. The first weakness he noticed was that when the bodies of the shadows disappeared into smoke, they couldn't pass through physical attacks while they were reforming. Roman realized he just needed to strike at that moment. The second weakness was that even when the enemies turned into smoke, there was still a faint flow of mana. Although they became smoke, their mana still connected back to their center. Roman knew he just needed to break that connection. As the shadows attacked together, Roman decided to take the lead. Using his Heavenly Demon art blood flow, he smashed one of them into the ground. Surrounded by a purple aura, Roman declared that the martial arts of the Heavenly Demon focused only on strength, which is why they were known as the martial arts of demons. Only one assassin remained. stunned by the defeat of his comrades. Even after sending in the demonic humans, they couldn't defeat Roman. Fearful, the last assassin realized that the mission had failed. Knowing he had to escape, even if he was the only one left, he ran toward the other side of the forest. Frightened, he thought to himself that Roman Dimitri was far more dangerous than Kronos had expected. The operation had been planned based on the belief that Roman was only a little stronger than the reports from the last battle, and they thought even those precautions weren't needed. He couldn't understand how Roman seemed like a demon. Suddenly he collapsed to the ground, confused about what had just happened. It turned out that Roman had severed his legs to stop him from escaping. The assassin, shocked and scared, realized that all the shadow members had been defeated. Roman then ordered the assassin to return to the Kronos Empire and report what had happened. The assassin contacted Baron Charlton, who asked if Roman Dimitri had been taken care of. The assassin told him that the mission had failed. Baron Charlton, surprised by the news, demanded an explanation. The assassin explained that their understanding of Roman had been completely wrong. Even though Baron Charlton had sent Kronos' top shadow forces, they couldn't even touch Roman, and their abilities had no effect on him. The assassin also told Baron Charlton that Roman was hiding his real strength. After hearing this, Baron Charlton admitted that Roman was very strong. He told Roman it was impressive how he had attacked the base at Écorché and defeated all the shadows. While admitting his plan had failed, Baron Charlton warned Roman that Kronos wouldn't give up easily. "If we fail once, we will try again. If we fail twice, we will try a third time. Kronos will keep sending assassins until you are defeated. How long can one person survive the Empire's attacks?" Roman smiled and gave Baron Charlton one last warning. He then took down the final member of the Shadows. Roman told Baron Charlton that somewhere in his mansion there was a gift, a poison for when Roman came after him, and reminded him that Kronos wasn't the only one good at assassination. Roman then said that if the Baron really wanted to kill him, it would be faster to declare war. Baron Charlton was shocked. Roman added that he was looking forward to seeing the Baron's reaction when he discovered the gift. After hanging up, Baron Charlton ordered his soldiers to contact everyone and search the mansion. After the search, the soldiers reported that they found no sign of an intruder, but they did find a bottle in the warehouse. Seeing the bottle, Baron Charlton guessed that it was the poison Roman had mentioned. He ordered his forces to get ready to go to Behemoth. The Behemoth Magic Tower was known for handling weapons like poisons, and their antidote technology was the best on the continent. Matteo, one of Behemoth's magicians, was shocked after examining the bottle and told Baron Charlton that it was a very troublesome item. Annoyed, Baron Charlton told Matteo to stop talking and check if the poison could be neutralized. Matteo tried using the antidote but was shocked when it didn't work. He asked Baron Charlton where he had found such a poison, saying that right now he couldn't neutralize it. Stunned, Baron Charlton wondered who Roman Dimitri really was. The scene changes to the Kronos Empire Palace, where Baron Charlton updates the Emperor of Kronos on everything that happened with Roman Dimitri. The Emperor asks what Baron Charlton thinks of Roman as a person. Baron Charlton replies that he believes Roman will not be someone who gives in easily. The Emperor asks if Roman might break instead, which surprises Baron Charlton. The Emperor then orders the demons of the abyss to be summoned, saying that Kronos will show Roman the consequences of challenging the Empire. They will take down Roman, who is seen as a hero, and make an example of him so no one will dare defy the Empire again. Baron Charlton agrees to the Emperor's order. The scene then shifts to Roman, who has returned to Dmitri. He thinks that even with magic, making an antidote for the poison will be hard because it is poison from the 4 heavenly temples. Roman believes this will force the Kronos Empire to be careful since Dmitri might retaliate. Kronos is unlikely to want mutual destruction, but this is only a temporary solution to buy time. Eventually, war will happen, and they will need to prepare carefully. At that moment, Chris tells Roman that he has received an invitation from Valhalla. The letter says that Valhalla wants Roman to be their representative warrior at their festival to honor the spirits of warriors. If Roman doesn't arrive at Valhalla by the day before the festival in 100 days, it will be seen as a refusal of the invitation. Chris also tells Roman that the representative warrior from Valhalla is Barbossa, one of the 12 swords of the continent, who wants to avenge Earl Denver's death. Barbossa is a star swordsman, ranked 6th in Valhalla and 11th on the continent. Hearing this, Roman thinks that the actions of Kronos and Valhalla are very different. While Kronos is known for being ruthless, Valhalla stands for fairness in battle. Chris then tells Roman that this invitation doesn't have to be accepted. Now that Dmitri is well known, Roman's safety is more important. Roman replies saying that, as Chris said, turning down Valhalla's invitation wouldn't cause immediate problems. But if he refuses, Valhalla, which values the honor of warriors, would claim victory and damage his reputation. Roman tells Chris that he needs to be a strong symbol for those who follow him, and make sure his people know that being with him means victory. Chris is surprised by this. Roman continues, explaining that while refusing Valhalla's invitation might avoid danger for now, it could create a crack in people's trust. So, Roman decides that in 100 days he will accept Valhalla's invitation, because that is what his role demands. Word spread that the Écorché Guild, who had accepted the job to kill Dmitri, were themselves wiped out. This news caused a big drop in assassination attempts in the northeast, especially those aimed at Dmitri. No one was brave enough to try. The fall of one person sent a powerful message of fear to many. The story now focuses on Dmitri's territory. Kevin thinks about how his Lord Roman once again went alone to the Écorché headquarters. Kevin wonders if he can only watch Roman face danger. People have noticed that Kevin and the other Dmitri soldiers are improving very quickly, but even that might not be enough for them to follow Roman's path toward the future. To fight against Kronos, the group that controls the continent, Kevin and the other Dmitri soldiers need to become much stronger. Just then, Kevin overhears Felix and Chris talking. Felix tells him that they have created a magic circle that can make the mana in a specific area much denser. It's not perfect yet, but Felix thinks he can fix the remaining problems within 6 months. This magic circle can not only make magic stronger, but it could also be used to train Aura Knights, at least in theory. Later, Kevin and the others go to see Felix. Felix tells Kevin that this is reckless, reminding him that the technique is still unstable. Kevin replies that the most important thing for him and the other knights is to be useful to their lord. Soon, they will have to fight against an empire that has been one of the strongest forces for many centuries. Hearing this, Felix agrees to help but emphasizes that safety is crucial. He warns them that if anyone gets hurt before they can help Lord Roman, he would be ashamed. Everyone feels encouraged by Felix's words. 15 days later, the scene shifts to the mines where the workers are working. Suddenly, one of the workers shouts for everyone to move back because the passage is about to collapse. At that moment, the air shield artifact activates, stopping the collapse and saving the workers. As the dust settles, one worker finds something and calls for Morkan. Morkan is surprised to see a huge underground passage and wonders who built it. He immediately tells the workers to get Felix. Moments later, Felix arrives and examines the steel gate. He says that the whole gate is full of magical energy, warning that trying to force it open would have caused an explosion. Felix decides to use interpretation magic first. The door unlocked as he finished casting his spell. But when it opened, a bunch of arrows came flying out. Felix jumped back, surprised, but Roman easily stopped the arrows with his aura. Felix said it looked like a dungeon behind the door, and it was probably full of traps. Roman told Felix he was going in to check it out. Felix was shocked and said it was too dangerous. He told Roman to wait so he could try to figure out what traps were inside. Roman explained that if someone lived in the dungeon, they already knew they were there. The longer Roman waited, the more dangerous it would be. He told Felix to stay put and went into the dungeon. Inside, Roman thought the traps were similar to the traps the Jeagle clan used. Right then, more arrows shot towards him, but Roman blocked them with his aura. A voice came from the dark part of the dungeon telling Roman to stop. The voice said it was their territory, and if he came any closer, they would attack him. Roman calmly pulled out his sword and said, "I am Roman Dimitri of the Dmitri family, and the endless mountain range belongs to us. You are the ones who need to say who you are." Someone in the dungeon said Roman was talking nonsense, but Roman stood his ground. He said he was there to talk. He explained that the endless mountain range was in Cairo's territory, and the Dmitri family was in charge there. He warned them that if they didn't change their attitude, he would consider them enemies. Just then, the leader of the people in the dungeon came forward and told Roman not to try to use human laws on them. Roman was surprised to see that the leader was a dwarf. The dwarf said they had lived underground for a long time. Roman saw the dwarf was shaking and realized there was another race living in the endless mountain range. He wondered how he should handle the situation. Roman told the dwarf that even if it was their land, he needed to know they wouldn't cause trouble in Dimitri's territory. As the dwarf leader was about to answer, he suddenly saw Roman's sword. He asked if he could look at it. Roman was confused, but the dwarf leader politely asked to hold the sword for 3 minutes. He promised that if Roman let him, they would think about making a deal. When Roman gave the dwarves his sword, they were amazed. They had never seen a sword like it. The blade was strong and the design was perfect. The dwarves were excited. They thought another group of dwarves must have made it somewhere else because it was so perfectly made, like it came from nature itself. The dwarf leader, full of anticipation, asked Roman who had made the sword. Roman replied that he himself had made it. This news greatly surprised the dwarves. The dwarf leader then used the sword to look into its past, confirming that Roman was both its owner and its creator. Seeing this, the dwarf leader felt hopeful. He said that if Roman was capable of such skill, he might be able to help the dwarves. He bowed low and begged Roman to help them reclaim their land. Confused, Roman asked what he meant by reclaiming their land. The dwarf leader explained that first, Roman needed to understand why the dwarves lived in this dungeon. He said that the name Endless Mountain Range was given to the mountains by humans. These mountains do have an end, the dwarf leader continued, and it's called Arcady, a peaceful place where different races used to live together. The dwarves came from Arcady a long time ago. Before humans became advanced, a strange cold wave swept across the mountains, freezing the land. Even the world tree, which was like the heart of the world, died. This marked the start of a terrible disaster. Many races in Arcady died from the cold and hunger. The ancestors of the dwarves, desperate to survive, had to leave that place. Growing impatient, Roman asked the dwarf to get to the point. The dwarf leader explained that the dwarves eventually settled in the Endless Mountain Range. Several decades ago, they discovered a fire demon deep underground. He warned that this demon could burn the whole world, but if they could control it, it might be the only way to thaw the frozen world tree. The dwarf leader then revealed that when he looked into the sword's memory, he saw that Roman could control fire freely. He suggested that their meeting might be fate, and earnestly asked Roman to bring the fire demon to them. The dwarf leader promised that if Roman did this, then in the name of the sacred brown rock that guides the dwarves, they would grant any wish Roman had. Roman thought to himself, realizing he had been meeting people similar to those from his past life. Could all of this really be just a coincidence? The Dmitri family, known for their blacksmith skills, and the endless mountain range behind their land were very similar to the 10,000 mountains of the Heavenly Demon. Even though Roman had chosen a different life this time, the experiences from his previous life had been very helpful. Determined to find out what had brought him to this point, Roman agreed to the dwarf's request. The dwarf leader was overjoyed and led him to where the fire demon lived. At the edge of a cliff, the dwarf leader stopped. He told Roman they couldn't go any further. The fire demon was too dangerous. He told Roman to be careful. Roman said not to worry. He walked forward, thinking about why he was there. Roman lived by his beliefs and always followed them. He saw the flame demon, which looked like a small sun. As he got closer, his clothes started to burn. Roman knew it was dangerous. The heat was much hotter than anything he could withstand. To fight the flame demon, he had to accept it. Roman used his flame mastery to gather the demon's flames. As he reached out to grab the demon, he thought that if his path and destiny were aligned, it wasn't fate, but his own choices that made it happen. The flame demon spoke to Roman. It told him to accept it, saying Roman was blessed by fire and that their destinies were connected. Roman, as always, didn't care about the demon's identity. He said if the flame demon wanted to stay with him, it had to do what Roman wanted. The flame demon agreed, saying it was a good answer. Roman came back from the cliff having captured the flame demon. The dwarf leader was amazed. Roman gave the flame demon to the dwarf leader. The dwarf leader thought about the warnings from his ancestors about human greed, but he realized Roman was different. As he controlled the flame demon, the dwarf leader promised that the dwarves would be loyal to Roman Dimitri from that day on. Roman smiled and said Dmitri would always respect the dwarves. Roman secretly noticed that some of the flame demon's fire had joined with his Dantane. He wondered how he would use its power. The story then goes to the Redford Ministry of Finance. A worker told Count Rondon that the Golden Bank had given a final warning. If the debt wasn't paid in 2 weeks, a debt collector would come. The worker said if things didn't change, Redford would go bankrupt. Rondon asked if they could negotiate. The worker said the Golden Bank refused. Rondon was worried. He had worked hard to save the country, but many problems remained. He asked about the king's opinion. The worker said it was sad, because the king wasn't the same leader he used to be. Someone must have deliberately put his majesty in this terrible situation, and the problem will continue as long as that person is around. Rondon thinks about what to do next, knowing that people blame him for the current problems. Unlike his respected father, Rondon is not well liked by the people. Rondon tells a worker to make a list of groups that might be able to help them. Focusing on the urgent need to pay back the money owed to the Golden Bank, Rondon has already gone to 10 meetings and been turned down 10 times. At first he contacted people he knew, but they were so clearly uninterested that they wouldn't even meet with him. The story then moves to Dmitri territory, where Rondon thinks about his situation. He never thought he would be asking for help from a newly established territory, but now he has no choice but to look for support anywhere he can find it. At Roman's training area, Han tells him that a guest has been waiting for several days to see him. As Roman leaves his training room, he tells Han that he was about to go out anyway. Watching Roman, Han thinks that Roman seems different than before. Han asks how Roman's training is going. Roman says that thanks to Han, he was able to focus completely on his training plan. Finally, Roman asks who wants to meet with him. The story shifts to Roman's office where Rondon introduces himself. Roman remembers seeing Rondon's name on the Écorché kill list as one of Kronos' main targets. Rondon apologizes for asking this during their first meeting, but he asks if Roman could lend him 100,000 gold. He explains that if Redford cannot pay back its debt to the Golden Bank, it will go bankrupt. Rondon says that Redford is extremely important to the world. Roman smiles to himself, noticing that Rondon cleverly changed the subject to the strategic importance of his territory, which Roman thinks is very smart. Rondon continues, saying that if Redford falls, the Kingdom Alliance will lose a key strategic point against the Kronos Empire. He asks for Roman's help, explaining that without support from other countries, Redford will not survive for long. Roman replies that he has heard rumors about Rondon, the rich man from Redford known for making a lot of money through unfair business practices and being called a villain or heartless by many people. However, Rondon seems very different from the rumors that Roman has heard. Roman asks Rondon to explain his situation and why he is working so hard for Redford. Rondon reveals that he is being watched and cannot be seen as a patriotic and wealthy man like his father. To prevent this, he has purposely ruined his own reputation. The riches he took and destroyed belonged to people who were working with traitors. Rondon says he wants to stop the suffering of his country and its people, believing the Kronos Empire is responsible for these problems. To make this deal happen, Rondon promises the Rondon territory and his family's special heirloom in return for Redford becoming powerful again. He promises that both the Rondon family and the Redford Kingdom will always remember this act of kindness. Roman agrees to the deal, which surprises Rondon. Roman adds that, like Cairo, Redford has to survive no matter what, and that Rondon will have opportunities. Rondon is surprised by this answer. Rondon remembers his father telling him to never give up, because chances will come at the right time. Back in the present, Rondon tells Roman he will definitely repay the kindness the Dmitri family has shown. The scene changes to outside, where people are talking about a coming festival to honor the Valhalla warriors. It's said that Barbassa of the 12 Swords has chosen Roman Dimitri to fight him. This is important because it's the first time someone so highly ranked who isn't from the Empire has been chosen. However, rumors also say that Roman Dimitri has turned down the invitation, making people think he's scared. This makes sense, because Butler Nicholas and Gustavo, who are challengers at the continent level, are clearly ranked lower. Even if they fought together, Barbassa wouldn't lose. The scene goes back to Roman's office where he's reading a letter and smiling. Roman thinks that with Valhalla becoming more obvious, the Dmitri family has to react in the right way. The scene changes to later in Roman's office where Kevin asks why he wasn't included in the Valhalla expedition. Roman explains that the dangers of this mission are not just for him. Without Roman there, Dmitri territory would be very vulnerable. So the person Roman trusts most has to stay behind, and he's decided that Kevin is the best person for this job. Kevin is happy to hear this, and in his mind he feels that Roman trusts him more than Chris. Excited, Kevin thanks Roman and promises he will do everything he can to protect the Dmitri territory while Roman is gone. Roman, seeing Kevin's excitement, tells him to calm down. He then turns away and thinks that from now on Dmitri has to win this seemingly impossible fight to show that the Empire is not unbeatable. Roman knows he has to go to Valhalla. The scene shifts outside, where Roman tells Rondon that there are many ways to protect his kingdom. He then asks why Rondon hasn't revealed the truth. Rondon explains that Redford's troubles aren't just the king's problem. Even if they got rid of the king, the kingdom would probably fall into even worse chaos without a leader. So Rondon thinks it's better for him to take the people's criticism until they're ready for Redford to survive on its own. The truth needs to be kept secret from everyone in the kingdom. This makes Roman think about a friend he had when he was a heavenly demon, a demon scholar named Yu Yun. Yu Yun was unusual. He believed that people were naturally good. Even though he came from a respected family, Yu Yun didn't want power, maybe because his life was so different from Baek Jung-hyeok's. They used to spend time together, and Baek Jung-hyeok would ask Yu Yun about his trips to the village to help people. Baek Jung-hyeok says that Yu Yun probably helped from the heart, but people will expect him to keep coming back because of what he did. If Yu Yun doesn't return, they'll get angry and eventually start to hate him. It's human nature to want more once they've been given something, whether they're poor or rich. Yu Yun smiles and tells Roman that people might indeed hate him, like Roman says, but he's just following his heart. If there are people like Baek Jung-hyeok in the world, there also need to be people like Yu Yun to balance things out. Baek Jung-hyeok can't help but smile. He thinks that even though Yu Yun is different from him, he doesn't dislike him. 1 year later, Roman hears that Yu Yun died in a village. On that day, Baek Jung-hyeok goes on a rampage in the village and finds the person who killed Yu Yun. The man apologizes to Baek Jung-hyeok, saying he didn't mean to kill Yu Yun. He just wanted his nice-looking clothes. Baek Jung-hyeok doesn't listen and kills the man with one blow. He thinks that whether people are rich or poor, they're all just human. If they keep choosing to sacrifice themselves, they'll eventually be forced to. Back in the present, Roman looks at Rondon and is reminded of Yu Yun. Rondon thanks Roman for his help and says he'll go back now to repay all his debts. As they shake hands, Roman tells Rondon to return safely. Later, as Rondon arrives at Redford city center, he thinks about Roman's last words. Roman had told him to be careful, warning that the moment people think the Redford family and the kingdom are no longer strong, anything could happen. Rondon thinks that sacrificing himself isn't the only way to help the kingdom and its people. He wishes Roman were a citizen of Redford. The Golden Bank's debt is paid back, and Rondon wants to use this to improve things in Redford. But then he hears people attacking his carriage. The knight captain yells for his knights to defend them. He's confused because so many robbers have suddenly appeared. The knight captain uses his aura sword and pushes the robbers back a little. Then, he sees a child standing right in front of him. The child throws dust in the knight captain's eyes and he falls down. The robbers quickly take advantage of this and overpower him. Another knight is surprised. He wonders who these robbers are because they don't seem like regular thieves. Just then, a small arrow hits the knight and he starts to feel faint. A robber tries to attack him, but Rondon steps in and tells the robber to stop. He explains that the money in the carriage is very important for solving the kingdom's debt. He says if they are from Redford, they shouldn't attack. Without the money, Redford won't survive. At that moment, a man named Jacqueline shows up. He says that Rondon is a traitor. Jacqueline hits Rondon, and Rondon falls to the ground. The robbers take all the gold. The story now goes to Dmitri territory. Roman is getting ready to leave for Valhalla. People are there to support Roman in his mission to defeat Valhalla. Kevin promises to protect Dmitri territory while Roman is gone. Meanwhile, Lucas is rushing to find Roman because he has to tell him something important right away. Now we're in a restaurant. Someone tells Jacqueline about a rumor. The rumor is that Rondon's family stole the country's money. The person also says that they heard Rondon will take the money to Dmitri territory tomorrow morning to find safety there. Jacqueline is angry. He says he won't let Rondon get away with this. He decides to stop him with his followers. Back to the present. The robbers can't believe how much money there is. At least 100,000 gold. Jacqueline sees the money and thinks that now the people of Redford will be able to survive for at least a year. Jacqueline can't believe the rumor about Rondon being a traitor is true. He gathers everyone and tells them he will give the gold, which was stolen from the traitor Rondon, back to the people. Jacqueline thinks he's a good thief, just returning what was stolen. The story then goes to the meeting room in Redford. A Golden Bank officer says that the bank has been very patient with Redford considering the kingdom's troubles. However, he doesn't see how Redford can ever repay the original loan, let alone the interest. The Redford worker apologizes to the Golden Bank officer. He explains that Rondon is usually very reliable and never misses appointments. He's sure something unexpected happened to Rondon on his way back to Redford. The Golden Bank officer dismisses this, saying it's not important. He reminds the worker that Rondon, representing Redford, promised to repay the loan, but he keeps asking for more time. Also, Rondon didn't even show up for their meeting. The officer suspects that Rondon has abandoned Redford to save himself. Just then, a knight announces the arrival of Roman Dimitri. Both the Redford worker and the Golden Bank officer are surprised to see Roman. Roman apologizes for being late and suggests they get down to business. The Golden Bank officer asks Roman why he's there. Roman says that something happened to Rondon, and he's there to represent him. He asks the Golden Bank to discuss the matter with him directly. The Golden Bank officer replies that if Roman is representing Rondon, then he must know the situation. The Golden Bank considers Redford a risky borrower and will do everything it can to get its money back. Time is money, he says. Roman smiles and tells the officer to get to the point. The officer explains that because the payment is just 5 minutes late, the Golden Bank must charge extra interest, which is 10% of the original loan. This means that if Roman can pay 110,000 gold, the Golden Bank will forget about Redford's late payments. The Redford worker is shocked to hear this, especially since Roman just explained that Rondon couldn't come because of unforeseen circumstances. Roman asks the Golden Bank officer if the only way to fix things is to pay them 110,000 gold. The officer says that he has to consider Redford's situation, but the Golden Bank only cares about the agreed-upon deadline. They have to collect the interest because the payment was late. Roman then asks the officer if the Golden Bank just wants their money back or if they're trying to cause trouble disguised as a loan. Both the Redford worker and the Golden Bank officer are surprised by this question. Roman continues, saying he doesn't know what the Golden Bank really wants. He adds that no lending company in the world would start a war just to get a loan repaid. The officer, clearly irritated, says that the Golden Bank isn't just any lender. They have a trust-based relationship with their borrowers. People repay their loans to the Golden Bank because the bank is known for taking strong action against those who don't. Roman says he still doesn't get it. The Redford Kingdom is deeply in debt, their king is failing and the country is in trouble, yet the Golden Bank still loaned them money. A trustworthy place and a relationship built on trust, it doesn't seem to make sense, Roman says. The officer, now frustrated, asks if Roman is suggesting the Golden Bank gave Redford money just to watch them fail. He says he can't discuss this further and starts to leave. As he turns away, Roman asks him to listen. Roman will repay all of Redford's debt. The officer says that while the debt will be paid, the Dmitri family has made a big mistake. Before leaving, the Golden Bank officer says he looks forward to seeing Roman again. The Redford worker thanks Roman, saying he's grateful for his help in saving Redford from a huge crisis. Roman says no thanks are needed. He had his own reasons. They then go to see Rondon. When Rondon wakes up, he asks Roman about the gold in the carriage. Roman explains that by the time he learned what happened to Rondon, the people who attacked him had already given all the gold to the people of Redford Kingdom. Rondon is shocked and thinks Redford is doomed. But Roman reassures him that he has taken care of the debt with the Golden Bank. Rondon starts to cry, saying Redford owes the Dmitri family a great deal and thanking Roman profusely. Roman tells Rondon he's wrong. This isn't the time for thanks. Rondon is surprised by this. Roman explains that Redford's incompetence has created a terrible situation. Rondon thinks about Roman's words and realizes he's right. Maybe the problem is Redford's incompetence and his own weakness. Roman says that from now on they won't do things Rondon's way. They will do things his way. Roman reminds Rondon that he warned him that giving too much can make people lose respect and become unpredictable. But Rondon chose to trust people, a foolish decision. As a result, he broke his promise to Roman and couldn't fix things even with the 100,000 gold. If it weren't for Roman, the Redford Kingdom would be at war. Rondon apologized to Roman, admitting that nothing he could say could excuse what had happened. Even so, Roman chose not to abandon Redford and decided to pay off their debt for them. Rondon knew Roman must want something in return. He asked Roman to tell him what it was and what he expected. Roman said that the Dmitri family's promise to support Redford still stood. He wouldn't set a deadline for the 210,000 gold repayment, but he would collect double that amount sometime in the future. Roman also wanted to tell the people of Redford the truth about what Rondon had done. In his mind, Roman thought that maybe what happened this time was something he wanted because of Yu Yun. Roman told Rondon he wanted to make it clear that Rondon wasn't a traitor, but a patriot. So Roman urged Rondon to start a rebellion and take the throne of Redford. Rondon was stunned by this. Meanwhile, at a restaurant, Jacqueline and his team were celebrating their recent success. One of the team members said that since even the Aura Knights couldn't beat them when they worked together, it meant the Aura Knights might not be as strong as everyone thought. They decided that even if the Redford Imperial family sent soldiers, they would fight them together. Just then, the door burst open, and Chris walked in with soldiers, saying he was there for Jacqueline. Chris ordered the soldiers to take Jacqueline to him. Jacqueline wondered if the soldiers were there to arrest him. His team tried to fight back, and one of them charged at Chris. But Chris quickly knocked him down with one blow, shocking everyone. Chris then told everyone that anyone who got in his way would be taken down instantly. Kevin stepped in front of Jacqueline and asked if he was Jacqueline. When he confirmed it, Chris immediately pushed Jacqueline to the ground and dragged him to the plaza. Seeing this, the crowd got angry and shouted that they wouldn't let anyone hurt Redford's hero. They decided to rescue Jacqueline, grabbing any weapon they could find and running to the plaza. There, Roman watched the crowd gathering and thought to himself that everything was ready. He introduced himself to the people of Redford as Roman Dimitri from the Dmitri Dukedom, and he announced that he would punish this criminal, Jacqueline. Roman accused Jacqueline of stirring up the people of Redford and stealing money from Rondon. The people of Redford responded that Rondon was a traitor who sold out their country. They also remembered what Rondon had tried to do to the Dmitri family, saying that the money in the horse carriage belonged to Redford. Everyone already knows Rondon tried to sneak that money into Dmitri territory to find safety there. They say it's not foreigners' business and demand Roman free Jacqueline right away. Roman asks the crowd where their proof is. Jacqueline interrupts, saying it wasn't just 10,000 gold, but a huge 100,000 gold. With that much money, what else could Rondon be doing but trying to escape? Roman replies that Jacqueline is just guessing. Jacqueline argues that everyone in Redford knows Rondon is a bad guy. Roman throws a paper at Jacqueline and tells him to read it. Jacqueline is stunned to see it's a document from the Golden Bank. It proves Roman Dimitri paid back the 110,000 gold that the Redford Kingdom owed them. Roman explains the 100,000 gold was to pay off Redford's debt. When Rondon got the final notice from the Golden Bank, he went to another country and borrowed the money from Roman. Because of Jacqueline's foolish actions, they had to pay an extra 10,000 gold on top of the lost 100,000 gold. This is the truth that everyone in Redford has missed. Jacqueline, shocked, calls it nonsense and a fake document. He claims Rondon ignored his country's poverty, got rich while others starved, tricked merchants to get special treatment, and enjoyed luxuries that Redford people could only dream of. Roman again asks Jacqueline for real proof, saying his claims aren't good enough to show Rondon is a traitor. Jacqueline is speechless. Roman explains that what people believe about Rondon are just rumors started by the barons, and people have accepted them as facts. Actually, Baron Dread is the real traitor. He's been giving secrets to the Kronos Empire. That's why Rondon risked his life to chase Baron Dread out of Redford. The crowd is shocked. Roman tells everyone that if anyone can prove Rondon is a traitor to Redford, he'll free Jacqueline immediately. Roman then tells the crowd he asked Rondon why he put up with being called a traitor, and why he didn't tell the truth. Rondon knew that in these difficult times, if the person being criticized was the king of Redford, the current unrest wouldn't be all. It would become a full-blown rebellion that could destroy the nation. Roman turned to Jacqueline and asked him directly if the whole riot was something he had planned. Jacqueline, surprised, asked Roman what he meant. Roman explained that the information about the gold coins being put into the carriage to solve the Golden Bank problem was secret, known only to someone on the inside. Roman, looking seriously at Jacqueline, asked who had given him that information and if that person was still around. Jacqueline, realizing he hadn't seen the person who told him that information since the previous day, felt a chill. Roman then asked Jacqueline how he had managed to defeat the skilled swordsman guarding the carriage, and if that seemed strange to him. He pointed out that Jacqueline had a chance to find out the truth but didn't. Roman explained that Jacqueline had been influenced by troublemakers from the Empire and had gone too far. Because of this, Rondon, who cared deeply about the country, was hurt, and innocent soldiers had died. Roman looked at Jacqueline and asked if he really thought he was the hero who had saved Redford. This realization stunned Jacqueline. At the same time, the people who had come to support Jacqueline, after hearing Roman's words, dropped their weapons. Jacqueline was even more shocked as he understood that he had been tricked. He began to think about what he had done. He remembered a conversation with one of Rondon's workers. Jacqueline had said to the worker that it must be hard working for a traitor like Rondon, and had even suggested that Rondon was probably stealing the worker's wages. The worker had surprised Jacqueline by saying that Rondon wasn't as bad as everyone said. The worker couldn't explain much but told Jacqueline not to judge Rondon too quickly. This had made Jacqueline wonder if Rondon was truly a traitor, but he had still believed the worker was just taking Rondon's side. Now in that moment, Jacqueline understood that he had made a terrible, irreversible mistake. Scared, Jacqueline apologized to everyone and went to Roman, asking what he should do. He felt lost and didn't know what to do next. Even though Jacqueline now knew the truth, it was too much for him to accept. Roman reminded Jacqueline that he had stolen the gold and given it to the people, thinking he was fighting for what was right. But Roman said people had been killed, and no amount of apologies or tears could bring back the lives lost because of Jacqueline's misunderstanding. To stop something like this from ever happening again, Roman drew his sword and said that Jacqueline would be held responsible for his actions. Roman, speaking to the people of Redford, told them to listen and remember this day. Roman announced to everyone that Jacqueline wasn't Redford's hero. He said that by taking on the people's sins and dying, Jacqueline would be remembered as someone who saved lives. He warned that if Redford's people made the same mistake again, no one would be left to take their sins away. Right after this declaration, Roman had Jacqueline killed in front of the crowd. The story then shifts to Rondon. He and his soldiers were on their way to the king's palace. Rondon thought about how incredibly angry the people were. He knew that if the kingdom's core problems weren't fixed, the same chaotic events would happen again. For Redford's future, the king had to be removed from power. Rondon never imagined he would be the one to do it. He told his knight commander that if the royal knights attacked them, his own knights should fight back without hesitation. This is a battle for Redford's future, he stated. Rondon explained that if he didn't take the throne, Redford would continue its path to destruction. The knight commander said he understood. As they got closer to the Redford royal palace, the castle doors opened, and the royal knights came out, ready to fight. Seeing them, Rondon knew a fight was unavoidable. But then the commander of the royal knights spoke. He said their job was to protect the royal family, and that they knew opposing the king was high treason. However, the royal knights had decided to set the country on the right course. The commander declared that for Redford and the kingdom's sake, the royal knights would ignore what was happening and let Rondon do what he had to do. Rondon was surprised. He realized he wasn't the only one who wanted change for Redford. When he entered the palace to meet the king, he was shocked. He found the king collapsed on the floor, holding a letter. The letter explained that when the king heard Rondon had been attacked, he became extremely angry. Even though the king knew Rondon was dedicated to Redford, he regretted the times he ignored Rondon. Now the king had decided to reveal the whole truth. The king's letter told Rondon that he had once received a warning. If the king of Redford didn't continue his reckless lifestyle, his children's lives would be in danger. The king initially thought it was a joke, but it soon became a terrible reality. Someone was actively threatening the Redford royal family. Rondon was stunned by the letter's contents. He wondered who these mysterious people were. This group didn't just kill the king's oldest son, they also killed his young daughter. The king's second son was poisoned. The king, feeling guilty for his own reckless life, secretly got medicine from the faction and gave it to his son. The son barely survived. The king stopped thinking of himself as a ruler. He only cared about his children's safety. He knew if he became greedy, many people in Redford would die. So the king decided to kill himself and give up the throne. This way Rondon wouldn't have to fight. He left a letter for Rondon, asking him to take care of Redford. Rondon read the letter and cried. Then Rondon went to a room and told Charlo, the last royal heir of Redford, that the king was dead. Rondon asked Charlo if he knew this would happen. Charlo said he was sure the recent events in Redford were part of a conspiracy. He knew what was going on. Rondon was angry and asked why Charlo didn't say anything if he knew the truth. Charlo said that telling the truth wouldn't have changed anything. He admitted he was also afraid and wanted to live. Rondon asked Charlo if the king wanted him to take over Redford. Charlo explained that for Redford to survive, it wasn't enough for just the king and himself to step down. All the power had to change hands completely. The royal family, which could cause trouble later, had to be removed. Charlo knew how much Rondon cared about Redford. He offered himself as the final reason for Rondon to take power. Rondon asked if this was the only way. Charlo said that since his father had made his choice, he could now make his own. Rondon thought that if things were normal, Charlo would have been a great king. Charlo thanked him and said this also meant the Valhalla Empire didn't recognize him. Before he died, Charlo asked Rondon to rebuild Redford. 10 days later, Rondon thought about how he wouldn't let Redford be destroyed. He decided to always question the truth, listen to the people, and turn Redford into a nation that couldn't be defeated by the Kronos Empire. He promised to get revenge for the king and Charlo. Rondon told his knights that the coronation would be in 5 days. A few days later, crowds of people gathered to welcome the new king. As Rondon looked at the people, he realized these were the people he would now rule. He remembered Roman telling him that the people who once called him a traitor and the people now praising him were the same people of Redford. Their future actions would depend on how he ruled. Right now, Rondon is determined that Redford will never make the same mistakes again. He also thinks that if Redford becomes stable, Dmitri will have a dependable friend. Roman tells Chris to get ready to go back to the Valhalla Empire. Chris says, okay. The scene changes to Paulo, a city on the border of Valhalla. A guard there tells them that everyone will be briefly searched. Roman thinks this is too much, since Valhalla invited them in the first place. While the guard is searching Roman, Chris gets clearly annoyed. The guard warns them not to cause any trouble, because Paolo doesn't like outsiders. As they enter the city, Roman thinks about how closed off the Valhalla Empire is. The empire, protected by the southern jungle, grew in a very isolated place. So they are extremely unfriendly to people from other places. Chris says that Valhalla is exactly as the rumors described. Roman says that people from Valhalla are known to be the toughest opponents on the whole continent. He explains that if you aren't born in Valhalla, it's normal to be treated badly because outsiders are not welcome. Chris adds a little angrily that this treatment is surprising since Valhalla invited them. Also, not sending someone to guide Roman is very rude. Roman says that by inviting him without even acknowledging he's there, the Valhalla Empire is basically ignoring him. The scene changes to a small hotel where Roman and Chris are sitting. A man comes up to Roman and, even though he doesn't know where they're from, suggests that if they are outsiders, they should just go upstairs and sleep quietly. The man gets closer to Roman and says that Roman looks like he's never worked a day in his life, pointing out his pale skin. Roman doesn't say anything. The man gets angry and tells Roman to stop looking down on him and insists they should leave. Roman then tells Chris that they are now going to make the Valhalla Empire aware that he has arrived. The man laughs at Roman's words, but suddenly Chris acts. He pushes the man's face down onto the table. Following Roman's order, Chris smashes the man's head against the table, breaking it. The man gets up, furious, and says he will show Roman and Chris what Valhalla is all about. Chris, not caring about what the man says, punches him hard in the stomach. At the same time, Roman pays the hotel owner, saying he will pay for the damage. The hotel owner is amazed to see so much money. Roman then tells him to take him to the busiest part of Paolo. Happy to have the money, the hotel owner agrees to take Roman to the lively area. He takes Roman to Pooh Square, a busy place where people are always walking by, which makes it easy for Roman to get anywhere in Paolo. The owner of the inn warned Roman not to cause any trouble there, reminding him of his past actions. Roman thought to himself that Valhalla, despite calling itself an empire, lacked the true qualities of one. He found this ironic. He believed that if Kronos couldn't control his own greed, Valhalla was still a barbaric place. With this in mind, Roman decided how he would act. He went to Paolo Square and shouted, introducing himself to everyone as the heir of the Duchy of Dmitri. He challenged anyone who dared to fight him to come forward. The innkeeper, meanwhile, hid himself to avoid the commotion. The people in Paolo Square wondered if Roman was crazy. Suddenly, a man stepped forward asking how Roman dared to cause trouble in Valhalla. He accepted Roman's challenge. As the man swung his weapon at Roman, Roman quickly dodged the attack. He immediately moved closer to the man and defeated him with a single blow. The crowd watching started yelling that the defeated man was a disgrace to Valhalla. The defeated man, lying on the ground, realized how strong Roman was. He looked at his own hands and saw they didn't look human. He knew that if he gave up now, he would be humiliated. Seeing no other choice, he pretended to be unconscious. He started acting like he had passed out, but Roman told him to get up, knowing he was faking. The scene changed to the Paolo mansion. A worker told the Baron that there was trouble. Roman Dimitri was challenging people to fights. The Baron said he expected this, which was why he hadn't sent a guide for Roman. The worker then told the Baron that all of Roman's challengers had surrendered, unable to beat him. The Baron said he would personally show Roman what Valhalla was really like. He was disappointed that the proud warriors of Valhalla would surrender so easily. The scene returned to Paolo Square. Roman had already defeated many Valhalla warriors. A Paolo commander, along with some soldiers, approached Roman. The commander asked Roman what he was doing. He reminded Roman that he was a guest in Valhalla, and asked why he was causing so much trouble. He told Roman that if he didn't have a good reason, he would have to punish him. Roman calmly replied that he didn't understand what the Valhalla officer meant by a good reason. He stated that in Valhalla, strength was the only thing that mattered. He also claimed that Paolo had asked him to prove himself, and that was why he was doing this. The Valhalla commander was surprised. He didn't expect Roman to be so aggressive, even more so than the people born in Valhalla. Still, the commander knew he couldn't ignore what happened. In Valhalla, a duel is sacred. There's no rule that allows someone to disrespect a defeated opponent like that. He told Roman he had to be investigated, as per the rules. After the investigation, the commander would personally take him to the capital city. Roman refused. The commander got angry. He told Roman that in Valhalla he couldn't refuse. Roman replied that he would deal with this according to Valhalla's laws. He asked for a trial by combat. If the commander wanted to investigate him, he should bring all his soldiers and try to capture him by force. The commander immediately ordered his soldiers to arrest Roman. As the soldiers ran towards Roman, he recognized them. They were the Wild Ones. This was a minority group from the northern forest. They were known as the strongest fighters in Valhalla. They drink animal milk. Through a special ritual where they take on the appearance of a beast, they are reborn as true wild men, an elite squad of Valhalla. The Wild Ones quickly surrounded Roman. The commander warned him not to underestimate Valhalla. He ordered the Wild Ones to attack Roman together. They charged at Roman. Roman easily punched one of them away. He kept smiling. He thought to himself that these warriors were just beasts after all. Soon, Roman had defeated all the Wild Ones without any trouble. He told them that if they surrendered, he would let them go. One of the defeated Wild Ones said that he surrendered. Roman smiled and said that the Wild Ones could talk. The commander was shocked. He couldn't believe Roman had defeated the Wild Ones so easily. Even the Aura Knights had a hard time fighting them. He now realized that Roman Dimitri was probably much stronger than he first thought. The commander admitted he was wrong. He agreed to send someone to escort Roman to the capital, just like he had promised. Roman smiled to himself. He remembered Lucas's report. It said that Valhalla was two-faced. On the outside, they acted like they were happy with things as they were. But secretly, they wanted to unite the empire, just like Kronos. Roman thought that Valhalla had picked a fight with him before he even had a chance to do anything. This proved they were still just simple barbarians from the south. If he defeated Barbarossa, the traditional groups would accept the outcome. The current leaders of Valhalla are a clever and forward-thinking group. No matter what happens, Roman knows he's in danger. The story then jumps to the next day. Sanchez, a man sent by Baron Paolo to lead Roman to the capital, goes with him on the journey. As they travel, Roman thinks that Sanchez talks much more than the others. Later that day, while they're making a campfire, Sanchez tells Roman he's heard a lot about him and is really impressed. Even though Roman wasn't born in Valhalla, Sanchez feels he represents the spirit of a Valhalla warrior from long ago. He mentions that the legendary warriors in old stories were said to be able to slice mountains in half with one swing. Sanchez sighs and says that Roman is alive today. Then Sanchez asks Roman if it's true that he beat Captain Gustavo, saying that he knows rumors often get bigger than the truth. Chris, annoyed, tells Sanchez to watch his words. But Roman tells Chris it's okay and says he thinks Sanchez wants to say something. Roman encourages him to get to the point. Sanchez says that since Roman wants him to be honest, he will be. He asks Roman what makes him qualified to be Sir Barbassa's challenger. It's important to know about Barbarossa, who is ranked 6th in Valhalla, and Morales, who is ranked 12th. Their story is famous in Valhalla because they grew up in the same area and have been rivals since they were kids. Morales was born with so much talent that people called him a genius, but he still hasn't been able to beat Barbarossa, who was born into a noble family. Half a year ago, Morales was chosen to fight in the festival that everyone looks forward to. There's a belief that if a warrior dies during the festival, which honors dead warriors, they go to Valhalla whether they win or lose. Morales was happy to be chosen, and his opponent was Barbarossa. He truly thought the god of warriors had created this opportunity for him. Sanchez, who is Morales' student, tells Roman that the chance he's taken away is what every warrior in Valhalla dreams of. He doesn't believe the rumors going around the world because they all sound unbelievable. Sanchez also says that even the strongest warriors on the continent didn't become that strong in their mid-20s. He asks if Roman really thinks he's good enough to fight Sir Barbarossa instead of Sir Morales. Roman then asks Sanchez why he thinks that. Sanchez replies that he doesn't need a reason. It's just that Roman's reputation hasn't been proven yet. Roman tells Sanchez he'll prove his worth in person. Sanchez is confused, so Roman explains that Sanchez should tell everyone in Valhalla that Roman will fight anyone who wants to challenge him for a spot in the festival. Roman smirks and asks Sanchez how that sounds, even suggesting Sanchez could challenge him too. Sanchez, feeling challenged, draws his weapon. He says such a challenge is an honor and Roman shouldn't speak so carelessly. But then he sees Chris surrounded by an aura ready to attack Sanchez. Sanchez realizes this must be Chris, the Flash of Cairo. He thinks that if Roman's subordinate is this strong, the rumors about Roman might be true. Even so, the Valhalla festival is only for officially recognized warriors. So Sanchez backs down, warning Roman that he'll regret his words. The scene changes to Murim, the capital of Valhalla. Roman meets with Viscount Jonathan. The Viscount says Sanchez told him that Roman will accept challenges from Valhalla warriors to qualify for the fight against Barbossa. They sit down and Viscount Jonathan asks Roman if he'll be alright. Roman says he'll handle it. Viscount Jonathan says that if that's the case, he has nothing more to say. In Valhalla, there's a tradition before the festival. 30 warriors fight on a big stage at the same time. No one can surrender. They must either be the last one standing or die. The survivor gets a special blessing from the Emperor of Valhalla. Count Jonathan asks Roman to send one of his people to participate, to make the night before the festival exciting. He explains that the fighters can't be officially ranked warriors. He's heard the Flash of Cairo is impressive and guesses Chris is now known as the Flash of Dmitri. Roman agrees to the arrangement. Viscount Jonathan says Roman is easygoing. He tells Roman to rest until the night before the festival. Jonathan also mentions what Roman said to Sanchez, hinting it might be hard for Roman to relax. As Jonathan leaves, he hopes they'll see each other smiling in 2 days on the eve of the festival. Roman smiles at this. The next day, outside Roman's house, Bartolo, who was ranked 89th in Valhalla, showed up. He yelled and challenged Roman to a fight. Roman came out, surprising Bartolo. Instead of talking to Bartolo, Roman spoke to the crowd. He said he would accept any challenge until sunset. Then he turned to Bartolo and told him to go ahead. Bartolo got angry. He gathered his aura and thought, let's see how long Roman can act so cocky. He attacked Roman, but Roman quickly defeated him with one punch. As Bartolo fell, Roman said his skills were disappointing, especially considering how much he had talked. The crowd was stunned by how easily Bartolo was beaten. In other places, people might have been scared, but seeing Roman's power made them want to fight him even more. Another challenger came forward, saying he would fight Roman, and charged at him. Roman defeated each challenger with a single blow, one after another. About 12 people tried to fight him, but Roman beat them all without any trouble. Roman looked serious and spoke to the crowd. He said the sun was still up and asked if anyone else wanted to challenge him. He reminded them that there was 1 day left before the festival eve, and invited anyone who wanted to fight him to come to his door. Then he left. Later that day, everyone heard that warriors from Valhalla had been challenging Roman since morning, but he had defeated them all. People were amazed by Roman Dimitri's strength, and wondered what the Valhalla fighters had been doing to prepare. Sanchez was surprised to hear that Bartolo, one of the Valhalla members, was the first one Roman defeated. Someone in the crowd hoped that the top fighters from Valhalla would step in. He said that Valhalla couldn't let Roman take over the festival like this. He suggested that maybe Sir Morales would fight, since he was supposed to be Barbossa's original opponent. The people of Valhalla believed that no matter how strong Roman Dimitri was, he couldn't beat Sir Morales. Sanchez heard this and left. He went to a forest and met Morales. Sir Morales asked Sanchez if he knew why he wanted to fight Barbossa. Sanchez guessed it was because of their past problems. Morales agreed that their history was part of it, but there was a more important reason. As one of Valhalla's best and one of the 12 strongest swordsmen on the continent, Barbossa lacked the pride and honor of a true warrior. Morales hated leaders who didn't have these qualities, and he personally hated Barbossa. This hatred drove Morales to practice his swordsmanship so he could defeat Barbossa. Someone new has arrived, ready to challenge Morales. Morales tells Sanchez to gather everyone in Valhalla. He announces he will prove that he deserves to be on the festival stage. The powerful monster of Valhalla, known as the Berserk Warrior and ranked 12th, is ready to fight with all his strength. The next day, a large crowd gathers cheering for Morales. They are excited to see him fight Roman Dimitri. As Roman and Morales face each other, Morales asks Roman a question. He asks why Roman accepted Valhalla's offer to avenge Count Denver, knowing what Valhalla's real plans were. The crowd is shocked and confused by this. Roman answers confidently, saying that the Valhalla Empire can't kill him. Morales smiles and asks if Roman really thinks he can beat Barbossa. Roman replies that he wouldn't have accepted the offer if he didn't. Morales laughs, calling Roman arrogant. He says he admires warriors like Roman who are proud. Morales, excited, tells Roman that it's too soon for him to fight Barbossa. Roman, showing his aura, says Morales is funny. He tells Morales that no one who has fought him has ever expected to lose. Ready to attack, Roman asks Morales if he thinks he will be any different. Morales replies that they will soon see who deserves to win the warrior festival. Morales then releases his aura, glowing with energy. He quickly moves close to Roman and attacks. Roman tries to dodge, but Morales swings his sword and hits him. Roman blocks the blow with his own sword, surprising Morales with his strength. Morales thinks that Roman is very skilled, especially for someone in his 20s. Morales then stomps on the ground, breaking it and making Roman lose his balance. Roman jumps into the air, realizing that Morales is using the ground to his advantage. Roman sees that Morales is not only strong but also a clever fighter. Seeing an opportunity, Morales attacks Roman, saying he can't escape, but Roman uses the first form of his midway strike. He steps on a stone in midair to avoid Morales' attack and gain speed. Morales is amazed, wondering if such a move is even possible. Roman then charges at Morales, who blocks his attack. Roman quickly swings from a different direction, but Morales blocks again. Roman then kicked Morales hard, sending him crashing into a wall. The crowd was shocked, but Morales surprised Roman by getting back up, smiling and saying he was really enjoying the fight. Morales announced he would stop holding back and would use all his strength to beat Roman. Morales' attitude changed and he became fierce, gathering energy around his fist. Intrigued, Roman watched as Morales quickly attacked with a series of punches. As Roman blocked the punches, he noticed that Morales not only looked different but was also faster. However, Roman felt he could handle it. Roman then used his midway strike and defeated Morales. After winning, Roman thought that Morales was a true warrior, a symbol of Valhalla's spirit, and he was glad to have fought him. Meanwhile, Morales knew this might be the end for him, but he had no regrets. He yelled to the people of Valhalla, telling them to remember this day. Roman Dimitri had answered Valhalla's invitation, even though he knew it was a trap, showing the pride of a true warrior. Morales declared that Valhalla had lost its way, becoming a place where power was gained through scheming. He urged the people to welcome Roman, reminding them to respect his upcoming fight with Barbossa and not interfere. The crowd seemed stunned by Morales' words. Morales believed that the person who would take his place would soon come for Barbossa. At the same time, Sanchez started crying, remembering Morales telling him he might die in his fight against Barbossa. Even so, Morales insisted on fighting Barbossa, hoping that by watching him, the people and warriors of Valhalla might remember some of their past honor. Smiling, Morales had asked Sanchez if that wasn't a noble idea. Back in the present, Sanchez thought Morales was being reckless, wondering what would happen to those who looked up to him if he died for this cause. As Sanchez thought about this, the crowd began loudly chanting Roman Dimitri's name. The scene then changed to a palace where Marquis Belfer heard about Morales' defeat by Roman. Smiling, Belfer said things were getting interesting. He hadn't expected Roman to be strong enough to beat Morales. Just then, Jonathan entered and told Belfer that if he gave the order, Baron Jonathan could take care of Roman Dimitri before he even fought. But Belfer reminded him that Morales had used his wisdom, stirring up public opinion before his death, making it impossible to interfere in the duel. If Marquis Belfer acted carelessly, he risked arousing suspicion. The Marquis asked Jonathan what he knew about Barbossa. Jonathan said he knew Barbossa was one of the 12 strongest fighters on the continent, representing Valhalla. The Marquis explained that Barbossa was a clever and ruthless man who would do anything to win. He suggested they let Barbossa handle Roman, just like they let him handle Morales. He was sure Roman wouldn't survive, no matter how hard he fought. The scene changed to Roman's place. He was meeting with Sanchez. Roman asked Sanchez why he was there, since the fight with Morales was over. Sanchez apologized for being disrespectful before. He explained that he came because of Morales' last wish. Sanchez gave Roman a document. It was Morales' will, and it said he wanted to expose Valhalla's secrets. Sanchez added that this was bigger than just the fight with Barbossa. Even if Roman beat Barbossa, Sanchez couldn't guarantee Roman's safety. Morales' will also said that some people in Valhalla were secretly working with Kronos, and that the Kronos Empire had influenced Roman's invitation to the festival. Valhalla didn't want Roman to leave alive. Sanchez urged Roman to leave Valhalla immediately, and promised to help him. Roman said he understood. He knew about the tricky relationship between Kronos and Valhalla. Many people thought Valhalla ignored Kronos' terrible actions. But actually, Valhalla and Kronos were working together for now. Sanchez was surprised. Roman explained that they joined forces to deal with their enemies and to have an excuse for not hurting each other too much. Roman told Sanchez that if he thought about it, it was clear they were working together. Sanchez asked if Roman knew this when he accepted the invitation, and if he was confident he could handle it. Sanchez said Roman was strong, but everyone has limits. Once the warp gate to Dmitri was closed, it would be almost impossible to escape from Valhalla. Just then, Roman told Sanchez that even if the truth came out, nothing would change for the smaller countries, including Dmitri. They would have to face this difficult situation to protect themselves. Even if Valhalla was trapping him, Roman was determined. Kronos was trying again to get rid of Roman. If Roman could defeat the 12 strongest fighters and come back alive, it would be a turning point in the upcoming war. His actions would give them a reason to fight against the Empire. Sanchez was shocked. He remembered Morales telling him that if he ever met a true warrior, he should learn from that warrior's life. Even though Sanchez couldn't live exactly like that warrior, he knew he could learn important lessons for the future. The story now jumps to the present. Sanchez is leaving Roman's palace, deep in thought. He believes Roman will soon face a difficult time. The scene then shifts to the time just before the festival. The announcer declares that 30 contestants will enter the stage at the same time, showing off Valhalla's best warriors. The crowd buzzes with excitement, guessing who will win and talking about how unpredictable the pre-festival stage can be. Someone in the audience says that maybe Dimitri's Flash will win. Another person mentions they're excited to see Chris fight, but they wonder if Chris is strong enough to beat the other warriors. Since Chris works for Roman, the same Roman who beat Morales, he might be more than just a regular fighter. The announcer then introduces the first warrior entering the arena, Gonzalez from House Jonathan, followed by Neravane from House Isle, Kargwin from House Lilpot, Kaleha from House Dejor, and many more. Finally, Chris from the Duchy of Dmitri enters. The story flashes back to a memory of Roman telling Chris that this trip to Valhalla is dangerous from start to finish, and that the other pre-festival fighters might try to kill him. Roman adds that Chris is the sword he trusts and tells him to defeat all the other fighters alone to prove his strength. Chris kneels and promises to do as Roman says and bring honor to Dimitri's name. Back in the present, Chris, known as the Flash of Dmitri, makes his move. As soon as the festival starts, Chris charges at his opponents. One Valhalla warrior makes fun of him, saying it was silly to target him, but to everyone's surprise, Chris uses his flash strike and defeats the warrior with one blow. Chris knows that to defeat all 29 fighters, he can't hesitate. He needs to keep attacking with his lightning-fast sword strikes without stopping. Chris quickly defeats several opponents, and the audience starts cheering in amazement at his speed. Soon, only one Valhalla warrior is left. This warrior releases his aura and attacks Chris, who manages to block the attack but is pushed back by the force. The Valhalla warrior, now confident, starts to taunt Chris. In a flash, Chris strikes back and defeats the warrior, impressing Roman with his skill and speed. The audience cheers loudly for Chris as the announcer declares the match over, naming Chris from the Duchy of Dmitri as the winner. Exhausted and hurt, Chris kneels in the arena victorious. Chris feels frustrated because he can't move due to his injuries. At that moment, Roman speaks to him through his mind, telling him to use his aura to activate his body and heal himself temporarily. Following Roman's instructions, Chris focuses his aura, and his wound heals just enough for him to move again. He stands up, and the audience cheers loudly for him. The announcer then declares that the winner of the ceremony will now show respect to His Majesty. However, Chris thinks to himself that there is only one person he truly respects. To everyone's surprise, he bows toward Roman instead of the Valhalla Emperor. The crowd starts whispering in shock, wondering if a foreigner is even allowed to do such a thing. Some people say it's disrespectful to Valhalla. Curious, the Valhalla Emperor asks who Chris is. Chris introduces himself, and the Emperor acknowledges that winning in Valhalla as an outsider is no small achievement. Impressed, the Emperor says that Chris put on an amazing performance. Then he asks why Chris chose to bow to Roman instead of him, adding that he isn't angry and won't punish him for it. He simply wants to know because it's rare for someone to act this way in front of him. Chris explains that while Valhalla's warriors fight for their emperor, he entered the arena for his own lord, Roman Dimitri. The Emperor notes that Chris is not only skilled but also extremely loyal, which makes him stand out. Since Valhalla values talent, the Emperor makes Chris an offer. If he swears loyalty to Valhalla, he will receive a greater reward than anything he could get in Dmitri as a prize for his victory. Chris is surprised by the offer but replies that he wouldn't be this strong without his lord's guidance. He believes the true worth lies not in himself but in Roman Dimitri. He politely declines the Emperor's offer, showing his gratitude but standing firm in his decision. The Valhalla Emperor accepts Chris's choice and says nothing more. The ceremony ends, and the Emperor rewards Chris with great wealth for his victory. Later at the palace, Marquis Belfire is furious with Baron Jonathan. Because of the Baron's overconfident promises, The Marquis ended up making false claims in front of the Emperor and now feels humiliated. Baron Jonathan apologizes and asks for another chance, but the Marquis dismisses him, saying it's no longer needed because Barbossa has already taken action. The Marquis hopes Barbossa will succeed, seeing it as his last chance to regain his status. Meanwhile, in Roman's quarters, a servant brings food and tea and sets them in front of him. The servant then secretly warns Roman not to eat, informing him that Barbossa has made his move. To the servant's shock, Roman suddenly speaks into his mind, asking for his identity. The servant reveals that he belongs to a group that is loyal to Lord Morales. His group only hopes that Roman will not fall for Barbossa's sneaky tricks and wants him to succeed. Thinking about this, Roman realizes that Morales' influence in Valhalla is still strong. Roman then takes a sip of the tea, surprising the servant. The servant quickly asks why Roman is drinking it so carelessly, and if he knows what might be in it. Roman reassures him, saying he is aware that Barbossa is skilled in using poisons, but poison does not affect him. He then challenges the servant. If he truly wants to help, he should test the rest of the tea to prove it is poisoned. The servant agrees but points out that time is a problem. Barbossa likely chose this night for the ceremony on purpose, and if they find proof too late, no one will believe them, especially since the defeated have little say. Roman tells him not to worry. If the servant brings him the proof he needs, he will also get the result he wants. Roman then suggests they start by catching the culprit. The scene shifts to the kitchen, where Roman confronts the chef who prepared his food. The chef insists he did nothing wrong. Roman replies that if he is innocent he should bring someone who can take responsibility for what happened. Just then, Baron Jonathan rushes in, telling Roman to stop. Roman, keeping a serious expression, tells Baron Jonathan that the servants gave him poisoned tea, and were later rewarded with gold as if they were being praised. He adds that it looks like someone wants him to lose in the festival competition. Shocked, Baron Jonathan wonders if Barbossa's plan has been discovered. However, he quickly tries to cover it up, telling Roman that his claim is baseless, and that he shouldn't shame Valhalla, especially during such an important event. Jonathan promises to take action if anything improper has happened, but he also says Roman is overreacting and that his fears are unnecessary. Roman replies that there is no need to cancel the festival competition. It will go on as planned. However, he will not ignore what happened today. If poison is found in his teacup, Baron Jonathan will have to take responsibility for his words. The scene shifts to Barbossa's palace, where Marquis Belfire informs Barbossa that Roman has discovered the poison. The Marquis asks if this is a problem. Barbossa explains that the poison he used is not like normal poisons. At first, it has little effect, but over time, it disrupts mana. Roman likely knows that the poison has not fully taken effect yet, which is why he is still confident. Impressed, Marquis Belfire acknowledges Barbossa's skill. Barbossa reassures him, saying he should continue to trust him as always. Outside, people are starting to have doubts about the festival. Rumors have been spreading, fueled by whispers from the servants at the trade house. There was a lot of commotion when people discovered poison at Roman's lodging. Many started to suspect that someone had tried to poison him, and some believed Barbossa was behind it. After all, strange things like this always seemed to happen whenever Barbossa had a match. However, without solid proof, the authorities couldn't blame anyone, so the case remained unsolved. The crowd also wondered how Roman, if he really was poisoned, could stand a chance against Barbossa. But Roman, determined to protect his pride as a warrior, announced that he would still fight in the festival. Even though he was a foreigner, his courage impressed the people, earning their respect. Meanwhile, at the Valhalla Emperor's palace, Count Gomez informed the Emperor that the rumors spreading among the people were concerning. Many doubted the fairness of the match, and Gomez suggested that they needed to uncover the truth, even if it meant canceling the festival. The Emperor then turned to Marquis Belfire and asked for his opinion. Marquis Belfire dismissed the rumors, saying they were just baseless talk. He confidently stated that Barbossa was strong enough to defeat Dmitri on his own, and had no reason to use poison. Seeing the Marquis's confidence, the Emperor said he was looking forward to the match as well. However, Marquis Belfire suspected that the rumors were started by the conservative faction. He believed Barbossa was innocent, and was sure that Barbossa would prove his power as one of the 12 swords, the strongest warriors on the continent. The next day, the arena was filled with excitement. The announcer told the crowd that the main event of the festival was about to begin. First, he introduced Barbossa, a proud warrior of Valhalla and one of the 12 swords. Then he introduced Barbossa's challenger, the young warrior, Roman Dimitri. As they stood face to face, Barbossa spoke to Roman, pretending to be concerned about his condition. He pointed out that the poison would take time to fully take effect. But Roman, drawing his sword, answered with confidence. He said that ever since he learned about this world, he had been curious about the 12 swords, known as the strongest warriors, and had decided to accept Valhalla's invitation for this reason. With a smirk, Roman assured Barbossa that the poison wouldn't work the way he expected. Barbossa simply smiled back, dismissing his words as nonsense. Inwardly, Roman saw this battle as a test. He knew that fighting Barbossa would help him prepare for future enemies and prove his own strength. He told himself that if he had trouble dealing with Barbossa, then he wasn't ready for war against the Empire. With a serious look, Roman declared that if Barbossa could block all his attacks, he would admit that Valhalla's strength was truly powerful. As the announcer signals the start of the duel, Roman immediately charges at Barbossa using his first Heavenly Demon sword technique. Barbossa quickly reacts and blocks Roman's attack with his own sword. The force of their clash pushes both of them backward. Regaining his balance, Barbossa strikes back, swinging his sword filled with powerful energy at Roman. But Roman skillfully defends himself using his second Heavenly Demon sword technique. The audience watches in amazement as the fight intensifies. Roman then releases a powerful energy attack toward Barbossa. Barbossa is shocked and struggles to understand how Roman is fighting so strongly, even though he was supposed to be poisoned. However, Barbossa quickly regains his focus, breaks through Roman's energy, and prepares to strike again. But Roman is already a step ahead. He unleashes the ultimate martial arts technique of the Supreme Masters, called Annihilation, the strongest and final move of the Heavenly Demon. Roman's energy fills the entire arena as he executes the technique, completely overwhelming Barbossa and defeating him. The crowd is left in shock at how decisively Roman has won. The announcer then declares Roman the winner of the duel, announcing that he has earned a place among the continent's 12 swords. Just then, a servant who had been investigating the poisoned cup approaches Roman. The servant looks serious and tells Roman that he risked his life to uncover the truth. He urges Roman to reveal it so Valhalla can find the right path. With that, the servant hands the cup back to Roman. As Roman takes the cup, the audience begins murmuring, wondering who the servant is. Roman then addresses the crowd, revealing that someone had poisoned the tea he drank the night before. But when he brought up the issue, Baron Jonathan accused him of insulting Valhalla instead. Roman explains that he isn't too concerned about who used the poison, but he is disappointed in how Valhalla handled the situation. Holding up the cup, he shows the evidence. The tea inside has turned black from the poison. The audience gasps, whispering about whether Baron Jonathan really tried to poison him before the duel. Roman then declares that if he had lost the duel, the truth would have been buried, and he would have been forgotten. Looking directly at the Emperor of Valhalla, Roman asks whether this is how Valhalla treats those who seek the truth, even though the nation claims to honor warriors. Frustrated, the Emperor finally speaks. He admits that the Valhalla Empire has become a disgrace. He then turns to Baron Jonathan and demands to know if Roman's accusations are true. Baron Jonathan stammers and apologizes to the Emperor. Without hesitation, the Emperor orders the soldiers to bring the criminal before him. As Baron Jonathan tries to explain himself, the Emperor cuts him off and declares that Jonathan has brought shame to Valhalla. Without any more discussion, the Emperor immediately punishes him, killing him on the spot. Then the Emperor turns to Roman with a fierce and almost crazed look and asks, "Is this enough?" Roman responds that it is not enough. He explains that punishing Viscount Jonathan is just a personal punishment. To prevent such things from happening again, Roman suggests making changes to the system. Hearing this, the Emperor grows visibly angry and storms out of the arena. Meanwhile, Marquis Belfire thinks about their failed plan. He realizes that Jonathan is dead, and that he himself may also face the Emperor's anger. Later, the Emperor asks Belfire what he thinks about Roman Dimitri. Belfire replies that Roman is dangerous, not just because he easily defeated Barbossa, one of the 12 swords of the continent, but also because he dared to stand up to the Emperor. Belfire adds that the most dangerous thing about Roman is his boldness in openly criticizing the Emperor's punishment. Frustrated, the Emperor agrees and angrily says that Roman had the audacity to question his authority. He then orders Belfire to fully support Kronos' plan, making sure that Roman Dimitri never returns alive. The scene changes to the warp gate where Roman is preparing to leave. A worker informs him and his men that there is a problem with the warp gate, and that it cannot be used for now. The worker explains that fixing it will take about 2 weeks and suggests that Roman and his men stay in Murim until then. Roman listens silently, suspecting that Valhalla has deliberately blocked the warp gate. Realizing this, he understands that he only has one choice: to travel to another trading city, which will take a month from Murim. He also considers that Valhalla probably expected this decision and blocked the warp gate on purpose to create an opportunity to kill him during the long journey. Turning to his men, Roman firmly says, "Let's go." The scene shifts to a palace, where a worker informs Marquis Belfire that Roman has left Murim and is heading toward the trading city. Belfire then asks when would be the best time to attack him. The worker hesitates and explains that there is a problem. Too many people are watching Roman. Because of his overwhelming victory at the Valhalla festival, Roman has become famous overnight. The people of Valhalla now follow him like devoted fans, making it difficult to attack him without causing many civilian deaths. However, Belfire dismisses this concern. He tells the worker that the lives of civilians do not matter. He also points out that it will be Kronos, not Valhalla, carrying out the attack. So Valhalla will not be blamed for anything that happens. The Marquis tells a worker to send a message to Kronos telling him to move forward without holding back. The scene changes to a forest where Roman and his group are suddenly attacked. The people traveling with Roman are shocked. How could someone dare to attack the champion of the Valhalla festival? Murmurs spread through the group as they try to guess who the attackers are. Soon, they realize that the enemies are shadow warriors from the Kronos Empire. The battle begins fiercely. Chris focuses on the flow of mana and uses his flash lightning technique to instantly take down one shadow warrior. Roman quickly gives an order to Vulcan and Pukki: eliminate all remaining enemies. Following his command, Pukki and Vulcan rush forward and easily defeat most of the shadow warriors. The remaining enemies, overwhelmed by their strength, warn them that they are making a big mistake. But before they can say anything else, Roman appears behind them and takes one down with a single sword strike. "You talk too much," Roman says coldly. Then he turns to one of his men and asks, "Did you record everything?" The subordinate nods and confirms that he did. Roman orders him to spread the video across Valhalla immediately using the magical video recorder. With a determined look, Roman adds, "Let's make this game even bigger." The scene shifts to Valhalla, where people watch the video with growing anger. They are outraged, wondering who would dare invade their land and act so recklessly. As the video reveals the attackers to be the shadow warriors of the Kronos Empire, the people feel insulted. Many declare that Lord Roman represents Valhalla's pride and honor, and they cannot allow him to be killed on their land. They wonder how they could ever speak of warrior pride again if they let such a thing happen. United in their fury, they raise their voices, and their demands for justice reach the Valhalla court. The royal court expresses its anger at the Kronos Empire, and announces that they will investigate the attack. However, they do nothing more. Using the excuse of needing careful consideration, they avoid sending troops. Meanwhile, Roman's private forces continue facing constant attacks from the shadows. At this moment, Sanchez and a few of his men, who had supported Morales, arrive to help Roman. Roman thanks Sanchez for the thought but warns him that their skills are not enough, and staying here will only get them killed faster. Sanchez replies, "If I wanted to live, I wouldn't have come." Roman smiles and calls Sanchez a fool, saying it's too late to change his decision now. Sanchez, confused, doesn't understand what Roman means, until all of a sudden a whole army of cloaked figures appears. Seeing the enemies, Sanchez quickly orders his men to prepare for battle. As representatives of Valhalla, they must support Roman Dimitri. Sanchez has gathered a team of aura swordsmen to fight against the mysterious shadowy figures. As he and his men charge forward, their weapons glowing with aura, Sanchez is startled when one of the shadow warriors suddenly disappears using a blink technique. Shocked, he realizes these aren't ordinary enemies. They are powerful beings known as the Abyssal Demons. Above him, a demon easily dodges his attack, its dark aura swirling around it. Sensing danger, Sanchez commands his men to form a defensive stance, preparing for the enemy's next move. At that moment, a demon unleashes a bolt of dark lightning, targeting Sanchez and his team. The sudden attack freezes him in place. He has no time to react. Just as disaster seems certain, Roman steps in. He raises his shield, blocking the lightning strike and protecting Sanchez's group. With a single movement, he deflects the attack completely. Turning to Sanchez, Roman orders, "Fall back. Regroup and leave the demons to me." Still shaken from his near-death experience, Sanchez hesitates. He can't understand how Roman plans to fight so many demons alone. but as he retreats, two demons appear on either side of Roman, casting a dark flame spell. Deadly fire rushes toward him, but Roman remains calm. With a steady hand he raises his sword, using his aura to block the flames effortlessly. In an instant he dashes forward, closing the gap between himself and the demons. Before they can react, he cuts them down with swift, precise strikes. The remaining demons watch in stunned silence. Not giving up, another demon steps forward and casts an earth magic spell, Entangle. Thick, gnarled roots rise from the ground trying to trap Roman, but with one quick slash of his aura-infused sword, he slices through them with ease. The demons flinch, realizing the gap in power. In the chaos, another demon fires a dark arrow from behind. The projectile speeds toward Roman and explodes on impact, but to the demon's shock, Roman dodges effortlessly. Without wasting a second, he counterattacks, taking down the enemy with ruthless precision. Now surrounded by 6 cloaked demons, Roman stays calm. One of them steps forward and casts a powerful 6th-circle magic spell, Flame Cannon. A massive fire blast shoots straight at him, scorching the air with its intensity, yet Roman stands unshaken. With a cool expression, he remarks, revealing black magic so openly, "Is this confidence in victory, or something else?" He pauses before adding, "The Kronos Empire is truly arrogant." Roman activates his flame art skill, easily resisting the powerful fire attack. The demons are shocked by how effortlessly he withstands it. Speaking in a cold, commanding voice, he warns them, "If you want to survive, then fight until the very end." Meanwhile, the Dark Mage is in disbelief. Even a powerful 6th circle spell has no effect on Roman. Left with no other choice, the mage pushes his magic to the next level, casting a massive firestorm spell, using 7th circle magic. Flames rage around Roman, but when they fade, he stands there, completely unharmed. Without wasting a moment, Roman charges forward with incredible speed and precision. In an instant, he cuts down the mage, giving him no chance to fight back. Standing over the defeated mage, Roman turns to the last remaining demon and commands, "Go tell your emperor this. The road to Dmitri is long, but if Kronos wants to kill me, now is their best chance." With the battle over, the outcome is clear. Chris approaches Roman, his body covered in bruises but his expression calm. He reports that their side has suffered only minor losses, but the warriors of Valhalla were hit hard, losing nearly half their fighters. Roman takes in the report with a serious expression. He then orders Chris to get the troops ready. They will move to the trade city without delay. Just then a soldier approaches Roman, saying he has something urgent to report. This reminds Roman of a conversation he once had with Alex. Alex had explained that mastering fire magic required a natural talent for it. He told Roman about his master, who had developed such an ability after surviving a terrible fire as a child. His proof? The burn scars covering half his master's face. Alex had also mentioned an old mystery. Years ago, mages across the continent started disappearing. It wasn't just happening in Phoenix, but in many regions. Some suspected a connection, but since there was no proof, the disappearances were eventually forgotten. Back in the present, Roman listens carefully as the soldier suggests that the black mage they just fought might be connected to those old events. Roman finds this troubling, as the mage strongly resembles the former Tower Master. He wonders if the burn scars on the mage's face are just a coincidence. But what really catches his attention is how similar the mage's fire magic is to that of Phoenix. Could there be a dark magic that forces people to obey? Determined to find out the truth, Roman instructs Chris to use a magical imaging device to record the faces of the shadow demons. Identifying them later could be important. Chris agrees and suggests they officially report the incident to the international community. Even the powerful Kronos Empire cannot ignore such an accusation. Roman nods, agreeing that Kronos has taken a big risk by revealing one of its 3 most secretive warriors, the Black Mage. He tells Chris that when dealing with a nation as powerful as Kronos, only pieces of the truth will come to light. But this battle has already started uncovering secrets that were long buried. With that, Roman gives the final order. The troops must be ready to leave for the trade city in 1 hour. Later that night, Sanchez approaches Roman and respectfully asks him to teach him and his team how to fight the shadows. Seeing their determination, Roman agrees and promises to share the technique through Chris. Surprised, Sanchez asks if Roman is serious. Roman reassures him, saying that the warriors of Valhalla have already proved their dedication and deserve to learn his technique. Overjoyed, Sanchez thanks Roman sincerely. The next day, Chris starts teaching Sanchez and his team. He explains that there are 2 main ways to defeat the shadows. The first is to attack them while their bodies are reforming, taking advantage of the brief moment when they are defenseless. The second is to sense the shadow's mana flow and cut the connection holding their bodies together. Sanchez and his team look confused after hearing this. Sanchez admits that even as a 3-star aura knight, sensing an enemy's mana flow is extremely difficult. He wonders if Dmitri is filled with geniuses who can do it easily. The group starts discussing among themselves, worried about whether they can master such a technique before the upcoming battle. Chris hears their doubts and quietly acknowledges that teaching them will take time. The scene shifts to a busy trade city, where Roman meets Rodriguez, the leader of Valhalla's nighttime division. Rodriguez, ranked 7th in Valhalla's hierarchy, approaches Roman with authority, saying that from this point on they will escort him. However, Roman confidently refuses the offer. He tells Rodriguez to drop the formalities, saying he doesn't need their help. Roman explains that the shadows cannot cause trouble in Valhalla's territory without the Emperor's direct approval. He also says that the Emperor only sent troops to keep up appearances and protect Valhalla's image. Roman advises Rodriguez to come up with an excuse and withdraw his forces. Rodriguez, unfazed, responds that Roman's reputation for boldness is well known. He warns Roman not to escalate the situation and suggests that he stay in the city and keep a low profile. According to Rodriguez, the only way Roman can leave Valhalla alive is if they pretend to be protecting him, an excuse Valhalla needs to avoid political trouble. Unmoved, Roman responds with cold determination. He releases a powerful aura, making the air around them feel heavy. With a serious expression, he declares that Valhalla's thinking is completely wrong. He boldly states that Valhalla cannot kill him, and warns that if he returns to Dmitri alive, both Valhalla and Kronos will suffer severe consequences. If Valhalla truly wants to kill him, he dares them to stop pretending and face him head-on. Roman stays calm as he speaks, though there is a hint of disappointment in his voice. He regrets that Roman refuses to cooperate but accepts it. He warns Roman to fight until the very end if that is his choice, adding that they will surely meet again. Later, at the warp gate in the trade city, a worker tells Roman that traveling to Adelin is impossible. Kronos' forces have invaded the borders, and Valhalla has declared an emergency. Because of this, all travel to foreign nations is banned. The worker explains that if Roman wants to go to Dmitri, the only way is by traveling near Paolo, and he must make the entire journey on foot. Some time later, Sanchez approaches Roman, his face full of doubt. He warns that this is clearly a trap. Valhalla, he argues, is blocking Roman from leaving on purpose, waiting for the perfect chance to strike once he crosses the border. Roman listens in silence before answering firmly. He admits that once he crosses, both Kronos and Valhalla will try to kill him. Hearing this, Sanchez hesitates before asking if Roman still plans to go, despite the danger. Roman's eyes narrow as he answers without hesitation. He says Valhalla's leaders have become corrupt, and their downfall is the reason he must take this risk. His voice is steady. He has already made up his mind. Roman reflects on Valhalla's fall from greatness, saddened by how it has abandoned its proud history and given in to reality's harsh compromises. He declares that the Valhalla he sees now is no longer a land of warriors. Its spirit is broken, leaving only an empty shell of what it once was. He refuses to accept this, believing that agreeing with Valhalla's current state would mean surrendering. That is why he is ready to take this dangerous path forward. Sanchez, moved by Roman's determination, steps forward and swears his loyalty. He insists on going with Roman, even if it costs him his life. But Roman refuses. He tells Sanchez that he must stay in Valhalla because his presence is crucial for their cause. Sanchez protests, saying he is willing to fight alongside Roman, but Roman interrupts with a serious warning. The moment Sanchez crosses the border with him, Valhalla will no longer see him as a loyal citizen, but as a traitor, a witness to Valhalla's downfall. To protect its reputation, Valhalla's royal family would do anything, even kill everyone involved, to erase all evidence. Roman then shifts the focus to what they should do next. He brings up Duke Vietto, a powerful man who lives in seclusion on the southern edge of Valhalla. Roman tells Sanchez to find people like the Duke, those who still believe in Valhalla's true values, and unite them under one goal. He insists that the only way to bring back Valhalla's former glory is to build a force strong enough to stand against the corrupt royal family. Roman entrusts this important mission to Sanchez, adding that Dmitri will carry the weight of what comes next. The next day, Roman, determined and ready, marches forward with his forces. As they advance, they are stopped by Rodriguez and his soldiers. Rodriguez smirks and greets Roman mockingly, asking if he slept well the night before. He reminds Roman of his earlier warning, that they would meet again soon. Then, with a taunting tone, Rodriguez tells Roman that if he had sworn loyalty to Valhalla, he could have lived a life of wealth and honor. But since Roman had chosen to fight against them, Rodriguez declares that he cannot allow him to leave alive. Roman remains calm and replies with a quiet intensity. He notes that people who stay in power too long often become blinded by their own arrogance. They start to believe they control everything and grow overconfident in their strength. As he speaks, Roman draws his sword, its blade shining in the dim light. His voice steady, he adds that he has been waiting for Rodriguez. Seizing the moment, Rodriguez orders his soldiers to attack and kill Roman and his men. Both sides charge at each other, and the battlefield erupts into chaos. In the heat of battle, Roman proves his unmatched skill, effortlessly cutting down Rodriguez's best soldiers. Watching in frustration, Rodriguez grits his teeth. He knows Roman's reputation. He is considered a great warrior even among the people of Valhalla. But instead of seeing this as a defeat, Rodriguez sees an opportunity. If he is the one to kill Roman, it will be a victory that raises his own status. Without hesitation, Rodriguez draws his weapon and rushes at Roman, his eyes locked on his target. His attack is swift, meant to end the fight in one blow. He studies Roman closely, his mind racing. He has already seen Roman's strength, but he still believes that Roman cannot win. Convinced of his own victory, Rodriguez decides to use his ultimate move, the evergreen slash. The air shimmered as Rodriguez swung his sword with deadly accuracy. But Roman, a seasoned warrior, saw the attack coming. In an instant he lifted his sword and blocked it with ease. Before Rodriguez could react, Roman struck back with a powerful blow, bringing him down immediately. The scene then shifts to the grand halls of Valhalla Palace. The Emperor of Valhalla sits on his throne, deep in thought about recent events. Roman Dimitri, he says aloud, is truly an interesting man. He tells his advisors that guerrilla tactics are no longer enough. Without Valhalla's strongest elite warriors, they cannot stop Roman's unstoppable advance. Blaming the Kronos Empire for the chaos, the Emperor declares that they are responsible for these failures. After a moment of silence, the Emperor gives an order: Valhalla's forces must retreat for now. He wants to see how Kronos will respond. Because of this decision, Roman crosses the border without trouble, and Valhalla's attacks suddenly stop. But this peace does not last long. Soon, Kronos launches a full-scale assault. The Dmitri soldiers, toughened by harsh training, are reaching their limits. For over 2 weeks they have marched without rest and fought non-stop battles. Exhaustion weighs them down. Even so, when they see Roman fighting alongside them at the front, they clench their teeth and push forward. The Roman army prepares for battle as the Kronos forces have finally arrived. Chris, tired and worn out, thinks to himself that Kronos seems determined not to give them even a moment to breathe. But the situation changes when Edwin Hector arrives to reinforce them. Taking command, Edwin orders his soldiers to support Dimitri's army and launch an attack on the enemy. He then activates his fire field, stopping Kronos' shadow soldiers in their tracks. The Kronos soldiers are clearly shaken, surprised that Dmitri has received backup. Amid the chaos, Edwin rushes to Roman with urgent news. He must return to Dmitri immediately. Kronos' forces are directly attacking the city. Hearing this, Roman simply smiles, showing complete confidence. The scene shifts to a memory of Roman speaking to his soldiers. He shares an important thought. He tells them that his visit to Valhalla is known across the entire continent. Because so many people are aware of his movements, he reasons that the Kronos Empire would see this as the perfect chance to act. He then asks his soldiers a crucial question. Do you think the Kronos Empire would ignore such an opportunity? McBurney, one of Roman's loyal men, speaks up. He points out that since the Kronos Empire has openly declared they want to kill Roman, they won't just sit back and watch. Henderson shares his worries, saying he fears for Roman's safety. Roman responds firmly, telling his men that he sees things differently. He explains that Kronos doesn't care what other countries think and will likely use a two-part strategy. First, they will try to assassinate him. Second, they will likely attack Dmitri directly. This plan fits perfectly with Kronos' aggressive and calculated nature. Looking serious, Roman admits the mages alone can't protect Dmitri Castle. He then orders all the soldiers standing before him to stay in Dmitri and strengthen its defenses. Speaking with determination, he commands, if Kronos dares to attack, Dmitri's soldiers must make sure they pay a heavy price for their arrogance. His words ignite the soldiers' fighting spirit, and they shout together, promising to follow his orders without hesitation. The scene shifts to a mountain near Dmitri, where a group of Kronos soldiers has arrived through a warped gate. Leading them is Mystic, the commander of Kronos' forces. Looking toward Dmitri, Mystic asks about the state of the castle. A soldier quickly reports that nothing has changed. Roman Dimitri is still at Valhalla's border, and even if he started traveling immediately, he couldn't return in just 3 days. Satisfied, Mystic gathers his troops and announces that the attack will begin right away. Raising his hand, he channels his power and releases a massive lightning spell toward Dimitri's border. However, the attack is stopped by the Great Shield, a powerful defense system protecting the castle. The barrier completely nullifies Mystic's strike. A Dmitri soldier stationed at the border sees the attack and quickly raises the alarm, alerting the entire Dmitri base. Soldiers rush to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Mystic watches the situation unfold with a thoughtful expression. He remembers the rumors about Dimitri's strong defense and thinks to himself, "So this is how powerful it really is. Their soldiers react incredibly fast." But he quickly reassures himself, "It's still within our expectations." With confidence, Mystic tells his troops, "Let Dmitri struggle all they want. Their fate is already sealed." As the Kronos soldiers advance, they continue triggering the Great Shield, which keeps pushing them back. The scene then shifts to Jonathan, the knight captain of Dmitri, who is leading the second unit into battle. Jonathan stands firm and gives clear orders: load first, then fire. The third unit will do the same. The archers move together, shooting a wave of air arrows with deadly accuracy. Their attack takes down many advancing Kronos soldiers, slowing them down. In the middle of the fierce battle, Felix steps forward and casts a powerful spell. His rainy fire spell covers the battlefield in flames, striking the Kronos soldiers with deadly precision. Mystic's eyes widen in shock. Felix has used a sixth circle spell, a rare and powerful type of magic that only strong nations usually possess. This realization shakes Mystic's confidence for a moment. He mutters to himself, "A sixth circle spell from a small kingdom's duchy? Dmitri is far more dangerous than I expected. They really have the strength to challenge the Empire." Still, Mystic thinks that if he completely destroys Dmitri today, it will send a strong message to the entire South Salamander continent. Let this battle be a warning to anyone who dares to stand against the Kronos Empire. Meanwhile, deep inside Dmitri territory, Kronos shadow soldiers sneak into the city using advanced stealth magic. Moving silently, their commander gives precise instructions. Destroy the main facilities. If you see any important targets, eliminate them immediately. But as the shadow soldiers advance, they start to feel uneasy. The city is too quiet, almost unnaturally so. Despite this strange feeling, they continue their mission, ignoring the eerie silence. Suddenly, Henderson and a group of Dmitri soldiers jump out from hiding and launch a surprise attack. They take down several shadow soldiers, ruining Kronos' plans. As the battle rages, Bernie watches the fight with a serious expression. He mutters, "Just as Lord Roman predicted, Kronos is directly attacking Dmitri, but will make them regret underestimating us." At the Dmitri border, Rodwell Dmitri stands deep in thought. He knows the situation is critical and that he must do everything he can to protect his homeland. From now on, he tells himself, every move I make must be for survival. As he plans his next steps, Kronos soldiers climb over the city walls and spot him from above. Realizing that Rodwell is an important target, they move quickly to attack him. Their goal is clear: take down Rodwell Dmitri and capture the gates to let their main army enter. The tension rises as the Kronos soldiers close in, ready to strike. But Rodwell reacts swiftly, blocking their attack with his sword. His movements are sharp and precise. As he fights, one thought stays in his mind: with Roman away, I, Rodwell, will fulfill my duty as Dimitri's defender. Rodwell gathers his inner strength and releases a powerful aura. With fast and precise attacks, he takes down the soldiers in his way, determined to protect Dmitri no matter what. Meanwhile, in another part of Dmitri, the Kronos shadow soldiers keep moving forward with a clear mission. But suddenly their path is blocked by Dmitri soldiers, standing strong and ready to defend their land. The leader of the shadow soldiers steps forward and speaks in a cold, commanding voice. "Move aside if you want to live," he warns, trying to scare them. But the Dmitri soldiers do not back down. Among them is Fernando, now the captain of the Dmitri Duchy Royal Order. A memory flashes through his mind. Roman once told him, "Live for me, Fernando." Those words still echo in his heart. Back in the present, Fernando draws his sword with confidence and declares, "Kronos has finally gone too far." His powerful aura spreads around him as he continues. Not a single Kronos soldier will step past this point. Fernando remembers the day he promised to dedicate himself to protecting the Dmitri royal family. Now, with his aura blazing, he charges forward. His sword, infused with energy, cuts through the enemies with deadly accuracy. The Shadow Knight's captain watches in shock, surprised by Fernando's strength. but he quickly regains his focus and orders his men, "I will take care of Fernando. The rest of you complete the mission." As the Shadow Knights split up to attack their targets, Fernando's voice rings out, "You're not going anywhere." He quickly commands the Dmitri Knights to stop them. The loyal soldiers move to block the enemies and the battle begins. Amidst the chaos, Fernando thinks to himself, "A sword finds its true purpose when it is used. Only then does it have meaning." His entire life had been a struggle. Once a weak warrior, always chasing after stronger fighters, he had been nothing but a small figure in the shadows of greatness. But Roman Dimitri had helped him break those limits, and for Roman he would give everything he had. He would be the sword that protected the Dimitri royal family until his last breath. With incredible skill, Fernando defeats the Shadow Knight captain. Outside the castle, Mystic watches in disbelief. Even the elite Shadow Knights have failed. Just then, a soldier rushes in with urgent news. An emergency alert has been issued in the northeastern region. Reinforcements from the Dmitri Duchy are on their way, and troops from the Cairo Kingdom are moving toward the border. The enemy reinforcements could arrive in as little as 12 hours. Mystic hears the news and comments on Dimitri's growing power, saying, "The more I learn about Dmitri, the more dangerous they seem." Mystic then declares, "We cannot afford to fail. Now that Roman is gone, we must take down Dmitri." The scene shifts to the Dmitri royal palace, where a masked figure sneaks inside. Moving swiftly, the intruder takes down a guard with ease and introduces himself as Sven. He radiates confidence and arrogantly says, "The Dmitri Knights are useless." His words are followed by the distant sounds of battle outside the palace. Sven realizes that the other guards have already been taken care of. Among the forces of Kronos there were assassins who used physical power through dark energy, called shadows, and sorcerers who used black magic, known as the demons of the abyss. Sven was one of them. He was the Knight of the Abyss. As he moves through the palace, Sven comes across Kevin. Observing him, Sven remarks, "A young but wild face like a wolf. He carries a dangerous and crazy aura. If I remember correctly, this is Kevin, one of Roman's men." Smirking, Sven continues, "This is perfect. I can take out both my target and the Duke of Dmitri at the same time." Sven releases his energy, filling the air with a heavy oppressive force. With confidence he declares, "I will kill you right here and now, Kevin." The scene flashes back to a memory. Roman speaking to Kevin with a reassuring smile. "The person I trust the most must stay in Dmitri. I've chosen you for that role." Back in the present, Kevin stands firm against Sven, Roman's words echoing in his mind. As he senses Sven's overwhelming power, Kevin realizes a painful truth. He cannot win this fight alone. Roman had believed in him and left him behind to protect the city. Kevin decides that his mission is clear. He must buy time for the Duke of Dmitri to escape, even if it costs him his life. He releases his energy and prepares to fight. To Kevin's shock, Sven moves at lightning speed, passing right by him in an instant. Sven aims for Kevin's shoulder, but the wound is shallow, not enough to seriously injure him. Sven pauses, thinking to himself, "Does Kevin have a sharp instinct for sensing danger?" Smirking, Sven says, "That's fine, keep struggling and entertain me." Kevin, still shaken, can't believe he avoided a fatal blow. But Sven doesn't give him a moment to recover. He attacks again. Kevin raises his sword just in time to block, but the sheer force of the strike throws him off balance. Frustration builds inside him as he realizes the truth. Sven is completely out of his league. In fact, Sven's strength seems to rival or even surpass that of Count Nicholas, Cairo's greatest swordsman. A direct fight against him feels impossible. Kevin refuses to give up. He charges at Sven with his sword, but at the last moment he changes his plan. He pretends to attack from the left, then quickly switches to the right. Kevin moves unpredictably, desperately trying to find an opening against his much stronger opponent. Seeing a chance, Kevin moves behind Sven, ready to strike. But in an instant, Sven appears right in front of him. With one strong hand, Sven grabs Kevin's head and slams him into the ground with ease. He smirks and mocks, "Is that all you've got?" Frustrated but determined, Kevin tells himself, "I can't lose." Just as Sven prepares to finish him off, Kevin barely dodges and quickly retreats. As he catches his breath, he realizes the painful truth. This is a battle he cannot win. Kevin remembers his past. He was just a boy from the slums, always struggling to survive. He knows he can't waste this opportunity. A memory flashes in his mind. Roman's words, "From now on you will live as my substitute sword. If he falls while serving Lord Roman, his life will have meaning." Filled with anger and determination, Kevin clenches his fists and thinks, "I can't let Lord Roman down." With a firm voice he shouts, "I can't run away." Sven watches him and smirks. "What nonsense are you mumbling about?" he says. He moves to attack again, but to his surprise Kevin dodges. In that moment, all of Kevin's thoughts and emotions unite into one clear goal. His aura shines brightly as he declares, "Lord Roman's orders are absolute, Sven will not pass these gates." Sven watches Kevin closely and thinks, he looks like a sword, sharp, focused and unshakable. He notices the intense determination in Kevin's eyes, then smiles and says, "You've sharpened your resolve well. But it's still not enough." Without hesitation, Sven dashes forward at incredible speed, closing the distance instantly. He attacks, and Kevin manages to block the strike, but the force is too strong. Kevin is sent flying into the air. Before he can regain control, Sven appears beside him, ready to strike again. Kevin sees a small chance and swings his sword. His attack lands, but it barely harms Sven. Unfazed, Sven smiles. "Impressive," he says. Then, releasing his aura, he continues, "This has been entertaining, but it ends now." Sven's aura surges as he delivers a crushing blow, severely injuring Kevin and sending him crashing to the ground. At that moment, Fernando suddenly appears from behind and tries to attack Sven. But Sven easily blocks it without effort. Shocked and frustrated by Sven's overwhelming strength, Fernando quickly steps back. He looks at Kevin, now badly wounded on the ground, and freezes in shock. As he watches Sven's unbelievable power, Fernando realizes something. Duke Dmitri was never here from the start. As soon as Kronos started their attack, the Duke was taken to a safe place, leaving Kevin to take his place. Fernando thought about what this meant. If the Shadows had realized Duke Dmitri was gone, they would have completely destroyed Dmitri. Even though the situation was serious, Fernando believed Kevin was being reckless by staying and fighting until the very end. At that moment, Henderson and McBurney arrived, running toward Fernando. They said they were ready to help. Fernando quickly explained the situation to them. "Our enemy is a 6-star swordsman. From now on we must fight with everything we have," he said. With determination, the three of them charged at Sven together. Sven watched them closely, wondering how much they had trained. He decided he had to finish the fight quickly and take them all down. With firm resolve, Sven cast a new spell, Shackles of Darkness. Preparing to unleash its full power, the spell trapped Fernando, stopping him from moving freely. Seeing this, Henderson realized how dangerous the situation was. If Captain Fernando fell, everything would be over. Henderson thought about his past and how he had come this far. He remembered how he was inspired by Lord Roman to become a swordsman, even though he had no special background. Despite not being naturally talented, he had worked hard and improved a lot. But he often wondered, what could an ordinary swordsman like him do for Lord Roman and Dmitri? After much thought, he had found his answer. He would give everything he had. Back in the present, Henderson stood between Sven and Fernando, determined to protect his captain. He took a direct hit from Sven. Even though he was in great pain, he refused to let go of his sword. Sven was shocked to see Henderson still standing. Fernando realized what Henderson was doing. He was buying them time. They couldn't waste this chance. Fernando gathered his mana energy and broke free from Sven's spell. As Sven turned his attention to Fernando, McBurney jumped in, blocking Sven's path and stopping him from escaping. With Sven distracted, Fernando unleashed a powerful strike, landing a decisive blow that took Sven down. As the battle ended, Fernando and McBurney rushed to help Kevin and Henderson. They used the healing supplies they had, but the injuries were too severe, and their condition barely improved. Even so, Henderson, despite his pain, told Fernando that the war wasn't over and they still had a duty to fulfill. Hearing this, Fernando stood up with a serious expression. He looked at Kevin and Henderson and said firmly, "Just hold on and don't die." Filled with anger and determination, Fernando vowed to destroy the remaining forces of Kronos immediately. The scene moves outside, where Mystic is facing Felix from Dmitri. Mystic is surprised to see that the mage can stand his ground against him. He wonders if this is really the strength of the new Dmitri. Realizing the situation, Mystic decides to retreat. As he turns to leave with his followers, he warns, Dmitri shouldn't think this is over. Just as Mystic and his group try to leave, a woman with yellow hair suddenly appears in front of him. "I told you not to let me catch you," she says. Mystic is shocked by her sudden arrival. The woman speaks with confidence, "I'll make sure you tell me where he is hiding." Before Mystic can respond, a huge explosion erupts on the mountain where the Kronos forces had gathered. This marks a major turning point in the battle. A few days pass after Dmitri successfully pushes back the Kronos invasion, forcing Mystic to flee. Dmitri quickly reorganizes, and at last the long-awaited Roman returns. The scene shifts to Roman entering Dmitri with his soldiers. The people welcome him with loud cheers, celebrating his victory and his achievement of ranking among the strongest on the continent. Later, inside the palace, Roman greets his father and says, "I have returned." His father, feeling proud, mentions that he should ask about Roman's well-being, But given the current situation, he hopes Roman understands the urgency. Becoming serious, his father asks Roman how Dmitri should handle the situation. Even though Roman has achieved great things, the invasion by Kronos has left the people of Dmitri afraid and angry. Roman reassures his father, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Lucas then informs Roman about the severe damage Dmitri has suffered. He also reveals something surprising. Kronos seems to have moved their forces without using a warp gate. This confuses Roman, making him wonder how they managed to do that. Lucas promises to investigate and bring back detailed information. Lucas also gives an update on Kevin and Henderson. Both were seriously injured in their fight against a 6-star Aura swordsman. They are in critical condition, barely holding on between life and death. Henderson's condition is especially serious. Roman, staying calm, asks, "They're still alive, right?" When Lucas confirms, Roman tells him to take him to them. When they arrive, the doctor informs Roman that today is an important moment. Despite using the best potions and healing magic from the priests, Kevin and Henderson's lives are still in danger. Their condition is unstable, and a strange aura inside their bodies is stopping them from recovering. Seeing this, Roman stays silent, deep in thought. So, this is how it has come to be. Memories from the past return, memories of the Mad Demon, a loyal follower of the Heavenly Demon, Baek Jung-hyeok. The Mad Demon always led the charge in battles against the 9 great sects, defeating many enemies and winning countless victories for the demonic sect. Baek Jung-hyeok trusted the Mad Demon more than anyone, but in the end, the Mad Demon died. This loss made Baek Jung-hyeok furious. However, even in his anger, he accepted that losing his followers was part of war. His life had always been full of battles, and he believed that sacrifices were necessary to reach greater heights. Back in the present, Roman thought about Kevin and Henderson's sacrifices. He realized that their deaths might have been the best choice for him and Dmitri, yet for some reason he couldn't accept it. A deep anger burned inside him. He refused to let them die. With determination, Roman declared, "From now on I will personally take care of their treatment." Everyone stepped back. He then used his heavenly demon art, focusing on the essence of life. As he checked Kevin's and Henderson's bodies, he understood that a person's natural energy, the life force they were born with, was crucial. If it ran out completely, death was inevitable. Roman made a decision. He would transfer some of his own life force into their bodies. He knew this would shorten his own life, but he didn't hesitate. To him, saving his loyal subordinates was worth the price. Days passed, 2 days, then a week. During this time, Chris arrived at the mansion with a serious expression. He insisted on meeting Lord Roman, but the butler refused, explaining that Roman was fully focused on the treatment and was not seeing anyone. Chris understood but remained firm. "I understand, but the kingdoms of the Salamander continent have called an international conference about Dmitri. Dmitri must lead the alliance to hold Kronos accountable." Seeing how urgent the matter was, the butler stepped aside but advised Chris to remind Roman to take care of his own health. When Chris entered the room, Roman asked about the situation. Chris explained that the international conference was happening soon, and the issue was too important to ignore. He had no choice but to interrupt Roman. Roman was silent for a moment. Sensing his hesitation, Chris spoke again. "I know you're doing everything to save Kevin and Henderson, but Dmitri can't afford any delays. We must make the allied kingdoms take action against the Kronos Empire. If you don't attend, they might pretend the issue doesn't exist." After thinking for a moment, Roman finally spoke. "Even if we go to the conference and try to convince them, true revenge will be impossible unless they truly mean it." Chris disagreed. He believed Roman's presence was necessary. Looking at Chris, Roman reassured him, "I understand your concerns. Just as Kevin and Henderson gave their all for me, now I must give my all for them. Trust me, Chris. Just wait." As Chris stepped back, he noticed that Roman looked much weaker than before. The scene moves to the international conference, where the allied forces have gathered. The king of Odelia speaks to the group, saying that the situation is very complicated. He points out that the Kronos Empire's sudden attack on Dmitri was a terrible act that deserves punishment. However, he is worried that fighting back could lead to a full-scale war. He warns that if that happens, it could speed up Kronos' plan to take over the continent, making their goal a reality sooner than expected. The allied kingdoms are afraid and seem to have fallen into Kronos' trap. The war between Kronos and Dmitri has also revealed something shocking. A new way to travel that does not need warp gates. This means no nation is truly safe, and it serves as a silent warning to everyone. The king of Odelia advises caution. Since none of us want more conflict, we should demand a promise in the name of the allied kingdoms that this will not happen again. We must get a clear answer but still keep room for negotiations. At this moment, the King of Redford stands up. He apologizes but firmly says that he cannot agree with Odelia's plan. The scene then shifts to 1 month earlier. Redford's soldiers report to their king that Valhalla and Kronos have formed an alliance. They are worried about Roman, the hero who once saved their kingdom, because he is now a target. They plead with their king to take action. The King of Redford listens and agrees. He remembers how his kingdom was once on the verge of collapse, but was able to recover thanks to Roman. Back in the present, the King of Redford speaks with determination. If necessary, Redford will go to war for Roman. He then criticizes the other leaders for avoiding the real issue. He reminds them that Kronos attacked Dmitri without any reason. On top of that, Valhalla allowed assassins to operate in their land and did nothing to stop them. Everyone here understands what this means, the King of Redford says. If any nation dares to oppose Kronos in the future, the Empire will threaten all of the allied kingdoms. He warns that ignoring the truth will not solve anything. This problem will only grow until it becomes too big for us to handle. In response to the King of Odelia's concern about a full-scale war, the King of Redford challenges him, and what if it does happen? Meanwhile, the Kronos Empire will continue to grow stronger, and some of the allied kingdoms will side with them when it benefits them. The King of Odelia, clearly frustrated, exclaims, "That's ridiculous." But the King of Redford fires back, "No, what you're saying is ridiculous. If the Empire attacked one of your kingdoms, would you still be saying these things?" His words leave the entire assembly in complete silence. The King of Redford stands and declares, "From this moment on, the Kingdom of Redford is leaving the Allied Kingdom Alliance." He adds, "When the Empire turns its blade toward the other Allied kingdoms, I will watch and see if you still speak the same way then." With that, he walks out of the conference. After the King of Redford leaves, Edwin steps forward and speaks to the gathered leaders. He says, "When I heard that this international meeting was going to happen, I hoped for a different outcome. Something better than before." Looking around, he reminds them, "I don't know if everyone remembers, but this conference started from humble beginnings." He continues, "When I first joined, it was like this. Instead of punishing the Kronos Empire for its terrible actions, the Alliance only focused on keeping the peace. In the past, the Alliance wasn't strong enough to fight the Empire. But things have changed," Edwin explains. "Even though the Kronos Empire sent shadow units, high-circle magicians, and even a 6-star swordsman, they still couldn't defeat Dmitri. And yet, despite having Roman Dimitri, a truly powerful warrior, the Kingdom Alliance refuses to change." Disappointed, Edwin stands tall and announces, "Hector was never a part of this alliance to begin with. From now on I will handle things on my own." He then looks at the other leaders and warns, "One day you will regret your decision today, your failure to do what is right." With that, Edwin also leaves the assembly. The scene then shifts to Roman. He knows he has done everything he could. Now it is up to Kevin and Henderson to survive on their own. If they give up now and accept death, there will be no second chances. Roman remembers his past life, how he was too focused on his own path to notice those around him. He never even had time to mourn his fallen comrades. His life had been too fast and relentless for grief. In the end, all that was left was regret. But this time, Roman refuses to live with regret. He wants his people to survive. As he steps outside, Chris is waiting for him. "You've worked hard," Chris says. Roman nods and replies, "Now I want you to summon all the lords of the Duchy of Dmitri." Not long after, all the lords gather in one place. When Roman enters the room and takes his seat, the lords stand and greet him. He begins by saying, "I've heard there are different opinions on what we should do next." His expression hardens as he continues, "Those who have grown used to the evil of the Kronos Empire have forgotten how to be angry." Roman looks at them seriously and says, "I am not happy with this situation. Kronos will pay for attacking Dmitri." One of the lords hesitantly asks, "Are you really planning to go to war?" Roman's voice is firm. "The moment Kronos sent assassins to kill me, war had already begun. People who trusted and followed me have died." With no hesitation, Roman orders the lords of Dmitri to prepare for battle. They are to issue a state of alert and gather their forces. War is coming. He says, "From this moment on, the Duchy of Dmitri is officially at war with the Kronos Empire." The scene then moves to Edwin, who looks shocked by the news. He can't believe that Roman made such a big decision without talking to him first. Feeling frustrated, Edwin tells his subordinates to contact Dmitri right away. He then starts a magical call with Count Fabius to get an explanation. What is Lord Roman planning? Hector needs to know his intentions, Edwin asks urgently. Fabius responds calmly, it's just as you heard. Lord Roman has decided to leave Redford and Hector out of this. He wants to take action with only the forces of Cairo and Dmitri to get revenge on Kronos, Fabius adds. That's why Lord Roman asks you to announce this decision at the international conference immediately. After listening to what was said, Edwin thought to himself that he needed to stop Roman's plans this time. He understood that Roman did not come to the international meeting because Roman thought the Kingdom Alliance would not agree with his revenge plans. Roman had made that decision. Edwin smiled and said that he would go to the international meeting again. The scene then changed to the meeting. The king of Odelia was angry. He had just heard that Dimitri's declaration of war had nothing to do with their two kingdoms. He asked why this was different from what they had discussed before. Edwin answered, I do not know the details because Dmitri refused to speak with me. That is why I am here at this meeting to represent him. Inside his mind, Edwin thought that Roman's real goal at the international meeting was to break apart the Kingdom Alliance. He then said that if Cairo and Dmitri were defeated, it would directly harm their alliance. If Dmitri and Cairo fell, Kronos would have the chance to take the northern territories. This would give them a strong position to conquer the entire continent. After that, Kronos would focus all their power on defeating the Kingdom Alliance. The king of Odelia concluded that the Kingdom Alliance had to abandon Dmitri and concentrate on making their own alliance stronger. The king of Redford strongly disagreed. He repeated what he had said at the previous meeting. The kingdom of Redford would share its fate with Dmitri. No matter what the king of Odelia said, it was his duty as a feudal lord. Redford would prepare for war and wait for Dimitri's call. As expected, the alliance started to fall apart. The king of Odelia decided to leave. The second international meeting ended without any good results. The scene then shifted to the king of Odelia's palace. He was frustrated and thought that everything was over. Roman Dimitri, in his foolishness, had put everyone in a dangerous situation. Even with the combined power of the Kingdom Alliance, they could not hope to defeat the Kronos Empire. The king of Odelia decided that he could not let Odelia be destroyed. Even if it was shameful, a king's job was to make sure his kingdom survived. With this thought, the king of Odelia contacted Baron Charlton. He told Charlton that the Kingdom Alliance was now finished, and he wanted to know what to do to make sure Odelia survived. When Charlton heard this, he smiled. He thought that of the three nations in the Kingdom Alliance, besides Frank, the other two had accepted the reality of their situation. The scene then changed to a few days later at the Kronos Empire's eastern outpost called the Laskal Territory. The scene began with two soldiers talking to each other. They were wondering how Dmitri could possibly fight against the Kronos Empire. A soldier said that even if Dmitri was very strong, he could not beat such a powerful enemy. Right then, Chris came from behind and knocked out one soldier with one hit. The other soldier, surprised, tried to warn his friends, but Chris hit him again and knocked him out quickly. Chris then told Roman through a magic talking device that he had taken control of the place they were aiming for. Dmitri guessed that the main army of the Kronos Empire would get there in about 6 hours. When Roman heard this, he told his soldiers to defeat as many enemies as they could before the main army arrived. Chris answered, "Yes, Lord Roman." On a quiet night, Dmitri started a war. Then the story goes to Count Pablo, the leader of Laskal territory. Pablo read a letter from the Kronos Empire. The letter said that a small country dared to fight against the powerful Kronos. The letter told Laskal to gather its soldiers and get ready to fight Cairo, Dmitri, and anyone helping them. The Kronos Empire promised to destroy them all. Pablo thought that when the main Kronos army arrived at Laskal, Dmitri would not be able to last long and would lose. It seemed that no one was going to help Dmitri, so he had no chance of winning. Just then, a soldier ran in and told Pablo that a fire was spreading all over Laskal territory. Pablo was shocked and ran outside to see what was happening. He was horrified to see flames everywhere. He immediately told the Laskal soldiers to put out the fire. As he looked around, Pablo smelled oil and realized that the fire was started on purpose. He told his soldiers to move the supplies to the warehouse right away. But when they got there, he was shocked to see the warehouse was already on fire. Pablo then told his soldiers to secure the magic scrolls quickly and follow his orders. To his surprise, Pablo saw someone inside the warehouse. It was Roman Dimitri. Knowing what was happening, Pablo yelled for his soldiers to stop Roman right away. The soldiers all ran forward to attack Roman, but Roman easily defeated them with one hit. At that moment, Pablo announced a red alert across Laskal territory. telling all soldiers to prepare for the worst. Soon after, the main forces of the Kronos Empire arrived. They were the 7th Division, known as the Kronos 7th Sword. One of their leaders asked if they were too late to help. The Kronos forces included the 7th Sword, led by Vento, the captain of the 7th Knight Order, and the Blue Island mages who could control water. This large army was why Pablo was so sure he would win. Pablo felt powerful and told Roman that it was the end for him. Roman, however, easily defeated the remaining soldiers. He then stopped, standing right in front of Pablo, and said, "That's enough for now." Suddenly, Roman vanished into the flames, right before Pablo's eyes. Pablo was stunned and couldn't believe what he had just seen. He thought Roman was running away like a coward. He told his soldiers that Roman had walked into their trap. He told them not to waste this chance and ordered them to find Roman. One group of soldiers found Roman, but when they tried to capture him, Roman easily defeated them. One soldier escaped and used a communication device to tell Vento that the soldiers were no match for Roman. But before he could finish, Roman appeared and quickly defeated him. Another team reported that Roman had disappeared into the flames again, and they couldn't follow him. A few moments later, that second team was defeated, and then one team after another. Most of the soldiers sent to find Roman were defeated. Vento watched this and wondered, what has Roman done? As Vento looked at the chaos, he saw an injured soldier and went to him. Vento asked where Roman had gone. The soldier, shaking, said he didn't know. Roman had defeated all the Lascaux soldiers by himself and then disappeared into the flames. Vento was shocked and couldn't understand how Roman had done this. He knew the situation was urgent and decided to focus on stopping the fire first. Vento called for help from the Blue Island mages. Burge, one of the mages, stepped forward and used a powerful spell called Aqua Field to try to put out the flames. But he was surprised when the fire didn't go out, even with his strong magic. Burge couldn't believe it. He wondered how such a strong spell could fail to stop the fire. He realized the flames were not normal and that something special was fueling them. He told Vento that they couldn't put out the fire unless they found and stopped whatever was making it burn. Vento thought to himself, Roman must be the cause. The soldiers told Vento that the north gate and the west gate were blocked. The flames had covered both paths, cutting off all ways to escape. Vento was overwhelmed by the seriousness of the situation. With no way out, Vento and the other soldiers realized they were trapped, along with 10,000 troops, inside the Lascaux territory. Vento immediately told Pablo that all escape routes were blocked, and that the Kronos forces had walked into a trap. Pablo was very surprised by what he heard. He quickly asked if there was absolutely no way to escape. Vento told him that there was no easy way out, but the wall by the north gate was old and weak. He said their soldiers might be able to break through it. When Pablo heard this, he told Vento to stop chasing Roman and focus on getting everyone to escape. Vento then told all the Kronos soldiers to gather at the north gate and get ready to leave. As the soldiers started moving, Pablo thought to himself about Roman. He thought Roman was a real monster. He believed Kronos had to get rid of him, even if they had to use all their power. When the Kronos soldiers got to the north gate, they saw Roman standing in front of them. Pablo was angry and yelled, "Roman kept running away like a coward, now he finally shows himself." Pablo, still very angry, said, "If Roman is a true warrior, he should fight fairly." Roman calmly replied, "Do you think a fight between me and 10,000 soldiers is fair? And you call this fire cowardly?" Pablo answered, "Yes, if it wasn't for this cowardly fire, you would have already lost." Roman smiled and said, "If that's what you think, then I will make a path to the north gate." He confidently added, "I promise you, if you defeat me, the Kronos soldiers will survive this fire." Pablo, very angry at Roman's arrogance, yelled, "You are too proud, Roman." He then told his soldiers to attack. Vento and the 7th Knight Order charged forward. During the fight, Vento managed to hit Roman, but then Roman used the second form of his Heavenly Demon swordsmanship. With one very powerful attack, Roman caused a huge explosion that shook the whole battlefield. Roman thought to himself, there was no plan from the start. The fire was only to stop the Kronos soldiers from escaping. My only goal was to defeat all 10,000 Kronos soldiers with my own hands. With that one attack, Roman defeated Vento and his soldiers, showing how strong he was. Roman defeated Vento. Pablo was shocked and told Yael, the blue mage, to attack Roman with magic right away. But Yael hesitated, knowing that the attack would also hurt their own soldiers. Pablo dismissed Yael's concern, saying, "Why does that matter? If we stay like this, Roman will take all our soldiers. Our own soldiers should take the hit for the Empire rather than falling to the enemy." Yael understood the seriousness of the order and finally obeyed. He told the blue mages to get their spells ready. They launched many aqua balls, and Yael himself used a powerful aqua cannon, aiming the attack at Roman. The attack also hit Pablo's soldiers, but everyone was surprised when Roman easily jumped through the attack. He quickly moved close to Yael. Yael tried to use a spell to hold Roman still, but Roman easily broke free. Right away, Roman used a strong lightning attack, knocking down Yael and all the blue mages with one hit. The battlefield became quiet, and Roman walked towards Pablo. Pablo was angry and asked why Roman had gone so far, questioning his actions. In a war where Dmitri is sure to lose, why are you rushing to die? The Laskal soldiers are just a small part of Kronos' big army, and no matter how hard you try, you cannot win a big war against Kronos. When Roman heard this, his face became dark as if he was angry. Then the scene changed to a memory. After the mad demon died, Baek Jung-hyeok went alone to Hanam province. He arrived at Sun Mountain, the holy place of Shaolin, where the leader of the 9 great clans lived. The sudden arrival of the Heavenly Demon caused chaos in Shaolin. In a place respected by righteous warriors, only one man stood, Baek Jung-hyeok. In the destruction, a man came forward and asked Baek Jung-hyeok why. Baek Jung-hyeok replied coldly, "My person has died." His words shocked the man. Then with strong determination he said that the old master at the top of the 9 great clans had no right to hurt his people. Back in the present, Roman turned to Pablo and asked, "Do you know why I decided to fight against Kronos?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "Because Kronos dared to come to Dimitri's land and threaten my people." Pablo was shocked. He could not believe that Roman had started such a bold attack just because his pride was hurt. Angry, he laughed at Roman and said, "You are truly foolish, judging important national matters with such a childish mindset. Because of you, the people of Dmitri are now close to being completely destroyed, and you don't even realize it." Roman smirked and turned to Pablo. "Survive no matter what, even if it means being buried alive. Tell the Empire what happened in Laskal and then die. Do whatever you want," he said coldly. Without hesitation, Roman struck down Pablo. The scene changed to the Kronos Palace, where a worker quickly told Marquis Memphis that a very important message had arrived. "Pablo's soldiers in Laskal have all been destroyed." Memphis was shocked. He immediately told his people to send more soldiers to Laskal. He then went to tell the emperor what had happened. Standing near the emperor's bedroom, Memphis said seriously, "According to the reports, Laskal has been taken. They are now getting ready to attack Dmitri." Memphis paused, then added, "I never thought 10,000 soldiers could be defeated so easily. I am very sorry, and I take the blame for this failure." The emperor was quiet for a short time. Then he said, "Marquis Memphis, I think Roman Dimitri is sending me a message. He is saying that he does not think the Kronos Empire rules this continent. Dmitri attacked Laskal first without warning. Ever since Roman appeared, Kronos has not been able to keep its perfect record of winning." The emperor then called for the mystic and asked about the situation. The mystic came in and told the emperor that Dmitri seemed to be watching Kronos' movements very closely. Also, the creature that appeared with Dmitri was probably a warning not to underestimate Kronos' plans. The emperor thought for a moment, and then said, "This is a chance for us. Just like before, Kronos will crush them this time too." The mystic smiled and said, "I understand." Without hesitation, the Kronos emperor gave an order. He told the mystic and Marquis Memphis to announce that people would be forced to join the army, starting with the people of Dmitri. He also ordered that all kingdoms on the continent must be ruled by Kronos. He said that when the monster of the continent rises, it means war is about to begin. A long time ago, a door to another world opened, and it released a cold energy that froze the land and caused a lasting disaster. It was said that a special person would come to do what the divine will wanted, and bring balance back. But if that moment was missed, the world would be trapped in endless despair. Emperor Kronos read this prophecy and thought about what it meant. Up until now, those who had received the prophecy had not been able to conquer the continent. But this time it would be different. The second door had opened, and Kronos had gained the power to challenge his enemies. Their desperate fight would soon be over. Emperor Kronos said that the Kronos Empire had always had the strength to conquer the continent. He promised to make the whole world understand this truth. In the battle at Laskal, the strong base of the Kronos Empire, where 10,000 soldiers were stationed, was completely destroyed. But Dimitri's soldiers did not lose a single person. The Kronos Empire was extremely angry after they suffered a very embarrassing loss. They sent out a message telling everyone to come together. Because of this, the Third International Conference of the 3 Allied Kingdoms was held, but the Kingdom of Redford did not attend. King Odelia was very upset and demanded to know why from King Frank. King Frank replied that his words should be taken seriously. He said he would rather take even a small chance of winning than live in constant fear of the Kronos Empire. He said he wanted to follow Dmitri. He apologized and said he needed to talk to Dmitri before making any final decisions. Then King Frank left. King Odelia was shocked and couldn't believe what had happened. He realized his position was now in serious danger. The scene changed to a room where King Odelia stood in front of a magical communication crystal. He thought about the situation. He knew that if the Dmitri alliance lost, the Kronos Empire would take over the entire continent. He understood that the alliance had to choose which side they were on before that happened. Baron Charlton told King Odelia that his worries were based on wrong information. He explained that King Kronos was very angry about what happened at Laskell. Even if all the allied kingdoms supported Dmitri, the Empire had already sent out a message for everyone to come together. This meant the alliance kingdoms would be destroyed. However, Charlton told King Odelia that he still had an important part to play in what was going to happen. A few days later, the scene changed again, this time to a defense post. Baron Voras greeted an important guest and thanked him for traveling so far. The man he was talking to was a very experienced soldier, a leader who had won many battles. He was known as the symbol of the Kronos military. He arrived at the first defense post with about 30,000 soldiers. This powerful person was Duke Vamford, the commander of the Kronos Empire. When he arrived, Vamford immediately asked about the current situation. Voras reported that Dmitri had joined forces with Cairo, and their soldiers were now gathered on the Western Front. Kronos did not fully understand Dmitri's plans, but it seemed they were preparing for a fight. Meanwhile, Redford, Hector, and Frank had rebelled and sent out their own messages for people to come together. Odelia and Umberto seemed to be staying on Kronos' side. Hearing this, Vamford thought about the situation. He acknowledged that many kingdoms had turned against Kronos. He said, "The world has really changed." But he remained determined and declared that this war was the beginning of Kronos taking over the continent. He said seriously that in 10 days Kronos would launch a large attack on Cairo and Dmitri. The Kronos soldiers shouted together, confirming they understood the Duke's order. Suddenly, everything in the camp went wrong. Soldiers started getting sick without warning. Voras ran to Vamford and told him, "Since this morning the soldiers are getting worse. Many are falling down, having fevers and feeling sick to their stomachs. 10,000 soldiers are already sick and about 300 have died." When Vamford heard this, he thought Roman must have used poison. He quickly told Voras, "Check all the wells and places where we get drinking water. Find out where the poison is coming from. Also, ask the Behemoth Magic Tower for help right away." Voras said, "Yes, sir." Then the story moves inside the camp, where Vamford talked to the leader of the Behemoth Magic Tower. "Can you help the soldiers?" he asked. Baron Voras, who looked very upset, said loudly, "Right now, soldiers are sick from poison not just at the first defense post, but at 7 other places too. If this keeps happening, we will lose many soldiers." The Tower Master told him to be quiet. Vamford thought to himself, "These magicians from the Behemoth Magic Tower are always so proud." The Magic Tower Master said, "I will start trying to remove the poison now. We must understand this poison." All 32 magicians from the Behemoth Magic Tower agreed and began to look at the poison. But then the Tower Master looked shocked. "This is unbelievable," he said quietly. He realized this poison was something they had never seen before. "It takes many years to make a new poison like this," he thought. He quickly went to a hurt soldier and told the other magicians to stop what they were doing. The magicians were surprised and asked, "What is happening?" The Tower Master's eyes opened wide. "There is more than one poison," he said softly. Vamford walked closer and asked, "Tell me what is going on." The Tower Master took a deep breath and said, "Give me a little more time. I need to check something." As he kept looking at the poison, he understood something terrible. In all 8 defense posts they found 32 different poisons. But the worst part was that no one on the Salamander continent knew about these 32 poisons. With war close to starting in Kronos, the Tower Master said sadly, "We cannot remove this many poisons in such a short time. We cannot help them get better." Vamford was shocked to hear this. He thought, "Even the proud Behemoth Magic Tower Master says he cannot help." He thought, "We cannot force them to do something they cannot do." After thinking for a moment, Vamford quickly told Voras, "Keep all the poison soldiers away from the others immediately. Do this secretly so the other soldiers do not panic, and contact Dmitri right now. According to the continental laws of war, Kronos will make him pay for using poison." The scene changes to Cairo's main office at the Western Command Post. Marquis Vandenberg tells his officers, "Kronos wants to talk with us. He also says, "The Empire has done so many terrible things that the continental laws don't matter anymore." Chief of Staff Baron Noel simply replies, "That's just how the Kronos Empire is." Then Flora Lawrence speaks to Baron Noel and Vandenberg. She warns them, "Kronos is moving much faster than we thought. To gain some time, Cairo must agree to Kronos' request for talks." After thinking about this, Vandenberg reluctantly agrees, saying that Count Fabius needs to be part of the negotiations. A few days later, the scene moves to the Cairo border. Vamford goes to the border alone, where he meets Fabius. As they look at each other, Vamford gets straight to the point. He accuses Dmitri of breaking the continental law, saying that using poison is strictly forbidden. When he hears this, Fabius smiles and replies that he understands Vamford's worry, but explains that the rule is just a suggestion, not something they have to follow. Laughing, he adds that since Kronos often crosses borders without warning, Fabius assumed that poison wouldn't be a problem either. Hearing this, Vamford gets angry and tells Fabius to be careful with his words, saying he should watch what he says. Vamford then asks, "Has Dmitri forgotten that the Salamander continent has banned poison?" Fabius calmly replies, "There was a very important event in the past, wasn't there?" Vamford continues, explaining that a long time ago, before Kronos became an empire, when it was still made up of small kingdoms, those kingdoms fought wars to take each other's land and used very contagious poison as a weapon. Because of this, 30% of the people in 3 countries died in a terrible disaster. Fabius nods and replies, "Yes, I know that very well. But I have to say that those 3 countries which were destroyed were later taken over by the Kronos Empire, and didn't Kronos gain a lot from that?" He then adds, "Honestly, if it were any other country, this argument might make sense, but I never expected the Kronos Empire, a country that openly uses dark magic, to criticize the use of poison. If poison is just a small thing, then dark magic is a danger to all of humanity." Vamford asks, "Does Fabius have any proof that the Kronos Empire uses dark magic?" When he hears this, Fabius smirks and replies, "Really? You send shadow agents to kill people, you send dark mages to attack Dmitri, and you still ask for proof?" Vamford's face becomes hard with frustration. Right then, Fabius moved closer and said, "If Dmitri really wanted to destroy Kronos easily, we would have put poison right into the center of their empire. But we chose to limit ourselves, so let's stop this talk. Neither Kronos nor Dmitri should be talking about what's right or wrong." Then Vamford asked, "Do you know why I left the battle, Count Fabius? It's because I know how strong the Kronos Empire really is. Even without me, Kronos will definitely rule the whole continent," he went on. "Roman Dimitri is a very impressive man. Everything he has done so far is amazing. But that's all it is. Against the power of Kronos, all his achievements mean nothing." With a small smile, he said, "So keep fighting until the end. I want to see Dimitri's resistance, because only then do I really feel alive." The scene changed to Kevin, who was confused about what was happening and why he was still fighting. Just then, Roman appeared in front of him and asked, "Are you going to give up like this? What did I tell you before?" Kevin remembered Roman's words and replied, "Live for me." Back in the present time, Kevin suddenly woke up and asked, "How much time has passed?" The butler, surprised to see him awake, watched as Kevin sat up and quickly asked what had happened while he was unconscious. The butler quickly explained everything, and when Kevin heard this, he rushed outside, saying he had to go to the Western Front right away. The butler tried to stop him, but Kevin didn't listen. As he walked out of the room, he was surprised to see Fernando standing there. Fernando looked at him and said, "Go back inside and rest." He then added, "I understand how you feel, but even if you go, you can't do anything right now. Wouldn't it be better to focus on getting better first?" Kevin shook his head. "I can't do that. My reason for living is Lord Roman." Without stopping, he ran past Fernando, saying, "If Lord Roman is on the battlefield, then I must be there too." As Kevin ran off, Fernando watched him go and sighed. "How am I supposed to stop him?" he said to himself. The scene then changed to the Cairo border, where a soldier quickly signaled that the enemy was attacking. Marquis Vandenberg stood with Flora and Baron Noel, watching the battlefield. He said, "I thought Dmitri had given us time with the poison, but it looks like Kronos has ignored the poison and decided to attack instead." His face became serious as he continued, "And Vamford, a very experienced war leader, is leading them. He must have decided to attack right away, so Dmitri wouldn't have time to prepare." At that moment, the Marquis saw an old man standing at the front of the Kronos forces. He looked curious and wondered who this mysterious man was. Vandenberg saw a person wearing a cloak and wondered if they were a messenger. But he quickly thought that if they wanted peace, Kronos would have shown a white flag, so he thought the person might be a magic user. With this idea, Vandenberg told his soldiers to get the big arrow shooter ready. As they prepared the weapon, he thought, "If the cloaked person is a magic user, we can stop their magic with a good shot." Just then, Vandenberg saw the person start to use magic, and yelled at his soldiers to shoot. The big arrow flew through the air, aimed right at the magic user. But everyone was shocked when the magic user stopped the arrow in the air with their own magic. It was clear who was stronger. A very strong warrior with 5 stars was as powerful as a magic user with 6 circle magic. The warrior with 6 stars was as powerful as a magic user with 7th circle magic. The best warrior in the land had 6 stars, but most of the powerful magic users in the magic tower had 7th circle magic. Beyond that, there was a level of power that people only talked about in stories, but no one had seen it. Until now, the cloaked person was a magic user with white hair named Sephard, and he had 8th circle magic. Right away, Sephard began to use his magic, creating a very strong 8th circle lightning spell and sending it towards the Cairo border. The magic wall, which was very strong, barely held against the attack, shaking under the huge power. Vandenberg was stunned and couldn't believe what he saw. Even though he didn't know much about magic, he knew the wall was made by the best magic users in the land, the Phoenix Magic Tower mages. Yet he realized the wall was about to break. Knowing the danger, Vandenberg told his soldiers to use all their power to make the magic wall as strong as possible. "They must give us time, no matter what," he said. The magic users did what he said and used all their remaining power to make the wall as strong as possible. But it was too much for them. They struggled to keep the wall strong, and their energy was quickly running out. As Vandenberg watched, he realized something very scary. Sephard's magic was far beyond the 7th circle. Even with this hidden power, the Kronos Empire was already the strongest nation in the land. How much more power were they hiding? Then, in a terrible moment, Sephard's magic went through the wall, breaking it completely. As the wall fell, the Kronos soldiers quickly moved forward to attack. Seeing this, Vandenberg immediately told his soldiers to stop them from coming through. At the same time, Vamford orders his soldiers to move forward. Right then, Count Nicholas steps ahead. He knocks down many Kronos soldiers with one very strong hit. The enemy soldiers are shocked and surprised by his great strength. Count Nicholas raises his voice and encourages the soldiers of Cairo and Dmitri. He yells, "Don't give up, we won't let the Western Front fall so easily." One Kronos soldier yells that Count Nicholas is alone. He tells his friends that they can beat him together. But before they can do anything, Count Nicholas quickly takes them down without stopping. Suddenly, a few Kronos knights fly through the air. They use their aura to move with amazing speed. Count Nicholas is surprised. Flying knights are rare and dangerous. As they get closer, the knights attack him from all sides at once. Just as their swords are about to hit him, Chris runs in from behind. "Get down," he yells. Count Nicholas quickly ducks and Chris blocks the knight's attack with a single powerful hit, pushing them back with great force. Count Nicholas is amazed. Chris has become much stronger than he thought. Chris turns to him. "Are you all right, Count?" Nicholas smiles. "Fight with me, Chris. Let's push them back," Chris answers quickly. "Yes, of course." Meanwhile, the story moves to Flora Lawrence. She is worried and calculating their chances. To make Roman's plan work, they need at least 3 days. At first, Flora thought they could do it. But when the fortress wall fell on the first day, all her calculations were useless. She understands how bad the situation is. She tells Vandenberg clearly that they cannot win. She says he must start Plan B. Vandenberg is frustrated but determined. He gives the order. They must leave the fortress, and the soldiers must retreat to the back. Plan B means they must leave all their war supplies behind. They will lure the enemy into the fortress, and then Dmitri will explode the hidden explosives, causing a big blow to Kronos. When Chris hears that Plan B has started, he tells Count Nicholas that they must help their friends retreat safely. Right then, a powerful presence appears on the battlefield. Demon Hannibal, a rank 2 warrior of Kronos and the 3rd strongest warrior on the continent, steps forward. Hannibal looks at Chris and smiles. "So you're the Flash of Cairo," he says. Then he speaks loudly for everyone to hear, wondering about a bigger mystery, Roman's real identity. "Roman is stronger than the 6-star level," Hannibal says. "And he also trained a swordsman like Chris in a place like Dmitri. That's truly amazing." Chris and Count Nicholas are shocked to see Hannibal on the battlefield. Chris suddenly understood something terrible. Hannibal being there meant the Kronos Second Order was also fighting in this war. He realized with a sinking feeling that if he stayed and fought, he would die. He looked up at the sky and thought about his dream to be stronger than Lord Roman. Now it seemed that dream would never come true. He got ready to fight Hannibal, but then Count Nicholas stepped in. His voice was strong as he said, "I will stay here and fight." He knew that Roman and Chris were needed for the battles ahead, and he was ready to die to keep them alive. He promised, "I will follow you after I beat Hannibal." Chris was shocked. "Count Nicholas," he called out. But Nicholas stopped him. "Go now," he ordered. Chris was angry, but he knew he had to leave. He clenched his fists and yelled, "I won't forget what happened today." Then he turned and ran away from the fight. As Chris ran off, Count Nicholas watched him go. He was trusting Chris to protect Cairo's future. Hannibal saw this and smiled. "Who said Chris could escape?" he said casually. Before Hannibal could do anything, Count Nicholas put his energy into his sword and attacked Hannibal with a powerful strike. The attack hit hard, but when the dust cleared, Hannibal was still standing unharmed. Count Nicholas smiled sadly. "I have always wanted to fight someone as strong as you," he said, holding his sword tightly as the fight began. Hannibal asked what rank Nicholas held in Cairo. Count Nicholas introduced himself, saying, "I am the best swordsman in Cairo." Hannibal laughed. "You don't know your place," he said. Count Nicholas charged forward, but Hannibal, using his energy-filled sword, easily dodged his attacks. Nicholas remembered how he had struggled his whole life to reach the 6-star level. He had finally passed that limit in his fight with Roman. He was determined and used his secret attack, Demolition, hitting Hannibal with all his strength, but Hannibal blocked the attack with just the tip of his sword, hardly trying. Hannibal smiled and mocked him. "Is this all the so-called best in Cairo can do?" he asked. Quickly, Hannibal attacked back, hitting Count Nicholas many times. The constant attacks left Nicholas badly hurt, and he fell to the ground. Hannibal walked over to him and said in a threatening voice, "Let me tell you something interesting. Officially I am ranked number 2, but there are many warriors in Kronos who are stronger than me. If Count Nicholas cannot even defeat me, it means that Dmitri and Cairo never had a chance to win." Kronos knew Dmitri's plan to blow up the fortress from the start. Then Hannibal gave the final blow, and Count Nicholas fell. After that, the scene changed. Flora told her people to set off the explosives on the other side of the fortress. Just as the explosions started, Sefer used a strong spell. He made a barrier that quickly surrounded the explosives and stopped them from exploding. Flora was shocked and could not believe what she saw. At the same time, Vamford watched. He thought to himself that weak people always do the same predictable things. He turned to Sefer and said, "You did well," Sefer replied humbly. "It was nothing." Vamford saw that they were close to winning. He raised his voice and told the Kronos soldiers, "The enemy is trapped. Keep going and destroy Cairo," all the Kronos soldiers said together. "Understood," and they charged forward with more strength. But even though everything was going well, Vamford felt uneasy. He couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. He didn't understand why Cairo was wasting time by giving up the fortress. Even though the Western Front was falling apart, Roman had not shown up. Could Cairo's desperate attempt to delay them be related to Roman's absence? Then the scene changed to Gortys, a place in eastern Kronos. Roman was standing on a cliff with his subordinate Nelson, watching the area. Nelson said that the security was very tight. Roman calmly replied, "From here on I'll clear the way." Roman jumped off the cliff and ran towards the Kronos western border. He ran along the walls very fast, like it was easy. Nelson was shocked and couldn't believe what he was seeing. Suddenly a rope fell down from the wall. Nelson grabbed it and climbed to the top. When he reached the top, he was speechless again. Roman had already defeated all the guards by himself. Roman turned to Nelson and ordered, "Stay close and follow me." Nelson, confused, quickly nodded. "Yes." They moved quickly and arrived at a locked room. Roman stopped and turned to Nelson, saying, "From here on it's your turn." Nelson nodded firmly. "Leave it to me." Inside the room was Kronos' warp gate, the key to their next move. When Nelson touched the gate, a siren went off. They had been detected. Roman, not worried, gave a final order. "Focus on your task. I'll deal with the enemies." The scene changed to a few days earlier at the Cairo-Dmitri Allied command meeting. Everyone was shocked to hear that Roman planned to take the Gortys warp gate. The people at the table thought this plan was very risky. The Prime Minister explained that even if they were successful, the difference in power was too large from the start. This meant Dmitri and Cairo would not be in a good position. Roman heard their concerns but had a different idea. He looked at them seriously and said that if Dmitri could defeat Kronos, they needed to show Cairo how strong they were. This would make Kronos fear Dmitri and their allies. His words surprised and worried everyone in the room. The Prime Minister responded, saying that Cairo trusted Roman, but they were worried about the strange warp ability Kronos used. He explained that since Kronos warped from Dmitri without using a warp gate, both sides needed to be careful of this unpredictable power. Roman disagreed, saying that the ability wasn't perfect. He argued that if Kronos could warp anywhere without limits, they wouldn't bother with the Western front line. They would have attacked Cairo and Dmitri directly. His reasoning made the room quiet as everyone thought about what he said. Roman thought about how Kronos was fighting on the Western Front, which proved to him that Kronos had limitations. He then told the room that against an empire that claimed to rule the continent, Dmitri and Cairo had to show they weren't afraid. At that moment, Marquis Valentine spoke up. "Can I say something?" Roman agreed. Marquis Valentine asked a surprising question. After the war, will Roman promise to make a new sword? This question confused Roman and the others at the table. Seeing their confusion, Marquis Valentine explained that he had been waiting for Lord Roman's new sword and could not wait any longer. Roman stayed quiet, thinking about the request. Marquis Valentine continued, saying that if Roman made a new sword, he would use all his family's power to support Lord Roman's plan. Even during this difficult time for the country, Marquis Valentine couldn't stop thinking about collecting fine weapons. The scene then changed to the present. Gorta's soldiers saw Roman and immediately attacked him. He quickly defeated them. Meanwhile, Nelson was working on the warp gate, making important adjustments. A few moments later, he shouted to Roman that it was working. Hearing this, Roman thought, that was fast, just as Valentino said. He then told Nelson to activate the warp gate. When Nelson did, a bright blue light spread around them. Moments later, Valentino arrived with the Cairo army coming through the warp gate. As the soldiers greeted Lord Roman, one familiar person stood out, Kevin. When Roman saw Kevin, he understood that Kevin had finally overcome his personal problems. Kevin bowed respectfully and said that he had grown because of Lord Roman's guidance. Roman then spoke to all the soldiers gathered there. He announced that from that point on, Gorta's would be the main place for both Dmitri and Cairo to operate from. He told them their next goal was to destroy the eastern part of Kronos. He immediately ordered his army to kill all enemies in Gorta's. Valentino then took out his sword and told the soldiers of Cairo to follow Lord Dimitri's orders. Gorta's, the important eastern stronghold of Kronos, was taken over in less than 1 day. Valentino was very excited because he finally had the chance to use the sword that Roman had made, Roman's second great piece of work. The story then moves to Vamford, who was completely shocked when he heard about the fall of Gorta's. He realized that this had been Roman's plan from the beginning. Without a way to teleport, the Kronos soldiers were now weak. This meant that Vamford and his soldiers were now cut off. Vamford told his soldiers to have a meeting to plan what to do. During the meeting, he said that they had to get ready for a long war. He warned that if they kept moving straight towards Cairo's main city, the food for their 300,000 soldiers would run out. He assumed that help would come within a month, so they had to hold out until then, to stop the enemy's plans. As Vamford thought about a faster way to move, one soldier suggested that they stay where they were. He explained that only the walls were damaged, and because Lord Sefer had stopped the explosion, the food left behind by the Cairo soldiers was still there. Also, the food had been checked and was safe to eat. When Vamford heard this, he decided, "Okay, we will stay here until help arrives, and then we will destroy the enemy bit by bit." But in his mind he was determined that whatever Roman was planning, it would not happen as he wanted. The story then moves to Teslo, Kronos' eastern base, where Commander Baron Zeekman received a letter from Vamford. The letter told him that if Dimitri's soldiers came to Teslo, they had to make their defenses strong and stay where they were no matter what. As he read the letter, Baron Zeekman wondered why Vamford was telling them to stay instead of calling them to help. He thought to himself, does Vamford really think that Teslo will be taken by only 30,000 soldiers? He found it hard to believe that the Duke thought Teslo could be defeated that easily. Right then, Baron Zeekman saw someone coming out of the smoke far away. He knew this person wasn't a messenger because they didn't carry a white flag. But Zeekman was shocked when he saw who it was. It was Roman Dimitri. He quickly told his soldiers to get ready to fight. He ordered them not to let Roman get close to the fortress. Zeekman thought Roman was very bold for coming alone, without any fear, even though an army was waiting for him. Zeekman believed Roman was too confident, thinking he was unbeatable just because he had won in Gorta's. Zeekman wanted to stop Roman's foolish idea of defeating the Kronos Empire, so he told his soldiers to attack. The soldiers fired many arrows at Roman, but as the arrows got closer, Roman quickly used his special move, Iron Projectile. This created a shield in front of him, and he easily blocked all the arrows. Roman was very angry. He pulled out his sword and his power started to rise around him. He said that since there was no warp gate here, he could use all his strength. Then Roman showed his full power. It was so strong that Baron Zeekman was completely surprised. As Roman's powerful energy moved toward the fortress, Baron Zeekman stood on the walls, looking calm. He told the people around him, "Our fortress walls are strong. They have many layers of magic protection. Roman's attacks won't do anything against them." But just as the magic started to work, everyone felt a sudden cold feeling. Roman held his sword tightly and used his special attack, the Heavenly Demon sword technique. Suddenly, the whole area was filled with purple energy. The ground shook from the force. Baron Zeekman couldn't believe his eyes. He expected a fight, but not this. With one strong attack, Roman broke through the magic protection, tearing through it as if it were paper. The fortress walls fell apart from his power. Before anyone could react, Tesla's strong defenses were destroyed. It was very quiet after that. In that one moment, Tesla's defenses were gone. Soldiers ran away or stood still, unable to understand what they had just seen. Roman walked across the border without stopping. Baron Zeekman fell to his knees in front of him and said they surrendered. Even though his body was down, Zeekman's mind was thinking fast. If they take me as a prisoner, they will need many guards to watch me. A valuable prisoner like me can be used to make deals. Roman won't kill me easily. He'll keep me alive to talk, if nothing else. The Baron thought things would go easily after he surrendered. However, this was not the case. Roman walked up to him without saying a word, his eyes cold and hard. Then suddenly he kicked the Baron, who was kneeling, and the Baron fell to the ground. The Baron, Zeekman, gasped and coughed. Looking up, he was confused. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice shaking. Roman's eyes stayed sharp like a knife. "Are you the leader of this fort?" Zeekman, still shocked, nodded quickly. "Yes, I am, but why are you doing this? I gave up already. Treating someone who surrendered like this is bad for everyone." Roman's voice stayed the same. "What are you talking about? I don't want anything from you." Zeekman was stunned, as if he had been hit again. He stared, his eyes wide with fear, as he realized that Roman was going to kill him. He begged, "Please just let me live. If I live, the Dmitri prisoners will be safe. You don't have to do this." But Roman's face was firm and his voice was hard and without mercy. "You are very wrong. I don't show mercy when I fight." Quickly, Roman lifted his sword and killed Baron Zeekman. The scene changed to a big room inside the Kingdom of Redford. Kings and important people from the allied kingdoms were having a meeting. The atmosphere was serious and intense. In the middle of the room stood Edwin, his face calm, his eyes showing deep thought. One of the kings spoke quickly. "Roman has captured Laskell and Gortys and has won many battles. Shouldn't we send more soldiers to help him now?" Edwin shook his head. "Not yet. Lord Roman wants to show that the House of Dmitri can win on its own, even against the powerful Kronos Empire." King Redford leaned forward, looking worried. "But Vamford is a strong enemy. The Kronos Empire will not stay quiet for long." Edwin nodded, but then spoke seriously. "You are right, but when I heard that Lord Roman had taken the Gortys warp gate, I felt fear, something I rarely feel. Because at that moment I understood something scary. Roman had done perfectly things I had thought about but could never do." He paused, his eyes full of memories. "The war on the South Front ended in complete defeat for Hector. None of my plans worked. For the first time in my life I felt the heavy weight of failure. And the only reason for that failure was Lord Roman. Without him, Hector would have won easily. But more than the Kronos Empire, what truly scares me is a man who keeps changing, who takes everything and makes it his strength." He looked around the room. "That man is Roman. So I say again, trust him. We must wait." Far away from the places of politics and fancy buildings, Kevin was by himself on the battle area, practicing silently. He closed his eyes and tried to focus very hard, letting his inner power, his aura flow out. He imagined the time he lost a fight before, the face of the person he fought, the sound of their swords hitting each other. The moment he lost, both he and the person he imagined moved forward, their aura glowing around them as their swords hit each other with a loud crash. Kevin tried his hardest, using all his strength to match the other person's power. But just like before, in his mind, Kevin could barely keep up with his opponent. After a few hits, he was knocked down again with one strong hit. The feeling of losing hurt him deeply inside. Kevin opened his eyes and made his hands into tight fists. "Again, I couldn't win. If I have to fight someone like Sven again, what can I do? If I fail, Lord Roman will have to carry everything by himself again. I have never really helped Lord Roman before." He pressed his teeth together. "I won't let that happen again. I won't be this weak." Right then, a voice he knew called his name. "Kevin." Surprised, Kevin turned around and saw Roman walking towards him. Roman spoke directly. "There is something I want to tell you." Then Roman told Kevin, "When I was looking at how aura works, I realized that the way people in this world use it is very basic. At first, I thought that using a lot of power, releasing a huge amount of energy to destroy things, might be a good way. But after fighting strong people like Barbossa and others from different places, I learned I was wrong." He stopped talking for a moment, looking out at the far-off land. "The way people use swords in the central Murim area is not just about strength. Sometimes gentle movements can beat strong ones. People have different ways of using swords, and they learn and change. Compared to that, the way aura is used in this world is simple, not developed enough. That's when I knew my way of using a sword is better than anyone else's on this land. Kevin listened carefully, his heart beating fast. Roman continued, in a real fight where you could die, just using a lot of aura is not enough. You have to understand how it really works and get the right kind of strength to win. Kevin, if you understand this, you can even beat someone who is a 6-star aura swordsman. Kevin's eyes grew wide. Roman finished, and to start learning this I will teach you a technique, a way of doing things that will change everything. It is called the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. The scene changes. At the base of the western defense line, which had been pushed back, Chris walked out of his tent. He had not been able to sleep the night before. Nearby, Kevin was staring at his sword, not saying anything, thinking about the time Count Nicholas told Chris, "To win the war that is coming, we need both Roman and you. I will defeat Hannibal and come help you soon." Right then, a hurt soldier ran into the camp. He said that Count Nicholas had been beaten by the enemy. Chris tightened his fists. He faced the truth he didn't want to believe. He had foolishly chosen to believe Count Nicholas's words, but he knew the truth all along. He had been scared, very scared, because he was afraid. If I had been strong enough to help Count Nicholas, he thought, maybe things would have turned out differently. Chris looked at Kevin and the other soldiers. He thought, I also wanted Lord Roman to teach me directly, but Roman told me I was someone who could find the answer myself. He began to doubt himself. He couldn't even trust himself, yet Roman believed in him. Roman, who was always strong, believed that Chris could make his own way. Feeling encouraged by that trust, Chris started to focus his aura and practice. As he practiced, he became more and more frustrated. What should I do? How can I find the answer myself? He wondered. He felt upset and unsure. Then he remembered something Lord Roman had said. Roman had told him not to focus on the big, powerful force of aura. The real power of aura is not in how much it destroys, but in what it really is. At that moment, Chris understood. The real thing about aura is not wild, messy power. It is the energy that is in everything. It is already inside me. With this new understanding, Chris let his aura out, and a bright light filled the area. He entered a special selfless state called body reformation. His body began to change a lot. His hair grew longer and he felt very calm. The next morning the camp started to wake up. The other soldiers woke up confused by the bright light outside. They went outside and were shocked to see Chris, his face and hair glowing with a special aura. Chris turned to them and calmly told them, "Get ready for morning training." One soldier, amazed, said to himself, "I feel like I've seen this before." Meanwhile, Chris thought about his new discovery. What I just found is not Lord Roman's fighting style, and it's not Commander Jonathan's secret skill. This is something special, something that is only mine. The scene changes to the Kronos Empire camp. A soldier quickly entered with a report. He told Vamford, "Roman Dimitri is coming with his soldiers." One of the Kronos commanders was surprised. "A big fight against 300,000 soldiers? Roman must be crazy," another commander warned. "We should not decide too quickly. This could be a trick to confuse Kronos. We must stay where we are and not make quick decisions." The commanders started arguing loudly. Then Vamford walked in and told everyone to be quiet. He said, "We don't care what Roman wants to do. A small kingdom can't beat a big empire. But if we let Roman get too confident, everyone will laugh at Kronos." Vamford was very serious. He gave an order. "From now on, Kronos will defeat Roman Dimitri himself." The soldiers all said, "Yes, sir." The next day they were ready to fight. Vamford led the Kronos soldiers, and Roman Dimitri led his soldiers. Roman walked forward very calm and said, "I want to have a champions fight with the Kronos Empire." Hannibal wanted to fight Roman, but Vamford stopped him. "I won't allow it," he said coldly. Vamford thought to himself, "Does Roman really want to fight? He must have a secret plan." Roman smiled. "If Vamford is afraid to fight me, we can change the offer. I will not fight in the champions' duel. How about a 2-on-2 fight without me?" He paused and added, "If you don't agree to that, there will be no champions' duel." Vamford was very angry. He thought Roman was being arrogant. "Do you know why Kronos is the strongest empire on the continent?" he asked. "It's because we have so many talented people." Then he agreed to the challenge. Roman turned to Chris and Kevin. As they walked forward, he said, "From now on, you two will be Dimitri's champions. If you don't feel confident, you can step back." Chris and Kevin bowed respectfully. "Thank you for the chance. We won't let you down. We will win." Vamford yelled, "Diego, go and defeat them." Diego, who was the 6th strongest in Kronos and the 12th strongest sword on the continent, went to the front. As one of the legendary 12 swords, Diego said, "I have heard people talk about how loyal the Dmitri warriors are." He made fun of Chris. "I wonder how long will Roman Dimitri remember that loyalty?" Chris looked at him calmly and said, "Are you going to fight with words?" Diego got angry and ran at Chris, swinging his sword very hard. Chris easily blocked the attack with his own sword. Roman watched them fight and thought, "Many people say Chris is the best talent in Dmitri, but I don't agree." As Chris and Diego fought, hitting each other with powerful strikes, Roman knew that Chris was the most talented person on the Salamander continent. Chris focuses his aura into his sword and quickly moves toward Diego, striking with precision. Diego barely dodges, and their swords crash together with great force, pushing both of them back. Chris quickly finds his footing again and attacks with a strong aura-powered strike that injures Diego. But when he sees Diego still standing, Chris wonders if his attack didn't go deep enough. Maybe this new technique, which he hasn't fully mastered yet, is still too hard to control. Diego, now angry, lets out a furious roar and releases all his aura, creating a storm of energy that swirls around Chris. At that moment, Chris remembers when he couldn't understand Lord Roman's teachings. Roman's words and actions once seemed confusing, but now during this battle, everything becomes clear. Without any hesitation, Chris charges at Diego again. Their swords meet once more, but this time Chris quickly pulls back, putting space between them. Diego is caught off guard by this sudden change and realizes just how fast Chris truly is. The nickname Flash of Dmitri fits him perfectly. Now that Chris understands how aura naturally flows, he lets it move freely from his core into his sword. With this new understanding, he creates a technique even greater than the Flash step, one that's entirely his own. Gathering his aura, Chris rushes forward at incredible speed. In one blinding move, he cuts Diego down. Diego is stunned. He didn't even see the attack coming. "How is this possible?" he gasps, unable to understand what just happened. Vamford watches in shock as Diego falls. Chris calmly finishes the fight with a final blow, defeating Diego for good. Then he looks at Hannibal, the second-ranked swordsman in Kronos, who raises an eyebrow with interest. The soldiers of Dmitri cheer loudly, celebrating Chris's win over a top commander from Kronos. Vamford, full of anger, can't believe Diego, one of the continent's 12 swords, was defeated by someone with just 4 stars. Furious, he wonders if the fighters from Dmitri are beyond reason. If Kronos has to face Lord Roman one day, they must protect their best warriors. Hannibal must be kept safe no matter what. Vamford calls over another commander, Blanco, and speaks to him with a serious look. "Your opponent is only a 3-star swordsman," he says. "But if you lose, your whole family will pay the price." Blanco, determined, steps forward and replies, "Leave this to me." Blanco and Kevin stand face to face. Blanco introduces himself, but Kevin stays silent and calmly begins to release his aura. Blanco smirks and says, "No words, huh?" Then he releases his aura too, thinking about how his family's future depends on this fight. He promises to beat Kevin in a single strike. Without waiting, Blanco charges in and swings his sword, but Kevin blocks it. As their swords clash, waves of aura burst into the air. The soldiers nearby watch in amazement at the fierce fight. Blanco is shocked. This 3-star swordsman actually blocked his attack. Kevin, though starting to get pushed back, holds his ground against Blanco's powerful strikes. Seeing an opportunity, Blanco moves in to end the fight, but suddenly Kevin activates his special move, Mutual Destruction. He counters with the same powerful strike. Blanco quickly dodges and steps back to figure out what's going on. He realizes that Kevin purposely put himself at risk just to push forward. Does this guy have more than one life or something? Blanco wonders. He's like a demon. Kevin then speaks up. "Not someone like you. I wanted to fight that 6-star swordsman from earlier." Blanco is confused but listens as Kevin adds, "I'm going to attack 3 times now. Try to block them." Blanco gets annoyed. Kevin is unbelievably arrogant. Suddenly, Kevin begins using a forbidden technique, the Heavenly Demon sword. Blanco is shocked by the dangerous energy coming from the move. Before he can do anything, Kevin strikes twice in a row. The first move, the front half. The second move, the front half. Kevin remembers what Roman had once told him. Because of the ghost-souled demonic technique that shaped his body, he can only handle doing the front half of the Heavenly Demon sword technique. But Roman had also said that much is enough. Right now, Kevin's strike hits hard. Blanco is easily defeated and falls in disbelief. Kevin smirks. This is Lord Roman's technique, he thinks. Then he looks down at Blanco and says, "I told you I wanted to fight a 6-star swordsman." As Kevin defeats the Kronos Knight, Duke Vamford watches shocked. First Diego and now Blanco, both had been beaten. The Duke stares, stunned. What is that dark energy, he wonders. "It's dark magic," he shouts angrily. Without holding back, he accuses Dmitri of ruining the honorable duel by using forbidden powers. "Kronos cannot accept the outcome of this tainted battle," he yells. Then Duke Vamford orders the Kronos army to attack Dmitri, who he believes has no understanding of a true warrior's honor. "The Empire will always win," the Duke shouts, raising his hand to give the signal. At his command, the soldiers rush toward Dmitri's knights. Kevin watches everything fall apart and clenches his fists in frustration. At that moment, Roman steps forward and gently places a hand on Kevin's shoulder. "You've done enough," Roman says. "Leave the rest to me." Kevin hesitates, unsure of what Roman is planning. He can't figure out what's going to happen next. The scene changes to 10 years after the death of the Heavenly Demon, Baek Jung-hyeok. On a quiet river, 2 men sit in a small boat. One of them turns to the man wearing a cap and asks to hear the truth. When he first entered the martial world known as the Central Plane, Murim, it was already under the control of the demonic cult. Because of that, it was hard for him to trust anything, especially the stories about Baek Jung-hyeok. Were they all real? The man in the cap slowly nods. They're true. That day, when the Shaolin Temple's 108 arhats were defeated, even they had to admit they had no chance against Baek Jung-hyeok. He stopped, then kept going. It was all because of one person, Baek Jung-hyeok. He leaned closer. There's something else I want to know. He had heard that in the history of the demonic cult, Baek Jung-hyeok was the only one to reach the heaven realm. He also heard that the heavenly demon divine art he mastered was the best fighting style ever. Is that true? The man wearing a cap just shrugged, not really answering. Maybe it is, or maybe it isn't. He frowned. What do you mean? The man with the cap went on. Later Baek Jung-hyeok gained great wisdom and went up to the heaven realm, he explained. But when he brought peace to the Murim world, he was still in the earth stage. He then described how the heavenly demon divine art was set up. It has 3 parts, man, earth, and heaven. The man stage is the start. It makes your senses sharper and helps you connect with nature. The earth stage goes beyond what your body can normally do and makes you completely one with nature. And the last stage, heaven, goes beyond being human entirely. It's like reaching the heavens. His eyes got wide. So what does that mean? It's simple, the man with the cap replied. Baek Jung-hyeok was beyond compare. Back in the present, Roman stood still, a huge amount of power building up inside him. He thought to himself that he had finally reached the earth realm. It had been a long time since he had used this power. Kevin and Chris watched in amazement as Roman stepped forward. With one quick move, Roman started the heavenly demon dominant step. First step, his energy burst out, cracking the ground under his feet. Baek Jung-hyeok, known as the greatest under heaven, had created 9 sword moves and 9 matching steps. Roman now used those old powers. The very ground shook as Roman's energy broke apart the land where the Chronos soldiers stood. Duke Vamford's eyes grew wide. Then Roman followed up with the layered second step of the heavenly demon dominant step. Hannibal, watching carefully, mumbled to himself, "It's not just the ground, it feels like space itself is breaking apart." Without wasting any time, Roman pulled out his sword. He unleashed the midsection second form of the heavenly demon sword technique. His sword, covered in a spinning cloud of dark energy, cut through the air. As he swung, dozens of Chronos soldiers immediately fell. He swung again, causing another wave of destruction. Hannibal stood frozen, seeing Roman's true strength for the first time. Realizing the danger, Hannibal rushed forward. "I have to stop him now," he thought. As Hannibal got ready to attack with his sword made of energy, Roman moved again, starting the layered third step of the dominant step. A huge rush of dark energy exploded from his sword. He then followed with the midsection third form of the heavenly demon sword technique. In a flash of light, Roman struck. Hannibal barely understood what had happened before a massive explosion shook the battlefield. As the dust cleared, Hannibal was on the ground, defeated by a single hit. Fear showed on his face as he looked down. His legs were badly hurt, so he couldn't move. He was shocked, he just couldn't believe it. Hannibal, who was the second strongest person in Chronos and the third strongest on the whole continent, was beaten so easily. Roman stepped forward. His voice was cold and firm. "I've heard stories about you, Hannibal," he said. "You don't show any kindness to your enemies." Roman went on. "I don't care what you do in battles, but if you hurt my people, then I won't show you any kindness either. That's who I am. That's how I live." Just as Roman lifted his sword to kill Hannibal, Duke Vamford stepped in. "Stop," Vamford yelled. "You've gone too far. What you did today in front of everyone can't be forgiven." Roman's eyes grew dark and his powerful, scary energy burst out again. A deep purple light surrounded him completely. "Enough talk," Roman grumbled. "If Chronos decided to fight me, they should have been ready for what would happen." At that moment, everyone who was watching clearly saw it. The real heavenly demon had come back to life. Full of anger, Roman stated that Duke Vamford should have known this would happen. Right then, Sephard, a famous 8th Circle mage, came onto the battlefield. He cast a strong lightning spell aimed right at Roman. As Sephard moved forward, the Chronos soldiers moved aside to let him pass. But when the lightning spell hit Roman, it did nothing. Sephard was shocked. He realized that Roman Dimitri was truly the best swordsman on the continent. Sephard admitted that at first he had been curious about Roman, wondering who would dare to challenge the Empire without knowing their place. But now he understood that regular soldiers were no match for a powerful person like Roman. However, Sephard himself was not a regular mage. He was also very powerful. Getting ready for his next spell, Sephard announced that from this point on he would see Roman as a worthy opponent and would fight with all his might. He would see how long Roman could last. He then cast a forbidden spell called Revival. Immediately, the defeated Chronos soldiers stood up again, changed into undead warriors. Roman watched this and knew for sure that it was forbidden black magic. Among those who rose was Hannibal, who started to stand up. But Roman, with one quick and strong strike, knocked him down again. With a serious look, Roman called Sephard's magic an amusing trick. Without wasting time, Sephard unleashed another spell, Fury of the Heavens, a huge lightning attack that crashed down on Roman. But Roman, using the second part of the first move of his Heavenly Demon sword art, split the spell in half with his sword. Sefard was stunned and could barely understand what he had just seen. Roman had divided an 8th circle spell using only his sword. Roman then charged straight at Sefard, not caring about the large group of undead soldiers blocking his way. Sefard ordered the undead to stop Roman and take him down, but Roman didn't stop. He used his Heavenly Demon's dominating stride, combining the 4th and 5th steps of the technique, and destroyed the undead in his path. At that important moment, Sefard used another spell called Death Hand on Roman. The spell hit Roman, but he managed to block it. Roman quickly fought back with a special sword move, the second part of his first technique. This move completely stopped Sefard's spell. For the first time in hundreds of years, Sefard felt a warning in his mind. He was shocked and couldn't believe what was happening. He suddenly realized that if this kept going, he might die. Sefard was upset because he had planned to save his best spell for the woman with yellow hair, Isabel. But Roman had given him no other choice. As Sefard began to chant, he told Roman he should feel special because Sefard had to use such a powerful technique on him. Roman was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. Then a huge black circle of magic suddenly surrounded both Roman and Sefard. In a flash they both disappeared from the fight. Chris and Kevin, along with everyone else, watched in shock. Duke Vamford quickly took advantage of this. He yelled that Sefard had beaten Roman. He then told all the Kronos soldiers to attack the Dmitri and Cairo armies with everything they had. The Kronos army rushed forward together. Meanwhile, Roman soldiers were confused and didn't know what to do without their leader. They started to have doubts. Chris quickly saw the danger and decided to act. He stepped forward and announced that he was Chris of Dmitri. He told the soldiers to trust him and follow him. Chris charged towards the approaching Kronos soldiers, releasing his power. With one swing he cut down many enemies. This inspired the Dmitri soldiers, and they got their fighting spirit back. With new energy, they shouted that they were Dmitri soldiers, strong and unbeatable, and they gathered behind Chris. Together, they charged at the Kronos forces with all their might. Duke Vamford watched this sudden burst of energy and was confused by the soldiers' determination. He called them foolish for thinking they could stand against Kronos' strength. He then ordered his magic users to use all their power and every spell needed to crush Dmitri's forces. Just then, a bright yellow light hit the ground from the sky. A powerful voice told the Kronos soldiers to stop where they were. Isabel, the yellow-haired woman, came down from the sky with a fierce anger. She was burning with strong anger and reminded Kronos that she had warned them. But now they had embraced evil in their desire to conquer. In the name of what is right, Isabel would bring fairness and punishment. She cast Bless, a strong holy spell that instantly healed all the injured Dmitri soldiers. Chris was amazed and looked at his healed body in wonder, asking himself if it was truly holy power. Isabel then called her soldiers to follow her and charged straight into the Kronos ranks. With amazing speed and grace she defeated the enemies who dared to fight her. Duke Vamford stood still in shock. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "They have appeared." At that moment Duke Vamford realized that the Kronos forces were going to lose. Duke Vamford refused to give up. He told his soldiers to go back to the castle. He planned for them to gather there, make the castle strong and get ready to fight. But before his orders were fully carried out, Flora shot Duke Vamford with a good arrow. He was shocked and looked around, surprised to see that even his castle, where he felt safe, had been taken over. He could not understand when or how this happened. A few moments later, the Duke fell to the ground. While everyone was confused, Felix used the chance to cast a strong fire spell. He threw it at the Kronos soldiers. Before this, the Phoenix mages had captured the castle. Now, on the battlefield, the Kronos army found itself surrounded. They were stuck between the forces of the Dmitri alliance and Isabel's army. Slowly, the Kronos soldiers were being separated and defeated. Seeing this, Chris yelled that Dmitri had won. He told his soldiers to finish off the remaining Kronos forces. From another part of the battlefield, Flora cheered on the troops. She announced that the enemy commander was dead and told Dmitri's forces to keep pushing their attack. The war, which Kronos thought they would surely win, ended in their complete loss. Dmitri's soldiers cheered loudly, their shouts echoing across the battlefield. Chris went to Isabel and truly thanked her for helping them. But he was still curious and asked who she really was. Isabel shared that she came from a place beyond the endless mountains called Arcadia. It was the last nation of humans. She told him that she was Isabel, Queen of Luna. The scene then changed to a dark hidden space where Sefard had taken Roman. This place was full of dark power and was controlled by Sefard's will. Even the shadows of death here were stronger than normal undead. Yet Sefard could not understand why he was losing. Roman had finally shown his real power. Roman smiled confidently and said that things were getting interesting. Sefard, who was beaten up, demanded to know what kind of power Roman was using and how he was winning against such great odds. Roman replied by using the Heavenly Demon dominant step, its 7th layer. Roman was surrounded by swirling energy and warned Sefard that this would be the end. In the old land of Murim, no one had ever stopped this attack. He dared Sefard to try. With that, Roman performed the Heavenly Demon sword technique. The final section, second form, the air cracked as the powerful attack landed, covering the area in smoke and dirt. When the dust cleared, Sephard lay defeated. He could not understand how he had lost to a power that was not holy. He could not believe it was happening. Roman stepped forward and asked Sephard a question that had bothered him for a long time. Kronos already had the power to take over the continent. So why had they hidden their true form until now? Roman needed answers. He used a forbidden magic called phantom magic which had once scared everyone in Murim. It let the user go into another person's mind, but it came with a high risk. The two minds could get mixed up, which could cause a mental breakdown. Even Roman thought it was a risky tool, like a double-edged sword. He reminded himself he had just 3 seconds. In that short time he had to get all the information he could. Inside Sephard's mind, Roman saw 3 people. One was a man named Sven, another was a mysterious person called Mystic, and the third individual surprised Roman completely. Roman looked at this unknown person in shock, wondering who they were. Suddenly, Roman was pulled out of the subspace and found himself at the edge of the endless mountain range. He wondered if Sephard's death had broken the subspace magic, and why it had brought him to this specific place. For now, he chose to go back to Dmitri. When he arrived, his butler was shocked to see him. The butler, confused, asked if Roman hadn't gone to the battlefield. Roman calmly replied that something unexpected had happened, and that he would leave for Cairo the next day. After confirming Dimitri's victory and Isabel's safety through magical communication, Roman promised to meet Isabel in Cairo. However, before he could do that, he felt he needed to confirm something important. He went to the Dmitri library and searched through many books until he found what he was looking for. There, he read about Maximilian, a wandering swordsman who had once caused a stir on the Salamander continent. Maximilian had caught the Kronos Emperor's attention and was given the title of Count. He spent the rest of his life serving the Empire and eventually died without anyone noticing. Roman also read about Sven, the shadow who attacked Dmitri. He read about Mystic, a mysterious person who had mastered spatial manipulation magic and caused chaos across the continent before disappearing. And he read about Ellington, a brilliant mage born into the noble Ellington house. In recent times, Ellington had used many names like Cerrone, Sephar, and Serapir. Roman now suspected that Ellington had hidden much more than he showed. But there was still one more name to confirm, one more identity hidden in Sephard's memories. Alexander the Great Emperor, the person who created Aura itself. Then the scene changed to the Kronos Emperor's palace. The Emperor woke up in his bed and called for his knight, asking if anyone was there. When he didn't get a reply, the frustrated Kronos Emperor shouted, "Is anyone there?" And the knights quickly came to him. The scene then moved to a corridor where Marcus Memphis thought to himself that Duke Vamford's 300,000 troops had been defeated by Dmitri. This meant the Emperor's anger must be huge. Memphis couldn't believe Duke Vamford had lost to Dmitri. Since Duke Vamford had been so sure of victory, Memphis didn't understand how this had happened. Finally, we came to the throne room. All the top leaders of the Kronos Empire had gathered there, and then the Kronos Emperor walked in. The Emperor sits on his throne. He says he feels bad about starting the war unfairly. He then announces a ceasefire, meaning the fighting must stop. Everyone is shocked. A man asks the Emperor what this means. Memphis then points out that even though Kronos lost a battle to Dmitri, some Kronos soldiers are already on missions to Umberto and the kingdom of Odelia. He wonders why the Emperor is suddenly stopping the war. The Emperor gets angry and asks if Memphis is going against his orders. Everyone gets scared and stops talking. Memphis quickly says, "Of course not," and promises to follow the Emperor's ceasefire order. So a ceasefire, which no one expected, was officially declared by the Kronos Emperor. Meanwhile, news of a victory on the Western Front makes the capital city of Cairo very happy and celebratory. The scene changes. Roman introduces himself to Isabel, and she introduces herself too. Roman mentions that famous people from old books like Sven, Mystic, Sephard, and even Alexander are alive in Kronos, even though they shouldn't be. Roman asks Isabel directly, "What truth is Kronos hiding?" Isabel replies that for Roman to understand the truth he needs to know about Luna's prophecy. A very long time ago, a gate to another world opened, and a freezing cold spread across the world. This terrible event stayed in the world forever. Soon after the prophecy, the world tree in Arcadia froze. Isabel explains that this terrible event isn't just about cold or death. It means that a single human being fell onto the Salamander continent through the world. Roman is surprised to hear this. Isabel says that this human was full of selfish desires. He took on dark powers and took over the Kronos Empire. Isabel's family has been the guardians for a long time, trying to stop this terrible power. But now, Isabel's kingdom has reached its limit. Roman asks, "Who is that human?" Isabel answers that the human's name is Alexander, the emperor of Kronos who started Aura. Roman is surprised again. Isabel explains that because Alexander appeared, swordsmen were born and knights became powerful. Emperor Alexander is a person who has a soul from another world. This person from another world already knew how to use aura. When he first came to this world, records show he claimed a strange hard-to-say name as his own, Kim Pansok. Hearing this, Roman thinks that Kim Pansok must be a martial artist from the Central Plains. One day, while Kim Pansok was collecting plants in the 10,000 Great Mountains, dark clouds gathered. It was as if God was angry and the sky pulled something in. Kim Pansok, who was just staring, was also pulled into the sky. It was by chance that an ordinary person, Kim Pansok, was chosen. A woman then asks Alexander if he is okay. Alexander, now known as Kim Pansok, says his name is Kim. Before, he was a poor man who struggled every day to stay alive. But now he had the important position of a prince. A bright new life began for him in this new world, and Kim was very happy. He wished this feeling could last forever. However, as time went on, his happiness started to fade. Alexander was not the true heir to the throne. He realized that when the next emperor was chosen, he would be removed from power. Alexander was just a simple poor person with no special skills, and he wondered what he could possibly do. He felt there had to be a way to survive. Then Alexander remembered his past life. He thought that there was a solution. In this land called the Salamander continent, magic exists, but martial arts do not. If Alexander could use martial arts, he could become the next emperor. After this realization, Kim Pansok stayed in his room every day. He tried very hard to remember things from his past life. Then Kim remembered a low-level martial artist he had once seen. He also remembered something that man had said. To anyone else it would have sounded like a boast from someone unimportant. But to survive, Alexander held on to these memories from his past. After many tries that failed, Alexander's mana gathered at his Dantane energy center, and he saw aura form. This was the start of Alexander's legend. Swordsmen, who had always lost to mages, could now hope again because of the big change called aura. Alexander, who had been behind in the line to become emperor, quickly became a powerful figure. However, the aura Alexander created was just a weak copy of real martial arts. It was a poor imitation. The more powerful someone became using it, the clearer its weaknesses became. Alexander's desire to keep his power slowly turned into a strong need, and then into madness. Eventually, Alexander failed again. Then a devil told Alexander that if he followed the devil would give him power. This was a devil's quiet offer. On that day, Alexander put down his sword and accepted dark mana. This is the real story behind aura, which everyone else believes to be true and perfect. The scene then changes to the present. Mystic is explaining the situation to Alexander. He says that the Kronos Emperor has stopped fighting. Mystic also explains that it seems the destruction of Sephard broke the connection, and Sephard lost control of the dark mana. Alexander then says that he has controlled Kronos emperors for many generations, but this current emperor refuses to completely lose his mind. Mystic then asks Alexander what they should do about Roman Dimitri. Hearing this, Alexander thinks to himself that Roman Dimitri was much stronger than he expected. Also, that power looked like martial arts. If that is true, there is a good chance Roman is a dimensional traveler like Alexander. Unlike Alexander, Roman truly understands martial arts. Alexander thinks that if it were Roman, perhaps he would not have accepted the darkness like Alexander did. Maybe Roman could have started a different kind of big change on the continent. Alexander wants to see Roman's power for himself. He tells Mystic there's no need to rush. He agrees Roman is a threat, but Roman is just an aura swordsman with limitations. Alexander thinks to himself that Mystic shouldn't learn too much. Angrily, he asks, does Mystic really think Roman could be a match for him? Mystic, scared, quickly says, absolutely not. Mystic believes it's impossible for Lord Alexander to lose because he's already an immortal mage. Then Alexander tells Mystic that changing an imperial order won't be easy. So they will continue with things as they are. But the war with Isabel will start again soon. When it does, the Kronos Empire's 1,000-year plan will be unstoppable. Mystic smiles when he hears this. The scene then changes to Roman and Isabel. Isabel tells Roman she told him the truth because he defeated Sephard and saved the Salamander continent, even without holy energy. Isabel asks Roman to help her. Roman says no. Surprised, Isabel asks if he will abandon humanity. Roman replies that's a different issue. Roman says that since the Kronos Empire is Dimitri's enemy, he will completely destroy it. However, Roman isn't someone who talks about sacrificing himself for the continent. Annoyed, Isabel says their goals are the same, so there's no reason to refuse, right? Roman replies their goals are not the same. Frustrated, Isabel thinks that Roman wasn't the warrior the gods said would come. Roman states he is acting for his own reasons and wants to bring down Kronos. Roman then asks, if Kronos used countless lives to gain an advantage, could Isabel abandon the people and defeat Alexander? Isabel stays quiet. Roman says that's the difference. He explains that if he were in that situation, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. But that doesn't mean Roman wants to be enemies with the Luna Kingdom. Even if Roman and Isabel don't work together, Kronos will fall. That's the only promise Roman can give to someone who has spent a long time helping Salamander. It's the only promise Roman can give Isabel. Hearing this, Isabel wonders what Roman is thinking. Then, the Kronos Emperor's order for a ceasefire changes the situation. We then see Memphis asking his soldier about what's happening. The soldier tells Memphis that their plan is going well. Kronos forces have teleported to the main cities of Umberto and Odelia. In Odelia, inside the castle, the royal army's resistance is almost crushed. In a few days at most, both kingdoms will surrender. Memphis says it's too late to stop now. He explains that Duke Vamford's 300,000 troops attacked Dmitri, and Umberto and Odelia used their alliance as an excuse to trick Kronos. It was supposed to be a perfect invasion. But even that partial success was ruined by the Kronos Emperor's ceasefire order. The soldier then asks what they should do. Memphis replies that they can continue the operation for now. Kronos will first capture Umberto and Odelia. Then, during talks to stop the fighting with Dmitri, Memphis says that Kronos will use Umberto and Odelia to get what they want. But the soldier asks about the imperial order. Memphis tells him that he will report directly to the Kronos Emperor. So the soldier must stay quiet and tell the commanders that they need to fully control Umberto and Odelia within 3 days. Memphis will make sure that things do not go Dimitri's way. The scene then changes to Odelia's capital. 2 royal groups of Odelia's soldiers have been defeated and the special gate has also been taken by the enemy. Odelia cannot stop the Kronos Empire from coming in. The royal knights were completely defeated by the Kronos Knight group. Even the way to escape is blocked, so there is no way out. The king of Odelia is shocked and thinks that everything is over. When they decided to work with Kronos, the king of Odelia believed it was the right choice for the kingdom's future, even though it was hard. But the truth facing the king of Odelia is much worse than he ever thought. Then, Kronos soldiers reach the palace's main gate. The king of Odelia tells his knights not to open the gate for any reason. At that moment, a soldier tells the king of Odelia that Dmitri, fighting alone, has won a big war against Kronos. The king of Odelia is surprised to hear this and wonders where things went wrong. Was it because he did not see how strong Dmitri was? The king of Odelia tries to stay calm because Dmitri is against Kronos. If they do not leave their alliance with Kronos, this could actually be a chance. Then, the king of Odelia tells his knight to quickly set up a magic call with Dmitri. As they connect with Roman, the king of Odelia tells Roman that the Kronos Empire is attacking Odelia and there is no time. So he begs Roman to save them. Roman answers, "Why should Dmitri help the Odelia kingdom?" The king of Odelia is shocked to hear this. Roman also says, if Kronos directly attacked Odelia's capital, doesn't that mean the king allowed them to come in? The king of Odelia admits it is their fault but warns that if Odelia and Umberto are taken by the empire, the balance of the kingdom alliance will break. Is that what Roman wants? Hearing this, Roman smiles and says, the king of Odelia is clearly misunderstanding something. The king has already gone too far to turn back. 4 kingdoms, not including Odelia, have entered Roman's protection. Hector, Redford, Frank, and even Umberto. The king of Odelia is shocked to hear this. Roman, with a serious face, says that there is no place for Odelia in the new kingdom alliance. The scene goes back to moments earlier, just before Roman announced war against the Kronos Empire. In the center of Umberto, Lucas sat across from an important noble. The noble, a key person in the kingdom and a symbol of Umberto's military, Marquis Drake, directly asked why Lucas had come to Umberto at such an important time. Lucas saw that the noble spoke directly, so Lucas answered in the same way. The noble spoke plainly, so Lucas didn't see any need for polite talk or small talk. He said that during Lord Roman Dimitri's fight against a group of killers, an important paper was found. This paper listed important people marked to be killed. One person on the list was a top target for assassination. The noble's eyes became narrow. Doubt showed on Drake's face as he asked if Lucas meant that he was on that bad list. Lucas didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the person next to Drake, his oldest son, Calderon Drake. Calderon was very good with a sword and had a special power by his early 30s. He was the pride of his family, House Drake. People also expected him to help lead the future of Umberto with his father. When his son's name was said, Drake's face became dark with anger. He couldn't control himself and hit the table with his fist. The sound echoed in the room. He swore and said that Kronos had gone too far by trying to kill the future leader of House Drake. Lucas stayed calm and continued. He said that Kronos' plan was not just to kill Calderon. The Empire planned to make it look like someone from inside Umberto had done it. If fighting started inside Umberto because of this, Drake would be too weak to fight outside enemies like Kronos. Lucas said this was why he was sent to give this serious warning. Drake was still angry but tried to act calm. He leaned back and asked if this was the only reason Lucas had come. He agreed that the information alone was helpful, but he didn't think Lucas would come all this way just to give a warning. Lucas smiled as if he knew something, leaned closer and spoke softly. He said he would now tell the real reason for his visit. He explained that Lord Roman Dimitri had finished his visit to the Redford Kingdom and would soon go to Valhalla. After that, a big war with the Kronos Empire seemed likely. When that time came, the kingdom of Umberto would have a very important choice to make. Lucas warned that if Drake kept being careful and neutral and avoided fighting like he had been, they would lose their chance to change the continent forever under a new system. Hearing this, Drake's face became serious. He asked Lucas directly if he was saying that Lord Roman Dimitri would truly fight a total war against the Kronos Empire. Lucas looked at him and said yes, he would. Dmitri would not give up. The story now returns to the present day. Roman clearly said that Odelia had no place in the kingdom's alliance. King Odelia was shocked and upset. He told his soldiers to call Umberto right away to find out what was happening. But when the magical call connected, it wasn't Umberto's king on the other end. It was Calderon. Calderon stood tall and calmly said he had killed the king of Umberto. King Odelia was completely surprised and couldn't understand what was happening. The leader of House Drake, who was a symbol of Umberto's strong army, had taken over his own king. With a cold look, Calderon spoke to King Odelia. He could tell by Odelia's face that he didn't believe what was happening. Calderon said it seemed clear that Odelia had been completely fooled by the Kronos Empire. He then explained that Umberto's late king had wrongly trusted Kronos' sweet lies. He had opened the special warp gate for Kronos' army, not knowing what Kronos really planned. Luckily, House Drake had gotten important information from Dmitri. They knew Kronos would betray them, so they secretly put loyal soldiers at the capital's warp gate. These soldiers stopped Kronos' armed troops from advancing. This kept Umberto's capital from falling. King Odelia was angry. He demanded to know when House Drake and Umberto had turned against Odelia to join Dmitri. Calderon corrected him coldly. He said that the loyal people of House Drake and the true patriots of Umberto had never planned to join Kronos. From the very day Dmitri started the war, Umberto and House Drake had already promised to support Lord Roman. This news crushed King Odelia. He fell onto his throne feeling great sadness and defeat. Only now did he understand that Dmitri's actions were never careless or rushed. Roman had carefully planned everything. He had gotten the support of more than half of the kingdoms on the continent before attacking Kronos. The proof of Dmitri's huge power was now clear to him. At that moment, the heavy palace doors slowly began to open. King Odelia felt sorry for himself. He blamed himself for his bad decisions. He cursed his own weakness and wondered sadly why his father had raised him to be so weak. His dark thoughts were stopped by soldiers shouting that the castle gates had been broken through. Kronos troops were pouring in. Meanwhile, far away in Cairo's capital city, inside the Grand Palace of Cairo, Charlton, who represented Kronos, stood proudly before the King of Cairo. With a small smile, Charlton said that the war, which started from what seemed like a small fight, had gotten out of control. He claimed to understand perfectly why Dmitri and Cairo had declared war. But he told the king to think about calling a ceasefire. Charlton also added that the Kronos Emperor no longer wanted needless deaths. In his great kindness, he had decided to offer peace. The king of Cairo was very angry. He could not stand Charlton's boldness and lack of shame. Charlton was talking about peace while his empire was fighting a very cruel war. Charlton looked at the king of Cairo with a cold, mean smile. He spoke with disrespect, asking if the king truly believed that Cairo and Dmitri were strong enough to fight until the very end against the powerful Kronos Empire. He said that what had happened so far was only one battle. Charlton thought the king of Cairo was making a big mistake by thinking that one small win meant he had won the whole war. Charlton suggested that if Cairo and Dmitri accepted the ceasefire as a sign of goodwill, the Kronos Empire would let the king of Odelia live and keep him safe. Charlton leaned forward in a proud way and told the king of Cairo to decide right away. The king of Cairo was boiling with anger and frustration. These were not the words of an empire that was falling apart. This offer had hidden threats and too much pride. It was clear to him that Kronos, even though they had faced a setback, still had a scary amount of power. The king looked at Roman Dimitri for advice and asked what he thought about Kronos' so-called peace offer. Roman was calm and steady. He stepped forward and looked directly at Charlton. He spoke very clearly, making one thing perfectly obvious. What right did Charlton have to even be there? When Charlton heard this, he yelled. He insisted that he was there as a messenger and that Roman should treat him with the respect that messengers deserve. Roman calmly replied that while the laws of the land did protect messengers, Charlton had openly ignored the correct rules. Roman walked closer to Charlton, smiling as he pointed out that Charlton had not asked for permission first, nor had he shown a white flag before arriving. Instead, he had proudly announced his arrival as a messenger without following any rules. With a serious look, Roman stated that Charlton had ignored the legal procedures and still dared to call himself a messenger. Charlton was clearly shocked by Roman's words. Anger flashed in Roman's eyes as he declared that Dmitri and Kronos were still at war right now. Charlton was stunned and scared. he realized that Roman was defeating him with just his presence and his gaze, without even drawing his sword. As Roman's power seemed to grow around him, he said coldly that if Charlton wanted to stand there as a messenger in enemy land, then he should kneel like someone carrying a white flag. Charlton, full of anger and shame, yelled back that he was there to deliver the Kronos Emperor's wishes, and that he had entered Cairo because the Emperor had ordered him directly. He demanded to know if Roman truly planned to cut off all diplomatic ties with Kronos. Roman, not bothered, made fun of Charlton. He asked if Kronos' ceasefire was so weak that it depended on whether or not Charlton knelt. Charlton was stunned and could not say anything back. Roman got even angrier. He let out his full power, saying that if Charlton and Kronos really wanted to stop fighting, Charlton needed to show respect. If not, Roman would personally strike him down right there to prove Dimitri's strength. Charlton was completely shocked by Roman's powerful presence and scary power. He thought Roman was completely crazy. Charlton was amazed to see Roman change so much. At that moment he felt truly afraid. Charlton realized he had made a big mistake. He quickly got on his knees and said sorry. He admitted he should have followed the rules. He confessed he had been careless and made a quick, thoughtless decision in the heat of war. He begged Roman to calm down. The king of Cairo was surprised to see this. He was amazed to see a representative of Kronos so embarrassed. This meant that something truly unusual had happened. Roman, looking serious and steady, told Charlton he did not believe Kronos' idea of stopping the fight. Roman said that no matter the terms, the power of strength could not be held back by simple agreements. Roman's voice was steady and strong. He went on to say that if Kronos truly wanted peace, Charlton needed to show he was serious. Charlton was confused and asked what Roman meant by serious. Roman's answer was shocking and firm. If Kronos offered 500,000 gold coins to pay for the war, then and only then would Roman think about stopping the fighting. Charlton was stunned and said this was an unfair demand. Roman's tone did not change though. He reminded the Baron that many innocent people had died in the war. The country owed it to its people to make sure their families' suffering was not for nothing. Roman warned that if Kronos said no to this, he would go back to war without a second thought. Charlton stood there, unable to speak. Roman's words left him completely silent. Then he carefully asked if the kingdom of Odelia would also be part of this demand. Roman's cold answer was sharp and cutting. Why was Charlton asking about people who weren't even with him? Roman's terrifyingly cold stare made Charlton realize what kind of man was standing in front of him. The scene then changed to the Kronos Empire, where Charlton told the Emperor of Kronos what had happened. He reported that if the Emperor gave the order, Kronos could cancel the talks and unleash the Empire's terror on the world. However, the Emperor of Kronos, his face full of anger, scolded Charlton. He reminded the Baron that he had clearly ordered these talks to succeed. His anger, however, was not just about the demand for 500,000 gold. What made him most angry was that Charlton had knelt before Roman, showing such shameful weakness. Emperor Kronos spoke with a cold and strong voice, telling his knights to grab Charlton. Charlton was very scared. He dropped to his knees and begged for forgiveness, saying he had done something very wrong. Emperor Kronos kept his serious face and said he planned to use this ceasefire to finally take over the whole continent. The Emperor had a big plan for Kronos' future. Even if the Empire lost, no one should be able to shame it. So he told Charlton to accept what was going to happen to him. Charlton was completely shocked. He argued with the Emperor, reminding him that he had spent his whole life working for Kronos, doing everything he was told. Now he was going to be killed for just kneeling once? Did that really make sense? But before Charlton could say anything else, the soldiers hit him once, and he fell down dead. The scene then changed to Alexander, who was now fully in charge of Emperor Kronos. Alexander watched these events happen and felt very excited. He was eager to see what Roman was really like. Standing on top of a cliff, Alexander announced that he would show Roman why he had stopped doing martial arts and started using magic instead. Near the capital city of Odelia, Alexander used one of his spells, a very powerful and dangerous one called Meteor. Huge rocks fell from the sky, destroying Odelia's capital city right away. Alexander smiled in a mean way and wondered how long it would take Roman to cause so much damage. Meanwhile, news reached the people that the Kronos Empire was offering a ceasefire to Dmitri. The people of Dmitri started to celebrate, but they didn't know the bad things that were coming. It was ironic because Dmitri had started the war, but now Kronos was offering to pay for damages. This basically meant that the Kronos Empire was admitting they had lost. Across the continent, everyone was happy about the news, but that happiness didn't even last a full day. News of Odelia's destruction spread quickly, casting a dark shadow over the short celebrations. The scene then moved to Lucas, who quickly went to the destroyed Odelia capital to see how bad it was. But everything had happened so fast that even the kingdom's spies were confused and couldn't report back. The city was gone in an instant. Only the most powerful magic could have caused such destruction. As Lucas looked at the broken city, one of his assistants found something strange. His face showed great shock. Lucas quickly went to him and asked what was wrong. The assistant paused, trying to find the right words before saying that this shouldn't have been possible. Just trying to sense the leftover magic in the capital had made their magic tools break, which meant the spell used was not just strong but almost impossible to understand. The assistant added, shaking, that the spell might not have been of the 8th circle but possibly even higher. Lucas was shocked when he heard about magic beyond the 8th circle. It made him think about many things. Meanwhile, leaders from 6 nations, Dmitri, Cairo, Hector, Redford, Frank and Umberto, met quickly to talk about a problem. The kingdom of Odelia was not included. The king of Frank spoke first, his voice shaking. He told them what people had seen. A huge object had fallen from the sky and instantly destroyed Odelia's capital city. He trembled as he said that no normal human could have such power. Edwin, who always thought things through, added sadly that this event showed Kronos did not agree to the ceasefire because he was weak. By destroying Odelia, Kronos had sent a clear warning to everyone. Roman then spoke to the leaders. He told them not to believe the ceasefire was real. He warned that Kronos would surely start the war again once he was fully ready. Edwin looked closely at Roman and asked if Roman truly thought they could win against Kronos. Roman answered without hesitation. Yes, he said. Even though they had formed a new kingdom alliance, he would not force anyone to be sacrificed. However, he stressed that war would start again sooner or later. If the new alliance chose to stand with Dmitri, then Dmitri would never break that trust. After the meeting, Roman went outside and thought deeply. He thought about 9th circle magic. This magic was so strong that no ordinary human could survive it. He knew that if more than 9 circles of magic were formed, the immense power of nature itself would be too much for a normal human to handle. Yet the stories about the legendary 9th circle magic kept echoing in his mind. Even if Roman tried his absolute best right now, he thought, it would still be impossible to stand against such power. As he looked up at the huge sky, these thoughts weighed heavily on him. Was this why he had been brought to this world? With a small smile, Roman whispered to himself, "Well then I'll give it a try." The next day, deep inside a thick forest, Isabel was kneeling in prayer. At that moment, Leo, one of her trusted helpers and the captain of the Luna Kingdom's royal knights, came up to her. Leo bowed respectfully and told Isabel that since Kronos had declared a ceasefire, the Luna Kingdom's royal knights no longer needed to stay in that area. But Isabel replied firmly, her voice quiet but strong. "I cannot simply leave," she said, looking serious. Alexander showed power far beyond human limits when Odelia's capital was attacked. A 9th circle magic spell. This means the rules have changed. Now he will start a full war across the continent, completely ignoring the Luna Kingdom. Isabel closed her eyes for a moment, thinking deeply. She thought about how light and darkness, 2 opposite forces, exist together. As Alexander got stronger, so did she. But the real problem wasn't just fighting Alexander's power. It was stopping the being that gave him such immense strength from fully appearing. Isabel opened her eyes. Her voice was quiet but firm. "This is what I am meant to do," she said. Leo was touched by her strong will and moved closer. As the leader of the royal knights, he said with certainty, "I will stay with you until the very end." Isabel gave him a small, thankful smile. "Thank you, Leo," she whispered. The story then moved to Dmitri, where Roman had returned after winning a battle. The armies of Dmitri marched back, tired but successful. Roman's butler, his face bright with relief and happiness, greeted him warmly when he came back. However, his happy look quickly changed when Hans brought bad news. Henderson had died. It was a good rainy day. The story then switched to a memory from the past. In this memory, Baek Jung-hyeok stood strong, saying that taking over Murim was almost done. It had been a long and hard journey since the day the Mad Demon promised to be loyal to Baek Jung-hyeok. Baek, speaking with both power and real care, asked the Mad Demon, "Are you truly happy living for other people?" The Mad Demon, looking intense and steady, replied, "Please don't call it for others. From the moment you reached out to me, Lord Baek, you became my whole world, my life and my dream." Baek Jung-hyeok, his voice softer, told the Mad Demon to stop talking such nonsense. But the Mad Demon, his voice showing quiet determination, answered, "Just watch me, my lord. I will last until the end and see with my own eyes as you make your big dream come true." Yet when Murim was finally united, the Mad Demon was not there with him. The story then returned to the present, where Roman stood alone on the wet, rainy balcony. The recent events weighed heavily on him. The sound of footsteps broke the quiet as Chris walked in. Chris, sounding worried, gently suggested, "Maybe it's time to go inside, my lord. We have marched endlessly, and you too must rest." Roman turned slightly, his voice low but firm. "While I was away," he began, "I made you the commander. Do you remember that, Chris?" Chris nodded seriously. "Yes, my lord, I remember." Roman's look became serious and he continued, "Many lives depend on a commander's orders. That is the heavy responsibility we carry. If you show too much kindness, the enemy will use it against you. but if you treat your soldiers only as tools, they will learn to trust you. Always remember, Chris, this is what it means to be a commander." Chris stood silently, taking in the seriousness of Roman's words as the gentle rain kept falling around them. Roman went on to explain to Chris that he must not take the deaths of his soldiers lightly. Instead, he needed to show true respect and give real money to their families to help with their sadness. He told Chris to call Dimitri's top commanders right away. He announced that they would start a meeting to talk about how to pay families for war deaths. The scene changed to the Grand Council room where the top commanders had gathered. As the quiet talking stopped, one of the noblemen nervously asked, "Is Lord Roman truly serious about this idea?" Dmitri had also been thinking about payments for war deaths, but 1 million gold was just too much. Even Redford almost broke down because of a debt of only 100,000 gold. The nobleman paused before suggesting, "Why not use the 500,000 gold we are getting from the Kronos Empire as payment?" Roman stood tall and determined, answering carefully. If Dmitri were to give out only the exact amount of money received from Kronos, what would the people think? The nobleman guessed. "They would be thankful, my lord." Roman's look became sharp and his voice was firm. "That is exactly why we must go beyond just thanks. I want our people to know that sacrifices made for Dmitri are always met with fair and steady recognition. This war preparation is only the start. From this moment on, Dmitri will put in place a complete national system for rewarding good deeds. Not only will the families of those who die in war be honored, but people like Henderson who helped Dmitri greatly will be called national heroes. So," Roman continued, "the full 500,000 gold will be used for payments. Cairo has agreed to this, and they have also offered to pay for a part of the remaining 500,000 gold to help with the total payment. Even though Dmitri lost a lot during the war, I must show the people that to Dmitri, the biggest loss is not money or supplies, it is the loss of its people. Dmitri has won, and in this victory I will not let sadness hide our hard-won success. From this day forward we will focus on the lives and well-being of our people." At his words, a strong agreement filled the council room as everyone present replied, "Yes, my lord." The scene then moved to Henderson's simple home where he and his wife Chloe once lived as regular farming couple. Even though Henderson worked in the fields, he often told Chloe that he really wanted to be a soldier. "I never truly wanted to be a farmer," he once said. "I wanted to fight for Lord Roman to become stronger for my family and for him." While Chloe worried about his safety, she could not deny how truly happy he seemed when he talked about his dreams. Soon after, Chris arrived at Chloe's home. He gave her a beautifully decorated medal, honoring Henderson after his death as someone who earned a National Merit Award. Chloe's voice was shaky as she softly asked, "Did my husband really help Dmitri that much?" Chris nodded seriously. "Yes, he absolutely did. If Henderson hadn't been so brave, many more people would have died. He was a hero to all of us." Chris then gave Chloe a small fancy box. "This is a special award given to our national heroes. Please open it." Chloe opened the box slowly, and then she gasped loudly. The box was completely full of shiny gold coins, much more than she ever thought it would be. Feeling confused, she stuttered, "This must be a mistake. You must have given me the wrong box. There are hundreds of gold coins here, and even a knight like you wouldn't make such a big error." Chris smiled gently and shook his head. "It's not a mistake. Lord Roman said that Henderson deserved this much honor. Please, Chloe, take this gift and live with pride and happiness. Remember how much your husband's brave act meant to Dmitri." Chloe was so full of feelings that tears ran down her face. Chris felt sad for her and stood quietly by her side, letting her take in the importance of the moment. The story then moves to a busy tavern in Dmitri. The people of the town were excitedly talking about some amazing news. Dmitri had decided to pay out a huge 1 million gold coins to make up for the war. Most people found it hard to believe. On top of that, Dmitri added another 500,000 gold coins from the money they got from the Kronos Empire. Some people thought the money came from Dmitri's rich iron mines, but even that didn't seem like enough to explain such a massive amount of money. Then another man spoke up, asking if anyone had heard about Chloe's family. He explained that Dmitri had not only honored Henderson by calling him a national hero, but also gave his family a large reward of 300 gold coins. The tavern became quiet for a moment as he explained that Dmitri had started a new system. This system would make sure that the families of those who served the nation would be taken care of for their whole lives. He added seriously, "Even Kronos doesn't treat its people this well." The story follows the man home where he shared his thoughts with his family. Looking at his father, he said clearly that he had made up his mind. He was going to join the Dmitri army. His father was shocked and asked what kind of silly talk his son was saying, reminding him that he was just a simple farmer. The young man replied with strong belief, "Henderson was just a farmer too. At first he couldn't even use a sword well. But with Lord Roman Dimitri's help he became a great swordsman. If he could do it, so can I. I want to be like Henderson." His parents were left without words. Turning to his mother, he promised, "I'll come back successful. I'll be a proud soldier of Dmitri no matter what." Then with a smile, he said, "One day they'll call what's happening now the Henderson Syndrome." The story then changes to the Hector Kingdom. Edwin told his father about Dimitri's plan for war payments. His father nodded, saying he had heard that Dmitri not only beat Kronos but also forced them to agree to peace. With respect in his voice, he called Roman Dimitri a truly amazing man. With a serious look, Edwin says that Hector is now at a very important point. Hector and Kronos cannot exist in the same world anymore. Edwin tells his father to let Hector become great alongside Dmitri. When Edwin's father hears this, he makes a firm choice. He says that from this moment on, Hector will get ready to fight Kronos. The story then moves to the kingdom of Redford. King Redford excitedly announces that his kingdom owes a huge thanks to Roman and the people of Dmitri. He states that if it weren't for Roman, Redford would have been completely destroyed. Because of this, he promises Redford's full support to Dmitri when they need help. The soldiers in the royal court cheer loudly for their king's brave decision. Meanwhile, similar feelings are growing in other kingdoms. Cairo, Umberto, and Frank. The war has changed the continent. For the first time, Kronos has lost a battle in what is now called the First Continental War. However, Valhalla remains careful and stays out of the fight. The old group of allied kingdoms has fallen apart, and a new powerful group has formed. Dmitri, Hector, Redford, Cairo, Umberto, and Frank have all joined together under Roman Dimitri's lead. Half a month later, the story returns to Dmitri, where a notice for new soldiers is put out. People can now apply to be private soldiers directly under Lord Roman. Only those who are not already part of the Duchy of Dmitri can apply. However, those already serving can switch their loyalty under special rules if they pass a tough test. Among the hopeful applicants is a young farmer who became a soldier and is now very determined. He is already a soldier for Dmitri, but the chance to be Lord Roman's personal guard is a dream he cannot miss. Even the best soldiers from Dmitri's army are expected to apply, making it a very hard competition. Still, he promises to succeed no matter what. As the news spreads, not only Dmitri but the entire Salamander continent becomes full of excitement and drive. The final part of the story takes us to the important Clive family in Valhalla. Logan, who is ranked 9th among the kingdom's fighters, gives Count Clive a letter. Surprised, the Count asks, "What is this?" With a calm but strong look, Logan answers, "It's my resignation." Logan calmly explains that he can no longer achieve what he believes in while in Valhalla. Hearing this, an angry Count Clive rips the resignation letter in half and yells, "Absolutely not." He glares at Logan and demands, "Where is it? Who dares to take a swordsman from the Clive family? Is it House Halton or House Markle?" Logan replies firmly, "No, I am not moving to another noble house within Valhalla." Count Clive narrows his eyes. "Then why leave everything here?" With quiet certainty, Logan answers, "Seeing Dmitri prove its strength at the recent festival has stayed with me. Valhalla has lost what made it special. It no longer stands for the honor and spirit I once imagined for warriors. No matter what you offer, you cannot change my decision." Count Clive was shocked and couldn't speak. Logan turned away, his voice steady. He said, "From now on I will be a warrior for Dmitri. I am thankful for everything you have done for me, Count Clive. But now I need to go my own way." After saying this, Logan left, leaving the noble person speechless. The scene then changed to a busy restaurant in Dmitri. It was full of soldiers in armor and people were speaking softly. One man spoke loudly, saying he used to be a knight in a respected family in Umberto. But after he heard how Henderson was honored, he admitted, "Everything I did back there started to feel like it meant nothing." Another soldier sitting next to him added, "I am from Cairo, and it seems many of us have come for the test." The restaurant was full of hopeful people who had traveled from all over the continent to join Roman Dimitri's personal army. Two men in armor sat together at a table in the corner. One of them looked at the other and said, "You look like someone who has been in real fights. Where are you from?" The man with gray hair answered, "Frank." The first soldier was interested and asked, "Frank, that's a long way from here. Why did you come all this way?" The gray-haired man explained, "When Dimitri's hero said he was looking for private soldiers, I stopped everything and came. If I have to live by fighting, then I want to work for someone who takes a soldier's death seriously." The first man laughed and agreed, "Well said. I am from Hector myself." As they talked, their eyes looked at a man sitting alone at a nearby table. Curious, they asked him where he was from. The man wearing a cloak answered quickly, "Frank, but I do not want to join this conversation." The armored soldier narrowed his eyes and replied, "Don't lie, I have met soldiers from Frank. You do not speak with their accent." His eyes became even narrower. "You are from Kronos, aren't you?" The cloaked man froze in shock. The room became quiet. Everyone looked at him, their faces becoming serious, sighing. The man stood up and spoke to them. "Yes, I am from Kronos. I understand why you would act this way. I come from an enemy country, but I am tired of Kronos's cruel ways. I could no longer raise my children in a place like that." A silence fell over the room. The soldiers stared in disbelief as the man continued, "I ran away with my family during the night. I know Charlton died. I know it is hard to believe, but I want a new life for myself and for my children. The tension slowly went away. One soldier whispered, even soldiers from Kronos are coming now. The armored man who first questioned him nodded, thinking, if the news has spread this far and people are leaving even Kronos, then passing this recruitment test is going to be incredibly difficult. The scene changed again, this time to the Dmitri palace where Captain Jonathan stood with his helper. The assistant looks at Captain Jonathan and asks, Captain, how many people do you think will apply this time? Captain Jonathan answers, even when young Master Roman wasn't as well known as he is today, a lot of people applied. This time, I wouldn't be surprised if 10,000 people apply. His assistant takes a deep breath. 10,000. Captain Jonathan nods with a serious look. They have just started looking at the application forms, but the gates are already full of people. He expects thousands more to come today alone. As they walk into the staff room, Captain Jonathan stops, very surprised. The room is filled with tall piles of application forms. He looks at his assistant, and they both realize what's happening. On just the first day, more than 10,000 people have already applied. As Jonathan looked through the list of applicants, he was surprised to see the name Favir, a 39-year-old man with a remarkable background. Favir had once served as a knight for the well-known Umberto royal family, and could now use a 3-star aura. In his application, Favir wrote that being entrusted with a role like this demonstrated his capabilities. He listed his battle experience in detail, including many conflicts, and most notably, his decision to join the fight voluntarily when the Dmitri family declared total war against the Kronos Empire. As Jonathan read the file, he couldn't help but think to himself, why would a swordsman this skilled apply to be a regular soldier instead of joining the Knight Order? Before he could speak his thoughts out loud, his assistant, who was also reviewing applications, commented with equal surprise, I never expected people at this level to apply just to be regular soldiers. There are deputy leaders from big mercenary groups, top fighters, seasoned knights, and even aura swordsmen. Jonathan nodded thoughtfully. It was clear that not only Favir but many highly skilled individuals had come here, and they had all come for the same reason. To be trained by the young Lord of Dmitri, that alone was enough to attract the best warriors from across the continent. Jonathan glanced at another file, and his calm expression suddenly turned to shock. He stood up quickly, eyes wide in disbelief. Fred, the former knight commander of the Memphis family from the Kronos Empire, he muttered. The scene then shifts to the Kronos Empire, inside the estate of the Memphis family. Inside the manor, Marquis Memphis was filled with frustration. He slammed his fist on the desk and growled, just one victory, and now everyone is siding with Dmitri. He turned to his assistant and demanded an update on the situation. The assistant gave a grim report. Commander Fred hasn't shown up for duty in a week. I went to his home, but it was empty. Today I confirmed he used the warp gate with his entire family. The Marquis turned pale with shock. Where did he go? He asked. To Gordas, the assistant replied quietly. Gordas, the Marquis repeated, stunned. That area was now under Roman Dimitri's control. The idea hit him hard. The commander of the Memphis Knights had left them for Dmitri. Shortly after, the story moves to the throne room of Kronos. Marquis Memphis stood before Emperor Kronos and told him everything that had happened. With a serious look he added, At this rate, Your Majesty, we won't be able to stop the Empire's talented people from leaving. Furious, Emperor Kronos stood up from his throne and shouted, Send in the Imperial Knights. Every traitor, no matter who they are, must be eliminated. Kronos does not need those who walk away from it. That night, Emperor Kronos sat alone in his room, deep in thought. Roman Dimitri and his private soldiers. It was said that Roman taught a unique sword style known only to him. The emperor remembered Alexander, the founder of Aura. Even though Alexander gave up that path to study magic instead, he had still shown interest in Roman's martial skills. If the people I sent can pass the tests, the emperor thought, then I'll get to experience Roman swordsmanship myself through possession. Meanwhile, in Dimitri's territory, a massive 100,000 people had applied to become Roman Dimitri's private soldiers. Even after the first screening, tens of thousands remained. The entire ignoble clan was brought in to run aptitude tests and check everyone's identities. If anything in the application didn't match the facts, the person was immediately disqualified. After 2 intense weeks of testing, the final list for the third round was released. Out of the 5,000 candidates left, only 500 would be chosen as Roman's private soldiers. The others, though not selected for this elite group, would still be given a chance to serve in other roles within Dimitri's military. As the chosen candidates gathered for the final test, Chris stepped forward to speak. He had a calm but commanding tone as he addressed the crowd. I'll now explain the format of the third test, he said. Behind him stood several senior members of the Dmitri forces, veteran warriors, who had earned great respect and honor through their service. Chris continued, each applicant will pick one of these seniors, including myself, for a sparring match. Winning isn't the only way to pass. Even if you lose, if you show real skill or promise, you can still move forward. The first participant, a man named Favir, stepped up with confidence. As he walked into the arena, he thought to himself that the test's format was simple. The real challenge was choosing an opponent. Should he pick someone less known or go for a well-known warrior? Favir had already made up his mind. He chose McBurney, a graduate of the Southern training camp who was known for using his left hand in unusual ways during sword fights. Favir, also left-handed and experienced in such fights, felt ready to take him on. "I choose McBurney," Favir said firmly. As the two faced each other in the arena, Chris announced, "You have 3 minutes. Whether Favir passes or fails will depend completely on how well he performs." The match began right away. Without a second thought, Favir rushed at McBurney with all his strength. He wanted to overpower him quickly, thinking that since McBurney only used one arm he wouldn't have many ways to fight back. But to Favir's surprise, McBurney easily dodged the attack. Favir didn't back down. He quickly turned and attacked again, but McBurney moved away just as smoothly. For the first time in a long while, Favir felt what it was like to be outmatched. His long streak of victories was in danger. Seeing a chance, McBurney fought back with a quick series of sharp, accurate strikes. His unusual sword style and smooth footwork forced Favir to stay on the defensive. Favir managed to block each strike, but he had to step back and think. He told himself, "McBurney is controlling the space with that strange footwork, but with only one arm he's sure to slip up sooner or later." Then it happened. McBurney lunged forward, and Favir saw what he thought was an opening. He launched a strong counterattack. A cloud of dust exploded in the arena from the force of their clash. When the dust cleared, McBurney was still standing victorious. Favir, though bruised, accepted his loss with grace and humility. The next challenger entered the arena, a young warrior named Thames. As he walked forward, Thames thought, "With my skills, I just need to pick someone weak to make sure I pass." He looked over a group of senior warriors, trying to spot someone who didn't look strong. His eyes stopped on a soldier with a small build, someone he didn't recognize. Feeling confident, Thames pointed and said, "I choose him." Chris nodded and told the small-built soldier to step up. As they got ready to fight, Thames smiled to himself. "Perfect," he thought. "If I don't know his name, he can't be that good." Elsewhere, one participant in a cloak whispered, "That guy is going to lose." Another participant wearing armor replied, "Don't judge too fast, he might be stronger than he looks." But the cloaked figure shook his head. "Roman soldiers, those who fought in the southern and western campaigns in the Battle of Valhalla, are undefeated. The weak ones were removed long ago." The match began, and the small soldier didn't wait. With one powerful strike, he knocked Thames out instantly. Gasps filled the arena. The cloaked participant spoke again, this time more seriously. "People still don't understand what this test is really about. They're missing the whole point. If you're too focused on who your opponent is instead of showing your strength and skill, you won't make it past the third test." The crowd was silent. Just moments ago, the small soldier had easily beaten Thames, who was known for his strength. The shock of the match spread through everyone watching. No one had expected Thames to lose. But there stood the soldier, barely tired. The upset didn't just surprise people, it changed how they thought about strength. The crowd began to murmur. The soldier turned to face the rest of the participants. His eyes were cold and serious. He raised his voice and said, "Anyone else foolish enough to think they can take me on?" His words were sharp and mocking, cutting straight into the pride of the other fighters. Some of them clenched their fists in anger. Their pride hurt. One man couldn't take the insult. He stepped forward and said with narrowed eyes, "I'll fight you." The second duel started quickly and ended just as fast as the first. In the shadows, a cloaked man named Fred watched quietly. His eyes were calm but focused. He was thinking more deeply than the others. "As I thought," he said to himself, "the ones who overrate themselves and underestimate Dimitri's warriors are being taken out one by one. There's no room here for pride without real strength." Just then a voice broke the tension. Chris called out the next name, signaling for the next fighter to come forward. Fred let out a soft breath and stepped into the arena. He knew this was his chance. If he wanted to be part of Dmitri, he had to prove himself right now. Titles and fame meant nothing here. Only performance mattered. "I choose you," Fred said, pointing at Chris. Chris gave a deeper smile and nodded respectfully. "Understood." Fred stood tall and ready. As the knight commander of the respected Memphis family and the 10th-ranked warrior in the entire Kronos Empire, he had always been part of the elite, but he knew those things didn't matter here. Dmitri was a place for true warriors, not nobles. He needed to show that he belonged through action, not rank. This was his chance to prove himself. The duel began with explosive energy. Fred charged without delay. But before he could strike, Chris moved in even faster. He attacked first, and Fred barely blocked the hit in time. Even so, the power behind it pushed him backward. Fred quickly got back on his feet and struck back with a powerful blow, activating his aura sword and forcing Chris to move back. Not wasting a second, Fred unleashed his full aura and began a direct aggressive attack. Chris met him directly, releasing his aura with just as much power. Their energies clashed violently, creating a loud shockwave that shook the whole arena. The crowd gasped as wind and dust swirled around the two fighters. Fred jumped back, carefully watching what was happening. Something didn't add up. Chris's aura doesn't feel like it's reached 5-star level, he thought, but he's matching me in strength. How is that possible? The thought made him uneasy. Dmitri was much stronger than Fred had expected, but now wasn't the time to back down. He couldn't give up, not for his family's honor and not for his pride. Chris moved forward again and Fred got ready to defend. He braced for a direct attack, expecting their weapons to clash, but Chris faked him out. With quick footwork, Chris dodged and slipped in close. "Fred," Chris said in a calm voice, "you pass." Before Fred could even react, Chris struck him in the stomach, not with the blade but with the back of his sword handle. The hit knocked Fred to the ground. When Fred woke up, he was lying near the edge of the arena. He slowly sat up, realizing what had happened. He had lost, but at the same time he had been acknowledged. Chris had recognized his strength, even in defeat. Fred smiled. "I was right," he thought. "Dmitri is the only one who can stand against the Kronos Empire." The arena erupted in cheers. Curious, Fred stood up and looked toward the center of the arena. The crowd had gathered again, watching a new fight. This time the match was between Kevin and Logan the Steel, who was ranked 19th in Valhalla. Fred narrowed his eyes. If Kevin is fighting Logan, he wondered, then who is Chris facing now? Chris's next opponent was no ordinary warrior. He was ranked 3rd in Valhalla and 6th on the entire continent, one of the 12 most powerful fighters alive. The real challenge was just beginning. The man standing in the arena now wasn't just any swordsman, he was a living legend in the present. He carried one of the 12 sacred swords of the continent, had a 5-star aura and was known as the greatest sword prodigy of his time. His name was Ares, the wandering swordsman. Ares yawned lazily and muttered, "I almost fell asleep waiting." Born in Valhalla, Ares had broken every known record in swordsmanship. He had climbed the ranks faster than anyone in history, becoming the youngest ranked warrior ever. From the start, Ares had been special, beyond comparison. But what made him truly dangerous wasn't just his powerful aura, it was his unmatched sword skill. He had beaten many aura users who were stronger than him by relying purely on technique. Even Valhalla's emperor had spent over 10 years trying to recruit him, offering riches, titles, and command. But Ares had never joined anyone. He served no kingdom or ruler. He was truly a wandering swordsman. From the sidelines, Jonathan watched closely. He immediately recognized him. That's him, Ares, the sword genius of Valhalla, he thought. But something didn't make sense. Why was Ares, someone so powerful and independent, showing up at Roman's private soldier recruitment? Jonathan couldn't figure it out. Ares joining Roman's forces could shake the fragile balance of power. Suddenly, Ares dashed forward at incredible speed, charging straight at Chris. Chris reacted quickly and blocked the first attack, but the fight didn't stop there. Ares launched a series of fast, powerful strikes. Chris tried his best to block and defend, but it was obvious he was being pushed back. His moves were good, but they couldn't keep up with Ares' smooth, overwhelming swordplay. Chris clenched his teeth. This is nothing like when Diego pressured me with aura alone, he thought. This man's swordplay rivals the Asura sword technique. Their swords kept clashing, each strike sounding like thunder across the arena. Then, with a strong burst of power, both fighters were pushed apart. In that brief moment, Chris spotted an opening. Without thinking twice, he used his signature move, Flash. In an instant, Chris vanished and appeared right in front of Ares. His sword glowed brightly with an aura as he attacked with lightning speed. It was a move almost no one had ever seen, and none had survived unharmed. But to everyone's surprise, including Chris, Ares easily deflected the strike. Gasps filled the arena. Chris's eyes widened in shock. He kept up with the speed of my flash aura. "No one's ever done that," Ares smiled calmly. As expected of Dimitri's flash, "It's not just a fancy name," he said, his eyes shining with excitement. "Don't disappoint me before the end." Across the arena, Chris's thoughts raced. He realized something frightening. If even one move of mine slips, I'll lose. There was no room for mistakes. Ares wasn't someone he could beat with brute strength or aura alone. Meanwhile, the fight between Kevin and Logan was still going on, and things weren't looking good for Kevin. Logan, also known as the Steel, was ranked 19th in Valhalla and was starting to dominate the fight. Kevin was injured and struggling to keep up with the powerful, destructive blows Logan delivered using his aura-powered blade. The other fighters watched closely, clearly impressed. Logan's relentless and fierce attacks were exactly what they had expected from someone with his reputation. To them, it was no surprise. Logan truly lived up to the title Steel. Whispers spread through the crowd. Chris and Kevin were known as Dimitri's strongest fighters. Could both of them lose today? Logan, confident of his victory, thought to himself, "With this strike I'll win." He charged forward. Kevin managed to block the attack, but to his surprise, Logan immediately followed it with a shield bash, knocking him back. Seeing an opportunity, Logan let his aura burst out at full power. Watching this, Kevin gritted his teeth and thought, "The sword that represents Lord Roman isn't Chris or Fernando. It has to be me." Then, with a determined smile, Kevin released his aura at its peak. He was sure he could beat Logan and prove his worth to the world. Logan was caught off guard by Kevin's sudden confidence. Annoyed, he muttered, "Let's see if you're still smiling after this," and charged again. The two clashed head-on with everything they had. To Logan's shock, Kevin not only blocked the blow but also struck back right away. "Try blocking this," Kevin said boldly. Hitting Logan with a powerful aura-charged attack, Without giving Logan time to recover, Kevin launched a rapid series of strikes. Logan defended with his shield but quickly began to feel overwhelmed. He's fighting like we're on a real battlefield, Logan thought. Seeing the strength of Kevin's aura, he started to wonder, is he even human? Is Kevin a demon? As Logan began to lose control of the fight, Kevin saw an opening and went for a final decisive strike. When the dust settled, Logan was on the ground, defeated. I admit it, Logan said. I've lost. Everyone watching was stunned. Kevin, the underdog, had just beaten Logan, one of Valhalla's top-ranked fighters. Kevin took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, Chris! Chris turned, surprised. What is it? With steady confidence, Kevin called out. If you lose, I'll take your place and fight your opponent. Chris's eyes widened in shock. Kevin's bold words caught him off guard. He's getting cocky, Chris thought, clenching his fists in frustration. They say Kevin and I are rivals. That hurts my pride. He remembered how he started as an aura swordsman, and how Kevin, once just a farmer, had now risen to stand as his equal. Chris let his aura flare. I'm the second strongest in Dmitri, and I'll prove it. Without hesitation, Chris charged at Ares, closing the distance in a flash. Ares watched carefully. He noticed that Chris was using a combination of aura bursts and flash steps. An advanced move. Chris swung his sword, but Ares dodged it easily. Then Ares moved quickly, appearing right in front of Chris before he could react. Chris was shocked. Ares had matched his speed. Ares attacked, and Chris barely managed to dodge and block just in time. The two started trading blows, their swords clashing quickly and smoothly in a series of fast, powerful strikes. Other than Lord Roman, Chris thought. I've never seen sword skills like this. He realized Ares' reputation as a genius was completely true. Then Ares spoke. I've seen enough of your skills, let's end the duel here. Chris was surprised by the statement, but before he could say anything, a powerful voice rang out across the training ground. Stop. That's enough, Roman said as he walked onto the field. The test ends here. Ares turned, his eyes lighting up. Lord Roman. Roman looked closely at Ares. So this is the famous Ares, he thought. He doesn't follow the usual path of an aura swordsman. He's created something entirely new. Ares gave a respectful bow. It's an honor to meet you, Roman Dimitri. I know this may sound rude, especially since we've just met, but would you teach me something? I'm already warmed up. His eyes sparkled with excitement. It was then revealed that the sword demon had once been one of the 4 heavenly emperors who followed Baek Jung-hyeok and lived a truly extraordinary life. Every time Baek Jung-hyeok learned a new martial art, he would combine it with his own, creating a new path. A sword style built from scratch. Roman thought that Ares reminded him a lot of the sword demon. If Ares had pushed his technique further and carved out his style, he could have been even stronger. Roman looked at Ares and said, I don't like people who don't know their place, but if you want to challenge me, I'll accept. Just know this, if you go through with it, you'll be disqualified from the 3rd test. He then asked, So, do you still want to challenge me? Ares was stunned. Does this mean that even the greatest genius on the continent means nothing if he breaks the rules? He wondered. Even without Roman drawing his sword, Ares can feel the intense killing intent coming from him. He now understands that the stories about Roman Dimitri were true and not exaggerated. Lowering his head, Ares says, I don't want to be kicked out of the 3rd test. I'm sorry for stepping out of line. Roman smiles at his respectful attitude. A few days later, the scene changes. The 3rd test is finished, and about 600 people have passed. They all gather at the place where the 4th test will take place. Whispering spreads through the crowd. Everyone is curious about what the 4th test will be. They all know it won't be easy. Roman steps forward and congratulates them for passing the 3rd test. He says that each one has proven their ability. Then he announces the start of the 4th test. Roman says some of you are spies sent by other countries. I'm giving you exactly 10 minutes. If you step forward and admit it during that time, I will let you go. I swear on the honor of Dmitri. The crowd gasps in shock. Roman speaks again, louder this time. But if you don't confess, I will deal with you myself right here. One of the participants starts to panic inside. He wonders if he's already been found out. He knows Roman is called the devil of the battlefield, and that he shows no mercy. The man is filled with fear. Suddenly, someone else steps forward. Is it true you'll spare the spies? He asks. Yes, Roman replies. I joined this test as a representative of the Valhalla Empire, the man confesses. Roman nods. Smart choice, Descendants, he says, calling the man by name. Descendants is shocked. Roman already knew who he was. I'll keep my promise, Roman assures him. Descendants thanks him. After seeing this, a few other people also stepped forward and admitted they are spies. Chris, who is watching, is stunned. So many spies got into Dmitri, he thinks. Roman steps down from the stage and says, This is your last chance, 1 minute left. The man from earlier, the one whose family is being held hostage, starts shaking. I can't reveal myself. So this is how I'll die, he thinks, full of despair. 10 minutes pass. Roman announces the 4th test is over. Everyone is shocked again. Roman explains, the ones who confessed have been removed. The rest of you have passed. I know some spies are still among you, but I won't punish you now because you haven't done anything to harm Dmitri yet. He pauses, then says, From this moment on you have a choice. Forget your past and follow me or betray Dmitri. You are now my people. The scene shifts to Roman's office. Chris is there and asks, "Why did you let the spies go? I don't get your decision." Roman replies, "Even if I had the best intelligence network, I still couldn't find every spy hiding in the Empire." Chris, "Could you control all the information across the entire land?" Chris shakes his head. "No, I couldn't," looking out the window. Roman continues, "Instead of trying to control everything, I'll show them what it means to follow Roman Dimitri. If you were a Kronos spy and met me face to face, could you still betray me?" Chris answers with confidence. "If it were me, I'd never betray you, Lord Roman." Should we get ready for the next stage? Now the scene moves to a cliff where Alexander is standing. He prepares a spell and fires it at a faraway mountain, blowing it up with a single blast. With a proud smile, Alexander says, "Let's see if Roman can stand up to my magic." Alexander thinks that his spies have made it into Dimitri's. Soon they'll discover Roman's martial arts secrets. Since he's the creator of Aura, Alexander plans to break down Roman's skills and prove they're not as great as people think. He wants to show that magic is the stronger path. Just then, one of his men walks in and gives him a letter. "A message has arrived from Dmitri," the man says. Alexander is surprised. It's an invitation to a swordsmanship exhibition. Frowning, Alexander narrows his eyes. "Roman is holding a swordsmanship exhibition," he mutters. "What is he planning now?"